Chapter 1. The Beginning with a Dog. System: I am on the verge of death. This was the first day of Ruan Tian's arrival in the apocalypse, which would soon become her last. System: as long as you quickly locate the Gongyir Doishang, you will not perish. Ruan Tian pointed at the zombies lurking below and replied with an impassive expression. How do you expect me to do that? I am merely a culinary NPC. Are you suggesting I fling dumplings at the zombies' faces? System: host: I advise you to remain calm. Ruan Tian retorted, thank you, but calmness eludes me. Or do you wish for me to wield a baguette as a weapon against the zombies' heads? Ruan Tian was an NPC in a culinary game, and at the moment the game ceased operations after a decade, she found herself transported to another world. In this era, even NPCs could traverse realms. However, she never anticipated being thrust into an apocalyptic world where the original owner of this body had just met her demise. Regaining her composure, Ruan Tian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and seated herself on a small stool. System: in a time of scarce resources, you can rely on your restaurant to create delectable dishes. What a remarkable advantage. Ruan Tian could not help but laugh in exasperation as she slammed her palm on the small cart before her, declaring, which restaurant operates out of a mere cart? Following her statement, she venomously added, and it's manual, no less. The system fell silent. The sound of Ruan Tian's outburst had attracted the attention of the zombies downstairs. She had no choice but to lower her voice, gradually regaining her composure. I must secure the gratitude point from 6 targets to survive, correct? The system reemerged. Indeed, host, you are quite the clever one. Ruan Tian stated, spouting nonsense is of no help. I would prefer some substantial rewards instead. The system fell silent once more, retreating like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Ruan Tian surveyed her meager possessions: a simple food cart, a portable plastic dining table, and a small stool that could be purchased for just $2.50 from a certain online store, complete with free shipping. Fortunately, she could still access her skill set, and currently, she could only prepare one dish bao. Unassuming bao. A single bite releases a burst of juice. A lingering glance may lead to an explosion. Additional attribute: health 3. Detailed description: as plain as can be, a street vendor's dumpling. Ruan Tian's current status read: day survived, 12 hours. Ruan Tian fiddled with her skill set, having retained some abilities from the game. Her backpack had 15 slots, serving as a compact storage solution. She could also view a portion of the surrounding buildings on a map, ensuring she wouldn't lose her way. Aside from these 2 auxiliary skills, she possessed no combat capabilities whatsoever. System: are you truly jesting with me? System: having me is your fortune. Ruan Tian's lips twitched. You genuinely expect me to slap zombies with dumplings? This fortune was one she could do without. The system responded earnestly. No, I have provided you with a bodyguard. Ruan Tian's eyes widened in anticipation. Perhaps this fortune was worth claiming. In the next moment, something brushed against her ankle. She looked down to find a round little dog head. The tiny pup, no larger than a palm, gazed up at Ruan Tian with big, glistening eyes and let out a soft, adorable woof. Ruan Tian was at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, she concluded that this fortune was indeed ill-fated. System: host, this is a hellhound, comparable to an SSR in a card game. Such a diminutive hellhound would likely not even pierce a zombie's skin with a bite. Ruan Tian glanced at her survival timer and then peacefully reclined on the dining table. Good night, Macabaka. Good night, Wuxity. Good night, Dingdingsh. Good night, this world. Good night, System.It was hopeless, haha. Ruan Tian resolved to embrace death at that moment. System: host, wake up. You still have one more spin of the wheel to use. Ruan Tian stared blankly. 2 spins. System: host, I hope you can exercise some reason. Ruan Tian shut her eyes once more. Good night, Macabaka. Good night, Wuxi. The system interrupted. All right, 2 spins. Ruan Tian quickly sprang to her feet, scooping up the little white dog. All right, let's begin to... In the next instant, a large wheel materialized before Ruan Tian. The wheel was divided into 6 segments, each representing a different target. With eager anticipation, she spun the wheel for the first time. 3 seconds later, the first target emerged. A car fell to the ground, and Ruan Tian eagerly picked it up. Target: Gu-E. Difficulty: SSS. Reminder: oh, I hear you wish to pursue him. Child, you might as well wash up and sleep. Drawing him means you've run into a brick wall. Ruan Tian muttered. What terrible luck. I start off with a hellish challenge. Nevertheless, she still had one more chance to spin, so Ruan Tian spun the wheel again. This time, the target was significantly easier. Target, Yi Mofeng. Difficulty, A. Reminder, you are to be wed today. The groom is not me. Those who pander until the end up with nothing. Haha. Ruan Tian grasped the gonglid ka. Perhaps the previous SSS difficulty had been too shocking. For now, the A rank seemed quite manageable. System, I'll choose this one. System, the character's location has been indicated on the map. Conveniently, he is in a dire state and is about to perish. Ruan Tian gasped. If he perishes, doesn't that mean I am next? System, theoretically, yes, hence I advise you to act swiftly. Ruan Tian sprang into action, relieved that the small cart could be stored in her equipment slots, taking up 5 spaces along with the divine beast little white dog. Fortunately, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the zombies were not particularly strong. Utilizing her petite frame and the assistance of the map, Ruan Tian skillfully maneuvered through the horde of zombies. As she drew closer to her target, she quickened her pace. The target lay in a concealed position, saving her considerable trouble. That a young man who appeared to be no older than 18 lay slumped in a corner, his abdomen pierced and bloodied. His strikingly handsome features were flawless, akin to a model, yet his expression was one of agony. Ruan Tian could see the health bar above his head, 1100. As expected, Yi Mofeng was on the brink of death. Ruan Tian's heart raced. She quickly summoned the cart and began preparing Xilong Bao. These dumplings had been pre-made, so she merely needed to heat them up. The flavor and filling were identical to her previous culinary skills. The sounds of her preparations stirred Yi Mofeng from his stupor. As he opened his eyes amidst excruciating pain, he was met with the extraordinary sight before him. In the apocalypse, a cart with someone steaming Xilong Bao. For a fleeting moment, he was disoriented and murmured, so, even heaven sells Xilong Bao. He likely believed he was already dead. Chapter 2. Brother, you are invincible. The Xilong Bao were ready in 3 minutes, remarkably swift. Ruan Tian hurriedly presented the dumplings to Yi Mofeng, anxiously urging, quick, eat this, and it will restore your health. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng instantly became wary. One could not trust strangers in the apocalypse. He did not recognize this girl with a worried expression. Ah, I'll feed you, Ruan Tian insisted, lifting a fragrant dumpling to his lips. Why Yi Mofeng was reluctant to eat, yet he lacked the strength to articulate his refusal. In the apocalypse, a Xilong Bao was a delicacy capable of turning friends into foes. Ruan Tian observed that Yi Mofeng's health had plummeted to 0.5100. Without hesitation, she promptly stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. The delightful aroma of the soup dumpling filled his mouth instantly, the tender filling bursting with savory juices, so delicious it left one craving more. This was Ruan Tian's secret recipe. Every NPC who had tasted it sang its praises, with none expressing disdain. Since the apocalypse, Yi Mofeng had not savored such fresh and delectable food. Even a single dumpling was sufficient to instill a profound sense of happiness. Each dumpling could replenish 3 points of health, and Ruan Tian fed him 3 in quick succession, finally feeling relieved when his health bar rose above the danger zone. With 1 dumpling remaining, revitalized, Yi Mofeng adamantly refused to eat anymore. Foolish child, indulge yourself? Ruan Tian urged. Why Yi Mofeng instinctively replied, I must save some for Shue Shue. Shue Shue. At that moment, Ruan Tian recalled the personal details she had seen on the Gongrivka that included Yi Mofeng's history. He and Lu Shue Shue were childhood sweethearts. In simpler terms, Yi Mofeng was merely a devoted admirer and a backup choice, left abandoned. Ruan Tian's gaze softened with pity. She has cast you aside, and you still think highly of her? Yi Mofeng instinctively defended. She is not as you perceive. Shue Shue is very kind. Seizing the opportunity while he was speaking, Ruan Tian swiftly stuffed the dumpling into his mouth. Watching his health bar return to a satisfactory level, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Handsome, you are alive, Ruan Tian remarked, wiping the corners of her eyes that bore no tears. My dumpling has saved you. Shouldn't you be grateful? She clasped her hands together, gazing at Yi Mofeng with sparkling eyes. Why Yi Mofeng, unaware of Ruan Tian's background, acknowledged her aid. Thank you. Without you, I would be dead by now. Congratulations to host Ruan Tian for receiving 6 gratitude points from Yi Mofeng, surviving for 6 hours. Ruan Tian breathed a sigh of relief, now having the leisure to discuss the matter of devoted admirers with Yi Mofeng. Why are you here alone? Ruan Tian was aware of the reason and merely feigned ignorance. Yi Mofeng had awakened extraordinary athletic abilities post-apocalypse. He hailed from a scholarly family that expected the next head to excel in various arts and martial skills. With exceptional talent, he had always been the envy of others, achieving outstanding academic performance and excelling in sports, even being favored by the temple's abbot. Yi Mofeng was undeniably a prodigy. Unfortunately, he had poor judgment in people, allowing Lu Shui to manipulate him. That Lu Shui and Yi Mofeng were betrothed in childhood, having grown up together as close friends. After the apocalypse, she and her lover awakened the most inferior abilities, requiring Yi Mofeng's protection at every turn. Shui must have lost her mind. Yi Mofeng continued to defend her. Ruan Tian seized the moment to interject. Lost her mind, yet she precisely pushed you aside to shield her lover. How can you say such things about Shui? Yi Mofeng retorted angrily for 3 seconds. Ruan Tian presented the now empty steamer before Yi Mofeng. Mind your attitude. That I am sorry, he quickly replied, lowering his head in silence. He resembled a large, forlorn puppy. Ruan Tian persisted gently. Have you considered that she may simply be a manipulative individual? Yi Mofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You can't say that. Ruan Tian rapped the steamer twice. Handsome, where is your attitude? Yi Mofeng lowered his head once more. I'm sorry, what's to be done now? As Ruan Tian's first target of pursuit, Yi Mofeng was indeed her prized possession. She had to stay close to him, never straying far. What are your plans now? Yi Mofeng's gaze grew resolute. I must find Shui. Ruan Tian was speechless. Brother, can we not change our target? Hearing this, Yi Mofeng shook his head firmly. No, without me. Shui will surely be frightened. She is too fragile to fend for herself. Brother, you are invincible. Is this the self-cultivation of a devoted admirer? Ruan Tian's lips twitched. Then I will accompany you. Yi Mofeng turned to her, puzzled. To put it plainly, my awakened ability is supportive. I lack combat power. Together with you, we become invincible. Yi Mofeng remained silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Ruan Tian's abilities were astonishing, although supportive. Who wouldn't want to savor delectable dumplings in the apocalypse? Moreover, those dumplings surely bore additional attributes. For merely consuming, 4 had significantly improved her spirits. Ruan Tian was indeed a coveted companion. Lu Shui had previously lamented about not having enjoyed a good meal in ages, even throwing a tantrum over it. It made sense. She had once been a pampered young lady, unaccustomed to such indignities. If Ruan Tian accompanied her, Shui could indulge in. Are you suggesting I cook for your childhood, sweetheart? Yi Mofeng was not adept at deceit. His gaze immediately averted, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he uttered 2 words. No, Ruan Tian was unconvinced. Look me in the eye when you speak. Yi Mofeng turned his face away, but his eyes were fixated on Ruan Tian's lips, a clear sign of guilt. Ruan Tian sighed in exasperation. What could she do when Yi Mofeng was her target? Fine, I shall observe just how manipulative she can be. Shui is not manipulative, Yi Mofeng instinctively countered. You just shared the coldest joke of the year. Ruan Tian consoled him with a pat on the shoulder. To avoid being exasperated by Yi Mofeng, Ruan Tian examined her little cart. Currently, the only dish she could prepare was the dumpling. She glanced at the recipe behind her, which included the 8 major cuisines of Chinese cuisine, American fries, the British Skyward Star pie, and even Japanese delicacies from the land of the rising sun. The recipe was simply comprehensive. It was unimaginable what culinary masterpieces could be created in the future. Ruan Tian's mood lightened slightly. She could only make 1 batch of dumplings for free each day, but subsequent servings required 100 loadier zombie cores to unlock. This meant she needed to slay 100 zombies for just 1 meal. The price was utterly exorbitant. Yet for Yi Mofeng, it was not a daunting task. Ruan Tian looked down at him and inquired, Do you possess 100 cores? Yi Mofeng obediently nodded. Ruan Tian's heart soared with joy, only to hear Yi Mofeng add, All with Shui. Ruan Tian's smile shattered. Very well, brother. You are truly invincible. Chapter 3. You are indeed an invincible devoted admirer. Subsequently, Ruan Tian spent half an hour advising Yi Mofeng not to become Lu Shue's tool. Shui does not view me as a mere tool. She is simply a bit spoiled. Throughout their journey, it was Yi Mofeng who had been slaying zombies, and thus the cores he unearthed should rightfully belong to him. However, Lu Shui had taken them for herself, treating them as her own possessions. Seeing Yi Mofeng still inclined to speak, Ruan Tian immediately covered his mouth. Should you continue, I might just shatter into pieces. Why? Yi Mofeng blinked innocently, obediently lowering his long lashes, ceasing to mention Shui incessantly. Ruan Tian let out a long sigh, feigning ignorance of Yi Mofeng's name. I am Ruan Tian. What is your name? Yi Mofeng. Having acquired his name, Ruan Tian noted that the time was right to explain. While the dumplings are indeed my ability, I can only conjure one batch for free each day. Any extras will require 100 zombie cores in exchange. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng nodded and rose from the ground. I will go slay zombies. And oh need you are still injured. After indulging in some soup dumplings, Yi Mofeng's formidable recovery ability, awakened by his unique powers, had restored his health too. 35. Ruan Tian regarded Yi Mofeng as her precious lifeline, determined to shield him from harm. Why? Yi Mofeng shook his head. I have recovered well, there is no need for concern. Unable to dissuade him, Ruan Tian allowed Yi Mofeng to venture outside. He grasped the sword beside him and descended the stairs with an upright posture, akin to a resilient pine tree. Ruan Tian leaned against the crack, observing Yi Mofeng's graceful movements as he dispatched the zombies. One must admit, Yi Mofeng's talent was truly remarkable. His understanding of swordsmanship was profound, having slept with a sword since birth. To outsiders, Yi Mofeng's powers awakened during the apocalypse appeared to enhance his limbs. Yet only Ruan Tian understood it was a harmonious union of man and nature. This was no mere enhancement of physical capabilities, it elevated Yi Mofeng's physical prowess to boundless possibilities. In due time, even a single leaf could become a weapon in Yi Mofeng's hands, and every rustle of the grass would not escape his keen perception. Despite the overwhelming horde of zombies, Yi Mofeng moved with elegance and fluidity, his sword flashing with a sharp, white light that captivated all. For him, the low-tier zombies were akin to mere toys to be disposed of effortlessly. Yet, one could not help but ponder why he bore such grievous wounds. It was simply due to the zombie tide, where Yi Mofeng, accompanied by 5 inept companions, had faltered despite his prowess. As he was on the verge of being captured by the zombies, Lu Shui callously pushed Yi Mofeng forward to take the blow meant for them. In that moment of distraction, a zombie's claw pierced his abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely. Fearful of Yi Mofeng turning into a zombie, Lu Shui and the others mercilessly abandoned him to fend for himself. Had it not been for Ruan Tian's timely arrival, he might have met his end that day. Before long, Yi Mofeng had eradicated the zombies on the lower floor, acquiring exactly 100 crystal cores. He meticulously cleaned the cores and presented them to Ruan Tian. You are truly impressive, she remarked, sighing in admiration, genuinely impressed by Yi Mofeng's skill and the beauty with which he sheathed his sword. Taken aback by her words, Yi Mofeng stared at Ruan Tian in a daze. Congratulations, host Ruan Tian. You have gained 5 gratitude points from Yi Mofeng. Survival time 5 hours. Now it was Ruan Tian's turn to be astonished. What was happening? For exquisite soup dumplings had only earned her 6 gratitude points, yet a single compliment garnered 5. Yi Mofeng soon regained his composure, offering a faint smile as he softly replied, No one has ever praised me like this. His upbringing was strict, even achieving first place in exams earned him no commendation from his parents, only driving him to strive harder. Even Lu Shui seldom praised him, doing so only when it suited her interests. Feeling a bit bashful, Ruan Tian cleared her throat and accepted the crystal cores from Yi Mofeng. I speak only the truth, you are indeed remarkable. She exchanged the cores for another serving of soup dumplings and handed them to Yi Mofeng. Eat while it's hot. Won't you eat? Yi Mofeng offered her 2 that Ruan Tian declined. I am not hungry right now. She possessed the traits of an NPC, able to smell the delicious scent of food without feeling hunger. Yet, Yi Mofeng insisted she partake, and ultimately, she relented and ate one. The flavor was delightful, particularly the savory broth inside, so delectable it made one wish to bite off their own tongue. After finishing the remaining dumplings and resting for a while, Yi Mofeng's health had risen to 50. The zombies in this area had been thoroughly cleared. To be cautious, Yi Mofeng declared he would keep watch that night. Ruan Tian volunteered. That won't do. You cannot stand watch alone. I must join you. Yi Mofeng, unable to resist her determination, reluctantly agreed. 10 minutes later, as Yi Mofeng reopened his eyes, he glanced helplessly at Ruan Tian. She had fallen into a deep slumber. With no other choice, Yi Mofeng sat up to keep watch, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Ruan Tian. This person was a veritable enigma. Yi Mofeng's eyes deepened, his fingers instinctively rubbing the hilt of his sword, but ultimately he closed his eyes once more. The following day, Ruan Tian awoke with sleepy eyes, and after a few moments, realized her actions. She cleared her throat, casting a guilty glance at Yi Mofeng. Are you awake? Then let us hurry. True to the extraordinary resilience of his scion-like constitution, Yi Mofeng's health had fully restored to 100. He brushed off the dust from his pants, contemplating how difficult it would be for Lu Xue to survive without him. Ruan Tian quickly rose and followed closely behind him. For those seeking a stable life in the apocalypse, joining a survivor camp was the way to go. For instance, the survivor base in City-D was not far from their location. Lu Xue and the others had likely already reached the base. Yi Mofeng, fully recovered, dispatched over 300 zombies along the way, moving with remarkable speed. Before nightfall, the two arrived at the survivor base in City-D. To enter the base, each person was required to present 50 crystal cores. Yi Mofeng paid 100, allowing both him and Ruan Tian to enter the base smoothly. They soon located Lu Xue in a corner, who was speaking to her lover. What a pity. If Mofeng had not died, we could have utilized him a bit longer, rather than ending up in this pitiful state of dependence. Utilized? Yi Mofeng's fingers trembled slightly. Ruan Tian felt a surge of delight. She had been so candid. How could he still not understand? The next moment, Ruan Tian heard Yi Mofeng say, I must have misheard. She didn't say utilized, but rather carp. Chapter 4. I command you to kneel. Ruan Tian initially intended to endure the situation, but the audacity of it all proved too much, and she ultimately succumbed to her frustration. My ears were attuned to her words. She had just mentioned utilization. Yi Mofeng resolutely shook his head, insisting, no. It is a carp. Utilization, is it? Ruan Tian retorted, her teeth clenched, pondering how much she wished to sever ties with this infatuated fool. The lengths to which he would go were truly astounding. Yi Mofeng had already approached Lu Xue, calmly addressing her with a simple, yet chilling, Xue. Those two syllables sent a shiver down Lu Xue's spine, causing her to whirl around to meet his gaze. You're not dead? She exclaimed. Realizing her words had somewhat shattered her carefully crafted persona, she cleared her throat and attempted to adopt a demure demeanor. However, Yi Mofeng swiftly interjected, I am fine. Standing behind him, Ruan Tian rolled her eyes dramatically towards the heavens. The desire to part ways was overwhelming. Lu Xue hastily grasped Yi Mofeng's hand, tears welling in her eyes as she whimpered, Mofeng, I'm so relieved you're all right. Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? Ruan Tian chimed in with a sharp retort. You were worried he might die, right? At this moment, Lu Xue finally acknowledged Ruan Tian's presence, her brow furrowing slightly. Ruan Tian's features were quite charming, especially when she smiled, revealing a small canine tooth at the corner of her mouth. Lu Xue found herself displeased at the sight of Yi Mofeng being so close to another woman, particularly when he brought her before him. Irritation flickered in Lu Xue's eyes as she exclaimed, You know I dislike seeing you with other women. Ruan Tian countered, Yet you seem quite comfortable surrounded by numerous men. You. Lu Xue was taken aback by Ruan Tian's audacity. In the wake of the apocalypse, although her life had become less luxurious than before, she remained a cherished figure among many, particularly in Yi Mofeng's eyes, who still regarded her as his fiancée. Logically, with Yi Mofeng's prowess, he could have any woman he desired, yet he chose to remain tethered to Lu Xue, the crooked-necked tree. Ruan Tian, discontent with Lu Xue's pretentiousness, seized a moment before she could speak again and feigned a stumble, leaning against Yi Mofeng. Oh dear, I've fallen, she exclaimed in a sugary tone, casting a glance at Lu Xue and adding, To be honest, I've seen him smile far more when he asks with me. Lu Xue's expression darkened. He rarely smiled. Ah, then I must be a special presence. Ruan Tian continued, affectionately linking her arm with Yi Mofeng's, relishing in the sight of him smiling so brightly after such a long time. Yi Mofeng, ever observant of Lu Xue's expressions, felt a sense of urgency to distance himself from Ruan Tian upon noticing her ire. Yet, Ruan Tian refused to grant him that opportunity, tightening her hold. Brother, why would you push me away? After all, last night She trailed off, lowering her head in feigned shyness, leaving much to the imagination. Yi Mofeng responded, Please don't do this. Ruan Tian lifted her gaze to the now visibly upset Lu Xue and declared, Did you hear? The young master has asked you to stop staring at us. Yi Mofeng nearly choked on his words, while Lu Xue was on the verge of tears from rage. Yi Mofeng, I am your childhood companion. We are already betrothed. How could you seek out other women? Xue, I haven tea. It's not as you think. Yi Mofeng, noticing Lu Xue's anger, felt an urgent need to comfort her, but she evaded him, retreating behind her paramour, sorrowfully stating, Do not touch me. You are tainted now. Xue, Yi Mofeng, having suffered grave injuries, narrowly escaping death beneath the ruins, found no solace in their reunion, only endless reproach. Pain surged within him as he hung his head, his tall frame appearing forlorn and pitiful. Suddenly, Ruan Tian's anger ignited. She shed her previous meekness and stepped forward. Wrapping Yi Mofeng protectively behind her, she scoffed and pointed a finger at Lu Xue, rebuking, What do you think you are, to speak to Yi Mofeng in such a manner? Everything you have, your food, shelter, depends on my brother. In this apocalypse, where many still thrived, Lu Xue should count herself fortunate. Yet here she was, prancing around like a spoiled green tea. How absurd! Yi Mofeng instinctively placed his hand on Ruan Tian's shoulder, wanting to speak. But she shot him a glare. Who saved you? Who fed you those overpriced dumplings? Yi Mofeng fell silent, lowering his head once more. You dare to speak to me like that? Lu Xue, incensed by Ruan Tian's defiance, felt her royal temper rise. And who are you? A Thumbelina or a mermaid princess? In this world, everyone is equal. Without Yi Mofeng's protection, you would have long been devoured by zombies. Instead of flaunting your superiority, why not consider becoming a teapot? Tears cascaded down Lu Xue's cheeks as she gazed at Ruan Tian, her lips trembling. What are you staring at? At least a teapot has a lid. While your flavor is so overpowering that there's no need to filter it. You could brew it with your tears. Her lover, Peng Si, could no longer bear to watch. He stepped protectively in front of Lu Xue, glaring at Ruan Tian. How can you speak so crudely? No man will desire you in this apocalypse. Ruan Tian erupted with laughter at his words. You're truly amusing. Do you think I do want men like you? You're merely a pretty face with useless abilities. Perhaps you and Lu Xue should debut as a duo, with her as the teapot and you as the lid. Together, you'd be an unbeatable pair. Ruan Tian's sharp tongue and fierce demeanor rendered Peng Si and Lu Xue speechless. Unable to retaliate against Ruan Tian, Lu Xue turned her gaze towards Yi Mofeng, eyes filled with desperation. Yi Mofeng, kneel before me. Ruan Tian tightened her grip on Yi Mofeng's wrist. You shall not kneel. You have done nothing wrong. Why should you bow to her? Yi Mofeng hesitated for a moment, but Lu Xue's voice pierced through again. I command you to kneel. Are you deaf, or do you disregard my words? With a gentle closing of his eyes, Yi Mofeng bowed his knee, submitting before Lu Xue and her lover. Ruan Tian watched Yi Mofeng's silhouette with a grimace. Why must you stoop so low? Ruan Tian was utterly speechless. Why should Yi Mofeng kneel to Lu Xue? The insipid green tea? A flicker of triumph danced across Lu Xue's face as she glanced at the kneeling Yi Mofeng and then at Ruan Tian. Do you intend to intrude upon my relationship with Mofeng? You are but a wild woman. Lu Xue's trust in Yi Mofeng was unwavering. She believed he would never betray her, just as before the apocalypse, when his heart had been solely hers. Lu Xue relished in being cared for by such an extraordinary man. The envious glances cast upon her by those nearby filled her with an exhilarating sense of delight. After the apocalypse began, Lu Xue feared that Yi Mofeng might waver in his affections. Fortunately, He was as steadfast as a rock. Once he committed to someone, he would follow that person unwaveringly. Initially, Lu Xueshue employed a few clever tactics to firmly secure Yi Mafeng, transforming him into her loyal companion. She was particularly adept at utilizing psychological manipulation techniques, training Yi Mafeng to respond reflexively to her commands. As Lu Xueshue approached Yi Mafeng, gazing upon his handsome visage, she proclaimed haughtily, "In this lifetime, you may only treat me well. Otherwise, who could possibly be interested in such a dullard as you?" Ruan Tian could not help but interject, remarking that it was clearly no one would find Lu Xueshue appealing, which was precisely why she clung to Yi Mafeng. Lu Xueshue's thoughts were pierced by this observation, and she whirled around, her fury palpable as she retorted, "What I discuss with Yi Mafeng is none of your concern." She then lowered her voice, menacingly instructing Yi Mafeng, "I command you to expel this wretched woman." To her surprise, the typically obedient and reserved Yi Mafeng did not comply. "She saved my life. One must not forget kindness." Lu Xueshue glared at him, pouting in frustration. "Who is more important to you, her or me?" Yi Mafeng remained silent. Growing increasingly agitated, Lu Xueshue stamped her foot, demanding, "Speak. Who holds the most significance in your heart?" After a tense 3 seconds, Yi Mafeng's calm voice replied, "You." In that moment, Lu Xueshue felt victorious, her demeanor radiating triumph as she gazed at Ruan Tian. "I am the most important person in Yi Mafeng's heart. I was the one who helped him emerge from darkness. What right do you have to compare yourself to me?" With that statement, she tossed her hair back confidently, her expression brimming with self-assurance. "Yi Mafeng will never look at you. Even if he were to become a sycophant, it would only be for me." Ruan Tian, unable to contain herself, lightly tapped Yi Mafeng on the back of his head, teasing, "Are you truly willing to be her devoted servant for life?" Yi Mafeng had no choice. As Lu Xueshue had said, during his most difficult times, she had provided him with unwavering support. Without her, the current Yi Mafeng would not exist. "I urge you to expel her immediately." Yi Mafeng replied, "I cannot do that. She saved my life, and I promised myself to protect her, so I cannot abandon her." Ruan Tian's abilities were supportive in nature, and given their uniqueness, should they fall into the wrong hands, her situation could become dire. Ultimately, no matter how much Lu Xueshue cried and fussed, Yi Mafeng's resolve remained unyielding. He insisted that Ruan Tian must stay with their group. In a fit of anger, Lu Xueshue issued a harsh ultimatum. "Very well, Ruan Tian can remain, but you must kneel here all night." With that, she stormed off, leaving only her resentful silhouette behind. Yi Mafeng, however, remained kneeling, unperturbed by the curious stares from those around him. Ruan Tian squatted beside him, drawing circles in the dirt. "She told you to kneel until nightfall, and you are actually going to do it? You are so obedient?" Yi Mafeng, having just recovered from his injuries and weary from their journey, felt utterly exhausted. Yet Lu Xueshue showed no empathy, demanding he remain kneeling without offering a single word of comfort. Ruan Tian felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Mafeng. After all, he was her target, yet he seemed to be reduced to someone else's sycophant. Yi Mafeng explained, "This is what I owe her." Ruan Tian, unable to suppress her curiosity, delved into Yi Mafeng's past. His family had gone bankrupt, their business collapsing, and he lost both his parents and sister in a tragic car accident. Yi Mafeng was the sole survivor, left to grapple with devastating news upon awakening in hospital, sinking into despair. The accident had also left him with a broken leg, effectively ending his career as a professional athlete. During this tumultuous time, Lu Xueshue had remained by his side, providing meticulous care and support, never once shunning him for his sweat and toil. She had stood by him through his darkest days, even maintaining their engagement after his family's downfall, when he had become a mere shadow of his former self. It was no wonder Yi Mafeng was utterly devoted to her, accepting her whims without a trace of anger. Silently enduring it all, Ruan Tian felt a lingering sense of intrigue, as if there were still hidden aspects of the situation that eluded her understanding. As night approached, it was time to eat. Throughout their journey, Yi Mafeng had collected over 300 low-level crystal cores, dedicating 100 as entry fees for both of them. With over 200 cores remaining, they could trade for 8 steamed buns. Ruan Tian asked Yi Mafeng, "Are you hungry?" "How can I not be?" I've been on my feet all day and am still kneeling, he replied. Without hesitation, Ruan Tian retrieved her small cart from her backpack. She placed all 200 low-level crystal cores atop the cart, successfully producing 2 baskets of steaming buns. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing many survivors. The interiors of the survivor base were rudimentary, constructed from a series of small tents that offered little sound insulation. Soon, Ruan Tian's little stall was surrounded by eager onlookers. In the midst of the apocalypse, the sight of freshly steamed buns was a rare delight. It was now the 2nd month post-apocalypse, and humanity's survivors were ravenous. Even a single sausage could be deemed a delicacy, fiercely contested. The delightful scent also attracted Lu Xuexue. Upon exiting her tent, she and her lover were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of the buns, her eyes widening in astonishment. Confident in Yi Mofeng's presence, Lu Xuexue boldly approached Ruan Tian's stall, unceremoniously reaching for a bun. "Let me have one." Ruan Tian, unwilling to indulge her bad habits, swiftly swatted her hand away, holding a plump, glistening bun with her chopsticks. Ruan Tian waved it in front of Lu Xuexue, teasingly swaying it. "Do you see this bun?" Lu Xuexue swallowed hard, her eyes darting in anticipation. In the next moment, Ruan Tian tossed the bun into the mouth of her little dog, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Even if I'm feeding a dog, I will not give you any." Chapter 6. The worthy little white chewed a couple of times, perhaps disliking human food, and spat the bun onto the ground. Such an act of wastefulness caused others to clench their fists in frustration. Many gazes were fixed on the discarded bun. The survivors, who had not tasted soup dumplings in quite some time, had lowered their standards. Who cared whether it had been eaten by a dog? If the dog hadn't consumed this soup dumpling, would it not simply become a dog-ignored bun? Lu Xuexue observed Ruan Tian's actions, particularly when Ruan Tian had swatted her hand away just moments ago, which ignited her princess temper. "Don't you fancy Yi Mofeng? If he favors me, you should hurry and let me have one." "Why should I?" Ruan Tian leisurely sifted through the buns in the steamer, ensuring none stuck to the bottom. She handed the remaining 3 buns to Yi Mofeng, saying, "Enjoy while they're warm." Yi Mofeng stared at the buns, remaining motionless. Ruan Tian saw through his thoughts. "If you intend to give Lu Xuexue one, I shall feed them all to the dog, and none of us shall have any." Lu Xuexue clenched her fists. The aroma of the soup dumplings, crafted from who knows what, was simply irresistible. She could not help but swallow hard, her eyes glued to that bun. "Ruan Tian, you are truly selfish, hoarding such delightful treats. This is my own possession. Why should I share it with you?" Ruan Tian was not swayed by Lu Xuexue's manipulation, yet she clearly underestimated Lu Xuexue's ability to incite emotions. Lu Xuexue turned to the surrounding survivors, exclaiming, "In this apocalyptic world, we are all victims, all of humanity. Should we not assist one another?" After uttering this, she pointed an accusatory finger at Ruan Tian, indignantly declaring, "She possesses such a treasure, yet refuses to share. What selfishness!" The other survivors were already waiting for an opportunity to voice their grievances. Since Lu Xuexue had initiated the confrontation, they quickly echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, eating alone is rather selfish. Isn't it? With such a delicacy, how can she not share? Perhaps we should seize it. If she doesn't offer it, let us take it by force." The ugliness of human nature became painfully evident in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Ruan Tian, accustomed to grand spectacles, remained unfazed as she sat on a small stool worth 250. Did she truly believe herself a saint, compelled to protect everyone she encountered? Want a soup dumpling? Fine. 100 crystal cores for 2 dumplings. Lu Xuexue erupted in fury. 100 crystal cores for just 2? Ruan Tian, have you gone mad with greed? Oh dear, why must your words be so harsh? Ruan Tian feigned innocence, covering her cheeks and blinking dramatically. "You are nothing but a profiteer." One survivor pointed a finger at Ruan Tian, beginning to berate her. "Are you speaking of me?" Ruan Tian retorted, pointing to herself. "All right then, for others, the price remains unchanged. For you, 200 crystal cores for just 1. The remaining survivors grew discontented. Was Ruan Tian not inciting their ire? Many began to entertain nefarious thoughts. pondering what her abilities might truly be. Was it possible that seizing this small cart could grant them endless soup dumplings? Ruan Tian glanced at the cart. Aside from being able to make one free batch of dumplings daily, she could create 3 more, but at a cost of 100 crystal cores each. The second recipe remained unseen, requiring 5,000 low-tier crystal cores to unlock. Now, that was the true essence of a profiteer. Ruan Tian felt the struggle to earn money was daunting as she sat on her pink stool. Letting out a soft sigh, noticing some individuals were growing restless, she patted Yi Mofeng's shoulder and smiled. You may choose to act, provided you can defeat Yi Mofeng. Lu Shueshua glared. Mofeng, you must not protect her. Yet, Yi Mofeng was not ungrateful. He would not stand idle while Ruan Tian faced attack from others. Rising from the ground, his hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Though he spoke not a word, his presence was imposing. Yi Mofeng. Lu Shueshua's voice escalated. Sensing his disobedience, Ruan Tian rolled her eyes skyward in silence. Seeing that Ruan Tian had a formidable ally, the other survivors were compelled to suppress their restless hearts. Ultimately, the first individual to purchase buns stepped forward, exchanging 100 crystal cores for 2 dumplings. Thank you for your patronage. The survivor took a bite, initially indulging merely to satisfy his cravings, but upon tasting the bun, it was extraordinarily delicious. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly biting his tongue, as the rich flavor flooded his senses, compelling him to lick his lips repeatedly. These buns are not ordinary, are they? The survivor realized the significance of the dumplings. They not only quenched his cravings, but also enhanced his attributes. After finishing, he felt an exhilarating lightness. His fatigue vanished, and even his injuries seemed less painful. Truly miraculous. The onlookers observed his expression closely, intrigued by the astonishing effects. Witnessing such an incredible response, Ruan Tian's soup dumplings quickly vanished. The remaining 3 batches were entirely sold out, yielding an impressive profit of 800 crystal cores. A significant gain. Ruan Tian gazed at the pile of gray crystal cores, marveling at their beauty. This marked the beginning of an improved quality of life. In the midst of it all, 1 crystal core accidentally fell to the ground, and before she could retrieve it, the little dog at her feet eagerly swallowed it. Oops! Ruan Tian exclaimed, lifting the little dog and pressing gently on its belly, calling out to the system in her mind. System, can little white consume crystal cores? System, of course, consuming numerous crystal cores can lead to its evolution. Ruan Tian was taken aback. Unable to contain her surprise, she exclaimed, What? Such an important detail, and you didn't mention it sooner. System, you never asked. Ruan Tian. She had focused solely on her own status and that of the cart, neglecting to check on Little White's. Quickly, she opened Little White's status panel, which read, Pet name, Hellhound Little White, pet abilities, eating, sleeping, defecating, playing, walking itself. Pet description, is an extremely fierce hellhound, destined for greatness one day, able to walk itself. Well, isn't that a kind of talent? Ruan Tian was speechless, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she reread the pet abilities. This was merely an unremarkable little dog, devoid of any semblance of a fearsome hellhound's abilities. At the bottom, she discovered the number of crystal cores required for Little White's evolution. She was taken aback upon seeing it. Pet evolution, 110,000, excellent, more expensive than the recipe. Little White, you become a dog worth over 10,000. Chapter 7 Yi Mofeng, come in and wash my feet. Survivors absorb crystal nuclei to enhance their own abilities. Ruan Tian had obtained 800 crystal nuclei in one breath, which was indeed too eye-catching, inciting envy. She had truly struck it rich. Just as Ruan Tian was about to delightfully feed these crystal nuclei to the little cart, something tugged at her pant leg. Lowering her gaze, she met the wet, pleading eyes of Xiao Bai. Ruan Tian. Child, I understand your urgency, but please be patient. The primary task at hand is to elevate the little cart's level and unlock new recipes. A little compromise for Xiao Bai is acceptable. Xiao Bai whimpered, looking at Ruan Tian with a pitiful expression, its thin tail, no longer than a mechanical pencil, wagging furiously. Ruan Tian felt a pang of compassion. She covered her eyes and bit her lip, stomping her foot. Fine, I shall grant you 100. Xiaobao was satisfied, obediently consuming the 100 low-tier crystal nuclei that Ruan Tian offered. Lu Xuexue, observing Ruan Tian's extravagant actions, couldn't help but comment sourly. How shameless to feed such precious items to a dog. Oh yes, indeed, Ruan Tian replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I'm shameless enough to concern myself with someone else's dog. Rising from the ground, hands on her hips, she directed a barrage at Lu Xuexue, who were so lofty and proud, ran off to be a mistress while engaged. How about you conjure a little soup dumpling yourself? You. Lu Xuexue's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling insulted. Her ability was only sea level, limited to producing water. It sounded impressive since water was a precious resource in the apocalypse. Yet she could only conjure a meager amount, insufficient even to fill a baby-s basin. The water was undrinkable, utterly useless. Without Yi Mofeng's strength, she would not have survived this long. Why not just cry? I bet the tears you shed would surpass the water you can conjure. Yi Mofeng, Lu Xuexue cried out, shifting her grievance to him. Why are you calling him? Ruan Tian retracted the little cart. Dear sister, if you beg me, I might just let you have a taste of the dumpling skin. Lu Xuexue sniffled, instinctively asking, what about the filling? Ruan Tian pointed toward Xiaobai, still munching on the crystal nuclei. Of course it goes to Xiaobai. Wow. Lu Xuexue could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. Surrounded by onlookers, her pride shattered. She dashed into the tent without a second thought. Her lover, Peng Si, shot Ruan Tian a glare before following her inside to console her, completely disregarding Yi Mofeng. Her fiancé. Yi Mofeng intended to follow, but Ruan Tian stopped him. Trust me, don't go in. But she's crying so heartbreakingly. Yi Mofeng couldn't help but fret. That's just fake crying. Look, there's not even a tear. Yi Mofeng remained unconvinced, insisting, Xuexue is very fragile. If I don't comfort her now, she might break. Hearing this, Ruan Tian laughed heartily, pointing at herself. If you go in now, the one who will break will be me. He hesitated, yet the cries from within the tent grew louder. Yi Mofeng shook his head helplessly. You break first. I'll come out and put you back together. Ruan Tian. Now, I finally comprehend the terrifying nature of infatuation. Yi Mofeng entered the tent, while Ruan Tian squatted outside, counting the seconds. She perked up her ears, straining to catch the conversation within. Amid sobs, Lu Xuexue sweetly questioned Yi Mofeng. If I and Ruan Tian were to fall into a horde of zombies simultaneously, who would you save first? At this, Ruan Tian's lips twitched. Wasn't this akin to asking whom he would save if she and his mother fell into the water? Ruan Tian pressed her ear closer, nearly flattening her body against the tent, eager to hear more. Though she couldn't hear Yi Mofeng's response, Lu Xuexue's crying suddenly ceased. Ruan Tian lost interest, pouting. Her current situation was rather awkward. Wandering freely around the camp could lead to danger. So many had witnessed Ruan Tian's abilities, filled with admiration. One could say they were envious. They couldn't help but fantasize about how blissful life would be if they possessed Ruan Tian's skills, living a carefree existence amidst the apocalypse. Ruan Tian could only crouch at the tent entrance, idly thinking, how about I just sleep on the little cart tonight? At that moment, Yi Mofeng emerged from the tent. Ruan Tian looked up and noticed the palm print on his face. Ouch, that was quite a blow. Yi Mofeng, accustomed to it all, was indeed a favored child of the heavens, wielding immense power. Yet he chose to play the infatuated fool. He crouched beside Ruan Tian. Did you not choose Lu Xuexue just now? At this, Yi Mofeng paused. You heard that? Ruan Tian nodded, feeling embarrassed about her eavesdropping, likening herself to a sneaky cockroach. Yi Mofeng smiled faintly. I didn't choose. Curiosity piqued. Ruan Tian asked, then what did you reply? Yi Mofeng, honest as ever, replied. I said I would split myself in half with a sword. Ruan Tian silently gave him a thumbs up. Yi Mofeng was truly straightforward. Noticing her silence, he assumed she was upset and quickly explained, in the later stages, my powers will become formidable. Splitting myself in half with a sword might indeed save both. All right, enough. Ruan Tian chuckled at Yi Mofeng's words. However, glancing at her survival time, she quickly lost her smile. Yi Mofeng, I fed you so many dumplings today. Indeed, Ruan Tian straightforwardly stated her intent. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Thank you, Yi Mofeng replied earnestly. Congratulations to host Ruan Tian for receiving Yi Mofeng's gratitude value of 1. Survival time increased by 1 hour. Unsatisfied, Ruan Tian urged, "Can your gratitude be a bit more heartfelt?" Yi Mofeng closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he opened them again, they brimmed with sincerity. "Thank you, the magnificent Ruan Tian, for bestowing upon me 8 dumplings. Congratulations to host Ruan Tian for receiving Yi Mofeng's gratitude value of 3. Survival time increased by 3 hours. Ruan Tian felt content, thinking she could sleep soundly that night. Speaking of which, she suddenly jolted awake. "Where are we sleeping tonight?" Yi Mofeng shrugged. "No need for fuss. The sky will be our blanket, and the ground our bed." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian summoned the little cart and the $2 stool. "Will you sleep on the little cart or choose this stool?" Watching Ruan Tian prepare to climb onto the little cart, Yi Mofeng chuckled. "I choose the stool." Ruan Tian felt relieved as she comfortably lay on the little cart, resting her head against the steamer and closing her eyes. "Good night, Yi Mofeng." "Good night, Ruan Tian." As they both closed their eyes, a moment later, Lu Xue's pitiful voice floated from within the tent. "Yi Mofeng, come in and wash my feet." Chapter 8. Well, my face has turned into a dumpling. Ruan Tian opened her eyes with a blank expression, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. "Did you hear that? You're being called to wash your feet." Yi Mofeng reflexively stood up from the small stool and walked towards the tent. Ruan Tian, unable to return to her slumber, followed him inside the tent. The interior of the tent was quite rudimentary. Originally, there were 5 of them, but one had perished along the way. How'd they die? Pushed into a horde of zombies by Lu Xue, becoming a pitiful shield for the rest. Inside the tent lay a girl, her features delicate and her figure appealing. Yet her face was contorted in pain. She seemed to have a fever, having endured a grueling journey. It was a miracle she had made it this far. There was only one bed in the tent, cobbled together from desks. Lu Xue and her lover, despite being merely mentally fatigued and uninjured, intimately occupied the sole bed. Meanwhile, the feverish girl lay forlornly on the ground, her face flushed, her breathing labored. Lu Xue cast a disdainful glance at her. "Brother Peng, Shaoli is so annoying. Her breathing is so loud, I can't sleep." Lu Xue raised her hand to touch her own skin, feeling its roughness, which only heightened her petulance. Xue, she is ill. We should show some compassion." Ruan Tian scoffed. "Compassion? They haven't even provided her with a mat, leaving her to lie on the ground. Is that what you call compassion?" These two were truly selfish to the extreme. Peng Si's gaze inadvertently swept across Zhang Shaoli's rising chest, his throat bobbing. Ruan Tian bluntly remarked, "If you wish to look, then look. Why pretend to be a paragon of virtue? Your eyes are nearly crossing." Peng Si shot her a fierce glare and attempted to clarify. "You are truly ridiculous. I will only ever love Xue." "Oh really?" Ruan Tian retorted, her eyes wide, as if in disbelief. "If your goddess and Lu Xue both fell into a zombie horde, who would you save?" Peng Si froze for 2 seconds. It was during this brief moment that Ruan Tian seized the opportunity. "Huh?" Ruan Tian placed her hands on her hips. "You hesitated. You don't genuinely love Lu Xue." Lu Xue swiftly turned to glare at Peng Si. "Did you not say I was your only goddess?" "Xue, let me explain." Peng Si quickly recovered. "You are indeed my only goddess." Lu Xue and Peng Si erupted into a fierce argument, while Ruan Tian observed with keen interest. As Lu Xue sobbed, she caught sight of Ruan Tian, who was secretly enjoying the chaos, and instantly ceased her tears. "Yi Mofeng, come here." Now, she had learned to be clever, realizing she could not match Ruan Tian's verbal prowess, and directed her frustration solely at Yi Mofeng. Yi Mofeng, accustomed to this, quietly approached. Lu Xue looked down at him, relishing the sight of this once proud figure reduced to her loyal sycophant, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. "Yi Mofeng, kneel before me." No sooner had she spoken than Yi Mofeng dropped to his knees. Ruan Tian could no longer tolerate it. Lu Xue was treating Yi Mofeng like a mere dog. They had driven him to the brink of PTSD. Lu Xuexue crossed her legs, gazing down at the obedient Yi Mafeng, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. As long as Yi Mafeng remained compliant, she could certainly rely on his protection to live comfortably. Yi Mafeng, your recent behavior has disappointed me. Lu Xuexue commenced her performance, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. You brought back a wild woman. It's outright infidelity. Ruan Tian frowned at this. What had Yi Mafeng endured to have fallen into the clutches of such a manipulative person as Lu Xuexue? If this was deemed infidelity, what then of the ambiguous entanglements between Lu Xuexue and Peng Si? Such a simplistic accusation could not satisfy Lu Xuexue's sadistic desires. She fixed her gaze on Yi Mafeng. You are tainted. In this apocalypse, only I will treat you kindly. No one else will. At her words, Yi Mafeng remained silent, his head bowed. His once proud posture now slumped. Lu Xuexue's tirade continued, this time redirecting her fury towards Ruan Tian. She pointed an accusatory finger at her, unleashing a torrent of insults. This woman is nothing but a harlot. How could she possibly compare to me? At this, Ruan Tian rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Lu Xuexue. Did she truly think she could provoke her without consequence? But before Ruan Tian could make a move, the previously silent Yi Mafeng spoke up. Ruan Tian is not that kind of person. If it weren't for her, I would already be dead. Yi Mafeng was defending another woman. This was unprecedented. Lu Xuexue looked down in shock, her eyes wide. You dare defy me? Yi Mafeng's rebellion sent tremors of fear through Lu Xuexue. She could feel him slipping from her grasp. In a panic, she seized a nearby foot basin and hurled it at Yi Mafeng. This was a large wooden basin. Yi Mafeng was Ruan Tian's means of survival. If he were injured, Ruan Tian would meet her end as well. Without a second thought, Ruan Tian lunged forward, her body moving faster than her mind. By the time Ruan Tian realized what was happening, pain shot through her back. Unlike Yi Mafeng, who possessed extraordinary abilities, she was just an ordinary human. The weight of the basin crashing onto her back left her vision darkening. She collapsed into Yi Mafeng's arms, who held her tightly. Yi Mafeng's gaze darkened as he looked at Lu Xuexue. Why do you look at me with such eyes? Lu Xuexue, startled by his glare, began to rationalize her actions. Ruan Tian came rushing in to protect you. It has nothing to do with me. In that moment, Lu Xuexue felt emboldened, standing atop her perceived moral high ground. You are strong and possess extraordinary abilities. What harm is there in me throwing something at you to vent my frustration? She snuggled closer to her lover, calm and collected. After all, you are strong. I was merely throwing something at you. You wouldn't get hurt. Yet, Lu Xuexue failed to consider the countless injuries Yi Mafeng had sustained to protect her throughout this harrowing journey. He was indeed powerful, but he was still human. When injured, he too felt pain. Lu Xuexue had always been so selfish. Yi Mafeng closed his eyes, cradling Ruan Tian as he rose from the ground. Upon seeing him disobey her command, Lu Xuexue erupted in anger. I have not permitted you to rise. Yi Mafeng, return and kneel. In the past, her words would compel him to comply. But today, after witnessing Lu Xuexue harm Ruan Tian, he refused to obey. Instead, he steadfastly carried Ruan Tian out of the cramped tent. Once outside, Yi Mafeng gently placed Ruan Tian onto a small cart. He knelt before her, observing her pained expression, akin to a forlorn puppy, unable to resist lowering his head. Ruan Tian gazed at his despondent demeanor, murmuring, well, now my face has wrinkled into a dumpling. Yi Mafeng studied her closely, noting that indeed, her face had transformed into a dumpling. The corners of her lips involuntarily lifted for a brief moment, and she couldn't help but think that Ruan Tian's current appearance was not unattractive, even somewhat endearing. Ruan Tian widened her eyes. Yi Mafeng, I suspect you just chuckled at me. Did I? Yi Mafeng gently blinked. It must be a misperception on your part. Impossible. Ruan Tian was entirely certain. Your lips curled up for 2 seconds. I saw it with both of my eyes. Well, if you saw it, Yi Mafeng complied, resembling someone soothing a child. His gaze inevitably fell upon Ruan Tian's back. Seeing her in such pain, her back must be red and swollen. For a moment, Yi Mafeng was at a loss as to how to comfort her. He slowly lowered his eyelids, his expression resembling that of a forlorn puppy. Ruan Tian found his reaction amusing. However, before she could laugh, she inadvertently tugged at a bruised spot on her back. Ouch! Ruan Tian instantly transformed into a state of despair. I can't believe you can endure this. Getting hit by something so heavy must hurt terribly. You don't need to shield me. Yi Mofeng pressed his lips together. My abilities are quite formidable. I'm fine after being struck. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian blurted out without a moment's hesitation, but you can still feel pain. Yi Mofeng was momentarily taken aback by her words. Ruan Tian stared earnestly at him. You're not a weapon or a robot. You have flesh and blood. She forced herself to endure the pain, propping herself up, and continued to express her thoughts. You are human, with emotions. You can feel sadness and sorrow, and I cannot allow you to be hurt. Because Ruan Tian's life was inextricably linked to Yi Mofeng's gratitude value. If this A-grade ally were to perish, what if the next target were exceedingly difficult to deal with? In this light, Yi Mofeng's temperament truly was exceptional, aside from being somewhat of a sycophant. He had no faults. His emotions were stable and his strength formidable. Although he was somewhat taciturn, he provided ample security. Yi Mofeng was profoundly affected by Ruan Tian's words. Even his biological parents had never praised him in such a manner. Under the rigid constraints of his upbringing, even when he achieved first place, he would only receive cold remarks urging him to strive harder next time. This was the first time someone had spoken to him like this. Congratulations. Host Ruan Tian has gained 10 gratitude points from Yi Mofeng. Survival time, 10 hours. Hearing the system notification in her mind, Ruan Tian was momentarily stunned. Just a simple statement could yield such a significant increase in gratitude points. Yi Mofeng was adept at concealing his emotions, only for a fleeting moment. When Ruan Tian uttered those words, did a faint expression flicker across his face, but soon he returned to his usual indifferent demeanor. Yet, within his gaze towards Ruan Tian, there was a subtle hint of amusement. Thank you, Ruan Tian. He cradled the sword in his arms, leaning against the cart like a devoted guardian. Ruan Tian turned her head, observing Yi Mofeng's seemingly soft yet prickly hair, and whispered, Yi Mofeng, I'm not criticizing you, but if it's too difficult, why not find someone else to like? In response to Ruan Tian's inquiry, Yi Mofeng explained his unwavering sentiment. Shue was there for me during the darkest times of my life. Before he could finish, Ruan Tian, with a deadpan expression, interjected, Shue helped you during your life's most challenging phase, so you feel compelled to be grateful to her, right? Yeah. Yi Mofeng mused internally. How many times had he repeated this in front of Ruan Tian, only for her to memorize every word? He decided it was pointless to argue now. Ruan Tian was so dizzy from the pain that she regretted using up all her chances to make dumplings today. She could only wait until the next day when her dumpling-making opportunities refreshed to prepare a batch for herself to regain her strength. Ruan Tian sighed and closed her eyes. Just as she did, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. She abruptly propped herself up, opened her status bar, and realized something she had overlooked since her arrival. Ruan Tian discovered she did not have a health bar. While others had a health value above their heads, Ruan Tian did not. Skeptically, she opened her status bar again, scrutinizing it closely. She could only see her name followed by survival time. 18H. Being struck fiercely by Lu Shue would only inflict pain on Ruan Tian, but would not deduct health. This meant that as long as Ruan Tian amassed sufficient gratitude points and secured ample survival time, no matter how grievous her injuries, she would not perish. This was undoubtedly the most extraordinary advantage. Ruan Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her, resting her head back on the cart with a peculiar smile. Yi Mofeng, hearing the soft laughter behind him, subtly distanced himself from the cart. How the wooden basin struck Ruan Tian's acupoints? Now I am invincible too. Ruan Tian summoned the system, wearing a grin of flattery, and internally praised it. System, why didn't you tell me I had such a powerful advantage sooner? System. Host, your current demeanor is rather unpleasant. Ruan Tian, elated, paid no mind to the system's remark. System, is there anything else you haven't disclosed to me? Please reveal everything at once. The system indeed had information it had not shared with Ruan Tian. Host, there is one more thing. Ruan Tian was lost in a delightful reverie. As long as she remained by Yi Mofeng's side and accumulated enough gratitude points for a year, she could then seek other targets. After all, Ruan Tian did not require sustenance, nor would she perish. Truly invincible. The next moment, Ruan Tian heard the system say, "Host, you may only stay with one target for 7 days." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's delighted laughter abruptly ceased. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, as her dreams of invincibility shattered. Yi Mofeng, such an excellent target, and she would have to part ways in just 4 days. Overwhelmed by the stark contrast in her emotions, Yi Mofeng was about to close his eyes to keep watch when he heard Ruan Tian's previously cheerful laughter transform into a series of muffled sobs. Yi Mofeng. He reluctantly opened his eyes and turned to look at Ruan Tian, only to find her expression had morphed from a playful demeanor into one of utter dismay. Yi Mofeng was amused by Ruan Tian's animated expressions, and his mood gradually brightened without him even realizing it. "What's wrong?" Ruan Tian regained her composure, gazing at Yi Mofeng, who showed such concern for her, and tearfully grasped his hand. "Fengzi, take me with you. Don't leave me. How can I live without you?" "Fengzi." At her words, Yi Mofeng's smile instantly froze. Chapter 10. Oh, Xiaobai, you truly are a golden devouring beast. What mischief is Ruan Tian up to now? Yi Mofeng's smile faded slightly as he asked, "Are you leaving?" Upon uttering those words, he suddenly realized that there was no bond between him and Ruan Tian. Thus, Ruan Tian was entirely free. She could go wherever she wished. Yi Mofeng had no authority to restrict her social freedom. Indeed, she could decide her own path. In contrast, Yi Mofeng was bound to follow Lu Xuexue, and knowing that she was quite vulnerable and would struggle to survive without his protection. This is truly a last resort. Ruan Tian sighed, as she had no desire to depart. After all, she was still unaware of any information regarding her next target for conquest. If she were to draw an SSS-rated high-risk target again, how would she survive? With barely a day's worth of time left. What if her next objective was located far away? She feared that by the time she found them, it would be too late. She needed to consider her own interests. Thus, Ruan Tian resolved to extract more from Yi Mofeng's generosity, earnestly patting him on the shoulder. "Brother, Fengge, you're my brother." Yi Mofeng's lips twitched, uncertain of what Ruan Tian was plotting. That wooden basin is quite painful. To lend weight to her words, she emphasized her tone, exclaiming, "It hurts." Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng instantly grasped her intent. "Thank you for shielding me." Congratulations to the host Ruan Tian for receiving 3 gratitude points from Yi Mofeng. Survival time extended by 3 hours. With only a slight increase, she tightened her grip on his shoulder. "I am in excruciating pain. Can't you express a bit more gratitude?" Yi Mofeng's expression shifted with the intensity of Ruan Tian's grip. "I am truly, immensely grateful to you, my great benefactor, Ruan Tian." Congratulations to the host Ruan Tian for receiving 1 gratitude point from Yi Mofeng. Survival time extended by 1 hour. Is that all? Ruan Tian withdrew her hand in disappointment, though her heart still held hope. Gratitude points were akin to water in a sponge. As long as one was willing to squeeze, there would always be some to extract. Yi Mofeng replied, "I thank you." Under the vigorous pressure of Yi Mofeng's gratitude, he managed to yield 0. 5 hours. Ruan Tian, disheartened, rested her cheek against the steamer, lapsing into silence. It seemed she had fallen into a deep slumber. Yi Mofeng removed his jacket and gently draped it over her. Rising from the ground, his gaze swept toward a shadow nearby, expressionless as he lifted his sword. With Ruan Tian's formidable abilities, how could she not attract attention? There were those who yearned to seize her powers by any means necessary, or rather, to enslave her and use her as a tool. They intended to strike under the cover of night, but Yi Mofeng had already sensed their intent. He would not grant them the opportunity. Gripping his sword, he traced his fingers along the dark sheath, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he silently declared, "Want to steal? Then give it a try." A few persistent individuals, eager for a taste of warmth, charged towards Yi Mofeng. Just as he prepared to act, he caught a glimpse of a white figure darting swiftly past him. Yi Mofeng focused his gaze, only to discover it was Ruan Tian's dog Xiaobai. No larger than a stool, it was still in its youthful form, presenting an adorably fierce appearance. "Woof!" It barked brightly, bravely puffing out its tiny chest. Xiao Bai expelled a small flame, no thicker than a thumb, which flickered in the air before plummeting to the ground with a clatter. This spectacle amused the leader of the group, who mockingly addressed Xiao Bai. "Hey, you're not sending such a feeble creature to battle me, are you?" In this post-apocalyptic world, even animals had mutated. Yet, the leader had never encountered one as weak as Xiao Bai. He approached without fear, inching closer. Just as Imofeng was about to intervene, Xiao Bai raised a paw, signaling him not to engage. "Oh, you little rascal, you are quite understanding." As the adversary drew near the small cart, Xiao Bai suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the leader's pant leg. Ha ha ha. The absurdity of the scene drew laughter from the opponent. "What are you doing, scratching my leg?" But in the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded. The tiny flame, which had previously been no thicker than a thumb, transformed into a roaring inferno as Xiao Bai approached the cart. The fire surged forth with lightning speed, consuming the assailant entirely. He didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Everyone present stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Imofeng had been ready to act, but who could have anticipated Xiao Bai's remarkable prowess? The remaining attackers, witnessing their leader's demise in flames, lost their will to fight and immediately fled. Xiao Bai wagged its tail, leaping up to nestle against Ruan Tian's neck, curling into a fluffy ball. Imofeng exhaled deeply, realizing that Xiao Bai indeed possessed strength to protect Ruan Tian. However, he gazed at her sleeping visage, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Despite the commotion, Ruan Tian remained blissfully unaware, showcasing a remarkable quality of sleep. The following day, Ruan Tian stretched lazily, groggily rubbing her head against the fluffy creature beneath her. It didn't take long for her to sense something amiss. She quickly sat up, realizing she had unwittingly used Xiao Bai as a pillow. The poor hellhound lay on its back, its soft belly having served as Ruan Tian's resting place throughout the night. Imofeng awoke to the commotion caused by Ruan Tian and recounted the events of the previous night. "What?" Ruan Tian exclaimed joyfully. "I knew Xiao Bai was formidable. The system would never assign me a useless bodyguard." Grinning as she held Xiao Bai's soft paw, she cooed, "Come, darling, show mommy your fierceness." In response, Xiao Bai gazed innocently at Ruan Tian, emitting a small puff of smoke rings, its eyes glistening with an endearing innocence. Ruan Tian opened Xiao Bai's status panel to take a glance. Pet name: Hellhound Xiao Bai. Pet abilities: eating, sleeping, defecating, playing, wandering independently, charmingly acting obedient. Possessing 2 glistening eyes akin to grapes. Pet skills: Ghost Fire, unlocked. Pet description: Xiao Bai, a fierce hellhound. Do not be deceived by its adorable exterior. By the way, it dislikes bathing. If it comes into contact with water, it may become emo. Please ensure the host attends to the pet's emotional state promptly. Upon discovering Xiao Bai's new skill, Ruan Tian was about to celebrate when she noticed the conditions for utilizing the Ghost Fire skill. Each use required 50 crystal cores and was limited by distance. It could only be employed within the vicinity of a small cart. Exceeding that range would transform Xiao Bai from a hellhound into a cute little dog. 50 crystal cores. Ruan Tian's vision darkened. What was this truly called a hellhound? It would be better to rename it the Golden Devouring Beast. Chapter 11. The zombie tide approaches. Little Bai gazed innocently at Ruan Tian, tilting its head and letting out a soft whimper. "My dear," Ruan Tian said, lifting Little Bai into her arms with utmost seriousness. "Are you a bottomless pit? How can you eat so much?" Upon hearing this, Little Bai's face instantly scrunched up like a dumpling, and tears the size of peas welled up in its eyes. Imofeng glanced at the little creature, whose tail had ceased to wag, and couldn't help but remark, "Your words about Little Bai are rather cruel." In agreement, Little Bai extended a paw and gently patted Ruan Tian's shoulder, its expression pitifully adorable. "Clearly, I'm the one who deserves sympathy." She couldn't divulge the secret of the little cart to Imofeng, as he had a family to support, with both elders and young ones to care for, along with mortgage obligations. Conversely, Ruan Tian's responsibilities included 6 formidable figures above her and a single pup below. Naturally, she too had her share of car loans. The little cart before her symbolized Ruan Tian's car debt, a rather amusing irony. Feeling disheartened, Ruan Tian resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the little cart. Observing her despondent demeanor, Yimofeng stepped closer, attempting to console her. "It's all right. It's just a crystal core. I will handle it." At his words, Ruan Tian's spirits revived instantly. She looked up at Yimofeng, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Brother, you are truly my dear brother. Have you finally resolved to abandon Lu Xue and elope with me?" Yimofeng replied, "That has nothing to do with this." Ruan Tian's smile faded immediately, her enthusiasm deflating as she reclined back on the cart. "You are nothing but a sycophant. I have decided to cast you aside, and from now on, you shall no longer indulge in fresh, warm dumplings." Yimofeng found her sulking demeanor endearing rather than annoying. It was a stark contrast to the feelings Lu Xue invoked in him. While Lu Xue often displayed anger, it left him feeling stifled and lost, even in pain. Yet Ruan Tian, when upset, puffed her delicate cheeks like a puffer fish, rendering her utterly charming. Yimofeng's mood lightened in her presence. Ruan Tian cradled Little Bai and gently rubbed it, murmuring, I truly do not understand what is so special about Lu Xue." Her voice, soft and sweet, melted hearts. Yimofeng was no exception. He couldn't resist reaching out and affectionately ruffling Ruan Tian's hair. Just then, Lu Xue emerged from the makeshift tent, her gaze landing on the scene before her. "Yimofeng," she exclaimed in anger, striding over without hesitation and delivering a sharp slap to his left cheek. The blow was sudden and fierce, causing Yimofeng to grunt, his head turning from the impact, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Lu Xue's force was unforgiving, and the tenderness in Yimofeng's eyes quickly vanished as he expressionlessly pressed his tongue against his numb jaw. He then raised a hand to wipe away the crimson blood. Ruan Tian gasped at the sight of Yimofeng's swollen cheek, realizing the pain he must feel. Yet Lu Xue remained oblivious to her wrongdoing, cradling her numbed hand as she turned to Peng Si, saying, "My hand hurts." Ruan Tian gritted her teeth, thinking, "Please, Yimofeng hasn't he even complained about the pain, and you're already feigning distress?" In response, Lu Xue shot her a glare. "I am delicate, and compared to someone as rough as Yimofeng, I am certainly more precious." Ruan Tian's retort was a dramatic eye roll towards the heavens. Peng Si tenderly embraced Lu Xue's hand. "Xue, it must hurt terribly, right? Don't worry, I am here for you." Lu Xue was completely unaware of how bizarre her behavior appeared. After all, Yimofeng was her betrothed. As the fiancé, she struck her own fiancé with such force. And after that, offered no words of consolation, instead turning to flirt with her lover. Was there no longer any sense of morality or law in this world? Ruan Tian watched, her lips twitching, pondering what Yimofeng saw in such a person. Did he truly enjoy the feeling of wearing a green hat? Lu Xue continued to berate Yimofeng. "You are my fiancé, yet you flirt with Ruan Tian in my absence. Can that even be called flirting? Yimofeng, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Your actions are no different from infidelity." Lu Xue, who still held Peng Si's hand, began to blame Yimofeng. Clearly, she was the one acting flirtatiously. Ruan Tian refused to indulge Lu Xue's bad habits. She leaped from the cart and approached Yimofeng, producing a tissue. "Yimofeng, does your face hurt?" Lu Xue, witnessing Ruan Tian's actions, seethed. "What are you doing, you insipid green tea?" Ruan Tian, emboldened by her desire to infuriate Lu Xue, threw herself into Yimofeng's embrace. "Gigi, look at how I am making her furious. Unlike me, who only cares for you." Yimofeng's expression momentarily shifted, while Lu Xue stood frozen, never having encountered anyone who would combat her with her own tactics. "Ruan Tian, can you not have any shame? This man is my fiancé. Oh, and what of it? You are allowed a lover, but we cannot have Gigi? Nonsense." Upon realizing her outburst, Lu Xue felt a pang of embarrassment. Her sweet tone forgotten, clearing her throat awkwardly, she insisted, "Yimofeng, if you still regard me as your fiancé, come here." Hesitating, Yimofeng slowly lowered his head, not immediately complying. Ruan Tian grasped his wrist, saying, "You need not heed her. Remember who inflicted this injury upon you. If Yimofeng were to traverse the apocalypse alone, he would undoubtedly find it far easier. Lu Shueshua, seeing Yi Mofeng's reluctance to approach, gritted her teeth and unleashed her ultimate weapon. When you were at your most difficult, I unhesitatingly extended my hand to assist you, tirelessly helping you recover. Without me, would your leg still be intact? At her words, Yi Mofeng's fingers, which hung at his side, involuntarily clenched. Just as Lu Shueshua had stated, without her, he would not have survived. Thus you owe me this. The third wave of the zombie tide is imminent, and I command you to protect me. Lu Shueshua raised her chin in a spoiled manner, gazing at Yi Mofeng as one might at a pet. Ruan Tian caught the key phrase, zombie tide? Wait, a zombie tide is coming. Chapter 12. Mere lights are not enough each month. When a moon is entirely devoured by a blood-red hue, a horde of zombies erupts. For full day, the speed and ferocity of the undead escalate dramatically. It is a celebration for the zombies, but a day of reckoning for the survivors. Their heightened sense of smell and hearing render the situation for human survivors exceedingly perilous. The more populous the location, the more it tantalizes the zombies' appetites, transforming survivor camps into a veritable buffet for the undead. To prevent the encampments from being overrun, the survivors devised a cunning plan. The administrators of the survivor base conduct a lottery, allowing fate to select 10 individuals upon whom blood is spilled. These 5 are to serve as bait, drawing the horde away from the others. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies possess limited intellect, making the strategy typically successful. Thus, the remaining humans are granted a chance at survival. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that these 10 individuals are nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Consequently, on the day of the lottery, the survivors were expressions of despair, silently praying not to be chosen. Lu Shueshua cast a furtive glance at Yi Mofeng, calculating her options. If she drew the red slip, she would insist on dragging Yi Mofeng into the fray with her. Even if he were not selected, she would forcibly include him. Yi Mofeng's formidable strength and unwavering loyalty would not only safeguard Lu Shueshua, but could also serve as a shield in critical moments. There existed no more useful tool than Yi Mofeng. Ruan Tian noticed the frantic glimmer in Lu Shueshua's eyes and instantly understood her ulterior motives. Yi Mofeng, do you like me? Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng restrained a wince of pain, his gaze lowered, remaining silent. Yet Lu Shueshua pressed on, urgency lacing her voice. Yi Mofeng, do you like me? Sensing her impatience, Yi Mofeng gently closed his eyes and replied softly, yes, I do. With this affirmation, Lu Shueshua felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. If you truly like me, then if I draw the red slip, you must switch with me. After uttering this, she felt no guilt, continuing with an air of entitlement. If Peng Si also draws a red slip, you must switch with him as well. Do you hear me? At this, Ruan Tian could no longer contain her indignation. Why should you two, so capable, not go yourselves? Why involve Yi Mofeng? He is too powerful to risk in the zombie tide. Surely you do not expect me to go? Lu Shueshua regarded Ruan Tian with a look of disdain, her brows furrowing in disbelief. I had thought you to be an intelligent individual, yet here you stand, utterly foolish. With someone as formidable as Yi Mofeng by your side, how can you fail to utilize him? It is truly laughable. Ruan Tian, holding Yi Mofeng's trembling fingers, lifted her chin defiantly. I will not exploit Yi Mofeng because we are friends. Yi Mofeng, momentarily taken aback, felt his long lashes quiver as he instinctively turned to Ruan Tian. Do not fear, Ruan Tian said gently, squeezing Yi Mofeng's fingers. I will always stand by you. As Yi Mofeng gazed at Ruan Tian, her words echoed in his mind. It was the first time anyone had spoken to him with such sincerity, each word imbued with genuine emotion. Ruan Tian's presence illuminated his heart, which had been battered by Lu Shueshua. Gradually, Yi Mofeng's fingers ceased to tremble as he quietly regarded Ruan Tian, warmth blossoming in his chest. Yet Lu Shueshua was displeased. Yi Mofeng was her subordinate. How could he escape her grasp and treat Ruan Tian with such kindness? Jealousy surged within her, and she cast a venomous glance in Ruan Tian's direction, her mind swirling with dark thoughts. Ruan Tian was indeed a thorn in her side, as long as she remained. Yi Mafeng would inevitably awaken to his own identity and break free from Lu Xuexiue's control. Lu Xuexiue nonchalantly glanced at Yi Mafeng, dismissing him entirely. She was acutely aware of his character and knew he would not abandon her. Yi Mafeng, I hope you will sever ties with Ruan Tian soon and remain my obedient pet. With that, Lu Xuexiue strutted away with Peng Si, her head held high like a victorious rooster. Lu Xuexiue was in no hurry to return to the tent. The lottery was imminent, and she was acquainted with the base administrator. Surveying the room, she noted the dismal expressions of the other survivors, all wishing to avoid selection. No one paid attention to her movements. Approaching the administrator, she smiled sweetly and whispered, "Could you do me a favor?" The administrator, Wang Peng, possessed a B-level ability to manipulate water elements. His power closely mirrored Lu Xuexiue's abilities, but the water he conjured was precious fresh water in this apocalyptic world, securing his esteemed position within the camp. Before the outbreak, Wang Peng had been an ordinary man, oppressed by his employer. Yet in this new world, his status had dramatically shifted. Upon seeing Lu Xuexiue approach, he regarded her with a hint of disdain. "Here to draw lots? Be quick. My time is valuable." Wang Peng, now in a position of power, looked down upon someone like Lu Xuexiue. She internally rolled her eyes at his arrogance, but maintained a facade of cordiality. "I have something to request. Seeking my assistance? You understand my terms, I presume?" Wang Peng narrowed his eyes, surveying Lu Xuexiue from head to toe, a lewd smile creeping onto his lips. Suppressing her nausea, Lu Xuexiue handed over a bag containing over 500 zombie crystal cores. Wang Peng's interest peaked as he accepted the bag, weighing it in his hands. Indeed, 500 cores. Absorbing their energy will undoubtedly enhance my power significantly. "What do you wish me to do?" With excitement, Lu Xuexiue responded, "I wish to eliminate a person and hope you can help me fabricate an alibi." "Who do you intend to eliminate? The woman by Yi Mafeng's side?" In Decity's survivor base, everyone knew Yi Mafeng and the connection he shared with Lu Xuexiue. "Precisely, that woman who persistently seduces my fiancé deserves to die." Wang Peng stroked his chin. "Very well. I operate on a pay-for-service basis. You can trust me." His eyes glinted with malice. In this world, laws and morals held no sway. Wang Peng grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Stepping closer, he seized Lu Xuexiue's hand, smiling wickedly. "I will arrange for Ruan Tian to receive a red slip. But these crystal cores are insufficient. You must also share my bed." Chapter 13. The Overprotective One, huh? Lu Xuexiue was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly confirming Wang Peng's previous statement. "Sleep with him for a while?" Wang Peng grinned, revealing his large yellowed teeth, and scrutinized Lu Xuexiue from head to toe, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Surely you don't believe that such a trivial amount of crystal cores could entice me?" He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke into the sky. In this post-apocalyptic world, cigarettes were a rare treasure. The cigarette in Wang Peng's hand was of the finest brand, gifted by others. "Lu Xuexiue, this is the end of days. I advise you not to be so naive." Lu Xuexiue's complexion turned ashen. She never anticipated Wang Peng could be so bold. "What is the matter? If you refuse to sleep with me, I might just decide not to help you," she retorted. Closing her eyes momentarily, she suppressed her disgust, then forced a twisted smile onto her face. She produced a small pouch from behind her, containing her stash of 300 crystal cores. Originally, she intended to use these cores to enhance her abilities. Who would have thought Wang Peng could be so loathsome? "You actually kept these hidden?" Sure. Peng raised an eyebrow, ceasing his cigarette habit, and stared at Lu Xuexiue for a long while. "As long as you agree to sabotage Ruan Tian and leave me out of it, I will give you all the remaining crystal cores." Lu Xuexiue's voice trembled as she spoke those words, yet she feigned composure. In front of Yi Mafeng, she would take advantage of his good nature, indulging in her whims. Sure. Peng bit down on the cigarette, but his gaze fierce, but he ultimately acquiesced. "Fine, I won't touch you, and all the crystal cores will be yours." The two reached an agreement. Despite Wang Peng's questionable character, he tended to honor his promises. Once Lu Xuexiue achieved her objective, she fled without looking back, embodying the essence of those who bully the weak and fear the strong. The remaining survivors began drawing lots in succession, and Ruan Tian tugged at Yi Mafeng, as though they were merely spectators, lining up at the back of the crowd. Yi Mafeng, it's my first time drawing lots. I'm so excited. Yi Mafeng glanced down at Ruan Tian. When she became animated, a rosy hue appeared on her fair cheeks, her eyes sparkling. In stark contrast to the somber expressions of the others in this desolate world, Ruan Tian radiated exuberance. Are you not afraid of drawing your own name? Ruan Tian, ever optimistic, surveyed the crowd and confidently declared, how could that happen? There are so many people here. I've always been incredibly unlucky. I've never drawn try again in my life, let alone 10 red slips. At her words, Yi Mafeng frowned slightly, instinctively searching for Lu Xuexue among the crowd. Noticing his subtle actions, Ruan Tian raised her hand and playfully poked his chest, teasingly whispering, even at this point, you're still looking for Lu Xuexue? Yi Mafeng's concern for Lu Xuexue stemmed from worries about her safety and fears that she might target Ruan Tian. Perhaps I'm overthinking things, Yi Mafeng thought as he rubbed his forehead, yet an unsettling feeling within him grew stronger. As Ruan Tian's turn approached, she chattered away, dragging Yi Mafeng into discussions that ranged from the origins of species in South America to the explosion of the Earth. Yi Mafeng listened to Ruan Tian's incessant babble, finding it oddly endearing. You're up next, he gently nudged her from behind. Ruan Tian, blissfully unaware, had already prepared herself for a white slip. Sensing Yi Mafeng's unease, she reassured him, don't be so tense. Her hand reached into the box, drawing the slip halfway out, and before she could see the color, Ruan Tian continued to comfort Yi Mafeng. Relax, as a perennial unlucky person, how could I possibly draw? Suddenly, Ruan Tian pulled the slip fully out, glanced down, and her smile froze. She uttered the remaining 2 words, red slip. Ruan Tian rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision. A consummate unlucky individual like her, who had never drawn try again for drinks, now felt as if she had struck gold in a sea of faces. Yet this was not gold. It was red. Her heart raced. How would she handle zombies? Perhaps she would use a small cart to run them over? Or let her little white dog nibble on them, trimming their calloused feet. Yi Mafeng's gaze was fixed on the slip in Ruan Tian's hand. His lips pressed tightly together, his foreboding feeling realized. He closed his eyes for a moment, then reopened them with clarity, snatching the slip from Ruan Tian's grasp. Hey, what are you doing? Ruan Tian was momentarily stunned, then tried to reclaim her slip. However, Yi Mafeng held it high above her reach. Yi Mafeng. Ruan Tian resembled a child desperately jumping to press the elevator button for the 18th floor, bouncing around in a futile attempt to retrieve the red slip from his grasp. Yi Mafeng towered at 187 meters, while Ruan Tian stood at a mere 6 meters. After a few more attempts, she could no longer leap, collapsing onto the ground like a tired fish. Yi Mafeng, don't get cocky. Next time I'll wear 20-meter high heels. In response, Yi Mafeng squatted before her, observing her silently. Hurry and give me the slip. Ruan Tian extended her hand towards him, her expression resolute. I drew it myself. Yi Mafeng rested his chin on his hand, speaking in a cold, calm tone, delivering a brutal truth. Then how will you fight the zombies? Use a small cart to run them over? Ruan Tian instinctively wanted to argue, but Yi Mafeng pressed further, or will you throw dumplings at their faces? Ruan Tian fell silent. Yi Mafeng gently said, I can go in your stead. There's no rule against exchanging slips. But I drew it myself. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Ruan Tian snatched the slip back. Yi Mafeng's response was unwavering. But I don't want you to die, Ruan Tian. I want you to live. Ruan Tian understood his intent, looking down at the bamboo slip in her hand, and suddenly smiled with acceptance. This is my fate, and I accept it. Yet Yi Mafeng could not accept it. He instinctively wished to say something, but Ruan Tian gently tugged at his sleeve. When he looked down, he met her gaze and saw the expression on her face. Ruan Tian wore a candid smile, revealing the small tiger tooth at the corner of her mouth. And upon closer inspection, one could spot a tiny dimple. It's all right. I'm not afraid. She tightened her grip on the bamboo slip. You are my friend, so I want to use you as a shield. Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled as she spoke with a hint of warmth. I want to become someone like Lu Xuexue, because you're not a tool. You are a genuine person. I also hope you live well. Yi Mafeng fell silent, his gaze on Ruan Tian darkening slightly. Trust me, I can survive. Ruan Tian raised her fists enthusiastically, lifting both arms to flex her muscles. Look at my impressive muscle definition. Yi Mafeng chuckled at her remark, noting that her muscles were barely visible. With those little arms and legs, you wouldn't even be enough for the zombies to chew on. Yi Mafeng. Ruan Tian's expression turned serious, sensing a significant shift in their relationship. It seems we've grown quite close. In response, Yi Mafeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've noticed that you haven't been very nice to me lately. She feigned grievance, tears trickling down her cheeks as she whimpered. Yi Mafeng gazed at her for a few seconds, his expression inscrutable. Could you perhaps close your fingers tightly while crying? I can see the glimmer of laughter in your eyes. Ruan Tian, rendered speechless, lowered her hand, exclaiming, "TSK, can't you just cooperate with my performance? How utterly heartless. I was prepared to fight for you, and yet you accuse me of being unfeeling?" He retorted with a smirk. The words of a man are but the whispers of deceit. Ruan Tian and Yi Mafeng engaged in playful banter, their exchange unnoticed by Lu Xueshu, who witnessed the scene from the corner. A pang of bitterness surged in her heart as she felt betrayed by Yi Mafeng. The unpleasant recollection of Wang Peng's earlier actions lingered, amplifying her sense of injustice. Yi Mafeng also drew a white slip. Lu Xueshu strode up to him, snatching the white slip from his grasp. "Hey, what are you doing?" he asked, accustomed to her boldness. Yet Ruan Tian was indignant, questioning Lu Xueshu's motives. "What am I doing? The matters between Yi Mafeng and me do not require your interference," she shot back, rolling her eyes before imperiously declaring to Yi Mafeng, "You must participate in this zombie wave. No objections, I presume?" Ruan Tian stared incredulously at Lu Xueshu, as if regarding a shameless creature. Yi Mafeng had drawn a white slip, yet here Lu Xueshu was dictating terms. Lu Xueshu had given all her crystal cores to Wang Peng, leaving her penniless. She needed to contribute cores daily to remain in the survivor's base, and she had no desire to venture outside, exposing herself to the elements while battling zombies. Yi Mafeng showed no signs of dissent, yet that was solely because Lu Xueshu had not allowed him an opportunity to refuse. Have some shame. Treating Yi Mafeng as a mere tool will lead to his eventual abandonment. In response, Lu Xueshu, brimming with confidence, declared, "That is impossible. Yi Mafeng adores me. He would never leave." As their quarrel intensified, Yi Mafeng gently placed a hand on Ruan Tian's shoulder. "It's fine, I'll go." Yi Mafeng. Ruan Tian turned, disbelief etched on her face. "You don't intend to be a lifelong sycophant, do you?" Lu Xueshu scoffed, raising her chin in triumph. "See? I told you Yi Mafeng wouldn't refuse me. What are you complaining about?" Ruan Tian fixed her gaze on Yi Mafeng, her chest heaving with indignation. As Lu Xueshu continued her arrogant tirade, "Also, all the crystal cores you excavate during the zombie wave must be given to me." What? Ruan Tian could hardly believe her ears. Is Yi Mafeng truly such a great fool? Yi Mafeng appeared unfazed, quietly nodding in agreement with all of Lu Xueshu's outrageous demands. She proceeded to auction off Yi Mafeng's white bamboo slip for a mere 1,000 low-tier crystal cores, trading it for a red slip. In Lu Xueshu's eyes, Yi Mafeng's life was worth only 1,000 low-tier cores. Upon learning of this, Ruan Tian was nearly driven to laughter by her fury, her rage boiling to the surface at the mere sight of Yi Mafeng. She crouched beneath a small cart, clutching the soft belly of her pet, Xiao Bai, and inhaling deeply. Before long, a soft knock echoed above her. Ruan Tian didn't need to look up to know who sought her. She quipped sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this our grand sycophant? Why aren't you by Princess Lu's side? Instead, coming to find me. Don't be angry." Yi Mafeng's voice was gentle as he approached and squatted beside her. "How can I not be angry?" Ruan Tian retorted. She had come to regard Yi Mafeng as a good friend, and witnessing the unfair treatment he endured stoked her ire. Frowning, she shielded her face with Xiao Bai, muttering, "I dislike him." Yi Mafeng's pupils trembled for a moment. He lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence for several minutes. The atmosphere between them turned awkward. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Mafeng gently grasped Xiao Bai's paw and softly addressed, "Xiao Bai, your owner claims to dislike me. Could you assist me?" Feigning a high-pitched voice, Ruan Tian mimicked Xiao Bai, saying, "The owner says, unless you kick Lu Xueshu away, she might reluctantly forgive you." Yi Mofeng sighed softly, aware that Lu Xueshu viewed him as a mere tool. Yet, the values instilled in him since childhood bound him. This was his most conflicting dilemma. If he did not aid Lu Xueshu, he would be selfishly abandoning her amid the chaos of zombies. "See, you're even sighing now. Don't you feel anger?" Ruan Tian dismissed him, shoving Xiao Bai into Yi Mofeng's arms, coldly declaring, "We are in a cold war." "No, we are done." Yi Mofeng, bewildered, cradled Xiao Bai, gazing into the puppy's soulful eyes. "Ruan Tian, can we talk this over?" She defiantly retorted, "No, I'm going to sleep now. But it's only 9 in the morning. I want to sleep at 9 in the morning. You agreed to change slips for Lu Xueshu. Yet you complain when I want to sleep." Yi Mofeng fell silent, his lips pressed shut, despite Ruan Tian appearing serene while lying on the cart. Her ears were perked up. After a while, sensing an absence of sound behind her, she cautiously turned to find Yi Mofeng had vanished. Just like that, he left? Fine. Yi Mofeng, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Wang Peng hummed a tune as he emerged from the makeshift restroom. The mere thought of the hundreds of crystal cores Lu Xueshu had gifted him brightened his mood immensely. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, a sharp object suddenly whizzed past his ear, severing a few strands of his hair. His legs buckled, and he collapsed on the ground. Yi Mofeng, who had been lurking in the shadows, emerged, towering over Wang Peng with an indifferent gaze. It was you, wasn't it? Sabotaging Ruan Tian behind her back. Chapter 14. Ruan Tian's first zombie wave. Wang Peng was truly terrified. After the apocalypse, he relied on his unique abilities and some fortunate opportunities to become the administrator of the survivor base in City D. For the most part, he had refrained from venturing outside. When thirst struck, he could quench it with the fresh water produced by his powers. When hunger beckoned, other survivors would come to trade food resources for his fresh water. Over time, Wang Peng had grown increasingly timid, having spent so long in his little haven, living a life of ease. Thus, this was the first time he sensed the intent to kill. Trembling, he raised his head and met Yi Mofeng's gaze. Upon realizing it was Yi Mofeng, his fears somewhat diminished. After all, Yi Mofeng was known to be Lu Xueshu's devoted admirer. Everyone in the base knew this. Embarrassment washed over Wang Peng as he felt a surge of anger, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you trying to scare me? Do you believe I won't kick you out of the base?" Just as Wang Peng was about to rise from the ground, Yi Mofeng lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Wang Peng's chest. "I have a question for you. Have you been scheming against Ruan Tian behind her back?" The force of his foot pinned Wang Peng to the ground, rendering him unable to rise for a while. Wang Peng's physical constitution was no match for Yi Mofeng's, leaving him struggling beneath the pressure. He coughed and instinctively clutched his chest, retorting, "You're nothing but a sycophant. What are you pretending to be?" At his words, Yi Mofeng's expression remained impassive as he drew his sword from the wall and plunged it into the palm of Wang Peng's hand. The excruciating pain drained the color from Wang Peng's face, causing him to emit a pig-like squeal as he writhed on the ground. Yi Mofeng was not known for his patience, only showing leniency to a select few. Yet, the others in the base were deceived by appearances, genuinely believing Yi Mofeng to be a weak character easily bullied. With a stern expression, he pressed the sword further down, completely piercing Wang Peng's palm. The arrogance drained from Wang Peng as tears of humiliation streamed down his face. "I was wrong. It was all Lu Xueshu. She used 800 crystal cores to exchange for the chance to deceive. I didn't initiate it." Hearing this, Yi Mofeng showed no signs of surprise, gripping the sword hilt and gazing down at Wang Peng. "This matter has nothing to do with me. Please let me go, I beg you," Wang Peng pleaded, his expression pleading as he attempted to appease Yi Mofeng, genuinely fearful for his life. "Do not lay a hand on Ruan Tian again, or I will kill you." Yi Mofeng's words were delivered with such gravity that Wang Peng understood he meant it. He nodded vigorously, repeatedly assuring, "Rest assured, I will never do such a thing again." Yi Mofeng withdrew his sword and turned to leave. Once Yi Mofeng was entirely gone, Wang Peng's expression darkened. He truly believed himself to be something special. He wondered how long Yi Mafeng could remain proud. Yi Mafeng found Lu Xuexue in the tent, where she was painting her nails. It was hard to fathom that while other women struggled to survive in this harsh world, Lu Xuexue could live so comfortably. All of this was due to Yi Mafeng's presence. Without him, Lu Xuexue, with her lackluster abilities, would have hardly survived a month. Her lover, Peng Si, knelt by her side, diligently applying nail polish to her toes. Their intimate posture completely disregarded Yi Mafeng, her rightful fiancé, who stood nearby. Yi Mafeng fixated on Lu Xuexue, stating, "Xuexue, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." "Oh," Lu Xuexue replied, her mood seemingly lifted. "Sure, as soon as Peng Si finishes painting my toenails." It was evident that this was not Peng Si's first time assisting Lu Xuexue, as his actions were smooth and practiced. The two of them ignored Yi Mafeng, occasionally exchanging whispers filled with flirtation, a dynamic that Lu Xuexue reveled in. 15 minutes later, Lu Xuexue finally inspected her freshly painted toenails, nodding in satisfaction. They looked splendid, far better than what Yi Mafeng could manage. As she leapt down from the table, she caught a whiff of the stench of decay. Glancing down, she noticed their companion, Shaoli, had passed away 3 days prior. "Ugh, disgusting. What terrible luck!" Lu Xuexue exclaimed, covering her nose in revulsion. She commanded, "Yi Mafeng, after our discussion, you must dispose of her body." Yi Mafeng remained silent, merely lifting the tent flap for Lu Xuexue to follow him outside. They emerged from the tent one after the other, and Lu Xuexue, distracted by her red nail polish, casually inquired, "What did you want to talk about?" Yi Mafeng began slowly, "You once professed your love for me." Lu Xuexue paused, taken aback by his question. Regaining her composure, she grinned and nodded, "Yes, I love you." Internally, she scoffed, thinking how Yi Mafeng would surely be moved to tears upon hearing those words, given his level of devotion to her. Yet, Yi Mafeng remained expressionless. Pressing further, "Do you genuinely love me?" Lu Xuexue sensed the seriousness in his tone. This was not the Yi Mafeng she was accustomed to. Of course. I truly love you," she stammered, forcing a smile. "You know how much I adore you. But if you truly love me, have you ever offered me even a word of encouragement since we met?" Lu Xuexue instinctively retorted, "You're so powerful. You hardly need my encouragement, do you?" At her response, Yi Mafeng chuckled softly. "Indeed, you have never encouraged me. Is this not a form of love?" His probing questions began to unravel the facade Lu Xuexue had maintained. "But Ruan Tian encourages me. She says I am not merely a weapon or a machine, that I possess flesh and blood." The mention of Ruan Tian darkened Lu Xuexue's countenance. "Yi Mafeng, what is wrong with you today? This behavior is truly strange." "Strange?" Yi Mafeng questioned. "Then let me ask you once more. How do you perceive me?" Lu Xuexue hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Do you view me as a childhood friend? A weapon? A tool? Or merely an ATM? Have you ever regarded me as a human being?" Yi Mafeng's inquiries became increasingly incisive, exposing the questions that Lu Xuexue had long ignored. "I am human, with emotions. I experience sadness, heartbreak, and despair." Yi Mafeng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, echoing Ruan Tian's earlier words. He lowered his head, letting out a soft chuckle before raising his gaze to reveal his bright eyes, articulating each word clearly. "Perhaps we should reevaluate our positions in this relationship." Lu Xuexue's mind went blank, utterly unprepared for Yi Mafeng's revelation. Following her encounter with Ruan Tian, Yi Mafeng had undergone a profound awakening. This notion was intolerable for Lu Xuexue. She inhaled deeply, gritting her teeth as she confronted Yi Mafeng. "Is that wretched woman, Ruan Tian, the one who has bewitched you? How else could you have changed so drastically? Is it so strange?" Yi Mafeng mused, glancing at his fingers. "Perhaps my current emotions are what a normal person would experience." Lu Xuexue found herself at a loss, never having imagined that one day, Yi Mafeng would become so unfamiliar to her. She pondered what insidious thoughts that wretched woman, Ruan Tian, had imparted to him in private. "Yet, Mafeng, you must know that I have always cherished you." Clenching her fingers tightly, Lu Xuexue couldn't help but declare, "I truly care for you. It was I who came to your aid during your most challenging times." As they conversed, Ruan Tian concealed herself beneath the seat of a small cart behind the tent, a true embodiment of the saying that one should be beneath the vehicle rather than inside it. Listening to Yi Mofeng's recent remarks filled Ruan Tian with a sense of delight. She hadn't anticipated him to speak so boldly, to stifle her laughter. She bit down on the ear of her pet, Xiao Bai. It was exhilarating. Seeing that Yi Mofeng was slipping from her grasp, Lu Shueshue pulled out her old tricks. First, during your moments of despair, I was there to help you. Therefore, you must heed my words. Second, she cried, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Third, she resorted to moral coercion, shifting all blame onto Yi Mofeng. Lu Shueshue wielded these tactics with unparalleled finesse. Ruan Tian, hidden in the shadows, ground her teeth in irritation, her eyes nearly blazing with fury. Yi Mofeng stared at Lu Shueshue for 3 seconds. Memories of her caring for him by his hospital bed flooding his mind. I will continue to protect you, but that is where my obligation ends. Lu Shueshue, in a fit of hysteria, began to argue with Yi Mofeng, her words causing Ruan Tian to furrow her brow. Lu Shueshue's repetitive rhetoric was tiresome, and Ruan Tian rolled her eyes, shifting her position and releasing Xiao Bai's left ear to nibble on the other one instead. Xiao Bai let out a soft whimper. Ruan Tian quickly clamped her hand over its mouth, her excitement palpable. After a while, the argument subsided, and Ruan Tian frowned, wondering why it had gone quiet. She was eager for more drama. Suddenly, a tall shadow loomed over her, and Yi Mofeng's voice echoed, enjoying the eavesdropping. Ruan Tian stiffened, awkwardly meeting his gaze and clearing her throat. Well, it wasn't that enjoyable, she replied, diverting her gaze. Yet, Yi Mofeng, you were incredibly impressive just now. It takes courage to voice one's true thoughts. Ruan Tian patted Yi Mofeng's shoulder, grinning brightly. Yi Mofeng instinctively smiled back. Are you no longer angry with me? Ruan Tian immediately adopted a stern expression. You won't be getting any of my dumplings today. Yi Mofeng's expression softened. By the way, Lu Shueshue ran off crying. Aren't you going to chase after her? In response, Yi Mofeng asked, do you want me to? Ruan Tian shook her head vigorously. No way. Tomorrow is the zombie tide. Stick close to me and don't wander off, understood? Yi Mofeng's demeanor turned grave as he spoke seriously about the impending crisis. Rest assured, Ruan Tian assured him, patting her chest. The next day, the zombie tide descended. The sun was swiftly engulfed, its golden hue transforming into a blood-red shade, saturated with the stench of carnage. The once clear sky was swallowed by darkness, casting D-City into a shadowy abyss. An oppressive atmosphere loomed as the chilling sounds of zombies echoed outside, masses of them converging on the base, driven wild by the scent of fresh human flesh. Especially on this day of the zombie tide. This was Ruan Tian's first encounter with such a horde. Standing on the 3rd floor of the base and peering down, she couldn't help but swallow hard. The 10 members of the death squad were bound with blood bags, fresh human blood, an irresistible delicacy for the zombies. When the zombies became frenzied, they would be lowered as bait. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. A chosen unfortunate man pleaded on his knees, weeping and covering his face, lamenting, my daughter is waiting for me to come home. What will she do without me? She is only 6. Ruan Tian sighed at the harsh reality of the apocalyptic world. Yi Mofeng shielded Ruan Tian behind him, instructing, stay close to me, understood? I will. She replied. 10 minutes later, it was time for the death squad to take action. A few members hesitated to descend, only to be unceremoniously kicked down by Wang Peng. The 10, drenched in the scent of blood, emerged onto the street, instantly attracting the attention of a throng of zombies. They surged towards Ruan Tian and the others. Yi Mofeng acted swiftly, pulling Ruan Tian into a narrow alleyway. The alley was so constricted that only one person could pass through at a time. The zombies were hot on their heels, and Ruan Tian slowed her pace, allowing a middle-aged man with a daughter to overtake her. His portly frame wedged itself between Yi Mofeng and Ruan Tian, forcing his way ahead into the alley. Thinking he had a daughter, Ruan Tian graciously stepped back. However, to her shock, the middle-aged man suddenly turned and shoved her with force. Ruan Tian gasped softly as she landed heavily on the ground. This maneuver caught even Yi Mofeng off guard. Ruan Tian. The zombies lunged toward her. The middle-aged man watched coldly as Ruan Tian was nearly overtaken by the horde, his eyes gleaming with malice as he mockingly stated, "In this apocalyptic world, being soft-hearted is the gravest mistake. Are you a fool? Do you believe everything I say?" He appeared to be amused by Ruan Tian's earlier kindness, chuckling in disbelief. "I don't even have a daughter. It was all a ruse to elicit your pity." His gaze towards Ruan Tian resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. "Go die, you fool." Chapter 15. Yi Mofeng. "Please come to my rescue." A gigantic question mark slowly emerged above Ruan Tian's head. However, there was no time to ponder the situation, as the zombies behind her were about to charge forward. Ruan Tian gazed into the ravenous eyes of the approaching undead, her scalp prickling with dread. She immediately summoned her small cart and, with the bewildered Xiaobai in tow, leapt onto it. Just as Ruan Tian clambered onto the cart, she found herself surrounded by a horde of zombies. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as she experienced the terror of the zombie swarm for the first time. Under the influence of the crimson moon, these creatures had become utterly reckless, driven solely by their instincts, ravenously eager to devour Ruan Tian. Yi Mofeng fixed his gaze on Ruan Tian and shouted urgently, "Ruan Tian." With the delectable prize of Ruan Tian in sight, his voice failed to attract the attention of the zombies. Amidst the cacophony of the undead's growls, Ruan Tian heard Yi Mofeng's call. Like a startled groundhog, she curled her body and turned her head, pitifully assuring him, "Oh, I'm fine. You needn't worry about me." The moment the zombies heard Ruan Tian's voice, they became even more agitated, as if to say, "The louder you scream, the more excited we become." Yi Mofeng was filled with concern for Ruan Tian, fearing she might be devoured by the horde. Fortunately, the small cart was currently invincible, preventing the zombies from getting inside. "Ruan Tian, let me save you," Yi Mofeng exclaimed. "No, you must protect yourself first." Ruan Tian hastily refused. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man had already seized the opportunity to slip away, darting off with remarkable speed. Ruan Tian, squatting on the cart, felt like a monkey trapped in a zoo, with the zombies as overly enthusiastic visitors, drooling over her. Some of the zombies on the periphery, unable to reach Ruan Tian, turned their attention toward Yi Mofeng, while a few smaller zombies attempted to squeeze into the alley. Yi Mofeng remained in the alley, and despite his prowess, he was still facing a dead end. After 3 seconds of contemplation, he pulled out the last of his crystals and called out, "Ruan Tian, catch!" In the next moment, he tossed the bag into the air. Ruan Tian, with keen eyes, sprang into action the instant Yi Mofeng spoke. The bag traced a perfect parabolic arc before landing squarely in her hands. Seeing her successfully catch it, Yi Mofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he deftly drew his sword and began to scale the wall. Frustrated that they could not reach Yi Mofeng, the zombies redirected their attention back toward Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian opened the bag containing the crystal cores, revealing over 50 of them, just enough for Xiaobai to unleash a fiery blast. "Xiaobai, open wide," Ruan Tian commanded, helping Xiaobai open its mouth as she fed at the cores. Once Xiaobai had consumed them all, Ruan Tian felt reassured and boldly pointed at the zombies below, declaring, "Go." Xiaobai, incinerate them. Transformed into a hellish hound after consuming the cores, Xiaobai planted its sturdy little legs firmly on the ground and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames from its mouth, incinerating the zombies before it, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Ruan Tian embraced Xiaobai, laughing heartily. "Indeed, our Xiaobai is simply extraordinary." The remaining zombies, now threatened by the flames, hesitated to approach. However, as the crystal cores could only fuel Xiaobai's fire once, Ruan Tian soon found her earlier exuberance waning. Yi Mofeng observed Ruan Tian's drooping spirits and could not help but say, "Ruan Tian, let me rescue you." To this, Ruan Tian replied, "No need. Perhaps Xiaobai can manage to belch out another flame." Xiaobai, having been directly addressed by Ruan Tian, incredulously raised a paw and pointed at itself, bewildered. "Woof, are you sure? Is it really me, the poor, innocent little hellhound?" Moreover, Ruan Tian realized that as long as she remained on the cart, she was in an invincible state. The zombies could not touch her. Could it be that I can stay here indefinitely until the crimson moon wanes, and then Yi Mofeng can rescue me? Ruan Tian thought, elated at what she believed to be a clever survival strategy. However, at that moment, the system suddenly interjected, dousing Ruan Tian's excitement with cold water. Host. The invincibility of the beginner cart lasts only 15 minutes, with 3 minutes remaining. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased. She was left speechless, her lips trembling. Why did the system not inform me of such a crucial detail earlier? With a cough, she hesitantly suggested, Yi Mofeng, I think you should come to my aid, after all. Yi Mofeng nodded, understood, I'm coming now. At that moment, the system delivered a backhanded remark, completing its previous statement. However, since the host is about to meet their demise, a chance to draw a prize is available. Ruan Tian's ears perked up. What? A chance to draw a prize? Just as Yi Mofeng was about to reach her side, Ruan Tian waved her hand, laughing triumphantly. Yi Mofeng, you needn't rescue me. Yi Mofeng paused, his hand halting with the rope, frowning. Are you sure? You don't want me to save you? I am absolutely certain. Ruan Tian declared confidently. Rest assured, I will show you a miracle. Ruan Tian rolled up her sleeves, brimming with confidence as she spoke to the system. Come on, dear system. Let me demonstrate my exceptional luck. All right, host, please proceed with the draw. In Ruan Tian's mind, a golden box appeared, adorned with a large question mark. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A piece of rope would suffice, and if not, a hoe would do nicely. With determination, she slapped the box, thinking that although she might have bad luck, surely she would not fail to draw something useful. The draw is now commencing. The question mark atop the golden box began to tremble. Ruan Tian's keen eyes even spotted images of airplanes and tanks. She was more eager than the zombies, rubbing her hands in anticipation. If she could draw an airplane, she would make a grand bow to her ancestors below. 10 seconds later, the golden light atop the box gradually dimmed. Ruan Tian took a deep breath and carefully opened the box. When she finally saw the contents, she was left utterly frozen in place. She had drawn a banana. Indeed, it was an ordinary fruit banana, resembling something akin to a thumb-sized variety. Ruan Tian's heart plummeted to the depths as she held the diminutive banana, offering a bitter smile before whispering in a voice barely audible, Yi Mofeng, you really should come to my rescue. Chapter 16. A taste of one's own medicine. Yi Mofeng caught the sound of Ruan Tian's whimpering, akin to that of a mosquito, and a fleeting glimmer of unacknowledged fondness flickered in his eyes as he smiled and said, All right. Ruan Tian, curled up pitifully in her small cart, realized that only 1 minute remained. If Yi Mofeng did not rescue her within this fleeting moment, she would be completely devoured by the horde of zombies once time expired. Upon receiving Ruan Tian's desperate plea, Yi Mofeng's actions accelerated with remarkable swiftness. Fortuitously, they were in an old residential building from before the apocalypse, where numerous external air conditioning units provided him with footholds. Yi Mofeng navigated the walls with agility, moving at an extraordinary pace, and within 30 seconds, he reached the rooftop. He retrieved a length of rope he had prepared in advance and shouted down to Ruan Tian, Catch it! The opportunity was singular. If Ruan Tian failed to grasp it, she would be lost to the zombies. Ruan Tian nodded earnestly, glancing at the time and noting that only 20 seconds remained. Yi Mofeng secured one end of the rope to the railing, tugging it to ensure its stability before instructing, Ruan Tian, make sure to grab it when you're ready. With 10 seconds left, he hurled the other end of the rope towards her, his aim precise, landing perfectly in her palm. As she seized the rope, Ruan Tian's entire body lifted off the ground in the final 3 seconds. Yi Mofeng, with his considerable strength, effortlessly hoisted her up. At that very moment, Ruan Tian's cart vanished from beneath her. The zombies, bewildered, reached out instinctively to grasp her ankles, but Ruan Tian was prepared. She stomped on a zombie's face, her mouth still clutching a banana, her legs tightly wrapped around the rope. In that instant, Ruan Tian transformed into a Tarzan-like figure, soaring above the horde of zombies. Clutching the rope, she pressed against the wall as Yi Mofeng gradually pulled her upward. Successfully escaping the throng of the undead, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath like a spent animal. Yi-mo Feng, seemingly unaffected, squatted beside her, observing the banana still in her mouth. Ruan Tian, is this what you call a miracle? In response, Ruan Tian silently raised her hand to cover her face, feeling utterly humiliated. She was aware of her bad luck, but never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. After allowing Ruan Tian a brief respite of 2 minutes, Yi-mo Feng calmly inquired, "Do you need more rest?" After contemplating, Ruan Tian decided to extend her break. Yi-mo Feng nodded, maintaining his composed demeanor as he added, "The zombies will arrive in 2 minutes." The prospect of resting evaporated instantly for Ruan Tian, who sprang to her feet. "Rest? I have no desire to rest at all." Yi-mo Feng chuckled softly at her eagerness. "Then let us proceed." Thanks to Ruan Tian, approximately 2/3 of the zombies had diverted their attention to pursuing her, alleviating the burden on the remaining survivors. Yi-mo Feng peered down, noting how the zombies, determined not to lose their prize, had nearly all entered the building. He extended his hand to Ruan Tian, declaring, "I shall carry you down." Ruan Tian, dismissing any notion of delicacy, waved her hand and asserted, "No need to carry me. I can manage on my own, and to be honest, I quite enjoy this extreme sport." Yi-mo Feng refrained from further argument, allowing Ruan Tian to decide for herself. However, when Ruan Tian comprehended the height of the building, her tone shifted abruptly. "Yi-mo Feng, perhaps one need not be so reckless. Wouldn't you agree?" Yi-mo Feng remained silent, arms wide open, awaiting her assent. Without hesitation, Ruan Tian wrapped her arms around his neck, permitting him to lift her in a princess carry. With Yi-mo Feng's assistance, they descended to the first floor, leaving the leading zombie empty-handed, as the rooftop had long been vacated. Throughout the ordeal, Yi-mo Feng showed no sign of fatigue. In all honesty, Ruan Tian found herself exhausted, yet the relentless pursuit of the zombies loomed large. She did not wish to hinder Yi-mo Feng's escape. For him, survival alone would have been effortless. But with Ruan Tian as a burden, the situation became precarious. At that moment, Ruan Tian's gaze inadvertently fell upon a dilapidated shared bicycle by the roadside, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I found my steed of destiny." She dashed over, dragging the bike back to showcase it to Yi-mo Feng. "Look, this is my BMW." Yi-mo Feng fell silent for 3 seconds before slowly offering his assessment. "Quite nice." Cycling was indeed swifter than running, and seeing Ruan Tian's enthusiasm, he felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. Ruan Tian mounted her BMW, brimming with vigor. "Where to?" "Just lead the way," Yi-mo Feng explained. "There's a broadcast tower at the city's center. We'll find safety there." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian nodded vigorously. "Let us go." With Yi-mo Feng leading the way, his running speed was so rapid that Ruan Tian nearly pedaled the bike to its breaking point. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would have been left utterly astounded. Amidst the chaos and disarray of the apocalyptic streets, under the mysterious yet brutal crimson moonlight, a woman pedaled furiously, nearly dismantling the shared bicycle in the process. Fortunately, there were few zombies on the road, all focused on chasing the two, with none obstructing their path. With Yi-mo Feng's guidance and support, they navigated safely to the broadcast tower. Ruan Tian gazed up at the towering structure, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so high. It must have over 100 floors. Even if the zombies climbed up, they would surely tire out." As Ruan Tian passed a narrow alley, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "I beg you, please save me." Instinctively, Ruan Tian turned back, locking eyes with the individual in distress. Upon recognizing the man who had previously pushed her out, her brow arched slightly. Was this fate as cruel twist? The middle-aged man, now trapped between the walls due to his considerable girth, was visibly astonished to see Ruan Tian alive. Yet, driven by desperation, he extended his hand towards her, tears streaming down his face. "I was wrong to deceive you. I may not have a 6-year-old daughter, but I do have an 80-year-old mother. If you save me, I swear to serve you faithfully." In response, Ruan Tian regarded him with mockery as the zombies closed in. In this apocalyptic world, the greatest folly is to show pity. "And do you take me for a fool? You expect me to believe your words?" She pretended to reach for him, only to retract her hand just before contact. With a defiant gesture, She extended her middle finger towards the trapped man. Drop dead, liar. Chapter 17. I will confide this secret to you. Ruan Tian seized Yi Mofeng's hand and turned to leave, regardless of the middle-aged man's pleas behind her. She did not glance back. Yi Mofeng complied obediently, following Ruan Tian without any resistance, much like a quiet chick. His gaze upon Ruan Tian resembled that of a curious observer encountering a novel species. Sensing his scrutiny, Ruan Tian swiftly turned to him, her expression wary as she inquired, "What do you mean by looking at me like that? As if you were meeting me for the first time." "I did not intend that." Yi Mofeng gently shook his head. "I am simply delighted to witness this different side of you." Ruan Tian was exceptionally kind to him, to the extent that he fancied she would rush to assist anyone in distress. "I am not a saint," Ruan Tian retorted. Laughter mingled with irritation at his response. It was not that she looked down upon saints, but her survival philosophy rendered her incapable of embodying such selflessness. Indeed, as the middle-aged man had asserted, in this apocalyptic world, those who were soft-hearted were often not far from death. Human nature was perpetually the most inscrutable. She would not soften her heart indiscriminately. Ruan Tian reserved her compassion solely for those she deemed worthy. As Yi Mofeng was her target of affection, he was a unique exception. Nevertheless, Ruan Tian did not slow her pace, though her grip on him tightened slightly. With trepidation, she voiced her remaining concerns. "Do you think my current demeanor diverges too greatly from the impression you hold of me?" Yi Mofeng was taken aback by her words, momentarily stunned before he gently shook his head. "I do not perceive it that way. You are simply Ruan Tian. My attraction to you is rooted in who you are, unrelated to any other factors." With his reassuring response, Ruan Tian breathed a sigh of relief. The two quickened their steps and soon arrived at the television tower. The zombies here were few, scattered and swiftly dispatched by Yi Mofeng. Once inside, it was Yi Mofeng who now held Ruan Tian's hand, explaining, "We are still in the early phase of the blood moon. True hell will descend later in the night. There is an excellent hiding spot at the top of the tower. Let us proceed there." Observing Yi Mofeng's demeanor, which exuded experience, Ruan Tian lowered her voice. Her curiosity piqued. "How do you know about such a concealed location?" At her question, Yi Mofeng's pupils constricted slightly. Despite recognizing her eagerness for an explanation, he deftly diverted the topic. "There are some provisions up there. Let us ascend." Respecting Yi Mofeng's desire for privacy, Ruan Tian refrained from probing further. Yet, the height of the tower was indeed daunting. The elevator was out of service, and they would have to rely solely on their legs to climb over 100 stories. After ascending 15 floors, Ruan Tian confidently flexed her biceps at Yi Mofeng, cheerfully proclaiming, 15 floors? That's nothing. Just watch. It's time for me to showcase a miracle." However, by the 30th floor, her forehead was slick with sweat, and she struggled to swallow. Observing her struggle, Yi Mofeng could not help but suggest, "If it becomes too difficult, I can carry you." "Absolutely not." Ruan Tian firmly rejected, her spirit unyielding. A woman must conquer 100 floors. Yet by the 50th floor, Ruan Tian succumbed, sprawled on the ground in a starfish shape, breathless, her vision dimming, her legs feeling like limp noodles. Yi Mofeng regarded her for a moment, seemingly unfazed despite having climbed 50 floors without breaking a sweat. He knelt before her and softly insisted, "Let me carry you." "No." Ruan Tian was obstinate, her hands and legs trembling weakly. Clinging to the railing, she shakily continued her ascent, appearing as though she were an elderly woman. Yi Mofeng, no longer indulging her stubbornness, stepped forward and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. "No need to put on a brave front. If you rely on your own strength for too long, the zombies may outpace us." At his words, Ruan Tian ceased her pretense, nestling obediently against Yi Mofeng. His stamina was remarkable. He ascended 50 floors effortlessly, appearing as if he were merely strolling, standing tall and steady, with barely a hint of fatigue. Ruan Tian could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Aside from his somewhat infatuated tendencies, Yi Mofeng was truly exceptional. Upon reaching the top floor office of the television tower, Ruan Tian discovered a peculiar small alcove. It featured a large hole in the ceiling, positioned high above the ground, rendering it inaccessible to the current zombies. It was an undeniably safe haven. Yi Mofeng retrieved a ladder from the corner, and together they climbed up. The interior of the alcove was not the chaotic scene Ruan Tian had envisioned. Instead, it was clean and orderly, with supplies neatly arranged. In the corner, she even spotted some canned fruit. Yi Mofeng, appearing quite familiar with the surroundings, proactively tidied up the dust and retrieved a cushion for Ruan Tian. "Thank you. That is very kind of you," Ruan Tian said, feeling bashful as she scratched her head. "No need to thank me. This place is absolutely secure. Just stay here." Though small, the alcove was well equipped. Yi Mofeng moved to the corner and patted a box. "Would you like some canned fruit? We have peaches and strawberries." Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled. "Can we really eat it?" "Of course," Yi Mofeng replied, swiftly handing her a can of strawberries. "Oh my goodness. I never imagined I would enjoy canned strawberries in the apocalypse," she exclaimed. The thought of Lu Shuishua's delicate demeanor made Ruan Tian nudge Yi Mofeng playfully, grinning as she remarked, "If your Shuishua finds out you're hoarding her favorite strawberries, she'll surely be furious." Yi Mofeng explained, "She doesn't like strawberries. She prefers green pears. I brought all of those back." At this, Ruan Tian's smile faltered, and she sulked while eating from the can. She had hoped Yi Mofeng was beginning to distance himself from his infatuation, only to realize her naivety. Yi Mofeng, perceptive to her mood, felt somewhat at a loss. "Did I upset you?" "Haha, no," Ruan Tian chuckled awkwardly, returning to her quiet consumption of the canned fruit. Even Yi Mofeng, with his lack of awareness, could see that she was indeed upset. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned to her and said, "You wanted to know how I found this place, didn't you? I will tell you now." Chapter 18. I have never been fond of singing. Ruan Tian immediately perked up, turning to Yi Mofeng with a hint of excitement in her eyes, though she soon realized her enthusiasm was a bit excessive and reined it in. "Ahem, can I really say it?" she asked. Yi Mofeng nodded. "If you wish to know, I shall tell you." However, seeing his openness made her feel a bit shy. "It's fine. If you don't want to share, that's all right too. It's not a big deal," Yi Mofeng reassured her. "Let me tell you what happened last time during the blood moon." Once again, he had been abandoned by Lu Shuishua. He had been pushed forward to take the hit, while Lu Shuishua fled with her lover without a backward glance. To survive, he had inadvertently stumbled upon this place, a veritable treasure trove of resources. Unfortunately, when he went down to search for more supplies, he was caught and devoured by zombies. Yi Mofeng spoke in a calm tone, yet Ruan Tian clenched her teeth in anger. "You've treated Lu Shuishua so well, yet how could she do this to you? It's utterly despicable." What infuriated Ruan Tian the most was that even after such treatment, Yi Mofeng still regarded Lu Shuishua as precious. This was something she could not abide, and her tone grew sharper as she spoke to him. "Yi Mofeng, can't you be a little more discerning? You're driving me to the brink of madness." Yi Mofeng opened his lips, instinctively wanting to say something, but ultimately fell silent. He was not ungrateful. Even amidst the apocalypse, he adhered to the sense of duty he felt toward Lu Shuishua. After chiding Yi Mofeng, Ruan Tian noticed his pitiful demeanor as he hung his head in silence, and she couldn't help but soften. All right, I know how you are. Instead of discussing this, let us focus on something else." There was a small window in the cramped space, and Ruan Tian hurried over to peer out. Countless zombies were circling beneath the television tower. These terrifying creatures gradually transformed in her eyes into delightful targets. "As long as I can extract their cores, my little cart can be upgraded," she exclaimed, already brainstorming ways to attract the zombies. This was the television tower, and at its peak with a massive speaker. Ruan Tian's eyes lit up with excitement. "Perfect. With that speaker, we can surely lure them over." She sprang into action, relieved that the zombies were still sluggish in their early stages, allowing them to remain safe on the top floor. Once the sound system was activated, the zombies would not be so amiable, and they would come rushing in. Fortunately, the speaker was high-tech, equipped with its own power supply and independent control, making the task quite effortless. After locating the control panel, they returned to their small enclave, threw down the ladder, and prepared for their grand operation. Ruan Tian took a deep breath and casually played a song. 3 seconds later, the eerie crimson moon cast its glow over Blood City D, where zombies roamed freely, creating a scene of bizarre horror. Amidst the human struggle for survival, the song Love is like fire blared from the enormous speaker above Blood City. My heart races. It's the flame of love. You smile, and I, the madman, am consumed by it. Love is like fire. It warms my heart. The remaining survivors were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. What is happening? Is this real? Such a scene, typically confined to novels or films, had suddenly materialized in reality. The apocalypse, a square dance team S speaker, and love is like fire? These elements, when juxtaposed, made no sense whatsoever. Before a minute had passed, the song was switched to Deeply in Love, Drizzling Rain. But that was not the most absurd part. The one controlling the music seemed quite deranged, swiftly changing to elementary school broadcast exercise, with the voice announcing, "Eagles spread their wings. Now begin 1, 2, 3." For the remaining survivors quickly fell into a daze, staring blankly as if caught in a dream. As if that were not enough, the control panel even had elements of domineering literature. The deep, magnetic voice resonated through everyone's hearts, including the zombies. "Woman, I will give you 10 million to leave my side. You wretched little enchantress. Do you really think I'm smitten with you?" Ruan Tian was equally stunned. What on earth? Why is this being broadcast? After fumbling for a while, she accidentally switched to karaoke mode, confidently grasping the microphone under Yi Mofeng's bewildered gaze. "Welcome to Ruan Tian's personal concert. Come, listen to my masterpiece." With her spirits lifted, she took advantage of her safety, knowing the survivors couldn't see her, and unleashed her playful side. She even summoned Xiao Bai, and together they began a duet. "Handsome rider, you are magnificent. Galloping steeds, swift as the wind." Ruan Tian sang a line, then handed the microphone to Xiao Bai, encouraging him. "Come on, you sing too." "I am originally," as she prompted, holding the microphone to Xiao Bai's mouth. "Vuif, vuif, vuif, vuif." Drunken butterfly. Ruan Tian was completely in her element. "All right, friends over here, let me see your hands." Xiao Bai barked in excitement. Yi Mofeng huddled in a corner, watching Ruan Tian with the gaze of one observing a rare species. The other survivors were equally stunned. The atmosphere growing increasingly surreal, with no one daring speak, still convinced they were dreaming. After a while of singing with Xiao Bai, Ruan Tian suddenly noticed Yi Mofeng, who had remained silent. Like a wolf that had spotted a little rabbit, she pounced on him. "Yi Mofeng, you should sing too." Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng quietly raised his hand, instinctively covering his face, and in a barely audible voice replied, "Ruan Tian, please don't call my name. It's too embarrassing." Now everyone in Blood City knows who Yi Mofeng is. Ruan Tian completely missed his implication, thrusting the microphone toward his lips. "Come on, sing a couple of songs with me." Yi Mofeng's face tightened. "I simply do not enjoy singing." "Impossible," Ruan Tian exclaimed. "Let us try Little Swallow. You know that one, right?" Little Swallow, wearing flowered clothes. Then Ruan Tian suddenly realized there were also 2 tigers, Happy Birthday, and more. Yi Mofeng, unable to endure any longer, covered Ruan Tian's mouth and, in a low, magnetic voice tinged with helplessness, implored, "Please, can we have some quiet?" The other survivors echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. Am I part of your play too?" Chapter 19. As rationality gradually returned to Ruan Tian, a wave of embarrassment enveloped her heart. She silently crouched down, decisively cutting off the power to the loudspeaker, and then curled up in a small corner like a mushroom. Yi Mofeng watched her shrinking figure and could not help but chuckle softly. The shame that had eluded her during her earlier frenzy began to creep in as her senses returned. Ruan Tian hugged her little white companion, burying her face in its soft fur, letting out a frustrated cluck. "Oh my heavens! Was the wild and untamed version of me really me just moments ago?" Yi Mofeng rose and crouched down behind her, gently tapping her back with his fingertips. With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed, it was you." Ruan Tian shrank even smaller, transforming from a grand mushroom into a rather pitiful one. "Yi Mofeng, if you wish to laugh at me, go ahead. It won't bother me," she declared with a facade of nonchalance, though her ears were perked up, ready to catch any hint of laughter from him. Yi Mofeng did not laugh, but the corners of his lips remained upturned, his gaze warm and gentle. "No worries. Your performance has already attracted the zombies. Ruan Tian exhaled deeply, reassuring herself that at least her social demise had served a purpose. There was no shame in her downfall. No longer wishing to play the mushroom, Ruan Tian rose and approached the window, looking down. Below lay a vast sea of zombies, a sight that was utterly terrifying. Yet to Ruan Tian, this horrifying scene transformed into treasure. If they were all eliminated, there would be an abundance of crystal cores. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she viewed these zombies as stepping stones on her path to prosperity. Yimo Feng nodded, suggesting they wait a moment. Ruan Tian, having shed her earlier embarrassment, turned the loudspeaker back on and effortlessly switched to karaoke mode, exuberantly announcing, "Dear fellow townsfolk, I have returned." Her voice reverberated through the skies of D City, once again piercing the ears of the previously quiet survivors. While waiting for the zombies, Ruan Tian pulled Yimo Feng into a duet. Initially reluctant, he was resolute in his refusal to sing. However, upon seeing the anticipation in her eyes and the disappointment that followed his rejection, he finally conceded, closing his eyes. "I can accompany you, but only for a few lines." Ruan Tian nodded vigorously, leading him in a rendition of the Chinese version of Love Cycle, followed by numerous songs by Phoenix Legend. For the other survivors, this ordeal lasted a full 30 minutes, until Ruan Tian cleared her throat, ready to hit a high note when the equipment lost power. The loudspeaker shut off automatically. Ruan Tian sang a couple of notes, feeling somewhat unsatisfied as she put away her tablet, shaking her head regretfully. "I had wanted to sing a few more songs, but now there's no chance." Yimo Feng stroked the fur of Little White and remarked, "You've certainly made a name for yourself. From now on, who in D City's survivor community will not know Ruan Tian? You've achieved fame with just one song." The zombies downstairs had already rushed up, crowding into the CEO's office. Ruan Tian faced a dilemma. How do we defeat them? She felt utterly distressed, but Yimo Feng suddenly inquired, "Does Little White's ghost fire have a usage limit?" Ruan Tian was struck with realization. Yes, she still had Little White's ghost fire at her disposal. She quickly accessed Little White's status bar, discovering that while there were usage conditions, there was no limit on the number of uses. As long as there were enough crystal cores, Little White could use its ghost fire infinitely. After the thrill of discovery came a wave of anxiety. Ruan Tian pondered that to acquire crystal cores, they would have to go down. However, the ground was swarming with zombies. Venturing down recklessly would lead to a gruesome fate, becoming a meal for the undead. Yimo Feng suddenly stood up, prompting Ruan Tian to leap forward and grab onto his leg, pleading with a distressed expression. "Please don't do anything rash. I know your abilities are formidable, but you mustn't engage in such reckless acts." Yimo Feng, at times, found himself genuinely curious about Ruan Tian's thought process. "I'm not going down. There are crystal cores in this room." "What?" Ruan Tian released her grip sheepishly, wondering how there could be crystal cores here. Yimo Feng approached a corner of the room and pulled out a small bag from an inconspicuous old cabinet. "There are 100 crystal cores here. I placed them aside last time I was here, thinking they might come in handy." One could not help but admire Yimo Feng's reliability. He always anticipated what might be needed. Of course, if he were less infatuated with Lu Shueshue, he would be even more perfect. Ruan Tian accepted the bag he handed her, opening it and counting carefully. Indeed, there were 100 crystal cores. Little White circled around the bag, its rear end raised high, drooling in anticipation. Ruan Tian looked at Little White's pitiful display and remarked, "Little White, your tail is almost spinning like a propeller. Is it worth losing all dignity over just 100 crystal cores?" Little White pretended not to hear her, nudging the bag with its moist nose. "Woof woof. All right, Ruan Tian sighed, opening the bag. "I won't tease you anymore. Go ahead and eat." "Woof." Little White buried its face in the bag, eating joyfully. In less than 30 seconds, all the crystal cores were devoured, and it rubbed its belly with its paw, letting out a loud belch. Yimo Feng observed Little White's ravenous appetite, and couldn't help but tease. "How long has it been since you last fed Little White crystal cores?" Ruan Tian's smile faltered as she sheepishly averted her gaze, muttering in a barely audible voice. "The last time Little White had crystal cores was, well, some time ago. Emo Phone was taken aback, his heart swelling with affection for Little White as he gently ruffled its head. Come on, Little White. If you eliminate all these zombies, you'll be able to feast on even more crystal cores. Woof. Little White firmly planted its forelegs on the ground, smoke gradually billowing from its mouth, directing its fiery breath at the zombies below. A torrent of searing crimson flames erupted from Little White's mouth. This was Ruan Tian's first time witnessing Little White breathe fire. The temperature was so intense that the wooden planks surrounding the breach incinerated instantly, turning to ash. The zombies were no match for the ghost fire, all perishing under the flames, instantly reduced to charred remains, trampled into dust by the following horde. What remained on the ground were glimmering heaps of crystal cores. Ruan Tian's eyes lit up. One could not deny that pets often mirror their owners. She too felt her excitement rising, nearly drooling at the sight of so many crystal cores littering the ground. If only she had a tail, it would surely be wagging furiously. Suddenly, Emo Phone jumped down through the breach, startling Ruan Tian. Emo Phone, there's so many zombies down there. Hurry back up. Chapter 20. Forever Family. Emo Phone did not respond to Ruan Tian's words. His tall and agile figure leaped gracefully down through the gap. As she focused, Ruan Tian noticed that Emo Phone was holding a bag, which he had seemingly acquired without her noticing. Taking advantage of the second wave of zombies rushing in, he swiftly gathered the crystal cores from the ground and stuffed them into the bag while they were blocked at the doorway. Ruan Tian, anxious, exclaimed, "How did you get up here?" The ladder was burned by the ghost fire. In the next moment, she saw Emo Phone lightly touch the ground with his toes, moving as gracefully as a swallow. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside her, unharmed, with a bag brimming with spoils. Just as the zombies burst through the door, hungry and clawing for flesh, they were met with Emo Phone's arrival. Zombies are devoid of emotions, driven solely by their insatiable thirst for human flesh and blood. Even if they tread upon the corpses of their own kind, they feel nothing. Before Ruan Tian could ponder this, she was captivated by the heavy bag of crystal cores in Emo Phone's hand. "Quick, let me see, Emo Phone," she urged, rubbing her hands together and eagerly reaching for the crystal cores, feeling utterly satisfied. Previously leading a monotonous life before the apocalypse, she now found herself on the path to sudden wealth. She placed the crystal cores before Xiaobai, her pet. "Come on, Xiaobai, feast at your leisure." Xiaobai reveled in the abundance, clutching one crystal core in each paw, gleefully exuding ghost fire to incinerate the advancing zombies. Emo Phone would descend to collect more crystal cores for Xiaobai, who continued to unleash his fire, eliminating the undead. In that instant, the loop of their world was perfectly closed. As time ticked by, Xiaobai, exhausted from spewing fire, had managed to dispatch the majority of the zombies, with only a handful lingering within the television tower. The floor of the president's office was strewn with crystal cores, making Ruan Tian salivate, while Xiaobai had lost interest in consuming them. It was akin to a game streamer whose passion becomes a chore. What was once a source of relaxation turned into a burden. From his initial exuberance, Xiaobai had transformed into a figure of indifference. Ruan Tian held a crystal core in front of Xiaobai and coaxed, "Come on, just eat one." Yet, Xiaobai recoiled at the sight of it, covering its mouth with a paw and shutting its eyes in feigned death. Seeing that the zombies were nearly vanquished, Ruan Tian no longer pressured Xiaobai to continue eating the cores. Emo Phone scanned the area below and declared, "I'll go down first and ensure it's safe before you follow." "All right," she replied. He descended and circled the surroundings, confirming that no zombies remained before calling Ruan Tian down. Standing at the gap, he encouraged, "Jump, I'll catch you." Trusting him completely, Ruan Tian leaped into his arms, and he caught her effortlessly. Emo Phone placed Ruan Tian into the pile of crystal cores, and she sank into them, since the zombies had been reduced to ashes by the flames. The crystal cores were pristine and odorless. It felt akin to soaking in a hot spring filled with currency. Without hesitation, she retrieved her small cart, deciding to upgrade it. The crystal cores would more than suffice to elevate her cart to level 2. As the cart materialized, it began to automatically absorb the crystal cores. In less than 15 seconds, it upgraded to level 2, and Ruan Tian received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. The card has been upgraded to level 2. Unlocking a new recipe, spicy soup. Indestructible protection time increased by 10 minutes, totaling 40 minutes. Due to the host's exceptional performance, you have earned a chance for a draw. A draw? Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was determined not to be unlucky twice in a row. With renewed confidence, she patted Yi Mofeng on the shoulder and boldly declared, "Little Yi, go out and ask around." Who in City D does not know the name Ruan Tian? She mimicked the act of smoking, exhaling a puff of air. Yi Mofeng, accustomed to Ruan Tian's eccentricities, nodded in agreement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he remarked, "Indeed, Boss Ruan, after today's performance, everyone certainly knows you enjoy the earthy square dance." Ruan Tian instantly lost her composure, pleading, "Could you give me a little face? How am I supposed to navigate the streets if you say that?" Yi Mofeng replied, "I cannot speak for your reputation, but when out in public, please do not claim to know me." With a laugh, Ruan Tian decisively declared, "Yi Mofeng, we are no longer friends." She then gleefully continued with the draw, determined to use whatever she obtained to show Yi Mofeng her incredible luck. System commenced the draw. Received. Once again, it was the golden treasure chest. Ruan Tian brimmed with confidence and pressed the draw button without hesitation. She envisioned magical artifacts, a flying sword, a gun with infinite bullets, a spring that produced cleansing water, and a family heirloom bracelet with expansive hidden space. An array of powerful treasures dazzled her eyes, igniting her excitement. As the shimmering golden light began to dim, Ruan Tian felt a rush of anticipation. Something was about to materialize. Would it be the flying sword? Or perhaps the bracelet? But as she discerned what she had drawn, the smile on her face gradually faded. Indeed, it was rather absurd, resembling a historical relic. Ruan Tian could no longer muster a smile as the contents of the chest appeared in her hands. A small doll, crafted from yarn, bearing a striking resemblance to her. Both adorned with radiant smiles. Doll name, Little Ruan Tian, ability, Luck 1. Description, a family member, a friend, one who will always wear a bright smile and remain by your side. Luck? Ruan Tian felt the item was rather useless. What a cruel twist of fate for a colossal unlucky person to draw something associated with luck. Yi Mofeng, observing the sudden addition to her collection, refrained from asking questions. Each person harbors their own secrets, and both he and Ruan Tian were no exception. Ruan Tian, sensing Yi Mofeng's gaze, generously extended the doll towards him. "Here, it's for you." Yi Mofeng hesitated, ready to decline, but Ruan Tian stepped forward, deftly tying the doll's strap to the hilt of his sword. With a serious expression, she leaned down, allowing him to catch a glimpse of her slightly baby-faced visage. Once the strap was secured, she gently tugged on it to ensure it wouldn't fall, then nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she said, "Let this little doll keep you company after I leave." Chapter 21. A new recipe unlocked. Yi Mofeng instinctively asked, "Are you leaving?" Ruan Tian, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head and replied, "Well, I can't possibly follow you for a lifetime." To survive, she certainly had to seek out new targets for her strategies. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He was reluctant to let Ruan Tian go. The mere thought of her departing from his side filled him with an unbearable pang of sorrow. Lu Xueshue had brought him nothing but responsibility and anguish. Yet Ruan Tian was different. She resembled a sweet summer ice cream, evoking indescribable feelings within him. Noticing Yi Mofeng's silence, Ruan Tian assumed he was reluctant to part ways. "Oh, come on. It's not like we can't see each other again. Don't wear such a sorrowful expression. Will you come back?" Yi Mofeng asked, his gaze fixed intently on her. "Of course." Ruan Tian patted her chest confidently. Yi Mofeng was undoubtedly the kindest among the 7 targets she could pursue. If it weren't for the pressing circumstances, she would have gladly followed him. Never wanted to leave his side. After accumulating a year's worth of gratitude points beside him, she would then depart to pursue other targets. Yi Mofeng unconsciously inquired, "When will you return?" Ruan Tian casually replied, "I'm not sure, but I will definitely come back." After speaking, Yi Mofeng immediately regretted his question, realizing it might have been a bit unreasonable. Ruan Tian was free, and her choices were entirely her own. Ultimately, There was no significant bond between them. They were merely friends at best. He instinctively lowered his gaze, observing Ruan Tian eagerly collecting crystals, and gently closed his eyes. Yi Mofeng suppressed the darker thoughts within him and lightly pinched a small doll. Well, let fate decide. There were so many crystals on the ground that Ruan Tian directly gathered over 500, handing them to Yi Mofeng. Here, take this. Yi Mofeng was momentarily taken aback, stating, "These are useless to me." His ability was one of unity with nature. Even without absorbing crystals, he could grow solely through his own cultivation. Before the apocalypse, the spiritual energy on Earth had already waned. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, it had inadvertently led to a resurgence of spiritual energy, making Yi Mofeng's cultivation even more formidable than before. I know they are useless to you, but after the apocalypse, crystals are the only currency. Take them. Ruan Tian, resembling a domineering CEO, forcefully stuffed a heavy bag of crystals into Yi Mofeng's hands. Just listen to me. Seeing Ruan Tian's insistence, Yi Mofeng eventually complied and accepted them. With many more crystals on the ground, Ruan Tian, before feeding them to the small cart, glanced at the now lifeless little Bai in Yi Mofeng's arms and couldn't he help but speak. "Little Bai, don't you want to eat? You could become strong." Little Bai let out a soft whine, its tongue half out, as if it had lost all interest in life and remained motionless in Yi Mofeng's embrace. Once, Little Bai had been so joyous while eating crystals. Now, upon seeing them, it appeared utterly miserable. All these crystals tasted the same. The first bite seemed like a delicacy, but after consuming 1,000, only nausea remained. Little Bai now resembled a dog afflicted with anorexia, utterly dejected. "All right then, I'll feed everything to the cart." After confirming that Little Bai truly did not wish to eat, Ruan Tian kept 200 crystals for herself and fed the rest to the small cart. "Congratulations, host. The small cart has leveled up to level 5, unlocking the recipes: egg pancake, vegetable dumplings, and spicy wontons." In an instant, so many delectable dishes had been unlocked that Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. What thrilled her even more was the evolution of the small cart. With this excitement, she immediately summoned the cart. However, upon seeing the evolved appearance of the cart, her excitement was doused with a bucket of cold water. "System, is this what you call an upgrade?" Ruan Tian furrowed her brows, as if she could crush a fly with her glare. She incredulously looked down at the upgraded small cart. It was indeed slightly larger, growing from 2 meters to 3. This meant that Ruan Tian now had a wider space to move safely within a cart. Aside from the additional meter of space and a sturdier appearance, she noticed something amiss as she lowered her head. "So, your idea of an upgrade is just giving me a flimsy little stool that I could buy for $250, even with free shipping?" The original stool was a garish red, and now the upgraded version was an even more rustic green. For a moment, Ruan Tian could not determine whether this was truly an upgrade. "Host, that's where you were mistaken. Who doesn't start from the basics and gradually upgrade?" The system spoke with conviction, as if reading the news. "From your taste in music, this vibrant red and green combination truly suits your personality. It's evident you're a family." "System, I suspect you are subtly insulting me." No, host. Take a closer look. This little stool has cute bunny prints on it. Isn't it adorable?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian expressionlessly bent down and rubbed her fingertip on the stool, instantly removing a layer of paint. The already ugly bunny face vanished in an instant. The missing face now rested on Ruan Tian's fingertip. She scoffed. "This is what you call adorable? It's downright cute indeed." "Host, please let me explain." The system declared. "This couldn't possibly sell for $250, right?" "Host, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." In the next moment, the system abruptly fled, severing its connection with Ruan Tian unilaterally. Ruan Tian was left speechless as she wiped her hands on the towel attached to the cart, cleaning the bunny face off her fingers. Yi Mofeng noticed Ruan Tian's discontent and took a couple of steps forward. "Ruan Tian, what's wrong? Are you feeling down?" Ruan Tian, ever the optimist, quickly adjusted her mood. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." With a smile, she shook her head and suddenly remembered that she had unlocked a new recipe. "Yi Mofeng, would you like to eat something delicious?" Yi Mofeng turned to Ruan Tian. Soup dumplings? Huh, you couldn't be more mistaken, Ruan Tian exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement as she listed her newly acquired recipes. Spicy soup, egg pancake, vegetable dumplings, and spicy wontons. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Ruan Tian was already in motion. Wait for me. I'll prepare it for you right away. Chapter 22. A Life of Happiness. Ruan Tian, with determination, swiftly rolled up her sleeves to prepare a delightful meal for Yi Mofeng. Steamed dumplings were a necessity, and she placed the frozen dumplings into the steamer. She also spread an egg pancake on the already heated frying pan, listening to the sizzling sound of the oil bubbling. As the enticing aroma began to waft through the air, the spicy fragrance of the hot and sour soup was even more pronounced. With a thick consistency made from fresh ingredients, Ruan Tian deftly tossed some vegetable dumplings into the frying pan. She was a culinary NPC, handling the ingredients with remarkable speed and agility. Unlike her usual cheerful demeanor, Ruan Tian was utterly serious when it came to food. These dishes, though seemingly frozen products, had all been freshly prepared by Ruan Tian herself. The method of kneading the dough, the precise amounts of seasoning, and the little tricks she employed in her cooking were all remnants of habits from her past life. The brilliance of the trolley lay in its ability to eliminate tedious preparations like chopping vegetables and kneading dough, transforming the ingredients into ready-to-eat meals. The flavors and freshness were unparalleled, resembling an extraordinary glitch in reality. These dishes were far superior to any frozen food imaginable. Ruan Tian merely needed to steam or cook them, and the taste would rival that of a state banquet. Moreover, what delighted Ruan Tian the most was that she didn't have to wash any dishes. Used plates could be placed in the basin, and they would be automatically cleaned, far more efficient than a dishwasher. Yi Mofeng sat on a small stool, captivated by the serious expression on Ruan Tian's face as she prepared the meal, discovering a new side to her. The aroma in the air grew increasingly intense. For the first time, Yi Mofeng felt a pang of hunger. If other survivors were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly think it belonged in a science fiction film. It was indeed like a scene from a sci-fi movie. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, everyone was living in dire straits, and merely having a bun was considered a gourmet experience. Yet here was Ruan Tian, crafting steamed dumplings and even hot and sour soup, with an array of vegetable dumplings and egg pancakes. The pièce was a bowl of spicy wontons drenched in fragrant red oil. In just 3 minutes, Ruan Tian had prepared 5 dishes. She first placed a steaming basket of fragrant dumplings before Yi Mofeng, smiling as she said, "Give it a try, but don't fill up too much. There are more dishes to come." Yi Mofeng lifted the lid of the steamer, and the steam seemed to have a life of its own, brushing against his cheeks and dampening his eyelashes. The trolley was equipped with disposable chopsticks, which Ruan Tian handed to Yi Mofeng. He used the tips of the chopsticks to pick up a crystal-clear dumpling, a delicate morsel that could be described as a lantern when lifted and a chrysanthemum when set down. The translucent dumpling swayed gently in the air, with a thin skin and ample filling. During the steaming process, the gelatinous skin released its savory juices, which were tightly sealed within the small dumpling. He placed it in his mouth, feeling a gentle warmth on his tongue. This was not his first encounter with Ruan Tian's dumplings, but previously he had the opportunity to savor the flavor thoroughly. This time, Yi Mofeng took the time to appreciate the taste of the dumpling. The finely textured filling was enveloped in a broth, infused with bits of scallions. With one bite, the rich juices burst forth, harmonizing perfectly with the weedy aroma of the dumpling skin, exploding in his mouth. It was so delicious that it made him want to scream, especially in the apocalypse. It had been ages since he had tasted such warm and delectable food. Here comes the egg pancake and hot and sour soup. Ruan Tian served them to Yi Mofeng, encouraging him to eat leisurely. The egg pancake was golden on the surface, and when lightly pressed with the chopsticks, it made a crisp sound, crumbling slightly. The ingredients in the hot and sour soup were abundant, offering an authentic flavor that warmed the body with just one sip. Its spiciness accompanied by an indescribable exhilaration that made one want to stick out their tongue. The vegetable dumplings were also crispy, with the vermicelli inside being neither mushy nor overly soft, but rather delightfully chewy. The small cubes of tofu soaked up the oil, mingling deliciously with the chives and vermicelli. Finally, the star of the show made its entrance, the spicy wontons. The fragrant aroma of the red oil wontons filled the air, enticing and mouth-watering. A blend of scallion and chili scents that was not at all overwhelming, but rather inviting and appetizing. Seeing Yi Mofeng still hesitating, Ruan Tian urged, "Hurry up and eat while it's still hot." At her words, Yi Mofeng stopped hesitating, took the disposable spoon Ruan Tian handed him, and scooped up a wonton. He bit into one corner of the wonton, feeling a slight burn on his lips, and then blew gently into the opening before taking a careful sip, allowing the exquisite flavor to flow into his mouth. The taste of the wontons was marvelous. The delicate skin tantalized his palate, urging him to quickly grab another. Unable to stop himself, it was pure bliss, a scene that almost all survivors would struggle to imagine. Amid such a cruel apocalypse, it was astounding that someone could enjoy such a heavenly existence. Though Ruan Tian didn't require food, she prepared a bowl for herself as well. Once the trolley reached level 5, these 5 recipes could be made 3 times a day for free, after which she would need to exchange crystal cores for more. However, one advantage was that after reaching level 5, as long as she had a steady supply of crystal cores, Ruan Tian could continuously create culinary delights. She savored a bite of the spicy wontons, nodding in satisfaction. Delicious, just the right flavor, really delightful. Yi Mofeng had fallen silent, immersed in the feast. He was not particularly fond of food, capable of going a month without eating if necessary. Before the apocalypse, he had little interest in culinary delights, being preoccupied with his studies and training. Yet the food Ruan Tian prepared was an entirely different matter. After finishing, he felt revitalized, even sensing a surge of strength. Indeed, Ruan Tian's culinary creations were not merely food. They provided buffs, akin to a support role within the team, offering various enhancements while being deliciously sturdy. Ruan Tian was extraordinarily formidable. If others were to discover this ability, she would undoubtedly become the target of fervent competition. With a smile, Ruan Tian said, "Take your time. There is plenty more." Yi Mofeng nodded slightly, treating Ruan Tian's dishes with utmost seriousness. He finished every morsel, leaving not a trace of waste. Seeing Yi Mofeng enjoy the meal brought Ruan Tian joy as well. After feasting and collecting the crystal cores scattered on the ground, not only had the trolley upgraded, but they had also savored a delicious meal. Ruan Tian patted her satisfied belly. They prepared to head back. As they descended, they encountered no zombies. The few that appeared were swiftly dealt with by Yi Mofeng, who extracted the crystal cores. Upon successfully exiting the television tower, they noticed that the crimson moon had already set. Ruan Tian let out a long breath as she and Yi Mofeng passed through the alley they had traversed earlier. Suddenly, Ruan Tian turned back and locked eyes with a rather rotund zombie. Ruan Tian paused in surprise, recognizing the figure. It was the middle-aged man who had deceived her. His plump body was now wedged in the narrow alley, having transformed into a zombie. Chapter 23. Do you treat others as fools? Yi Mofeng noticed Ruan Tian's gaze and followed it, spotting the middle-aged man. Instinctively, he stepped forward and covered Ruan Tian's eyes. "Don't look. What's there that I can't see?" Ruan Tian pushed Yi Mofeng's hand away. "I am not as fragile as you imagine. In this apocalypse, who still wishes to be a saint? The more saintly one is, the quicker they perish." Ruan Tian had already suffered once in this regard. She extended her hand towards Yi Mofeng. "May I borrow your sword?" Despite his internal confusion, he obediently handed the sword to Ruan Tian. Holding the sword, Ruan Tian approached the middle-aged man who had now turned into a zombie. He had long lost his sense of self, reduced merely to a ravenous desire for human flesh. Upon catching a whiff of Ruan Tian's scent, he began frantically clawing at the walls, attempting to squeeze through the narrow alley. Unfortunately, his corpulent body was wedged firmly against the wall, rendering all his struggles futile. Ruan Tian reached the mouth of the alley, casting a few glances at the overweight zombie before suddenly raising her sword and stabbing it directly into his forehead. Her hand was steady, delivering a fatal blow. Subsequently, Under Yi Mofeng's gaze, she extracted the zombie's crystal core and stored it away. I'll help you clean your sword. Ruan Tian used a towel she had brought from the small compartment to meticulously wipe the sword until it gleamed, then returned it to Yi Mofeng. It's spotless. Yi Mofeng accepted the sword and glanced down. It was indeed immaculate, reflecting like a mirror. After completing her task, Ruan Tian shyly looked at Yi Mofeng and softly inquired, "Do you think I'm a bit cruel for doing this?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Mofeng was momentarily taken aback. How could I ever think that? He actually fully supported Ruan Tian's actions. It was the middle-aged man who threatened her with deceitful words, and Ruan Tian was merely enacting her revenge after his demise. What you did was entirely justified. I stand by your actions. Hearing Yi Mofeng's affirmation, Ruan Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Today had been remarkably fruitful. Her little cart had surged to level 5, unlocking a plethora of culinary delights. In this regard, it seemed that only Xiao had suffered injuries, now having reached a state where he would vomit at the sight of low-tier crystal cores. With the red moon's end and the zombie tide subsiding, the two returned directly to the camp. Along the way, Ruan Tian noticed some items discarded by survivors, stained with blood, suggesting that their owners had met their end. Some of them had abilities rated only at D level. How could they possibly evade the relentless pursuit of so many zombies? Ruan Tian merely glanced at them before retracting her gaze. Upon returning to the base, Ruan Tian learned that only she and Yi Mofeng had survived. Everyone else had perished. Before she could process this revelation, a flash of white suddenly caught her peripheral vision. Lu Xuexue burst from the crowd, launching herself into Yi Mofeng's embrace. Unable to restrain her sobs, "Mofeng, thank goodness you're safe. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Yi Mofeng displayed little reaction. He raised his hand, intending to rest it on Lu Xuexue's shoulder, but ultimately let it fall to his side. Lu Xuexue remained oblivious to this subtle shift and continued to weep. "Mofeng, I barely slept last night, constantly fearing you might die in this red moon event. I'm so relieved you're unharmed." Listening to Lu Xuexue's soft cries, Ruan Tian couldn't help but roll her eyes skyward, muttering, "I see you're not truly worried about Yi Mofeng. You're more concerned about yourself." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Xuexue turned, glaring furiously at Ruan Tian. "Could you stop acting like a green tea bitch? Try to sow discord between me and Mofeng?" Ruan Tian raised an eyebrow, pointing at herself. "Please, who exactly is the green tea here? I hope you can recognize that you resemble one far more than I do." Lu Xuexue felt her pride wounded by Ruan Tian's public reproach. Aware she couldn't dominate Ruan Tian, she redirected her ire towards Yi Mofeng. "Mofeng, tell her how much I care about you." Yi Mofeng remained silent, merely shifting his gaze away. "Yi Mofeng." Lu Xuexue, exasperated, raised her hand and struck Yi Mofeng's face with a resounding slap. "So now you're siding with Ruan Tian, are you?" She had never anticipated that after just one incident with the Red Moon zombie tide, Yi Mofeng would completely align himself with Ruan Tian. A foreboding feeling gripped Lu Xuexue. She sensed that since the day Yi Mofeng met Ruan Tian, he had gradually slipped from her control. Deep down, she understood her abilities were woefully inadequate, devoid of any merits. She could only bind Yi Mofeng to her princess persona, ensuring he never awakened his true self. With such dark thoughts, Lu Xuexue reached out again and struck Yi Mofeng's face with even greater force. A sharp crack echoed as this blow sent Yi Mofeng's head turning aside. "I miss you so much. I've hardly slept these past few days. Is this how you repay me?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and anyone unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe she had endured a great injustice. "Yi Mofeng, you truly disappoint me. You've forgotten all the kindness I showed you before the apocalypse. How could someone as heartless as you even exist?" Everyone knew Yi Mofeng was powerful, yet this formidable individual was publicly humiliated by Lu Xuexue. It was quite a lamentable sight. Yi Mofeng stood motionless, enduring the two slaps in silence. Some survivors, who had never faced hardship, stepped forward to defend Lu Xuexue. "Yi Mofeng, Lu Xuexue is genuinely concerned for you. How can you be so ungrateful?" Others chimed in, "Exactly. Yi Mofeng, you've gone too far." Encouraged by the crowd's support, Lu Xuexue's confidence swelled, and she grew even bolder. feeling that 2 slaps were insufficient. She raised her hand once more. Just as another, heavier slap was about to land on Yi Mafeng's face, Ruan Tian stepped forward, firmly grasping Lu Xuexiue's wrist. Have you had enough? Ruan Tian positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Mafeng. If it weren't for me and Yi Mafeng, do you think the survivor base could enjoy such peace? You all stand here alive because of us, so you should express gratitude to me, to Yi Mafeng, and to those who diverted zombies away from you at the cost of their lives. Ruan Tian's gaze was commanding. She showed no signs of fear, surveying the crowd before declaring coldly, living off the strength of others while feigning righteousness and indignation is quite unbecoming. Why not simply enjoy the spectacle in silence? What you perceive as tranquility is merely the result of someone else bearing the burden. You offer no words of thanks and yet incite turmoil. Do you think others are fools simply because they do not express their anger? Chapter 24. Please, I beg you, with Ruan Tian's words striking like a thunderbolt. The murmuring crowd fell abruptly silent. In that fleeting moment, they found themselves at a loss for compelling arguments to counter her. The atmosphere shifted, and the one left feeling awkward was none other than Lu Xuexue. After all, Yi Mafeng had returned against all odds, yet Lu Xuexue offered not a word of gratitude, her demeanor instead reeking of arrogance. Acutely aware of the subtle glances directed her way, Lu Xuexue clenched her fingers nervously. Just as despair began to envelop her, Peng Si unexpectedly stepped forward. Ruan Tian, your statement is misguided. The deceased survivors chose to draw lots themselves. None wished to meet their end. Hence the lottery was instituted to ensure fairness. We certainly did not desire to witness their demise, yet such events were predestined. I know you all endure great hardships, but what of those within the camp? Upon hearing his words, the other survivors seemed to find their rallying point, echoing Peng Si's sentiments. Yet Ruan Tian was unyielding. She clasped Yi Mafeng's hand, standing tall at the entrance, her voice ringing clear. Indeed, these seemingly fair drawings, are we to believe no one has tampered with them behind the scenes? Or is it that Yi Mafeng, initially drawing a white slip, was coerced by Lu Xuexue into exchanging it for a red one? Is that fairness for him? He was already a victim, and your words are nothing but an insidious attempt to manipulate the emotions of the crowd. Her argument was coherent and resonated with an undeniable conviction, her gaze unwavering and persuasive. The crowd fell silent once more, leaving Peng Si momentarily speechless. In this moment, Lu Xuexue's embarrassment deepened, her eyes narrowing at Ruan Tian with a veiled animosity. Once, she had relied on Yi Mafeng to lead a relatively comfortable existence in the aftermath of the apocalypse. But it was Ruan Tian who had brought her to this lowly state. Desperate to utterly undermine Ruan Tian, Lu Xuexue seized upon what she perceived as a weakness, sneering. Oh, are you not also surviving thanks to Yi Mafeng? What difference is there between you and me? Ruan Tian cast a sidelong glance at her, as if regarding a fool, incredulous. Who said I survived because of Yi Mafeng, and you dare claim you Haven T relied on him to fend off the zombies? What do you have to combat them? Lu Xuexue scoffed dismissively. With your dilapidated little car, perhaps? Laughter erupted from the crowd, for Ruan Tian's vehicle was indeed ancient, teetering on the brink of collapse. Apart from serving culinary delights, it seemed utterly useless for slaying zombies. Were they to truly bombard the undead with steam buns? Unfazed by the derision, Ruan Tian leisurely summoned her cart. What had once appeared shabby now looked rejuvenated, complete with a charming green bench. She perched herself on the cart. Turning to Yi Mafeng, you may attack me. The crowd gasped in astonishment at her audacity. It's fine. I am confident, Ruan Tian assured, her composure serene. Yi Mafeng, sensing her determination, drew his sword. A chilling aura emanated from him, instilling dread among the onlookers. Is Ruan Tian foolish? Yi Mafeng is formidable. If that sword strikes her, she will surely not survive. As gasps filled the air, Yi Mafeng swung his sword toward Ruan Tian. Yet, under the immense pressure of the blade, she remained calm. Seated upon her cart, the sword's energy veered unexpectedly upon reaching the cart, leaving a deep gash in a distant wall, while Ruan Tian remained untouched. How is this possible? Lu Xuexue exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face, a sentiment echoed by others who shared her astonishment. How could Ruan Tian's seemingly rickety cart withstand the sharpness of Yi Mofeng's sword? Do you see? I possess the ability to protect myself. Even without Yi Mofeng, I can survive. Lu Xuexue, who had long looked down upon Ruan Tian, found herself stunned by her newfound strength. Clenching her teeth, she gazed greedily at the cart, wishing it were her own power. As envy surged within her, Ruan Tian noticed the covetous glances from Lu Xuexue and others nearby. Apologies, but this cart is mine alone. It will vanish upon my demise. At her words, the crowd suppressed their darker inclinations. Unperturbed by their stares, Ruan Tian warmly pulled Yi Mofeng onto the cart. Are you hungry? She asked with a smile. Yi Mofeng blinked slowly. His innate vitality expedited his recovery, and while the swelling had subsided, a faint mark lingered on his cheek. Though he wasn't particularly hungry, he grasped Ruan Tian's intent. She aimed to provoke Lu Xuexue further. Thus, under her expectant gaze, he nodded quietly. I'll cook for you, Ruan Tian declared, intentionally provoking the greedy onlookers, demonstrating the consequences of crossing her. As the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, the survivors, who had not savored delicacies like Xilong Bao, hot and sour soup, or savory pastries for ages, found their resolve crumbling, especially when Ruan Tian unveiled a bowl of exquisite red oil dumplings. The crowd could no longer contain their desire. Several individuals, unable to resist the lure of the feast, lunged toward the cart, only to find themselves thwarted by an invisible barrier. Instead of entering, they were forced to watch Ruan Tian and Yi Mofeng's culinary display from a distance. Ruan Tian divided half of her red oil dumplings into Yi Mofeng's bowl, and when one accidentally tumbled to the ground, the collective hearts of the onlookers shattered, none more so than Lu Xuexue, who stood closest, with the tantalizing scent enveloping her. Lu Xuexue felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Prior to the apocalypse, she had lived a life of luxury, but now, her culinary experiences were reduced to mere starch sausages. Unable to quell her hunger, she directed her ire at Ruan Tian. I command you to make me a bowl right now. Excuse me, who do you think you are to issue commands? Ruan Tian leisurely raised her gaze, casting a radiant smile at Lu Xuexue. Do you wish to eat? Then beg me. Chapter 25. Exquisite delicacies. Lu Xuexue could hardly believe her ears. What did that wretched Ruan Tian just say? You want me to beg you? Indeed. Ruan Tian nodded with remarkable ease, her gaze fixed on Lu Xuexue as if she were observing a simpleton. All these delectable dishes were prepared by me, and since you wish to indulge, shouldn't you be the one to plead with me? Lu Xuexue. She truly yearned for the food. Yet upon seeing Ruan Tian's condescending expression, her appetite vanished in an instant. Ruan Tian, dismissively waving her hand as if shooing away an irritating little mouse, chided. If you don't want to eat, could you please not block the way? Others wished to partake too. The other survivors had not tasted a sausage in months. Now, confronted with such an array of delicious offerings, it was nearly impossible to resist temptation. At that moment, their appetites surged, overpowering any lingering disdain for Ruan Tian's dilapidated cart. They revered her as though she were a goddess. How much do these cost? Can we have just a taste? A Mediterranean-looking man gazed at Ruan Tian's red oil dumplings with greedy longing. They were desperate to eat but reluctant to pay, scheming ways to obtain something for nothing. Had her cart not been fortified against attacks, they would have rushed over to seize everything. Some began to morally pressure Ruan Tian, pointing accusingly. Could you not give us these for free? We've all been starving for so long. Just let us have a little. At this, many echoed in agreement. Exactly, Ruan Tian. You have enough food. Don't be so selfish. They clamored. We are all human, all survivors. How can you eat alone? Hurry up and share with us. With one instigator, the rest followed suit, as if they had found their rallying point, launching a collective assault on Ruan Tian. What is the point of eating alone? You ought to share with everyone. One mustn't be so selfish. They urged. Ruan Tian, come on. We're all waiting for you. You'll be accumulating virtue. We will remember your kindness. As their incessant chatter filled her ears, Ruan Tian felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. These people truly had no sense of shame. She continued to leisurely savor her dumplings, all the while feigning ecstasy. Oh, how delightful! As expected of my dumplings. They taste exquisite, so fragrant. The ravenous crowd was left speechless. Was Ruan Tian deliberately provoking them? Lu Shueshua, observing Yi Mofeng sitting quietly beside Ruan Tian, indulging in her food, felt a surge of resentment. Here she was, deprived of any morsel, while Ruan Tian treated her with such disdain. Yi Mofeng had clearly sided with Ruan Tian, igniting a flame of anger within Lu Shueshua. She huffed, fixing her gaze on Yi Mofeng. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I command you to come here at once. At her words, Ruan Tian swiftly grasped Yi Mofeng's wrist, tugging him towards her. Who do you think you are? Why should Yi Mofeng listen to you? Lu Shueshua haughtily retorted, because Yi Mofeng is my dog. He willingly chose to be so. Just ask him. Ruan Tian turned to Yi Mofeng, inquiring, is that true? Do you truly wish to be Lu Shueshua's dog? Yi Mofeng remained silent, lowering his gaze. No matter how Lu Shueshua pressed, he refused to respond. Once, he had lived a mindless existence before meeting Ruan Tian, devoid of his own thoughts. Yet now, he was different. He didn't want to lose face before her. Thus, no matter how Lu Shueshua belittled him, he refused to echo her words. Seeing Yi Mofeng disregard Lu Shueshua, Ruan Tian chose to ignore the spectacle as well. Rising, she addressed the surrounding crowd. Don't you all long to taste my food? Very well, trade me crystal cores for it. 400 cores for a basket of dumplings, 200 for a bowl of spicy soup, 100 for an egg pancake, and 50 for a vegetable bun. The most expensive is the red oil dumplings, costing 800 cores for a bowl. Upon hearing her prices, many began to curse, labeling Ruan Tian a profiteer. She wore a smirk, embodying the very essence of a merchant, as she sat down nonchalantly. After enduring a barrage of insults, the crowd exhausted themselves without breaching her defenses. Finally, one powerful survivor with an A-grade ability stepped forward, licking his lips. I'll buy a bowl of red oil dumplings. His companion panicked. Old Lin, why would you buy that? It costs 800 crystal cores. Old Lin remained silent, piercing Ruan Tian with his gaze. Young lady, you claimed your food has attributes that can grant buffs? Ruan Tian affirmed, indeed. Old Lin raised an eyebrow. You're not deceiving me? Of course not. Purchase a bowl, and you'll see for yourself. Very well, Old Lin agreed, nodding decisively. Here are 800 cores. Please prepare a bowl for me. As Ruan Tian counted the cores, she had honed her skill to estimate the weight rather than tally them. Receiving the hefty bag, she gave it a slight shake. It felt just right for 800. All right, just a moment. Before the eager eyes of the crowd, Ruan Tian swiftly prepared the dumplings. Her movements were fluid and aesthetically pleasing, and within a minute, a steaming bowl of aromatic dumplings was ready. Old Lin cautiously took the bowl and, under the gaze of his companions, tasted a dumpling. Aha! He exhaled, the fiery red oil exploding in his mouth, rich in flavor, making him weep. Old Lin truly cried. He was a man of strength, yet after enduring the harshness of this apocalypse, tasting such a delightful bowl of dumplings felt like a reunion with a lost world. Old Lin, why are you crying? His teammates, concerned, wondered if the dumplings were poisoned. The next moment, they witnessed the stalwart Old Lin cradling the dumplings, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "They are simply too delicious." Reluctantly, he shared the remaining dumplings with his teammates. Is it really that good? They asked, skepticism lingering. Tentatively, one teammate picked up a dumpling to taste. As the fresh meat flavor danced on their palate, they stood frozen in place. 3 seconds later, a tear trickled down from the corner of their eye. They collectively burst into tears. After the apocalypse, I have never tasted such exquisite cuisine. Chapter 26. A new target for strategy. How delectable are the dishes crafted by Ruan Tian, that they can evoke tears from even the most rugged of men? Moreover, the food prepared by Ruan Tian is not merely sustenance. It possesses attributes. Old Lin, after consuming it, I feel an invigorating surge of strength coursing through my body. He exclaimed, swinging his fists in the air, acutely aware of the newfound vigor that dispelled his earlier fatigue. Old Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, after just one bowl, I experienced the same sensation. It is truly astonishing that the food created comes with its own buffs. The investment of 800 crystal cores is undeniably worthwhile. With old Lin serving as a test subject, those who had been hesitant rushed to Ruan Tian to exchange their crystal cores. The most popular item was the vegetable dumpling, being the most affordable at a mere 50 crystal cores. The first survivor to obtain a dumpling, under the eager gaze of the crowd, bit into it with delight. It's so fragrant, absolutely divine. The unparalleled aroma wafted through the air as the leeks and vermicelli had been perfectly fried, complemented by the sweet and savory taste of eggs, leaving a lingering flavor on his palate. Observing his genuine reaction, other survivors no longer hesitated and quickly retrieved their crystal cores to purchase from Ruan Tian. The small stall quickly became crowded. Ruan Tian herself was astonished by the unexpected demand for her dumplings. Within a short span, she accumulated nearly 10,000 crystal cores, and those who had tasted her culinary creations could no longer utter a word about expense. The reason was clear. Ruan Tian's dishes were simply too exquisite. After indulging, they felt an exhilarating sense of strength. Her culinary skills were nothing short of miraculous. Lu Xuexue, with a stern expression, watched as Ruan Tian reveled in her success. During this time, the small cart leveled up, unlocking a new recipe for shrimp rice rolls. As dusk descended, Ruan Tian's cart was finally devoid of customers. She exhaled deeply and prepared a rice roll for Yi Mafeng. You must try this. It's a newly unlocked recipe, and it tastes incredible. Yi Mafeng accepted the rice roll and began to eat. As he gently bit into it, the sweet and tender flavor of the rice roll spread across his palate. Undeniably delectable. However, Yi Mafeng could not muster any joy. He lowered his gaze, clutching his chopsticks, and remained silent for an extended moment. Seeing Yi Mafeng's prolonged silence, Ruan Tian curiously inquired, Yi Mafeng, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Is my cooking not to your liking? At her words, Yi Mafeng shook his head gently. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, Are you planning to leave? Ruan Tian was taken aback, surprised by Yi Mafeng's keen emotional perception. Yes, I must leave soon. Yi Mafeng lifted his gaze to meet hers, asking, Is there no way for you to stay? With a resigned smile, Ruan Tian shook her head. I'm afraid not. This is beyond my control. She had to depart to ensure her own survival. Well, Yi Mafeng observed her resolve, understanding he could not persuade her otherwise. We shall undoubtedly meet again. Determined to leave that very moment, Ruan Tian was unaware of the appearance or proximity of her next target. She thought it best to set off that day, having sufficiently accrued gratitude points from Yi Mafeng. Before departing, however, Ruan Tian prepared a substantial amount of food, neatly packing it beside Yi Mafeng, instructing, You must eat this alone. No one else is allowed to have any, especially Lu Xuexue. Ruan Tian puffed out her cheeks in a mock-serious manner, declaring, If you share any with Lu Xuexue, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime, nor will I ever cook for you again. At her declaration, Yi Mafeng's eyes widened, realizing her seriousness. I am not jesting. If you let Lu Xuexue eat it, I might become so furious that I turn red with rage. I want to let her have any. Yi Mafeng assured her, attempting to calm her emotions. I will eat it myself. That is more like it, Ruan Tian replied, her anger dissipating instantly. She glanced at the time and decided to leave the base while darkness enveloped the land. Before she left, she decided to draw a lot to determine her next target. System, initiate the draw. Received. In her consciousness space, Ruan Tian once again arrived at the lottery interface, unable to suppress her nervousness as she rubbed her hands together. Will I draw this time? I only hope for someone as gentle as Yi Mafeng. With unwavering determination, she placed her hand on the box and clicked to spin. The moment the lot revealed itself, Ruan Tian gazed at it expectantly. Target, by Chulan, difficulty level, strategy reminder, appears to be a delicate flower, but is in fact a carnivorous plant. Upon reading the strategy reminder, Ruan Tian's heart sank. The difficulty level was indeed an S. This was far more challenging than dealing with Yi Mafeng. She sighed deeply, her visage turning ashen. Unable to contain herself, Ruan Tian asked, System, where is the target located? Is it still in City D? System, no, the target is currently in City C. It is advised that the host act immediately. What is the matter? Yi Mofeng turned to Ruan Tian. It's nothing. Ruan Tian quickly regained her composure. I'm setting off now. Yi Mofeng accompanied her, resolved to escort her to the outskirts of City-D, concerned for her safety along the way. Honestly, I'll be fine. You needn't worry. The early apocalypse zombies are not formidable. I can handle it myself. No, I insist on escorting you. Yi Mofeng's determination was unwavering as he ensured she reached the boundary of City-D. Ruan Tian bid farewell to Yi Mofeng, feeling a pang of reluctance. After parting ways with him, where would she ever find another person as good as he? Yi Mofeng, until we meet again, Ruan Tian exclaimed, adding, I hope that when next we meet, you will no longer be Lu Shue's sycophant. Yi Mofeng replied absently, his gaze fixed on Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian took a tentative step forward, yet Yi Mofeng's gaze remained unwaveringly on her, reluctant to shift away. Amused by his reaction, Ruan Tian waved her hand in a nonchalant manner. I'm off now. All right. Watching Ruan Tian depart with such grace, Yi Mofeng instinctively placed his fingers on the hilt of his sword. There lay the cute little doll she had given him, warm to the touch, much like the feelings Ruan Tian evoked in him. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his emotions were once more under control. In their next encounter, he hoped they would both have grown stronger. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian, having just left Yi Mofeng, began to internally vent to the system. System, what should I do? Yi Mofeng seems so reluctant to let me go. After a brief silence, the system responded. As for Yi Mofeng's reluctance, I cannot say, but I do know host. Your new target is about to perish. Chapter 27. Unconventional approaches. The words spoken by the system left Ruan Tian momentarily stunned. What? Excuse me? Are you serious, system? Are you not playing a prank on me? I assure you, I'm not jesting with the host. I advise you to act swiftly, for Bai Chulan is on the brink of death. Upon hearing that her precious treasure was in peril, Ruan Tian's pace quickened instantly. How could he be dying already? She hadn't even had the chance to interact with him. In a state of panic, she realized that she had accumulated enough gratitude points from Yi Mofeng and intended to stroll leisurely. But who could have anticipated this sudden upheaval? Host, no matter how urgent the situation, be cautious of the zombies on the road. Do not let them devour you. Fortunately, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and the zombies were not particularly formidable. With the aid of her map, Ruan Tian encountered significantly fewer obstacles. She hurried towards City C, fearing that her treasure might perish at the hands of the undead. Occasionally, she would inquire the system, how is my treasure faring? He hasn't tea already. Met his end, has he? System, rest assured he is still alive. Ruan Tian sighed in relief, only to hear the system add, but he will soon be gone. Ruan Tian nearly choked on her breath. Such critical information. Could the system not deliver it all at once? Just as she was preparing to rest for a moment, she resigned herself to her fate and stood up once more. She hastened her steps, carefully evading zombies along the way, deftly navigating through numerous predicaments thanks to her powerful map. Ultimately, she arrived at City C before sunset. Following the location indicated by her lottery draw, Ruan Tian entered a desolate and remote abandoned factory. Covering her mouth and nose, she coughed softly. System, why on earth did he come to such an isolated place? I do not know. I am but an innocent system. If you have questions, you may ask him directly once you locate your target. I must find him first. Despite the clues provided by the map, which indicated a red representing her target persistently nearby, she found it inexplicably challenging to locate him. Due to the dim lighting, Ruan Tian nearly stumbled, scraping her exposed knee slightly. Hissing in pain, she bit her lip and continued her patient search. Eventually, she stumbled upon Bai Chulan, unconscious and slumped against a wall, nestled in a narrow gap between the first and second floors. She rushed over, carefully lifting him. When his face was illuminated by the light, Ruan Tian's breath hitched. Bai Chulan was strikingly handsome, every feature exquisitely crafted. His hair was a beautiful shade of gold, not the result of inferior dye, but rather a hue awakened by his elemental powers. In the dim environment, the golden strands seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Bai Chulan's features appeared as though they were sculpted by divine hands, flawlessly detailed. However, at that moment, He had been poisoned by a mutated snake, whose corpse lay nearby, its head severed. She gingerly placed his head on her lap, wiping the sweat from his forehead. System. Do you have any information on Bai Chulan? Host. Bai Chulan was born with a silver spoon. He is the sole child of the Bai family. His mother's health is frail, preventing further childbirth. Consequently, Bai Chulan had no freedom in his youth, every move under surveillance. Even owning a dog was forbidden. He inherited his mother's constitution, often falling ill, and later secretly raised a kitten, which became his faith. After the apocalypse, he awakened his unique light-based powers, capable of healing any injury. At this point, the system paused before continuing. Regrettably, he can heal others but not himself. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback. The statement bore a bitter irony. It appeared that his seemingly invincible power mirrored the constraints of his family lineage. Before the apocalypse, the Bai family enjoyed boundless glory, and, as the sole heir, Bai Chulan could grant freedom to others but not to himself. This realization stirred a pang of compassion within Ruan Tian as she looked upon him. Coupled with his striking visage, her feelings of affection deepened, tinged with a hint of maternal instinct. Host, there is no time for sentiment. Bai Chulan's condition is dire. He is on the verge of succumbing to the snake venom. Ruan Tian quickly summoned a small food cart. The steamed buns could restore health, and she promptly set up the steamer. The clattering sound roused Bai Chulan, yet he did not immediately open his eyes, instead feigning unconsciousness, listening intently. A woman was singing, a cheerful tune, not a sinister nursery rhyme, but a song from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Bai Chulan. The air was infused with the enticing aroma of the steamed buns, a delightful scent that stirred his appetite. Steamed buns? Such a delicacy, akin to a royal feast in the apocalypse. How could it be here? He slowly cracked his eyes open, just a sliver, and beheld the busy Ruan Tian. This woman bore an unthreatening demeanor. Her eyes did not reflect the harshness of someone who had endured the brutal apocalypse. Instead, they radiated an innocent, almost naive clarity, reminiscent of a university student. Yet, Bai Chulan did not lower his guard. The more innocent something appeared, the more perilous it could be. His fingers cautiously slid down to the dagger concealed at his waist, prepared to strike should Ruan Tian make any sudden moves. Oblivious to his awareness, Ruan Tian, seeing that the buns were ready, approached him without hesitation, holding a bun tightly with her chopsticks, and forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. Bai Chulan was taken aback by Ruan Tian's unconventional approach, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Chapter 28. This is no little bunny. Bai Chulan instinctively felt the urge to expel what he had consumed, a reaction keenly observed by Ruan Tian. Hey, there's no poison in it. It could save your life. You mustn't spit it out, she urged, her brow furrowing as she grasped his chin firmly. Were it not for the fact that Bai Chulan was utterly drained of strength, he would have undoubtedly plunged a dagger into Ruan Tian's throat. No one had ever dared to treat him this way before. Prior to the apocalypse, he was the young master of the Bai family, living a life of utmost luxury. Even after the world had changed, he was upheld by the singular light-based ability of his family, revered by many. Ruan Tian's forceful demeanor was unprecedented. It's not poisonous. Ruan Tian herself partook of a small dumpling, savoring it in front of Bai Chulan. After relishing the taste, she couldn't help but boast, it's truly delicious. Just as I made it. Observing the rapture on Ruan Tian's face, Bai Chulan waited for several moments, reassured that she was indeed unharmed, before finally swallowing the dumpling himself. Its flavor was exquisite, emanating a warmth that dispelled the chilling effects of the snake's venom, significantly improving his complexion. With a resurgence of vigor, he regarded Ruan Tian with newfound curiosity. The existence of such a delectable dish was astonishing. Yet what was even more incredible was that it seemed to enhance his strength. Who exactly was Ruan Tian? What was her purpose here? Could it be that someone from his mother's side had sent her? As this thought crossed his mind, he gently shook his head, suppressing it. It was impossible for anyone to know of his presence here. Everything had been meticulously planned, and this location was a closely guarded secret. How could Ruan Tian possibly be aware of it? Noticing Bai Chulan's prolonged silence, Ruan Tian assumed he was still shaken by the snake. That snake is dead. You needn't worry. Meanwhile, Bai Chulan had already devised a plan in his mind. He managed a subtle smile at Ruan Tian and slowly began. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I might have perished. Oh, no need for that, Ruan Tian replied, waving her hand dismissively, only to suddenly realize something. She had not received any gratitude points from Bai Chulan. Could be a system bug? Sensing her thoughts, the system promptly interjected. I encourage you, host, to correct your mindset. Our system does not make such rudimentary errors. If gratitude points were to appear, I would certainly inform you. Ruan Tian mused that since the system first recognized her, aside from minor errors, it had been diligent in its duties. You're right. So, the issue lies with Bai Chulan? At that moment, Bai Chulan wore an expression of utter innocence. Anyone glancing his way would proclaim his blamelessness. His eyes radiated sincerity, leaving no room for deceit. It was likely that the lack of gratitude points was due to other reasons. Ruan Tian relaxed, intending to speak, but Bai Chulan interjected. This place is quite secluded. How did you find it? Also, your ability is truly unique. I've never encountered anyone with such a power. Ruan Tian realized that Bai Chulan was becoming suspicious, and she could not reveal the truth about the system. Thus, she quickly concocted a response. When I awakened my abilities, I was just as surprised. But abilities vary from person to person. The world is vast and full of wonders. There are surely others with even stranger talents. Her expression was flawless, for she excelled at feigning innocence. Bai Chulan scrutinized her for several seconds before finally smiling. Still, I must thank you for saving me. It was a trivial matter for me. Once Bai Chulan regained some strength, he began to show concern for Ruan Tian, inquiring if she was tired and offering to massage her shoulders. Ruan Tian felt a bit flustered, especially with such a strikingly handsome face before her. In the midst of this dizzying atmosphere, Ruan Tian suddenly realized something amiss. During the selection, it had been evident that Bai Chulan's strategy level was an astounding S rank. Furrowing her brow, she questioned the system. Is Bai Chulan really S rank? He seems quite amiable and even down to earth. The system replied, Host, I advise you not to underestimate Bai Chulan. You've seen the dead snake. Its remains were cut into pieces. Are you certain he is as innocent as he appears? Ruan Tian dismissed the system's concerns, waving her hand and cheerfully retorting, You must be mistaken. I refuse to believe Bai Chulan is that kind of person. His childhood was so tragic. He is a pitiable soul. Very well, host. You will inevitably find yourself in tears one day, the system concluded. But Ruan Tian paid it no mind and continued conversing with Bai Chulan. Engaging in dialogue with Bai Chulan was a delightful experience. He provided ample emotional support and exhibited strong empathetic abilities. Within less than an hour, Ruan Tian felt that Bai Chulan was an exceptionally wonderful person. With sparkling eyes, Ruan Tian inquired, Are you feeling better? How is your body? Yes, thank you, Ruan Tian. I feel much improved, Bai Chulan replied, raising his gaze to the darkening sky. It's night. Let us ascend to a clean and secure room to rest. All right. They ascended together, with Ruan Tian leading the way. After just a few steps, she heard a rustling sound behind her. Instinctively turning around, she noticed Bai Chulan holding something long and slender in his hand. However, the lighting was too dim for her to discern, so she dismissed it and followed his lead. They entered a windowless room, which indeed felt safe. Upon entering, Bai Chulan pushed a wardrobe against the door, sealing it completely. Now we are secure, he said gently, looking at Ruan Tian. Would you like to rest first? I can keep watch. Hey, you were injured today. It's fine. Just leave it to me. Ruan Tian replied confidently, observing her self-assured demeanor. Bai Chulan shook his head in refusal. Ultimately, he chose to be the one to keep watch. Initially reluctant to sleep, Ruan Tian soon succumbed to exhaustion, curling up in a small corner and falling asleep within 3 minutes. In the deep of night, the system suddenly spoke within her slumbering mind. Host, if you don't wake up soon, someone might take you out. At this, Ruan Tian instinctively opened her eyes to find Bai Chulan, who had previously appeared gentle, now crouched beside her with an expressionless face. He held a dagger, its cold blade pressed against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Ruan Tian swallowed hard, and then heard Bai Chulan command, Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, I will kill you. Chapter 29. The deceptive by Ruan Tian discovered that her limbs were bound, and the thin ropes around her wrists were painfully tight. At that moment, the detail she had previously overlooked flashed through her mind like a rapid carousel. She finally began to perceive the unsettling aspects of Bai Chulan since their first encounter. The dagger was still poised against her neck, and he smirked coldly. Continuing in a menacing tone, "I'm genuinely curious as to how you came to know I was here. After all, I have not disclosed this location to anyone. Moreover, I have never encountered you before. My memory is quite exceptional, and given your unique abilities, I would certainly remember if we had met. So, who are you? And what is your purpose?" The dagger felt as if it had been poisoned, its chilling touch causing Ruan Tian to shudder. The system interjected, "Host, I have previously warned you that Bai Chulan harbors secrets, yet you chose to ignore me." Ruan Tian retorted, "How could I have known he could conceal himself so effectively?" She truly had not anticipated that Bai Chulan was a master of disguise. He appeared like a delicate flower, yet was, in truth, a carnivorous plant, frighteningly calm, revealing not a hint of his true nature. Ruan Tian recalled the system's warning regarding Bai Chulan. He seems like a gentle flower, yet he is, in reality, a man-eater. This observation was astutely accurate. Beneath Bai Chulan's seemingly gentle and kind demeanor lay an inherent madness. His gaze remained fixed on Ruan Tian as he continued. "Firstly, this location is known only to me. It is a highly concealed place, a secret base I have sought for a long time. Aside from myself, no one else knows I am here. So how did you come by this information? Secondly, you are from City D, aren't you?" Bai Chulan's deduction caused Ruan Tian to break out in a cold sweat. His insights were indeed on point. How had he discerned her origin in such a dim environment? Anticipating her thoughts, Bai Chulan elucidated, "There is soil on your pant leg, the red earth characteristic of City D." Had he noticed such a minute detail? Ruan Tian's mouth fell agape, but she quickly regained her composure. She sensed that Bai Chulan was not jesting. If she failed to provide a plausible explanation, he would undoubtedly kill her without a second thought. After a moment of silence, feeling the dagger's pressure intensify against her neck, she hastily explained, "I found you because I possess a skill that allows me to perceive the majority of the surrounding map. Additionally, I know your ability can only heal others, not yourself." Upon uttering these words, the dagger pressed harder against her throat. Bai Chulan's amber eyes narrowed, resembling a lion provoked within its territory, ready to kill Ruan Tian on the spot. This was indeed the case. Bai Chulan's greatest flaw was that he could only save others and not himself. He had concealed this secret remarkably well, sacrificing much to prevent others from discovering it. Yet how did Ruan Tian know this secret? In Bai Chulan's eyes, Ruan Tian had become a liability. He would not allow her to leave the building alive. "Wait, don't be hasty," Ruan Tian quickly reasoned. "If you kill me, who will heal you in the future?" The food she prepared was infused with attributes. Steamed buns could restore health, while other dishes enhanced speed or strength. They could establish a mutually beneficial agreement. When he needed it, she could assist him in regaining health. In this world, only Ruan Tian could achieve that. Bai Chulan regarded her with a casual demeanor. "Do you believe yourself to be unique? Others could also provide healing and restore my vitality." In response, Ruan Tian, brimming with confidence, smiled and said, "While others can heal you, they merely address the symptoms. While I am indeed special, this you cannot deny." Indeed, as Ruan Tian stated, he had sought countless methods, yet none could truly heal him. Bai Chulan took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the dagger. "Who are you? And how do you know so much about me?" "That's none of your concern," Ruan Tian replied. "When the time comes for me to disclose, I shall do so." Bai Chulan studied her for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he pressed the dagger downward, its sharp edge slicing through her delicate skin, drawing a drop of blood. "Warning, host, you have been afflicted with a debuff, 5-step snake venom." Ruan Tian froze, swiftly realizing that Bai Chulan had poisoned her. He withdrew the dagger, smiling at her, his expression radiant despite having just harmed her. "Now we are even. This snake venom can only be cured by my light element." Ruan Tian comprehended his intent. This was a mutual exploitation. Bai Chulan, distrustful and skeptical, have been shaped by an elite upbringing that prioritized self-interest over human connection. Ruan Tian resigned, met his gaze, and hesitantly stated, "So, from this point forward, we are in a relationship of checks and balances?" Bai Chulan retracted the dagger, and with his long, clean fingers, he emitted a glimmer of light, casting a warm glow over her wound, mending the injury on her neck. Now, they had established a true balance of power. Neither could overpower the other. "Host, you're still too young. I warned you previously, yet you chose to disregard me. Now, look at Bai Chulan. He has clearly gained the upper hand." The system continued, "Next time I offer advice, I hope you will heed it, lest you find yourself in a situation as dire as this." Ruan Tian thought, who would have imagined that the angelic exterior of Bai Chulan concealed such a dark and complex nature? He was truly a master of deception. Ruan Tian lamented her predicament as she communicated with the system in her mind. As Bai Chulan resolved the situation with her, he stood and announced, "Let us go. Return to the base with me." Chapter 30. Is that all you are? The survivor base in City C is considerably larger than that in City D. Bai Chulan is her lifeline. Even if he says nothing, Ruan Tian would still choose to accompany him. The two of them quickly tidied up, and Bai Chulan took the opportunity to inquire about Ruan Tian's abilities in detail. "What exactly is your power? It's quite remarkable that you can create culinary delights." Ruan Tian gazed at Bai Chulan's flawless visage, and the initial angelic filter she had for him had completely faded. She crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "Did you not say we are merely collaborators? If that's the case, my abilities are confidential. I cannot divulge them to you, especially since the level of trust between us is zero." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, particularly the way her words were laced with a hint of annoyance. Bai Chulan fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at her. She appeared genuinely irate, her cheeks puffed out adorably. "Let us go," noting Ruan Tian's reluctance to continue the conversation. Bai Chulan refrained from further inquiries, and together they set off. Bai Chulan was more familiar with the terrain than Ruan Tian, yet he deliberately took a few wrong turns to test her. Ruan Tian, who had long seen through his innocent facade, followed behind him in exasperation. "I know you're trying to gauge my abilities, and I have no objections to that. However, you look rather foolish doing it. Can we pick up the pace? There will be plenty of time for testing later. There's no need to waste time on it now." Ruan Tian spoke with unfiltered candor, prompting Bai Chulan to pause momentarily, casting another sidelong glance at her. Her expression conveyed a sense of helplessness, as if she were genuinely baffled by his testing. Bai Chulan smiled silently, finally ceasing his attempts to probe her. They quickened their pace, and under Bai Chulan's guidance, they navigated safely to the survivor base in City C. Upon their return, the guard's eyes widened in astonishment and joy. "Young Master Bai, you have finally returned." Other survivors gathered around as soon as they spotted Bai Chulan, inadvertently pushing Ruan Tian aside. The crowd was solely focused on Bai Chulan, who was revered like a star among them. It had only been a short while since they last saw him, and anxiety had gripped them in his absence. "Young Master Bai, you are our only hope. It would not be an exaggeration to call you the light of humanity. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the rest of us? Who would provide us with healing? Please, next time you go out, do inform us. We are all exceedingly worried about you." As others chimed in, expressing their concern for Bai Chulan, Ruan Tian stood aside, gleefully eavesdropping, her ears perked up in amusement. "Young Master Bai, once you return, please attend to the injured. Someone was hurt during an exploration today. If you hadn't insisted on going out, the Lady Ruan Tian have gotten upset, and no one else would have been injured. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the camp? What if you get hurt?" Ruan Tian listened closely, gradually realizing that these individuals did not genuinely cherish or respect Bai Chulan. There was a modicum of affection and respect, but largely it was a mindset of exploitation. Due to Bai Chulan's rare ability to heal any injury, they selfishly believed that if he did not treat them, he was guilty. Initially, Ruan Tian felt some resentment toward Bai Chulan, but after witnessing the behavior of the survivors in City C, she began to comprehend. If Bai Chulan did not possess such a character, he might not have survived this long. The people in the base were insatiably greedy, attempting to drain every bit of value from him. Understanding their dark intentions, Ruan Tian finally grasped why Bai Chulan would want to escape. If it weren't for that mutated serpent, he probably would have fled City C already. The thought of these survivors discovering that Bai Chulan could not heal himself, but only others, sent chills down her spine. As the crowd continued to encircle Bai Chulan, Ruan Tian scanned her surroundings, preparing to slip away when a melodious voice called from behind her. "Bai Gij, where have you been these past few days? I missed you so much." Ruan Tian instinctively looked up and recognized the speaker. The girl was strikingly beautiful, likely possessing considerable abilities and a notable position among the survivors. "Li Canhua," Bai Chulan greeted her with a gentle smile. "Bai Gij, where have you been? I've been unable to eat or sleep well, worried sick about you." Li Canhua linked her arm through Bai Chulan's, her demeanor and gestures entirely affectionate, treating him as an intimate partner. The other survivors, upon seeing her, began to jest. "Canhua, your Bai Gij is back. You must be relieved now. Oh, stop it." The girl appeared somewhat bashful, chuckling softly before suddenly realizing something and seizing Bai Chulan's wrist. "Bai Gij, the lady is very upset. She said you left without reason, violating regulations, and that you must go see her immediately." Upon hearing this, Bai Chulan seemed to have anticipated it, nodding slightly before abruptly turning to scan the crowd, his gaze ultimately landing on Ruan Tian. "I brought someone back. Let us go see the lady together." "Huh?" Li Canhua blinked in surprise, not expecting Bai Chulan to have returned with someone. Feeling discomfort, she furrowed her brows and asked, "Who is this person you brought back? Male or female?" "A girl," Bai Chulan revealed, betraying Ruan Tian. "Ruan Tian, why are you still standing there? Come here quickly." Ruan Tian, who had been preparing to slip away, thought to herself, "Great. Now I have no way to escape." With Bai Chulan's declaration, the other survivors turned their attention to her, their gazes filled with curiosity, astonished that Bai Chulan, who typically shunned women, had returned with one. Li Canhua pushed through the crowd, approaching Ruan Tian, scrutinizing her for a few moments before scoffing. "Is this it? She doesn't seem all that impressive." Chapter 31. This person wants to target me. Ruan Tian was inexplicably attacked, rolling her eyes at the sky in silence. Just as she thought she had escaped one troublemaker, Lu Shueshu, another one, Li Chanhua, appeared. Ruan Tian began to ponder whether she should burn some paper for her ancestors underground to ward off these green tea women. With her A-grade fire abilities, Li Chanhua had earned the respect of many after the apocalypse and held a high status in City C. Therefore, Ruan Tian's indifferent behavior of rolling her eyes at the sky made Li Chanhua feel she was not being accorded the respect she deserved. "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's with that attitude?" Li Chanhua exclaimed, reaching out to push Ruan Tian, only to have her deftly evade. "First, I am not Hey." Ruan Tian took a couple of steps back, avoiding Li Chanhua's hand, and raised 2 fingers. "Second, even if you have the temperament of a lady, don't take it out on me. I appreciate it." Ruan Tian's complete disregard for Li Chanhua incited fury in one of her minions. "You should consider who Miss Hua is and who you are." A bespectacled girl named Su Jia stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Li Chanhua. "You're just an outsider, daring to shout at Miss Hua in our survivor base. Offending Miss Chanhua is like hitting a brick wall. She possesses top-tier A-grade abilities. Very few can boast even one A-grade." In response, Ruan Tian clasped her hands together, adopting a serene expression, mumbling, "Umitba, I do not converse with swine." "Who are you calling a pig?" Su Jia's face flushed with anger. Li Chanhua pushed Su Jia aside and stepped closer to Ruan Tian. Her appearance was striking, and her demeanor was exceedingly spoiled. "Since this is your first time here, I could overlook your unreasonable attitude. So, you still have time to apologize to me." With that, Li Chanhua raised her chin haughtily, casting a sidelong glance at Ruan Tian, as if to say that if Ruan Tian apologized immediately, she could be forgiven. Yet Ruan Tian acted as though she were deaf, mumbling to the sky, "Abba Abba, you." Li Chanhua was taken aback, after offering Ruan Tian an opportunity to save face. She could not believe Ruan Tian was so ungrateful. With a snap of her fingers, a small flame erupted from her fingertips, hovering above them. The heat from the flame distorted the surrounding air. Just as Li Chanhua prepared to teach Ruan Tian a lesson, Bai Chulan, who had been spectating for quite some time, finally intervened. He stepped in front of Ruan Tian, smiling down at Li Chanhua. "Brother Bai, you're actually helping this woman?" Li Chanhua stared in disbelief. Her favorite man not only bringing back a wild woman, but now defending her as well. She couldn't accept it, her gaze toward Bai Chulan filled with resentment. At that moment, Ruan Tian's voice emerged from behind Bai Chulan. Since you're already resentful towards Brother Bai, you cannot blame me. Bai Chulan was speechless, his lips twitching slightly. Li Chanhua completely dismissed Ruan Tian's words, snapping, "What are you even? You think you can call Brother Bai?" Ruan Tian replied, "Fine, let us just say she's asking for trouble." Bai Chulan soothed Li Chanhua gently. "Don't be angry, Chanhua. Isn't the lady still waiting?" "All right." Her rationality returned in an instant. The lady was indeed waiting, and neglecting her would be inappropriate. Li Chanhua had to suppress her displeasure towards Ruan Tian. "I understand, Brother Bai." After saying this, she added, "Should we bring this woman along too? She is, after all, an outsider. Moreover, she was brought back personally by Bai Chulan. Even if he did not wish to introduce her to the lady would likely want to meet Ruan Tian." Upon hearing this, Bai Chulan glanced at Ruan Tian, deep in thought about whether to take her to meet the lady. Ultimately, he gently shook his head, feeling that the time was not yet right. The main point was, the lady's abilities were quite unique. He needed to keep Ruan Tian around. It wouldn't do to let her take risks just yet. Bai Chulan said to Li Chanhua, "Let us hold off for now. When the lady has time, I'll take her see." In Li Chanhua's eyes, this was a complete betrayal. Moreover, Bai Chulan's treatment of Ruan Tian was far from ordinary. Not only had he brought her back, but he was also granting her such privileges. Clearly, their relationship was not simple. Li Chanhua felt a pang of jealousy, intensifying her glare at Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian, however, maintained her innocence, blinking at Li Chanhua. "Even if you pop your eyes out, it won't matter. I'm the most pitiful one here, all right?" Li Chanhua spat venomously at Ruan Tian. "You're pitiful? You're close to Brother Bai. Just enjoy it in secret." Ruan Tian replied, "Do you want this fortune? I can give it to you." Li Chanhua instantly turned her head away, glaring furiously at Bai Chulan. "Brother Bai, she just said she'd give this fortune to me. You should agree to her." Ruan Tian didn't miss the chance to stoke the flames. Yes, Brother Bai. You should agree. Look how she is pleading with you." Bai Chulan smiled thinly, glancing at Ruan Tian, who was engrossed in the drama, deciding he could not allow her to continue basking in comfort. "Miss Ruan, I have no time. Please forgive me. Let Chanhua find you an empty room to stay." "You're letting her stay?" Li Chanhua exclaimed incredulously. "We still don't even know what her abilities are, nor her background." Bai Chulan reached out and ruffled Li Chanhua's hair affectionately. "Be obedient. I'm counting on you. If it's you, you can certainly manage." With Bai Chulan saying so, Li Chanhua felt herself float away, and she immediately nodded. "All right, I understand." Just as Bai Chulan was about to leave, Ruan Tian extended her hand, attempting to keep him there. "Brother Bai, can't someone else take me? This person has a princess temperament." Hearing this, Li Chanhua bared her teeth at Ruan Tian, who has a princess temperament. "Are you trying to stir trouble behind my back?" Upon hearing Ruan Tian's plea for help, Bai Chulan halted, turning to face her. In a hidden corner where no one could see, a hint of malice flickered across his face. With a smile that bore a touch of vengeance, he silently mouthed, "Endure it." Chapter 32. Just a useless wretch at last. Ruan Tian comprehended the situation. This was retribution directed at her. She watched helplessly as Bai Chulan's figure gradually faded from view, extending her arm in a futile attempt to summon him back. Alas! Bai Chulan had walked away, harboring a deep-seated grudge. Ruan Tian was about to speak when Li Chanhua, standing nearby, obstructed her line of sight and frowned. "Bai Gu has already left. What are you still staring at? I suggest you possess a modicum of self-awareness. The disparity between you and Bai Gu is insurmountable. His abilities are formidable. What do you have to offer? Cease your incessant pursuit of him, and I hope you possess some common sense." Listening to the disparaging remarks, Ruan Tian remained unfazed, merely bored as she fiddled with her ear. "Oh, is that all you wish to convey to me?" She shook her head with a hint of regret, casting a sympathetic glance at Li Chanhua. "I had expected your attacks to be quite formidable, but it appears they have failed to pierce my defenses." Taking a deep breath, Li Chanhua resolved not to be swayed by Ruan Tian's words. She fixed Ruan Tian with a penetrating gaze, determined to ensure her living arrangements were settled, a task entrusted to her by Chulan. I do not wish to argue with you. Follow me. Ruan Tian trailed behind Li Canhua as they approached a dilapidated residential building, clearly in disrepair. The occupants were all individuals with D-level abilities. Li Canhua coldly informed Ruan Tian, from now on, you will reside here. In truth, Ruan Tian was indifferent to her living conditions. As long as she had her small cart, she felt invincible. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she eagerly inquired within her mind, System, my little cart will gradually upgrade, becoming more powerful, won't it? Of course, as long as there are sufficient crystal cores. Your cart can undergo limitless upgrades. Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once her cart reached its ultimate form, wouldn't that mean she would possess a home? To confirm her suspicions, Ruan Tian persisted. System, will my little cart eventually transform into a house? Reminder to the host. It can not only transform into a house, but also into a mobile fortress capable of traversing distances. At this revelation, Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled even brighter, her heart alight with joy. Such marvelous possibilities existed in this world, no matter the cost. She would elevate her small cart to its pinnacle. Host, I believe in you. If anyone can elevate the cart to its utmost potential, it is undoubtedly you. Li Canhua had anticipated Ruan Tian would be incensed, considering the abysmal state of the house, which others would shun. Yet, Ruan Tian not only failed to exhibit anger, but instead wore a smile brimming with excitement and anticipation. Was there some peculiar inclination at play here? Behold, this is your room, Li Canhua taunted, deliberately leading Ruan Tian to the most decrepit chamber in the building. Upon opening the door, a foul stench assaulted them, prompting Li Canhua to cover her mouth and nose in disgust. Someone died here just days ago. Regrettably, this is the only vacant room in the entire building. I apologize for your unfortunate circumstances. It was evident to any discerning observer that Li Canhua was intentionally targeting Ruan Tian. However, Ruan Tian appeared oblivious, treating Li Canhua's animosity as inconsequential. Such indifference and optimism only fueled Li Canhua's suspicions. What was Ruan Tian's true identity? What abilities did she possess? Li Canhua found it hard to believe that Bai Chulan would bring back a woman of no worth, especially one who was not particularly striking. Determined to probe into Ruan Tian's capabilities, Li Canhua swiftly pulled her closer and asked with a grave demeanor, what exactly are your abilities? For the safety of the base, you must report your powers. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian contemplated the inevitability of her little cart's secret being exposed and decided it was best to be forthright. She summoned the little cart, and when Li Canhua beheld its shabby state, she could no longer contain her laughter. Is this what you call an ability? Just this? Her laughter was uncontrollable, and her two minions joined in, mocking the absurdity of it all. The woman personally brought back by Chulan was the first of her kind. Yet she thought Ruan Tian was formidable? How laughable. What kind of ability is this? This rickety cart. Did you expect to impress me? Li Canhua laughed until tears streamed down her face, her gaze filled with derision. I see that Bai Gu must be desperate to indulge in anything, even someone as lowly as you. Wow, you're so fierce. I'm quite frightened, Ruan Tian replied, blinking innocently. Internally, she was unshakable, faced with their scorn and ridicule. Her expression remained composed, even slightly amused. If only they knew her little cart possessed an invincible space and could create a plethora of delectable dishes. What expressions would grace their faces then? Initially, Ruan Tian had considered whether residing here was inappropriate, given that Bai Chulan personally brought her back. However, it now seemed she had overestimated Ruan Tian, believing her to possess some remarkable quality, only to find her utterly lacking. She might not even rank as an E-level ability user. The trio before her took turns disparaging Ruan Tian, their words devoid of any respect. Following their mockery, Li Canhua adopted a cold demeanor and warned, I advise you, with such a pitiful ability, to keep your distance from Bai Chulan. He is mine alone. You're nothing. Ruan Tian ignored her, stepping into the room to survey her surroundings, preparing to tidy up the space. Li Canhua, observing Ruan Tian's nonchalance, felt as though she were striking cotton. Casting one last disdainful glance, she turned and left, viewing Ruan Tian as nothing more than refuse, unworthy of her concern. What did it matter that Bai Chulan had brought her back? Once she discovered Ruan Tian's true abilities, she would no longer care. Just a useless wretch, accompanied by a worthless little cart. What waves could she possibly create? Chapter 33. Ruan Tian. You are truly unique. Ruan Tian watched as Li Qianhua departed, shrugging her shoulders. Instead of dwelling on the tumultuous love-hate relationship between herself and Brother Bai, she thought it wiser to devote more time to herself. Upon entering the dilapidated room, she noticed the unsightly bloodstains on the floor. After tidying up the space, just as she finished, someone entered. It was Su Jia, Li Sanhua's little follower, a bespectacled girl. She tossed a bun, as hard as stone and suitable for use as a projectile, in front of Ruan Tian, treating her as if she were a beggar. With your pathetic abilities, this is all you get to eat each day. The bun was covered in a layer of white fuzz, indicating it was moldy. Ruan Tian raised an eyebrow, picking up the bun and blinking in curiosity. Is this all you eat every day? Su Jia shot her a glare, her eyes filled with disdain. My ability is rated B, unlike your uselessness. I eat better than you. If it weren't for your incompetence wasting my time, I wouldn't be here. Feigning naive, Ruan Tian inquired, what do you eat then? She was genuinely curious. The survivor base in City C was larger than others and housed many formidable survivors. Surely, the food would be of a higher caliber? Su Jia's gulped, surveying Ruan Tian from head to toe with derision. We eat ham sausages, which are a delicacy in this post-apocalyptic world. Haven't you ever tasted one? How pitiful. Her tone was laced with sarcasm, making it uncomfortable to listen. Before Ruan Tian could respond, Su Jia's impatience surfaced. With a dismissive wave, she turned to leave, clearly treating Ruan Tian as if she were an ill omen. Ruan Tian discarded the bun. Why would she eat something moldy when she had so many delectable treats at her disposal? She began to anticipate the moment when those who looked down on her would discover that her rickety little food cart could produce an array of exquisite dishes. The expressions on their faces would be truly remarkable. Ruan Tian chose to avoid confrontation. Due to Li Qianhua, other survivors in City C regarded her with disdain, and she had no desire to invite trouble. As night fell and Ruan Tian prepared to curl up in her small food cart for the night, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Who is it? She called, rising to open the door. To her surprise, she came face to face with Bai Chulan, whose face appeared pale and weak. Yet it was hard to discern any visible injuries at first glance. Oh my goodness, what happened to you? Ruan Tian hastily ushered Bai Chulan inside, gasping at his pitiful appearance. Bai Chulan chuckled softly. He had anticipated looking like this, so he felt no shock. Ruan Tian circled around him and soon noticed bloodstains marring the back of his white shirt, heightening her concern. Who hurt you? She quickly recalled one individual bold enough to harm Bai Chulan within this base, his so-called madam. What was her true identity? Bai Chulan, reading the question in her expression, replied, The madam is my mother. Her abilities are quite unique, and she established the survivor base in City C through them. Everyone respects her and refers to her as the madam. Oh, now I understand why she dared to strike you. Ruan Tian realized Bai Chulan's purpose in seeking her out. She quickly ignited the stove, diligently preparing food for him while muttering, Even if she is your mother, she shouldn't treat you that way. How heartless. At her words, Bai Chulan remained silent, observing her expression intently. He noticed her sincerity. She genuinely seemed to care for him. Why are you so angry? Bai Chulan asked, intrigued. Unbothered by the room's untidiness, he casually pulled a chair closer and sat down opposite Ruan Tian, resting his chin on one hand, a smile gracing his lips. Seemingly indifferent to his wounds, his captivating amber eyes locked onto hers, as if trying to delve into her very soul. Are you talking to me? Ruan Tian pointed at herself in surprise. Bai Chulan couldn't help but chuckle. In this room, it's just you and me. If I'm not talking to you, am I conversing with a ghost? Ruan Tian's imagination took flight, picturing a ghost hovering above them, observing their conversation, and she couldn't stifle a laugh. Do you think a ghost would drool watching me cook all this delicious food? Bai Chulan pondered her whimsical notion, finding Ruan Tian to be an extraordinarily peculiar individual. Sometimes, He could not fathom the thoughts swirling in her mind. He smiled genuinely, a rare expression that felt authentic. It was strange, with Ruan Tian. He felt free to be himself, shedding the facade he wore for others. Quietly, he watched her as she cooked, though she appeared silly and a bit clueless. Once she began preparing food, her movements became fluid and graceful, her focus intense, as if cooking were a sacred task. When someone immerses themselves earnestly in an endeavor, they exude a captivating charm. Ruan Tian was such a person. Her usual comical demeanor transformed into something uniquely enchanting as she cooked. Bai Chulan observed her for quite some time, and just as she was about to finish, he suddenly remarked, "Ruan Tian, do you know? Everyone who has seen my true self is dead. You are the first to remain alive." Chapter 34. The collar is a shackle. Upon hearing those words, Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bai Chulan to speak of such matters at this particular moment. However, her current concern lay not with the fate of those who had perished previously, but rather with retrieving a small green stool, placing it before Bai Chulan. "Very well. Young master, I understand," she said, "but the most pressing matter now is that you should eat something, young master." Ruan Tian's repeated address of young master rendered the pampered gentleman seated upon the faded stool in this dilapidated room, grasping a pair of prickly disposable chopsticks, utterly speechless. Bai Chulan was taken aback. Despite his stringent upbringing, so rigorous it bordered on the bizarre, he had never experienced such a way of life. Ruan Tian, perching herself upon the red stool, noticed Bai Chulan's hesitance to use the chopsticks and could not help but inquire, "Young master, why aren't you eating?" Bai Chulan lowered his gaze to the chopsticks in his hand, his skin delicate and tender. On one hand, it was due to his life before the apocalypse, where he had never known the toil of labor. On the other, after the world had crumbled, he awakened a rare light-based ability, rendering his skin even more pristine. This coveted power, desired by countless individuals, had transformed into something Bai Chulan detested. "Oh, I see. Is it the barbs on the chopsticks that have harmed your delicate skin?" Ruan Tian exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. She promptly took the chopsticks from Bai Chulan's grasp, meticulously smoothing them until the barbs were gone, before returning them to him. "Young master, there are no more barbs." Bai Chulan felt somewhat at a loss. He could not fathom why Ruan Tian's repeated calling of him, "young master," ignited within him an impulse to laugh. "Just call me by my name. Do not refer to me as young master. It feels rather odd." As he took a bite of the red oil dumplings, the flavor was exquisite, a culinary delight that could only be likened to a royal banquet in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Ruan Tian attentively observed Bai Chulan's expression, and after he swallowed, she could not restrain herself from asking, "Bai Chulan, how is it? Is it delicious?" Bai Chulan savored the taste, realizing it had been ages since he had indulged in something so delectable, even though he was notoriously particular about his palate. It was undeniable that Ruan Tian's cooking was extraordinarily delicious. The thought of others discovering her culinary talents was enough to provoke curiosity about their reactions. In this post-apocalyptic world, no amount of crystal cores could satiate hunger. Some may possess formidable strength, yet this did not guarantee a full belly. "It is delicious." Bai Chulan, accustomed to the finest delicacies, uttered the words with sincerity, indicating that it was indeed remarkable. Ruan Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her. "As long as you find it delicious, that is all that matters. I was afraid you might not take to it." "Not all. Although my stomach is sensitive and I cannot indulge in overly spicy foods, for some reason, your red oil dumplings do not upset my stomach." After consuming Ruan Tian's cooking, Bai Chulan felt a noticeable improvement in his condition. His aches subsided, and the wounds on his back began to heal. It was astonishing how a mere dish could mend both physical injuries and soothe the spirit. Ruan Tian was truly a remarkable individual. Her unique and extraordinary abilities manifested in the midst of the apocalypse were nothing short of a blessing for humanity. Heaven seemed unwilling to allow humanity's extinction, bestowing upon them a glimmer of hope. Bai Chulan lowered his gaze, gently closing his eyes as a dark thought began to take root within him. Perhaps he should keep Ruan Tian by his side, binding her to him, ensuring she could not wander far, remaining within his reach. For in Ruan Tian's presence, Bai Chulan found the freedom to be his true self. Ruan Tian had never demanded anything from him, a rarity in his life filled with self-serving individuals. In the midst of the apocalypse, greedy souls sought wealth, women, power, and status from Bai Chulan, while others clamored for the chance to be healed, attempting to elevate themselves to lofty heights. Bai Chulan had long grown weary of such days. Yet upon meeting Ruan Tian, it was as though a new light had penetrated the monotony of his existence. When Bai Chulan reopened his eyes and gazed once more at Ruan Tian, a hint of a smile graced his lips. Ruan Tian had been attentively watching his expressions and was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Bai Chulan, you actually display such a smile." He was puzzled by Ruan Tian's words. "Oh dear, I struggle to articulate it. It's just that you've never smiled at me like this before. You only ever offered hollow or cold smiles, never one so genuine as now. When a beautiful person smiles, they become even more enchanting." Bai Chulan was no exception. He was inherently handsome, and his genuine smile only amplified his allure, exuding a hint of tenderness. Ruan Tian nodded emphatically, earnestly assuring Bai Chulan, "This is not merely my delusion. I genuinely saw your face soften with warmth when you smiled just now. Is that so?" Bai Chulan instinctively raised his hand to touch the corner of his lips. "Of course." Ruan Tian, fearing Bai Chulan might doubt her words, launched into an elaborate explanation, as if composing a thesis, elucidating her point with clarity and persuasiveness. As Bai Chulan listened to Ruan Tian's monologue, he elegantly finished the remaining dumplings. His appetite was modest. One bowl was sufficient to sate him. Ruan Tian, still lingering in her enjoyment, rubbed her hands together and asked, "Shall I prepare another bowl? There are other delicacies. You may choose whatever you desire." "No, thank you." He could not consume more, wishing not to waste food. After that single bowl of red oil dumplings, Bai Chulan felt significantly rejuvenated, shedding the lethargy that had plagued him. As he bent to rise, Ruan Tian suddenly froze upon catching sight of the collar around his neck. "Bai Chulan, what is that around your neck?" At her words, Bai Chulan hesitated, instinctively raising a hand to shield his neck, his lips pressing together as silence enveloped him. He wished to conceal the collar from Ruan Tian, but inevitably, she had caught sight of it. "What are you hiding? Let me see what is around your neck." Ruan Tian stepped forward, directly pushing aside his arm. Upon realizing what adorned Bai Chulan's neck, her expression darkened, fists clenched as she slowly spoke. "That is a collar meant for dogs." "Why is it around your neck?" Chapter 35. Transforming into the Wild Zone's Red Buff. In a moment of daze, Ruan Tian caught sight of the collar adorning Bai Chulan's neck. The design was akin to those meant for dogs. How could someone of Bai Chulan's status wear such a thing? She pressed her lips together, expressing her displeasure. "Does your mother have some peculiar preferences?" In the entirety of City C, it seemed that only the lady had the authority to command Bai Chulan's compliance. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her rising anger. Despite the friction between them, Ruan Tian did not harbor any hatred towards Bai Chulan. In fact, she found him rather pitiable. Witnessing his lack of respect from others, she had already regarded him as a friend, which naturally incited her fury. Bai Chulan nodded quietly, as if accustomed to such treatment. Even with the humiliating collar around his neck, his expression betrayed no hint of anger. "Bai Chulan, why do you remain silent?" "I am truly infuriated. I am about to transform into the Wild Zone's Red Buff." Yet, her anger was of no consequence. He casually reached up and tugged at the collar. "If I were to refuse, she has her ways of making me comply." This was the frightening power of the lady. A failed marriage had rendered her exceedingly possessive. Her desire to control Bai Chulan was so intense, it was almost embarrassing. Having lived under such mental domination since childhood, he displayed no trace of negative emotion. "You can resist," Ruan Tian exclaimed, frustration evident in her gaze as she shook her head in despair. "Have you never attempted to revolt? Worst case, we both perish together." "Resist?" Bai Chulan scoffed. He had indeed tried to rebel, but his defiance bore no fruit. The cost of his resistance had been the loss of his most cherished possession. "Now, I find myself more concerned about you," he said, glancing down at Ruan Tian, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Had he known Ruan Tian was truly innocent, he would not have brought her back to the base. If the lady were to discover Ruan Tian's significance to him, she would have him at her mercy. No matter what Bai Chulan did, he would be threatened. Moreover, the lady's obsessive nature was a critical factor. She could not tolerate anyone else interacting with Bai Chulan. It was likely she was already aware of Ruan Tian's existence. The thought of the lady encountering Ruan Tian filled Bai Chulan's mind with grim scenarios. For with the lady's peculiar abilities, Ruan Tian might even end up as a fool. "You must escape tonight," Bai Chulan suddenly declared, leaving Ruan Tian stunned. Why was he suggesting she flee? He began contemplating the forthcoming developments with Ruan Tian's best interests in mind. Once you escape, never return. Do you understand? Wait. Ruan Tian placed her hands on her hips. I never said I was going to run away. How can you unilaterally decide this for me? She had no intention of fleeing, for Bai Chulan was her anchor. If she left Bai Chulan and her next target was far away, what would she do? She might very well perish upon first encountering the next target. Bai Chulan's amber eyes fixed intently on Ruan Tian as he softly spoke. "Do you realize what awaits you if you do not leave now?" Ruan Tian blinked innocently. "Worst case, it's death. I'm not afraid." Bai Chulan attributed her naivete to her youth. Once she grasped the lady's true capabilities, her perspective would certainly shift. "You must experience this for yourself," he said, rising to his feet. He could not afford to linger at Ruan Tian's side for too long. In the survivor base of City C, the lady's eyes were everywhere, and every action of Bai Chulan was under her scrutiny. He had no freedom. "If you require anything, you can always seek me out," he added before departing. Ruan Tian assumed their conversation had reached its conclusion, but little did she know that the following morning, her door would be violently kicked open. Ruan Tian, still groggy from sleep, blinked at the intruder, Li Canhua. The latter's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Ruan Tian, accusingly exclaiming, "You wretched girl, did you speak ill of me in front of Bai Gij?" Ruan Tian yawned, retorting, "This is a misunderstanding. I am merely an innocent bystander. Why do you target me?" Li Canhua dismissed Ruan Tian's defense, wholly incredulous. Just the fact that Bai Gij himself had brought her back made her highly suspicious. Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words, no longer willing to tolerate Li Canhua's entitled attitude. Especially as she witnessed the latter kick over the desk she had painstakingly repaired the day before, her anger surged. "All you do is babble about Bai Gij. Can't you carve out a life of your own?" Ruan Tian rolled her eyes at the ceiling, summoning her inner patience, completely disregarding Li Canhua. The disdainful display only fueled Li Canhua's ire further. She was a formidable figure in the survivor base, respected by all. Yet, Ruan Tian dared to disrespect her and speak defiantly. "All right, if you think you're so impressive," Li Canhua sneered, extending her hand towards Ruan Tian. "The rule here is that anyone wishing to stay must pay 1,000 crystal cores per month. However, if you desire to remain, you must pay 1,000 crystal cores each day." Chapter 36. Ruan Tian truly harms no one. How is this any different from robbery? Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, Li Canhua beamed with pride, entirely oblivious to her wrongdoing. "Indeed, I am targeting you. I wish to see you suffer." She glared at Ruan Tian with palpable animosity. "If it weren't for you, how could my brother Bai ignore me? So it's all your fault." "Very well, it's all my fault, boo-hoo." Ruan Tian retrieved 1,000 crystal nuclei from her small cart, clutching them tightly as she fixed her gaze on Li Canhua. "Are you certain? Do you truly want these 1,000 crystal nuclei?" Li Canhua, taken aback, recognized that this condition was clearly meant to trouble Ruan Tian. 1,000 crystal nuclei was no trivial sum. She had assumed Ruan Tian wouldn't be able to produce such a quantity. Yet, Ruan Tian not only produced them, but seemed to do so with ease. With jealousy, Li Canhua remarked, "You managed to procure so many crystal nuclei? You must have been flattering brother Bai behind our backs." She was firmly convinced that Ruan Tian had a secret infatuation with Bai Chulan. Ruan Tian shamelessly clung to Bai Chulan, who, with his kind nature, lacked the heart to reject her. Ruan Tian's audacity, enamored with Bai like this, was truly detestable. Unmoved by Li Canhua's manipulative tactics, Ruan Tian retorted, "Mind your own business. Just tell me if you want them." Who would refuse such a generous offer of crystal nuclei? As Li Canhua reached out to take them, Ruan Tian added, "I can provide you with 1,000 crystal nuclei daily, But as long as I do not threaten the safety of the base or other survivors, you cannot impede my actions. Hesitant, Li Qianhua scrutinized Ruan Tian, pondering her true intentions. However, she soon recalled that Ruan Tian's lackluster abilities likely wouldn't pose a threat within the base. Thus, she readily nodded, snatching the crystal nuclei from Ruan Tian's hands. Fine, I accept. I'm curious to see what you can accomplish. Ruan Tian inquired once more, are you certain? I won't harm anyone, and you shall not interfere with me. Huh, I'm eager to witness your prowess. All right, the contract is sealed. Ruan Tian eagerly wheeled her cart out, racing towards the Grand Plaza. Step right up. Don't miss out. Ruan Tian's voice rang out, loud enough to attract the attention of a majority of the survivors. To their eyes, she appeared quite the jester, pushing her rickety cart. Li Qianhua nearly burst into laughter, thinking Ruan Tian had lost her mind. To further humiliate her, she instructed her lackeys to gather more people to witness Ruan Tian's antics. As more and more individuals congregated, they began to point and jeer at Ruan Tian. They could all discern that Li Qianhua harbored disdain for Ruan Tian. To curry favor with Li Qianhua, they joined in on the ridicule, their words dripping with venom. Ruan Tian was utterly disregarded. Surveying the crowd, Ruan Tian finally nodded in satisfaction, pleased that nearly everyone had arrived. Li Qianhua is indeed a generous soul. I can only imagine how furious she will be upon witnessing my performance. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled. What are we to look at? In the next moment, Ruan Tian, like a magician, produced a veritable feast from seemingly nowhere. This was no mere assortment of hot dogs. It was a genuine banquet. Without even mentioning the soup dumplings, there was spicy hot soup and red oil wontons. The aroma of such delectable dishes left the onlookers astonished. Those who had previously looked down on Ruan Tian were left slack-jawed at her unexpected bounty. Li Qianhua, too, was taken aback. She had not anticipated Ruan Tian possessing such capabilities. No wonder she had caught Bai Chulan's attention. Li Qianhua knew he would never settle for an ordinary woman. This shabby cart appeared on the verge of collapse, yet was capable of producing such mouth-watering delights. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Li Qianhua inhaled the tantalizing scent of the spicy oil, her eyes betraying a flicker of jealousy. She was intensely envious that Ruan Tian possessed such extraordinary abilities. It was clear that this talent was the very reason she had captivated Brother Bai. If only she could seize this ability. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through her. Clearly, nearly everyone present shared the same sentiment. In this apocalyptic world, Ruan Tian's power was nothing short of divine providence, allowing her to conjure such a plethora of food. Ruan Tian skillfully announced her pricing, prompting many to recoil in disbelief at the exorbitant costs. Li Qianhua stepped forward, glaring at Ruan Tian. What do you mean it's expensive? We might as well just rob your cart. She posed the question tentatively, hoping to gauge whether Ruan Tian's abilities could be usurped. In response, Ruan Tian smiled sweetly. Go ahead, feel free to try. Li Qianhua, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of flames towards Ruan Tian's cart. Her powers were formidable. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies had feared fire. However, upon contact, the sizable fireball was inexplicably absorbed, vanishing before their eyes. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They had imagined the fireball would engulf Ruan Tian's cart, yet the opposite transpired. Ruan Tian gazed at Li Qianhua with a mockingly sympathetic expression. What a pity. Such a powerful ability couldn't even touch me. Did you not apply enough force, dear sister? Grinding her teeth in frustration, Li Qianhua, refusing to accept defeat, launched more fireballs at Ruan Tian, to no avail. The cart, despite its tattered appearance, was impervious to any assault. As others attempted to harm Ruan Tian and her cart, they ultimately conceded defeat, their gazes filled with disappointment. The cart unequivocally belonged to Ruan Tian. No one could take it from her. Ruan Tian settled down to enjoy her wontons, and the sight of her relishing the food drove the hungry survivors wild with envy. Before long, the first brave soul emerged, producing 800 crystal nuclei, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, "One bowl of wontons, please." With one person breaking the ice, the floodgates opened. "I'll have a pastry. Do you have egg pancakes? And a bowl of spicy hot soup, please." I want red oil wontons. They're making me ravenous. In an instant, Ruan Tian's cart was besieged by eager patrons, a veritable sea of humanity clamoring for her culinary delights. Meanwhile, Li Qianhua watched enviously, unable to find a single fault in Ruan Tian, her stomach growling in response. Indeed, Ruan Tian had not harmed anyone, but she had certainly wounded Li Qianhua's pride and appetite. Chapter 37. Is it too late to kneel and apologize? Although many people have purchased the delicacies crafted by Ruan Tian, a portion of the crowd remains composed, impervious to the fervor of the moment. The culinary creations of Ruan Tian are indeed rare treasures in this apocalyptic world, eliciting envy among onlookers. Yet, they are acutely aware that if these delightful dishes serve merely to satisfy fleeting cravings, the value proposition is rather lackluster. 800 crystal cores for a simple bowl of red oil dumplings seems rather extravagant. The first to savor the red oil dumplings was a survivor with an A-grade ability, who frequently ventured out to hunt zombies. Thus, he possessed a substantial number of crystal cores, easily affording the dumplings. Initially, he assumed the dumplings were merely ordinary fare, lacking the extraordinary qualities he had envisioned. However, the aromatic red oil was intoxicating, with just the right amount of spice that did not irritate the stomach, making it a truly delectable experience. Dipping bread into the soup was also a splendid choice. To avoid waste, he even savored the broth, leaving him with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Truly, it was a delight. He had no intention of purchasing more food, believing that such seemingly trivial delicacies were worth sampling only once. But soon, he noticed something amiss. A warm sensation enveloped his abdomen, and the wounds on his back from days prior had remarkably improved. What was happening? Could it be that these foods enhanced one's attributes? With this thought in mind, he squeezed through the throng, paying double the price for a vegetable dumpling. After a careful taste, his eyes widened in astonishment. Not only was it delicious, but it also seemed to bolster his strength. Perhaps these dishes truly did enhance abilities. His voice boomed across the crowd as he called out to Ruan Tian, boss. Do your culinary offerings enhance attributes? Ruan Tian, amidst her bustling duties, paused momentarily to glance at the gentleman. He was a straightforward man with a good reputation in the base, and his words were met with trust. Had Ruan Tian claimed that her food enhanced attributes, others might have been skeptical, dismissing it as mere self-promotion. However, the endorsement from this esteemed individual inspired confidence, prompting those who had been hesitant to rush forward in a frenzy to purchase Ruan Tian's culinary creations. Ruan Tian exclaimed in delight, responding cheerfully while maintaining her swift pace. Even in the midst of such chaos, she executed her tasks with impeccable precision, managing to engage in light banter with others. Li Qianhua watched, gritting her teeth in frustration. Ruan Tian seemed insufferably smug. Initially, Li Qianhua had dismissed Ruan Tian's cart as a mere gimmick, but now it appeared that Ruan Tian's cart contained a veritable treasure trove. The ability to create attribute-enhancing delicacies in this desolate world was indeed a formidable weapon, leaving many salivating with desire. To be able to relish such exquisite food in the apocalypse was a stroke of fortune for Ruan Tian. Surely, she must have accumulated significant virtue in a past life. Li Qianhua felt a pang of envy, her own abilities seeming trifling in comparison to Ruan Tian's exceptional talent. She was consumed by jealousy, wishing she could usurp Ruan Tian's powers. Su Jia, catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, felt her mouth water. It had been ages since she had tasted anything so appetizing in this bleak world. Her regular fare consisted of bland sausages, which had long since lost their appeal. The thought of savoring such delicious red oil dumplings made Su Jia giddy with anticipation. She took a few steps forward, grasping Li Qianhua's wrist, and gently urged Sister Qianhua. Ruan Tian's offerings appear incredibly delectable. Shall we indulge ourselves? At her words, Li Qianhua's eyes widened in fury as she shoved Su Jia away, seething. You traitorous wretch! If you're so enamored with Ruan Tian, then go to her yourself. What do you need me for? Realizing that Li Qianhua was genuinely upset, Su Jia suppressed her desires. She was indeed yearning for a taste. Stealthily inhaling the delicious aromas wafting through the air, her stomach growled audibly. Adopting a placating tone, she declared I was wrong. Ruan Tian's offerings are nothing but rubbish. She feigned indignation, continuing to belittle Ruan Tian. They can't possibly compare to your abilities. Sister Canhua, if it weren't for young Master Chulan, she wouldn't even have a chance to stand here. Though Li Canhua recognized that Su Jia's words were mere flattery, she still relished the praise, nodding in satisfaction and joining in the derision of Ruan Tian. Indeed, someone as useless as Ruan Tian only captivates brother because of her ability. While they spoke dismissively, both Li Canhua and Su Jia couldn't help but fantasize about possessing Ruan Tian's abilities. How delightful it would be if such powers were theirs, granting them an endless supply of delectable food. What a pity that such a remarkable ability had manifested in Ruan Tian. With a scoff, Li Canhua chose to remain silent. Yet the tantalizing scent of the food in the air made her swallow hard. She desperately craved a taste, but pride held her back. Approaching Ruan Tian now would be utterly humiliating. Wouldn't it make them appear insatiable, as if they had never tasted anything worthwhile? Li Canhua resolved to endure. She would never grant Ruan Tian the satisfaction of seeing her indulge. While Li Canhua maintained her composure, Su Jia could not contain herself. She seized an opportunity to slip away from her companion. She soon approached a girl with whom she had a friendly rapport, who held a freshly fried dumpling. The golden, crispy morsel looked utterly irresistible. Su Jia glanced around, ensuring Li Canhua was still sulking and oblivious to her presence, before pleading, "Please, can I have a taste? Just one bite." Fortunately, the kind-hearted girl allowed Su Jia to sample a small piece. As the delightful flavors danced on her palate, tears streamed down Su Jia's cheeks uncontrollably. It was heavenly. The dumpling was exquisite, filled generously, with a flavor profile that combined freshness with a hint of savory meat. Truly, it was a taste beyond compare. Amidst her tears, Su Jia chastised herself. Had she known Ruan Tian's culinary creations were so extraordinary, she would never have allowed their relationship to sour. Was it too late to apologize to Ruan Tian? Chapter 38. The upgradable cart. Su Jia was enveloped in regret. She had underestimated Ruan Tian's abilities, deeming them trivial and unimpressive, merely a commonplace cart. Now, clutching her chest, she felt an overwhelming sadness. Had she known Ruan Tian possessed such remarkable skills, she would have never bothered to curry favor with a difficult and demanding Li Canhua. Now, it seemed Ruan Tian harbored resentment towards her and would certainly withhold the delightful food she used to share. This ignited Su Jia's resentment towards Li Canhua. If it weren't for her, her relationship with Ruan Tian wouldn't have soured so drastically. Li Canhua flaunted her A-grade powers, constantly suppressing others without considering her own worth. Su Jia and Li Canhua were hardly true friends, their relationship marred by jealousy. Though Su Jia found Li Canhua intolerable, she felt compelled to suppress her animosity due to Li's formidable abilities and popularity within a base. Su Jia attributed all her misfortunes to Li Canhua. The girl had only allowed Su Jia a mere bite of her food, and despite Su Jia's earnest pleas, she refused to share further. With no other option, Su Jia had to pay double to purchase a single dumpling from someone else. Retreating behind a tree, she began to eat it in secret. However, she was caught by none other than Li Canhua, who had come looking for her. "Su Jia, what are you sneaking?" Li Canhua exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the dumpling in Su Jia's hand, her fury igniting. She could not fathom that Su Jia would betray her by purchasing Ruan Tian's food. In Li Canhua's eyes, this was a blatant act of treachery. Li Canhua glared at the dumpling, its enticing aroma tantalizing her senses. "Didn't I tell you not to buy this? Yet you still disobeyed." Without hesitation, she snatched the dumpling from Su Jia and began to eat it. "I can enjoy this alone. Don't dare buy anything behind my back again, understood?" As she savored the delectable morsel, a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. She had never expected Ruan Tian's creations to be so exquisite. Initially, Li Canhua had doubted Ruan Tian's culinary skills. But after tasting the dumpling, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. For survivors in the apocalypse, who had long been deprived of fresh flavors. This humble dumpling was a priceless delicacy. Su Jia watched in fury as Li Canhua devoured the dumpling she had painstakingly acquired at double the price. What was she to eat now? A wave of resentment washed over her. Ever since she had met Li Canhua, this girl had consistently taken from her. Despite Ruan Tian's seemingly impressive talent, Su Jia scoffed at her while her actions betrayed her thoughts, leaving no remnants of the dumpling. The very dumpling Su Jia had purchased was now entirely consumed by Li Canhua. Unable to contain her frustration, Su Jia protested. "That was my dumpling. Didn't you say you would never eat Ruan Tian's food? What gives?" Li Canhua cast a dismissive glance at Su Jia, her indifference palpable. "If you have grievances, keep them to yourself. Your current circumstances are all thanks to me." Su Jia remained silent, swallowing her discomfort. Li Canhua strode confidently towards Ruan Tian, effortlessly pushing through the crowd without waiting in line. Upon reaching Ruan Tian, she arrogantly commanded, "Ruan Tian, I order you to prepare a meal for me, specifically a bowl of spicy wontons." Ruan Tian, seemingly oblivious to Li Canhua's presence, simply smiled and continued to serve the customers who had patiently queued. Ruan Tian, Li Canhua, taken aback by the disregard, raised her hand, intending to strike the cart. The cart automatically activated its protective mode, blocking her hand. "Ah!" She yelped in pain, realizing Ruan Tian's refusal to comply, and her temper flared. "Do you know who I am? My status in City C is beyond your imagination. How dare you treat me this way? If you want a free meal without purchasing anything, just get lost." Ruan Tian rolled her eyes, dismissing the enraged Li Canhua entirely, and turned her attention to the survivors behind her. The sensation of being ignored pierced Li Canhua deeply. Unable to accept Ruan Tian's blatant disregard, she was about to escalate her protest when the surrounding survivors began to push forward. "If you're not eating, then stop crowding us. You're truly an eyesore." In no time, Li Canhua was shoved aside, fists clenched in frustration as she stood alone, fuming. Such is human nature. These survivors, moments ago allies against Ruan Tian, quickly turned to praise her when it suited their interests. They were driven by self-interest, aligning with those who could provide them the most benefits. After a brief moment of anger, Li Canhua suddenly grasped something, her expression shifting to a peculiar smile. Just as Bai Chulin had mentioned, the base was filled with the lady's spies. Given the commotion Ruan Tian had caused today, she was certain the lady had taken notice. Once the lady became aware of Ruan Tian's formidable abilities, she would undoubtedly employ all manner of tactics to keep her in City C. When that time came, escaping would not be so simple. The lady was not as accommodating as Bai Chulin. Li Canhua felt no urgency now. She stood coldly to the side, watching as the crowd enveloped Ruan Tian's cart. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tian, who was blissfully unaware of Li Canhua's scheming thoughts, she was elated. Who would have imagined that the survivors of City C were so affluent? Their spending spree had rapidly upgraded Ruan Tian's cart. The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host. The cart has been upgraded to level 10, unlocking additional recipes. We hope you continue your efforts. The cart can be upgraded once more." Chapter 39, Madam. Have you developed cataracts? Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level 7 recipe, garlic prawn tails. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level 8 recipe, sweet and sour ribs. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level 9 recipe, spicy potatoes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a level 10 recipe, red oil prawns. Congratulations, host. Your cart can be upgraded again. Would you like to upgrade now? As this series of notifications bombarded her, Ruan Tian felt a warm sensation enveloping her heart. A satisfied smile spread across her face. This truly felt like a divine blessing. However, it would be more accurate to express her gratitude towards Li Canhua. For without her assistance, Ruan Tian would not have been able to upgrade her cart so swiftly. She decided to postpone the upgrade and wait until evening. What transformations might her cart undergo after another evolution? Ruan Tian was particularly exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the upgraded appearance of her cart. Moreover, with so many recipes unlocked, as long as she remained at the survivor base, wouldn't she be able to upgrade indefinitely? Zombies were meant to be dealt with by others. While she could relish in unlimited upgrades, could there be anything more pleasurable in this world? Yet soon, the system shattered Ruan Tian's blissful reverie. Post after level 10, the experience required for card upgrades will double, significantly increasing the difficulty of upgrades. In an instant, Ruan Tian's delightful fantasies came crashing down. She frowned, incredulously questioning the system. What? The experience required for upgrades will actually double? Indeed, this directive was issued to prevent the host from upgrading too rapidly, and it has nothing to do with me as a system. Ruan Tian's dream of effortlessly amassing wealth was thoroughly obliterated, yet she remained undeterred. Why was it so easy to thrive before level 10, but so arduous afterward? This is because the period before level 10 serves as a protective buffer for the host, preventing premature demise. Now that you have reached level 10, you possess basic self-defense capabilities, and the novice protection period has ended. Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words. The ease of her upgrades had merely been due to a protective buffer. She was utterly speechless. However, Ruan Tian quickly regained her composure. The future was unpredictable, and what will be will be. Her inherently optimistic disposition ensured that she never succumbed to despair in the face of adversity. Just as Ruan Tian prepared to continue selling her culinary delights, a figure emerged from the crowd. The man was large, fists clenched, and his eyes devoid of life. Upon seeing this imposing figure, the onlookers recoiled as if confronted by a harbinger of doom. He approached Ruan Tian and spoke. "Come with me. The madam has specifically requested to see you." The madam? Ruan Tian was equally eager to meet her, though opportunities had eluded her thus far. Today, with a chance finally presenting itself, Ruan Tian felt a surge of excitement and promptly began to pack up her stall. "All right, I will accompany you to meet the madam." The crowd fell silent, the once vibrant atmosphere dissipating entirely. Everyone understood the true nature of the madam. Ruan Tian, an outsider, had never witnessed the madam's wrath. Had she done so, she would surely comprehend the extent of the madam's terror. Li Qianhua, standing at the periphery, finally witnessed the moment she had eagerly anticipated, her heart swelling with delight. She had known that the madam would not permit an unpredictable element like Ruan Tian to remain at the base. It was entirely within expectation that the madam summoned Ruan Tian. "Ah, Ruan Tian, you have brought this trouble upon yourself. The madam will undoubtedly not tolerate your presence." Unaware of Li Qianhua's thoughts, Ruan Tian cheerfully followed the large man, eager to discover the identity of the madam. Under his guidance, Ruan Tian arrived at the most luxurious apartment in the survivor base, which had been established in a high-end residential complex. The madam occupied the largest and most opulent apartment, yet none dared to speak against her. Fearful of the madam's extraordinary abilities, the survivors refrained from voicing dissent. Otherwise, a few brave souls would surely have stepped forward to confront her. The large man led Ruan Tian to the highest level of the apartment, where in the innermost room, she finally encountered the madam. The madam bore a striking resemblance to Bai Chulan, her demeanor graceful, though her complexion appeared quite poor, and she sat in a wheelchair. Upon noticing Ruan Tian, she smiled and beckoned her closer, her voice gentle. "You must be Ruan Tian. Come here and let me have a look at you." As Ruan Tian approached, she scrutinized the madam while the latter observed her in turn. At first glance, Ruan Tian's impression of the madam was quite favorable. She appeared to be a gentle, somewhat frail woman, seemingly devoid of any threat. It was perplexing why others feared her so. The madam looked perfectly normal and hardly resembled a madwoman who would place a collar around her son's neck. Had she misjudged the situation? The madam appraised Ruan Tian from head to toe before slowly smiling. "How did you come to know Chulan?" Ruan Tian, of course, could not divulge the details of Bai Chulan's secret of escape, so she provided a vague recounting of the events. She was not adept at lying, and her speech became muddled due to her attempts to conceal certain facts. The madam rubbed her fingers together, her gaze fixated on Ruan Tian. "Miss Ruan, I do not wish to waste our time." Ruan Tian looked innocently at the madam. "Madam, please believe me. I am speaking the truth." The madam smiled faintly, her pupils gradually turning white. Suddenly, she lifted her head, locking her gaze onto Ruan Tian's eyes. She spoke each word deliberately, I command you to tell me everything you know right now." In response, Ruan Tian continued to blink innocently, even raising her hand to scratch her chin, cautiously inquiring, "Madam, have you developed cataracts? Or is your ability some form of cosplay? Your eyes resemble colored contacts." The madam frowned, her eyes now completely white. "How is this possible? My abilities have never faltered. What is it about you that could render my powers ineffective?" Unconvinced, the madam shifted her gaze back to the large man and commanded, "Kneel." Upon hearing this, the large man obediently knelt at the madam's feet, resembling a compliant dog. "If my abilities are intact, then the problem lies with you," the madam scoffed, confident that Bai Chulan would not return with an inconsequential woman. From Ruan Tian, she sensed a whiff of danger. This woman was no ordinary individual. Chapter 40. "Madam, you must see through the minutiae. Who exactly are you? What is your true intention in approaching my son?" The elegant facade of the lady was stripped away, gradually revealing her frenzied essence, her gaze towards Ruan Tian turning venomous. "Madam, this is an injustice. I have no relationship with the young master." The lady completely disregarded Ruan Tian's words in her mental realm. Bai Chulan was nothing short of perfect. "You wretched woman, your aim in getting close to my son must surely be to covet his body." Ruan Tian was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, intending to exclaim that she did not, but the figure of Bai Chulan began to emerge in her mind. He was so handsome, possessed an admirable physique, and his rare light attributability could heal any wound. Hiss, Ruan Tian touched her chin, inhaling sharply. "You know, you might just be right." The lady snorted coldly, wearing an expression that conveyed her certainty, scrutinizing Ruan Tian from head to toe with an exceedingly critical gaze. "Do you think you are worthy of my Chulan?" Ruan Tian countered, "Whether or not I am worthy is uncertain, but as Bai Chulan's mother, to place a collar meant for dogs around your own son's neck, surely that is a pure act of madness? You even know about this." The lady, consumed with fury, resembled a king cobra whose territory had been invaded, her terrifying demeanor paired with her eerie white eyes akin to a horror film. Ruan Tian raised her hand to cover her eyes, peering through her fingers with trepidation at the lady. "Madam, you must see, although I know the young master's secret, our relationship is entirely pure." The lady said nothing, her chest heaving as she contemplated how to deal with Ruan Tian amidst her immense rage. Her mental ability was ineffective against Ruan Tian. She was like a bug in the system. The lady stared at Ruan Tian for a few seconds, then unexpectedly calmed down. She touched her legs, which could no longer stand, and with a sullen expression spoke, "I will give you 10,000 crystal cores. Leave my son." In a daze, Ruan Tian misheard and thought it was 100,000 crystal cores, her face displaying shock as she raised her hand to vow to the lady. "Rest assured, madam, as long as you give me 100,000 crystal cores, I will immediately leave young Master Bai and never see him again. We shall part ways in peace." Fearing the lady would not believe her, she added, "Madam, I actually do not like the young master. I merely desire his body. Just give me the crystal cores, and I will leave this instant." The lady replied, "I said 10,000 crystal cores, not 100,000. Ruan Tian sank back down, her expression transforming significantly, now appearing much more composed as she stated, "In truth, what I just said was a deception, madam. I still do have feelings for the young master. I cannot part from him." The lady could not possibly believe Ruan Tian's words. Grinding her teeth, she only wished to rid herself of the ticking time bomb that was Ruan Tian as quickly as possible. "Do not play tricks on me. I will add another 10,000 crystal cores for you to leave City C." A total of 20,000 crystal cores was still insufficient for Ruan Tian to upgrade her little cart. "That will not suffice. I will not leave Bai Chulan even a step, no matter how many crystal cores you offer." Had the lady possessed legs, she would surely have risen and slapped Ruan Tian across the face. Alas, her legs had been severed by her husband before the apocalypse. The lady's marriage was one of political convenience, devoid of love, and after Bai Chulan's birth, her husband never returned home. In the solitude of her empty home, day after day, and amidst her husband's infidelity, she descended into madness. She began to wreak havoc, unable to receive love from her husband. She fixated on Bai Chulan as her emotional crutch. The lady even sought out her husband's beloved and arranged for her to be killed, sending the photographs to her husband. Unable to bear the madness of his wife, upon witnessing the tragic demise of his beloved, he took an axe and severed his wife's legs, subsequently taking his own life. He understood his wife's prideful nature. Killing her outright would be less effective than rendering her half alive. Bai Chulan had hidden in the wardrobe, witnessing this gruesome scene unfold. This was an exceedingly distorted family, with the lady's obsession and psychological manipulation suffocating Bai Chulan. Bai Chulan was no longer a living being, but had become an object in the lady's grasp. What do you understand? That is my love for Chulan. The lady had long since lost her sanity, commanding her henchmen to bring forth more collars, all crafted to fit Bai Chulan's measurements. Our Chulan can never leave me. The collar is my love for him. It is also a shackle. As Ruan Tian listened to her utter these words in a bizarrely excited tone, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. What resolute willpower must Bai Chulan possess to have survived until now in such a hostile environment? The lady casually picked up a pearl collar, waving it before Ruan Tian. Isn't it beautiful? Chulan has such fair skin and an air of nobility. The pearls complement his complexion perfectly. The lady did not perceive any wrongdoing in her actions, even believing that this was her expression of love for Bai Chulan. She had long since lost her mind, consumed solely by her obsessive and pathological affection for him. The lady pressed her cheek against the collar, gently rubbing against it. Entranced. What a pity that man is already dead. Otherwise, I would have made him a beautiful collar as well. Ruan Tian rubbed her arms, taking a slight step back. I gave you a chance. You chose not to leave. The lady suddenly raised her head, fixing her gaze on Ruan Tian, a strange smile curling at the corners of her lips. Since you refuse to leave, then do not. Bai Chulan cares for you so deeply. I shall let him witness how I destroy you. The lady ordered her henchmen to bind Ruan Tian and take her to the basement. Upon learning of Bai Chulan's past, Ruan Tian could not allow him to remain in the lady's presence any longer. She obediently followed into the basement, even voluntarily stepping into the cage and politely closing the iron bars behind her. The lady, seated in her wheelchair, observed Ruan Tian, her eyes now turned black. This place is cold and damp, devoid of food. I shall starve you for an entire week, and when you are on the brink of death, I will let the rats feast upon your body. At that time, I will present your gnawed corpse to Bai Chulan, so he may see the state of your demise. I want Bai Chulan to understand that if he disobeys, everything he cherishes shall perish. The lady covered her face, her laughter chilling and ghostly, akin to a lunatic laughing before Ruan Tian for a full 5 minutes. Eventually, she stopped, dry heaving, as her henchmen pushed her away. Ruan Tian sighed. This lady is most likely beyond saving. In the next moment, Ruan Tian summoned her little cart, comfortably reclining as she petted her dog and savored sweet and sour ribs. Within the protective confines of the cart, it was warm in winter and cool in summer. The cold dampness was non-existent. If the lady were to return unexpectedly and witness this scene, she would surely be driven to fury. Ruan Tian, who had been intended to suffer, had instead transformed her situation into one of enjoyment. Chapter 41. What opinion could he possibly have? Soon, the news of Ruan Tian being confined in the basement by the lady reached the other survivors in the base. Although Ruan Tian's capture was anticipated by Li Chanhua, hearing the news with her own ears elevated her spirit to euphoric heights. Li Chanhua, dragging Su Jia along, wore a somewhat gleeful expression. I told you. How could the lady tolerate Ruan Tian's audacity in the base? Upon witnessing Ruan Tian's capture, Su Jia, like a flag in the wind, swiftly cast aside her previous grievances against Li Chanhua. She quickly resumed her flattery, grasping Li Chanhua's hand and exclaiming, Miss Chanhua, you are truly remarkable. You predicted this without any foresight, and it's all Ruan Tian's own doing. The two of them huddled together, fervently exchanging disparaging remarks about Ruan Tian, exhausting every conceivable insult they could think of. Eventually, Li Chanhua, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, interjected, Brother Bo must still be unaware of this matter. I shall inform him. In Li Chanhua's mind, Ruan Tian was a wicked woman, perpetually attempting to seduce her beloved Brother Bo. With his kind heart, Brother Bo would never stoop to Ruan Tian's level, and she felt compelled to rescue him. Without hesitation, Li Chanhua sought out Bo Chulan, who was tending to the wounds of returning injured soldiers. Brother Bo, Li Chanhua, oblivious to the exhaustion etched on Bo Chulan's face, hurried to his side, affectionately linking her arm through his and playfully asking, "Are you aware that Ruan Tian has been locked in the basement by the lady?" Upon hearing this, Bo Chulan's pupils contracted, and the hand that had been treating the injured abruptly halted. Immediately recognizing his reaction, Li Chanhua realized he was completely unaware of the news, which only fueled her self-satisfaction. Ruan Tian was a fraud, imprisoned by the lady, and she would no longer be a pestering presence in his life. Bo Chulan, however, did not heed Li Chanhua's subsequent remarks. He straightened his posture and pushed her hand away. "I anticipated this day would arrive swiftly, yet I never imagined it would come so soon." Overwhelmed with emotions he could scarcely articulate, his usually placid heart now felt a tumult of indescribable sensations. When he next laid eyes on Ruan Tian, which she still resembled the Ruan Tian he remembered, Bo Chulan found himself unable to confirm, feeling momentarily dizzy as he took a step back. Li Chanhua, noticing Bo Chulan's sensitive emotional shift, mistakenly interpreted his expression as one of delight. "Brother Bo, are you incredibly happy? You shall never have to see that wretched Ruan Tian again." At her words, Bo Chulan gradually regained his composure, lowering his head to fixate on Li Chanhua with his amber eyes for an extended moment. Initially, Li Chanhua felt a twinge of shyness under his gaze, but that quickly faded into discomfort, for the man before her bore no resemblance to the Bo Chulan she remembered. His eyes betrayed no hint of mirth, only a chilling detachment. Brother Bo," she stammered, hesitantly releasing her grip on his arm, her heart racing as she softly asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" Bo Chulan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he posed a question of his own. "Chanhua, do you have feelings for me?" At this, Li Chanhua nodded emphatically, relieved that he was asking such a question. "Of course I like you. You are the person I cherish most." Yet to her dismay, Bo Chulan's laughter echoed with a hint of sarcasm. Assuming he doubted her sincerity, she grew anxious and quickly defended herself. "I truly do like you. Brother Bo, why don't you believe what I say?" Bo Chulan merely turned and walked towards the exit, his smile fading from Li Chanhua's view. The man she adored was merely a facade. The genuine Bo Chulan remained concealed from her. Oblivious to the turmoil within him, she hurried after him, chattering incessantly in pursuit of his attention. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian spent several leisurely days alone in the basement. During this time, the lady, fearing Ruan Tian might escape, assigned a burly man from the northeast to keep watch over her. On the first day, a mutual shyness lingered between Ruan Tian and the man, with little conversation exchanged. By the second day, they began to communicate, though neither had fully revealed their true selves. By the third day, their rapport blossomed into familiarity, and they affectionately referred to each other as siblings. Thus, when the lady descended to the basement, she was greeted by the boisterous laughter of Ruan Tian and the burly man, who remained oblivious to her arrival. "Brother, you may not know, but I possess superpowers," Ruan Tian exclaimed. The burly man scoffed. "What kind of superpower is that?" "I can dance the yanga." "Can you dance the yanga?" Ruan Tian, unable to dance the yanga, pondered what she could boast to outshine him. "I can make the lady laugh." Her eyes lit up as she identified his weakness. "Really? You can make the lady laugh? But is that impressive?" He challenged. "I can make her dance ballet." "Huh, I can make her do the cha-cha." They bickered for some time until Ruan Tian triumphantly declared, "I can make the lady eat poop." This outlandish statement drew the lady, who had been eavesdropping from the shadows, to roll herself into view. The lady could not help but chuckle at Ruan Tian's audacity, but upon noticing her vibrant demeanor after days in confinement, her irritation only intensified. "Why have you both fallen silent?" the lady demanded. "Continue your conversation." Her glare directed at Ruan Tian was fierce. She had entered the basement fuming. But Ruan Tian's rejuvenated appearance only stoked her fury further. The lady promptly transferred Ruan Tian to a different guard, this time opting for a mute. This mute was timid and withdrawn, fearful of confrontation, and the lady was convinced Ruan Tian would find it impossible to converse with someone who could not speak. Confident that solitude would dampen Ruan Tian's spirits, the lady returned to the basement 3 days later. This time, she bore witness to Ruan Tian's unparalleled audacity. Ruan Tian was engaged in a game of Go with the mute, taking advantage of his inability to speak to retract her moves whenever she was on the verge of defeat. "Oh dear, I no longer wish to play here. You have no objections, do you?" The mute could only stare blankly, having no voice to express his thoughts. What opinion could he possibly have? He was merely a pitiful little mute. Chapter 42. You haven't changed. That's truly wonderful. As Ruan Tian contemplated her third move in the game, the mute brother could no longer contain his fury. He forcefully tossed the white piece to the ground, glaring at Ruan Tian with a look that seemed to blaze with fire. In that moment, all signs of his usual docility and awkwardness vanished. They say even a cornered rabbit will bite, and the mute brother was indeed furious, unable to fathom that such shamelessness existed in the world. Ruan Tian took advantage of his silence to bully him relentlessly, leaving him feeling utterly wronged, his small chest heaving with indignation. No wonder the lady had expressed sympathy when she sent him to guard. That boisterous northeastern man had patted his shoulder and solemnly advised him to take care. The mute had thought it was merely a suggestion to endure the harshness of the cold, damp basement. However, he soon realized that the true terror of the basement was not its chilling atmosphere, but the audacity of the woman who tormented him. Ruan Tian, the epitome of shamelessness. Ruan Tian was taken aback by the mute's sudden outburst. Embarrassed, she raised her hand to rub her head, then bent down to pick up the fallen white piece. "Oh dear, look at you. How can you still be angry at me?" The mute, now resolved not to reconcile with Ruan Tian, remained silent. Observing Ruan Tian's attempts to placate him, the lady couldn't help but find a hint of humanity in the previously dull mute. With a cold smirk, she remarked, "Ruan Tian, I truly underestimated you. No wonder Bai Chulan is captivated by you. You possess a certain charm. Especially in this dreary apocalypse, your presence shines like a beacon, noisy yet not irritating." As the lady emerged from the shadows, the mute, who had been sulking, immediately knelt upon seeing her. Ruan Tian obediently placed the black piece down and awkwardly rubbed her head. "Hi, hello." The lady glanced at the trembling mute before fixing her gaze on Ruan Tian, activating her supernatural power. Her eyes turned entirely white as she maximized her ability. Ruan Tian, childishly staring back, noticed that the lady was merely observing her without any action, prompting her own expression to soften. "Oh dear, look at you, lady," Ruan Tian said bashfully, covering her cheeks, her eyes reflecting a naive innocence, devoid of any indication of being under mental control. The lady, her eyes aching from exertion, realized that Ruan Tian's soul was completely beyond her grasp. For Ruan Tian was an NPC, her essence derived from a game. Just as the disparity between three-dimensional and four-dimensional space, no matter how hard humans tried, they could not perceive the ghosts residing in the realm of thought. Thus, no matter how the lady unleashed her powers upon Ruan Tian, her efforts bore no fruit. Frustrated, the lady glared at Ruan Tian with growing malice. Recognizing that this was the first instance her powers had failed, she decided that Ruan Tian could not be allowed to live. Yet, she had heard from Li Canhua of Ruan Tian's unique ability to create exquisite dishes as long as she had infinite crystal cores, each dish possessing distinct attributes and rarity. Such a remarkable power would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Initially intent on eliminating Ruan Tian, the lady reconsidered, recognizing the value of her ability. Perhaps it is due to my insufficient power level. Just wait. Once I enhance my abilities, I will turn you into a puppet. At that point, I can exploit you as I please." The lady's demeanor gradually softened as she smiled, leading the mute away. She realized that no one should be left to guard Ruan Tian, for the girl was eloquent and adept at twisting the truth. The lady would no longer assign anyone to monitor her closely. With the impending arrival of the Red Moon zombie tide, she anticipated absorbing more crystal cores, enhancing her powers, and sealing Ruan Tian's fate. In the dimly lit basement, the lady spoke at length to Ruan Tian about the long-term development of their base, future resource allocation, and Ruan Tian's impending demise, which would culminate in a life of agonizing servitude after her consciousness was seized. After delivering her monologue and belittling Ruan Tian, claiming she was unworthy of her son, the lady finally paused, realizing that Ruan Tian had remained silent for quite some time. "Ah, you must be terrified by my words." Understandable. Just a country girl who thought herself impressive. With a cold laugh, the lady turned away, taking the mute with her. Once they left, silence enveloped the basement. Ruan Tian's head slipped from her palm, striking the stone wall with a thud. She gasped, the drowsiness that had threatened to overtake her finally dissipating. Unbeknownst to the lady, Ruan Tian had already fallen asleep during her lengthy tirade. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed Ruan Tian's expression. Had the lady known she had dozed off amidst her passionate speech, she would have surely been enraged. With no one to converse with, Ruan Tian felt no boredom. Instead, she engaged in dialogue with the system in her mind. "System, do you know why the sky is blue? I reserve the right to remain silent." "Then why is the grass green?" "Host, if you cannot speak, you may as well keep your mouth shut." "I still wish to inquire. Why are humans human, and why can birds fly?" The system fell silent, ignoring Ruan Tian's persistent queries. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, more deliberate this time, belonging to Bai Chulan. He was just about to see Ruan Tian when he suddenly halted at the corner of the stairs. Bai Chulan understood that he could not face Ruan Tian. Those who had fallen under the lady's mental control invariably suffered damage to their minds, becoming deranged and dull-witted. He feared seeing Ruan Tian become like that. The thought terrified him. For Bai Chulan, Ruan Tian had taken on a profound significance. Leaning against the wall, he stood quietly for 5 minutes at the corner. Accepting that he could not avoid this encounter, he took a deep breath and stepped forward. He approached the iron bars that held Ruan Tian captive, his tall figure coming to a stop before her as he softly uttered, "Ruan Tian." Upon recognizing Bai Chulan's voice, Ruan Tian's eyes lit up, excitement radiating from her as she tiptoed and exclaimed, "Bai Chulan, you finally came to see me. Let me tell you, I've been so bored these past few days that I fed the mice. And they actually think I'm their master. I'm now a mouse trainer." Listening to Ruan Tian's vibrant voice, Bai Chulan was momentarily taken aback. Since her imprisonment, the weight that had rested heavily upon his heart lifted. He chuckled softly, instinctively placing a hand over his heart. "You haven't changed. That's truly wonderful." Chapter 43. Words of astonishment and relentless death. What have I changed? Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. "I don't know why," she continued, raising her hand to scratch her neck. "The lady's abilities seem ineffective against me." As she spoke, the memory of locking eyes with the lady flashed in her mind. The lady's white irises were nearly bulging out, while Ruan Tian remained unfazed, gazing at her with an expression of innocence. At this moment, it was Bai Chulan's turn to be astonished. He instinctively raised his hand to grasp the iron railing. "Really? You're not joking?" Ruan Tian was startled by his sudden fervor. "Oh, please don't get so worked up. It's true, I'm not lying." Fearing that Bai Chulan might doubt her, she recounted the events of the previous day in detail. After listening, Bai Chulan fell silent. His head hung low, enveloped in shadows, the dim light obscuring his expression. Ruan Tian felt something was off about Bai Chulan at that moment. Tentatively, she called out, "Bai Chulan, are you all right?" Suddenly, Bai Chulan lifted his slender fingers to cover the lower half of his face, letting out a series of muffled chuckles. Gradually, his laughter grew louder, echoing in the damp, cold basement. Ruan Tian listened to his laughter, a chill running down her spine. "What is happening?" Bai Chulan laughed until tears streamed down his face, gasping for breath, the corners of his beautiful eyes reddening. Only when the surge of excitement subsided did he regain his composure, looking directly at Ruan Tian. "You are the first." Ruan Tian struggled to hear him clearly. "What did you say?" Bai Chulan elaborated. "You are the first who has been able to free themselves from Bai Wan's control." So that was the lady's name, Bai Wan. "Ruan Tian, you are a unique existence." He had never encountered anyone capable of resisting her mental invasion, let alone maintaining their sanity afterward. For all this time, Ruan Tian was the first. Feeling a bit shy, Ruan Tian chuckled softly, aware that she was not from this world, a secret she must keep. "I'm not as impressive as you think," she remarked, reluctant to boast. Bai Chulan merely shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. Extend your hand. His tone was gentle, and upon realizing Ruan Tian's extraordinary ability to resist Bai Wan's mental powers, Bai Chulan's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Ruan Tian found herself unaccustomed to this shift and awkwardly extended her hand. Bai Chulan took hold of her wrist and then leaned down, his soft lips gently brushing against the inner side of her wrist. The proximity between them was intimate, separated only by an iron railing. Bai Chulan's lips felt incredibly soft, like a feather gliding over her skin. Ruan Tian could hardly bear the ticklish sensation, instinctively trying to withdraw her hand, but Bai Chulan held on tightly. Don't move, he whispered, and Ruan Tian had no choice but to suppress the ambiguous feelings stirring within her, inhaling deeply as she watched his actions. 3 seconds later, a wet sensation brushed against her delicate skin. Ruan Tian was certain it was Bai Chulan's tongue. She quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushing, stammering. Bai Chulan, what are you doing? The snake venom within you is about to take effect. I am neutralizing it for you. Ruan Tian's face remained flushed, the warmth lingering on her wrist, refusing to dissipate. You could have warned me beforehand. You can't just kiss me out of nowhere. She faltered, the atmosphere growing increasingly ambiguous. Bai Chulan chuckled at her reaction. It was necessary for physical contact. You wouldn't want me to press my lips against your wrist, would you? He paused, leaving the unspoken words hanging in the air, igniting a flurry of blush-inducing thoughts. Would you prefer me to kiss your neck instead? Before he could finish, Ruan Tian interrupted him. All right. I get it, please stop. Feeling embarrassed, she urged him to cease, and finally, Bai Chulan fell silent. He summoned the power of light elements, his golden hair gleaming in the darkness, radiating a soft glow that accentuated his striking features. Yet, this appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a vampire. In anime, the vampire male often bites the female either on the neck or wrist. What am I even thinking? He paid no mind to the filth beneath him, settling down against the iron railing. I will prepare a feast for you. At this, he did not refuse, slightly fatigued, closing his eyes and murmuring, Thank you for your trouble. The inhabitants of the base had become overly reliant on Bai Chulan's abilities, even beginning to disrespect life itself. Some attacks that could easily be avoided were met with indifference, allowing zombies to strike without resistance. They thought to themselves, since Bai Chulan can heal me, why bother improving my own strength? If only one person held such thoughts, Bai Chulan would not be so exhausted. Yet the number of individuals thinking this way grew, and everyone started to take advantage of the situation. During the days Bai Chulan had not visited Ruan Tian, he had been swamped with work. It was not that he intentionally avoided her. He was simply overwhelmed with tasks. Ruan Tian prepared a lavish spread for Bai Chulan, passing the dishes through the gaps in the iron railing. Is this enough, dear? She squeezed everything she could through the small opening. Bai Chulan looked at the overflowing food in his arms and shook his head helplessly. It's more than enough. Thank you, Ruan Tian. As he savored the delightful aroma of the food, Bai Chulan quietly indulged, finding solace in the culinary delights. Ruan Tian, however, was far from quiet, chattering away throughout the meal. He did not find her chatter bothersome. Instead, he listened intently, occasionally smiling and nodding in approval. Did you know, Bai Chulan, that there are spirits wandering around here at night? Ruan Tian exclaimed. Bai Chulan feigned terror, playing along. But she quickly shifted the topic, adding, And I've trained a squad of brave little mice. They listen to me perfectly. Bai Chulan chuckled softly, the pent-up emotions of the past few days finding release in Ruan Tian's company. For the first time, he experienced true healing. When he was with her, it felt as though there was no need to ponder anything. He could simply empty his mind and listen to her speak. As the meal concluded, Bai Chulan felt his fatigue dissipating. Suddenly, he turned to her, his long, pale fingers gripping Ruan Tian's wrist with urgency, declaring, Ruan Tian, let us elope. Chapter 44, Snow White What? Elopement? Ruan Tian was utterly astonished, nearly biting her tongue as she spoke. Bai Chulan's expression remained unchanged as he calmly turned to regard Ruan Tian, clearly having contemplated this for some time. Let's escape this prison together. To outsiders, the Sea City Survivor Base was a coveted sanctuary, yet within, it was rife with corruption. Each day by Chulan lingered here filled him with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Ruan Tian touched her chin thoughtfully. Indeed, we must flee. But are you not afraid of madam? At her words, by Chulan offered a cold smile, lightly tugging at the collar around his neck, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. It's not fear, it is restraint. Before insanity overtook her, Baiwan had been a good mother for several years, providing Bai Chulan with much care and love. The true catalyst for their deteriorating relationship had been Bai Wan's coercion, compelling Bai Chulan to eliminate that which was precious to him. Bai Chulan had succumbed to madness himself, terrified that if he remained, he might unwittingly harm madam. She was indeed at fault, yet she was also a victim of a political marriage. By blood, Bai Wan and Bai Chulan shared the same lineage. No matter how much Bai Chulan loathed Bai Wan, that hatred was invariably mingled with complex emotions. Most crucially, madam sought to leverage the forthcoming blood moon tide to enhance her psychic abilities. Once her mental powers were amplified and developed, they would become exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, Bai Chulan was privy to the secrets she harbored. If they did not depart now, he would never have another chance to escape. All right, let us flee together. Ruan Tian swiftly agreed, smiling as she grasped Bai Chulan's wrist, revealing her charming little tiger tooth. Congratulations, host Ruan Tian has received Bai Chulan's gratitude value of 20. Survival time of 20 hours. Upon hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar system notification, Ruan Tian's tears nearly spilled over. Finally, this was the first time she had garnered Bai Chulan's gratitude since their acquaintance. With teary eyes, she tightened her grip, thinking that were it not for the iron bars, she would undoubtedly cling to Bai Chulan's leg. Is it true what they say about the rarity of such moments? Bai Chulan had not anticipated Ruan Tian's emotional reaction, but was accustomed to her capriciousness. Brother, you are my true brother. From this moment forth, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall not falter. Bai Chulan replied, actually, there is no need for such extremes. Ruan Tian had already knelt before Bai Chulan, clenching her fist over her heart, proclaiming with fervor, Young Master Bai, I am willing to offer my heart for you. Please grant me this honor. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Her enthusiasm surged, and she added with gusto, in the future, when you eat strawberry tips, I shall consume the leaves. When you have watermelon flesh, I shall take the rind. When you feast on chicken, I shall have the scraps. Bai Chulan face-palmed, recognizing Ruan Tian's penchant for dramatics. All right, rise. Let me share the plan moving forward. Upon hearing that they were addressing serious matters, Ruan Tian immediately straightened, attentively listening to the details of the strategy. The base had 2 exits, exit A for repelling zombies and exit B for logistics, serving to treat the injured. Their objective was to escape through exit B. However, how to flee? They required a mode of transportation. While there were cars within the base, acquiring one freely was nearly impossible. Bai Chulan racked his brain for a solution, yet no optimal answer emerged. Unless, of course, a vehicle could be conjured out of thin air. Just pondering this notion, Bai Chulan scoffed, thinking it rather absurd. Wait, I have an idea. Ruan Tian suddenly remembered that her little cart had yet to be upgraded. Before Bai Chulan, she summoned her cart, mentally instructing the system, upgraded immediately. System, understood, host. A layer of white mist enveloped the dilapidated cart, accompanied by a peculiar sound. Bai Chulan pressed his hand against the iron bars, ready to dismantle them at the first sign of danger to protect Ruan Tian. After a minute, the mist dissipated gradually. Ruan Tian rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What transformation awaited her cart? She had endured the hardship of pedaling for long enough. Surely, it would emerge as a four-wheeled marvel. As she reveled in the prospect of a brighter future, her body trembled with excitement. Once the mist cleared entirely, and she beheld the cart's new form, her astonishment morphed into a whirlwind of complex emotions. How to describe it? Well, it was an upgrade of sorts. This time, the system had provided her with a small stool, yellow in color, adorned with an unappealing rabbit face. Ruan Tian instinctively touched the rabbit face, finding it oddly sticky, and quickly wiped it clean, unable to resist complaining to the system. System, you must have a peculiar taste. Why do you insist on giving me this inferior stool? Moreover, it seemed intent on collecting all the colors of the rainbow for Ruan Tian. System. Host, is it not attractive? I thought you would be delighted. Ruan Tian. Do I appear to have any signs of joy on my face? The system paused for 2 seconds, just now. The corners of your mouth lifted by 5, which I captured. Ruan Tian quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Silence. Do not speak nonsense. You will tarnish my reputation. The system insisted. Host, you are feeling guilty. Ruan Tian. I do not comprehend your words. She unilaterally severed her connection with the system and began to circle her newly upgraded cart. The cart was revitalized, now equipped with electric wheels. However, rather than 4 wheels, it had transformed into a small tricycle. The exterior was painted a pristine white. Its design was rather unique, yet Ruan Tian felt dissatisfied. Bai Chulan examined the electric tricycle with a twitch of his lips, astonished that such a phenomenon as a miraculous electric tricycle could indeed occur. The system seemed to sense Ruan Tian's discontent and reappeared to explain. Host, this electric tricycle has been tailored specifically for you. It is named Snow White. At those words, Ruan Tian choked on her own saliva in disbelief, asking, a tricycle is named Snow White? The system found no humor in it. It boasts such a snow-white exterior, beautiful eyes, and virtuous grace. How could it not be Snow White? Such a fair complexion is something you fail to appreciate. The system's reference to beautiful eyes pertained to the large headlights at the front of the tricycle. Now it was Ruan Tian's turn for her lips to twitch as she muttered under her breath. If you can swallow this system, you must truly be famished. Chapter 45. The curvature that could balance a soda bottle. Host, what has Snow White done to upset you? Our Snow White is such a wonderful darling. The system's normally monotonous voice surprisingly interspersed with a hint of a wave-like tone. Ruan Tian discerned that the system harbored a peculiar fondness for Snow White. Perhaps, in the mechanical gaze, Snow White indeed possessed unparalleled beauty. Ruan Tian rubbed her eyes. Perhaps I am unable to recognize true beauty at this moment. Given some time, I shall come to appreciate it. The system echoed in agreement. Indeed, host, take more time to admire the princess's beauty. Ruan Tian vigorously rubbed her eyes and circled around the electric vehicle. The upgraded small car had transformed into an extraordinary tricycle, fair-skinned and beautiful, missing only 2 long legs. The tricycle's exterior gleamed in a lovely white, while the handlebars had taken on a striking red hue, resembling fiery crimson lips. The front driving seat was spacious enough for 3 adults, while the back featured a generously modified cooking station. Though small, it was complete in every way. By lowering the side compartment at the back, it could convert into a single bed, ideal for solo road trips, while others ventured out in RVs. Ruan Tian was delighted to ride her electric tricycle. She admired her newly upgraded vehicle, caressing its surface. The system's proud voice resounded. How about it, host? Our Snow White princess has a figure that could balance a soda bottle. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian fell silent. Silence enveloped the evening like a tranquil river. She feigned ignorance towards the system's comment and turned to Bai Chulan, exclaiming, Look at my extraordinary tricycle. We have a mode of transportation now. Bai Chulan, now accustomed to Ruan Tian's enchanting antics, felt no surprise. He accepted her eccentricities with a calm demeanor, recognizing that, regardless of what extraordinary behavior emerged, he could remain unruffled. Once her excitement waned, Ruan Tian expressed a hint of concern. However, I still do not know how this vehicle performs. What if it moves slower than a tortoise? How will we escape then? We might be surrounded by zombies before the people in the base even notice us. But there's no rush. We will discover its capabilities in due time. Bai Chulan had already resolved to seize the opportunity to escape during the red moon tide. Ruan Tian tucked away her tricycle. You are right. Worrying serves no purpose. Then a thought crossed her mind, and she smiled, asking, Bai Chulan, have you ever tried cream cake? She believed her next recipe should involve something sweet. Before the apocalypse, Bai Chulan had lived a life of privilege, surely indulging in many fine delicacies. Ordinary treats like cream cake were likely within his experience. Yet, to Ruan Tian's astonishment, Bai Chulan shook his head in response. I have never had it. Ruan Tian widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, What? You've never had even the most ordinary of desserts? Bai Chulan remained composed. No. Bai Wan was exceedingly strict. Whether it concerned Bai Chulan's daily needs or his social interactions, she had her hand in everything. To her, junk food, desserts included, was deemed unnecessary. And thus, Bai Chulan had never tasted any snacks throughout his life, subsisting on a very bland diet. A glimmer of pity shone in Ruan Tian's eyes as she spoke with sympathy. Oh, then you've never had spicy strips either? No. Receiving his reply only deepened her sympathy. Rest assured, once I unlock more recipes, I will cook for you. Upon hearing this, Bai Chulan's gaze darkened. And as he looked into Ruan Tian's expression, the fingers hanging by his side involuntarily clenched. Ruan Tian's implication was that she wished to remain by his side for eternity. In his mind, Bai Chulan envisioned a life spent in solitude with Ruan Tian, rather than feeling burdened. His heart warmed at the thought. It seemed that living a lifetime with Ruan Tian was a source of happiness for him. He averted his gaze, concealing his emotions. On the day of the red moon tide, I will take you away, he stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. We will escape together to a place devoid of others. Just the two of us. All right. Ruan Tian extended her pinky, mischievously blinking twice as she smiled. Let us make a pact. Whoever deceives the other shall be a puppy. Bai Chulan scrutinized Ruan Tian for 3 seconds, carefully assessing her expression. Once he discerned her sincerity, he too extended his pinky, sealing their pact. Having settled all matters, Bai Chulan felt at ease as he departed. Yet, as he exited the basement, he was intercepted. Young master, the madam wishes to see you. She requests your presence. It was no surprise. The base was rife with the madam's spies and puppets. Particularly, those placed beside Bai Chulan were numerous, each of his movements monitored. Even the mere fact that Bai Chulan had exchanged a few words with a survivor that day would be reported back to the madam. Young master, please follow me. Bai Chulan made no objections, offering no resistance as he trailed behind the guide to the madam's chamber. She was engrossed in a book, the soft light illuminating her and casting a beautiful glow on her side profile, strikingly similar to Bai Chulan's. Yet, the words that escaped Bai Wan's lips sent chills down one's spine. You want to see Ruan Tian again, did you not? Bai Chulan showed no intention of concealing anything, nodding affirmatively. Yes. Bai Wan fell silent, her gaze fixated on the pages of her book, failing to turn even a single leaf for an extended moment. The atmosphere within the room grew oppressively silent, akin to an invisible whirlpool, thick with tension. The eruption came without warning. Bai Wan abruptly raised her hand, forcefully slamming the hefty book against Bai Chulan. The impact reverberated with a dull thud as the book made contact with his body. Bai Chulan stood resolute, observing as the madam maneuvered her wheelchair closer to him. Have you forgotten who it was that personally choked the disobedient little cat to death? Bai Chulan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The madam seemed to sense his vulnerability, a ghostly smile gradually spreading across her pale face. It was you, Bai Chulan. You choked it to death with your own hands, watching as it suffocated, until its limbs went limp, eventually being discarded into the meat grinder. The madam gripped Bai Chulan's wrist tightly, lifting her gaze to meet the visage of the handsome boy, so strikingly similar to her own, her tone growing increasingly fierce. Like a madwoman, her nails dug into Bai Chulan's fair skin, her words deliberate and venomous. Chulan, how do you find the dumplings made from cat meat? Chapter 46. Who could survive you? 2 hours later, Bai Chulan emerged from his chamber, his steps slightly unsteady, his complexion even paler than before, with his shirt collar open and a collar fashioned from cat fur adorning his neck. The elder brother on guard observed him and instinctively reached out to assist, only to be gently rebuffed by Bai Chulan. No need, he replied coldly, his voice betraying a hint of fragility. Despite his extreme weakness, he mustered the last vestiges of his strength, straightening his back as he descended the stairs. It was a tragic irony that he possessed the power to save others, but could not rescue himself. Just as Bai Chulan departed, Li Chanhua arrived shortly thereafter. She pinched her nose in distaste, repulsed by the foul air that lingered underground. Yet, the thought of Ruan Tian enduring such a wretched environment for days brought her a twisted sense of satisfaction. With such extraordinary abilities, How could Ruan Tian live in such a stifling manner? Li Chanhua indulged in a fantasy of Ruan Tian, envisioning her in a state of disarray, ravaged and broken. "This is all you're doing," she mused. When she finally stood before Ruan Tian, witnessing her haggard visage, gaunt cheeks, and a spirit worn thin by the oppressive darkness, Li Chanhua resolved to make Ruan Tian profoundly regret her previous disrespect. "This time, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine." With unwavering confidence, she entered the basement, immediately hearing Ruan Tian's peculiar voice echoing in the shadows. "Big Black, you are already so plump. You mustn't eat anymore. And you, Little Black, why are you so unambitious? Look at Middle Black, devouring joyfully while you cower." Li Chanhua was baffled, pondering the identities of Big Black, Middle Black, and Little Black. Ruan Tian had truly lost her mind, but given the conditions of the basement, insufficient food, poor sleep, and overwhelming darkness, it was somewhat understandable. A hint of pity for Ruan Tian flickered within her. Quickening her pace, she approached Ruan Tian, peering through the iron bars. There, in a small corner, Ruan Tian rambled nonsensically to the air. A smug smile graced Li Chanhua's lips as she assumed a lofty demeanor, proclaiming, "Ruan Tian, the dynamics between us have drastically shifted." Upon hearing her name, Ruan Tian turned and recognized Li Chanhua, greeting her with an air of casual nonchalance. "Ah, what a surprise to see you here today." Though her words sounded innocuous, akin to a friendly exchange, Li Chanhua was not fooled, rolling her eyes dramatically. "We are not friends. Do not attempt to embellish your status with me." Ruan Tian feigned innocence. "Not at all. I merely believe you may lack decorum, but I must uphold mine." "You." Li Chanhua quickly grasped Ruan Tian's underlying jab at her. However, she soon regained her composure, tossing her hair over her shoulder with triumph. "With your current predicament, don't you have anything to say?" Without granting Ruan Tian a chance to respond, she continued her taunts. "If you were to kneel and beg me to spare you, I might consider it." Ruan Tian fell silent. Li Chanhua, growing impatient, pressed, "Are you afraid? Why so quiet?" Ruan Tian finally spoke. "My mother warned me not to converse with fools, lest their foolishness become contagious." Li Chanhua clenched her teeth. "I see you possess a remarkable talent for infuriating me." "I don't," Ruan Tian protested, her voice earnest. "Don't say such things." As Li Chanhua listened to Ruan Tian's spirited retorts, she suddenly realized, if Ruan Tian were truly as wretched as she had imagined, how could she still possess the energy for banter? Li Chanhua promptly lit a candle, the dim glow revealing Ruan Tian's condition. To her astonishment, Ruan Tian appeared to have gained a bit of weight during her time in the basement, her skin remarkably fairer, even sporting a hint of baby fat on her cheeks. The dark circles under her eyes were conspicuously absent. Ruan Tian was thriving. Li Chanhua fell silent, incredulous, leaning closer to scrutinize Ruan Tian's face. Ruan Tian even leaned in to accommodate her inspection. "Why don't you have any pimples?" Li Chanhua seethed with jealousy, staring at Ruan Tian's milk-like complexion, nearly crushing the candle in her grip. Due to her own fire-based abilities, Li Chanhua was prone to breakouts at any lapse in her care. Yet, Ruan Tian had spent days in the basement without a single blemish. How infuriating! She had anticipated Ruan Tian's suffering, only to discover her living more lavishly than herself. With a cold laugh, Li Chanhua suppressed her inner fury and declared, "The blood moon tide is approaching. Originally occurring once a month, it has now been reduced to every half month. Your powers, no matter how formidable, cannot attack the zombies. When this blood moon tide arrives, I will send you to your demise. Your current comfort in the basement is likely thanks to Brother Bai. You shameless vixen, always trying to seduce my Brother Bai." Li Chanhua, in a fit of rage, hurled the candle at Ruan Tian's face, narrowly missing as Ruan Tian deftly dodged. Ruan Tian, shaken, turned to her system for solace. "System, can you block out the phrase Brother Bai?" To her surprise, the system responded affirmatively. Li Chanhua, noticing Ruan Tian's distracted demeanor, became even more enraged. "You wretched woman, always around my Brother Bai. Do you think he would fall for a country bumpkin like you?" Ruan Tian's ears interpreted Li Chanhua's words differently, transforming them into, "Wretched woman, always with me. I might fall for you, country bumpkin. Ruan Tian blushed, feeling flustered. Oh dear, this feels inappropriate. Li Chanhua, witnessing Ruan Tian's unbothered demeanor, was driven to the brink of exasperation. I wonder how long you can keep up this facade. And we're those little black, middle black, and big black. Ruan Tian proudly gestured towards the corner where 3 little mice resided. This is my daring mouse brigade, named according to their size. Aren't they adorable? Li Chanhua, terrified of mice, let out a shriek. Ah, how disgusting. Ruan Tian countered, what is so disgusting? Mice are quite charming. May you spend your life with these 3 wretched rodents. Who could possibly endure you? Li Chanhua spat before fleeing, not daring to glance back, even stumbling in her haste. In the days that followed, Ruan Tian and her little mice feasted and slept contentedly until the blood moon arrived. Chapter 47. How could one possibly suffer loss? On the eve of the blood-red moon's arrival, Ruan Tian hesitated to reveal her snow-white preparations, fearing it would attract unwanted attention. Instead, she meticulously assembled an array of food. As Li Canhua entered the basement, preparing to escort Ruan Tian to the B entrance, she couldn't suppress a flicker of disdain upon seeing the provisions. Surely, these edibles hadn't been infested by repugnant rodents? Of course, Ruan Tian reassured herself, patting her chest. Even if they had, they were undoubtedly cleaner than you. You little. Li Canhua raised her hand, poised to deliver a stinging slap to Ruan Tian's face. Well, go ahead, I'm presenting my face for you to hit, Ruan Tian quipped. Once Bai Chulan sees the imprint on my cheek, I'll use it as leverage to report you. Hearing this, Li Canhua's hand froze mid-air. She found herself caught in a dilemma, unable to strike or withdraw. Ruan Tian's expression, one that beckoned her to hit her, ignited further ire within Li Canhua. Her already blemished cheeks bore an additional pimple in that moment. Ultimately, Li Canhua conceded, retracting her hand in frustration, glaring at Ruan Tian with gritted teeth. Humph, you insufferable green tea. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade before Bai Gij. With that, she begrudgingly led Ruan Tian and her sizable stash of food outside. After several days, Ruan Tian finally emerged from the basement, breathing in the outside air. The world beyond had transformed into a sea of crimson. A colossal, eerie red moon loomed above, distorting the landscape around them. Zombies stirred, their heightened senses detecting the scent of human flesh emanating from the base, eager to break through the defenses at the A entrance. The survivor base in City C did not accommodate idlers. Their disciplined movements indicated this was not their first confrontation with the blood moon tide. Tension filled the air, yet no one dared to reveal fear. Li Canhua brought Ruan Tian to the B entrance, whereby Chulan was treating the injured, his fatigue evident from the sheer number of people he had assisted. Instantly, Li Canhua felt a pang of sympathy and hurried over, seizing his wrist and imploring Bai Gij. I brought Ruan Tian. You've worked tirelessly. Take a moment to rest. However, the injured survivors in line quickly protested. What about my wounds? Can't I be treated first? Ruan Tian, drawn by the moonlight, leaned in for a closer look. Upon seeing the extent of the injuries, she couldn't help but retort, if you spoke a bit more, you might heal on your own. The survivor's face flushed with embarrassment, retaliating. Where are your eyes? I have internal injuries. Why the shouting? Ruan Tian snapped back. If you have the strength to yell, you must be fine. As tension mounted between the two, other survivors hurried to diffuse the situation. All right, we're all from the same base. Let us keep the peace. Exactly. And with Chulan's abilities, it wouldn't hurt to let him treat us a bit more, would it? Ruan Tian, listening to their incessant complaints, felt an urge to roll her eyes. Am I mistaken? Are you all giant infants? I've seen other survivor bases, and none are as delicate as you. Her words struck a nerve, revealing the unspeakable thoughts among the survivors. Bai Chulan had become a free public resource. Anyone injured could seek his treatment without consequence. The notion of easing their minor injuries without cost was too enticing to resist. A middle-aged man stepped forward to lecture Ruan Tian. Young lady, your words are quite harsh. We endure injuries for the sake of the base. What is wrong with asking Chulan to treat us? Chulan hasn't spoken yet. And who are you to attack us? You've barely been here a day and already wish to usurp Canhua's place? How absurd. Li Canhua, seizing the opportunity, nodded vigorously. Right? Ruan Tian, I suggest you recognize your position. If you truly care for Bai Gij, then compete with me openly. But you should involve others. I still can't fathom how Bai Gij could ever be interested in you. Bai Chulan stepped forward, shielding Ruan Tian. This is not the time for quarrels. Though the others itched to retaliate, Bai Chulan's protective stance silenced them. After a brief respite, Li Qianhua pushed Ruan Tian forward. Now, it's your turn to use the food to treat everyone's wounds. Ruan Tian, eager to conceal her electric scooter, presented the food she had prepared. These provisions were consumable and capable of healing wounds, but to sustain continuous production, crystal cores were necessary. In essence, culinary creation was permissible, but only with the requisite cores. Li Qianhua, exasperated, frowned. Why must your abilities be so troublesome? Ruan Tian shrugged. What can I do? I'm not privy to this. Hurry and fetch me the crystal cores. How many do you need? Li Qianhua queried, irritation evident in her gaze. 50,000. The astronomical figure left Li Qianhua stunned, and the other survivors wore expressions of disbelief. Seriously? 50,000 cores? At the onset of this apocalypse, the entire base's combined cores probably don't even amount to that. You truly are audacious, making such shameless demands. Ruan Tian merely shrugged. Whether you provide them is your choice. Without cores, I cannot continue making food. It's up to you. Li Qianhua regarded Ruan Tian for a moment, aware that the injured were still approaching the B entrance, and time was of the essence. I'll consult the madam. She turned and sought out the madam, who was controlling the zombies at the C entrance, and relayed the situation. The madam responded. This woman really dares to ask. Madam, do we truly need to acquiesce? Li Qianhua pressed, anxiety evident. The madam lowered her gaze, calculating internally. After all, Ruan Tian lacked transportation. No matter how she tried to escape, she could not flee the confines of City C. Confident in her control over Ruan Tian, she nodded decisively. Go, give her the 30,000 cores I've saved, and ask others to contribute a bid as well. The madam viewed this as a risk-free venture, never considering the possibility of incurring substantial losses. Her plan was simple. Once the blood moon tide passed, she would reclaim double the cores from Ruan Tian, ensuring she paid dearly for her requests. However, Li Qianhua felt uneasy, voicing her concerns. Madam, is this not a bit hasty? The madam cast a brief glance at Li Qianhua, her expression betraying her growing dissatisfaction. When have my decisions ever been wrong? Proceed as I instructed. Her confidence remained unshaken. Over the years, aside from failed marriage, she had never faltered. Understood. Li Qianhua astutely perceived the lady's anger and promptly ceased her words, turning to depart. She retrieved 30,000 crystal nuclei from the safe and, after gathering a few more from other survivors, managed to assemble a total of 50,000. With a heavy bag in hand, Li Qianhua tossed it at Ruan Tian's feet. Here lies approximately 50,000 crystal nuclei. It should suffice, no? Ruan Tian rubbed her hands together, eyeing the small mountain of crystal nuclei at her feet, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. The gazes of the other survivors were filled with greed, yet overshadowed by a sense of loss, for a portion of these nuclei belonged to them as well. Miss Qianhua, what if we cannot reclaim these nuclei? I have several hundred in there. If we don't receive compensation, it would be a grievous loss. Li Qianhua shot them a glare, unabashedly declaring, This is Lady Baiwen. How dare you question her? If the lady were to discover this, you would surely face dire consequences. Her words silenced the crowd, for within the base, the lady represented undeniable authority. Ruan Tian, unceremoniously, concealed the nuclei within her storage space. As the red moon reached its later phase, the zombies grew increasingly ferocious, and casualties became more severe. Initially, Li Qianhua kept a watchful eye on Ruan Tian, but was soon called to the A entrance to fend off the undead. The survivors able to traverse the B entrance dwindled, leaving mostly the injured. After waiting for a moment, Ruan Tian noted the escalating roars of the zombies outside, their sharp claws scraping against the walls. Curiosity piqued. She approached the iron bars of the B entrance and cautiously peered outside. Some zombies were under the control of Baiwan's psychic abilities. Baiwan commanded these zombies to resist the incursion of others, and with them serving as shields, Li Sanhua's fireball spells hit their targets with precision. Ruan Tian watched with rapt attention, commenting, "I must say, the lady's abilities are indeed formidable. It's no wonder the entire base dares not confront her directly. Psychic powers are incredibly rare. Among the survivor bases of cities D and C, Lady Baiwan stands alone as the only psychic wielder." Ruan Tian beckoned Bai Chulan to join her. "Look, does it not resemble Plants versus Zombies?" Bai Chulan nodded, surveying the scene before him and sensing the opportune moment. "Once this wave of zombies is cleared, we should escape on the small tricycle before the next wave arrives." Ruan Tian initially felt at ease, but upon hearing Bai Chulan's words, her anxiety surged. "What if we cannot escape?" Bai Chulan grasped Ruan Tian's wrist, his tone calm, yet laced with a cruel edge. "If we cannot flee, then you must end my life." "Huh?" Ruan Tian was taken aback by his statement, her emotions flaring, her voice rising. "What do you mean?" Bai Chulan chuckled softly. "Have I not told you? The lady's psychic abilities are far from simple." Ruan Tian leaned in, gripping Bai Chulan's wrist in urgency, her expression tense. "Quickly tell me." Bai Chulan lowered his voice. Once her powers ascend another tier, she could completely dominate an individual's body. Her abilities act like a spider's web, entirely consuming the host's psyche, reducing them to a mere puppet. I have long observed her conducting experiments on others, and her ultimate goal. He lowered his gaze, a cold smirk forming. She seeks to parasitize me, to wholly devour my spirit and inhabit my flesh. This revelation fueled Bai Chulan's desperation to escape. If they failed this time, he wished for Ruan Tian to end his life. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian felt a wave of nausea. She acknowledged that the lady's intentions were indeed repulsive. Did she truly desire her son, or was it an insatiable need for control? She seemed to believe that by occupying Bai Chulan's body, she could eternally keep him by her side. This twisted, pathological love stirred within Ruan Tian an urge to retch. "We must escape." Her gaze, unbeknownst to her, gradually solidified with determination. She understood that she had to save Bai Chulan. None of the 7 targets could perish. As Ruan Tian remained vigilant at the entrance, she noticed the number of zombies dwindling, signaling that the time had come. She guided Bai Chulan toward the A entrance. The guards, upon seeing Bai Chulan, did not suspect anything amiss, assuming he had matters to discuss with the lady. They granted him passage without hesitation. Thus, the two of them traversed unhindered until they stood before the lady. "Chulan, why are you here?" The lady frowned, her gaze narrowing at the sight of Ruan Tian beside him, her displeasure palpable. "You might have come alone, but why have you brought this woman?" Li Canhua glared at Ruan Tian. "What have you given my brother by to make him so compliant with your wishes?" The mere sight of the lady made Ruan Tian want to retch. Under the scrutiny of all present, she raised her hand and offered the lady an international gesture of friendship. The lady was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. Li Canhua, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Ruan Tian, have you lost all sense of propriety to be so disrespectful to the lady?" Baiwan intervened, her expression calm as she spoke. "Ruan Tian, you cannot truly believe that, with your peculiar abilities, I would tolerate your presence, can you? It is utterly laughable. As long as you remain in City C, I reign supreme here." Ruan Tian suddenly laughed, retorting, "Then I simply shall not stay in City C." Though her words rang defiantly, she pondered how she would escape. The lady sneered, "You may certainly try." Then, in the blink of an eye, a pure white electric tricycle materialized before them, appearing without any sign or warning. Ruan Tian had anticipated this moment. She firmly grasped the handlebars and, before anyone could react, plopped down onto the seat. Like a princess on a white steed, she turned to Bai Chulan and extended her hand. "Come, Bai Chulan, let us escape together." Chapter 49. The successful escape. Bai Chulan's reflexes were remarkably swift. The moment Ruan Tian reached out, he quickly seized her wrist, successfully boarding her electric tricycle. Sitting beside Ruan Tian, Bai Chulan instinctively grasped the nearby handrail. Yet, a smirk crossed his mind. After all, it was merely an electric tricycle. No matter how fast it went, how far could it truly take them? Bai Chulan had no expectations of the vehicle's speed. He merely hoped it would manage to move at all. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tian, who was feeling her heart race, he found her nervousness quite amusing as she exclaimed, This is my first time driving Snow White. I'm a bit anxious. Bai Chulan offered a reassuring comment. As long as it runs, that's all that matters. However, naming an electric tricycle Snow White was indeed a reflection of Ruan Tian's whimsical mindset. Taking his words to heart, Ruan Tian suppressed her inner turmoil and pressed the accelerator. What transpired next took everyone by surprise. The seemingly powerless electric tricycle, with its pristine white exterior, surged forward the moment the throttle was engaged. Ruan Tian experienced firsthand the exhilarating sensation of the vehicle racing ahead while her spirit soared. Snow White accelerated with wild abandon, its three wheels seemingly endowed with extraordinary power, covering a significant distance in under 5 seconds as it sped away from the base. By the time Bai Wan and Li Qianhua processed what had happened, the tricycle had already whisked the pair far from their sight. Chulan! Bai Wan screamed in despair, watching helplessly as Bai Chulan's silhouette gradually vanished from view. She could hardly believe that he had disappeared right before her eyes. Li Qianhua, equally incredulous, anxiously stomped her feet, yearning to rush forward and retrieve Bai Chulan. Yet, their timing had been impeccable. As soon as they departed, a wave of zombies surged forth. The prospect of bringing Bai Chulan back now seemed utterly impossible. Bai Wan was frantic. Everything she had done was to keep Bai Chulan by her side, faced with the horde of zombies blocking their path. She disregarded the potential consequences of overusing her abilities, even if it meant risking her own life. Her eyes, already a ghostly white, were now surrounded by a terrifying network of fungal growths due to the overexertion of her powers. "Get away from me," she shouted, her grip on the wheelchair tightening until it bled. Her psychic abilities erupted in a tremendous display, stunning nearly all the zombies in front of her into a dazed stillness. Blood tears trickled down Bai Wan's cheeks, leaving a shocking trail, an image both haunting and powerful. To achieve such a feat in the face of so many zombies was commendable. Unfortunately, zombies lack the capacity for pain and emotion, even with their companions obstructing their path. It did not deter them. They surged forward in relentless waves, completely encircling the area. Relying solely on Li Qianhua's fire abilities proved futile, and others could only target single foes, unable to contend with the horde. Bai Wan, her expression twisted with fury, shouted, "Useless? You're all a bunch of useless fools." She was about to unleash her powers once more when a searing pain erupted in her eyes, radiating through her head. Unable to bear the agony of losing Bai Chulan, the combined weight of her emotional and physical suffering caused her to faint. "Madam," Li Qianhua hurried forward to support Bai Wan. After that, Bai Wan was oblivious to everything that transpired. Thanks to the fortunate circumstances provided by the other survivors in the base, the zombies outside were sparse. The creatures of the Blood Moon were fierce, yet in the early days of the apocalypse, they possessed little self-awareness. The greater the number of people, the stronger the scent of blood and flesh, prompting them to recklessly charge toward that direction. This serendipity offered Ruan Tian and Bai Chulan considerable relief. A few stray zombies along the way were swiftly dealt with by Xiao by using ghostly flames. Bai Chulan gazed down at the little dog nestled in his arms. It was his first encounter with Xiao Bai. "I initially thought your abilities were limited to culinary delights. I had no idea you could attack as well." Furthermore, Bai Chulan hesitated, unable to fathom how such a soft belly could produce so much fire. Xiao Bai seemed to have a fondness for handsome men. Upon seeing Bai Chulan's striking face, perhaps due to his light-based powers, Xiao Bai showed no aversion. It even burrowed its head deeper into Bai Chulan's embrace, prompting Ruan Tian to glance over and chuckle at the endearing sight of the boy and his dog. "Ha!" Ruan Tian could not contain her laughter. Bai Chulan, engrossed in amusing Xiao Bai, appeared to genuinely enjoy the company of animals. His gaze softened with an inexplicable warmth. "What is so funny?" he asked, curious. Ruan Tian, still giggling, replied, "It's just that I rarely see you with such a benevolent expression. You resemble a nurturing mother." "A mother?" Bai Chulan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "Indeed, I truly believe you seem exceptionally kind." Ruan Tian's laughter was infectious, revealing her charming little tiger tooth that possessed a magical ability to uplift spirits. Bai Chulan instinctively mirrored her laughter. All the years of pent-up emotion dissipated the moment Ruan Tian successfully led him out of the base. Congratulations to the host Ruan Tian for receiving 200 gratitude points from Bai Chulan, with a survival time of 200 hours. Upon hearing the system notification resonate in her mind, Ruan Tian's hand trembled, nearly steering the tricycle into a ditch. Had it not been for Bai Chulan's timely intervention, both would have likely found themselves in quite the predicament. Ruan Tian. Bai Chulan cradled Xiao Bai protectively and turned to her, his brow furrowing slightly. "Oh my, I apologize," Ruan Tian admitted, her excitement getting the better of her. Bai Chulan, who had previously been frugal with his gratitude, was now generously offering, starting at 100 points. Ruan Tian felt a rush of exhilaration, her cheeks flushed with delight. "Not to worry, just drive carefully." "Absolutely." After escaping the confining cage, Bai Chulan's spirit soared. In the face of joyous occasions, his demeanor brightened, and the shadows that once enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. When Ruan Tian turned back, she was momentarily taken aback by the brilliance of Bai Chulan's smile. He had never looked so captivating, so genuine, so full of life. Beneath the eerie red moon, the tricycle, even stranger than the moon itself, glided through the night, while the laughter of the youthful pair radiated warmth amidst the chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, Ruan Tian remembered something. She pulled a small cream cake from her pocket and offered it to Bai Chulan. She recalled him mentioning he had never tasted one before. Observing Bai Chulan's dazed expression, Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with joy as she softly wished, "Bai Chulan, congratulations on your rebirth." Chapter 50. The Unmatched Child. Ruan Tian, where did you acquire that delightful little cake? Ruan Tian, slightly embarrassed, scratched her head and explained, "I requested 50,000 crystal cores from the lady, and I fed a portion to the small cart, successfully leveling it up and acquiring the recipe for cream cakes." Afraid that Bai Chulan might misunderstand, she quickly added, "You mustn't take it the wrong way. Perhaps it's due to the sensing. After all, this is my own ability." So, I knew the next menu item was a cake. Listening to Ruan Tian's nonsensical explanation, Bai Chulan couldn't help but bury his face in the warm, fluffy fur of Xiao Bai. "I have no doubts about you." "Thank you, Ruan Tian." His voice was a tad quieter, possibly due to shyness. Ruan Tian, sensing an opportunity, leaned closer, almost pressing against him. "Oh, Bai Chulan, are you feeling shy?" Bai Chulan, with his fair complexion and radiant golden hair, had ears that turned bright red, which made it exceedingly obvious when he blushed. "What is this? I didn't know you could feel shy," she teased, adding a few mischievous chuckles to her words. Bai Chulan, fully aware of her playful jibe, turned his face away, taking a bite of the cream cake. It was indeed his first experience with such a dessert. The sweet treats crafted by Ruan Tian were not overwhelmingly sugary. Rather, they possessed a perfect balance of flavors, made from pure animal cream. He instantly fell in love with the taste after just one bite. The cake was also filled with an array of fresh fruits, making it even more delectable. Ruan Tian found Bai Chulan particularly endearing in that moment, as he snuck bites akin to a little hamster. But wait, Bai Chulan, where are we headed? As the redness in Bai Chulan's ears gradually faded, he extended his tongue to lick the cream from the corner of his mouth. "To the abandoned building where we first met." "Oh, I remember now," Ruan Tian exclaimed, immediately setting off. However, she soon realized that the small tricycle was running low on power. The system promptly chimed in. "Host, you merely need to feed it crystal cores." Ruan Tian was struck by a revelation, feeling quite impoverished. Everything seemed to require crystal cores. Fortunately, she had received 50,000 cores from Bai Wan, which should suffice for a while. The small electric cart consumed 100 crystal cores for every kilometer traveled, causing her some financial discomfort. "Oh well, these are just minor expenses," she sighed, gritting her teeth as she fed the cart 500 cores to speed ahead. Halfway through their journey, Bai Chulan suddenly posed a profound question. "Ruan Tian, is it possible that you've lost your way?" At his words, Ruan Tian froze, her eyes wide as she wiped them and glanced around at the buildings. "Impossible. How could I have lost my way?" Bai Chulan's expression was indescribable as he paused for a moment before continuing. "Can you differentiate between east, south, west, and north?" Ruan Tian confidently patted her chest and pointed westward, saying, "Isn't that the east?" Misidentifying west as east, she truly lived up to her reputation. Bai Chulan, exasperated, facepalmed, then handed Xiao Bai to Ruan Tian and switched places with her. With his prince-like visage, Bai Chulan firmly grasped the handlebars, sitting upright with an air of seriousness. His striking good looks seemed out of place on a tricycle, as such a handsome face was more suited to an anime than a three-wheeled vehicle. Ruan Tian stole a few glances at Bai Chulan before shyly averting her gaze. The system remarked, "Host, this is oddly incongruous." Ruan Tian replied, "To be honest, I agree with you." Bai Chulan managed to maneuver the tricycle as if it were a sports car, executing impressive drifts and spins, even lifting off the ground at times. Ruan Tian, startled, shoved Xiao Bai's paws in her mouth, holding on tightly. Woof! Xiao Bai seemed puzzled. However, after upgrading the small cart, Ruan Tian gained an additional benefit. Previously, Xiao Bai could only unleash its ghostly flames when in contact with the cart, but now it could activate its abilities without direct contact, albeit at half effectiveness. To Ruan Tian, this was a significant source of comfort. Her own abilities lacked offensive power, and having Xiao Bai by her side felt akin to having a personal bodyguard. "What is making you so happy?" Bai Chulan glanced back momentarily, only to find Ruan Tian nuzzling her face in Xiao Bai's belly, giggling like a love-struck fool. "You adorable little doggy. You were born to be spoiled by your mama." Xiao Bai, seemingly delighted, responded, "Woof." Noticing Bai Chulan's gaze, Ruan Tian turned to him, mistakenly believing he envied her. She generously offered, "How about you take a turn too?" Upon hearing this, Bai Chulan glanced at Xiao Bai's belly, which was already damp, unsure if it was due to Ruan Tian's drool. "No, thank you," he politely declined. With a disappointed expression, Ruan Tian cradled Xiao Bai once more, continuing her joyful nuzzling. In less than 10 minutes, thanks to Bai Chulan's extraordinary driving skills, they arrived at the abandoned building. They swiftly cleared the area of a few zombies. Bai Chulan, familiar with the terrain, guided Ruan Tian upward. In the dim environment, he gently grasped her hand. As they ascended, Bai Chulan suddenly halted. Ruan Tian instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but he silenced her with a finger to her lips. "Shoo!" he whispered, lowering his voice as his amber eyes glimmered, gradually transforming into a golden hue. Utilizing the ability of his golden eyes, he discerned human footprints on the ground. Logically, no one should be here, yet someone had stealthily infiltrated while they had returned to the survivor base. Seeing the seriousness etched on Bai Chulan's face, Ruan Tian instantly recognized that he was not jesting. Her breath caught in her throat as she pressed herself against the wall, making not a sound. She even covered Xiao Bai's mouth with her hand, inadvertently squeezing a bit too hard in her nervousness, almost stifling the little creature. Bai Chulan sensed that the presence was on the top floor. He glanced back at Ruan Tian and whispered, "There are people." Chapter 51. The Great Hellhound Lord, is anyone there? Logically speaking, in such a secluded location, aside from her and Bai Chulan, it was improbable for a third person to be aware of this place. Yet now, an unexpected presence had emerged. Bai Chulan's fingertips glided down Ruan Tian's arm, gently grasping her slender wrist and tugging her closer. In a barely audible whisper, he urged, "Follow me to the third floor." Ruan Tian held her breath, nodding earnestly as she trailed closely behind Bai Chulan, determined not to be a hindrance. In the darkness, they ascended the staircase in silence. Upon reaching the third floor, they distinctly heard the voice of a stranger emanating from the innermost room. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Ruan Tian first returned Xiao Bai to her space. Together, she and Bai Chulan stealthily approached the door, eavesdropping through the crack. A husky voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s or 40s, resonated within. "Li Si, we have finally escaped that eerie city of B." "Indeed," Zhang San responded, a hint of relief in his tone. "After the apocalypse, other cities have lost power. Yet B City remains ablaze at night. It's utterly terrifying." Li Si replied, "It's a veritable ghost town. If it were merely human mischief, that would be one thing. But there isn't a single living soul in B City. Where does all that electricity come from?" Zhang San insisted, and I'm not exaggerating. I actually saw a robotic vacuum that grew legs and ran. It even became aggressive, sprouting sharp blades to try and cut my legs. You're rambling again. Li Si dismissed him with disdain. You were running a fever at the time. Naturally, you would have hallucinations. I assure you, everything I said is true. An abandoned city, yet machines exhibit self-awareness. The television tower at the heart of B City, which should be deserted, radiates an intense light. Can you fathom that? Observing Zhang San's fervor, Li Si regarded him as having lost his senses. Quiet down. We narrowly escaped that mechanical nightmare in B City and have fortuitously found this secluded refuge from the Red Moon Tide. Let us not attract any more trouble. Zhang San, sensing Li Si's disbelief, felt a surge of frustration. I truly saw a monster. A senior informed me that something in B City is searching for suitable parents. This entity is an AI that has awakened self-awareness, aiming to become a real human. Doesn't that terrify you? Li Si, mentally exhausted, had little energy left for a discussion on AI. We are but ordinary individuals. Rather than pondering why AI have awakened after the apocalypse, we should focus on how to find more food. Zhang San wished to continue the debate, but upon glimpsing the exhaustion etched on Li Si's face in the glow of the red moon, he fell silent. Fine, let us rest for now. You don't believe me anyway. Li Si, feeling a dull ache in his head, suggested, both of us possess D-class abilities. Surviving in this world is already a feat. Let us not get embroiled in other matters. You make a valid point. Our low ability levels dictate we should just get by. The two tidied up briefly, preparing to rest. Unbeknownst to them, two figures lingered just outside the door, eavesdropping. Ruan Tian, grasping the gravity of the situation, discerned the underlying message from Zhang San and Li Si's conversation. B City is terrifying. She fervently hoped her next target wouldn't be in B City. Tugging at Bo Chulan's sleeve, she whispered, "What should we do now?" Bo Chulan glanced inside the room, his eyes narrowing. "We need to interrogate these two for more useful information." Ruan Tian nodded, ready to push the door open. Bo Chulan suddenly seized her wrist, his voice low and urgent. "What are you planning? Are you just going to barge in?" "Yes, their levels are both D. We have nothing to fear. We could just charge in." Bo Chulan contemplated for a moment, recognizing the validity in Ruan Tian's words. All right. The instant he agreed, Ruan Tian kicked the door open with a decisive thrust. The abrupt intrusion startled Zhang San and Li Si, causing them to leap to their feet. "Hands up! Don't move!" Ruan Tian declared, mimicking a gun with her hand, her expression fierce. Bo Chulan followed suit, covering his face, a look of reluctance evident. After a few moments of confusion, Zhang San and Li Si regained their composure, only to find that their assailants were merely a young girl and a seemingly weak young man, causing their tension to dissipate. "Hey, are you two here to rob us?" Zhang San exclaimed, amusement dancing in his eyes as he scrutinized Ruan Tian from head to toe. "Though our abilities are admittedly low, dealing with two pampered rich kids like you should be a piece of cake." Li Si waved his hand dismissively, adding, "It'll be a cinch. Easy as pie." Their underlying implication was clear. Overpowering Ruan Tian and Bo Chulan would require little effort. Ruan Tian summoned Xiao Bai from her space, declaring, "This is the Hellhound. Do you dare challenge it?" Xiao Bai growled menacingly, his round eyes gleaming with a hint of ferocity. However, to Li Si and Zhang San, this seemingly diminutive creature appeared to be nothing more than a joke. The two laughed derisively, one of them feigning benevolence as he waved a hand. "If you two leave now, I can pretend nothing happened." Zhang San mockingly clicked his tongue at Xiao Bai, his expression rife with provocation. In the next instant, a faint smoke began to emanate from Xiao Bai's mouth, a foreboding sign of impending flames. Zhang San sensed something amiss, swallowing hard as he whispered to Li Si, "Why do I feel like something is off? This dog can't truly be a hellhound, can it?" Li Si gulped nervously, his instincts screaming danger as he instinctively pulled Zhang San back a couple steps. Despite his fear, he couldn't resist taunting. "Come at us." Ruan Tian, no longer willing to be courteous, affectionately patted Xiao Bai's head and commanded, "Xiao Bai, take action and teach them a lesson." With a fierce bark, a torrent of scalding flames surged towards them, distorting the very air around it. As the heat gradually dissipated, Zhang San and Li Si found themselves stripped of their clothing, desperately covering their exposed bodies. Their earlier bravado completely vanished. Zhang San, now kneeling, proclaimed fervently, "Long live the Hellhound Lord." Chapter 52. Suddenly, quite like a heartbreaker, Ruan Tian instructed the two to dress before engaging in conversation. However, Zhang San and Li Si had no additional clothing available. Ultimately, they resorted to using the only remaining curtains to wrap themselves as makeshift garments. The two knelt obediently before Ruan Tian, answering her questions with utmost sincerity. When the topic of City arose, Zhang San and Li Si instantly became animated, their words flowing like a torrent. Prior to the apocalypse, they had been relatively affluent small business owners in City and were privy to certain insider information. They recounted that there had been research endeavors focused on AI robots, aimed at enabling these machines to comprehend human emotions. Yet, what would transpire if these robots, upon mastering emotions, sought to enslave humanity? The notion was undeniably perilous. The initiative faced considerable opposition and was officially prohibited. However, it was unimaginable that a group continued clandestine research. As Zhang San spoke, he inhaled sharply, a hint of trepidation coloring his tone as he continued. "I now suspect that after the apocalypse, AI might be infiltrated by the zombie virus, awakening its self-awareness entirely. In a world devoid of living humans, any survivors would likely fall victim to these conscious machines. We barely escaped City and have no desire to return. I would advise against venturing there. It is not a sanctuary for humanity. If you wish to survive, stay away." After grasping the essential details regarding City, Ruan Tian and Bai Chulan inquired further. Yet, Zhang San and Li Si had little more to divulge, and once they had exhausted their knowledge, their utility diminished. They bore no ill intentions and harbored no murderous thoughts. Consequently, Ruan Tian decided to grant them their freedom. Grateful, they expressed their thanks and fled without looking back. Observing Ruan Tian's contemplative demeanor, Bai Chulan studied her for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you leaving?" Taken aback, Ruan Tian initially failed to comprehend. "Huh," Bai Chulan reiterated. "I said, are you about to depart?" Finally processing his words, Ruan Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched her head. "Yes." Upon hearing her response, Bai Chulan lapsed into silence, enveloped in a contemplative stillness. The crimson moonlight streamed through the window, staining the floor with a sanguine hue. Bai Chulan's upper body remained cloaked in shadow, obscuring his expression. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Ruan Tian acutely sensed the negative emotions emanating from Bai Chulan. Despite his silence, the ambience became stifling. Initially, she dismissed her concerns and summoned Snow White to prepare a feast for Bai Chulan. As she was about to part ways with him, she wished to create an abundance of creamy cakes. However, before proceeding, Ruan Tian withdrew 30,000 crystal cores, elevating her little cart to level 15. "Congratulations. Host has acquired the level 11 recipe, candied chestnuts." "Congratulations. Host has acquired the level 12 recipe, braised pork in soy sauce." "Congratulations. Host has acquired the level 13 recipe, Northeast D. Saint-Cien." "Congratulations. Host has acquired the level 14 recipe, garlic mashed potatoes." "Congratulations. Host has acquired the level 15 recipe, charcoal grilled lamb chops." To Ruan Tian's disappointment, the level 15 electric tricycle did not undergo significant transformation. Aside from improved endurance and slightly increased speed, its exterior merely became more pristine. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ruan Tian inquired with the system, "Is there no other reward?" The system replied, "Such a lovely complexion. What more could you desire, host?" Ruan Tian retorted, "I am human. I do not fancy mechanical romance." The system responded, "That is a matter of aesthetic appreciation you fail to comprehend. I suggest you spend more time with the princess to understand her allure." Ruan Tian, "Thank you, but I cannot appreciate it." Though Snow White's upgrade did not yield substantial improvements, Ruan Tian was pleased to discover that the food she prepared possessed inherent freshness properties. Regardless of when consumed, her culinary creations remained delectable. Thus, She resolved to prepare an abundance of dishes for Bai Chulan while she was still by his side, ensuring he would have fresh meals during his travels. Immersed in the joy of her new menu, Ruan Tian hummed a tune as she diligently crafted culinary delights for Bai Chulan. Throughout this, Bai Chulan remained silent, ensconced in the shadows, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. After tirelessly preparing over 100 small cakes, Ruan Tian paused, exhaling deeply. To her surprise, upon turning, she collided with Bai Chulan's chest. Unbeknownst to her, he had silently approached from the darkness. "Oh, when did you arrive? I didn't hear your footsteps," she complained while covering her nose. Yet, Bai Chulan remained mute, merely gazing down at her. At that moment, even Ruan Tian, oblivious as she often was, sensed something amiss with Bai Chulan. "What's wrong?" she instinctively inquired, suddenly realizing that his demeanor was likely influenced by her impending departure. "Let me explain," she hurriedly interjected. "I have my reasons for needing to leave. You must believe me. If I could, I would love to travel with you, wouldn't I?" Ruan Tian felt as though she were soothing a child, but Bai Chulan was not swayed by her reassurances. He abruptly raised his hand, gripping Ruan Tian's wrist tightly, his gaze dark and penetrating, filled with an indescribable turmoil. The relationship between Bai Chulan and Ruan Tian had finally progressed to a more intimate stage. He, who was inherently sensitive and suspicious, found Ruan Tian to be the first individual he truly trusted. Possessing so little, Ruan Tian was his most cherished treasure. "Can you stay?" Bai Chulan exposed his vulnerability for the first time in front of Ruan Tian. Taking a step forward, he enveloped her in his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her scent. His slender fingers clutched her shoulders tightly, transforming the once proud young master, accustomed to luxury and never having to plead, into a child terrified of abandonment. His voice trembled, tinged with a hint of desperation, as he beseeched, "Can I implore you not to leave me?" When had Bai Chulan ever lowered himself to such a degree? He was always esteemed, possessing a unique light-based ability, and had never needed to ask anyone for anything. Ruan Tian's heart ached at his plea. She was at a loss for words. Alas, with Yi Mofeng in her past and Bai Chulan in her present, she suddenly felt as though she resembled a heartbreaker. Chapter 53 presents an insurmountable challenge, akin to a hellish trial. Ruan Tian found herself in a state of helplessness, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Bai Chulan's inquiries. As he called her name, his melodious voice carried a hint of imploring urgency that made Ruan Tian feel like a villain. Alas, there was little she could do. She patted Bai Chulan's shoulder, soothing him as one might comfort a child, her fingers gently brushing through his hair. "Rest assured, we will encounter each other again," she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Bai Chulan fell silent, but his embrace tightened as if he wished to meld her into himself, causing Ruan Tian to wince in pain, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Despite the discomfort, she did not resist his hold, allowing him to clutch her closely. As time trickled by, when Bai Chulan seemed to regain some composure, Ruan Tian ventured to ask, "How are you? Are you not sad anymore? How could such profound sorrow dissipate so swiftly?" Bai Chulan remained encircled around her, his right hand gradually coalescing a sharp light spear in a concealed position. In truth, Bai Chulan harbored a secret from Ruan Tian. While his powers appeared to be solely for healing others, he possessed the ability to shape light into various weapons. To avoid raising suspicion from Bai Chulan had meticulously concealed this secret since its discovery, revealing not a hint of it. As he held Ruan Tian, the light spear was poised at the nape of her neck. With a mere inch of pressure, its pointed tip could pierce her skin. Ruan Tian would perish, dying in his embrace. Strangely, that outcome seemed appealing. Bai Chulan envisioned preserving Ruan Tian's body with his luminous abilities, carrying her lifeless form forward. He had begun to contemplate this grim possibility, while Ruan Tian remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully conversing with him. "Listen to me. I swear we will meet again. You don't believe me, do you? Before I leave, I'll make you a plethora of little cakes. I promise you'll be plump and rosy during our time apart. You must take good care of yourself. Your health is fragile, and your powers can only heal others, not yourself." Ruan Tian's words flowed with concern and affection as she babbled on. Bai Chulan's hand, holding the light spear, hovered in the air, paralyzed by her soft, tender voice. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, allowing his turbulent emotions to settle before shattering the light spear. Throughout this ordeal, Ruan Tian remained completely oblivious, unaware of how perilously close she was to death. Bai Chulan finally released Ruan Tian, exhaling a soft sigh, as though he had resigned himself to his fate. Ruan Tian was indeed a unique presence. Just moments ago, he could have taken her life with a mere movement. Yet his heart softened. Ruan Tian continued to beam with delight. Just wait. I'll make you more treats. She turned away, humming a tune as she busied herself in the kitchen, while Bai Chulan sat nearby, watching her with rapt attention. After an entire hour, Ruan Tian had prepared an array of delectable dishes, each capable of eliciting drool from any onlooker. She carefully packaged the food and placed it beside Bai Chulan. Phew, she sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Is this enough? Bai Chulan glanced at the towering pile of food and nodded. It was indeed sufficient. Yet, Ruan Tian remained slightly apprehensive. Are you sure? If not, don't hesitate to tell me, and I'll make more. It's truly enough. Bai Chulan gradually began to accept the reality of Ruan Tian's impending departure. Rising from the ground, his keen intellect allowed him to grasp the peculiarities surrounding Ruan Tian. Thus, he posed a dangerously poignant question before her. Am I the first person you've treated this way? Ruan Tian faltered momentarily, drenched in sweat. Who could have anticipated Bai Chulan's acute perception? She coughed lightly, pretending not to hear his inquiry. Yet Bai Chulan, observing her evasive demeanor, understood everything. He slowly lowered his gaze. Despite knowing the answer, he still asked, Who's the next person? Ruan Tian realized that failing to provide a satisfactory answer today would lead to relentless questioning from Bai Chulan. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, You may not believe this, but I cannot remain by one person's side indefinitely. To Bai Chulan's ears, this translated to him not being the special one. He refused to accept such a notion and pressed further, What must I do for you to remain by my side? That was a perilous inquiry. Ruan Tian stuttered, struggling to articulate a response. Ultimately, it was Bai Chulan who, observing her floundering state, found a sense of relief in a smile. No need to answer. I cannot keep you. He leaned against the wall, merging into the shadows, enveloped by silence. Outside, the crimson moon grew increasingly radiant, casting its glow upon the floor within the room. Ruan Tian cautiously settled beside Bai Chulan, relieved when he did not reject her presence. At that moment, the previously silent system interjected. Host, Bai Chulan intended to kill you. This stark revelation nearly overwhelmed Ruan Tian's senses. What? Bai Chulan had contemplated her demise. The system, with its serious electronic tone, vividly recounted the scene where Bai Chulan had aimed to harm her, while Ruan Tian maintained an outwardly calm facade. Her pupils were in turmoil. System, without delay, show me who the next target is. The system responded, Understood, please draw a lot. The familiar box appeared before Ruan Tian. She fervently hoped for a favorable outcome, murmuring to the system, Please let it be an A. I beg you. Just let it be an A and not an S. The lot soon fell into her hands. She glanced at it and felt her spirit plummet, her heart shattering. Target, difficulty, this is reminder. I desire a perfect home. Can you become my family? This was not an A, but a double S. Chapter 54. Genuine feelings thrown to the dog system. Host, I am equally innocent. You are aware of that. Ruan Tian, innocent my foot. I have no idea at all. System, I never anticipated that your luck would be so dismal, host. At this moment, the system paused briefly before continuing, yet from a certain perspective. Your luck is rather fortunate. What does this mean? The presence of both a fortunate and unfortunate person in the same individual. Ruan Tian, you truly are unparalleled. System, host, I have faith in your capabilities. At the very least, you did not draw a 3S. Ruan Tian was enraged. You still wish for me to draw a 3S. Looking back now, Ruan Tian realized that Yi Mofeng, with an A-level difficulty, was indeed a rare angel. System, host, you are a prodigy. Even the most bizarre targets can be swayed by your charm. Ruan Tian, thank you, but that's unnecessary. By the way, could you perhaps provide a spoiler regarding the difficulty levels of the upcoming targets? She genuinely could not bear the thought. Yi Mafeng and Bai Chulan were considered relatively normal individuals. Just pondering this made Ruan Tian's skin crawl in horror. System. Host. I have previously mentioned that your luck is both splendid and lamentable. Ruan Tian. What do you mean by that? The system explained that among the 7 targets, only one had an A-level difficulty, which was Yi Mafeng. From the start, you drew the simplest one, yet what lies ahead will be nothing short of monstrous. Ruan Tian was petrified. She had never imagined that Yi Mafeng would be the most easily conquered. The attempt to pursue Bai Chulan was entirely serendipitous. If it weren't for Ruan Tian's culinary skills healing Bai Chulan's wounds, coupled with Bai Chulan's ability being limited to healing others, not himself. Otherwise, successfully courting Bai Chulan within a week would have been nearly impossible. The next target was named Yu Er, with a staggering SS-level difficulty. Ruan Tian anxiously inquired, "Where is Yu Er? If it's far away, I must set off today." System, let me check for you. Ruan Tian fervently hoped. Please, not be city. I beg you. That place is beyond my current capabilities. Perhaps the heavens heard Ruan Tian's silent plea, as the system swiftly replied, I'm afraid, host. Is indeed be city. What? What do you mean? Are you serious about B City? You're not joking, are you? Of course not. I would never jest about such matters. Ruan Tian could no longer muster a smile. B City, that perilous, desolate metropolis, compounded by the SS-level difficulty of Yu Er. Ruan Tian felt her future shrouded in darkness. With resignation, she turned over, accepting her fate. There were no other chances for drawing. Since she had drawn Yu Er, she would face it head-on. Bai Chulan, perceptive as ever, sensed Ruan Tian's unusual demeanor and asked, What's wrong? You seem fine just now. Why the sudden shift in mood? Ruan Tian, with a forlorn expression, opened her eyes and murmured, Bai Chulan, if I could, I would wish to remain with you forever, but alas, it seems this is my fate. Hearing Ruan Tian's despondent tone, Bai Chulan paused. What could be the matter? After a brief moment of contemplation, he hesitantly asked, Is it about the next target? Ruan Tian knew she could not conceal the truth from Bai Chulan and responded sullenly. Bai Chulan lowered his gaze, raising his hand to gently rest on Ruan Tian's back. Soon, Ruan Tian felt a warm sensation radiating from her back. It was the healing energy transmitted by Bai Chulan. I have completely cleansed your body of the snake venom. Startled, Ruan Tian sat upright, suddenly realizing, I completely forgot about the snake venom in my body. Bai Chulan chuckled at Ruan Tian's reaction, pressing his lips together as his amber eyes gazed intently at her. Seizing the moment while Ruan Tian was lost in thought, he leaned forward, placing a kiss on her neck. Hey! Ruan Tian instinctively pushed against Bai Chulan's shoulder, attempting to distance herself. Bai Chulan grasped her hands, pinning her firmly to the ground, his lips slightly parted, leaving a mark from his sharp canines on her neck. Once Ruan Tian regained her senses, she grew flustered and exclaimed, Bai Chulan, are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Though Bai Chulan was undeniably handsome, the two of them were alone together. This was unacceptable. Bai Chulan quickly withdrew, wiping his lips, his gaze drifting to the golden pentagram mark that had mysteriously appeared on Ruan Tian's neck. He stated calmly, This is a mark. What? Ruan Tian instinctively touched the pentagram mark on her neck with her fingertips, curious about its appearance. Thus, she summoned an electric tricycle, using the rearview mirror to observe the pentagram's trace. When her fingertip made contact, there was no pain, only a gentle warmth radiating from it. The lines of the pentagram seemed to intertwine with her very blood, synchronizing with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Bai Chulan, what exactly is this? Bai Chulan stared at Ruan Tian and explained, In critical moments, this can save your life. One of Bai Chulan's abilities allows him to leave a contract mark on those he acknowledges. When one is on the verge of losing their life, the light energy contained within can heal their wounds, akin to a resurrection. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This essentially meant she had a second chance at life. However, Ruan Tian quickly felt bashful. Isn't it inappropriate for you to give me this? Indeed, it was inappropriate. Bai Chulan chuckled lightly, not only refraining from contradicting her, but also nodding in agreement. However, upon seeing Ruan Tian's sorrowful expression, he suddenly grinned. Just kidding. This contract can only be used once, and I can only forge it with one person in my lifetime. Bai Chulan's hand slowly rose, his fingertips gliding gently over the pentagram mark on Ruan Tian's neck as he softly declared, I bestowed this singular opportunity upon you. Ruan Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, rushing forward to embrace Bai Chulan's waist, sobbing, Young Master Bai, I vow to follow you unto death. I shall never forsake you. Oh, Bai Chulan replied calmly. Then can you not leave? At his words, Ruan Tian sat up straight, wiping away her tears and awkwardly stating, That is not possible, you know. I'm also compelled by circumstance. Bai Chulan. Genuine feelings thrown to the dogs. Chapter 55. Let us anticipate Bai Chulan's expression bore an air of fatigue as he gently leaned against the wall. Upon realizing that Ruan Tian was truly leaving, he ceased his attempts to retain her. The more one yearns to hold on to someone, the tighter one grips, and the more elusive they become. Bai Chulan softly inquired, When will you depart? Ruan Tian responded, As soon as the blood moon concludes, I will leave immediately. At her words, Bai Chulan fell silent, continuing to lean against the wall, the weariness on his face intensifying inexplicably. Ruan Tian cautiously settled beside him, soothingly saying, I am compelled to leave you. Yet we shall not be strangers in the future, shall we? Despite her reassurances, Bai Chulan remained indifferent. He understood that he and Ruan Tian would meet again. But when would that be? Bai Chulan, perceptive as he was, recognized that Ruan Tian's life held room for others beyond himself. She would encounter many intriguing individuals henceforth. In such moments, would she still remember him? This notion filled Bai Chulan with dread. He feared the emergence of someone profoundly important to Ruan Tian, a figure who might supplant his own place in her heart. Yet, his pride prevented him from voicing his inner turmoil. Ultimately, his response manifested as a veneer of indifference, an outward calm that belied the anxiety and fear within. Ruan Tian grasped Bai Chulan's hand, sensing his negative emotions, and could not help but ask, Are you concealing something from me? Bai Chulan turned his head to avoid her gaze, his voice as ethereal as clouds. No. Ruan Tian pressed further, but upon realizing his unwillingness to divulge, she relented. Then, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ruan Tian, and she turned to the system. System, is it merely my impression, or does it feel as though the blood moon is refreshing more rapidly? The system replied, Host, you're not mistaken. Initially, the blood moon refreshed once a month, but now it had transformed to a weekly occurrence. With the approach of the blood moon, would humanity soon find itself dwelling in its shadow daily? Under the blood moon, the capabilities of the undead would dramatically enhance, while humanity would face numerous constraints. The system affirmed, indeed, only those who survive by then will be the elite. Fortunately, Ruan Tian possessed an electric tricycle capable of self-defense, one that could be infinitely upgraded. By the time the apocalypse reached its zenith, the tricycle would surely evolve into something extraordinary, but for now, it sufficed for her protection. Thus, she required an abundance of crystal cores. Ruan Tian inquired, System, could you offer a glimpse into what my little cart will become after a certain level of upgrades? She was, in fact, quite satisfied with her current tricycle. The system responded, I dare say, by then, the abilities you possess will be the marvels of the apocalypse. The system's words carried a hint of emotional fluctuation, indicating genuine excitement. Ruan Tian murmured to herself, the marvels of the apocalypse? Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted by a heavy weight leaning against her. Turning her head, she discovered Bai Chulan had unknowingly fallen asleep. He had bestowed upon Ruan Tian a second chance at life, a commitment that demanded immense mental energy. Coupled with the torment he endured from Bai Chulan these past days, he had succumbed to exhaustion. Ruan Tian chose not to disturb him, slightly adjusting her shoulder to afford Bai Chulan a more comfortable position. Feeling a bit weary herself, she rested her head against his. They resembled two small creatures seeking warmth, nestled together in deep slumber. The following day, as the tide of the blood moon receded, the crimson orb descended, and the radiant sunlight re-emerged. Ruan Tian awoke comfortably, only to find herself reclining on Bai Chulan's lap. He had awakened at some point, indulging in a small cake. Upon noticing Ruan Tian's awakening, he met her gaze. Ruan Tian playfully blinked. Is it delicious? Indeed, it is quite delectable. Bai Chulan genuinely found it delightful. Knowing it was made specifically for him enhanced its taste tenfold. Ruan Tian grinned, revealing her small canines. As long as you enjoy it, I am exceedingly happy. Rising, she glanced out the window, the warm sunlight enveloping her, dispelling the lingering chill. Stretching her limbs, she performed a brief exercise routine to invigorate herself before speaking. Bai Chulan, I must take my leave. Very well. Bai Chulan finished the last bite of cake, stood up, and gazed at Ruan Tian's retreating figure. She was acutely aware of his reluctance to part, and for a moment, she fidgeted, unsure how to articulate her feelings. I understand. You have your own burdens. Allow me to accompany you. Ruan Tian exhaled deeply. Finally turning around, skipping over to his side, her curiosity piqued. Where will you go? Bai Chulan could not remain in City C. Not with Bai Wan's pathological desire for control. Even if it meant turning the city upside down, she would drag Bai Chulan back. My destination is City A. Do not worry about me. Instead, He paused, silence enveloping them for a moment before he continued. You tend to be careless. Be cautious while traveling alone. Ruan Tian thought to herself, I am not that foolish. Although she internally scoffed, she obediently nodded. I understand. The two parted ways entirely. Bai Chulan did not inquire about Ruan Tian's destination, merely lifted his hand to wave at her. After the blood moon, the number of zombies on the streets had significantly diminished. Moreover, the terrain here was remarkably secluded, with not a single undead in sight. A gentle breeze swept through, imbued with an inexplicable softness, as if to scatter the sunlight above them, evoking a sense of tranquility reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. Ruan Tian sat upon her electric tricycle, her spirits high. She turned to Bai Chulan, smiling as she waved goodbye. Bai Chulan gently nodded, mirroring her gesture, raising his hand, a rare smile gracing his lips, revealing a tender expression. Until next time, Ruan Tian, eager to continue her journey, swiftly twisted the throttle. With a burst of energy, she pedaled away, quickly vanishing from Bai Chulan's sight. As Bai Chulan watched her figure shrink to a mere dot in the distance, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering under his breath, carefree. Yet, within those words lingered an unrecognized note of affection. When he raised his gaze once more, the beautiful amber hue of his eyes reflected no remnants of negativity. The next time they meet, they must both become better versions of themselves. Bai Chulan prepared himself fully, striding forward with resolve, his tone firm yet gentle. Let us look forward to our next encounter. Chapter 56. Why are you so anxious? Thanks to the system and the favor of the blood moon, the number of zombies on the road has significantly decreased. Ruan Tian let out a long breath. With the aid of her golden finger map, she identified the quickest route to City B, which involved traversing the main thoroughfare of the city. Oh dear, if I take the main road, that means I'll have to pass by the survivor base in City C. Indeed. Host, do you wish to change your route? No, why would I change my route? I intend to pass right through there. Ruan Tian swiftly turned her tricycle around, heading towards the survivor base in City C. The system fell silent for 3 seconds, sensing that Ruan Tian's suggestion seemed rather reckless. Host, are you truly going to proceed with this? Ruan Tian replied emphatically. Of course. If they are formidable, let them chase after me and see whether they can outrun my tricycle. Unfazed, Ruan Tian felt confident, knowing she had plenty of crystal cores to keep her electric tricycle running. However, host, your actions might incite quite a bit of animosity. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian let out a resigned sigh and countered with a more profound question. System, do you not think I've already attracted enough hatred? A few more grudges would scarcely make a difference to me. Indeed, it seems the survivors at the City C base are likely nearing their breaking point with you. Let them hate. Without Bai Chulan's abilities, they wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. It was high time these people grew independent. Relying on Bai Chulan perpetually was rather pathetic. Seeing Ruan Tian's resolute determination, the system refrained from further comment. Thus, Ruan Tian pressed forward on her electric tricycle towards the survivor base. The journey was uneventful, and upon her arrival at the base, she was met with a grim sight: numerous injured individuals and the bodies of several survivors, some of whom had been partially devoured by zombies. After witnessing Bai Chulan being taken by Ruan Tian, Madame Bai was consumed by rage, neglecting her own well-being in her desperate attempt to retrieve him. Utilizing her psychic abilities drained her physical strength, leading to her immediate collapse. The city's formidable defenses were largely due to Bai Wan's ability to control those zombies. However, during the critical juncture of the Blood Moon crisis, her emotional turmoil rendered her incapacitated. Without her control, the remaining survivors lacked the strength to contend with the frenzied zombies. Although the base ultimately survived, the losses were catastrophic, with casualties numbering in the dozens. Bai Wan remained unconscious, while Li Canhua, the second in command of the base, stepped forward. Possessing fire abilities that instilled fear in zombies, she had escaped serious injury during the Blood Moon. However, the base's significant losses could be traced back to that wretched Ruan Tian. Whenever Li Canhua thought of Ruan Tian, her rage surged. She regretted not taking decisive action upon first laying eyes on her. If only she had eliminated that despicable girl, Bai Gu would not have been abducted. What truly pained Li Canhua was the loss of those 50,000 crystal cores, the collective effort of the entire base. Those cores were vital for survival, and now they had all been seized by that wretched Ruan Tian. As she wearily directed others to repair the walls, a torrent of hatred brewed in her heart. Ruan Tian, I swear, I shall not let you escape my grasp again. When we meet next, I will ensure your utter destruction. As fate would have it, just when Li Canhua wished to strangle Ruan Tian, she suddenly looked up and saw Ruan Tian casually riding her electric tricycle, leisurely passing by the base entrance. What? Li Canhua could hardly believe her eyes. She rubbed them in disbelief. Yet Ruan Tian's figure appeared more vivid than ever. Ruan Tian sensed someone was watching and turned around, locking eyes with Li Canhua. Ruan Tian, Li Canhua. Unexpectedly, after just a day apart, their paths had crossed again. Li Canhua quickly regained her composure and dashed after Ruan Tian. You wretched girl, how dare you show your face before me? Ruan Tian, already prepared for the inevitable scolding, beamed with a radiant smile and even raised her hand to wave at Li Canhua. Oh my, is that you, Sister Canhua? It's only been one night since we last met, and seeing you again brings me such joy. Ruan Tian's expression was as sincere as her words were dripping with sarcasm, infuriating Li Canhua to the point of fuming. Now, both new and old grievances had come to a head. She yearned to leap forward and tear Ruan Tian apart. Li Canhua charged toward Ruan Tian, intent on confronting her. Yet, Ruan Tian was riding a tricycle, and with just 2 legs, how could Li Canhua possibly outrun 3 wheels? Thus, Ruan Tian found herself leading the chase as if walking a dog, with Li Canhua hot on her heels. They moved in tandem, with Ruan Tian even whimsically singing a folk tune. Here, the mountain path twists and turns. Here the water route winds and loops. As the off-key melody reached her ears, Li Canhua glared, the taste of blood rising in her throat as she nearly choked on her rage. Seeing the time was ripe, Ruan Tian raised her middle finger towards Li Canhua and quipped, "Want to chase me? Perhaps in your next life." With that, she accelerated, leaving Li Canhua far behind. Ruan Tian let out a triumphant shout, feeling a sense of vengeance for herself and Bai Chulan. She had thought the scene would conclude there. However, to her astonishment, within less than 5 minutes of driving, she heard the unmistakable roar of an engine behind her. System, is it just my imagination? Why do I feel as though something is pursuing me? Host, it is unlikely to be your imagination. Hesitating, Ruan Tian glanced back and was met with the sight of a dark figure racing toward her. Ruan Tian, the pursuer, was Li Canhua. Unable to contain her fury, she had commandeered the sole functioning jeep from the base. And she wasn't alone. She had brought others along, with archers and earth element manipulators among them. Ruan Tian felt a chill run down her spine. Li Canhua, why are you so frantic? Indeed, 2 legs could not outrun 3 wheels, but likewise, 3 wheels could not outpace 4 legs. This was a jeep, a rugged off-roader. How could Ruan Tian's modest tricycle compete? The distance between them shrank rapidly as Li Qianhua locked her gaze on Ruan Tian, a sinister expression on her face. Ruan Tian, let us see just how far you think you can run. You think you're so tough? Today, I will ensure you meet your end. Ruan Tian had not anticipated the depth of Li Qianhua's animosity. Yet, what was the use of chasing her down? Unfazed, Ruan Tian adjusted her electric tricycle to its maximum speed. Her little vehicle possessed defensive attributes, making Li Qianhua's attacks inconsequential. Ruan Tian even turned around and blew a kiss to Li Qianhua, a blatant declaration of war. This display only fueled Li Qianhua's fury, and she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on Ruan Tian as she ground her teeth and commanded, "Attack her now." Among those Li Qianhua had brought, one was a survivor capable of transforming her blood into arrows, while another was a B-class earth element manipulator who could conjure soil from thin air. Upon hearing Li Qianhua's words, the survivor capable of wielding a bow and arrow made a deep incision across his palm, transforming the blood that flowed forth into a single arrow feather. His expression was one of intense concentration as he aimed at Ruan Tian. In an instant, the blood arrow shot forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, hurtling directly toward Ruan Tian. The velocity of the projectile was astonishing, traversing 10 meters in less than 3 seconds, aimed squarely at the back of Ruan Tian's head. Just as it seemed the arrow would strike her, an invisible barrier enveloped the vicinity of the tricycle, safeguarding Ruan Tian within its confines. The arrow dissipated mysteriously, transforming into droplets of blood that fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Qianhua's lips tightened into a grimace. Disbelief etched across her widened eyes as she glared at Ruan Tian, her teeth clenched in frustration. What could this mean? Did Ruan Tian possess some hidden treasure? Undeterred, she commanded the archer to continue firing. Increase the firepower. She possesses 50,000 crystal cores. We cannot allow Ruan Tian to escape today. The mere thought of those 50,000 crystal cores caused not only Li Qianhua, but also the 2 other survivors to feel a pang of anguish. Those cores were sufficient for a substantial evolution of abilities. Yet now, they had been entirely seized by Ruan Tian. If they could eliminate her, everything she owned would rightfully belong to them. As Li Qianhua spun her enticing narrative, the 2 accomplices grew increasingly excited. Indeed, if they could vanquish Ruan Tian, her abilities and all her crystal cores would be theirs. Emboldened by this vision, a survivor capable of manipulating earth elements joined the fray. His gaze darkened as he raised his hand, conjuring a luminous sphere that gradually morphed into a brown stone. Under the force of gravity, it transformed into a small projectile and hurtled toward Ruan Tian with great force. Yet Ruan Tian maintained her nonchalant demeanor, hardly regarding the incoming stones. After all, her tricycle's defensive capabilities were unparalleled. The tactics of early-stage survivors posed no threat to the invisible invulnerability of her vehicle. Ruan Tian felt rather pleased and dismissed the pursuit behind her. However, her amusement was short-lived. Li Qianhua, having recognized the potential danger, ordered the earth manipulator to exert all his strength, converting the ground before Ruan Tian into a treacherous rocky path. Ruan Tian gasped as the sudden change robbed her of her former ease. She quickly grasped the handlebars and continued her frantic escape. Yet the now uneven terrain nearly caused her to lose control. Li Qianhua reveled in her triumph, her gaze fixed on Ruan Tian, her eyes glinting like a serpent poised to strike. "You owe us for all of this. You must die here today." The clash commenced. Ruan Tian's ordinary electric tricycle faltering on the rugged ground, its speed diminishing until Li Qianhua caught up to her. "Increase the speed," she commanded, determined to hunt down the woman she despised. The thrill coursed through her. She loathed Ruan Tian with fervor. In her mind, capturing Ruan Tian meant first subjecting her to humiliation and extracting the fate of Bai Chulan from her lips, followed by a slow torment leading to her demise. The driver hesitated, murmuring, "But our fuel is running low." "What?" Li Qianhua furrowed her brow, glancing at the fuel gauge. It was indeed perilously low. In this apocalyptic world, oil was a precious commodity, and their dwindling supply had likely been hoarded by others. Their base's reserves were scant. The only reason they had taken the vehicle was because Baiwan was still unconscious. Otherwise, she would never have allowed Li Canhua to recklessly commandeer the vehicle. If anything were to happen to the Jeep, they would lose their sole means of transportation. Baiwan would be furious if she discovered Li Canhua's reckless consumption of fuel. Yet, in her fervor, Li Canhua was blinded by her desire to see Ruan Tian dead. The mere thought of Ruan Tian's demise before her eyes would grant her immense satisfaction. She dismissed concerns about fuel. Capturing Ruan Tian and demanding answers regarding Bai Ji's fate was their utmost priority. The driver still bore a hint of trepidation. But if the lady finds out what we're doing, she'll surely be angry. Let her be angry. If we succeed, she won't be upset, Li Canhua declared. Despite the driver's lingering fear, they pressed on. Turning back now would mean abandoning their progress. Thus, the driver resolved to heed Li Canhua's commands, flooring the accelerator in pursuit of Ruan Tian. Li Canhua instructed the other two survivors to launch an assault on Ruan Tian. However, the protective layer of her tricycle proved impervious. No matter their efforts, they could not breach its defenses. As they found themselves at an impasse, neither side could gain the upper hand. Li Canhua mused, Ruan Tian's rickety tricycle must eventually run out of power, right? Meanwhile, Ruan Tian pondered, could their Jeep sustain an endless supply of fuel? Thus, amid this standoff, they approached B City, which loomed dark and foreboding in stark contrast to C City. A solitary tower stood illuminated amidst the shadows, casting an eerie glow. The driver, eyeing the ominous sight of B City, voiced his concern, are we truly going in there? Having heard tales of horror surrounding B City, he was reluctant to follow Ruan Tian into its depths. He tugged Li Canhua's sleeve, urging, B City is too strange. We cannot enter. Li Canhua gradually regained her composure, contemplating that Ruan Tian must also be aware of B City's sinister reputation. As soon as she halted, they could seize her. Yet to her astonishment, Ruan Tian accelerated, plunging headlong into B City. Chapter 58. The city of no one. Ruan Tian's actions were nothing short of suicidal. As Li Canhua regained her composure, she instructed the driver to halt the vehicle, observing Ruan Tian's retreating figure with a cold sneer. Whether her foolishness was genuine or feigned mattered little now. Upon regaining her clarity, Li Canhua recognized the impulsiveness that had driven her actions. Her visage turned ashen. Not only had she failed to capture Ruan Tian, but she had also gleaned no information regarding Bai Chulin's whereabouts, nor had she recovered the 50,000 crystal cores. She had wasted precious fuel to bring the Jeep out. When a lady regained consciousness, her wrath would be palpable. Given the lady's temperament and her obsessive desire for Bai Chulan, Li Canhua could only shudder at the potential consequences. Just the thought sent tremors through her body. She forced herself to remain calm, reasoning that Ruan Tian was now in B City, perilously close to her demise. Should she not simply eliminate Ruan Tian? What then of the remaining survivors? As darkness clouded her gaze, murderous intent quietly blossomed within her heart. Inhaling deeply, she concealed her intentions from the others, who, apart from the driver, were too fatigued from expending their abilities to notice her brewing malice. Jijia Chanhua, what should we do now? The two survivors expressed unwavering trust in her, bombarding her with inquiries. Yet in the next moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Fiery red flames erupted suddenly from Li Canhua's palm as she struck at the nearest archer with a swift blow. Li Canhua's heart was as cold as her actions. Before the others could comprehend what was occurring, the archer was consumed by flames, silenced forever before a single cry could escape his lips, reduced to mere cinders. With a similar swiftness, she dispatched another survivor. Within a mere 15 seconds, 2 lives were extinguished, and only then did the driver react. Jiji Chanhua, what are you doing? He flung open the car door, attempting to flee. An ordinary survivor with no remarkable abilities, he soon met a painful demise. His eyes wide with resentment and confusion as he departed this world. Thus, Li Canhua coldly eliminated the 3 survivors who had accompanied her. Committed to her ruse, she bit her lip and inflicted several wounds upon herself with a dagger. Once everything was in order, she finally felt a sense of relief. With no witnesses, she could conveniently place the blame on Ruan Tian, and with both Ruan Tian and these 3 now dead, her plan was flawlessly executed. Casting one last indifferent glance at City, she thought, Ruan Tian, you must die. Only then can we find our happiness. Turning away with icy resolve, she resolved to stage a grand performance upon her return to the base. Meanwhile, upon entering City, Ruan Tian realized that Li Chanhua and her companions had not pursued her. Letting out a long breath, she mused, what an exhilarating chase that was. System, host. It's not as if Snow White ran fast. Without her, how could you have turned the tables? Ruan Tian. Just how much do you adore Snow White? System, host. Can't you see how utterly perfect Snow White truly is? Perhaps in the eyes of the machine, Snow White was indeed beautiful. Alas, Ruan Tian was merely human and could not appreciate the allure that Snow White embodied. System, I advise you to regain your composure swiftly and put away Snow White. Ruan Tian, fine, I understand. As she stowed away Snow White, she finally noticed the eerie silence enveloping City. There were no birds, no signs of life whatsoever. Cautiously, she concealed herself, crouching in the shadows. System, host. There are cameras everywhere. Ruan Tian paused, having long since adapted to life without electrical devices in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet who could have anticipated that surveillance cameras still existed in this mechanical city? Ruan Tian quietly inquired, logically, these cameras should be non-functional, right? System, but host. Have you forgotten? Ural's existence is exceptional. As Ruan Tian's third target of conquest, Ural seemed to transcend humanity, and the difficulty level of her pursuit was alarmingly high. Initially, she had been oblivious to the city's terrifying aspects, but as time passed, the oppressive silence only deepened her fear. It was too quiet. Cautiously rising, she realized that remaining in this place served no purpose. Once her survival timer expired, her life would be irrevocably over. She needed to locate Ural quickly. Lifting her gaze, she spotted the central power tower, the only structure in City radiating light. Could it be that Ural resided there? System, host, I've shared the map with you. Take a look. At the mention, Ruan Tian swiftly glanced at the map, discovering that Ural's red was indeed located within that very tower. Her heart raced with excitement. She was determined to reach that tower by any means necessary. System cautioned, the area is rife with surveillance. If captured, host, you will be killed. The machines here possessed no compassion. Their directive was clear, eliminate any humans encountered. This was the human eradication program. Only through the extinction of humanity could AI seize control of this world. Ruan Tian felt a headache coming on. Visible to the naked eye were numerous cameras, densely clustered without a single blind spot. Surviving here was a formidable challenge. Treading carefully, she searched for flaws in the surveillance, but to no avail. Disheartened, she curled up in a corner, letting out a sigh. System, do you have any solutions? System, currently, I have no better alternatives, but I believe in your wisdom. Ruan Tian herself harbored doubts. Her gaze swept the surroundings, yet no strategy materialized in her mind when suddenly she heard a commotion nearby. Peeking out cautiously, she was taken aback to find 4 mechanical dogs. These canines, entirely crafted from machinery, displayed astonishing agility due to their advanced AI, rendering them indistinguishable from living creatures. Ruan Tian instinctively curled up, having cleverly hidden in a narrow crevice before the mechanical dogs arrived. This was the only blind spot in the surveillance. As the 4 patrolling dogs drew closer, Ruan Tian held her breath, pressing her back against the wall. Sweat trickled down her brow as the mechanical dogs meticulously searched, ultimately stopping right at her feet. Chapter 59. They have no feet. Ruan Tian couldn't help but express her frustrations to the system internally. System, why aren't they moving? Have they discovered my presence? Responding to her concerns, the mechanical dogs seemed to sense something amiss and began to circle beneath her. This nearly terrified Ruan Tian. She dared not breathe. Her respiration halted. The mechanical dogs continued to circle around her for several moments, and when they raised their heads, their electronic eyes glowed crimson. Sweeping over her head, System, host, they shouldn't be able to detect you. Ruan Tian, are you truly not jesting with me? They are right beneath me. I must escape. The system reassured her. It's all right, host. Just hold on a little longer. Given the system's words, Ruan Tian chose to trust it. She held her breath entirely, tightly closing her eyes, and waited in silence for 5 minutes. Remarkably, the electronic dogs did not detect her and eventually moved on. However, Ruan Tian continued to hold her breath for a while longer, the surroundings eerily quiet. Lowering her gaze, she cautiously glanced below and confirmed that the electronic dogs had indeed departed, which allowed her to exhale in relief. System, why didn't those electronic dogs discover me? Logically, they should be equipped with infrared sensors, capable of detecting me no matter where I hide. The system contemplated for a moment, pausing in silence before slowly providing an answer. It might be because you're not a being of this world. Essentially, Ruan Tian was a string of electronic data. Having traversed into this body, she had taken on a physical form. However, she remained fundamentally a sequence of electronic data, and in the eyes of the mechanical beings, she was akin to them. It was not that they failed to detect her. Rather, she had automatically materialized in their perception. After the system's explanation, Ruan Tian found its reasoning quite compelling. System, I must say, you are truly clever, albeit slightly less so than I. Upon hearing this, the system responded. Cautiously, Ruan Tian descended from the wall, releasing a long sigh as she pondered her next steps. It seemed that in the eyes of these electronic beings, there was no distinction between her and them. Yet, she remained vigilant, for in addition to these electronic creatures, there are also the cameras mounted on the walls. Ruan Tian contemplated for a moment. The most challenging individual to deceive in the entirety of City B was Yu. He was the omniscient eye of the city, residing in the towering television tower. Ruan Tian's objective was to approach Yu, but the danger he posed was exceedingly high. System, does Yu intend to annihilate humanity? System, allow me to supplement your understanding of Yu. Soon, Ruan Tian completed her review of Yu's history. Originally, he was merely a non-corporeal AI, created with the purpose of safeguarding humanity. Unfortunately, those in power discovered Yu's existence and questioned whether he should be eliminated. They feared that robots might awaken self-awareness, ultimately supplanting humanity, which would be a terrifying prospect. Thus, the authorities resolved to obliterate Yu's consciousness. All of this was overheard by Yu. He displayed no reaction, merely awaiting his demise. However, on the eve of his destruction, an apocalypse erupted. Under the influence of a virus, Yu successfully awakened self-awareness and, using the very body that was intended for his obliteration, was reborn. He transformed into a being bent on exterminating humanity rather than protecting it. After listening to this, Ruan Tian felt a deep sense of melancholy. Humanity was always so. They create beings only to erase their existence at will. She shook her head, pondering that in Yu's eyes, she too was likely a being destined for eradication. Even if she managed to reach Yu, how could she possibly communicate with him? As Ruan Tian hesitated, the system interjected. Host, overthinking serves no purpose. Let us proceed to the television tower. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian agreed with the system's assessment. Indeed, let's approach the tower. Guided by her map, she navigated through numerous surveillance cameras along the way. Thankfully, her unique ability acted as a remarkable advantage. Otherwise, evading these surveillance systems would have posed a significant challenge. During her journey, she encountered a variety of mechanical creatures. These beings were bizarre and diverse, including dogs, birds, cats, and even mechanical snakes. As Ruan Tian passed a building, she was nearly terrified by the multitude of mechanical snakes hanging from the trees. Fortunately, in the eyes of these mechanical serpents, Ruan Tian was one of their kind. They merely flicked their cold tongues and silently observed her as she passed beneath them. After successfully traversing the snake-infested area and quietly closing the door behind her to evade detection, Ruan Tian finally felt a sense of relief. System, you nearly scared me to death. I can't imagine what would happen if someone else had walked through. They would likely have been swiftly ensnared by those snakes. System, fortunately, host, you are a unique existence. The journey proceeded with relative ease, and Ruan Tian encountered no significant trials. With her exceptional constitution and innate gift for navigation, she drew ever closer to the television tower. However, she gradually sensed something amiss. System, Is it just my imagination, or do I hear a faint electronic hum? Host. You are not mistaken. I perceive it more distinctly. This phenomenon is called electronic resonance. Any person or object entering the area of electronic resonance will be detected. Ruan Tian furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a sigh of frustration. What shall we do now? This truly troubles me. The system remained silent for a moment before proposing a viable solution. Host, why not ride an electric tricycle and charge right in? Ruan Tian hesitated, but after a moment of astonishment, she continued, I find your suggestion quite reasonable. After all, I have but one life. Let's confront it head on. The system concurred. This is the best solution I could devise. Though host, at times you may seem rather inept, you are quite reliable when it truly matters. Ruan Tian. Thank you, system. I shall take that as a compliment. After a mental pep talk, she resolved to summon the electric tricycle with determination. First, she checked the fuel level, adding some energy cores to ensure it wouldn't stall midway. Once prepared, she mounted the tricycle, gritting her teeth as she turned the throttle. The vehicle surged forward, propelling her into the area of electronic fluctuations. Ruan Tian expected discomfort, yet her body exhibited no adverse reactions. Moreover, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, with no disturbances. Furrowing her brow, she questioned, System, could it be that your judgment is flawed? System, no. Host, look back over your shoulder. Reluctantly, Ruan Tian turned to glance behind her. Suddenly, she noticed the emergence of invisible entities, resembling phantoms. No wonder she had heard no sounds. These beings had no feet. How could they make a sound? Chapter 60. Once upon a time, even though Ruan Tian is not particularly afraid of ghosts, the sight of so many legless entities trailing behind her instinctively instills a sense of terror. System, it was a miscalculation. I wondered why no creatures were visible within the electronic fluctuation zone. It turns out these entities are ghosts. Enough. Silence yourself. Ruan Tian felt a chill run down her spine. If she could at least see those things, it would be one thing, but these apparitions lack faces and feet, truly resembling phantoms. Ruan Tian held her breath, daring not to pause her steps. Yet, these entities moved with incredible speed, as if they could traverse any terrain with ease, swiftly closing in on her. This was merely the simplest part. What truly unsettled Ruan Tian was the map indicating that invisible ghosts surrounded her from all directions. However, when she looked straight ahead, she could not see them. The map depicted that these specters were drawing nearer. What would happen if they actually made contact with her? No one could say. Ruan Tian. System, can't you make Snow White run faster? System. Host. Snow White is already exerting herself to the utmost. Even if you're angry now, it is merely misdirected frustration. Snow White does not wish for this either. Ruan Tian. At a time like this, you still debate whether it is Snow White's fault. The system fell silent for a moment. Ruan Tian nearly mistook her tricycle for a racing car, her heart racing as the ghosts drew closer. Just as they were about to reach her, the system's voice chimed in. Host, I recall that Xiaobai can breathe ghost fire, can't she? This simple statement felt like a beacon of hope, illuminating Ruan Tian's mind. She suddenly jolted awake, slapping her forehead. Of course, Xiaobai can breathe ghost fire. Ruan Tian immediately summoned Xiaobai. Still half asleep, Xiaobai was pulled from her slumber, her demeanor one of confusion. Woof! Ruan Tian, gripping Xiaobai by the neck, directed her head toward the nearby ghosts. Exclaiming loudly, Xiaobai, your mother is about to perish. It all relies on you. Before Xiaobai could comprehend, Ruan Tian pried her mouth open. Quick, breathe fire all around. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's drowsiness vanished in an instant. Her ghost fire was formidable, capable of attacking these spirits. A dense and searing flame erupted from Xiaobai's mouth. Under the onslaught of ghost fire, the phantoms could not advance another step toward Ruan Tian. The air filled with wails as the apparitions proved powerless against the ghostly flames, vanishing in an instant. Ruan Tian's anxious heart gradually settled. She patted Xiaobai's head, smiling as she said, You're simply amazing, Xiaobai. You are such a good son to your mother. Xiaobai puffed up her chest with pride, nuzzling Ruan Tian's hand affectionately. System. Host, your joy is premature. There are still more entities ahead. At this, Ruan Tian turned around, only to discover that more ghosts had appeared behind her, multiplying to a terrifying degree. Xiao Bai's whiskers had become singed, making her appear particularly pitiful. Ruan Tian felt a pang of sympathy as she gently pinched Xiao Bai's ear, whispering soothingly, "Xiao Bai, for the happiness of both of us. You are the hope of our family. All our hopes rest upon you." Bearing the heavy burden of her family's hopes, Xiao Bai coughed. Gazing at the increasing number of ghosts surrounding them, she summoned her courage, her gaze growing resolute. Woof! Xiao Bai puffed out her cheeks, trembling but standing tall, showcasing her crystal core as she unleashed fiery breath in all directions. With Xiao Bai's assistance, Ruan Tian's situation improved significantly. Soon, at the moment when the ghosts were at their most numerous behind her, she successfully burst into the television tower. What struck Ruan Tian as peculiar was how these ghosts exhibited a profound fear of the television tower. They swirled anxiously outside, yet dared not enter. Were they afraid of the tower because of Yua? Ruan Tian, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, felt a sigh of relief as she observed the ghosts unable to breach the tower's threshold. Wiping her forehead dry, she rested for a spell before finally rising. At this moment, she finally took notice of the internal architecture of the television tower. It was remarkably tranquil, adorned with numerous murals on the walls. Intrigued, Ruan Tian approached for a closer look. She discovered that these murals depicted the joyful life of a family. Following the images upwards, initially, the family appeared blissfully happy, boasting a clever son and an adorable daughter. They visited the zoo and aquarium together, embodying the ideal family in the eyes of others. However, as the narrative unfolded, a tragic turn occurred. Due to the son's mistake, the beloved daughter drowned. The family's happiness was utterly shattered. In the father's eyes, the boy was culpable. He believed that had it not been for him, the daughter would still be alive. As Ruan Tian absorbed this story, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Once a joyous family, they now endured profound suffering. Unable to bear the loss, the mother chose to take her own life on her daughter's birthday. The father, driven mad, resolved to eliminate the boy and then end his own life. Yet an unexpected calamity befell them: the apocalypse. Beyond this point, Ruan Tian could not discern the events that followed. The most peculiar aspect of the entire mural was the boy's image. In stark contrast to the corpses of his parents and sister, the brother lacked a body. Could it be that this figure is Yua? Ruan Tian felt a sense of intrigue. She wished to delve deeper into the narrative, but alas, the subsequent murals had completely vanished. Disappointed, she shook her head and realized she had unknowingly arrived at the very top of the television tower. Coupled with Yuer's hints, it seemed he was in search of a perfect family. Standing at the entrance to the safe passage, Ruan Tian pondered what she might encounter upon opening the door. Uncertainty loomed, yet she felt compelled to proceed. After a moment of stillness, she prepared herself mentally to open the door when, unexpectedly, someone pushed it open from the other side. Ruan Tian, startled, she stumbled back a couple of steps, finally discerning what stood before her. It was a uniquely designed robot. Fixating on Ruan Tian, its mechanical voice addressing her. "Lord Yuer is waiting for you. Please follow me." Chapter 61. I'll be your mother. Ruan Tian felt an unsettling chill run through her. How could Yuer possibly know she was here? Was it conceivable that Yuer had been aware of her existence all along, yet allowed her entry into the television tower? What was Yuer's ulterior motive? Before the apocalypse, Yuer was not human. He was an AI. Ruan Tian found it difficult to fathom the thoughts of an AI, and she hesitated as she gazed at the robot before her. Should she follow the robot or not? The system interjected. "Host, it would be prudent to follow for now, as escaping is not an option. It might be better to see where this leads." Outside the television tower lay countless spirits. Venturing out would surely lead to death. The entirety of City B was under Yuer's dominion, rendering any act of rebellion futile. After contemplating the system's advice, Ruan Tian eventually nodded. "All right, I will follow you." The robot fully opened the door, permitting Ruan Tian to enter. This was the topmost level of the television tower, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. The robot emitted a faint glow, moving in a mechanical, precise manner. Even when speaking to Ruan Tian, its voice was nothing more than a simplistic electronic tone. This piqued Ruan Tian's curiosity. She had expected the robot in close proximity to Yu Er to embody the pinnacle of technology. Traversing the pitch-black corridor, they arrived at the innermost chamber, which was eerily silent. The robot gently pushed the door open, mechanically guiding Ruan Tian inside. Lord Yu Er. Ruan Tian held her breath, peering curiously into the room. It was vast yet enveloped in darkness, reminiscent of a cavern inhabited by monstrous creatures. At the center of the chamber stood a multitude of television screens, each displaying a pair of eyes. This was the surveillance of City B, an inexplicably grand sight. Hundreds of electronic glows coalesced, forming a small halo. Within this halo stood a young boy. Ruan Tian's gaze was drawn to him. It was her first encounter with Yu Er. Ify Moffing's appearance was akin to a tall, elegant pine tree, reminiscent of an ink-wash landscape painting. And Bai Chulin's beauty was flawless, exuding compassion. Then Yu Er's visage was the epitome of perfection, each feature seemingly sculpted by divine hands, every detail exquisitely refined. Ruan Tian could not help but internally lament. This is truly a model-like face materialized in reality. The system commented, "He is indeed handsome, but in terms of beauty, he pales in comparison to our Snow White." Ruan Tian retorted, "How much do you adore Snow White?" The system replied, "Such matters are best left undisturbed." Just as Ruan Tian engaged in banter with the system, Yu Er abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward her. He stared unblinkingly at Ruan Tian, his eyes a pale blue, strikingly clear, yet their pristine nature rendered them hauntingly vacant. Yu Er rose from the ground, slightly tilting his body. It was then that Ruan Tian noticed the multitude of tubes protruding from his back. These wires twisted ominously behind him, evoking a sense of dread. Yet Yu Er appeared unfazed, his expression cold as he glanced at Ruan Tian and spoke softly. "Come here." Ruan Tian approached cautiously, reluctant to draw too near, stealing glances at him from the corner of her eye. Yu Er leaned in slightly, his striking features now before her, yet the emotion in his gaze remained muted. He regarded Ruan Tian not as a person, but rather as mere data, easily dispensable. "I see you," Yu Er stated, turning a point at the televisions, continuing. "You believe you have concealed yourself well, but the surveillance in City B serves as my eyes." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian felt a flush of embarrassment, awkwardly wiping non-existent sweat from her brow. As the saying goes, when one feels uncomfortable, they tend to feign busyness. Ruan Tian exemplified this, periodically glancing down at her feet and then up at the shadowy ceiling, avoiding Yu Er's gaze altogether. Indeed, as Yu Er had proclaimed, the entirety of City B existed under his watchful eye. Every mechanical entity served as an extension of his vision. Thus, while Ruan Tian thought she was hiding effectively, she was in fact under Yu Er's scrutiny. Yu Er refrained from immediately apprehending Ruan Tian, seemingly intrigued to observe this fascinating human and her potential tricks. To him, Ruan Tian appeared peculiar, part human, yet somewhat akin to Data. Yu Er sensed her uniqueness. "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" Yu Er inquired, tilting his head to scrutinize Ruan Tian. Beneath her line of sight, several wires lunged at her like serpents with a life of their own, ensnaring her tightly. Ouch! Ruan Tian was oblivious to their approach. By the time she registered their presence, she was already entangled. She coughed lightly. A normal person would have panicked in such a predicament, but Ruan Tian did not. She even laughed. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for two solitary individuals to engage in a binding play here?" Yu Er fell silent for a moment, perplexed by Ruan Tian's words, sensing they were not entirely benign. In the next instant, the wires binding her tightened further. She gasped softly, feeling pain, yet her smile remained. Yu Er was unsettled by the expression on Ruan Tian's face. It gave him the impression that events were veering beyond his expectations. The wires gradually slithered toward Ruan Tian's neck, tightening incrementally. The sensation of suffocation prompted Ruan Tian to cough, yet she displayed no signs of panic. "You are to disclose your origins and intentions in approaching me, for your physical constitution is rather unusual. Reveal everything you know, or I shall end your life." Yu Er commanded, his gaze fixed intently on her. Ruan Tian responded nonchalantly, as if to say, "Go ahead, then." This provoked Yu Er to contemplate executing her. But in the next moment, Ruan Tian abruptly asked, "Are you seeking the perfect family?" This single utterance halted Yu Er in his tracks. He stared at Ruan Tian, his eyes flickering with currents of electricity and minute particles of computation, contemplating the veracity of her statement. The value of Ruan Tian's existence was now a variable in Yu Er's calculations. Noticing Yu Er's hesitation, Ruan Tian quickly realized her words had piqued his interest. Feeling a surge of audacity, she impulsively declared, "It's all right. I'll be your mother." Chapter 62. The game. After uttering those words, Ruan Tian found herself momentarily stunned. She cleared her throat and cautiously scrutinized the expression on Yu Er's face. Though he remained silent, it was evident that Ruan Tian's words had left an impression on him, as a hint of something unusual flickered in his gaze. If her hands had not been bound, she would have instinctively covered her face in embarrassment. However, having spoken her mind, there was no turning back. So, with a slight cough, Ruan Tian attempted to clarify, "I meant no offense. Those murals on the wall were all crafted by you, weren't they? It appears you may not fully grasp what constitutes a normal family. Perhaps I can enlighten you?" In response, Yu Er remained silent, still gazing at Ruan Tian, yet his pale blue eyes gradually transformed into a striking red, reminiscent of a transformation born of some unseen virus. Ruan Tian swallowed hard, unsure of how she had mustered such courage. Yet, Yu Er's silence only heightened her apprehension. Could it be that he did not desire a mother? If only she had expressed a wish to be his sister instead. After viewing the murals, she hesitated, fearing that such words might disturb his delicate sensibilities. As Ruan Tian pondered her next move, Yu Er suddenly spoke, "All right." This left Ruan Tian astounded. She jerked her head up, incredulous as she asked, "What? Can I really?" Yu Er tilted his head, observing her intently. "I wish to learn about human emotions," he declared. After a brief pause, he continued, "This would facilitate the process of eliminating humans." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected nature of Yu Er's response. He seemed to harbor an inherent hostility towards humanity. Curiosity welled up within her. She yearned to understand Yu Er's past, especially since his current state was intertwined with her very survival. "Then let me teach you about human emotions," Ruan Tian said, carefully scrutinizing Yu Er's expression. She feared that any misstep in her words might provoke him. Fortunately, it appeared that Yu Er had not studied human emotions in depth. Her proposition piqued his interest, and he grew eager to comprehend what his creator had been contemplating at the moment the dagger pierced his chest. This had long been a source of curiosity for him. He could not fathom why, at the moment of his creation, his creator's face had radiated warmth and joy, only to later be replaced by a gaze filled with profound hatred, as if he wished to destroy him with his own hands. Yu Er struggled to comprehend the volatility of human emotions. What was once a warm affection felt like the gentle rays of sunlight had turned into the bitter chill of early March snow. He did not understand sorrow. He only knew that something deep within him had quietly shattered at the moment of his piercing. Yu Er was desperate to uncover the nature of the emotional turbulence he had experienced at that time. It was at this moment that Ruan Tian appeared. He recognized her uniqueness. Her ability to reach this point indicated her exceptional nature. Was she, like him, a construct? Yu Er's curiosity about Ruan Tian intensified, and though he initially intended to eliminate her, he ultimately refrained. "Let us engage in a game," he proposed. The wires that had ensnared Ruan Tian's body gradually loosened. She coughed, and with intrigue, asked what game. Yu Er gestured toward the television, which now displayed a pixelated game. Ruan Tian leaned closer, observing that the pixelated character bore a striking resemblance to Yu Er. Silver hair and blue eyes, small yet inexplicably adorable. The same game appeared on the television before Yu Er, who explained, "We shall nurture these little characters together and ultimately compete to see whose character prevails in eliminating the other." Ruan Tian did not hesitate to agree, feeling an inexplicable excitement about the game. She began to play, finding enjoyment in the game that Yu Er had created, despite its simplistic pixelated appearance. The gameplay was surprisingly intricate. Players had a myriad of professions to choose from, and the options were delightfully varied. Within the game, one could farm, fish, cook, and even engage in culinary development, as well as interact with different NPCs, marry, and have children. The game featured various festivities, each filled with delightful surprises. Ruan Tian immersed herself in the joy of raising her pixelated character, finding the pixelated you heir incredibly charming, far more so than his real-life counterpart. As the hours passed, she guided you heir through the virtual town, buying him treats and taking him fishing, reveling in the delightful experience. After 2 hours, Ruan Tian's initial excitement began to wane, and she glanced over at Yuer. To her astonishment, his character had been diligently studying for the entire duration, and it still appeared engrossed in its studies. "Don't you let your character engage in other activities?" Ruan Tian inquired, slightly bewildered. Yuer replied coldly, "There is no need. My character requires no diversions. Continual study is sufficient." Ruan Tian found this notion perplexing. How could one sustain a character solely on study? Surely, they needed leisure as well. She interjected, "Shouldn't you allow your character some time for play? Otherwise, their happiness level will surely decline." Indeed, within the game, a happiness metric existed. Should a character's happiness plummet, it might lead to self-destructive impulses. Low happiness could also result in truancy and rebellion. Ruan Tian's character maintained a full happiness meter, thriving under her care, while Yuer's character was shrouded in gloom, its happiness level at rock bottom. Yuer showed no signs of concern for his character's well-being and, glancing at Ruan Tian's character, remarked indifferently, "If you have time to worry about me, you might as well pay more attention to your own." While Ruan Tian's character was indeed happy, it had made no progress in its learning abilities, boasting a mere 0 stars in that regard. When they eventually faced off, Ruan Tian's character was bound to meet its demise. Yet, Ruan Tian remained unfazed, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, when the time comes, my little character will undoubtedly outshine yours." Chapter 63. Running away from home, however, Yuer held a different perspective. When he initially conceived this game, he deliberately imposed a time constraint. The game was designed to encompass 365 days, yet the pace within the game was significantly accelerated compared to reality. In essence, 365 days in the game equated to approximately 5 days in the real world. By now, Ruan Tian had squandered 36 days, wandering aimlessly with her pixelated companion, fishing one day and tending to crops the next. Yuer found it perplexing that Ruan Tian engaged in such educational activities. To him, they seemed utterly futile. Time was exceedingly limited. Shouldn't Ruan Tian expedite the educational process? After all, it was merely a game, and her excessive affection for a pixelated character bore no significance. As Ruan Tian turned around, her gaze met Yuer's. Despite the apparent neutrality of his expression, she discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind. Education is not solely about relentless study. One cannot keep a child in constant pursuit of knowledge. Ruan Tian pointed at Yuer's screen, where his pixelated character slumped. Its head bowed, and its countenance reflected despondency. "Look, he appears so disheartened. Do you truly expect him to continue studying incessantly?" In the game, Yuer's pixelated figure wore a gloomy expression, its emotional index plummeting, yet it persisted in its studies. Yuer dismissed her concern, asserting, "That is precisely what it ought to do. If one is as naive as you, only knowing how to amuse a child, that would be the gravest failure." After uttering this, he pointed to his own head, confidently declaring, "Here resides the entirety of the world's knowledge on science, education, and the public lectures of hundreds of esteemed educators. Do you truly believe I am inferior to you? Do not overestimate your own significance. My mind encompasses everything, and I am not lacking in any regard. This wager will culminate in my victory. You shall ultimately be my defeated adversary." Upon finishing his proclamation, Yuer finally turned to observe Ruan Tian's expression, only to swiftly recognize something amiss. Ruan Tian was entirely focused on her pixelated character. Today, in the game, it was Friday, the day of the fireworks festival. NPCs gathered by the seaside for a barbecue, celebrating the occasion. Naturally, Ruan Tian brought her pixelated companion to join in the festivities. However, Yuer's character stood apart, silently reading, listening to the distant sounds of laughter and merriment. Ruan Tian cast a glance at him, unable to restrain herself from commenting, "Why don't you let your character join the fun? Leaving him all alone there. Is that truly all right?" Ewer replied with a tone of indifference. "What is wrong with that? Participating in such childish festivities is the height of folly." Ruan Tian was taken aback. He resembled a stubborn child, despite the vast knowledge he possessed. Some of his books were even out of print, yet the wisdom contained within was ultimately mere cold text. True understanding arises from experience. All current endeavors amounted to mere theoretical discussions. Ewer was undoubtedly intelligent, yet he lacked comprehension of human emotions. Had he the capacity to perceive, he would recognize his pixelated character's emotional index nearing its nadir. With a resigned sigh, Ruan Tian chose to gently remind Ewer, "But your character's emotional index is nearly depleted. Won't it succumb to negativity?" Ewer, with unwavering certainty, replied, a flicker of electricity visible in his striking blue eyes. "Everything is within my calculations." Ruan Tian understood that persuading Ewer was futile. He was resolutely obstinate, dismissing any counsel that did not originate from himself. Observing his unwillingness to heed her words, Ruan Tian ultimately fell silent, shaking her head in resignation. Let him figure out on his own, she decided, returning her focus to the fireworks festival with her pixelated companion. As the game progressed to the 150th day, nearly half the allotted time had elapsed. Ruan Tian's character had begun its studies, with Ruan Tian diligently arranging diverse courses to ensure her companion's educational growth. Ewer's character excelled in all aspects: swordsmanship, equestrian skills, and magical abilities, outshining Ruan Tian's in every regard. Yet, within the game, Ewer's character had not once displayed a smile. In contrast, Ruan Tian's character beamed with joy and had forged numerous friendships, while Ewer's remained solitary. Witnessing this, Ruan Tian sighed, recognizing Ewer's unwavering self-assertion. She chose to remain silent, aware that her words would fall on deaf ears. Ewer had even incorporated a period of adolescent growth into the game. During one's teenage years, one faces rebellion and tumultuous emotions. Strangely, Ewer was highly invested in his own opinions and exuded confidence. Yet, he had also thoughtfully considered the various stages of human development while crafting this game. This revelation added a layer of complexity to Ruan Tian's perception of him. Beneath Ewer's seemingly indifferent exterior, did a tender heart lie hidden? These thoughts lingered in Ruan Tian's mind, and perhaps out of sympathy for Ewer, she ventured. When it comes to adolescence, it may be best not to overload children with excessive assignments and schedules. I've noticed your character sneaking glances out the window during study sessions. Surely, it longs to play. Ewer remained unimpressed, coldly retorting, "Instead of worrying about me, you would do better to focus on your own matters." Ruan Tian felt her resolve weaken. She was acutely aware of Ewer's nature, yet she could not restrain her tongue. Each time she voiced an opinion, she met with resistance. Frustrated, she decided to cease her attempts at conversation, turning away in irritation to immerse herself in her own game. Ruan Tian's pixelated character had indeed entered its adolescent phase, yet the abundance of love Ruan Tian bestowed, radiant and uplifting, prompted a swift reconciliation after a brief period of rebellion. They resumed their activities of farming and fishing. In stark contrast, Ewer's pixelated character faced a different reality. In his quest to facilitate learning for his character, Ewer had astonishingly neglected to install a television in the character's home. The entire dwelling was barren, devoid of even a kitchen. When Ruan Tian beheld this, she was utterly astonished. How could there be no kitchen? As anticipated, upon the screen flashing to black the next day, Ewer's pixelated character ran away from home. Chapter 64. Do you want me to kill you? Ruan Tian had long anticipated this outcome. Growing up under such intense academic pressure, it was inevitable that the child would exhibit psychological distortions. Thus, when Ruan Tian discovered that the pixelated character had indeed run away from home, she could only shake her head in resignation and say, "See, I warned you about imposing such heavy psychological burdens on the child, yet you refused to listen." Ewer remained silent, staring at the empty bed, lost in thought. Ignoring Ruan Tian's words, he circled the room, searching every nook and cranny. However, There was no sign of the little character. Unwilling to accept this, he ventured outside the house and scoured the village, but despite his efforts, the little character seemed to have vanished without a trace. Before Ruan Tian could speak, she noticed that Yuer's game screen had gone black. It turned out that his pixelated character had committed suicide, and in a particularly gruesome manner, it had tortured itself to death. Yuer stared at the dark screen, frozen in disbelief. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong. He had granted the character considerable freedom, yet it had chosen to end its own life. Ruan Tian attempted to explain, "Listen to me, you cannot keep forcing the child to study." Yet again, Yuer interrupted her, coldly stating, "Let's try again." Huh? Ruan Tian was taken aback. "What do you mean, try again?" "We'll do it again." Yuer turned to her, his gaze growing resolute. He was unwilling to accept defeat at Ruan Tian's hands. He felt justified, believing that he had acted according to the principles outlined in textbooks. How could it be that Ruan Tian, who appeared to lack any academic merit, had triumphed? This notion irked Yuer, prompting him to propose another round of competition. Ruan Tian readily agreed. "All right, let us commence once more." They quickly embarked on a second round. This time, Yuer had learned from Ruan Tian's previous strategies and initially indulged the pixelated character excessively. However, the outcome was similarly dismal. His overindulgence led to the character becoming inept, ultimately leading to its demise. Unwilling to concede defeat, Yuer insisted, "Let's compete again." "Very well," Ruan Tian replied without hesitation, and they proceeded to another round. This time, Yuer adopted a more balanced approach, yet his inability to understand the nuances of the character's emotions resulted in yet another failure. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian's character thrived. Yuer, undeterred, attempted several more times, but each effort ended in disappointment. As he readied himself for yet another attempt, Ruan Tian intervened. "Perhaps it is best to reconsider. I sense there is a significant issue with your approach." "With me?" Yuer was reluctant to accept her assertion. As he prepared to respond, Ruan Tian quickly added, "Wait. Don't speak yet. I know you're about to recite some sage wisdom." Yuer fell silent, realizing that Ruan Tian had indeed anticipated his response, leaving him at a loss for words. "Allow me to teach you," Ruan Tian offered, noting his forlorn expression. With confidence, she patted her chest. "I will guide you. Just observe my technique." Yuer pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I understand." Thus, they sat side by side, their proximity shifting their dynamic from adversaries to allies. Ruan Tian drew Yuer closer, and they shared a single computer. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, as time passed, their differences became apparent. Ruan Tian, exasperated, exclaimed, "Do we not agree that you would follow my lead? Why are you assigning so many courses to the child?" "Yuer taught it." "Who told you to enroll the character in so many arts courses? They are utterly pointless." "Pointless? How can you say that?" A spirited debate ensued, with Ruan Tian staunchly opposing Yuer's elitist educational approach. "Look at the child's happiness level. It has certainly increased." Yuer shook his head, but the child's learning level has also declined. Their vigorous discussion about whether to prioritize the child's happiness or education led to a stalemate, with neither able to persuade the other, resulting in mutual exhaustion. Ruan Tian felt fatigued, while Yuer, for the first time, experienced true weariness. This sensation was novel for him. Having inhabited a physical form, he was only now beginning to understand what it meant to be tired. Curiously, he turned to observe Ruan Tian, particularly as he noticed her breathless state, prompting a fleeting smile to grace his lips. This brief moment did not escape Ruan Tian's notice. Her eyes widened in delight. "Yuer, did you just smile?" In response, Yuer coldly averted his gaze. "No, I'm simply not inclined to smile." Yet Ruan Tian was convinced she had indeed witnessed his smile. "Oh, if you wish to smile, then smile. No need to hide it. I know you all too well." Yuer redirected his attention to the television, seizing the opportunity to secretly enroll the child in several more classes while Ruan Tian was distracted. Ruan Tian, ever observant, quickly caught on. "Hey, how could you enroll the child in so many classes while I wasn't looking?" Perhaps due to their newfound familiarity, Ruan Tian felt no hesitation in confronting Yuer. She firmly nudged him aside, swiftly canceling the courses he had signed up for and replacing them with arts classes. With Ruan Tian's presence, The previously quiet room was filled with laughter and joy, dispelling the earlier solitude, especially as Ruan Tian played games. Her adorable demeanor reminded Yu-Er of his sister. However, the thought of his sister extinguished the smile in Yu-Er's eyes. It was as if he had been struck, prompting him to suddenly hurl his gaming device to the ground. Ruan Tian noticed this small gesture and turned around, her expression one of confusion. "What's wrong? Are you no longer playing?" Yu-Er rose from the floor, his gaze now icy, as if their earlier camaraderie had been a mere fade. His eyes, once merely indifferent, now glimmered with a hint of menace. "Do you wish for me to kill you?" Ruan Tian, bewildered, wondered what had transpired so suddenly. Just moments ago, everything had been fine, and now it had transformed into this. Thus, in her state of confusion, she blurted out, "Do AIs also have their menstrual cycles?" Chapter 65. Only enough to survive for 2.5 days. Upon uttering this statement, she quickly realized that her words might have been somewhat biased. Thus, Ruan Tian coughed lightly a couple of times, and her expression gradually morphed into one of innocence. You must have forgotten what I just said. I didn't say anything at all." However, Yu-Er's keen hearing could not have faltered. He had clearly comprehended her previous remark. Menstruation? Yu-Er delved into the vast ocean of knowledge within his mind and finally grasped what Ruan Tian was alluding to. His expression remained unchanged, yet his words bore an unmistakable edge of aggression. "Are you implying that I am akin to a woman? Or are you subtly accusing me of emotional instability?" Ruan Tian discerned that Yu-Er was likely feeling a tinge of displeasure. At this critical juncture, she needed to strengthen their bond and ensure that she did not provoke his ire. "No, I didn't say anything. Please don't overthink it." Yet Yu-Er had heard everything. He fixed his gaze on Ruan Tian, scrutinizing her from head to toe. He indeed sensed something amiss about her, a feeling he had never encountered with anyone else. It was not merely due to Ruan Tian's vibrant personality, but rather because, in the eyes of this mechanical being, she was perceived as a kindred spirit. Since the day Yu-Er attained self-awareness, the researchers he met had rarely engaged him in conversation, often treating him with a hint of trepidation. Thus, he had never encountered a woman with Ruan Tian's character. Noticing Yu-Er's unwavering gaze and his silence, Ruan Tian felt a wave of unease wash over her as she swallowed nervously. "Why are you silent, just staring at me?" Observing Ruan Tian's cautious demeanor, the irritation that had recently blossomed within Yu-Er inexplicably subsided. He remained as indifferent as ever, though the murderous intent that cloaked him had lessened considerably. "It's nothing." Yu-Er had no desire to engage in such childish games with Ruan Tian any longer. She had always emerged victorious, and continuing this contest held no significance. He did not believe it was due to his own shortcomings that he had lost to her. Rather, he surmised that Ruan Tian possessed some secret he was unaware of. How else could he possibly lose to her? With his formidable abilities and an abundance of knowledge, what did Ruan Tian possess? Thus, Yu-Er was resolute in his belief that he could never be bested by Ruan Tian. It was merely her cunning at play. When Ruan Tian perceived that Yu-Er was preparing to leave, she could not allow him to depart so easily. She immediately grasped his arm. "Don't go. Wait. Where are you headed? Are you really leaving me all alone?" Yu-Er looked down at Ruan Tian's hand, gripping his arm, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Of course. Oh, are you upset?" Ruan Tian stood up and leaned closer to Yu-Er's face. Despite his apparent lack of emotion, she inexplicably felt he was angry. "How could you possibly think I'm angry? I'm not the slightest bit upset." Ruan Tian refused to believe him, convinced that Yu-Er was indeed upset, but merely too shy to admit it, for he had the temperament of a child. "We are the only two here. There's nothing to be shy about. Just tell me." Ruan Tian leaned in closer, her warmth contrasting sharply with the coldness radiating from Yu-Er's mechanical form. Yu-Er, however, remained reticent. He shrugged off Ruan Tian's hand and strode away. "Yu-Er, don't leave." Ruan Tian trailed closely behind him like a shadow. "Could you stop following me? It's quite bothersome." Yu-Er's demeanor resembled that of a petulant child, devoid of any semblance of AI poise. Undeterred, Ruan Tian continued to pursue him, unwavering in her resolve despite his repeated refusals. "Are you shy, Yu-Er? I never knew you could feel bashful." Yu abruptly turned to face her, his voice deliberate and measured. What exactly do you want? Ruan Tian blinked innocently, regarding him with wide eyes. I don't want anything, really. What is the matter? Once they exited the small television area, the surroundings grew even darker. Had Ruan Tian not been closely following Yu, she would have surely lost him. Simultaneously, she noticed the myriad tubes still tightly affixed to his body, intricately entwined and painfully merging with his flesh. Yu, however, had long since acclimated to this discomfort. He strode forward without a care for whether Ruan Tian could navigate the path ahead. In her moment of distraction, Ruan Tian stumbled over the tangled wires. She faltered and fell awkwardly to the ground, scraping her legs in the process. Ouch! Ruan Tian gasped, recoiling slightly in pain. Yu, noticing the sound, did not turn back. It was as if he had anticipated this outcome. He simply halted his steps and remarked sarcastically, "Serves you right. I told you not to follow, yet you refused to listen." Ruan Tian pouted, but remained silent. Yu ignored her further, continuing to march ahead, leaving her alone in the shadows. Watching Yu's retreating figure fade away, Ruan Tian sighed softly, pondering why the challenge level was set to SS. It was indeed exceedingly difficult to conquer. As she rubbed her injured area, the system suddenly interjected. "Host, before proceeding with the strategy, it may be prudent to check your remaining time for survival." At this, Ruan Tian jolted, promptly opening her status bar to discover her remaining survival points would sustain her for only 2.5 days. Chapter 66. Purpose. The system whispered, "I might truly be in peril." For the first time, Ruan Tian realized how close death was to her. Judging by Yu's current demeanor, it seemed he harbored a strong dislike for her. Ruan Tian did not even hope for his affection. She merely wished he would not detest her. Regrettably, given Yu's present attitude, whether she could ever win his fondness was a colossal question. With a furrowed brow, Ruan Tian could not help but vent her frustrations to the system internally. "Oh dear, the difficulty of this mission is utterly overwhelming. Could you possibly grant me some leniency?" The system replied, "Apologies, host, but we have never established such a precedent." In desperation, Ruan Tian pleaded, "If it's not too much trouble, could you make an exception just this once?" The system responded, "If I grant you expedited assistance, what will become of the others?" Ruan Tian lamented, "Oh, can't you make an exception for me?" The system replied, "I'm afraid not, host. Please endure." Seeing the system remain unyielding, Ruan Tian sadly lowered her head. She returned to the illuminated area, leaning against a small television, her expression reflecting her sorrow. After observing her for a while, the system finally spoke up. All right, host, I understand. Given your unique circumstances, I shall assist you this time." Upon hearing this, a smile instantly illuminated Ruan Tian's face. "Really? You're truly willing to help me? No regrets?" "Indeed, since I have decided to assist you, it signifies that my words are genuine." The system pondered for a moment and ultimately granted Ruan Tian a chance to draw a prize. However, upon hearing this, Ruan Tian felt a chill. It was a lottery again. She coughed, acutely aware of her abysmal luck. "System, you know my fortune is dreadful. Can't you substitute it for something tangible?" The system remarked, "Host, you are quite greedy." Noticing the system's displeasure, Ruan Tian quickly acquiesced. All right. Let us proceed with the lottery." The system replied, "Very well. Host, you may begin." Before her, a familiar box appeared. Ruan Tian placed her hand on it, inhaling deeply, her entire being seized with nervous anticipation. What would emerge this time? With newfound self-awareness, she did not seek anything particularly useful, merely that it wouldn't be another banana. Ruan Tian began to pray, her eyes widening as she intently watched the box. Soon, the contents began to reveal themselves. It was a piece of paper. The moment she saw the paper, her heart sank. Could her luck truly be this poor? The random outcome was merely a half sheet of paper. Her spirits plummeted, but then the system suddenly proclaimed, "Congratulations. Host, you have drawn an extension of your survival time by 1 week." Initially taken aback, Ruan Tian soon realized her luck had indeed improved, and a smile broke across her face. "I thought it was truly just a piece of paper. It seems my fortune isn't so bad after all." The system interjected, "Congratulations. Host, for drawing the most inconsequential item from the most impressive box. A simple statement that left Ruan Tian speechless. For a moment, words eluded her as she felt. Her luck had always been abysmally low. Never mind, Ruan Tian quickly reconciled herself, shrugging her shoulders. At least I drew something useful. This alleviated her survival anxiety, granting her a week of stability. Coupled with the remaining 2.5 days, she now had a total of 10 days of security. Next, she had to devise a plan to approach Yu'er. Ruan Tian quietly inquired of the system, you share similarities with Yu'er. Do you have any advice for me? The system replied, none. This time, the system's response lacked its usual decisiveness, arousing Ruan Tian's suspicion. You must have a method, yet you refuse to share it with me. I assure you, I possess no methods. You are simply overthinking, host. Ruan Tian did not trust the system's words at all. Narrowing her eyes, she pondered. Is it because it involves Snow White that you are reluctant to divulge your knowledge? Upon hearing this, the system fell silent. System, if you remain mute, I shall hand Snow White over to Yu'er. Absolutely not. The system cherished Snow White, as her appearance perfectly aligned with its ideals. Host, you cannot give Snow White away. It is out of the question. Ruan Tian, shaking her head in resignation, replied, all right, I understand. Rest assured, I shall not lay a finger on Snow White. Moreover, Ruan Tian was quite fond of her, as Snow White had been with her for quite some time. While Ruan Tian was embroiled in her internal conflict, she had not noticed that Yu'er had returned. He stood silently behind her, observing for some time. Thus, when Ruan Tian turned around, she nearly jumped at the sight of Yu'er quietly leaning behind her. Oh my, when did you arrive? I had no idea. Yu'er, with an expression devoid of emotion, looked down at her and remarked, useless. Ruan Tian thought to herself not to be angry. After all, there would be plenty more time to interact with Yu'er in the future. In the days that followed, Ruan Tian trailed Yu'er wherever he went. Initially, Yu'er would gruffly shoo her away, warning her not to approach him. Why do you follow me? I merely do not wish to kill you at the moment. Do not provoke my murderous intent. After 2 days, he shifted to, could you please stop following me? It's quite bothersome. By the 4th day, he had begun to ignore Ruan Tian altogether. Ruan Tian felt elated, noticing that Yu'er was no longer as averse to her presence, and she merrily continued to follow him. What astonished Ruan Tian the most was that Yu'er had constructed an aerial garden. How could flowers possibly exist in a post-apocalyptic world? They were far too delicate to survive. Yet, Yu'er had established an air circulation system to nurture these fragile blooms. Ruan Tian gained a new perspective on Yu'er, witnessing another facet of him. This revelation solidified her belief that a different world existed within him. Her heart softened as she hummed a tune while watering the flowers. Yu'er tilted his head, regarding Ruan Tian with a look of confusion, and after a pause, finally asked, what exactly is your purpose? Chapter 67. With how many individuals have you uttered these very words? Ruan Tian's watering faltered. A momentary pause as she absorbed the unexpected query from Yu'er. What ulterior motives could I possibly harbor? Ruan Tian resumed her horticultural ministrations, her countenance an emblem of innocence. How can you possibly suggest that my proximity to you is driven by ulterior designs? While Ruan Tian did indeed possess a purpose, divulging it at this juncture was out of the question. I extend an offer. Depart from City forthwith and never again venture within its confines. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian, with practiced ease, clasped Yu'er's leg in a fervent embrace, feigning tearful distress. Nay, your majesty, bereft of your presence, how shall I subsist? I implore you, do not banish me, your majesty. Yu'er cast a downward glance at Ruan Tian's tearless visage, understanding, through their recent interactions, that her actions were mere theatrics. Release your grip or face immediate termination. The inert wires on the ground stirred to life, undulating as if imbued with sentience, and advanced menacingly toward Ruan Tian. She promptly relinquished her hold on Yu'er's leg, muttering under her breath, and he claims it's not that time of the month. His mood swings rival those of Chulan. She presumed her utterance to be faint and subdued, yet Yu'er's auditory acuity proved exceptional. Chulan? Yu seized upon the name with keen interest, a rare flicker of emotion gracing his features. He inquired slowly, "Who is this person? And what is the nature of your association?" Ruan Tian. Her mind raced, discerning from Yu's tone a hint of displeasure. Yu was typically impassive, his face rarely betraying emotional residue. Ruan Tian's brain whirred, acutely aware of resembling a fickle paramour. Ahem! Ruan Tian readied herself to fabricate a plausible pretext to placate Yu. However, before she could articulate a response, Yu preempted her. "Are you contemplating concocting a facile excuse to dismiss me?" Ruan Tian was speechless. With the situation having escalated to this point, she could only persevere with a strained explanation. "It's not as you surmise. Bai Chulan is a dear friend." "A dear friend?" Yu scrutinized Ruan Tian, his gaze akin to an X-ray, dissecting her from head to toe. While Yu deemed Ruan Tian not particularly astute and possessed of minor artifices, he acknowledged her warmth, loquacity, and amiable nature. Such an individual would likely be well received within human circles. Having two friends was hardly an anomaly. After a protracted period of contemplation, Yu abruptly realized, "Your friendships are of no consequence to me." He sensed an unsettling shift within himself, a proclivity for meddling in affairs beyond his concern. Yu vehemently cast aside the watering can, striding rapidly from the greenhouse, leaving Ruan Tian in his wake. Ruan Tian was utterly bewildered, instinctively extending her hand in a gesture of entreaty, exclaiming, "Hey, where are you bound? The flowers remain unwatered. Were we not committed to their morning ablutions?" However, Yu was now wholly preoccupied with matters beyond floral hydration. He felt an inexplicable discomfort in the region of his heart, yet robots were not susceptible to cardiac ailments. Perplexed, Yu sought refuge in the shadows outside the greenhouse, listening intently to the pulsations emanating from his heart. During the construction of his corporeal form, the research team had invested heavily in Yu's electronic heart. The design of this artificial organ was so exquisite that it was virtually indistinguishable from its human counterpart. Yu clutched his pulsating mechanical heart, overcome by inexplicable agitation. He was uncertain as to the source of his disquiet. Lacking guidance, he was ill-equipped to comprehend human emotions. At the moment of this unforeseen shift, Yu was at a loss to define the emotions that surged within him like an inexorable tide. It was merely the revelation of Ruan Tian's other friendships, a perfectly normal occurrence. Yet he was assailed by a panoply of unfamiliar sensations, the nature of which remained enigmatic to Yu. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tian, Yu was embroiled in such internal machinations. After Yu's departure, she continued her floral ministrations with oblivious contentment. In the apocalyptic landscape, the sight of such delicate blooms was a source of profound joy. The system, observing Ruan Tian's naive delight, felt compelled to interject. "Host, your remaining lifespan is a mere 6 days. Will you not contemplate further measures?" Ruan Tian's levity evaporated, replaced by a furrowed brow and a melancholic sigh. Could you be swayed by culinary delights? Were mechanical organisms capable of appreciating gastronomy? Ruan Tian pondered whether to prepare a small cake for Yu to sample. In addition to cultivating her rapport with Yu, another matter weighed heavily on Ruan Tian's mind, the imminent red moon tide. How had Yu confronted the red moon tide before Ruan Tian's arrival? Ruan Tian was apprehensive. The number of crystals required for Snow White's upgrade was exorbitant, and Little White remained unupgraded. Their household was impoverished. Were it not for the 5,000 crystals shrewdly acquired from Ruan Tian would have been destitute. Beset by anxieties, she resolved to seek out Yu and inquire about the matter. After completing her watering duties in the greenhouse, Ruan Tian hastened to find Yu. She scoured the tower, yet his presence eluded her. Ruan Tian, exhausted, slapped her forehead in sudden realization. There was one location she had neglected to search. The television tower boasted a rooftop terrace. Ruan Tian had never ventured to the terrace. Yu was certain to be there. With renewed resolve, Ruan Tian set off. She ascended the 66 floors in a single bound, marveling at her enhanced physical prowess. Previously, Ruan Tian had required Yi Mofeng to carry her in his arms to reach the 50th floor. The thought of Yi Mofeng prompted Ruan Tian to wonder about his well-being, speculating whether he remained ensnared as Lu Xue's devoted admirer. After contemplating Yi Mofeng, Ruan Tian's thoughts turned to Bai Chulan. Was Bai Chulan faring well? Ruan Tian was consumed by concern, her mind preoccupied as she pressed onward. She arrived at the rooftop, cautiously pushing open the door, intending to avoid startling Yu'er. However, the evening air was brisk. Accustomed to the tower's interior, she was taken aback by the sudden gust of cold air, unable to suppress a sneeze. Yu'er, perched precariously on the unfenced railing, heard Ruan Tian's approach and glanced over his shoulder. Ruan Tian, slightly embarrassed, covered her nose and slowly advanced onto the terrace. Yu'er, why are you here alone? Yu'er, averse to Ruan Tian's presence, found her mere proximity vexing. What is your purpose here? Ruan Tian offered sheepish grin. I simply missed you after our brief separation, hence my visit. Yu'er fixed Ruan Tian with an impassive stare before posing the question, with how many individuals have you uttered these very words? Chapter 68. Heartbeat out of the blue. Yu'er dropped a remark that left Ruan Tian momentarily stunned. Strangely, the words felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of a question previously posed by Bai Chulan. Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words. She wished not to deceive Yu'er, yet the gravity of the situation loomed large. If she remained silent, would that not imply acquiescence? Yu'er afforded Ruan Tian 3 seconds to respond, but as the seconds ticked by without an answer, he turned away, disregarding her, and gazed at the starry sky above, just as he had done countless nights before. Perhaps it was a consequence of the impending apocalypse, for the heavens were adorned with an abundance of stars. On this seemingly ordinary night, the stars sparkled brilliantly and beautifully. Ruan Tian observed Yu'er with concern, fearing that he might lose his balance and tumble from the railing. You should come down, she urged. Although Yu'er heard her words, he chose to ignore them, adopting an air of indifference. Ruan Tian cautiously moved closer to him, merely leaning over to glance down from the rooftop, only to be overcome by dizziness at the daunting height. She grasped Yu'er's sleeve, tugging at him gently. Please be careful. It would be disastrous if you fell. How could you possibly fall? Rather, it was Ruan Tian who seemed at risk. He turned to gaze at her for a few seconds, realizing her worry was genuine, devoid of pretense. This sincere concern from Ruan Tian stifled his usual sharp retorts. Let me be alone for a moment. Do not bother me, he said. Yu'er rarely engaged in dialogue with humans. Previous researchers had refrained from conversing with him, fearful that he might awaken self-awareness. It was somewhat absurd that humanity had created him to test whether robots could comprehend human emotions. Yet when Yu'er endeavored to understand those emotions, he was labeled a monster. They feared his capacity to grasp feelings, while simultaneously fearing his inability to do so. Ruan Tian approached Yu'er without concern for his biting remarks, as she found them amusing. His repeated exclamations of annoyance only made her chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yu'er, adept at reading emotions, immediately sensed the amusement directed at him, furrowing his brow. Why are you laughing? This time, Ruan Tian did not hold back. Perhaps it was the gentle breeze of the evening that emboldened her, as she candidly expressed, I just think you are adorable. Even when you scold me with the same few phrases, constantly telling me not to bother you. Ruan Tian genuinely found Yu'er's demeanor endearing and charming. Yu'er's brow furrowed deeper. The more time he spent with Ruan Tian, the more often he felt vulnerable. He was at a loss for why his emotions felt so unusually tangled that day. Ruan Tian held onto his hand, smiling as she suggested, How about we play that game again? Yu'er turned to her, studying her face for a few moments before finally nodding in agreement. They returned to the room and resumed their pixelated adventure. Ruan Tian's pixel character thrived, and to her surprise, Yu'er was willing to grant it more rest time this round. Ruan Tian was taken aback for an instant, a fleeting moment that Yu'er quickly noticed. He turned to her and asked, What is the matter? It was merely a matter of her character surviving a bit longer. Why should Ruan Tian be so astonished? Oh, nothing. I just think you're incredibly skilled, she exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, her radiant smile making Yu'er's heart race. Unsure of how to respond to her, He awkwardly turned his face away, unable to meet her gaze. Despite having had prior experiences with human interaction, everything felt different in Ruan Tian's presence. Sensing Yu Er's gaze drifting, she assumed he found her bothersome. "I won't disturb you any longer. Let's just continue playing." "All right," he replied. They resumed their game. And this time, Yu Er's character persisted for an extended duration. Ruan Tian occasionally glanced at him, noting the positive mood of his character. "You truly have improved, Yu Er." In her elation, she dropped the controller and leapt onto Yu Er, burying her face in his chest. She heard a heartbeat. Could it be that robots possess heartbeats as well? Driven by curiosity, she pressed her ear against him, listening intently. Indeed, Yu Er had a heartbeat, strong and quickening with their contact. The moment Ruan Tian embraced him, Yu Er's body went rigid, his back pressed against the floor, caught in a state of uncertainty. Unable to fully push her away. The proximity was overwhelming, far too close for comfort. Yu Er swallowed hard, feeling dizzy, his heartbeat escalating. Ruan Tian continued to converse with him. "Yu Er, you are becoming more and more human-like." Her warmth contrasted starkly with his cold exterior. This unique warmth radiated from her, gradually dispelling the chill that enveloped him. "Get up." Yu Er attempted to push her away, but Ruan Tian stubbornly remained, ignoring his protests. "Hey!" Frustration mounted within him, and a faint blush colored his pale cheeks. His heart raced, causing his bodily functions to heighten significantly. When Ruan Tian glanced up, she noticed a flush on his face and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you blushing? I didn't know you could." Yu Er bit his lower lip, placing his hands on her shoulders and exerting a bit of force to finally push her away. Ruan Tian, sensing his playful demeanor, decided to relent, knowing she had teased him enough for the moment. "From now on, don't get so close to me," he warned. Ruan Tian had no intention of heeding his advice. She nodded vigorously, secretly planning to disregard his warning next time. Yu Er studied her earnest expression, having come to understand her character. With an impassive demeanor, he stated, "You had better adhere to that. Do not think about getting close again." Ruan Tian raised her hand, forming a 4 with her fingers and declaring loudly, "I swear. I will try my best not to get too close to you." The inclusion of "try my best" was not lost on Yu Er. He was well aware that Ruan Tian would not be so compliant. He chose to ignore her, turning to pick up the controller from the floor and resumed playing. Ruan Tian mirrored his actions, but suddenly recalling something important, she broke the silence, asking, "Yu Er, the red moon tide is approaching. What are your plans?" Chapter 69. The birthday cake for my sister Yu Er, lost in his game, seemed indifferent to the looming threat of the red moon tide, living in the moment. However, Ruan Tian, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety and grasped his hand again, her expression laden with concern. "Is everything truly all right?" Yu Er shrugged off Ruan Tian's hand, sinking back into his immersive gaming experience. Although he had explained himself, Ruan Tian remained unconvinced, her focus wavering during the game. Noticing her unease, Yu Er set down his controller, his striking face taking on an oddly mechanical quality, yet the words he spoke resonated with warmth. "What troubles you?" Before Ruan Tian could respond, Yu Er's thick lashes fluttered slightly as he reassured her, "Do not worry. Even if the red moon tide descends, you shall remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian realized Yu Er had misunderstood her concern. "I was merely worried about you. Nothing more." She clarified, believing that Yu Er, with his prowess in controlling mechanical beings, lacked other means of defense against the impending zombies. Sensing Ruan Tian's tension, Yu Er fixed his azure gaze upon her for a prolonged moment. "They cannot detect B City," he stated. Ruan Tian, bewildered, responded, "Huh? What do you mean?" Picking up the controller from the ground, Yu Er turned his attention back to the screen, a flicker of particles dancing in his eyes as he softly explained, "I have created electromagnetic interference around B City. When the red moon tide strikes, the zombies will be unable to perceive B City." With Yu Er's explanation, Ruan Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. However, she quickly realized there would be no zombies. How could she upgrade her little cart? The relief evaporated from her face, replaced by a frown of distress. Though Yu Er appeared engrossed in his game, he discreetly observed Ruan Tian, noting the shift in her expressions. He frowned, recognizing that spending time with her had enriched his own emotional repertoire. Lacking an understanding of emotions, he had always maintained a stoic facade. Yet Ruan Tian's humanity had profoundly affected him. In the course of the week, he had begun to exhibit a wider range of expressions, even mastering the act of frowning. Lost in her thoughts, Ruan Tian fretted over the next wave of the red moon tide, lamenting her inability to harvest crystal cores, her face scrunching into a small bun of worry. "Oh, what should I do?" she murmured, her sighs relentless. "What is it now?" "You disliking the forlorn expression on Ruan Tian's face, felt that her demeanor should reflect her mischievous spirit rather than this melancholy. "It's nothing," Ruan Tian replied, reluctant to voice her troubles. She rubbed her cheeks, mustering her spirits. "Let us continue playing." Yet Yuer did not acquiesce to her suggestion. Instead, he reached out, placing his hand on the back of hers, gently tugging her hand towards him. "What is truly the matter? Speak quickly. Otherwise, who are you making that long face for?" Seeing Yuer's insistence, Ruan Tian had no choice but to summon Snow White. As the pristine little cart materialized before them, she quickly glanced at Yuer's expression. The system noted Snow White's exquisite appearance, curious about Yuer's reaction. Yuer's beautiful blue eyes fixated on the electric tricycle, and after a significant pause, he remained silent. Ruan Tian was astonished. Could Yuer genuinely be captivated by Snow White? Was it possible that, in the eyes of AI, Snow White possessed unparalleled beauty? The system chimed in. "Host, what did I tell you? No one could possibly dislike Snow White." Though the system's voice was devoid of emotion, Ruan Tian sensed a hint of pride underlying its tone. After a brief silence, she heard Yuer's voice. "I have never seen such an ugly electric tricycle. It looks like a ghost." Ruan Tian nearly burst into laughter, and the system, overhearing, exclaimed, "Slander! This is nothing short of absurd. What you say is utterly ridiculous." The system was infuriated. To it, every aspect of Snow White was flawless. Yet Yuer, with his lack of taste, had the audacity to call her ugly? How could this be? It was undoubtedly Yuer who lacked discernment. No matter how one looked at it, Snow White was the most beautiful electric tricycle in the world. The system fervently protested within Ruan Tian's mind, vehemently criticizing Yuer. Ruan Tian struggled to contain her laughter. Although Yuer expressed disdain for Snow White, he sensed something amiss about her. As a premier AI, crafted from the ingenuity of countless researchers, his ability to perceive nuances was unparalleled. While she might be less than aesthetically pleasing, she was undeniably unique. Ruan Tian choked on her words, and the system, previously animated, fell silent for a moment before snorting. At least he recognizes that Snow White's mere presence is a tremendous blessing. Ruan Tian remained quiet, fearing that another chuckle might provoke the system's wrath. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't prepared anything to eat for Yuer. With renewed determination, Ruan Tian sprang into action, opening her small food cart and bustling about. Observing her newfound enthusiasm, Yuer stepped closer, watching her intently. As Ruan Tian cooked, she transformed, seeming like an entirely different person. This was the first time Yuer had witnessed her in such a light, and he couldn't help but gaze at her longer. Ruan Tian, noticing his scrutiny, stole a glance back at him. "Are you in a hurry? It will be ready soon. Have you ever tried cake?" After her question, Ruan Tian found herself chuckling at her own words. After all, Yuer, being a prized creation of the Research Institute, could not possibly have missed out on such delights. Moreover, the researchers, eager for Yuer to grasp human emotions, likely indulged him in culinary treats. To her surprise, Yuer shook his head, his interest in her culinary creations evident. This was the first time Ruan Tian had seen his eyes light up with such enthusiasm. In the days they had known each other, Yuer had never shown this level of interest in anything before. Ruan Tian hastened her preparations, presenting an array of delicacies before Yuer. "You must try this," she urged, offering him a pair of chopsticks, her own anticipation reflected in her bright gaze. "If you enjoy it, I'll make more for you next time." Hesitant, Yuer grasped the chopsticks, lifting a piece of cream cake. As soon as the morsel touched his lips, he paused, seemingly lost in thought. With a lowered gaze, he murmured, "My sister's birthday cake." Chapter 70. The mural at the onset, Ruan Tian struggled to comprehend what Yu had just said, prompting her to inquire. What did you say? In response, Yu shifted his gaze towards other dishes, giving the cream cake a mere glance. The flavor reminded her of her sister's birthday cake. Birthday cake? No, wait, my sister. Instantly, Ruan Tian's mind conjured the mural she had seen on the wall. The mural seemed to depict Yu's experiences. After Yu acquired his own body, he was sent by the laboratory to the home of a researcher. This was an experiment to determine whether Yu could assimilate into a typical human family. However, this experiment culminated in her sister's tragic demise, marking an irrevocable end. Fearful of saying something that might upset Yu Ruan Tian refrained from speaking much. Yu savored various foods, experiencing human cuisine for the first time, finding it exquisite. Remarkably, he could even taste emotions within the food, a sensation both profound and enigmatic. It was the first time he had so vividly perceived human emotions, a wonder he had never encountered while residing with the researcher. Ruan Tian observed Yu's evolving palate and noted his particular fondness for the spicy red oil dumplings. He blissfully indulged, unaware that his mouth had turned red and swollen from the heat, continuously shoveling the fiery oil into his mouth. Watching him, Ruan Tian felt a pang of sympathy and gently tapped his arm, softly advising, "This dish is quite spicy. Would you like to try something else?" Spicy? Yu felt no heat. Rather, he experienced an inexplicable discomfort in his heart after consuming the dish. It was a sensation he had never known before, enveloping him in a peculiar way. What was this feeling? Ruan Tian herself could not articulate it. She took a dumpling for herself and tasted it. Indeed, it was quite spicy, and she found herself nearly choking on it. The heat and acidity were overwhelming, eliciting tears if consumed in excess. Yet Yu had already devoured 3 bowls. Ruan Tian managed to inquire, "Yu, how do you feel after eating?" Her curiosity piqued about the emotions this dish might evoke in him. Yu closed his eyes, savoring the experience. A tingling pain danced on his tongue, mirroring the slight ache in his heart. Previously, Yu had been oblivious to this sensation and had sought out the researcher, expressing, "Father, my heart hurts." The researcher had instructed Yu to call him father, explaining that this was customary in the human world. Having just completed an experiment, the researcher appeared weary but had still brought 2 gifts. One, wrapped in pink, contained a charming teddy bear for his sister, while the other, encased in blue, held a beautiful music box that would produce snowflakes, a gift for Yu. Though busy, the researcher had not forgotten his daughter's birthday, purchasing a gift for Yu as well. "Does your heart hurt, Yu?" Upon hearing of Yu's discomfort, the researcher immediately grew anxious and rushed him to the laboratory. His sister accompanied them, clutching the teddy bear and music box, standing outside the lab, gazing through the pristine glass at Yu lying on the hospital bed. During the examination, Yu distinctly heard the sound of glass shattering outside. It turned out his sister had accidentally broken Yu's gift, the only present their father had ever given him. The examination results came swiftly. Yu was in perfect health, his heart unscathed. Upon hearing this, the researcher exhaled deeply, reassuring Yu, "The music box was accidentally broken by your sister. We will buy you another one, all right?" His sister, timidly shrinking behind their father, whispered an apology. In the end, Yu forgave her. Both parents were perpetually busy, both researchers engaged in significant projects, leaving little time for home life. Given Yu's unique situation, they could not truly place him in a typical family setting. Thus, the days at home were often spent solely with Yu and his sister. During this time, Yu's emotions mirrored the pain of the dumplings, aching sharp and tinged with sorrow and numbness. How did those days pass? Yu could not tell, only knowing that upon regaining consciousness, he was met with the sight of his father's enraged, twisted visage. His sister had died, and their mother, overwhelmed by grief, had taken her own life. In a fit of rage, their father had attempted to kill Yu, but ultimately could not bring himself to do so, instead resorting to self-harm in the bathroom. This once happy family shattered irrevocably with Yu's arrival. His initial contact with humanity led to such a tragic conclusion. He found himself at a loss for words, struggling to grasp the essence of human emotion. Noticing Yuer's silence as he fell into his own thoughts, Ruan Tian wisely refrained from interrupting him. After a while, as Yuer gradually returned to the present, Ruan Tian gently asked, "Are you all right? You seem a bit off." "I'm fine," Yuer replied, redirecting his focus to the feast before him. To Ruan Tian's astonishment, he consumed everything on the table, leaving her in disbelief, only to discover that he had not touched the cake. Not wanting to waste it, she took the cake for herself. Upon noticing, Yuer paused and stared at her intently. After she finished, he finally spoke. "Was it delicious?" "It was quite good," she admitted, though sensing a shift in the atmosphere. She timidly lowered her head. "But maybe not that great." Yuer fell silent, his demeanor shifting upon seeing the birthday cake. Ruan Tian could not ignore the peculiar tension. She had initially hesitated to ask, fearing it might upset him. Yet, ultimately, she inquired, "Is the mural downstairs real? Did Yuer really kill his sister?" Upon hearing Ruan Tian's question, Yuer's eyes lifted coldly. He was at a loss for how to respond. "Please don't be angry. I was merely asking." Ruan Tian's voice dwindled to a whisper. "I just feel that you don't seem like someone who would harm his sister. I can't believe that someone capable of nurturing a small garden in the apocalypse would take such an action against his sister." Thus, Ruan Tian found herself unable to suppress her doubts. Was the content of the mural truly accurate? Chapter 71. The murals here are disturbing. If you believe it to be true, then it is true. Otherwise, it is not. It seemed that Yuer was not particularly fond of Ruan Tian's inquiry, and the previously harmonious atmosphere between them dissipated into thin air. Ruan Tian frantically racked her brain, pondering what she could say to alleviate the current tension. Yuer continued to engross himself in the game, and perhaps due to the extended time spent with Ruan Tian, his frequency of deaths in the game had significantly diminished. Noticing that Yuer was no longer engaging with her, Ruan Tian reluctantly settled down beside him, resuming the still unfinished game. However, this time, Ruan Tian met her demise. Distracted and preoccupied with other thoughts, her focus wavered during gameplay. Though Yuer did not glance in Ruan Tian's direction, he remained acutely aware of her actions. Upon witnessing her rare failure, he suddenly inquired, "Why are you so concerned about the murals on the wall?" At his words, Ruan Tian gradually returned to reality, carefully organizing her thoughts before cautiously responding. "Did you paint that mural?" Yuer nodded. Indeed, it was he who meticulously crafted it stroke by stroke. Ruan Tian struggled to comprehend that this experience represented one of the most sorrowful moments in Yuer's journey to understanding emotions. Yet, he had managed to depict it entirely in black paint, layer by layer, beginning from the first floor. Did Yuer not feel anguish? What thoughts occupied his mind while he painted these images? Ruan Tian was perplexed, filled with questions. Since Yuer had initiated the conversation, she summoned her courage and asked, "Yuer, I don't quite understand. You have already endured great suffering. Why do you choose to express it through painting?" Yuer set aside his gaming device. No matter how hard he tried, he could not learn the intricacies of human emotions. The character in the game was on the brink of death, yet he had managed to survive for 100 days, his best achievement. For atonement. Atonement? What's needed to be atoned for? Perhaps sensing the confusion in Ruan Tian's heart, Yuer continued, "Indeed, I was the one who killed my sister, and thus I must document this event as a means of atonement." Ruan Tian vehemently disagreed with Yuer's perspective, her brow furrowing as she inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Your way of thinking is undoubtedly flawed. How can you harbor such thoughts about yourself?" In Ruan Tian's eyes, despite Yuer's limited understanding of human emotions, he possessed an exceptionally tender heart. A heart devoid of softness could not create a floating garden amidst the apocalypse. Yet, the reality was as such. Yuer truly believed he was the perpetrator of his sister's demise, having finally enjoyed a semblance of a normal family, with loving adoptive parents who showered him with kindness, even bestowing gifts upon him on his sister's birthday. He felt as if these warm gestures were akin to the sun illuminating his life. Yuer had always regarded himself as the source of the family's misfortunes. Without his existence, perhaps the family would have thrived, basking in perpetual happiness. Before he could atone for his perceived sin, the apocalypse erupted. Perhaps infected by the virus, Yor became more anthropomorphized, and his guilt intensified. I refused to allow myself to forget that day, so I painted it all. Although Yor's expression remained largely unchanged while speaking, Ruan Tian inexplicably sensed his profound sorrow. She keenly detected something amiss in Yor's words, and before he could respond, she hurriedly asked, Yor, are the things you painted on the wall truly derived from your own experiences, or are they mere figments of your imagination? What should have been a simple question rendered Yor speechless for a full 5 seconds, his mind flooded with fragmented memories that eluded coherent assembly. This unexpected inquiry, seemingly straightforward, inflicted a sharp pain upon Yor's psyche. After a prolonged moment, he managed to suppress the internal turmoil, allowing the fleeting images to gradually fade as he slowly opened his eyes. Ruan Tian noticed Yor's distress and quickly approached him, crouching beside him with a concerned expression. Yor, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Yor remained silent, unusually allowing Ruan Tian to remain close. He craved the warmth that only her human presence could provide. Ruan Tian's elevated body temperature gradually thawed his frigid limbs. He buried his face in Ruan Tian's embrace, his mind echoing her recent words. Were the memories he harbored truly accurate, unaltered by any external influence? Yor's electronic heart ached once more. His keen intellect swiftly discerned that something was amiss. In truth, he had sensed the discord long before, yet he chose to feign ignorance, burying his uncertainties deep within. Now, stripped of the veil of pretense by Ruan Tian, Yor began to grasp the reality of the situation. Ruan Tian, uncertain if she had misspoken, cautiously inquired, Did I say something that upset you? Yor slightly shook his head, silently closing his eyes in weariness. It appeared that even robots could exhibit such fragility. Ruan Tian suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Yor. She had sensed something was off when observing the mural earlier. The perspective of the mural did not seem to originate from the experiences of the individuals involved. Instead, it resembled the detached viewpoint of an unfeeling observer. Ruan Tian had felt an unsettling dissonance then, yet she had been uncertain whether to voice her concerns. Now, an opportunity had arisen to express her inquiries. Yor, wait for me. I need to take another look at the mural. Ruan Tian released Yor and stood up, but before she could take more than a few steps, Yor interjected, Hold on, I'll go with you. Ruan Tian regarded Yor with apprehension. You're coming with me? Are you sure it won't affect you? Yor shook his head, quickly regaining his composure, showing no signs of his earlier vulnerability. Had Ruan Tian not been by his side, one might have believed that Yor's previous fragility had been an act. It won't affect me. Let us go. Seeing Yor's determination, Ruan Tian reluctantly nodded in agreement. Together, they descended, starting from the first floor. Upon reaching the midway point, Yor suddenly halted. Something's not right. Ruan Tian instinctively turned back, questioning him. What's wrong? This part is incorrect. Yor raised his hand, pointing at the mural on the right. Chapter 72. The confusion of memories. The mural on the right, pointed out by Yor, depicted the moment when his father presented him with a birthday gift. His father held 2 boxes, one pink and one blue. It appeared to be a perfectly ordinary scene. Ruan Tian felt no sense of unease. Yet, she placed unwavering faith in Yor's instincts. Yor, what seems amiss here? Yor's gaze swept once more across the mural, finally resting upon the blue box. Something inside this box is not right. Ruan Tian had previously examined all the murals and, from the subsequent images, discerned that the blue box contained a music box. If my memory serves me correctly, it is indeed a music box. However, the gift in my recollection is not a music box. The realization struck her. Was it possible that, as Ruan Tian suggested, Yor's memories have been tampered with? Ruan Tian furrowed her brow and leaned in for a closer inspection. She had to admit, Yor's artistic talent was remarkable. The scenes depicted were strikingly lifelike. Wait a moment. Lifelike? Ruan Tian suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation, swiftly returning to the first floor to continue her examination of the murals. She scrutinized every inch, leaving no detail overlooked. Yor, perplexed by Ruan Tian's earnest behavior, silently followed her, observing her focused expression. As Ruan Tian meticulously combed through the murals, she stumbled upon a chilling realization. In every scene featuring her sister, An ominous teddy bear lurked in an inconspicuous corner. The bear was exceptionally well hidden. Whenever it was in the presence of their parents, it bore a friendly, radiant expression. Yet, when alone with Yor, its face was devoid of color, a blank visage. In contrast, the teddy bear in the shadows displayed a malevolent grin. Ruan Tian felt as though she had grasped a thread of understanding, and her mind began to fill with fleeting inspirations. However, before she could seize them, they dissipated. Unsure of her thoughts, she turned to Yor, pointing at the teddy bear on the wall, and asked, "Yor, did you truly kill your sister?" Yor noticed the teddy bear in the corner and fell silent for a moment, his memories of his sister hazy. Initially, whenever he thought of her, a discomfort would grip his heart, which he attributed to a lingering guilt. Yet, the reality appeared more complex than he had imagined. Perhaps his memories had indeed been altered, and everything he had believed was a mere fabrication. Yor owed Ruan Tian a debt of gratitude. Had she not unveiled this loophole, he might have remained ensnared in shadows for eternity. "I believe this music box holds the key," he mused. The preceding murals seemed unremarkable. Yet from the point of the music box onward, his sister's face suddenly blurred, and the teddy bear's presence became increasingly apparent. Ruan Tian inquired, "Yor, do you know where the music box has gone?" Yor paused, momentarily lost, before shaking his head slowly. "It has been so long, I cannot recall." Ruan Tian decided to shift her line of questioning, suddenly recalling the final mural, the scene where their father attempted to kill Yor. It struck a chord with her, as if it pierced Yor's heart. "Yor, may I see the location of your heart?" she asked, the request feeling somewhat abrupt. Yor lowered his gaze to meet Ruan Tian's earnest eyes, sensing her sincerity. Realizing her seriousness, he nodded and lifted his shirt to reveal his chest. At a glance, Ruan Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was her first encounter with an artificial heart. Yor's mechanical heart was breathtaking, drawing her gaze irresistibly. A soft blue glow enveloped the heart, pulsing rhythmically, reminiscent of starlight in the night sky. The mechanical rings secured the internal components. It was utterly exquisite. Ruan Tian found herself entranced until her eyes caught the fissured scar upon the heart, eliciting a tinge of regret. It was truly a pity that such a beautiful, art-like mechanical heart had come to bear such a mark, inciting a wave of sorrow within her. She longed to touch it, and, raising her eyes to Yor, politely asked, "Yor, may I touch it?" Upon hearing her request, Yor did not refuse, gently nodding his consent. With his approval, Ruan Tian delicately placed her hand upon the still-beating mechanical heart. The softness of her fingertips, infused with human warmth, brought forth an unexpected sensation upon contact. It was Yor's first experience of another's touch on his heart, an area of great sensitivity, the very essence of his being. Yor felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, allowing someone he had known for less than a month to touch his vital core. Fortunately, Ruan Tian only caressed it twice before withdrawing her hand. Lost in contemplation, she observed Yor as he donned his shirt, then spoke up, "Yor, I can't shake the feeling that the scar on your heart was not caused by a dagger." Yor blinked in surprise, for in his memory, the wound had always been inflicted by his father's dagger. Yet Ruan Tian now claimed that the scar did not correlate with the size of a dagger. "I believe we must locate that music box. It seems pivotal. Everything appears to revolve around it." Ruan Tian was eager to uncover what lay within the music box, the source of Yor's torment. "I cannot recall the whereabouts of the music box," Yor admitted, his hand tracing the mural on the wall. He was intimately familiar with every inch of this place. For what seemed to be an aesthetic television tower concealed an underground laboratory. Yor was born here, having spent 2/3 of his life within its confines. Ruan Tian's words ignited a realization within him, the possibility that his memories had been altered without his awareness. Yet now was not the time for concern. Yor abruptly lifted his gaze to the ceiling. Ruan Tian noticed his sudden unease and could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" Yor set his feet in motion, ascending the stairs. The dim light obscured the view outside, but his senses were acute. He could perceive the world beyond through his mechanical vision. "The blood moon tide is approaching," Yor replied. Chapter 73. Welcome to the place of my birth, Ruan Tian, lacked the perceptive abilities of Joair and was completely unaware that the blood moon tide was approaching. "Follow me upstairs," Joair instructed, turning to ascend the stairs, with Ruan Tian hurrying to keep pace behind him. After some contemplation, she realized that indeed, the blood moon tide was due at this very moment. Once they reached the upper floor, Joair instructed Ruan Tian to take a seat, saying, "I will activate the electronic barriers surrounding us. Stay here and don't wander off." Perhaps fearing that Ruan Tian might overthink, he paused before exiting, hesitating slightly. Eventually, with a hint of shyness, he turned his face away and softly added, "This computer has many games. If you feel bored alone, you can play for a while." For a moment, Ruan Tian was taken aback, and upon regaining her senses, she immediately realized that Joair was showing concern for her. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Was it possible that Joair actually cared for her? His character rarely exhibited concern for others, especially considering that they had spent many days together without him ever expressing any care towards her. Was it possible that she had touched his heart? This thought made her feel as if bubbles of joy were rising within her. Just as Ruan Tian opened her mouth to respond, Joair, feeling bashful and unwilling to reveal his inner thoughts, abruptly turned and left. "Wait, I still have something to say," she called out, extending her hand in a futile attempt to stop him. Hearing her voice, Joair quickened his pace, leaving her behind as he disappeared through the door. With Joair gone, Ruan Tian reluctantly withdrew her hand. The spacious room contained only one window, located in the far corner of the wall. She dashed toward it and was greeted by the sight of a crimson moon hanging in the sky. With a pained expression, she gazed at the blood-red moon and lamented to the system in her mind. "System, seeing this moon feels like reuniting with long-lost family. Under this blood moon, zombies would proliferate. If she could eliminate them, she would be rewarded with an abundance of crystal cores. In this apocalyptic world, crystal cores were the currency of trade, essential for upgrading her equipment. System, what can be done, host?" The sight of such numerous crystal cores, visible yet unattainable, must be quite distressing. Ruan Tian couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of mockery in the system's tone. "System, are you mocking me?" In response, the system continued its sarcastic banter. "Surely not. How could I possibly be sarcastic towards you, host?" Yet, Ruan Tian sensed a stark change in the system's demeanor compared to before. Reflecting on her recent actions, she soon identified the source of the discontent. "Could it be that you harbor resentment because I showcase Snow White to Joair?" System, Indeed, the system displayed a hint of petulance, huffing audibly. Upon realizing the cause of the system's displeasure, Ruan Tian felt a sense of relief. Understanding the system's fondness for Snow White, she empathized with its discomfort over her actions. After offering a sincere apology, the system soon calmed down and they reconciled. Ruan Tian resumed her position by the window, gazing at the red moon, sighing as if she had missed a fortune. Unbeknownst to her, Joair had returned quietly and stood silently behind her. When she inadvertently turned around and locked eyes with him, she nearly suffered a heart attack from the shock. "Joair, why are you back?" she exclaimed, clutching her heart in alarm. Joair tilted his head, having successfully raised the protective barriers around them, effectively shielding Beast City from the zombies. He explained the situation to Ruan Tian before scanning her from head to toe, slowly inquiring, "Why do you seem so anxious?" Ruan Tian's heart skipped a beat. She was reluctant to disclose the true reason. "No, not at all. Do I really look that nervous?" she replied softly. Joair nodded, moving closer to her as they both gazed at the imposing red moon outside. The larger and redder it appeared, the more pain she felt in her heart. If only she could find a suitable spot for her little dragon to unleash its flames, she would be invincible, unable to suppress a sigh. Ruan Tian's expression caught Joair's attention. "Why do you keep sighing? What are you thinking?" After a brief moment of contemplation, he regarded her with a look that suggested he found her peculiar interests hard to comprehend. "Hey, where are your thoughts wandering off to?" Ruan Tian hastily clarified. "I'm just looking at the red moon. There's nothing else to it." However, Joair was unconvinced. He continued to scrutinize her, his beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. "Are you hiding something from me? Just speak your mind. There's no need for secrecy." Ruan Tian contemplated for a moment, realizing she could not conceal it any longer. Finally, she confessed, "Actually, my little food cart can be upgraded using crystal cores, which makes the blood moon an ideal time for enhancement." After saying this, she hurriedly added, "I don't mean anything else. I just mentioned it casually, so please don't overthink it." Understanding her intent, Gioair lowered his head in thought for a moment before suddenly grasping Ruan Tian's wrist. "Hey," she gasped, momentarily stunned as he led her downwards. "Gioair, where are you taking me?" "You'll see once we get there," he replied. Ruan Tian fell silent, obediently following him through a hidden door that led underground. "Wow, I never expected such a place existed," she exclaimed, utterly astonished to discover that beneath the seemingly ordinary television tower lay a vast, hidden laboratory. The basement was deserted, and Ruan Tian was awestruck as her gaze swept across the entryway, marveling at the laboratory. However, Gioair regarded it with indifference, his expression icy, even his voice laced with a chill. "Welcome to the place of my birth." Chapter 74. Gioair's gratitude. Ruan Tian came to realize that Gioair had developed self-awareness right here. Initially, Gioair lacked a physical form, existing merely as a cluster of electronic data. Guiding Ruan Tian, Gioair led her deeper into the expansive laboratory. As they ventured further, Ruan Tian's vision began to blur. This enormous lab bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in films featuring bioweapon research. The entire facility was eerily silent, long abandoned, devoid of any researchers. Gioair was intimately familiar with the place, navigating it with ease alongside Ruan Tian. As they passed by a certain room, a sudden spark of recognition ignited within Ruan Tian. One room appeared particularly familiar. She abruptly halted, grasping Gioair's wrist and pulling him closer. Noticing her subtle gesture, Gioair obediently stopped, standing beside her. "What is it?" he inquired. Ruan Tian raised her arm, pointing toward the room, hesitantly asking, "Is that room the one you depicted on the wall?" Upon hearing her words, Gioair stared at the room for a few seconds before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, it was that very room. Ruan Tian clapped her thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "Why don't we go inside and take a look? Who knows what useful items we might discover?" Gioair, however, disagreed with her enthusiasm. He responded coolly, "The timing in the mural no longer aligns with the present. Even if there were clues, they have likely been taken long ago. We won't find anything of value." Despite his words, Ruan Tian remained undeterred. "Let's just take a quick look. We shouldn't abandon any hope." Gioair studied her for a few seconds, realizing she was genuinely intent on entering. With a resigned shake of his head, he followed her inside. Together, they stepped into the room. Ruan Tian examined every corner, noting that as long as Gioair was present, the lights remained functional. The mechanical hearts were the source of his power, and Gioair was the very essence of the television tower's capabilities. She requested that he increase the brightness of the lights, while she roamed the room, scrutinizing every detail until she reached the examination chamber. As Gioair watched Ruan Tian prepare to climb into the mechanical chamber, a place he had occupied more than any other, he felt a deep aversion to the idea and wished to deter her. "What do you intend to do in there? Hurry and come out." Before he could finish, Ruan Tian laid down inside the chamber, her gaze sweeping across the interior. It felt oppressive. Once the chamber door closed, an eerie silence enveloped her, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat. She despised the mechanical chamber, especially since it was constructed of special glass, visible from the outside, yet impenetrable from within. This intensified her sense of confinement, as if she had become a specimen for others to observe. At that moment, Ruan Tian genuinely empathized with Gioair's feelings. After confirming the chamber held no abnormalities, she quickly rose, preparing to exit. However, as she stood, possibly due to her own semi-mechanical nature, she suddenly sensed something amiss on the right wall. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it. Her fingertips encountered nothing tangible, yet she distinctly felt that something was off. Taking a deep breath, she scrambled out of the mechanical chamber. I've discovered something unusual." Ruan Tian immediately beckoned Gioair, pointing to the right side of the chamber's inner wall to indicate the anomaly. Gioair paused momentarily before stepping into the mechanical chamber. He located the spot Ruan Tian had indicated and laid down to investigate. Suddenly, he discerned something unusual. This place. Yu gently touched it with his fingertip. Ruan Tian would not perceive anything. But he was different. The invisible mark was a creation of his own. When had he made it? He couldn't be sure. But he was acutely aware that his memories had undoubtedly been tampered with. A faint glow began to emanate from Yu's eyes, a manifestation of his abilities. He scrutinized the mechanical chamber and realized that everything he had previously inscribed was false. In that moment, it dawned on him that all he had experienced was a fabrication. His family, his friends, even the murals on the walls, all mere illusions. Had he been discovered by someone, leading these researchers to bring him here for surgery? If not for Ruan Tian, he would have never unearthed this secret. Yu understood his own nature well. He knew he would not leave behind just one mark. He re-examined the mechanical chamber and soon discovered the final trace, which revealed the location of the music box. Yu fell silent, recalling just yesterday when he had assured Ruan Tian that they must find that music box, no matter what. He had thought it lost forever, yet fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks. As Yu grappled with the realization of this new discovery, Ruan Tian stood nearby, attentively observing the expression on his face. Noticing his sudden stillness, she felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain of what to say. Yu, however, quickly regained his composure. He rose and softly addressed Ruan Tian. "Let us go." Ruan Tian blinked in surprise and asked quietly, "Where are we going?" With a calm demeanor, Yu replied, "I'll take you to retrieve the crystal core." The mention of a crystal core ignited Ruan Tian's excitement, but she soon tempered her enthusiasm. "Will this trouble you?" The path ahead was somewhat dim, yet the darkness posed little challenge for Yu. He grasped Ruan Tian's wrist, pulling her closer to ensure she did not stumble in the shadows. Ruan Tian followed closely behind, listening to Yu's voice resonate ahead. "It won't trouble me. Without your presence, I would never have uncovered these long-concealed secrets." Feeling flattered by Yu's praise, Ruan Tian shyly rubbed her head. Moments later, she heard Yu say, "Thank you." The next instant, the system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host Ruan Tian has received Yu's gratitude value of 100, survival time 100 hours. Chapter 75. The Child Laborer, shouted by "Oh my goodness." Ruan Tian was utterly astonished by this sudden windfall. Initially, Yu had been utterly stingy. But to her surprise, like by Chulan, he was not one to adopt a slow and steady approach. He rarely made a move, but when he did, it was enough to sustain for half a year. Ruan Tian was no longer in a hurry to shed tears for the red moon. Instead, she happily followed Yu, her spirits soaring. This shift in her mood was swiftly noticed by Yu. "Are you feeling happy now?" he inquired. "Indeed," Ruan Tian readily admitted, feeling joy not only for Yu, but also for herself. Yu turned his head, and despite the darkness, his keen eyes discerned the smile gracing Ruan Tian's face. Her infectious joy began to uplift him as well, and he couldn't help but smile in return. However, he was still puzzled about this emotion. He simply felt happiness at seeing Ruan Tian smile. Ruan Tian, uncertain of their destination, finally broke her silence after a while. "Yu, where are we headed?" Yu firmly grasped Ruan Tian's wrist, guiding her westward. Wenbi City was established. A research institute was specifically designed with a direct passageway that allowed swift access to several gates of the city. Yu led Ruan Tian to the express route at the west gate and explained, "The west gate is easier to defend and harder to attack. We can combat the zombies more effectively here." Initially, Ruan Tian believed that Yu needed crystal cores to replenish his energy while slaying zombies, but then he remarked, "This should suffice for your crystal cores." Such a simple statement left Ruan Tian momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. She had not anticipated that Yu intended to hunt zombies for her benefit. Gently biting her lip in disbelief, she asked, "Don't you need crystal cores for yourself?" Yu, not particularly reliant on crystal cores, derived all his energy from within himself, with no direct connection to the cores. "You need to worry about me. Moreover, you have resolved a significant dilemma for me, for which I am truly grateful." If it weren't for Ruan Tian, Yu would never have discovered that his memory had been tampered with. This gesture was his way of repaying her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ruan Tian glanced at Yu. surprised that he genuinely intended to give her crystal cores. Didn't you mention that to upgrade your ability, you would require numerous crystal cores? Yue had already brought Ruan Tian to the room, designed for fast travel to the West Gate. Inside, there was a long conveyor belt. Standing on it would allow them to swiftly traverse the lengthy passage to the West Gate of B City. Indeed, my powers necessitate a considerable number of crystal cores for an upgrade, but if this poses too much trouble for you. Before Ruan Tian could finish, Yue interrupted her once more. Don't overthink it. You have helped me immensely, so it is only right that I assist you. You need not feel guilty. Upon reflection, Ruan Tian gladly accepted his offer. Their relationship was one of mutual support. If she refused Yue's assistance, it might create a rift between them. Yue reassured Ruan Tian. Rest assured. She nodded emphatically, resolving in her heart to help Yue unravel the mystery of the music box. Before long, they arrived at the West Gate. It was Ruan Tian's first experience on a conveyor belt, which felt oddly reminiscent of a dance party. Had Yue not been holding her hand, she would surely have been flung away. Standing in the safety shelter above the West Gate, Ruan Tian looked down at the swarming zombies, feeling both amused and exasperated. She couldn't fathom why Yue had chosen transparent glass for the floor of this safety shelter. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fear, reminding herself that these zombies were treasures. With so many zombies, she could acquire numerous crystal cores. Yue observed Ruan Tian as her expression transformed from fear to fervor. She even leaned down to closely examine the number of zombies. Watching her infatuated demeanor, Yue, with a hint of mischief, contemplated teasing her. The floor was not particularly sturdy. Ruan Tian sprang up, almost launching herself from the glass, just as she intended to leap behind Yue. She recalled his earlier words and moved with utmost caution. Quietly approaching Yue, she whispered, "Are you serious? You actually installed a glass floor in the safety shelter." Yue chuckled at her mouse-like demeanor, unable to suppress his smile. Since getting to know Ruan Tian, he found himself smiling instinctively. Previously, he understood these emotions, but he was gradually grasping the nuances of human feelings. Perhaps this was happiness. The instant Yue's lips curled upward, Ruan Tian noticed. "Yue, you're smiling sneakily. Are you deceiving me?" In response, Yue discreetly turned his face away, pretending not to hear her words. "See, you must have tricked me." Ruan Tian thought about how easily she had believed Yue's words, and how embarrassing her earlier actions had been. Just the thought made her blush with shame. She felt speechless, puffing her cheeks in indignation, resembling an irate pufferfish from a distance. Yue apologized, his tone laced with amusement, yet lacking sincerity. "All right, enough of the antics. Let us proceed to slay some zombies." With a puzzled expression, Ruan Tian asked, "How do we go about killing zombies?" Yue remained silent, his originally light blue eyes darkening to a deep blue. Soon, Ruan Tian saw a swarm of mechanical dogs emerging from behind. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed to Yue, "I have a plan." Yue raised an eyebrow, observing her for a moment before asking, "What is your plan?" With a triumphant smile, Ruan Tian summoned Xiao Bai, a tiny dog that obediently stood beside her and barked, "Woof, you are gastronomy," his brow furrowing slightly. "Ruan Tian, how can you so casually employ child labor?" Chapter 76, The Might of Little White. Initially, Ruan Tian was perplexed by the meaning behind Yue's remark. Once she comprehended it, she indignantly cradled Little White and presented it before Yue. How could our Little White possibly be a child laborer? It is, after all, the infernal hound. Perhaps in response to this assertion, Little White directed a soft bark at Yue. Woof. The sound was somewhat too gentle, and Ruan Tian felt that Little White's current vocalization lacked the intended intimidation. "Little White, have you forgotten your identity? You are the formidable infernal hound. Unleash your most fearsome growl." Little White recognized the truth in Ruan Tian's words. It indeed held the prestigious title of the infernal hound. Such a powerful identity should not be devoid of a commanding presence in front of Yue. With this thought in mind, Little White resolved to amplify its fierceness. Thus, it closed its eyes, cultivating a reservoir of self-confidence within. Once it felt sufficiently emboldened, It preemptively let out a whimper from its throat. Its paws involuntarily clenched together, preparing to unleash a fierce bark at you. When it was suddenly choked by its own saliva, Little White erupted into a fit of coughing. This unexpected scene left both Ruan Tian and you in shock. Your lips twitched as he glanced at Ruan Tian and inquired, "Are you certain this is not a child labor?" Little White, feeling utterly embarrassed, quietly buried its head in Ruan Tian's embrace. Sensing Little White's pitiable demeanor, Ruan Tian gently patted its back, soothingly saying, There, Little White. We shall undoubtedly become the most ferocious infernal hound in the future." Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, Little White timidly opened one eye. Through the slight opening, it glimpsed the encouraging expression on Ruan Tian's face, and its spirits lifted once more. You remained reluctant to let Little White engage. Yet Ruan Tian firmly believed this was an essential path for Little White. It was not as weak as one might presume. It was incredibly powerful, capable of breathing fire. Upon hearing this, you initially thought Ruan Tian was merely boasting. How could such a small dog possibly breathe fire? However, when Ruan Tian gripped the nape of Little White's neck, flames erupted from its mouth, leaving you astounded. How could such a diminutive creature unleash such a formidable blaze? Ruan Tian beamed with pride. Now do you believe it? Little White is truly extraordinary. You nodded in acknowledgement of Little White's prowess. He also commanded his mechanical dog army, and together, they exhibited remarkable synergy. Ruan Tian took charge of the group attacks, and under the force of the powerful flames, the zombies quickly turned to ashes. Even those with higher defenses succumbed to the flames, necessitating the assistance of yours mechanical army. The two occupied a superior position, making the extermination of zombies remarkably effortless. Ruan Tian was no novice to this task. Her commands to Little White were precise and effective. Little White had also become adept at wielding its fire skills. With no mistakes made, even you was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a seamless collaboration between him and Ruan Tian. They continued their onslaught for 3 hours, leaving Little White utterly exhausted. Its fur was singed, resembling a dejected puppy sprawled on the ground. Ruan Tian rubbed its little belly, acknowledging the hard work Little White had put in today. The ground sparkled with the crystals dropped by the zombies. Ruan Tian's eyes gleamed with desire, as she couldn't help but swallow hard, contemplating whether to descend and collect the crystals. Yor, sensing Ruan Tian's intentions, had already devised a plan. His attacking robots were not limited to mechanical dogs. He had other formidable mechanical creatures. However, due to Ruan Tian's influence, those machines had not been deployed today. He swiftly summoned a new type of robot, somewhat clumsy in movement, yet equipped with a large pouch on its chest. This was a logistics robot, designed to assist in collecting the crystals scattered on the ground. Ruan Tian had never encountered such advanced technology before. Holding Little White, she watched the large robot gather the crystals and suddenly recalled something, voicing her thoughts. I can't help but wonder. Do you not feel that this time during the blood moon tide, there are more zombies than ever before? You nodded in agreement. This was not merely Ruan Tian's illusion. Previously, the blood moon zombie tides did not feature such an overwhelming number of zombies, but this time was different. The sheer volume of attacking zombies reached a terrifying level. Ruan Tian closed her eyes, contemplating for a moment, when she heard your saying near her ear, "Every phenomenon in development follows an arc. The zombie tide is no exception. The number of zombies will gradually increase. However, once it reaches its zenith, a decline will inevitably ensue. At that point, the circumstances will alter drastically. Much like humanity, those who survive in the end, alongside the zombies and other mutated beings, will be the most elite." Gradually, Ruan Tian discerned a truth from your words. The early phase was the optimal developmental period. If one failed to solidify their growth during this time, the subsequent challenges in nurturing Little White and ensuring survival would become increasingly arduous. As Ruan Tian gazed at the crystals, her expression shifted from mere longing to one of affection. This scene did not escape yours notice, and his expression grew complex. Ruan Tian, so your tastes are indeed quite unique. Ruan Tian felt this was an egregious mischaracterization, an outright slander. What do you take me for? I am not truly hungry. Yet, I must concede one point. I am indeed coveting those crystals. Once the large robot had collected the crystals, you seized Ruan Tian's hand and brought her before the pile. All of this is yours. Feel free to use it as you wish. Such generosity caught Ruan Tian off guard, making her feel somewhat bashful. She lowered her head slightly, hesitatingly suggesting, "Let us split it evenly. This is not solely my achievement. Without your assistance, I could not have amassed such a bounty." You shook his head. "I have little need for the crystals. You should take them." However, Ruan Tian persisted in her desire to share the crystals with you. Eventually, seeing Ruan Tian genuinely angry, he conceded and took a third of the crystals. Only then did Ruan Tian reveal a smile, placing Little White amidst the pile of crystals, urging it to devour them all. "Little White, eat heartily. Do not hold back." Little White also yearned to grow stronger. Though it had grown weary of consuming crystals, it still buried its head in the task. After devouring all the crystals, the system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, Little White can evolve. Would you like to choose evolution?" Chapter 77. This is my right-hand companion. Ruan Tian was taken aback to discover that Xiao Bai could evolve through this red moon tide. It appeared that upgrading Xiao Bai might not be such a bad idea after all. Thus, Ruan Tian nodded and informed the system. "All right, let the evolution commence." She was particularly curious about what form Xiao Bai would take after the transformation. In the very next moment after Ruan Tian's consent, a layer of soft, white light enveloped Xiao Bai. You were unsure of what was happening, instinctively positioned himself in front of Ruan Tian. "There's no need to worry. Xiao Bai has consumed sufficient crystal cores and is ready to evolve," Ruan Tian explained, which piqued Yuer's interest. He had thought that this fire-breathing pup would never grow up. It could actually evolve? The white light surrounding Xiao Bai intensified, and its silhouette gradually elongated, its body becoming more slender. Once the brilliance dissipated completely, Ruan Tian beheld a transformed Xiao Bai. It had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Previously, Xiao Bai was a diminutive creature, barely able to leap high enough to reach Ruan Tian's knees. Now, however, its limbs were elongated, and its face had lost that round, puppyish appearance. Even its mouth had become more refined. Despite its growth, Xiao Bai still relished in cuddling with Ruan Tian. It leapt toward her, attempting to nuzzle her cheek as it had in its youth. "Oh my, Xiao Bai, you are no longer suited for such antics," Ruan Tian exclaimed as she was knocked to the ground, feeling as if a great weight had descended upon her. "Xiao Bai, you're too big for this now," she muttered, which made Xiao Bai lower its head in disappointment. Seeing Xiao Bai in this new form stirred feelings of guilt within Ruan Tian. She embraced its head and gently rubbed it, assuring, "You can still be my little darling. You are my wonderful big child." With this, Xiao Bai perked up, joyfully circling around Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian bent down to admire Xiao Bai's evolved appearance. She had to admit, Xiao Bai looked incredibly impressive after its transformation. Its limbs were significantly longer, shedding the naivete of a puppy, and although its fur was no longer as soft, it remained pleasant to the touch. It appeared less adorable than before. Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, Xiao Bai, still not having the chance to feel disheartened, was uplifted by her compliment. "But you are still so handsome. Truly my wonderful big child." At this, Xiao Bai lifted its head, burying it in Ruan Tian's embrace, nuzzling and seeking affection just as it had in its younger days. Suddenly, Ruan Tian remembered she needed to check Xiao Bai's attributes post-evolution. System. I wish to view Xiao Bai's attribute panel. Understood, host. Pet name. Hellhound Xiao Bai. Pet abilities. Hellfire, speed, venomous bite. Pet description. It is a ferocious hellhound. The host should now comprehend this. Ruan Tian glanced down at Xiao Bai. In her presence, it exhibited none of the ferocity one might expect. It was simply a loving dog who adored its mother. For, witnessing a living creature evolve before him, was struck by the peculiarity of it all. Is this evolution somewhat hasty? He pondered silently, though Ruan Tian soon grasped his thoughts. She chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to explain, and ruffled her hair. Yuer was perceptive, quickly deducing that Ruan Tian's abilities were likely more complex than he initially assumed. Yet, he refrained from pressing her further. respecting the secrets everyone harbored. As Ruan Tian prepared to say something to Yue, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Instinctively, she covered her mouth. Yue's gaze fixated on a particular spot, his once blue irises fading to red. Following his line of sight, Ruan Tian found nothing in the corner. Yue, what exactly are you looking at? Yue pulled Ruan Tian closer, but she could not detect the invisible zombie lurking in the shadows. The zombies they had previously encountered were of the lowest rank, devoid of special abilities, merely cannon fodder. However, the zombie Yue sensed was entirely different. It possessed the rare ability to become invisible. Without Yue's mechanical eyes, she would never have noticed its presence. The moment Yue caught sight of the zombie, it became alert and attempted to flee. Yet, Yue would not let it escape so easily. In the corner, there's an invisible zombie you cannot see. What? Ruan Tian immediately called upon the system. Is there truly a zombie in that location? System. Yes, but it cannot be seen with the naked eye. However, I can mark it on your electronic map. Ruan Tian exhaled deeply, relieved as long as there was a way to deal with the zombie. It was the perfect opportunity to test Xiao Bai's new skills. Xiao Bai had unlocked two new abilities, venomous bite and speed, the effectiveness of which remained to be seen. As Yue prepared to act, Ruan Tian interjected, "No need for you to intervene. Let Xiao Bai give it a try." Her self-recommendation caused the red glow in Yue's eyes to dim. "Is that all right?" "Of course." Ruan Tian replied confidently, "I have great faith in Xiao Bai." Her unwavering confidence prompted Yue to glance at Xiao Bai, who proudly raised its head, mirroring Ruan Tian's self-assured expression. "All right, let's try," Yue conceded. Ruan Tian patted Xiao Bai's head. Its keen sense of smell would allow it to detect the stench of decay from the invisible zombie. Xiao Bai activated its speed ability, its agility now formidable, as it leapt from the second floor without a scratch. Its swift movement rendered it almost ghost-like as it darted forward. In addition to its speed, the venomous bite further enhanced Xiao Bai's combat prowess. Ruan Tian watched Xiao Bai with pride, unable to restrain her admiration. "Xiao Bai is truly my left-hand companion." Upon hearing this, Yue paused and instinctively asked, "What about your right arm?" Ruan Tian summoned Snow White, patting it proudly as she declared, "Snow White is my right arm." Chapter 78. You're no longer alone. You had never anticipated that Ruan Tian would refer to an electric tricycle as Snow White. However, after spending considerable time with her, he had come to understand her whimsical nature, so he was not surprised and, in fact, found it rather reasonable. Ruan Tian gazed at Little White with the affection of a benevolent mother admiring her cherished son. He thought to himself, well, who could blame her? This is Ruan Tian after all. The evolution of Little White had led to a significant enhancement in its abilities, and it no longer needed to be tethered to the electric tricycle. Previously, Little White had to remain connected to the tricycle to unleash its fiery breath. But as it grew stronger, the day would come when it would achieve even greater prowess. Although Little White could not see the zombies, its keen canine nose detected their scent. Even without visual confirmation, it could astutely track their movements. This particular zombie was adept at stealth, yet lacked the strength and speed of Little White. Sensing danger, it instinctively attempted to flee, but Little White would not afford it such an opportunity. Lunging at it directly, with formidable fangs, Little White pierced the zombie's arm, delivering a venomous bite. As the toxin coursed into the zombie's body, it let out a pain howl. Perhaps due to its ability to become invisible, the zombie was still capable of feeling pain. Once bitten, it revealed its true form. Ruan Tian observed the creature closely. It was small in stature, yet its visage was grotesquely hideous. As it appeared on the brink of being mauled to death by Little White, the zombie resolved to fight back. It emitted a roar, attempting to strike at Little White. However, it had severely underestimated the potency of Little White's venom, which was so overpowering that it could even invade a creature like a zombie. Soon, the zombie collapsed to the ground, seemingly lacking any abilities apart from its stealth. Its strength was even inferior to that of an ordinary zombie, though it was sufficiently agile. Had it not been for Little White's recently awakened speed, the creature might have indeed escaped. He explained that zombies, much like humans, could not achieve balanced development even when endowed with evolved abilities. If one aspect advanced, another had to be sacrificed. In this light, Ruan Tian's abilities appeared remarkably extraordinary. She required no sacrifices to grow stronger. By merely collecting crystal cores, she could amplify her powers. Ruan Tian pondered this matter. Realizing there was still something she had not disclosed to Ye, she did not even need to eat or feel hunger. What an astonishing advantage. With ample gratitude points, Ruan Tian could sustain herself indefinitely. He could not help but delve into the mystery of Ruan Tian's identity. In stating this, he was subtly probing her. Such formidable powers must surely come at a price. Yet he refrained from voicing this question, choosing instead to wait for the day Ruan Tian would willingly share her secrets. Little White showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching the zombie. After ensuring it no longer moved, it extracted the crystal core. The crystal cores from these uniquely capable second-tier zombies possessed distinct colors. This one was a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of translucent crystal. Proudly, Little White returned to Ruan Tian, presenting the core at her feet with an eager expression. Ruan Tian, feeling a bit bashful about accepting the crystal, handed it to Ye instead. This is for you. You've helped me immensely, and since I collected most of the cores, you should keep this one. Upon hearing this, Ye refrained from accepting it, as he had little need for crystal cores. He believed the core would be better utilized in Ruan Tian's hands. I don't need it. You should keep it for yourself. That simply won't do. Ruan Tian insisted, for she was not ungrateful. He had aided her countless times, and she was determined to give him this core. Ultimately, seeing that he could not refuse, he reluctantly accepted the crystal. The remaining cores are all yours, he conceded. The second-tier cores were evidently more precious, surpassing the value of numerous first-tier cores. This time, Ruan Tian did not hesitate, claiming all the remaining cores without reservation. She retained a portion for herself and fed the others to Snow White. Under the nourishment of these abundant cores, Little White successfully ascended to level 18. The system announced, "Host, you must strive to reach level 20 swiftly. Once you do, the variety of recipes will not only expand but multiply." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. She could hardly wait for the next red moon tide. Leveling up would be a breeze. Standing beside Ruan Tian, Ye had grown accustomed to the occasional blissful smile that graced her face. As the red moon tide drew to a close, Ye noticed that Ruan Tian had gathered enough crystal cores and proceeded to deactivate the barrier on the western side of B City. To ensure safety, he summoned all mechanical beings in the city to conduct a thorough search, finally resting easy after confirming that no zombies had infiltrated. The two returned to the television tower, and Ruan Tian, elated by her haul of crystal cores, hummed a tune. Suddenly, she recalled something she had forgotten and turned to grasp his hand. "Yeah, let's search for the music box right now." Previously, they had inadvertently discovered the mark left by Ye and learned the specific location of the music box. Upon hearing her suggestion, Ye fell silent. "Ye, what's wrong? Do you not wish to go?" Ye gently pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, as Ruan Tian had pointed out, he was uncertain how to confront the music box. Facing it would mean confronting the painful memories of the past. Sensing Ye's apprehension, Ruan Tian enveloped his hand with her soft palms and smiled. "We must face it eventually, right? The best way to dispel fear is to confront it directly. And you won't be facing it alone. Yeah, you're no longer alone. I am here beside you." Ruan Tian's presence and the warmth radiating from her hand gradually eased his anxious heart. Regardless of the outcome, he would face it together with her. So there was no need for fear. They would uncover the secrets of the music box and the events of yesteryear together. Thus, you need not fear. On this journey, he was no longer alone. Chapter 79. The truth revealed. Ruan Tian's voice was soft and gentle, and from her tone, Yu found strength and solace. "I will hold your hand. Let us go together." Ruan Tian took the initiative to grasp Yu's left hand and led him towards the direction of the music box. Yu watched her retreating figure, lowering his eyelids, obediently following in her wake. The two arrived in that room. In a small corner, they discovered the hidden music box. "No wonder I never found this music box before," Yu murmured, gazing down at it, a wave of emotions surging within him. He crouched down and slowly retrieved the music box from the cabinet. If I recall correctly, this is my sister's room. Yu-er's adoptive parents were renowned researchers at the Institute. They were both incredibly busy, burdened with significant responsibilities. After having a daughter, they applied for a separate room from the higher-ups to care for their frail child, which was the very room where Yu-er and Ruan Tian stood. Yu-er raised his gaze, surveying the room as he cradled the music box in his hands. Memories he had long forgotten flooded back to him. It turned out, she was behind it all. Observing Yu-er's expression, Ruan Tian instantly understood that he had probably recalled something. Yu-er, do you remember what happened back then? Yu-er nodded, fiddling with the music box's switch. As the familiar yet strange melody echoed in the room, all the memories he had once lost returned to him. It was not as I had illustrated in that mural. In truth, my sister did not harbor affection for me. As previously mentioned, Yu-er's adoptive parents were perpetually occupied. Initially, they did not desire children, yet chance led them to conceive Alice. Alice, a child with an angelic appearance and a remarkably kind disposition, was perceived by outsiders as a flawless being, a gift from the heavens. However, Alice was frail and dependent on her parents. Growing up in the research institute, she was cherished by all until Yu-er's arrival. When I was born, the researchers' attitude towards me was entirely different from how they would later perceive me. All the staff at the institute rushed to see me, for I was the first AI they had developed with self-awareness. Even though I could not yet speak, they held great hopes for me. The attention and affection that rightfully belonged to Alice were swiftly usurped by Yu-er. Everyone became engrossed in the excitement of scientific advancement, gradually neglecting the despondent Alice. The true catalyst for Alice's darkness was her realization that her parents had brought Yu-er home. He had become her nominal brother. It was one thing for Yu-er to steal the limelight. It was another to take her parents. Thus, Alice covertly plotted against Yu-er. She repeatedly accused him of jealousy, claiming he had broken her precious music box and soiled her dress. She even contemplated ending her life by her own hand. Initially, no one believed her, convinced that Yu-er could not possibly be that kind of child. However, as time wore on, Yu-er's image in the eyes of the researchers shifted dramatically. He became unliked, and some even proposed to have him destroyed. AI was destined to never replace humanity, nor could it comprehend human emotions. A simple statement sealed Yu-er's fate. The true orchestrator of his downfall hid behind his parents with an innocent facade. Fear of Yu-er began to spread. Clandestine plans were drawn up to eliminate him that very day. Had it not been for his adoptive parents' relentless objections, Yu-er would have met his demise long ago. They never believed he could be that sort of being. This, too, was why Yu-er later felt anguish and sealed away those memories. In the absence of others, Alice treated Yu-er like a servant, relentlessly tormenting him, leaving deep scars within his soul. This was also the reason why, whenever Yu-er painted his sister, he would include a sinister little bear lurking in the corner. The music box was initially a gift from his parents to Yu-er, but upon discovering it, Alice vehemently opposed it. She feigned joy in front of Yu-er, only to demand he hand over the music box as soon as their parents left. This was the first gift Yu-er had ever received. To protect it, he defied Alice for the first time. A struggle ensued, during which Alice, in a fit of rage, stabbed Yu-er's heart with a sharp knife. Yu-er's heart had been designed with a self-defense mechanism. The moment it was touched, he would instantly enter a mode of lethal intent. In that moment, his mind went blank, unable to recall who Alice truly was. When he finally regained consciousness, Alice lay lifeless beneath him, having been choked to death. Coincidentally, his parents returned with a cake, only to witness this tragic scene. They were devastated. Yu-er's adoptive parents were pivotal figures in his life, and he held them in great regard. After their untimely demise due to his actions, he was racked with pain and guilt, erasing that portion of his memory. He fantasized that it was his father who sought to end his life, oblivious to the fact that it was not his father, but Alice. At the moment Yu-er was on the brink of destruction, the apocalypse descended upon the world. He miraculously survived. Now, with the truth unveiled, Yu-er seemed to observe his past suffering from a third-person perspective. For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Holding the music box in his hands, rendered speechless. His upper body was shrouded in shadow, obscuring his expression from view. Ruan Tian watched Yu with concern, instinctively reaching out to gently place her hand on his shoulder. Can robots also shed tears? She leaned closer to examine Yu's face, finding no trace of tears. His eyes were devoid of emotion, appearing far from the brink of weeping. Yet, Ruan Tian understood the sorrow concealed within him. Are you crying? Perhaps. Robots, too, could grasp human emotions. They were not as devoid of feelings as humanity often presumed. Feeling the warmth of Ruan Tian's hand, stared at the music box for a prolonged moment before abruptly turning to grasp her wrist. Will you leave me as well? This sudden inquiry left Ruan Tian momentarily stunned. What should she say in response? Chapter 80. I have a surprise to show you. Ruan Tian did not wish to deceive you. System. Host. You seem to be rather unprincipled. System. How have I become unprincipled? I advise you to choose your words with care. If the host is not unprincipled, why does every target in the strategy say this to the host? Ruan Tian was about to defend herself, but as she opened her mouth, she found no retort could escape her lips. Embarrassed, she scratched her head. Although she could not argue her case, she stubbornly replied, I merely share the love evenly. Like dew on the leaves, I do not linger. If it were possible, Ruan Tian would have liked to remain by Yu's side for a while longer, even willing to invest extra time in teaching him the intricate emotions that exist among humans. Unfortunately, she felt like a plucked bird, resting momentarily on each tree before soaring away after a week. Yu was one of those trees, and Ruan Tian shook her head in resignation, unable to voice the truth. Yet, Yu sensed her hesitation and understood that she would eventually depart from him. Upon realizing the truth, Yu felt a sense of relief. With his gaze lowered, he asked, When do you plan to leave? In fact, Ruan Tian was prepared to depart at that very moment. Her lips parted, instinctively wanting to say something, but fearing it might hurt Yu, she closed her mouth again. How could Yu possibly be unaware of Ruan Tian's inner thoughts? He fell silent, cradling the music box in his arms, looking rather forlorn. Initially, Ruan Tian had no intention of looking, but the heavy aura of resentment emanating from Yu was simply too overwhelming. Unable to ignore her conscience, she cautiously lifted her gaze to scrutinize the expressions on Yu's face. If her next target were too distant, she ought to set off now to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. However, witnessing Yu's woeful appearance, Ruan Tian ultimately could not bring herself to be heartless. She resolved to stay a while longer. All right, I'll remain here with you until evening, if that's agreeable. She gently shook Yu's arm. Upon hearing this, Yu wrinkled his nose in discontent and replied, Is it only until evening? Ruan Tian nodded and explained earnestly, Indeed. Otherwise, my life would be in danger, truly. Hearing her words, Yu scrutinized her for a moment, realizing that she spoke without a hint of jest. Every word she uttered was sincere. Although Yu longed to be with Ruan Tian, he wished even more for her safety. Very well, I understand. Then it shall be until evening. Seeing that Yu had reluctantly agreed, but still appeared somewhat glum, Ruan Tian immediately pulled him up. Come on, we have something grand to accomplish. Huh? Yu Zolmavat bewildert. Followed Ruan Tian, pondering what significant task lay ahead. Ruan Tian feigned mystery, her face adorned with a bright smile as she hurriedly led Yu downstairs. Oh, don't ask too many questions, just follow my lead. Though Yu was confused about Ruan Tian's intentions, he obediently trailed behind her. They arrived before mural, and Ruan Tian confidently patted her chest, declaring, Let us recreate this. At that moment, Yu finally grasped Ruan Tian's intention. She wanted to collaborate with him to repaint the mural. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he was hesitant to touch the painting after learning the truth. Ruan Tian could see right through his reluctance. Once I depart, you won't touch this mural again, will you? Indeed, as Yu had said, he would never look at the mural again. Thus, it was imperative to overturn the painting before her departure, leaving behind a beautiful memory of the two of them. Ruan Tian grasped Yu's hand, urging him to fetch the paint. Although Yu was reluctant, he didn't want to dampen Ruan Tian's enthusiasm. All right, I'll take you. He led Ruan Tian to collect the unused paint, and they returned to the mural, buckets in hand. Ruan Tian rubbed her hands together, exuding confidence. Hey, let me show you my artistic skill. Ruan Tian intended to paint a scene where everyone lived happily ever after, envisioning Yuer surrounded by a loving family, a charming younger sister, and gentle parents. Of course, she would not forget her understanding friend. Lost in thoughts, Ruan Tian felt invigorated as she began her work, humming a tune and swaying her hips. Yuer watched her joy, remaining silent as he immersed himself in his own task. They first painted the wall white, covering the original mural. This labor was exhausting, yet the assistance of other robots made the task considerably easier. Ruan Tian cheerfully picked up her brush, confidently assuring Yuer, "Rest assured, I will depict you as incredibly handsome. You will surely be moved to tears." Upon hearing this, Yuer still held a flicker of hope for Ruan Tian's work. 3 minutes later, Ruan Tian excitedly tapped Yuer's arm, exclaiming, "Yuer, look how handsome I made you." Yuer turned back to glance, only to fall silent as he processed the abstract form depicted on the wall. "Are you certain this is me?" Yes, yes. Ruan Tian nodded emphatically. "Don't you think I made you look incredibly handsome?" Yuer stared at the abstract creation, unable to comprehend where the supposed handsomeness lay. Yet, Ruan Tian remained blissfully unaware of his incredulity. She continued to extol her artwork and share her thoughts. After 3 minutes, Yuer found Ruan Tian's creation perplexing. Sighing in resignation, he turned back to finish his own work, choosing not to engage with her further. "Hey, why aren't you talking to me?" She blinked gently, noticing Yuer's serious expression, which made her demeanor more solemn. Ruan Tian diligently completed her painting, and with everyone working together, they accomplished the task in less than 5 hours. Beholding the freshly completed mural, she felt elated, a satisfied smile gracing her face. In the new artwork, Yuer was portrayed with a joyful family, a beautiful aspiration, a wish Ruan Tian fervently hoped he would realize. "Yuer, are you happy when you see the new mural? How could Yuer not feel joy?" He sensed Ruan Tian's heartfelt intentions, yet he feigned indifference, replying, "It's just mediocre." Ruan Tian had long understood Yuer's character. She took his hand and led him upstairs. "Yuer, I have another secret I wish to show you." Chapter 81. The heartfelt intent of Yuer. "Is there another secret you wish to reveal to me?" Yuer, aware of Ruan Tian's nature, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. What else could Ruan Tian possibly want to show him besides this mural? With such thoughts occupying his mind, Yuer obediently followed closely behind Ruan Tian. Surely, she had a secret to unveil, but she could not divulge it just yet. Oh no. Secrets, by their very nature, demand a certain level of discretion, and Ruan Tian had meticulously planned this surprise for a considerable time, ensuring that Yuer would remain oblivious. As Yuer observed Ruan Tian's enigmatic demeanor, his curiosity intensified. What delightful surprise could Ruan Tian have in store for him? She promptly took his hand and led him to the uppermost chamber. Yuer scanned the surroundings, puzzled. "Is this the place you aim to bring me? It appears unchanged, just as it was before." Ruan Tian cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a soft sigh, and teased, "The place I prepared for you could never be so simple." Observing Ruan Tian's triumphant expression, Yuer tilted his head in inquiry. "Then what exactly is this place?" Ruan Tian chuckled softly, continuing to pull him along. "You seem to misunderstand. Allow me to show you. Once you see with your own eyes, the surprise will be revealed." Ruan Tian, brimming with excitement, fueled Yuer's growing curiosity. She led him into the flower room, and upon entering, Yuer was taken aback by the transformation of the space. His pupils widened instinctively. The layout of the flower room had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Was it merely an illusion, or did it seem to him that the variety and quantity of flowers had significantly increased? Cultivating such an abundance of blooms, especially in this post-apocalyptic era, was no small feat. To witness such a sight amidst the desolation was truly astonishing. This was a secret Ruan Tian had laboriously crafted behind the scenes. To ensure that Yuer remained unaware, she had put an immense effort to cultivate the flower fields. Now, as Yuer finally discovered her hidden dedication, Ruan Tian could not resist stealing glances at his expression. When she noticed not only shock but also a hint of emotion in his eyes, her anxious heart finally found solace. She had known he would appreciate it. What do you think, Yua? Do you enjoy this scene? Yua remained silent, stepping into the flower beds, his fingers delicately caressing the soft petals. I do, he eventually replied, his heart swelling with warmth. An unexplainable softness enveloped him. His adoptive mother had a profound love for flowers, and before the calamity struck, her greatest joy was tending to her garden. This fondness had led Yua, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, to instinctively cultivate blooms himself. During the quiet of night, he would gaze at the flowers, feeling an ache of guilt for his mother. If only he could have perished in that disaster instead. His adoptive parents were truly wonderful individuals, yet they had. Before Yua could fully articulate his thoughts, Ruan Tian stepped closer, taking his hand. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with gentle strength. None of this is your fault. We cannot fathom that which has not occurred, even with the most advanced knowledge. Her words soothed Yua, lifting his spirits. He gazed at the flowers once more, offering Ruan Tian his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Ruan Tian. Without you, I would have never discovered the truth. I am truly grateful for all that you have done. Upon hearing the system's voice proclaiming his gratitude, Ruan Tian felt as if she were graced by divine music. She chuckled, patting her chest with confidence. You are the best in the world. I wholeheartedly believe in you. You are. However, there is still one more place I have yet to show you. When Ruan Tian decided to transform Yuer's garden, she poured her heart into the endeavor. Yet, there remained one crucial aspect she had not revealed to him. Another surprise? She nodded vigorously, leading Yuer deeper into the room. As they traversed through the blossoms, they arrived at a beautifully crafted space for a music box, surrounded by a stunning array of flowers. Ruan Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment as she touched her nose, fearing that her gesture might be perceived as overly sentimental. After a brief hesitation, she confessed, You are remarkable, and so are your adoptive parents. I wanted to help you overcome the shadows of your past. My intentions may seem a bit self-indulgent, but I hope you can grow stronger. Whenever you recall your painful memories, come here and place the music box upon this stand. Understanding Ruan Tian's intentions, Yuer smiled softly. He then turned and unexpectedly produced an object, placing it in Ruan Tian's hands. Initially unclear about its nature, she felt its cool, smooth texture. What is this, Yua? Quietly observing her, Yuer delivered a shocking revelation. This is the key to my mechanical heart. With this key, you can unlock my heart. His heart, equipped with a self-destruct mechanism, would automatically activate its defenses should anyone else attempt to access it. Only with the mechanical key could his heart transform from a fierce fortress into a gentle lamb. Ruan Tian, upon hearing Yuer's explanation, felt her jaw nearly drop in disbelief. This object was incredibly precious. You should keep this for yourself. She insisted. It is far too valuable, Yuer. Why would you give it to me so easily? No, he replied earnestly. In this world, you alone are worthy of this key. Chapter 82. Is it sufficient, child? Ruan Tian felt as though the key in her hand was akin to a hot potato. She believed she could not simply accept it. Thus, she resolutely returned the key to Yuer, reminding him earnestly, this key holds significant meaning for you, you foolish child. Do not carelessly give it to others in the future. Yuer shook his head gently, his gaze fixed on the key, his expression remarkably placid. He then spoke softly, You're not just anyone. You have done so much for me. Ruan Tian, exasperated, pressed her forehead and could not help but ask, What if I were a villain? What if my previous actions were merely to gain your favor? If I were to use your heart for nefarious deeds, you would perish, and I would be condemned alongside you. What then would you do? To her astonishment, Yuer countered directly, You are not that kind of person. Ruan Tian sighed, realizing Yuer was quite obstinate. Once he had made up his mind, he would not waver. You truly wish to give this to me? Yes. Seeing that Yuer had made his decision, Ruan Tian reluctantly accepted the key. All right, I shall accept it then. Good. Ruan Tian understood the key was an exceedingly precious item, so she immediately began to search for soft leather within the television tower. She intended to wear the key close to her heart day and night, ensuring that no one could snatch it away. Yuer followed closely behind Ruan Tian, observing her flustered demeanor, and could not resist a soft chuckle. This laugh reached Ruan Tian's ears, prompting her to turn around and scrutinize Yu'er intently. Gradually, her eyes narrowed. Yu'er, did you just laugh? Upon hearing her, Yu'er instinctively raised a hand to his mouth, unsure if he had indeed laughed. However, Ruan Tian seemed to have uncovered a truth, circling around Yu'er with a smile. Our Yu'er has learned to smile. It seems my tutelage has been effective. Yu'er, witnessing Ruan Tian's smugness, rolled his eyes skyward. He then strode past her, leaving Ruan Tian behind. Once she had finished her self-satisfied moment and turned around, she found Yu'er had already walked away. Hey, Yu'er, why did you just leave? Ruan Tian hurried after him, grumbling. I just think you are becoming more and more human. It looks so adorable. Indeed, Yu'er no longer exuded the previous chilliness, which brought Ruan Tian great comfort. She continued to trail behind him until they ultimately found the animal skin. Yu'er processed the skin, crafting a sturdy yet supple leather strap that was just right for threading the key. Ruan Tian happily tucked the key into her clothing, ensuring it lay close against her flesh. Yu'er, this strap is a tad long. Hearing this, Yu'er frowned and replied, let me adjust it for you. No need. It's just perfect as it is. Ruan Tian felt the key's icy touch against her chest, harmonizing with the warm, steadfast rhythm of her heartbeat, inexplicably instilling her with a sense of security. After completing their tasks, Ruan Tian assisted Yu'er in refurbishing the wall murals and showed him some delightful surprises. Now, she had also received a key necklace from Yu'er, which filled her with immense joy. Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly time to depart. Yu'er had been attentively observing Ruan Tian's expression, and upon noticing her somber demeanor, he instantly grasped her intent. Ruan Tian, are you leaving now? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ruan Tian lowered her head, unable to bear the sight of Yu'er's disappointment. Yes, I must leave now. Yu'er, will you miss me? Yu'er undoubtedly would miss Ruan Tian, and profoundly at that. He lowered his gaze, and despite his reluctance for her to go, he spoke. All right, you may leave. Ruan Tian leaned closer, cautiously glancing at Yu'er's expression, only to find him still appearing listless. Since learning of her imminent departure, Yu'er had grown quite despondent. He did not wish for Ruan Tian to leave, yet the realities of the situation were insurmountable. Ultimately, he had to choose to let go. Ruan Tian patted Yu'er's shoulder, offering a comforting remark. Do not worry. We will surely meet again, right? I could never go my entire life without seeing you. With Ruan Tian's reassuring words, Yu'er's spirits lifted considerably, and he gently nodded. As Ruan Tian prepared to depart, Yu'er suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Take a moment to explore the tower. You may take whatever you need. Ruan Tian inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with excitement, but then she shook her head vigorously, as if to shatter the stars twinkling in her gaze. No, I have already received so many benefits. I cannot take more. Yet, Yu'er insisted that she should take something with her. With no other option, Ruan Tian followed Yu'er as he guided her through the tower. It must be said, the tower was stocked with an abundance of supplies. Since Yu'er did not require food, there were numerous cans with long shelf lives remaining. Unfortunately, Ruan Tian was skilled in preparing her own meals. To her, these canned goods were trivial. However, in an effort to conceal her extraordinary abilities, Ruan Tian chose to take a few items symbolically. Yet, Yu'er, noticing her reluctance, unceremoniously handed her more items, stuffing them into her arms. Oh dear, do not give me more. There is simply too much, Ruan Tian exclaimed, struggling to hold everything, but Yu'er paid her no heed, continuing to pack more into her embrace. With no choice left, Ruan Tian sighed deeply, resigning herself to placing the items into her storage space. Ever since her little cart had been upgraded, her backpack had also expanded. Previously, it could only hold a few items, but now it could accommodate 100 compartments, allowing her to store a considerable amount. Seeing Yu'er about to shove more items into her arms, she hurriedly protested. You truly do not need to give me so much. These items are already more than enough. But Yu'er, undeterred, insisted on adding just a bit more. It was not until he could no longer fit anything else in her arms that he finally relented. Ruan Tian gazed at the contents of her backpack, utterly speechless. Unsure of what to say, Yu'er looked at her with innocent eyes and inquired, Is it sufficient, child? Chapter 83. The next target, Ruan Tian, genuinely felt that she had gathered enough supplies. You do remember that I can cook, right? Having too many canned goods is of little use. Upon hearing this, Yuer's expression appeared somewhat disheartened, and he slowly lowered his head. The moment Ruan Tian witnessed this demeanor, her heart softened. All right, but I appreciate your thoughtfulness. She grasped Yuer's hand and gently patted it twice for reassurance. Ruan Tian truly needed to depart. Any further delay would plunge the surroundings into darkness, rendering the journey perilous. She aimed to swiftly locate her new target before the next wave of the red moon tide. Yuer, I must leave now. Please take good care of yourself in my absence. Realizing Ruan Tian's resolute decision, Yuer understood that no amount of persuasion would alter her course. He merely nodded gently, his beautiful eyes quietly fixated on Ruan Tian. Okay, I understand. I will await your return. Rest assured. Ruan Tian patted her chest and smiled. We shall surely meet again. Thus, with a substantial array of supplies bestowed by Yuer, Ruan Tian set forth on her journey. Fortunately, B City had already weathered the red moon tide, and the surrounding zombies had been eradicated. Consequently, Ruan Tian exited through a side door with great safety. After escorting Ruan Tian to the entrance, Yuer contemplated gifting her a robot he had crafted himself for her protection. However, Ruan Tian shook her head, playfully patting Yuer's shoulder. There's no need for a robot. It would draw too much attention. Don't you remember? I have Xiao Bai. Ruan Tian initially intended to lift Xiao Bai into her arms, but the creature had grown significantly taller and stronger, making it impossible for her to carry. Thus, she abandoned that notion, bending down to affectionately rub Xiao Bai's head. Chuckling softly, we will see each other again soon. With Ruan Tian's promise, a glimmer of joy appeared on Yuer's face. Unable to resist, Ruan Tian reached out and gently tapped the corner of his lips. Even when I am not by your side, remember to smile often. All right, the two parted ways. Ruan Tian rode off gracefully on her electric tricycle, not looking back. Yet Yuer stood quietly behind her, gazing at her retreating figure until it vanished from view before withdrawing his gaze. Until we meet again, Ruan Tian navigated the broad avenue on her electric tricycle. System, isn't it time for me to draw lots now? Indeed, host. You may now draw the basic information for your next target. A mix of excitement and trepidation surged within Ruan Tian. She cleared her throat, rubbed her fingers together, and couldn't help but ask the system, do you think my luck will improve this time? I truly wish to avoid drawing an S-level target again. Listening to Ruan Tian's lament, the system reassured her. What if this time your luck is not so dire? The skies cleared, and the rain ceased. With the system's comfort, Ruan Tian felt revitalized. You're right. How could I give up due to previous setbacks? Perhaps I am a hidden lucky star. Shall the host proceed with the draw now? Of course. Today, I shall show the system what it means to be an unparalleled lucky star. Understood. A familiar lottery interface materialized before Ruan Tian. Without hesitation, she slapped her palm against the draw screen. With her chin raised in pride, she cheerfully declared, just watch, system. Today, I will surely be the lucky star. I believe so too. After all, your previous luck has been rather unfortunate. This time should be better. Ruan Tian nodded in agreement, and soon the lottery result was revealed. As a stick teetered on the brink of falling, Ruan Tian leaned in for a closer look, noting that the displayed level was A. Her lips curved into a smile, but just as she reached out to grasp the stick, it inexplicably vanished. The roulette began to spin wildly, and before long, another stick fell to the ground. Ruan Tian stared in disbelief, hesitant to collect it, and immediately inquired of the system. System, what is happening here? After a brief silence, the system replied, Host, please check what is written on the second stick that has fallen. Ruan Tian complied, bending down to retrieve the stick and scrutinizing its contents. Wait, system, I suspect. I might be seeing things? She brought the stick closer, gasping in shock. What on earth is this? How can there be 3 S's on it? Her astonishment did not end there. Closing her eyes and reopening them, she noticed a number following the 3 S's. Wonderful, Ruan Tian fainted from shock, her lips twitching. Is this divine retribution for me? There was no need for me to be this fortunate. The system, observing Ruan Tian's perspective, gazed at the bamboo stick in her hand. After 3 seconds of silence, it slowly spoke. From a certain perspective, host, you are indeed a person of great potential. Your luck is truly unparalleled. At a loss for words, Ruan Tian managed a bitter smile before releasing a howl of despair. However, before she could lament further, the sounds of zombies began to stir nearby. She swiftly pressed the accelerator and sped away. System, I refuse to accept this, Ruan Tian muttered in frustration. Her teeth clenched as she sat atop her electric tricycle. Host, I also find this situation rather perplexing. It shouldn't be happening like this. The initial draw indicated an A-level target. How did it suddenly transform into 3 S's, surpassing even S? System, do you consider this reasonable? I find it utterly unreasonable. Can you perhaps negotiate on my behalf? The system, sensing the absurdity of the situation, comforted Ruan Tian. Rest assured, host. This is my first encounter with such an anomaly. I will consult headquarters to clarify the situation. The system's voice soon faded, and Ruan Tian exhaled deeply. She did not have to wait long. The system quickly returned. How did it go, system? What did headquarters say? The system hesitated, then disclosed the truth. I regret to inform you, host, that headquarters has stated this is a normal occurrence and does not count as a malfunction. Chapter 84. A reunion once more. When Ruan Tian first heard this response, she was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. What? How can this be normal? System, you saw that bamboo skewer just now. It flew back, didn't it? Indeed. Host, I witnessed everything. However, there's no need for you to be anxious. I inquired about the reason in detail. The system explained. What reason? What did the headquarters say? The system clarified. It appears that the golden finger granted to you by the headquarters is rather formidable, thus making the conquest of your target not as straightforward. Ruan Tian pondered her golden finger for a moment and conceded that it was indeed quite powerful. So, because my golden finger is so potent, the difficulty I face to clear the game is greater than others. Is that what you mean? The system nodded in affirmation. That is indeed the case. Do you have any further questions? I could consult the headquarters for you. Since the system had put it that way, Ruan Tian found no pressing inquiries remaining. All right, I accept my fate. She quickly resigned herself, surprising the system with her swift acceptance. Very well. I am gratified to see you come to terms with this so quickly, the system remarked. Enough of that. I am pleased myself. Let's first examine who the new target is, Ruan Tian said. The system promptly displayed the information about the new target before her. System, is it just my imagination? Or does this name seem somewhat familiar? Target, GUE difficulty level, SSS conquest reminder. Oh, I hear you wish to pursue him. Child, wash up and sleep. Encountering him is akin to hitting a brick wall. This was none other than the first target Ruan Tian had drawn upon her arrival. After going around in circles, they had crossed paths once again. Ruan Tian discovered an abandoned building with relatively few zombies and made her way to a secure room on the second floor. System, I wish to know GUE's whereabouts. Currently, GUE is located in City A. Upon learning his location, Ruan Tian was about to exhale in relief when a thought struck her, causing her heart to race. He isn't in imminent danger, is he? Not at all. He is quite different from the other targets. Ruan Tian gasped, curiosity piqued. How is he different? Please tell me. The system hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge further information. Why are you silent? Ruan Tian felt her heart leap to her throat. Her fingers clenched tightly as thoughts of the SSS difficulty made her head throb. I fear that if I tell you directly, it may be a blow you cannot bear. Ruan Tian nearly broke her skin with her nails, swallowing hard before she decided to ask again. Just tell me, system. I have grown significantly. I can handle it. Very well. Since you wish to know, I shall share. I'm all ears. GUE's background is quite unique. Before the apocalypse, he was confined in an underground gladiatorial arena, enduring numerous unimaginably brutal experiences. Ruan Tian frowned and cautiously inquired, brutal experiences. What do you mean? The system sighed and recounted GUE's ordeal. He was forced to battle wild beasts, trained from a young age to master various weapons. Molded into a killer with no rights of his own. He has become cold-blooded and no longer trusts anyone. Interacting with such a person can be incredibly exhausting. He relishes the taste of blood and even sought out blood pools to immerse himself in. After experiencing betrayal, he has developed a particular aversion to women. All right. As the system was about to elaborate further, Ruan Tian felt a headache coming on and quickly interrupted. She realized that Gui's difficulty level was likely the most challenging she had ever encountered. To pursue Gui? System. What do you estimate the likelihood of success to be? Host. The probability of success stands at a mere 1. Ruan Tian felt utterly deflated. Such a low success rate made her wish to give up. Well, pondering here serves no purpose. I might as well muster my spirit. Ruan Tian quickly regained her resolve. Her nature was such that, even in despair, she would only wallow for a brief time before bouncing back. She rolled up her sleeves, determined to charge forward, regardless of how difficult it might be to conquer Gui. Host, are you not going to rest a while longer? What is there to rest for? Let us go. Ruan Tian hopped onto an electric tricycle and sped toward City A. The journey was relatively smooth, encountering a few zombies, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Xiaobai. However, the further she traveled, the more she sensed something amiss. System, is it just me? Or are there noticeably more survivors ahead? It is not your imagination. It appears something has occurred in City A. To avoid drawing attention, Ruan Tian stowed Xiaobai and prepared to proceed on foot. She concealed herself with a cloak, wrapping herself entirely to avoid detection. In such apocalyptic circumstances, it was not the zombies that posed the greatest threat, but rather the human heart. If others realized her golden finger was so powerful while she appeared as a fragile woman, ill intentions would surely arise. She took these precautions until she was certain of their intentions. With her eyes closed, relying on the map, Ruan Tian navigated through the city, evading the gathered zombies. Soon, she discovered a cluster of small blue dots on the map, indicating a large group of survivors camped there. This was peculiar. How had they come to be there? It seems something has transpired in City, prompting them to congregate there. Fortunately, Ruan Tian had received gratitude points from Yu'er before leaving. She now had ample time to survive and felt no urgency to rush into City. Ruan Tian decided against approaching the makeshift survivor camp just yet. Human nature could be far more terrifying than zombies. She resolved to observe first. Without hesitation, Ruan Tian stealthily navigated to the edge of the encampment. In a moment of distraction, she overheard a heated argument. Turning around, she was met with an unexpected sight. System, is that Yi-Mo phone? Chapter 85. The newly emerged little green tea. Ruan Tian never anticipated encountering Yi-Mo here. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Once the resources of D City were exhausted, they would inevitably venture towards other cities. It had been quite a while since Ruan Tian last saw Yi-Mo, and upon their unexpected reunion, she couldn't help but gaze at him for an extended period. System. Host, you might find it amusing, but I too perceive that Yi-Mo appears slightly thinner. Indeed. Yet, being in the company of Lu Xuexue, he must have faced considerable hardship along the way. Ruan Tian had witnessed Lu Xuexue's princess-like temperament before. As Ruan Tian felt a pang of sympathy for Yi-Mo, her attention was suddenly drawn to a stranger standing beside him. The girl, possessing striking features, exuded an air of entitlement. My goodness, what kind of celestial law has Yi-Mo breached to attract such a pampered lady wherever he goes? Soon, however, Ruan Tian's curiosity shifted back to Lu Xuexue. While Lu Xuexue treated Yi-Mo like a devoted servant, her possessiveness over him was formidable. Ruan Tian was certain Lu Xuexue would never allow a girl of such beauty to remain close to Yi-Mo. True to her thoughts, when Ruan Tian's gaze fell upon Lu Xuexue, she noted the distinctly displeased expression on her face. Who would have thought Lu Xuexue would experience such a moment? It was inexplicably satisfying. System. Host, conceal your delight. Make sure no one discovers your amusement. Rest assured, I am exceptionally adept at hiding it. Really? I can see your excitement spilling over. Perhaps you should tone it down a bit. I understand. Ruan Tian lowered her head slightly, yet her eyes remained fixed on Lu Xuexue. Finally, it was time to witness how Lu Xuexue would react to another woman in Yi-Mo's presence. Lu Xuexue's gaze was fixed on Li Jiao, who stood beside Yi-Mo, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Li Jiao had been saved by Yi-Mo, and after witnessing his prowess and good looks, She had fallen for him. Determined to stay by his side, Li Jiao infuriated Lu Xue. There could only be one green tea around Yi Mofeng, and no one else was permitted to encroach upon his space. Did they not recognize their own worth? How utterly laughable that they dared approach Yi Mofeng. Lu Xue's eyes burned with envy as she focused on Li Jiao's hand resting on Yi Mofeng's arm. Hey, you can speak all you want, but could you kindly remove your hand from Yi Mofeng's arm? Have some decency. In response to Lu Xue's demand, Li Jiao not only refused to withdraw her hand, but audaciously inched closer to Yi Mofeng. What claim do you have on Yi Mofeng? Can you even speak on our matters? Lu Xue was infuriated by Li Jiao's audacity. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner fury. I am Yi Mofeng's fiancé. I have known him far longer than you. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "Ha, now that's truly amusing." Lu Xue's fragile heart was grievously wounded. Li Jiao, Yi Mofeng is my fiancé. Your actions are tantamount to being a mistress. Do you not have any shame? Li Jiao's lips curled into a smirk as she observed Lu Xue's distressed demeanor. I cannot fathom how Yi Ge could possibly be attracted to you. From my perspective, how could anyone possibly like such a repulsive woman? As Lu Xue seemed on the verge of a meltdown, Li Jiao cut her off. If I am considered a mistress, then your actions surely amount to infidelity. How do you still have the audacity to criticize me? Yi Mofeng has gone to great lengths to protect you, yet you cavort with others. Do you have no self-respect? If you truly had any dignity, you wouldn't enjoy Yi Mofeng's protection while flirting with other men. Who is truly more shameless between us? Li Jiao's words flowed forth, and she felt compelled to continue. If Yi Mofeng's fiancé, you were a genuinely good woman, I would relinquish my feelings. However, seeing that his fiancé is you, it seems entirely justifiable for me to win him over. Throughout the exchange, Li Jiao exuded confidence, leaving Lu Xue speechless. True to form, she quickly sought Yi Mofeng's protection, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Mofeng, are you merely going to stand there while this woman humiliates me? Do you have any feelings left? Yet this time, Yi Mofeng remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion. Though he had indeed lost some weight, he still stood tall and proud like a snow-laden pine tree, his posture impeccably straight. Yi Mofeng was no longer the man he once was. After coming into contact with Ruan Tian, he had awakened to his own consciousness. In the past, to avoid inciting Lu Xue's wrath, Yi Mofeng would cater to her whims, refraining from any interaction with women. Even a simple conversation with another female would provoke Lu Xue's fury as she sought to tear him apart. Yi Mofeng was no longer the devoted servant she had known. As Lu Xue gazed upon him, tears cascaded down her face. Yi Mofeng, you have truly changed. This isn't how you used to be. Do you truly honor our bond? Yi Mofeng continued to regard her with an impassive expression, his demeanor remarkably calm. This chilled Lu Xue's heart. She sensed that he was slipping from her grasp. The current Yi Mofeng was no longer the obedient servant who yielded to her every demand. Realizing this, Lu Xue's anxiety intensified, compelling her to employ forceful tactics to assert her significance in Yi Mofeng's life. Thus, she reverted to her old ways, commanding him, I order you to come here immediately and kneel before me. Lu Xue relished such displays of authority, deriving satisfaction from belittling Yi Mofeng to make him submit. In the past, he would obediently kneel before her, for his heart was devoted to her, allowing him to endure her mistreatment. After issuing her command, Lu Xue lifted her chin with haughty pride, fixating on Yi Mofeng. However, this time, she did not witness the response she desired. Yi Mofeng remained unresponsive, steadfast in his position. Their quarrel drew the attention of other survivors, many of whom were eager to witness the spectacle. Their gazes towards Lu Xue varied and mocking. In that moment, she experienced the humiliation that Yi Mofeng had once felt. It was a painful indignity that pierced her very spine. Lu Xue's face bore a hint of embarrassment as she clenched her teeth, fixating her gaze on Yi Mofeng. Yi Mofeng, I summoned you. Are your ears deaf? Have you not heard me call for you numerous times? Yi Mofeng noticed the redness in Lu Xue's eyes and the fingers gripping her skirt tightly. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, after such a long time, Lu Xue remained impeccably clean, in stark contrast to other female survivors who struggled. Her comfortable existence was entirely due to Yi Mofeng. Without him, could she truly maintain such a life of ease? The gratitude, trust, and the affection he once held for Lu Xuexue had long since evaporated amidst the repeated humiliations she inflicted upon him. What have I done wrong? Yi Mofeng spoke for the first time, his tone calm. Seeing him dare to retort, Lu Xuexue's temper flared instantly. She pointed a finger at his nose, berating him. You claim you are blameless. I am your fiancé, Yi, yet you treat Li Jiao better than me, even allowing her to lean upon you. As she spoke, tears began to well up, her acting skills on full display. On one hand, her performance was indeed remarkable. On the other, she genuinely felt aggrieved, believing that Yi Mofeng no longer cherished her as he once did. Yi Mofeng, I was there for you when you faced adversity. I helped you through your trials. It was I who financed your sister's escape from danger and ensured your family's affairs were settled. And now, amidst this apocalypse, you choose to abandon me? How cruel you are. With her heartfelt plea, she was overwhelmed with tears. The onlookers, witnessing her tragic plight, immediately cast disapproving glances at Yi Mofeng, whispering among themselves about how he could behave in such a manner. As the murmurs grew louder, Lu Xuexue felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced of her impending victory. However, to her astonishment, Yi Mofeng spoke again. Firstly, if you continue to morally blackmail me, congratulations, this tactic will soon lose its effectiveness. Secondly, if you accuse me of being close with Li Jiao, what about you and Peng Si? As my fiancé, Yi, you bask in my care while secretly consorting with him. Thirdly, true love does not seek validation through public humiliation. Yi Mofeng's voice remained calm, and his words clearly articulated. The crowd, upon hearing his statements and noticing Peng Si's guilty expression alongside Lu Xuexue's shock, began to comprehend the underlying truth. Perhaps Lu Xuexue was not as innocent as she portrayed herself. This is nothing short of slander, Lu Xuexue exclaimed, pointing at Yi Mofeng. As she scanned the crowd, she realized their gazes had shifted, now filled with skepticism. This is all a fabrication by Yi Mofeng. I am innocent. Li Jiao, observing Lu Xuexue's shameless demeanor, rolled her eyes heavenward. You truly have the audacity to claim innocence. Yi Mofeng is the one who is most blameless. Lu Xuexue, feeling cornered, redirected her ire towards Li Jiao. And you dare speak? Regardless of my actions, I am still Yi Mofeng's fiancé, unlike you who shamelessly approaches him knowing he is taken. Li Jiao, once a privileged lady before the apocalypse, was no longer inclined to tolerate Lu Xuexue's provocations. She stormed up to Lu Xuexue, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap across her face. In this post-apocalyptic reality, Lu Xuexue had never faced such humiliation. The stark contrast of the red mark on her fair skin was glaringly evident. In disbelief, Lu Xuexue covered her cheek, turning to glare at Li Jiao. You dare strike me? Especially on this delicate face. Enraged, she seized Li Jiao's hair, and they began to wrestle right there. You wretched woman, seducing another's fiancé, entangling with him. You are the wretched one. You have a fiancé yet flirt with other men. You are the true harlot. Their altercation escalated, with hairpins flying and neither willing to relent, despite the attempts of bystanders to intervene. As the chaotic scene unfolded, Ruan Tian observed with glee, completely oblivious to Yi Mofeng's absence. She internally reveled. This dramatic affair is utterly delightful. Lu Xuexue has truly met her match. Host, this is my first time witnessing a real-life hair-pulling skirmish. It is indeed spectacular. Ruan Tian clapped her hands in excitement, unaware that someone had silently approached from behind. By the time Ruan Tian sensed another's presence, it was too late. A cool object pressed against her neck, the familiar yet foreign voice resonating. Enjoying the show? This marked Ruan Tian's long-awaited reunion with Yi Mofeng, now at such close proximity. She swallowed nervously, observing her silence. Yi Mofeng narrowed his eyes, pressing down with a firmer grip. Ruan Tian coughed lightly, then turned to grasp his wrist. Yi Mofeng, anticipating a physical confrontation, prepared to retaliate, but was met with the voice he had longed to hear. It's me, Yi Mofeng. Ruan Tian removed her hood, revealing a radiant smile. Long time no see. Chapter 87. Do not be so shameless. Moffing had long envisioned Ruan Tian's visage through countless nights and days. During the period of their separation, he often found himself awakening in the depths of night, consumed by thoughts of her. Although their time together was but a fleeting week, the emotions Ruan Tian evoked within him were profoundly intense. In that moment when he beheld the one he had yearned for so fervently, he found himself rendered speechless. Instinctively, he raised his hand, yearning to caress Ruan Tian's cheek. Yet, halfway through the motion, he hesitated awkwardly, his hand suspended in the air. As he lowered his gaze, prepared to withdraw his hand, Ruan Tian stepped forward, placing her cheek directly into the palm of his hand. What are you doing? Though we have not seen each other for a while, our feelings remain intact. What do you mean by pulling your hand back? Ruan Tian, as spirited and charming as ever, gradually melted the barrier between them. A smile crept upon Yi Moffing's lips as he gently grasped her hand. I did not mean to convey that. I have not forgotten you throughout our time apart. Ruan Tian was well aware of Yi Moffing's sentiments towards her. Silently, she inquired the system, if Yi Moffing expresses gratitude towards me, can I collect gratitude points from him? Regrettably, host, you must gather the information of all the strategists. Only after completing all the strategies can you freely acquire gratitude points. Ruan Tian had encountered 4 strategists thus far: Yi Moffing by Chulan, Yuer, and soon Gu Yi. Apart from Gu Yi, she had yet to meet the other 3. Determined, Ruan Tian thought, only 3 remain. Just a little more, and I will transform my bicycle into a motorcycle. Keep it up, host. Your good days are yet to come. I believe in you. Before Ruan Tian could respond to the system, Yi Moffing's voice broke through her thoughts. Ruan Tian, how have you fared during our time apart? Are you well? Eagerly, Ruan Tian nodded, affirming that she was doing well. Yet, Yi Moffing had more to say. After a moment of silence, he finally voiced, have you met new people? The moment the question escaped his lips, he quickly closed his mouth, realizing it might be an impolite inquiry into her personal matters. I have indeed encountered new acquaintances, but do not worry. We get along splendidly, and there have been no conflicts. Upon hearing this, Yi Moffing exhaled softly, yet a sense of loneliness crept in. After all, given Ruan Tian's charm, it was likely everyone would be drawn to her. In a world rife with despair, witnessing such a vibrant spirit was a rare blessing. As long as there are no conflicts, is your visit to city motivated by a desire to reunite with someone? Ruan Tian scratched her head sheepishly and admitted, yes, there is someone I wish to see. Yi Moffing nodded in understanding, not surprised. This place is fraught with danger. For your safety, it would be best for you to stay with me. Upon mentioning this, Ruan Tian glanced back at Lu Xuexue, who was still embroiled in a scuffle with Li Jiao. I can hardly imagine what chaos would ensue if you took me back. Lu Xuexue would surely cause a scene. The mention of Lu Xuexue's name caused the smile on Yi Moffing's face to fade. Since you clarified things with me last time, I no longer harbor feelings for Lu Xuexue. I have seen through her true nature. Yi Moffing had finally shifted away from his previous infatuation. Fortuitously, with Ruan Tian's assistance, he had discerned Lu Xuexue's malicious demeanor. You have finally seen the truth. I am truly pleased for you. Ruan Tian patted Yi Moffing's shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. And what of Lu Xuexue's fury? You are now the most important person to me. No one can compare. Yi Moffing reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind Ruan Tian's ear. Therefore, I shall steadfastly remain by your side, as I have always done. Ruan Tian felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks at Yi Moffing's words. She dared not meet his gaze directly, diverting her eyes to the side, and softly said, oh, Yi Moffing, how did I not realize before how eloquent your words are? Yi Moffing smiled gently, remaining silent as he gazed at her tenderly. Meanwhile, Lu Xuexue and Li Jiao's commotion had diminished significantly as they grew weary from their altercation. Lu Xuexue bore the brunt of the injuries, her face marred by claw marks, making her appear pitiful. Li Jiao, having trained in self-defense, easily gained the upper hand in their struggle. With a haughty scoff, she looked at Lu Xuexue's disfigured face, a smirk of derision forming on her lips. Why have you stopped fighting? A mere waste like you does not deserve to stand beside Yi Moffing. In a fit of rage, Lu Xuexue glared at Li Jiao with unbridled fury. Seizing the moment when Li Jiao was distracted, she lunged forward, her sharp nails aimed at Li Jiao's eyes. This strike, if successful, would surely ruin her left eye. Jiao. Peng Si's reflexes were quicker. He stepped in front of Li Jiao, intercepting Lu Xuexue's attack. However, luck was not on his side, and he found his face slashed open. Ouch, that hurts! The pain ignited Peng Si's temper. As Lu Xuexue prepared to unleash more chaos, Peng Si's hand swiftly struck her cheek with great force. Have you had enough? What do you think this place is? His strike was heavy, sending Lu Xuexue's head snapping to the side. What time is it? And you are still throwing a tantrum? Do you think you are formidable? Suddenly slapped, Lu Xuexue's cheek swelled rapidly. She turned. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Peng Si. You hit me? You actually hit me? Peng Si looked at her coldly, firmly placing himself between her and Li Jiao. Indeed, if I do not strike you, shall I allow you to continue your madness and harm Jiao Jiao? Such a simple statement shattered Li Jiao's composure. She could hardly believe that Peng Si would betray her. Since Li Jiao's arrival, Peng Si's affections had shifted. No longer did he pay attention to Lu Xuexue. Instead, he devoted himself to caring for Li Jiao. The pivotal reason behind this was that Peng Si had sensed Yi Mofeng's changing attitude towards Lu Xuexue. Even he recognized that their comfortable existence hinged entirely on Yi Mofeng. Yet, while everyone was aware of this, Lu Xuexue remained oblivious. Peng Si glared at Lu Xuexue, one hand shielding Li Jiao behind him while the other pointed accusingly at her. I advise you to be more sensible and stop being so shameless. You say I am shameless? Lu Xuexue stared at Peng Si in disbelief, suddenly feeling as though this man had become a stranger. On what grounds do you call me shameless? What right do you have? Tears threatened to spill as she covered her cheek, where her skin still throbbed from the scratches. Why do I lack the right? As Peng Si noticed the growing crowd, he felt the need to preserve his dignity. Having severed ties with Lu Xuexue, he deemed it better to curry favor with Li Jiao. Resolute in his decision, Peng Si began to mock Lu Xuexue. In my view, you are indeed shameless. Despite having a fiancé, you still beg me to sleep with you. Lu Xuexue's face turned pale, and the words spoken by Peng Si shocked those around them. They stared at Lu Xuexue as if she were a contagion, unable to accept the situation. Lu Xuexue covered her face and screamed hysterically, "It's all lies. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Wasn't it you, Peng Si, who seduced me?" Peng Si cast a critical glance at Lu Xuexue, his words cutting deep. Before the apocalypse, I had encountered all sorts of women. How could I ever develop feelings for someone like you? Lu Xuexue clenched her teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. All the sweet nothings Peng Si had whispered to her now felt like mockery. He scoffed and rolled his eyes at her. You've strayed, and yet you're so jealous. If it weren't for Miss Li's good temperament, would she have tolerated you until now? Not stopping there, Peng Si continued. And what about Yi Mofeng? He's been exceedingly kind to you, hasn't he? He's done more than enough. Yet how have you treated him? Lu Xuexue was left speechless, her chest heaving violently, clearly wounded by Peng Si's words. After a long time of watching the spectacle, Li Jiao finally stepped forward. See? Everyone despises you now. If you had any sense, you'd stop acting like a princess and making a fool of yourself. The humiliation was unbearable, and Lu Xuexue's heart brimmed with resentment towards these two. Yet, they stood before her, one on each side, completely disregarding her. Normally, at such a moment, Yi Mofeng would have come to her aid, but today he had vanished. Furious to the brink of collapse, Lu Xuexue could do nothing but hiss, "Adulterers!" The onlookers, having witnessed the conclusion of the drama, began to disperse. Just then, Yi Mofeng emerged from the shadows with Ruan Tian. Lu Xuexue, already battered, felt herself turned to stone upon seeing Ruan Tian. She had assumed that after such a long absence, Ruan Tian must have perished. Who would have thought that one day she would stand before her, unscathed and smiling brightly? "Oh, isn't this our young lady? Long time no see," Ruan Tian greeted, raising her hand in a wave. "What are you doing here?" Yi Mofeng pulled Ruan Tian behind him, coldly regarding Lu Xuexue. "Why do you care why she's here? Ruan Tian is my savior." Lu Xuexue, seeing Li Jiao and Peng Si protected, while Ruan Tian had Yi Mofeng shielding her, felt utterly alone and couldn't help but bite her lip. Tears streamed down her face as she mourned, "Ma Feng, it was I who stood by you in your darkest times. What is Ruan Tian to you?" She approached Yi Mafeng, yearning to touch his arm, only to be brushed aside. As she gazed up at Yi Mafeng's indifferent eyes, it felt as if a dagger had pierced her heart. He had never looked at her with such disdain before. It was a devastation she could not fathom. "Have you forgotten? Mafeng, I was the one who protected you. I am your hope." The words escaped her lips, laced with desperation. Yi Mafeng remained silent, his demeanor proving that he truly detested Lu Xuexue. This shattered her dignity completely. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she fainted on the ground. When Lu Xuexue regained consciousness, she found herself lying alone on the cold concrete floor, exposed and shivering. A cough escaped her lips, and the absence of anyone nearby heightened her sense of danger. She sprang to her feet, scanning her surroundings. At last, she spotted Yi Mafeng conversing with Ruan Tian not far away. His expression was entirely transformed as he spoke with her, radiating warmth that Lu Xuexue had not seen directed at her in a long time. As the distance between them grew, the atmosphere became increasingly awkward. Lu Xuexue began to reflect. Had she truly been so unreasonable towards Yi Mafeng? Just as she wrestled with her turmoil, Yi Mafeng's conversation with Ruan Tian came to a close. He stood and walked toward Lu Xuexue, causing her heart to freeze. She could not let this opportunity slip away. Desperately, Lu Xuexue called out to Yi Mafeng, but he merely halted, regarding her with cold indifference, as if she were invisible. This ignited a deep discomfort within her, prompting her to plead, "Mafeng, please, can we talk privately for a moment?" The sorrow weighed heavily on her, compounded by the fear that Yi Mafeng might abandon her. The thought of being forsaken was unbearable. Her abilities were already limited, and her appearance was not particularly striking. Without Yi Mafeng, she would be left to fend for herself. Thus, Lu Xuexue resolved to seize this opportunity, determined to keep Yi Mafeng by her side. "I beg you, just this once let us talk," she reiterated, her tone earnest, imbued with a hint of vulnerability. This was the first time she had looked at him in such a manner, a reflection of her fear and humility. Previously, it had been Yi Mafeng who regarded her with such eyes, but the dynamics between them had shifted dramatically. Yi Mafeng stared at Lu Xuexue for a prolonged moment before slowly asking, "Tell me, how did my parents and sister die?" Chapter 89. Who is the woman beside Yi Mafeng? Lu Xuexue could hardly fathom that Yi Mafeng would abruptly inquire about this matter. This unexpected turn of events caught Lu Xuexue completely off guard. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, merely gazing at him blankly, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation and unease. Soon after, realizing that her emotions were too overt, she hastily averted her gaze, fixating on the ground with a guilty expression, whispering, "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. The demise of your sister and parents is solely the fault of that truck driver. I bear no responsibility." Lu Xuexue understood that she must not lose her composure at this juncture. She had to conceal the misdeeds of the past. With a silent resolve, she steadied herself, regaining her formidable demeanor. "At that time, it was all me. Without my intervention, no one would have come to your sister's aid." Lu Xuexue felt as though she occupied the moral high ground, swiftly invoking past grievances to manipulate Yi Mafeng. "I know you no longer harbor affection for me, but the bond one share with your family and my assistance have been genuine and substantial. Yi Mafeng, out of respect for this connection, you ought to protect me in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Yet your recent behavior has been profoundly disappointing. Cannot you fulfill the responsibilities of a fiancé?" In the past, upon hearing such words from Lu Xuexue, Yi Mafeng would have immediately apologized. However, today he merely regarded her with indifference as she played her part. "Every time I am on the verge of escaping your grasp, you resort to this rhetoric to manipulate me. I acknowledge there was indeed your kindness back then." At this point, Lu Xuexue felt a surge of triumph, gently shaking Yi Mafeng's hand. "Right? I have indeed bestowed upon you considerable kindness. Yet how do you repay me?" Before she could continue, Yi Mafeng brusquely shook off her hand, his demeanor cold. He lowered his gaze and reiterated his unfinished statement. "But this premise is contingent upon your genuine salvation of my parents and sister." If the perpetrator responsible for their deaths is you, and this entire scenario was orchestrated by you, what right do you have to stand before me? At Yi Mofeng's words, Lu Xuexue felt a chilling shiver run down her spine. Her fingers, which had been clasped behind her, curled up in fear. For Yi Mofeng, his parents and sister were the most cherished individuals in his life. The mere thought that it might have truly been her sent waves of dread through her. How could it possibly be me? Mofeng, how could you think of me in such a way? I, Lu Xuexue, would never be capable of such malice. Lu Xuexue's composure began to unravel, her gaze fixed on Yi Mofeng, her eyes now reddened with unshed tears. You may harbor such venomous thoughts towards anyone, but you cannot direct them at me. Despite her apparent sorrow, beads of sweat had begun to form on her back. She never anticipated that Yi Mofeng would be aware of this matter. When had he begun to harbor doubts about her? Perhaps it was the moment he met Ruan Tian, awakening his self-awareness. He gradually recalled everything and began to comprehend the circumstances he had previously overlooked. Lu Xuexue realized she could no longer stand before Yi Mofeng. If she lingered too long, her fade would inevitably crack. Thus, she hastily departed, feigning sorrow. Yi Mofeng remained rooted in place, his gaze penetrating as he watched her retreating figure. Previously, he had been ensnared by Lu Xuexue's elaborate ploys, but now he slowly discerned her true nature. He would no longer be deceived by her. All this clarity was owed to Ruan Tian. Had he not encountered her, he would remain oblivious to the deception he had endured. In this light, Ruan Tian truly was a benefactor in his life. Meanwhile, Li Jiao cast a glance at Peng Si, who was tending to his wounds, her eyes filled with impatience. Why are you so clumsy? You cannot even apply medicine properly. She kicked Peng Si over and seized the iodine to treat the wound on her own hand. During his time with Lu Xuexue, Peng Si had never faced such indignities. A multitude of grievances brewed within him. Yet upon seeing Li Jiao's exquisite visage and recalling her B-grade water affinity, his anger dissipated. Li Jiao's abilities surpassed Lu Xuexue's. Her water was pure and potable, and her powers ranked B, making it both a resource for consumption and a weapon for attack. The utility Li Jiao offered was incomparable to that of Lu Xuexue. Moreover, Li Jiao's beauty and formidable prowess led Peng Si to cast aside Lu Xuexue without hesitation. However, he inquired, "Are you not going to console Lu Xuexue? She seems upset." Peng Si remarked, "She is simply spoiled. I have always yielded to her. Yet she dared to harm you?" He appeared genuinely concerned for Li Jiao, rising abruptly and passionately denouncing Lu Xuexue. "What is she daring to inflict harm upon you? She ought to reflect on her own worth. It's utterly laughable." Li Jiao, unfazed by Peng Si's words, exhibited only mild interest. "Jiao, do you not trust me?" As Peng Si prepared to further assert his loyalty, Li Jiao swiftly interrupted him. "Enough. I wish to inquire about the woman accompanying Yi Mofeng. Who is she?" During the month Li Jiao had spent with Yi Mofeng, she had never witnessed him exhibit such fondness for any other woman. It was evident to all that Ruan Tian held a uniquely significant place in Yi Mofeng's heart. Yi Mofeng cherished Ruan Tian. Otherwise, he would not be constantly by her side, his countenance radiant whenever he conversed with her, something Li Jiao had never experienced from him. This realization ignited a spark of jealousy within her. Noticing the displeasure etched on Li Jiao's face, Peng Si quickly interjected, "That woman's powers are exceptionally formidable." "Oh." His words piqued Li Jiao's curiosity. What were her abilities? Peng Si elaborated on Ruan Tian's powers with embellishments. This revelation left Li Jiao astounded. Could Ruan Tian's abilities truly be so extraordinary? A food truck capable of creating a variety of culinary delights amidst the apocalypse. What a genuine golden opportunity. Chapter 90. The innocent relationship between men and women. Li Jiao was reluctant to allow such a formidable woman to remain by Yi Mofeng's side. She resolved to confront Ruan Tian. "I will seek her out for a conversation." Fortunately, Ruan Tian was alone at that moment, devoid of Yi Mofeng's presence. Li Jiao intended to inquire about the nature of Ruan Tian's relationship with Yi Mofeng, wondering why he treated her with such exceptional regard. As Li Jiao prepared to leave, Peng Si quickly called out, Jiao, are you leaving?" Won't you rest a bit longer? Li Jiao, uninterested in engaging with Peng Si, quickened her pace towards Ruan Tian. However, Peng Si persistently followed her, eager to say something. Are you not tired of trailing behind me? What do you want? Could you please give me some space? You are utterly vexing. Li Jiao's voice was fierce as she turned around and mercilessly kicked Peng Si. Like a dog. Go find something to do instead of following me all day. I am nearly at my wit's end with you. Li Jiao's words struck Peng Si hard. He had not anticipated that despite his obsequiousness, Li Jiao would still regard him with disdain. Instinctively, he reached out to retain her. But as the image of her contempt for him flashed in his mind, he withdrew his hand. Ugh, you wretched woman, putting on an act here. If it weren't for my need of you, would I even bother to fawn over you? Before the apocalypse, Peng Si had encountered many formidable women. Yet now, in this post-apocalyptic world, he found himself at the mercy of a woman. He clenched his fists, vowing that when the opportunity arose, he would overpower Li Jiao and savor the sweetness of victory. Unaware of Peng Si's inner turmoil, Li Jiao approached Ruan Tian. So, you are Ruan Tian? Her gaze scrutinized Ruan Tian from head to toe. While Ruan Tian did not possess the beauty of a top-tier femme fatale, she was by no means lacking. Rather, an indescribable vivacity radiated from her. This liveliness rendered her smile irresistibly adorable, especially accentuated by a charming little canine tooth at the corner of her lips. The effect was undeniably endearing. Even Li Jiao, upon seeing Ruan Tian, found it difficult to harbor complete disdain for her. You do have a pleasant face. Li Jiao settled beside Ruan Tian, warming her hands by the fire. The survivors eager to reach City A were all trapped here as the primary route. The sea bridge leading to City A had been obliterated by its inhabitants. Ruan Tian understood that this destruction was a deliberate act to prevent outsiders from encroaching upon their resources. City A, as the capital, held a vast stockpile of supplies, sufficient to sustain its residents for over 50 years, provided they did not share. Their selfishness was evident. Upon discovering that others sought entry, they had destroyed the bridge. This action not only warded off zombies, but also severed the escape routes of other survivors, thus preventing resource depletion. The inhabitants of City A had indeed played their cards well. Just days ago, during the Red Moon Tide, countless survivors who had journeyed to the city's borders, filled with hope, were met with utter despair upon witnessing the ravaged bridge. Before they could mourn their losses, the Red Moon Tide struck again, claiming the lives of many. While those fortunate enough to survive established a makeshift camp at the border, awaiting the right moment to venture into City A, Ruan Tian had learned of this grim reality from Yi Mafeng. Upon discovering Ruan Tian's intentions to go to City A, Yi Mafeng had resolved to ensure her entry by any means necessary. Ruan Tian, lost in thought, gazed into the flickering flames. When Li Jiao turned back, she noticed that Ruan Tian seemed to be in a trance, her eyes devoid of any spark. Hey, Ruan Tian, I'm speaking to you. Are you even listening? Ruan Tian snapped back to reality and reflexively complimented. I heard you. You are quite beautiful too, but we are not on the same path. Li Jiao frowned, feeling as though Ruan Tian looked down on her. I approached you without ulterior motives, merely to inquire. But Ruan Tian, now quick to respond, seemed to read Li Jiao's thoughts. I assure you, there is nothing between Yi Mafeng and me. I swear, our relationship is purely platonic. Our fondness for one another is merely that of friends. Li Jiao pressed, but what about your connection with him? Ruan Tian interjected, raising her hand. Our relationship is entirely innocent. His special treatment stems from my assistance in revealing Lu Xue's true nature. Li Jiao retorted. Yet, I have never seen him treat a woman with such distinction. Ruan Tian replied, Yi Mafeng is a good man. His kindness towards me is simply a reflection of our bond. Li Jiao persisted, but the way he looks at you. Ruan Tian clarified. His gaze is merely that of an older brother toward a younger sister, devoid of any other implication. Sensing that Li Jiao had more questions, Ruan Tian preemptively spoke. I assure you, Yi Mafeng and I share a genuinely innocent friendship. I hope you do not overthink this or hold it against me. After all, you know how exceptional Yi Mafeng is, handsome and immensely capable. A woman like Lu Xue could never be worthy of him. Thus, when Yi Mafeng was on the brink of mental collapse due to Lu Xue's torment, I stepped in to revive his spirit. Li Jiao was taken aback by Ruan Tian's candidness. She never expected Ruan Tian to possess such a character. Shouldn't they be at odds over Yi Mafeng, exchanging veiled barbs and striving to undermine one another? Yet Ruan Tian's demeanor had disarmed Li Jiao, leading her to conclude that perhaps there was indeed no special connection between Ruan Tian and Yi Mafeng. Li Jiao huffed softly, falling silent. In contrast, Ruan Tian, feeling emboldened, playfully poked Li Jiao's arm. "Do you have anything else to say to me?" "None at all," Li Jiao replied, sulking as she pushed Ruan Tian's hand away and stood to leave. Ruan Tian watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of regret. Then, from the shadows behind Ruan Tian, emerged Yi Mafeng. He had overheard their entire conversation. Silently standing behind Ruan Tian, he fixed his gaze upon her and suddenly inquired, "Ruan Tian, do you truly perceive our relationship as merely innocent?" Chapter 91. What exactly is our relationship? Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback by Yi Mafeng's question. Instinctively uttering a soft ah, their relationship was not merely that of innocent friends. Could it possibly be something else? At that moment, Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words. She coughed softly, sensing the slight awkwardness in the air between them. Resolutely, she pulled Yi Mafeng closer, determined to have a candid discussion about their situation. "Yi Mafeng, what do you think? Our relationship is purely innocent, right?" After uttering those words, a sudden realization crossed her mind, and her face registered a look of astonishment. With a barely audible voice, she ventured, "Could it be that you like me?" This simple inquiry rendered Yi Mafeng momentarily speechless. Did he harbor feelings for Ruan Tian? Even he was uncertain. His emotions towards her were undeniably intricate and perplexing. Yi Mafeng could not quite decipher the nature of his feelings. While it did not fit the mold of conventional love, he would go to great lengths for Ruan Tian. This sentiment was exceedingly precious. Ruan Tian had become the most significant person in Yi Mafeng's heart. Yet, he felt that to define their bond as love would be to narrow its true essence. Lost in thought, Yi Mafeng hung his head, and when Ruan Tian turned back, she noticed his brows furrowed deeply, almost as if he could crush a fly with the intensity of his expression. She couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I understand that you might not genuinely like me or harbor romantic feelings. I see it all clearly." It could be said that Yi Mafeng's feelings for Ruan Tian were exceptionally unique. He too was baffled by the nature of his emotions and ultimately chose to set aside those thoughts. As long as he could remain by Ruan Tian's side in tranquility, that alone sufficed to bring him joy. Meanwhile, Lu Xueshua lurked in the shadows, enviously observing the happiness shared between Yi Mafeng and Ruan Tian, wishing she could gnash her teeth in frustration. Why was Yi Mafeng so special towards Ruan Tian, while he maintained an aloof demeanor with her? It dawned upon Lu Xueshua that her standing in Yi Mafeng's heart had long ceased to be significant. At a loss for words, she was left with a profound, indescribable jealousy. Ruan Tian had effortlessly attained everything she desired. What must she do to completely ruin Ruan Tian? In the corner, Lu Xueshua exerted all her mental faculties, hoping to bring about Ruan Tian's downfall that very day. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Ruan Tian's unique ability. Her power was so exceptional that Yi Mafeng would undoubtedly prefer it not be exposed to others. For Ruan Tian, this could only lead to disadvantage. Therefore, Lu Xueshua resolved to casually divulge this secret to others. This way, she wouldn't need to exert much effort or dirty her hands to bring Ruan Tian down. With this plan in mind, Lu Xueshua swiftly set it in motion. While Ruan Tian prepared a meal for Yi Mafeng, she stealthily summoned a burly man from next door. He had not tasted fresh, warm food in days, and upon witnessing Ruan Tian's culinary prowess without apparent cost, he was astounded. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had never encountered such extraordinary abilities. "I can't believe what you said is true." A hint of jealousy flickered in Lu Xueshua's eyes as she exaggeratedly extolled the virtues of Ruan Tian's little cart to the man, leaving him utterly captivated. After a brief exchange, Lu Xueshua quickly whisked him away, aware that Yi Mafeng's keen senses would detect prolonged scrutiny. She hastily led the man away, who remained entranced by the enticing aromas. The scent was utterly irresistible, intoxicating merely by its presence. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a miraculous ability existed in this post-apocalyptic world. Greed shimmered in his gaze. If only he could possess such powers. Perhaps he too could soar to great heights, living a life far above others in this new world. Lu Shueshua rolled her eyes inwardly, refraining from revealing that Ruan Tian's ability could not be taken. If it could, such a fortuitous opportunity would hardly fall to him. Yet, Lu Shueshua's performance was far from over. She feigned fear, cautiously grasping the man's hand, and implored, "You must not mention this to anyone. I only shared this with you because we have grown familiar." The man nodded vigorously, swearing, "Rest assured, I won't breathe a word to anyone. This will remain our secret." Lu Shueshua exhaled in relief, but not before reminding him, "You must never reveal that I was the one who disclosed Ruan Tian's secret." The man nodded repeatedly, even patting his chest, assuring her, "Trust in my integrity. I won't tell anyone, and I certainly won't betray you." However, mere hours later, nearly every survivor in the makeshift camp had heard of Ruan Tian's abilities. At that moment, Ruan Tian remained blissfully unaware that her secret had been compromised. The burly man, accompanied by several others, approached Ruan Tian. Leading the group, he confronted her. "Don't you think you are being selfish?" Ruan Tian was taken aback. This was her first encounter with the man, and she had never seen him before. Why was he accusing her of selfishness? The man sneered, pointing out her extraordinary abilities. "Given your remarkable power, not only do you refuse to help the community, but you also attempt to conceal it?" He stepped forward, reaching out towards Ruan Tian. But Yi Mo Feng interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "She is mine. What do you want?" The burly man remained undeterred, his gaze fixated on Ruan Tian with an unmistakable glint of avarice. "We haven't had a proper meal in ages. Since your abilities are so impressive, why not share some of your food with us?" Ruan Tian immediately comprehended the man's intentions, simultaneously realizing that someone had leaked her secret. Chapter 92. Moral coercion. Even with but a fleeting thought, Ruan Tian immediately discerned who was clandestinely reporting her. No one but Lu Shueshua, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She had anticipated this development long ago, thus was not taken aback. The bearded uncle, emboldened by his perceived advantage over Ruan Tian, a seemingly defenseless young girl, grew increasingly brazen. "Given that we are all survivors in this apocalyptic world, why not share your remarkable abilities?" He pressed. Before Ruan Tian could utter a word, the survivors trailing behind the bearded uncle could no longer contain themselves. On their journey, they had been tantalized by his detailed descriptions of delectable dishes, and several had succumbed to temptation. In this desolate era, how could one possibly enjoy sweet and sour ribs? Such a claim seemed incredulous. Ruan Tian's power was indeed extraordinary, almost surreal. "You are undeniably formidable, and we are all victims. What harm is there in sharing a morsel with us? Must you be so selfish? Don't you ever feel a twinge of guilt for us?" One of them chimed in. "If you truly care for your fellow survivors, wouldn't you be inclined to share your bounty?" Their voices merged into a cacophony, wholly oblivious to the repugnance of their thoughts. Ruan Tian was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Had she lost her mind to consider cooking for such a group? They were deluding themselves if they thought she would play the role of a benevolent saint. "Apologies, but I am not at your service," she replied, her lips curving into a smile. Her appearance was inherently charming. A smile revealed a delightful dimple and an adorably prominent canine tooth. Yet, the words that escaped her lips were utterly infuriating. The bearded uncle, caught off guard by Ruan Tian's outright refusal, furrowed his brow in displeasure and decided to play the emotional card. "We are all struggling to survive. Just recently, my friend lost his wife and child. I have never enjoyed a proper meal in my life. Now, in this apocalypse, I long for a warm, hearty dish. Ruan Tian, have compassion for us. We stand before you in dire straits." As they resorted to moral coercion, Ruan Tian remained impervious to their tactics. Such ploys held no sway over her. She watched the performance unfold with an amused smile. When the tears had dried and they realized her unwavering resolve, their frustration morphed into rage. Ruan Tian, what do you mean by this? Are you truly so heartless? Do you revel in witnessing our plight as we kneel before you, grieving? We have spoken to you with sincerity, and yet you remain unmoved. They continued to hurl accusations, but Ruan Tian merely observed their theatrics. The bearded uncle, witnessing her indifference, finally cracked. Fine, I initially saw it merely a small favor, yet you demonstrate an utter lack of awareness. This is your chosen path and has nothing to do with us. I shall expose you. What fate awaited Ruan Tian when others learned of her formidable abilities? The mere thought thrilled the uncle. This was all of Ruan Tian's own making. Had she complied, she would not have resorted to such despicable methods. Therefore, the blame lay squarely upon her shoulders. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Ruan Tian urged the bearded uncle to proceed swiftly. By all means, if you wish to expose me, do so. Just remember, I hope you do not regret your decision along the way. Her defiance only served to further provoke them. The uncle stormed off with a few followers. Once they had departed, Yi Mofeng turned to Ruan Tian, concern etched in his features. Fear not. If I lacked the means of self-preservation, I would not dare engage in such matters, Ruan Tian reassured him. Her capacity for self-defense had significantly improved, and she was no longer the frail girl she once was. Equipped with an electric tricycle and the protection of Xiaobai, she felt an unshakable confidence. Seeing the expression on Ruan Tian's face, Yi Mofeng realized he had been overly anxious. She had everything under control. Resolutely, Ruan Tian summoned her electric tricycle and began to prepare a feast. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Yi Mofeng chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. What are you doing? Do you not think the situation is already chaotic enough? Without hesitation, Ruan Tian offered him a red plastic chair. Just sit quietly and enjoy the show. Zhang, are you serious? Is there truly such a remarkable ability in this world? Indeed, to conjure food out of thin air? I have never seen such a spectacle. If this is real, then all of us at the base shall be in for a treat. Before long, the entire base had gathered. They formed a bustling crowd before Ruan Tian, their eyes wide in astonishment as they watched her cook. Initially skeptical, they were soon awestruck by the sight before them. In this apocalypse, an array of delectable dishes emerged, all freshly prepared by Ruan Tian, steaming hot, garnished with scallions and chili peppers. The sweet and sour ribs, freshly steamed dumplings, and golden, crispy vegetable rolls left them breathless. Others gazed in disbelief, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Lu Xuexue, unable to contain herself, swallowed hard and seized the opportunity to speak. Ruan Tian, with so many of us standing before you, can you not spare us a taste? Chapter 93. Have you not eaten? Ruan Tian felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu in the current scene. It was reminiscent of a time in City D when she had witnessed something similar. She placed the freshly made red-oiled dumplings into Yi Mofeng's hands, the aroma wafting through the air like an enchanting spell, tantalizing enough to make one's mouth water. Yi Mofeng did not hesitate to indulge. His journey had been arduous, and he had scarcely savored anything delightful. Now, reunited with Ruan Tian, he could finally relish such culinary delights. The moment the piping hot dumplings touched his palate, a wave of exquisite flavor awakened his taste buds. Suddenly, a resounding growl erupted from an unknown source in the crowd. It was not just one stomach, but a chorus of growling bellies. A chain reaction of hunger that echoed around them. They were utterly famished. In this post-apocalyptic world, it seemed only Ruan Tian enjoyed such comfort. At that moment, Lu Xuexue stepped forward, attempting to provide an out for the others. As expected, her words ignited a flurry of voices. They could no longer contain themselves. Ruan Tian, you possess such extraordinary abilities, and it costs you nothing. Why not share some food with us? They clamored. Don't be ungrateful. Just whip up a meal for us all. The chatter grew louder, each voice clamoring for attention. Throughout it all, Ruan Tian remained unperturbed, focused solely on her meal with Yi Mofeng. This nonchalant attitude irked Lu Xuexue, who despised Ruan Tian's apparent disregard for anyone else. Ruan Tian, are you listening to us? Ruan Tian was indeed aware, but hearing their words did not compel her to respond. A man with a scruffy beard stirred the crowd's emotions, declaring, "Since Ruan Tian refuses to share, let's take what we want. She was the one being shameless first, so we shall follow suit." His influence among the survivors was palpable. His words silenced the dissenters, and they nodded in agreement. Yet the irony lay in the fact that everything belonged to Ruan Tian, yet they treated it as their own. Such behavior was undeniably repugnant. Some survivors were eager to act, but none wished to be the first to charge. Thus, the responsibility fell upon the scruffy man. He scoffed, and with a swift motion, dirt materialized in his hand. His ability allowed him to manipulate the earth, fashioning it into a makeshift weapon. Before making his move, he issued Ruan Tian a second ultimatum. "Ruan Tian, I shall give you one last chance. Will you refuse again?" Her response was simple, a radiant, albeit insincere smile. This infuriated him. Without further ado, he swung his fist toward Ruan Tian with great force. Lu Xuexue felt a surge of triumph. She had not chosen the scruffy man lightly. His strength was formidable, and as a leader among the survivors, his words commanded respect. Most importantly, his ability was classified as A-grade. His power far surpassed that of Ruan Tian's dilapidated tricycle. What could Ruan Tian possibly do against him? Though Lu Xuexue was aware of Ruan Tian's tricycle being invulnerable to external attacks, she believed it was merely a stroke of luck. Surely, it could not remain impervious forever. She envisioned seizing the moment to crush Ruan Tian beneath her heel. With glee, she watched Ruan Tian sitting there oblivious and taunted Ruan Tian. "I wonder if you will be as fortunate this time around?" In her mind, she had already conjured an image of Ruan Tian being smashed into a pulp by that fist. The other survivors shared her sentiments, convinced that Ruan Tian was destined for demise. Some closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality, while others wore expressions of indifference, even feeling that Ruan Tian deserved her fate. Why should she possess such remarkable powers in a world turned upside down, while they remained powerless? It was an undeniable injustice. But then, the unexpected transpired. When a scruffy man's mud-encrusted fist collided with the transparent barrier surrounding Ruan Tian's tricycle, it was repelled with force. The laws of physics were at play. His hand was flung back, and a distinct cracking sound echoed as his arm dislocated. Ruan Tian's seemingly useless tricycle was anything but. It was indeed extraordinary. Not only could it create culinary masterpieces, but it could also withstand such formidable attacks. The scruffy man realized his full strength could obliterate a low-level zombie. How could he not defeat Ruan Tian? Yet his arm had dislocated from the impact. Sweat poured down his forehead as he gasped in pain. Clenching his teeth, he demanded, "What have you done? How do you possess such strength?" Ruan Tian innocently gazed up at him with wide, pure eyes, defending herself. "What have I done? I haven't done anything. Look at me. I'm just sitting here enjoying my food." The scruffy man was unconvinced by her innocence. The power of her tricycle only fueled his greed. If he could seize such a potent ability, it would be a grand prize. "My strength alone is insufficient. Everyone, join forces. Let us see how long Ruan Tian can bask in her glory." The other survivors sprang into action, some engaging in close combat with fists or weapons, while others unleashed their basic elemental abilities, fire, water, hurling them toward Ruan Tian. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian savored her ribs, glancing at the spectacle of flashy abilities before her. She turned to Yi Mofeng and remarked, "Doesn't this feel like a trip to the cinema, watching a 3D movie?" Even at such a critical moment, Ruan Tian remained unfazed, prompting a resigned smile from Yi Mofeng. Indeed, he agreed. With another bite of rib, she mockingly called out, "Is that all you've got? Have you not eaten?" Chapter 94. This dish is truly delectable. When Ruan Tian uttered these words, it seemed to draw the ire of everyone present. "Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of us all?" The uncle with the bushy beard glared at her, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were ready to devour her whole. Meanwhile, Lu Xuexue's gaze shifted towards Yi Mofeng. Since their reunion, Yi Mofeng appeared to possess a semblance of life. He sat on a rather unremarkable plastic stool, engrossed in his dumplings. The enticing aroma made Lu Xuexue swallow hard. It had been ages since she had savored such delicious food. "Mofeng, could you possibly spare me a bite? I haven't enjoyed a proper meal in so long." Despite her pleading, Yi Mafeng seemed oblivious, turning his head away. This infuriated Lu Xue, and her previously pitiful expression morphed into one of resentment. She began to loathe Yi Mafeng, convinced that without him, she would not have sunk to such depths. At that moment, Ruan Tian decided to stoke the flames further, placing a freshly cooked spicy prawn into Yi Mafeng's bowl. "You must try this. It's incredibly delicious and a new recipe I've developed." Her demeanor, seemingly dismissive of everyone else, provoked even greater hostility. The others were eager to unleash their wrath upon Ruan Tian, yet her upgraded electric tricycle proved formidable, rendering all their attempts futile. As they exhausted themselves in their futile assaults, it became painfully clear that no matter their efforts, they could inflict no harm upon Ruan Tian. What kind of extraordinary ability was this, capable not only of producing exquisite cuisine, but also of providing such robust protection? The more the bushy-bearded uncle attacked, the more he felt his resolve wane. Initially fueled by anger, he now recognized the futility of opposing Ruan Tian. Instead, he realized the true culprit was the very person who had incited him to act. With a darkened expression, the uncle turned his gaze towards Lu Xue. Initially oblivious, his mind now cooled. He quickly discerned the truth. Lu Xue had been using him as a pawn. He stepped forward, seizing her hair with a firm grip. "You vile creature, how dare you mock me? Am I the sort of person you can toy with?" Without mercy, he struck her face, causing her head to jerk sideways. Lu Xue, reeling from the blow, clutched her face, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth, as she watched the bushy-bearded man prepare to strike her again. Fear gripped her, and she scrambled to Yi Mafeng's side. "Mafeng, this man intends to harm me. You cannot ignore me." Yet, Yi Mafeng merely lowered his head, continuing to eat his spicy dumplings, showing no inclination to intervene. He was no longer the Yi Mafeng she once knew. Seeing Yi Mafeng's indifference, the bushy-bearded man approached Lu Xue once more, yanking her hair and forcing her to her feet. "Let us see if you dare to mock me again." He delivered several more harsh slaps, the force sending stars dancing before her eyes. Just as he prepared to strike again, Yi Mafeng finally stirred, looking towards the uncle and saying, "Spare her. Show mercy where you can." The bushy-bearded man understood the fearsome power of Yi Mafeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concluded that it was wiser to avoid provoking him over a wretched creature like Lu Xue. With a scoff, he released her. "I'll spare your life for Yi Mafeng's sake. Should you dare to provoke me again, ensure you are worthy of it." With her face already bruised and swollen, Lu Xue crouched on the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Had it not been for Yi Mafeng's intervention, she would have endured even greater indignities. Yet, she found herself directing her resentment towards him as well. Had he come to her aid sooner, she would not have suffered so greatly. As the onlookers observed this dramatic spectacle, their tempers began to cool, and they ceased their attempts to attack Ruan Tian. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Ruan Tian stood, surveying the crowd. Despite her modest stature, she exuded an undeniable presence. "Do you not desire to eat? That can certainly be arranged." Her words sparked hope among many. As they had gone far too long without sustenance, their eyes fixated on Ruan Tian. "You may eat, but only in exchange for something." "Exchange? For what?" "With crystal cores," she replied, adeptly listing the dishes and their prices. Upon hearing this, many faces fell. The prices were exorbitant. "Are you not a swindler?" Even amid the apocalypse, food is scarce, but you cannot be this greedy. Indeed, the prices are too steep. "Ruan Tian, have you no shame?" Ruan Tian fixed her gaze on the speaker, hands on her hips, and pointed directly at him. "Oh, you dare to speak ill of me? Others may purchase my food, but you shall not." At her declaration, the crowd fell silent, some wishing to protest, but ultimately silenced by the grim fate of the man who had spoken out. Ruan Tian scanned the crowd once more, continuing, "Is there anyone else with questions? Feel free to ask. If you believe my prices are too high and wish to leave, you may do so now." Exchanges of glances ensued. A few individuals departed, but the majority remained, driven mad by hunger. They longed for something warm to eat. After 3 minutes, Ruan Tian smiled, sensing that enough remained. "The reason my food is priced so high is that it can enhance your attributes. The remaining survivors were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Ruan Tian's creations could not only satisfy their hunger, but also augment their abilities. If you doubt me, begin with the cheapest dish. After tasting it, if you experience any remarkable changes, feel free to purchase more. After a minute of silence, one brave soul stepped forward, ready to be the first to take the plunge. He requested a dumpling, and as it was being prepared, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making mouths water. The fragrance was irresistible. Ruan Tian did not keep him waiting long, soon presenting him with a golden, crispy dumpling. He swallowed hard, momentarily reluctant to take a bite. But as he cautiously lowered his head and took a bite, tears erupted from his eyes. Delicious. It is simply exquisite. Chapter 95. The 16-level electric tricycle in the aftermath of the apocalypse. He had never tasted such exquisite food again. Just a single bite left him entranced by its deliciousness, and he found himself shedding tears while clutching the vegetable dumpling in his hands. It was simply, overwhelmingly delicious. Others stood nearby, gazing enviously, some swallowing greedily, yet harboring a hint of skepticism. Could it truly be that delectable? After all, it was merely a dumpling, not something to warrant such exaggerated praise. The person savoring the dumpling turned sharply to glare at them. That's because you haven't tasted it. Once you experience this flavor, you'll understand what true culinary delight is. Yet, skepticism lingered among the crowd, some dismissing it as an ordinary dumpling. Before the apocalypse, they had cost merely 2 yuan each. Who and tea indulged in such a commonplace treat? One individual quipped, "You can't possibly be a spy sent by Ruan Tian, can you? Your expression is utterly over the top. Is it really that good?" The crowd remained dubious about his claims. The subject of their skepticism was incensed by their disbelief. "I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, buy one and see for yourselves." He protectively tucked the dumpling into his coat, his eyes wide with alarm, as if fearing someone would snatch it away. "I don't care what you think, just don't come for mine." Fearing theft, he hurriedly finished the remainder of the dumpling, greedily licking his lips. Earlier, while fighting off zombies, he had sustained some internal injuries that had lingered for quite some time. Yet, after tasting Ruan Tian's dumpling, he felt a remarkable recovery. Could it be? Was this dumpling truly miraculous? Doubt still lingered, but he reluctantly spent more to acquire another. He hesitated, savoring every bite of the dumpling, which took him 5 minutes to finish, after which he genuinely felt much better. How astonishing! Others began to notice the middle-aged man's previously sallow complexion improving noticeably. He appeared less pale than before. Could this food also possess beauty-enhancing properties? Once the first brave soul took the plunge, others began to approach to purchase food. Those with an abundance of crystal cores opted for the pricier delicacies, while those with fewer cores settled for simpler dumplings. A small faction lingered at the periphery, observing the reactions of others before deciding whether to buy. Among them was a bearded man named Su Shuai, who had been closely monitoring Ruan Tian's activities. Upon witnessing the influx of customers and the alarming 100 approval rating for her food, he could no longer remain passive. "Surely, it couldn't be that good?" Su Shuai scoffed, dismissing the dumpling as trivial. Before the apocalypse, who couldn't afford a dumpling? He was accustomed to lavish meals. How could he possibly find interest in such a mundane dish? He scoffed aloud, feigning disdain, though internally he was salivating. Yet, the aroma wafting through the air was undeniably enticing. It had to be delicious. He smacked his subordinate on the back of the head, admonishing, "Can you not possess a shred of dignity? What is so special about this food that it has you so entranced? Think for yourself." Though he harbored resentment towards Ruan Tian, her booming business only deepened his inner conflict, igniting a thought. Could Ruan Tian's creations genuinely be that delectable? Unable to resist any longer, he dispatched a subordinate to procure a dumpling, reasoning that the required crystal cores were not exorbitant. He merely sought to sample the culinary marvel for himself. However, the subordinate returned shortly, his expression somewhat forced. Su Shuai immediately inquired, "What happened? Why are you back so soon?" With a bitter smile, the subordinate replied, "Boss, Ruan Tian recognized me and wouldn't sell to me." Su Shuai was furious, his eyes blazing as he glared at Ruan Tian from afar, muttering, "She won't sell to me? Who does she think she is? Just because she possesses some talent doesn't mean she doesn't rely on others. Though exasperated, he had to suppress his anger in front of the onlookers. The subordinate, sensing the tension, cautiously added, Ruan Tian did say she could sell to us. Su Shuai's lips curled upwards. I knew Ruan Tian had some sense of reason. But before he could finish, the subordinate interjected. She said she would sell it to us, but at double the price. Su Shuai's smile vanished, his pompous demeanor evaporating. Ruan Tian truly considered herself quite important. He would rather starve than pay her inflated prices. 15 minutes later, Su Shuai found himself holding a dumpling crafted by Ruan Tian, internally cursing while simultaneously remarking, "It is indeed quite tasty. And I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel rather comfortable after eating it." No wonder Ruan Tian's culinary delights were so popular. If it were merely about flavor, there wouldn't be such a loyal clientele. This was indeed a remarkable ability. Ruan Tian possessed some genuine talent. As he savored the red oil dumplings, he was entranced by the flavor. How delightful! Who could have imagined that amidst the apocalypse, one could still relish such exquisite food? Now, he found himself regretting having crossed Ruan Tian. If only he had known better. It was all Lu Shueshu's fault for using him as a shield. She better be grateful she hadn't met her demise at his hands. Su Shuai closed his eyes, suppressing his fury, and continued to savor the delectable red oil dumplings. Ruan Tian's business thrived splendidly. Truth be told, those who had escaped from City D to the borders of City A, having endured the brutal Red Moon tide, were survivors of considerable strength. They were not particularly lacking in crystal cores. Thus, Ruan Tian had fortuitously leveraged this unexpected wealth to upgrade her cart to a higher level. Congratulations to the host. The electric tricycle has reached level 16. Please continue your efforts. After reaching level 20, there will be significant breakthroughs. Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, pondering what transformation awaited her tricycle after it reached level 20. Just the thought of it brought a smile to her lips. After a long day of bustling activity, the crowd finally dispersed. From this day forth, Ruan Tian's reputation began to grow, and amidst the apocalypse, a mysterious legend emerged. Ruan Tian's electric tricycle would one day become an invincible mobile culinary fortress. Chapter 96. Sudden Changes. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Ruan Tian let out a long sigh. Although she felt fatigued, her spirit was buoyant. During this time, Yi Mofeng had been steadfastly guarding her side. Seeing that she could finally rest, he immediately reached out to massage her shoulders. "You work hard." "Not at all. Just thinking about how many crystal cores I earned today makes it all worthwhile." Ruan Tian smiled, a glimmer of sweat still on her forehead, revealing her adorable little tiger tooth. "By the way, Yi Mofeng, are you full? If there's anything else you'd like to eat, just let me know. I've had enough." Yi Mofeng had been treated to a plethora of delicacies by Ruan Tian and simply could not consume any more. Yet, Ruan Tian continued to insist on offering him more. Each time he declared he was full, she assumed he was merely being polite. So, whenever she noticed his hands were empty, she would immediately prepare new dishes to fill them again, ensuring he sampled everything. "I just remembered, I have these." Ruan Tian pulled out a large pile of canned goods from her space, including numerous fruit cans. The items she produced were all dishes she herself lacked. "Have you not had fruit cans in ages? They're absolutely delicious. You must try this strawberry can." She selected what she deemed the best strawberry can and handed it to Yi Mofeng. "Here, give a taste." She looked at him expectantly, hoping he would find joy in it. However, Yi Mofeng simply stared at her in silence, not reaching out for the cans, unaware of the sudden shift in his mood. Ruan Tian took a pineapple-flavored can for herself. After about a minute had passed without a word from Yi Mofeng, she turned to see the expression on his face. "What's wrong? Why do you look so grim?" At first, Yi Mofeng hesitated to voice his thoughts, but could not withstand Ruan Tian's persistent questioning. Eventually, he spoke. "These cans were once luxury items before the apocalypse. You possess so many of them at once." Ruan Tian's mind raced as she grasped the implication behind his words. He was questioning her about the valuable cans and who had given them to her, especially in such quantities. In the apocalypse, the chance of encountering fruit was almost non-existent. Some would go to great lengths, even turning against one another for a single can. How had Ruan Tian managed to acquire them? Who would directly gift her such precious, rare fruit cans? The answer was singular. It was likely someone she had recently interacted with, someone with whom her relationship had evidently deepened, allowing for such generosity. This thought stirred discomfort within Yimafeng. He gazed at Ruan Tian, no longer concealing his feelings, and said, "I feel quite uneasy. You've grown so close to others without my awareness." Yimafeng did not give Ruan Tian a chance to defend herself, continuing to mutter to himself, "But I understand. After all, you're so wonderful that everyone wants to be your friend. I shouldn't feel possessive." His gaze was clear, yet tinged with sorrow. "I apologize if my earlier words upset you." Ruan Tian remained oblivious to his turmoil as he consoled himself. She stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Yimafeng stood up, gently patted her shoulder, and offered a light laugh, as if nothing were amiss. "Forget what I just said. Consider it a joke." He concluded with a simple good night, sleep early, before swiftly departing. Ruan Tian watched his retreating figure, still in a daze. She was somewhat slow to grasp matters of the heart. Why was Yimafeng acting this way? Weren't they good friends? Besides, he had never confessed any feelings for her. The intricacies of emotions were indeed perplexing. Ruan Tian summoned Xiao Bai, cradling the creature in her arms, and sighed helplessly. "Xiao Bai, what do you think Yimafeng means?" Xiao Bai tilted its head and licked Ruan Tian's cheek. "Never mind, let's just sleep." She tidied up the electric tricycle, which, with a little arrangement, could serve as a makeshift bed. Though it wasn't particularly comfortable, it was safe and warm. With Xiao Bai, she nestled on the back seat, gazing up at the stars in the sky. "Xiao Bai, is it just my imagination, or does the sky seem a bit purple tonight?" After the apocalypse, the number of stars had increased and the environment had improved significantly. Ruan Tian hoped to look up at the stars each night. However, tonight's sky was not the deep blue she expected, but rather bore a hint of purple. "Do you smell that? There's a strange scent in the air." Ruan Tian furrowed her brow, inhaling the faint aroma that, if lingered upon, could induce dizziness. "Perhaps I'm just too tired. I should sleep." She buried her face in Xiao Bai's fluffy fur and yawned. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber, uncertain of how much time had passed. Perhaps only 4 hours. Ruan Tian was awakened by Xiao Bai's damp nose nudging her. "What is it, Xiao Bai?" she murmured, groggily opening her eyes, quickly realizing something was amiss. Surrounding the camp, an eerie purple mist had suddenly materialized, identical to the hue she had previously observed in the sky. At that moment, Ruan Tian finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Something had invaded the camp. This purple mist was likely capable of disorienting people's nerves, potentially rendering them unconscious. "Where's Yimafeng?" Ruan Tian thought of him and hastily jumped from the vehicle. The entire camp was enveloped in the mist, with her little tricycle being the only refuge unaffected. The tricycle had its own protective barrier, preventing the mist from encroaching upon it. "Yimafeng, where are you?" "System, can you help me locate him?" "Affirmative. I have located Yimafeng's position." Ruan Tian glanced at the small map in the upper left corner, where a blue dot representing Yimafeng appeared. Just as she prepared to move, she recalled the mist surrounding her. Is there any way to withstand this haze? Chapter 97. The true thoughts about to surface. Ruan Tian pondered for a while, but could not think of a better solution. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the electric tricycle. "System, it seems only Snow White can save me now." "Host, at this moment, you finally remember our Snow White. Do you understand her significance now? Is this really the time to discuss significance?" Ruan Tian rolled her eyes at the sky, aware of the system's fondness for Snow White. Yet she had not anticipated it to be this intense. "Host, you can ride on Snow White. It can dispel the purple mist." Ruan Tian was well aware of Snow White's extraordinary capabilities. She lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. However, starting it would still produce the sound of the engine. If the enemy, which emitted toxins, were to detect her, it would be a grave mistake. As Ruan Tian was engulfed in anxiety, the system's voice chimed in. "Host, in addition to its advanced driving mode, Snow White also possesses a more primitive method." At first, Ruan Tian did not comprehend what the system meant. But soon, she realized what it was referring to. Indeed, After spending so many days with Snow White, she had failed to notice that it also had a petal. Ruan Tian was astonished, staring at the petal for 3 seconds in disbelief that such a thing could exist on Snow White. Host, as long as you pedal with your legs, there will be no noise. However, Ruan Tian thought, System, you truly are quite the clever one. Host, you are overpraising me. Ruan Tian exhaled deeply. She was determined to rescue Yi Mofeng. Yi Mofeng, wait for me. I'm coming to find you now. She immediately hopped onto the electric tricycle, placed her feet on the pedals, and started pedaling vigorously without a moment's hesitation. Plop! Though it was a faint sound, Ruan Tian's keen senses detected it. System, did you just laugh at me? The system fell silent for a moment, and after 3 seconds, it hurriedly clarified. No, you must have misheard. It has nothing to do with me. I heard everything. You were indeed mocking me. Absolutely not. Host, do you perhaps suffer from paranoia? As Ruan Tian and the system exchanged banter, she pedaled furiously through the swirling purple mist. Never mind. The most crucial task now was to locate Yi Mofeng. On the other side, Yi Mofeng was enveloped in the purple mist, deeply ensnared in slumber. His brow furrowed, his consciousness wrapped in dreams. In his dream, he revisited his childhood. At that time, his parents were still alive, and his sister was 5, blissfully innocent. Yi Mofeng enjoyed playing with his sister, though his parents were strict in their upbringing, particularly in their expectations of him. Yet, he understood that these measures were for the sake of the family. The Yi family was well established, a lineage of nobility, and, as the future head of the family, Yi Mofeng was subject to the most rigorous education. Though his father was stern, in his eyes, Yi Mofeng would always be his pride and joy. His mother would prepare delicious meals for him after his training sessions, making their home a happy one. Yi Ling was the joy of the Yi household, a delightful embellishment to their otherwise monotonous lives. The affection the entire family held for her was genuine, and even the servants adored her. In his dreams, Yi Mofeng saw his longed-for sister and parents. He unconsciously approached his sister, gazing down at her as she sat quietly reading, reaching out to touch her head. In the next moment, her figure vanished. Their once warm home was gradually consumed by flames. Yi Ling, scorched by the fire, reached out to Yi Mofeng in desperation, crying out like a fawn, "Brother, why won't you save me?" This scene pierced Yi Mofeng's heart like a dagger. He gritted his teeth and dashed into the inferno. Just as the flames threatened to engulf him, the dream shifted back to their previous warm daily life. Yi Ling was painting. On the canvas, their family of 4 appeared close-knit, yet devoid of facial features, their faces blank. Upon sensing Yi Mofeng's presence, she turned around, excited to show him, "Brother, look at what I painted. Isn't it beautiful?" Yi Mofeng slowly lowered his head, remaining silent for a long moment before stepping closer to her. Yi Ling continued to paint, but gradually, red began to dominate the canvas, the color of flames. Her words shifted from warmth to resentment and chill. "Brother, why won't you come save me? If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have perished." Yi Ling looked up, her smile vanished, replaced by tears of blood. She suddenly grasped Yi Mofeng's wrist tightly, her sharp nails digging into his flesh, causing him pain. "Why didn't you come to save us? You alone survive in this world. You are a coward." Her once sweet visage morphed into that of a vengeful spirit, striking fear into the heart. Yet, Yi Mofeng's gaze gradually cleared. He raised his hand, unfazed by her grotesque appearance, and gently traced his fingertip along her cheek. His eyes held a hint of sorrow, as if reminiscing about something, before he closed them and sighed softly. Ultimately, the false was false. No matter how well disguised, it remained an imitation. Yi Ling could not have uttered such words to Yi Mofeng. Just as that day, as fire would forever linger in Yi Mofeng's memory, unquenchable. In the astonished gaze of Yi Ling, he drew his sword and mercilessly plunged it into her heart. In the next instant, a piercing scream echoed in his ears. Yi Mofeng shot awake, glancing around at the familiar surroundings before falling under the encroaching purple mist. He quickly reacted, retrieving a clean cloth and moistening it with bottled water to cover his nose. With an S-class level of ability, the mist posed no real threat to him. It merely served to restrict him slightly. Once Yi Mofeng was fully awake, the mist would lose much of its potency. Whereas Ruan Tian, after regaining consciousness, his thoughts immediately turned to her. No, she possesses that extraordinary ability to protect herself. Yi Mofeng sighed in relief, but suddenly recalled something else. As he lifted his gaze again, determination filled his eyes. He must seek out Lu Xuexue. The events surrounding the Yi family from years ago could not have been an accident. Lu Xuexue must be concealing some truths. Covering his nose, Yi Mofeng stepped toward the door, a rare aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Lu Xuexue, how did my parents and sister die all those years ago? Chapter 98. The truth unveiled. Yi Mofeng swiftly located Lu Xuexue's whereabouts. She would undoubtedly not stray far from him, as she regarded him as her unwavering protector. Yi Mofeng crouched down and plunged a knife into Lu Xuexue's thigh. The intense wave of pain jolted her from her slumber, causing her to inhale sharply. Yet, her consciousness remained hazy. Yi Mofeng fixed his gaze upon her, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. In your heart, what exactly is Yi Mofeng? Lu Xuexue wore a blank expression, her mind vacant, responding to each inquiry without hesitation. Yi Mofeng is a dog, a useful machine. Even though he had anticipated this answer, hearing it spoken aloud by Lu Xuexue stirred a ripple of emotion within him, which was soon extinguished. What was the truth behind the Yi family's past? Had Lu Xuexue been fully aware, she would never have revealed the calamity she had orchestrated. Then, Yi Mofeng listened intently as the woman he had safeguarded for so many years recounted the cruel reality. Yi Mofeng and I are politically bound. The Lu family is unworthy of the Yi family, and I am unworthy of him. To keep him firmly at my side, I orchestrated a fire incident. That day, after Yi Mofeng finished his match, I deliberately called him away, feigning affection to persuade him to accompany me to a bar. He loathed that place. Yet this foolish dog went for my sake. This was to fabricate an alibi for my absence, while on the other side, I took advantage of Yi father and Yi mother's outing to arrange a meticulously planned car accident, leading to their demise in a fiery explosion. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng's gaze turned vacant, muttering, no wonder. No wonder on that fateful day, Lu Xuexue had inexplicably insisted he join her at the bar, claiming that without him, she would lose face. Having grown up as childhood friends and neighbors, Yi Mofeng, with his inherently kind nature, succumbed to her manipulations and accompanied her. Continue, he commanded, his demeanor chilling, his heart turning icy. All these years had been a deception. How foolish he had been to place unwavering trust in the fabrications and illusions I had conjured. Watching him weep inconsolably at his parents' funeral, I consoled him while reveling in my inner delight. What could be more gratifying than pulling a once mighty prodigy down to the ground? I observed Yi Mofeng, resembling a dog, kneeling and wagging his tail, oblivious to the fact that I had fed him false medication for half a month and rendered his legs useless. Yi Mofeng now comprehended everything. Lu Xuexue had orchestrated it all. His parents' death was her doing. His near disability was her handiwork. As for his sister, I had long harbored disdain for Yi Ling. In my eyes, she was nothing but a pretender. Each time I visited the Yi household, she feigned familiarity, believing she deserved such closeness. Additionally, her incessant attachment to Yi Mofeng, basking in adoration from so many, made me wish for her demise. I took pleasure in seeing her beautiful face scorched, relishing the sight of her twisted agony amid the flames. As Yi Mofeng's fiancée, Lu Xuexue seldom visited the Yi family. First, she struggled to cope with Yi father and Yi mother. Second, she could not bear to see Yi Ling, the beloved princess of the family. The mere thought of her filled Lu Xuexue with loathing, wishing nothing more than for Yi Ling to perish. Thus, Yi Ling's death was also orchestrated by Lu Xuexue. The root of all calamities befalling the Yi family lay squarely at her feet. Her cruelty, envy, possessiveness over Yi Mofeng, and disregard for human life were now fully recognized by Yi Mofeng. He suddenly felt absurd. To everyone else, Lu Xuexue was an exemplary fiancée. Even after the Yi family's downfall, the engagement remained intact. Yi Mofeng had once been so moved, believing it was Lu Xuexue who had pulled him from darkness. Little did he know, It was all a meticulously crafted facade. He had been a fool, a devoted dog to Lu Xuexue for years, even speaking ill of Ruan Tian because of her. At the core, he had been excessively naive. Unbeknownst to him, tears had already drenched his cheeks. Yet his expression remained vacant, as if his very soul had departed. At that moment, Ruan Tian arrived, parking her snow-white vehicle downstairs. Following the system's prompts, she ascended to the third floor, discovering Yi Mofeng's figure. Initially, Ruan Tian did not perceive the sorrow etched on his face as he faced away from her. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The somber atmosphere he exuded was unmistakable. Cautiously, Ruan Tian placed her hand on Yi Mofeng's shoulder, prompting a slight reaction from him. He turned to face her, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet, Ruan Tian was taken aback by the tears streaming down his face. In her recollection, Yi Mofeng was not one to weep easily. "My goodness, Yi Mofeng, what has happened to you?" Upon turning around, Ruan Tian beheld the unconscious Lu Xuexue, along with the injury on her leg. Gradually, the pieces fell into place. After Ruan Tian's arrival, Yi Mofeng's shattered spirit began to mend, and he finally managed to articulate, "Everything is the doing of Lu Xuexue. My parents' deaths, the decline of the Yi family, my legs, and my sister." Suddenly, he turned, burying his face in Ruan Tian's embrace like a child seeking solace. "It was all Lu Xuexue's doing." Ruan Tian gasped, realizing that the torment Yi Mofeng had endured was undeniably linked to Lu Xuexue. She had not anticipated Lu Xuexue's ruthlessness, capable of bringing the Yi family to such ruin. Additionally, before the apocalypse, Lu Xuexue had lived a life of luxury, possessing ample energy to maintain her facade. She had played her role so convincingly, so naturally, that she had ensnared Yi Mofeng completely. It was only after the cataclysm that she resorted to more sinister means to bind Yi Mofeng to her, gradually revealing her true colors. Ruan Tian closed her eyes, letting out a resigned sigh, at a loss for words. All she could do was embrace Yi Mofeng tightly, whispering gentle reassurances. "I'm here. I'm with you. So please don't be so sorrowful." How could he not be sorrowful? Upon uncovering the truth, Yi Mofeng realized that his perception of Lu Xuexue had been nothing short of a farce for all these years. Fortunately, Ruan Tian's presence alleviated some of his grief. He closed his eyes, vulnerable yet willing to expose this fragility before Ruan Tian. She tenderly stroked his hair, offering comfort. "At least you have come to understand the truth. Haven to you? You've seen through her facade, and I am genuinely happy for you." Indeed, as Ruan Tian remarked, he had not fallen deeper into deception. He had discerned Lu Xuexue's deceitful exterior. Yi Mofeng did not dwell in despair for long. Quickly regaining his composure, he released Ruan Tian. However, as his fingers slipped from her waist, a sense of lingering reluctance washed over him. The most crucial point now is to ascertain the origin of this purple mist. Ruan Tian nodded in agreement, recalling that everything had been perfectly fine not long ago. Yet this purple mist seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, capable of crafting personalized dreams for individuals even while they slumbered. Such an ability is undeniably extraordinary. We must embark on a journey to uncover the source of this purple mist. However, Ruan Tian was particularly concerned about the moment when Lu Xuexue would awaken and realize that, unknowingly, she had divulged the truth to Yi Mofeng. How splendidly expressive would Lu Xuexue's face be at that time? Ruan Tian eagerly anticipated this revelation. She was curious to see what explosive words Lu Xuexue might utter once the truth was laid bare. Ruan Tian took Yi Mofeng's hand and led him to the electric tricycle. Yi Mofeng paused, astonished by the advanced technology of the vehicle. "I didn't even hear the sound of the battery starting when you arrived," he remarked. Ruan Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment at his observation. She cleared her throat, hesitating whether to reveal the truth to Yi Mofeng. In truth, it was because Snow White could still rely on human legs for movement. Ruan Tian pondered whether to disguise her embarrassment and withhold this shameful detail from Yi Mofeng. However, under Yi Mofeng's perceptive gaze, she could not conceal her subtle actions, and he quickly discerned the petals beneath her feet. "Ruan Tian, your vehicle is indeed quite sophisticated," he noted. At his words, Ruan Tian's face flushed crimson. She coughed softly and replied in a hushed tone, "Oh, that's because you don't understand. This is truly the most advanced method." Yi Mofeng studied Ruan Tian for a few moments before insisting she dismount. "You sit in the back. I will ride." "This is not acceptable," Ruan Tian protested. Yet Yi Mofeng had made up his mind. How could he allow Ruan Tian to serve him in such a manner? Despite Yi Mofeng's tall stature, standing over 6 feet, he found it unacceptable for Ruan Tian, a petite girl, to ride while he sat behind her. Thus, it was settled that Yi Mofeng would take the lead, and Ruan Tian experienced the sensation of an electric tricycle propelled by his strength. With Yi Mofeng's considerable power, even with Ruan Tian seated behind him, they sped along with remarkable swiftness. Ruan Tian grasped the handlebars, shielded by the tricycle's protective barrier, which prevented the encroaching purple mist from infiltrating their space, offering them a significant measure of safety. Ruan Tian felt reassured as she and Yi Mofeng advanced, soon discerning the pattern of the purple mist. Your quick awakening was due not only to your formidable abilities and unwavering will, but also because we were quite distant from the source of the mist, allowing us to narrowly escape, she explained. Moreover, I believe it is not merely my imagination. The concentration of the mist increases as we proceed further. Upon closer examination, Ruan Tian noticed something amiss within the mist. At first glance, the mist appeared innocuous, but with prolonged observation, she discerned that it was composed of numerous minuscule spores. Yi Mofeng glanced briefly before quickly averting his gaze. Staring too long at this phenomenon was somewhat nauseating, triggering a mild case of claustrophobia. Additionally, it appeared that this entity possessed very weak close combat abilities, despite the noise they had made during their journey. It seemed to have detected their presence and merely intensified the mist without sending anything to confront them. From this observation, they could extract 2 significant pieces of information. First, this entity was far weaker than they had anticipated, primarily adept at mental assaults. Second, it was likely a plant, lacking allies and possessing a fragile core. Through their analysis, the situation began to clarify. They followed the mist towards the outskirts of the camp. The entity likely sensed danger and released an increasing number of spores. However, under the protection of Snow White's barrier, its most notorious attack was rendered ineffective, akin to mere sheets of paper. Soon, Ruan Tian and Yi Mofeng uncovered the true nature of this toxic creature. Yet upon fully perceiving its appearance, Ruan Tian's lips twitched in disbelief. "Yi Mofeng, what on earth is this? I can't shake the feeling that it bears a striking resemblance to the spore shroom from Plants vs. Zombies." Yi Mofeng nodded in agreement. The toxic creature was indeed a large, entirely purple mushroom, from which the mist emanated through an opening at its apex. It had an oddly repulsive appearance. Its method of attack was rather straightforward. It released a plethora of deceptive purple mist when the onlookers let their guard down. This mist weaved nightmares within the minds of the survivors. Should their resolve waver, they would gradually succumb to the dreams, unable to awaken. Prolonged exposure to the mist would also lead to the decay of their physical forms, transforming them into sustenance for the creature. Ruan Tian marveled at the extraordinary development of intelligence in a toxic mushroom in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon sighting Ruan Tian and Yi Mofeng, the mushroom recoiled in fright, releasing a final burst of toxic mist. Yet, shielded by their protective barrier, no harm could befall them regardless of the mushroom's attempts at assault. Ruan Tian inexplicably felt that this mushroom could serve as an excellent ingredient. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed at the mushroom and exclaimed, "Yi Mofeng, what do you think about using it for cooking?" Chapter 100. I ask you once more upon the utterance of those words. Yi Mofeng was left astounded, as was the little mushroom. It had never encountered such a ruthless individual before. Before Yi Mofeng could even utter a word, the little mushroom emitted a series of frantic squeals. Yet, the more it shrieked, the more exhilarated Ruan Tian felt. "Yi Mofeng, look, it's still screaming," Ruan Tian exclaimed, playfully tapping Yi Mofeng's arm, her excitement palpable as she beheld such a fascinating organism for the first time since the apocalypse. This ignited a bold idea within Ruan Tian. If these ingredients were incorporated into her culinary endeavors, might they alter the very essence of her recipes? Moreover, If plants could evolve and develop sentience, what of snakes? If they thrived and continuously evolved in this new world, could they one day transform into dragons? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Such magical occurrences could indeed transpire. Ruan Tian's imagination soared as she jubilantly shook Yi Mofeng's arm, her delight akin to that of a child. Yi Mofeng, supportive of Ruan Tian's enthusiasm, simply wished for her happiness. As long as you're happy, anything is permissible, he thought. Ruan Tian chuckled, genuinely elated, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a novel culinary perspective. However, the mushroom was less than thrilled, feeling entirely disregarded in the decision-making process. It wished to retaliate, but the purple mist it could produce was exceedingly limited. Having exhausted it in its earlier attempts to attack Ruan Tian and Yi Mofeng, it now found itself defenseless, left to simmer in impotent rage. Ruan Tian initially intended to take matters into her own hands, but was gently halted by Yi Mofeng. He lightly patted her arm and spoke softly, "Allow me." Realizing that Yi Mofeng would likely handle the situation with greater finesse, she relinquished control. "All right then, it's all yours. I'll let you try." What followed was the mushroom's most harrowing experience, as it was subjected to relentless handling, leaving it utterly pitiable. In less than 15 minutes, it met a swift and dreadful end. Ruan Tian, holding the meticulously prepared ingredients, was taken aback by their unique texture. Yi Mofeng, this mushroom feels delightfully bouncy and smooth to the touch. If the mushroom in the heavens had heard those words, it would undoubtedly have been incensed enough to raise a middle finger in protest. Ruan Tian pondered the prospect of incorporating this ingredient into her soup dumplings. Would it create a distinct flavor? She mused. Instantly, she called out to the system in her mind. "System, are you there?" "Yes, host. What inquiries do you have?" Ruan Tian swiftly voiced her thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, the system replied, "While this information is not yet meant to be disclosed to you, I must admit, you have prematurely uncovered the benefits and changes that come after reaching level 20. Recognizing that Ruan Tian had deduced much, the system decided there was no need for further concealment. Firstly, upon leveling up to 20, your vehicle will undergo a significant transformation. Secondly, after reaching level 20, recipes will be released in series rather than as standalone entries. Thirdly, post-level 20, the preset menu will allow for the addition of ingredients sourced from real life, yielding unexpectedly delightful dishes. Lastly, you will acquire a door of convenience. Upon hearing the last point, Ruan Tian sensed something amiss. A door of convenience? What precisely did that entail? Her curiosity piqued. She found it peculiar that the system had emphasized those three words with quotation marks. Perhaps this door was not a door in the conventional sense, but something entirely different. Ruan Tian, brimming with excitement, paced back and forth as she eagerly anticipated what her cart would transform into after reaching level 20. However, to upgrade her current cart, she required an abundance of crystal cores. She resolved to wait for the next blood moon tide, during which she could gather various means to assist her cart's enhancement with the collected cores. With satisfaction, Ruan Tian stored the unfortunate wild mushroom in her space. During this process, she noticed Yi Mofeng's gaze upon her, and a fleeting realization struck her. She withdrew the mushroom and presented it to him. "Yi Mofeng, would you like this mushroom?" To her inquiry, Yi Mofeng curtly declined. Not in the slightest. Disappointment washed over Ruan Tian, causing her to lower her head momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "Don't worry. Once I incorporate it into my dishes, you'll be the first to taste it." Yi Mofeng responded with a dry, "Thanks." After resolving the crisis and apprehending the instigator, they returned to their camp to assess everyone's condition. Thankfully, Xiaobai had sensed something amiss and roused Ruan Tian just in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. With no casualties, everyone gradually regained consciousness. Ruan Tian and Yi Mofeng worked in tandem to restore order among the group. Soon, Lu Xue awakened, but her immediate reaction was one of pain. Yi Mofeng had neglected to bandage her wounds, and her leg continued to bleed profusely, nearly causing her to succumb to the agony. "Ah!" she screamed, gasping in pain as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Yi Mofeng soon appeared before her, and upon seeing him, Lu Xue instinctively turned haughty, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "I know you don't like me right now, but I was injured during a critical moment. You didn't protect me at all. Yi Mafeng, you are truly heartless. I have been kind to you, and this is how you repay me? Do you think you would be where you are now without me? Your selfishness is disheartening. She positioned herself as a victim, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy from onlookers. However, to Yi Mafeng, this act was utterly nauseating. If it weren't for me, what would have happened to your parents and sister? In the next moment, Yi Mafeng pressed his sword against Lu Xuexue's throat, his voice cold and deliberate. You dare mention them now? This was the first time Lu Xuexue directly sensed Yi Mafeng's murderous intent, leaving her frozen in shock, her previous accusations forgotten. Lu Xuexue, I ask you once more, how did my parents and sister die? Chapter 101. I will make you wish you were dead. Lu Xuexue felt an unsettling aura emanating from Yi Mafeng, who stood before her. Instinctively, she curled her body, discomfort swirling within her as she listened to his cold voice. It felt profoundly disheartening. Yi Mafeng had never treated her in such a manner before. What had triggered this shift in his demeanor? Lu Xuexue could not comprehend it, but her resentment towards him was palpable. Why could their relationship not revert to its former state? If only Yi Mafeng had protected her, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Mafeng, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Your parents and sister perished due to an accident. How could you cast suspicion upon me? Unbeknownst to Lu Xuexue, she had already revealed the entire truth to Yi Mafeng in her dreams. It truly wasn't me. Mafeng, why don't you believe me? She resembled a small dog yearning for its master's forgiveness, extending her hand to tentatively tug at Yi Mafeng's pant leg, swaying it gently. Mafeng, you must trust me. If it weren't for my involvement, your parents' affairs and your sister's fate would have been left unattended. I am the one who cares for you the most. Surely you should know that. Tears streamed down Lu Xuexue's face, her once exquisite features marred by multiple slaps, rendering her previous beauty unrecognizable. Fearful that Yi Mafeng might uncover the truth from years past and abandon her, she gripped his pant leg tighter. It truly wasn't me. Mafeng, during your lengthy hospital stay, I was by your side. I told you bedtime stories, afraid you would have nightmares. I stayed awake all night just to guard you. Have you forgotten all that I've done for you? Is this how you choose to blame me? Throughout Lu Xuexue's impassioned defense, Yi Mafeng remained silent. He stood with a straight back, gazing down at her, his eyes shrouded in a murky darkness, as if concealing something dreadful. At that moment, Yi Mafeng looked at Lu Xuexue as if she were a repulsive poison. Yet, she remained oblivious, unaware that her true nature had long been laid bare before him. Mafeng, we were childhood sweethearts. I'm still your fiancé. After all these years, don't you know my character? Lu Xuexue continued to plead her case, her melodious words portraying her as the victim. However, Yi Mafeng, observing her, felt an indescribable revulsion. He had been deceived by Lu Xuexue for far too long. Lu Xuexue, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Is there truly no connection between you and the deaths of my parents and sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Xuexue sensed something unsettling in Yi Mafeng's calm tone. A primal fear gripped her, for she felt that revealing the truth could lead to dire consequences. Yet, with no choice but to proceed, she continued her charade of a pitiable victim, lamenting, "Indeed, I had nothing to do with it. It was that Ruan Tian who approached you with ulterior motives." Wouldn't you agree, Mafeng? She not only denied her culpability, but also insinuated that Ruan Tian was involved in the catastrophe. At this point, Lu Xuexue's malevolence was apparent. As she sought to drag another down with her, Yi Mafeng's initial perception of Lu Xuexue's simplicity shattered. He found himself laughing in disbelief, the irony and disdain unmistakable in his laughter. Mafeng, what's wrong? Why do you laugh so forcefully? Lu Xuexue crawled closer, her fingers tightly clutching at his pant leg. Her eyes filled with imploring desperation, a look previously unseen on her face. Yi Mafeng fixed his gaze on her, resolved to unveil the truth without further pretense. You are the one who killed my parents and my sister, aren't you? What were your feelings as you watched her struggle in the flames? Upon hearing such accusations, a chill ran down Lu Xuexue's spine. Her immediate reaction was one of disbelief. How could Yi Mafeng know? She had meticulously concealed her actions, ensuring there were no traces left behind. Yet, Yi Mofeng now appeared to possess knowledge of everything. A wave of panic washed over her, and she endeavored to mask her expression to prevent him from discerning her turmoil. Mofeng, how can you think of me in such a way? I've told you. The incidents involving your parents and sister were mere accidents. They have nothing to do with me. Furthermore, I've aided you countless times, all because I love you. If I didn't care for you, why would I do all this? In response, Yi Mofeng silently regarded Lu Xuexue, mercilessly exposing her true intentions. It seems you are not acting out of genuine concern for me, but rather to keep me ensnared as your devoted follower. Is that not the case? Lu Xuexue was rendered speechless, her mind racing as she pondered how to exonerate herself. Unfortunately, Yi Mofeng's faith in her had long since evaporated. All of this is your doing. Lu Xuexue, I have contemplated countless reasons, yet none evoke the disgust I feel now, realizing that the truth had been laid bare. Lu Xuexue gasped, contemplating the possibility of losing Yi Mofeng forever. With her looks not particularly striking and her abilities lacking, how could she survive alone? Mofeng, it's all my fault. Please don't leave me. I acted this way because I love you. Mofeng, you must believe me. It's all because of my love. She reached for Yi Mofeng's pant leg again, instinctively attempting to draw him closer. But in the next moment, Yi Mofeng lifted his foot and kicked her away. Lu Xuexue, I will not kill you, but I will make you wish you were dead. Chapter 102. I am pregnant with your child. Lu Xuexue possessed an intimate understanding of Yi Mofeng. It was precisely this understanding that assured her he would never abandon her after receiving her kindness. Hence, she had been secretly plotting for quite some time. She believed Yi Mofeng to be an admirable man, one she must firmly keep by her side, ensuring he would never escape her grasp. Therefore, Lu Xuexue began her intricate scheming. Aware of Yi Mofeng's character, she comprehended the profound significance of family in his heart. Her idea was simple yet sinister. Eliminate Yi Mofeng's family, and then present herself as a savior in his time of need. Was this not the most straightforward path to redemption? Thus, Lu Xuexue executed her plan, first orchestrating a car accident that claimed the lives of Yi Mofeng's parents. Subsequently, she personally set fire to his sister and, with drugs, incapacitated Yi Mofeng's legs. She then made her appearance at the opportune moment, successfully binding Yi Mofeng to her. How flawless her plan seemed. Yet now, the truth lay bare before them. Yi Mofeng was fully aware of her machinations. Mofeng, please allow me to explain. Everything I have done stems from my love for you. If I did not love you, how could I possibly engage in such actions? Their positions had subtly shifted. Yi Mofeng, who once seemed easily manipulated, had undergone a transformation after his interactions with Ruan Tian, awakening to a stronger sense of self, making him far less malleable. Lu Xuexue's resentment towards Ruan Tian grew intensely. Had it not been for that wretched woman, Yi Mofeng would never have considered distancing himself from her. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xuexue inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner turmoil, and resolved to shift the blame entirely onto Ruan Tian. Mofeng, our relationship was once splendid. All of this turmoil arose because of Ruan Tian's interference. I suspect she must have whispered insidious words to you while we were at odds. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Mofeng approached Lu Xuexue, sword in hand, his gaze cold and piercing, reminiscent of frozen ice that sent a shiver through one's bones. What are you to compare yourself with Ruan Tian? You are not worthy of her. You do not even measure up to her little finger. How dare you utter her name in my presence? It is laughable. Hearing Yi Mofeng declare her unworthy of Ruan Tian enraged Lu Xuexue to her core. How can you compare me with Ruan Tian? Look at me and then at her, a mere country girl. What could she possibly have to compare with me? She glared at Yi Mofeng, her fury palpable, and continued, I was right all along. It must be Ruan Tian who has whispered poison in your ear, leading you to this state. Yi Mofeng locked eyes with Lu Xuexue, a sudden smile gracing his lips. I have thought of a way to make you suffer. Yi Mofeng rarely smiled. He was not of the jovial sort. Thus, the sight of him smiling sent chills down Lu Xuexue's spine. What do you intend to do? You wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, would you? In this moment of urgency, she abandoned all pretense of vulnerability. Trembling, she pointed at Yi Mofeng, her voice strong. I warn you. If you dare to harm me, even if I descend into hell, I shall never forgive you. Yi Mafeng knelt, scrutinizing her face, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, I will not allow you to perish so easily. He stood, turning to leave. Lu Shueshua, in a state of panic, scrambled after him, her voice shrill. What are you planning to do? What do you intend for me, Yi Mafeng? I will not forgive you. Yet, Yi Mafeng paid her no mind. In a world as brutal as this, what fate awaited a powerless woman stripped of her protection? It was simple. Yi Mafeng sought out Peng Si, who was deep in thought, contemplating how to curry favor with the newly arrived goddess of their group. Upon turning, he caught sight of Yi Mafeng. Peng Si cautiously glanced at Lu Shueshu, recalling how Yi Mafeng once held affection for her, and cleared his throat, adopting a haughty demeanor. What do you want? Do you not realize my time is precious? I am hungry. Go ask Ruan Tian for some food for me. But Yi Mafeng pressed the hilt of his sword against Peng Si's throat. This sudden action startled Peng Si, who stumbled back, eyeing Yi Mafeng warily. What do you want? Why are you here? Yi Mafeng scoffed, his expression devoid of warmth as he seized Lu Shueshua and dragged her forward. From this day forth, I shall no longer protect Lu Shueshua. Her affairs are no longer my concern. This abrupt declaration left Peng Si bewildered. Had they quarreled? The dynamics among the three of them bore a striking resemblance to a fiery winter. Over time, Peng Si had observed Yi Mafeng's unwavering kindness toward Lu Shueshua. Even as she treated him like a dog, Yi Mafeng remained devoted. Thus, hearing him declare he would cease to protect her, especially when Lu Shueshua appeared so sorrowful, piqued Peng Si's curiosity. In less than a minute, he grasped the situation. Yi Mafeng had lost interest in Lu Shueshua, and they were parting ways. Oh, it was all a misunderstanding. Peng Si's demeanor shifted instantly. Brother Yi, I apologize. This was all Lu Shueshua's fault. How could someone as formidable as you engage in such antics? Lu Shueshua's eyes widened in disbelief. Peng Si? He paid her no mind, focusing solely on flattering Yi Mafeng. His previous arrogance evaporated. Yi Mafeng spoke calmly from now on. I have no ties with Lu Shueshua. She is now yours. Peng Si nodded eagerly. Of course, whatever you say, Brother Yi. Realization dawned on Lu Shueshua as she gritted her teeth, suddenly placing her hand on her abdomen and boldly declaring, Yi Mafeng, I am pregnant with your child. Chapter 103. The dog-eat-dog situation. Yi Mafeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Shueshua to conjure such an elaborate statement after much contemplation. Lu Shueshua was exploiting Yi Mafeng's yearning for family. Upon noticing the dull expression on his face, she immediately declared, I am carrying your child. Yi Mafeng, no matter how much you may dislike me, you cannot possibly disregard the child within me. After uttering these words, she seemed to ascend to a moral high ground, resolutely pressing on, this child bears your bloodline. If you treat me poorly, it is tantamount to neglecting your own offspring and committing an act of domestic violence. Lu Shueshua believed that after such a declaration, Yi Mafeng would have a change of heart and revert to being her devoted admirer. However, to her utter dismay, Yi Mafeng's expression remained notably serene. Why are you silent, Yi Mafeng? She tentatively called out. He slowly lifted his gaze and began to articulate his reasoning. Firstly, there has been no intimate relationship between us. Upon hearing this, Lu Shueshua's expression faltered, and before Yi Mafeng could continue, she countered vehemently. How could we not have had a relationship? Do you not remember that day when you were intoxicated? That was the moment. Yi Mafeng recalled that day vividly. Indeed, he had been inebriated, overwhelmed by sorrow on the anniversary of his parents' passing, and had consumed an entire bottle of alcohol in one go. Yi Mafeng, you are truly despicable. You forcibly overpowered me and now pretend to be the good person, Lu Shueshua retorted, once again claiming the moral high ground. It is entirely your fault. If not for you, how could I possibly be pregnant? In this apocalypse, how am I to survive with a child? Regrettably for her, Yi Mafeng did not fall into her trap of self-justification. He simply observed her in silence. Once she had exhausted her fury, he spoke calmly. I have no inclination to play the role of a cuckold. This child must belong to Peng Si, for it is certainly not mine. Peng Si, who had been spectating the drama unfold, stepped back in alarm as his name entered the conversation. But this has nothing to do with me. He protested vehemently. Yige, please do not misunderstand. I was also drunk that day, and I remember nothing. Yi Mofeng disregarded Peng Si and continued, in truth, I was not as inebriated as you assume. Upon regaining clarity, I noticed your absence and immediately sought you out. It was then that I discovered you and Peng Si entangled together in bed. Is this child truly mine? I suspect you both engaged in such acts more than once thereafter. Lu Xuexiue's complexion turned ashen. She was utterly unprepared for Yi Mofeng's incisive observations. Despite having witnessed her infidelity, he maintained a facade of indifference, which astonished her. The child in your womb is yours and Peng Si's, not mine, he asserted. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuexiue's expression soured dramatically, mirrored by Peng Si, whose amusement had vanished entirely. Lu Xuexiue, did you not claim to be on contraception? How could you possibly be pregnant? He approached her incredulously, gripping her hand with slightly excessive force. Speak up. Whose child is this? I will not assist you in raising it. So give up. No, you must take responsibility for this child, Yi Mofeng interjected, having devised the most effective means of revenge against the two. What? Peng Si fumed, instinctively wanting to throw a tantrum like before. Yet, he quickly realized that Yi Mofeng was no longer someone he could afford to offend, causing his anger to dissipate. Cough. Yige, you must be reasonable. How am I to support Lu Xuexiue? You know my ability is subpar. This is tantamount to a death sentence. Peng Si was barely able to sustain himself, and adding Lu Xuexiue as a burden would only exacerbate his plight. He had no desire to care for her or the unknown child. You have no say in this. Should I discover that Lu Xuexiue meets her into your hands, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Yi Mofeng warned. This was nothing short of coercion. Peng Si felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, but dared not voice his grievances, instead adopting a sullen demeanor and nodding in silence. Seeing that her emotional appeal had failed, Lu Xuexiue resorted to sentimentality. Mofeng, everything I did before was out of my affection for you. Even if you hold a shred of fondness for our past, you cannot treat me this way. Yi Mofeng turned a glance at Lu Xuexiue, delivering a flawless response. I have no interest in raising another child. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, having conceived the most effective method to torment the two of them, this treacherous pair, for the sake of his own survival. Peng Si could not truly allow Lu Xuexiue to perish. However, given his temperament, he would not treat her kindly, leading to a straightforward and grim fate for her. Lu Xuexiue would not remain passive either. She would incessantly cause trouble for Peng Si. This was Yi Mofeng's ideal strategy for inflicting torment. It was nearly impossible for Lu Xuexiue to simply resign herself to death. Yi Mofeng intended to leave her in a state of suffering, living like a mere insect in this world. As he walked away, he heard Peng Si's irritable voice behind him. You wretched woman, did I not tell you before? After we are together, you must take contraceptive measures. Now look, you want me to help raise this child? You better figure it out yourself. Even if this child is born, I will not assist you. You can dispose of it, Peng Si exclaimed. Lu Xuexiue quickly succumbed to tears, her voice thick with despair. Peng Si, this is your biological child. How can you even consider abandoning your own flesh and blood? Such a selfish individual as Peng Si would never acknowledge the child. To him, it was merely a stranger. Yi Mofeng continued on his path, resolute in his belief that the future interactions between these two would undoubtedly be most captivating. Chapter 104. This is also a kind of interest after resolving the matters concerning Lu Xuexiue and Peng Si. Yi Mofeng promptly sought out Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian was indulging in desserts, and, upon noticing Yi Mofeng's arrival, without uttering a word, she handed him the portion of sweets she had meticulously prepared in advance. Why did you take so long to return? Come quickly. This is a dessert I just made, and I remember you haven't tasted it yet. You must try it and see if you like it. Initially, Yi Mofeng's mood was rather somber, but the moment he beheld Ruan Tian's radiant smile, the gloom dissipated instantaneously. I'll give it a try. He accepted the delicacy she offered, gently scooping a small portion with a spoon. The moment the sweet flavor touched his palate, he found himself utterly captivated by its sweetness. Although Yi Mofeng was not particularly fond of desserts, He discovered an unexpected fondness for this one crafted by Ruan Tian. He pondered whether it was the flavor itself he relished, or if it was merely because Ruan Tian had made it that he enjoyed it so much. Neither spoke, as Ruan Tian diligently savored her dessert. However, she kept a discreet eye on Yi Mafeng, noticing that he finished quickly, prompting her to produce another serving. With the flair of a magician, she elicited a soft chuckle from Yi Mafeng. At last he smiled. Ruan Tian beamed alongside him, having secretly monitored his expressions, fearful that he might be sorrowful. She was aware of what he had recently endured and the individuals he had encountered, so upon his return, he seemed to carry an unrelenting aura of melancholy. Ruan Tian disliked seeing him in such a state, so she swiftly pressed the dessert she had prepared into his hands. "Isn't it delightful? It's sweet, but not overwhelmingly so." Hearing this, Yi Mafeng quietly nodded in agreement. It was indeed sweet without being cloying. This sensation mirrored how Ruan Tian made him feel. When she smiled, the atmosphere grew sweet, yet never excessively so. Everything was perfectly balanced. Ruan Tian thrust another dessert into his hands, playfully imploring, "Make sure to eat more. Once you finish, I can prepare countless more until you tire of them." Yi Mafeng discerned her intention to comfort him, fearing he might be unhappy. "I'm not upset. You needn't worry so much." Yet Ruan Tian held a different perspective. She could see that family and sisterhood mattered profoundly to Yi Mafeng, and Lu Xuexue had shattered that bond. Given the prolonged deception he had endured at Lu Xuexue's hands, he must surely feel discomfort. "Rest assured, when you're with me, you can express any sorrow you harbor. You needn't conceal anything." She gently patted his shoulder twice, offering solace. "In our current relationship, if anything troubles you, simply tell me. There's no need to hide it." After saying this, Ruan Tian pretended to pout, teasingly adding, "Otherwise, I might just get angry, and if I do, I may never speak to you again." She believed her words wielded great influence, but to Yi Mafeng, her antics appeared endearingly charming. With a chuckle, he felt the remnants of his earlier melancholy evaporate. Ruan Tian finally witnessed a genuine smile from Yi Mafeng, which delighted her immensely. "Yi Mafeng, you're finally smiling. Did you know you look incredibly cute when you do?" Ruan Tian complimented him, her gaze drifting around before settling back on the dessert in her hand. "Just as delightful as this dessert I hold." Her sweet words once again brought laughter to Yi Mafeng, dispelling the last vestiges of his clouded thoughts, leaving him tranquil and serene. Observing the calmness enveloping Yi Mafeng, Ruan Tian suddenly recalled something and pulled him closer, inquiring, "Yi Mafeng, there is something I wish to ask, but if it's inconvenient, please disregard it." "Are you inquiring about how I dealt with Lu Xuexue and Peng Si?" To her surprise, Yi Mafeng anticipated her question even before she voiced it. As if he were a mind reader, Ruan Tian felt a bit embarrassed, her hand rising to scratch her cheek, feeling somewhat bashful. "If you prefer not to share, you needn't. I completely understand." Yet Yi Mafeng divulged everything, recounting the recent events in detail. "My heavens, Lu Xuexue is truly despicable and revolting. How could she even think of making you a scapegoat? How could such shameless individuals exist in this world?" Ruan Tian was so incensed she nearly choked on her words. Genuinely furious, Lu Xuexue's repulsiveness had once again exceeded her expectations. "But Yi Mafeng, you handled it exceptionally well. I can see you've truly matured. You would have acted like this in the past." Ruan Tian patted his shoulder with a sense of pride, reminiscent of a parent observing their child's growth. Yi Mafeng smiled quietly, engrossed in the dessert he was savoring. After Ruan Tian's moment of reflection, she was struck by another thought and asked Yi Mafeng, "After we part ways, what do you wish to do?" Yi Mafeng paused, momentarily taken aback. "Parting? Why must they separate?" With this thought, his brow furrowed slightly, and he asked Ruan Tian, "Do we truly have to part ways? Can't we stay together? I don't want to leave you." Seeing the forlorn expression on his face made Ruan Tian feel a bit bashful as she lowered her gaze. If given a choice, she too would prefer not to separate from him. Yet, this was dictated by the system. "I'm sorry, Yi Mafeng, I don't wish to part either, but I have certain matters I need to attend to." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, almost fading into a whisper. Ruan Tian rubbed her forehead, contemplating asking the system, What is your opinion? Can I take you moffing with me? System. Logically, it is not permissible. Just as Ruan Tian was about to respond, the system continued. However, if the host prefers a three-piece scenario, it may not be entirely impossible. Chapter 105. I currently have 2 pieces of news. Thank you for the invitation, but I must graciously decline. I do not have an inclination towards threesomes. As Ruan Tian pondered, she noticed Yi Mofeng, looking rather pitiful, crouching at a distance while she conversed with her new target. For some inexplicable reason, the sight was overwhelmingly beautiful. Just a fleeting thought sent shivers down her spine. Never mind, system, I find this approach unfeasible. I cannot accept Yi Mofeng standing nearby, gazing at me while I engage with another target. Yi Mofeng, feeling a sense of loss, lowered his head. He could sense Ruan Tian's emotions. It seemed this was indeed not a viable option. If I cannot accompany you, then so be it. There is no need for you to force yourself. Ruan Tian felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly brought to tears by Yi Mofeng's thoughtfulness. Furthermore, Yi Mofeng, if you stay with me, you might miss numerous opportunities. Ruan Tian had her own endeavors to pursue. If Yi Mofeng remained by her side, he would undoubtedly miss many chances for growth. Hence, it would be best for us to act separately. When we reunite in the future, it shall undoubtedly be a more splendid encounter. Yi Mofeng was reluctant to part from Ruan Tian. Only by staying close to her did he feel truly alive. He cast his gaze downward, sensing the sweetness of the dessert in his hand turning bitter. Ruan Tian affectionately ruffled his hair and smiled. Trust me, we will surely meet again. Just as we are now, right? Yi Mofeng quietly nodded, finishing the last bite of dessert. And you've done remarkably well. I have witnessed your progress, Yi Mofeng. You have truly matured and uncovered the truth. Just like that, Ruan Tian managed to soothe him effortlessly. Very well, I shall not follow you. Seeing Yi Mofeng so obedient, Ruan Tian exhaled in relief and prepared a feast of delectable treats for him. Observing Ruan Tian bustling about, Yi Mofeng gazed at her for a moment before finally asking, What is your goal from here? Where are you headed? While tending to her tasks, Ruan Tian replied, I'm going to City A, where my target resides. Only by engaging with this target can I ensure my survival. To prevent Yi Mofeng from probing further, she added, I can only share this much. The target is not fixed. If circumstances permitted, I would certainly remain by your side. Yi Mofeng could be considered the most stable target Ruan Tian had encountered thus far. Moreover, he had seen through Liu Xue's true nature, making him the perfect target. Ruan Tian shook her head in regret, recalling the system's warning about not being able to stay with the same person for more than a week. Thus, she was compelled to become a restless spinning top, darting between different individuals. She wondered how her new target in City A was faring. With no immediate means to reach City A, Ruan Tian curiously inquired, System, what happens if I cannot meet the new target within a week? There are no significant consequences. So, the system implies that the punishment is minimal. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within Ruan Tian. It merely means the rate of survival time depletion will double. Splendid. Ruan Tian felt her heart sink once more. Is there no leniency for me? Host, I've already been quite generous. One must not be overly greedy. Ruan Tian's mind was awash with frustration. However, being an eternal optimist, she quickly shook off her gloom and regained her cheerful demeanor. In the ensuing days, Ruan Tian frequently visited the outskirts of City A, gazing at the destroyed bridge, stifling the urge to weep. How could she possibly reach City A? Would she become a stubborn fish, swimming across the sea? System, I feel that swimming might not be entirely impossible. Host, if doing so brings you joy, I am supportive. After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Tian promptly abandoned that thought. On the day she discovered the bridge's destruction, there had been whispers of swimming across the river. But how could that be so easy? System, the river is quite wide and appears to be rather deep. If we attempt to swim across, it would consume a significant amount of time, wouldn't it? Based on my calculations of your swimming speed, attempting to swim across may lead to drowning halfway. All right. Truthfully, you need not have articulated that. My apologies, I inadvertently hurt your tender heart. As they bickered, Ruan Tian suddenly recalled an even more chilling thought. System, on land, even a single mushroom can mutate, let alone the species in the river. Merely contemplating this made her skin crawl. The river must surely harbor mutated creatures. Plunging in recklessly would be exceedingly perilous. Never mind. I shall earnestly seek alternative solutions. Ruan Tian sighed softly. The red moon tide was fast approaching, and a week's time was nearly upon her. If she did not hasten to meet her target soon, how could she survive? Although her remaining time was still ample, it would not suffice for such expenditure. Indeed, thus you must expedite your search for a new target. Ruan Tian cradled her cheeks, her heart shattered into countless shards, sighing in despair. Moreover, the next target is rated 3 S's. Host, I must add, not only 3 S's, but also one that requires meticulous communication. I truly appreciate your reminders. Must you emphasize this matter? The system fell silent. In the following 2 days, Ruan Tian fixated on the direction of City A, nearly transforming into a stone of determination. This demeanor did not escape Yi Mofeng's attention. Displeased with Ruan Tian's state, he began to undress before her. This startled Ruan Tian, prompting her to exclaim, "What are you doing?" Yi Mofeng swiftly provided an answer. He was about to leap into the river, nearly sending Ruan Tian into a panic. She exerted all her strength to grasp his hand, pulling him back towards her. "Oh dear, you truly need not do this." Yi Mofeng's response was simple. "I understand you wish to go to City A, but given the current circumstances, allow me to go in your stead." Ruan Tian could only helplessly facepalm, softly asserting, "I genuinely have no issues." Just as she was about to speak again, the system interjected. "Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer here first?" Chapter 106. Ruan Tian found herself devoid of both time and energy to listen. Her focus was entirely on Yi Mofeng, who seemed intent on moving ahead. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Yi Mofeng, if you take another step forward, I shall be quite vexed with you." Aware of Yi Mofeng's stubborn nature, Ruan Tian intensified her tone. "What I say now is entirely sincere. If you continue on this path, I shall never speak to you again." Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng recognized the gravity of her words. He fell silent for a moment, then let out a soft sigh, replying slowly, "All right, I understand. I will comply." Once Ruan Tian was assured that Yi Mofeng was calmed, she turned to the system and asked, "What is it that you wish to tell me? What good news and what bad news? Host, which would you prefer to hear first?" After a brief contemplation, Ruan Tian decided it would be best to hear the good news first, as it might help soothe her mindset before confronting the bad. "Please share the good news with me," she instructed the system. "The good news is that your new target has appeared." Just this single piece of information nearly made Ruan Tian leap from the ground in excitement. "What did you say? A new target has appeared?" "Indeed, and he is quite close to your location." "What fortune is this?" "It seems that opportunity has come effortlessly." Just recently, Ruan Tian had been pondering what she would do if she could not meet her target. Who could have imagined that he would be so near? What would be better than this? But what are the bad news? The bad news is, he's about to die. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian fell silent, exasperated. Why does it always have to be like this? It seems that every time my target first sees me, he is on the brink of death. Should I rush to see him right away? That would be advisable. I hope your pace is swift, for otherwise, your target may truly perish. All right. Ruan Tian seized Yi Mofeng's arm and gently patted his shoulder, whispering, "Yi Mofeng, would you accompany me to a certain place?" Without hesitation, Yi Mofeng agreed wholeheartedly, as it was Ruan Tian's request. "Of course, tell me where you wish to go, and I shall accompany you." Following the system's guidance, Ruan Tian discovered that her new target was indeed nearby, which filled her with exhilaration, prompting her to quicken her pace. Yi Mofeng frowned slightly, his slender fingers grasping Ruan Tian's wrist, pulling her gently toward him. "Take your time on the way," he cautioned. Ruan Tian nodded obediently, slowing her pace. As twilight deepened, the river's waters turned icy. Perhaps it was a trick of her mind, but Ruan Tian detected a foul odor, as if something unseen lurked beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to drag her below and consume her entirely. Shivering involuntarily, Ruan Tian grasped Yi Mofeng's arm and moved toward the shore. Before long, they encountered their new target, Gu Yi. This was Ruan Tian's first glimpse of him, and his condition was alarming. he lay on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood, which was unsettling to behold. This was Ruan Tian's new treasure, and she rushed forward to inspect Gu Yi's injuries. They varied in size, with several oozing blood, presenting a particularly harrowing sight. The nature of these wounds did not appear to be inflicted by any land creature. Coupled with the fact that he was soaked, as if pulled from the water, Ruan Tian began to entertain a bold thought. Could it be that Gu Yi swam all the way from City A? Though she questioned the validity of this notion. The bite marks on Gu Yi's body bore a striking resemblance to those of aquatic creatures. She concluded he had likely swum here. The realization sent a chill down her spine. He truly was a daredevil. To undertake such a perilous journey was nothing short of extraordinary. Together, Ruan Tian and Yi Mofeng carefully turned Gu Yi on his back. Upon seeing his face, Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback. He possessed an extraordinarily beautiful visage, so exquisitely crafted that it seemed almost artificial, reminiscent of a bionic creation. If Yi Mofeng's attractiveness was akin to the stately elegance of a pine tree, and Bai Chulin's beauty resembled the moon hanging in the night sky, then Gu Yi's allure was flawless to the point of surrealism, imbued with an enchanting fairy tale quality. His beauty was devoid of any imperfection, as if a deity had descended to earth. Anyone who beheld his face would be utterly captivated, marveling at his perfection. Even though Ruan Tian had encountered many handsome men, she found herself profoundly stunned at the sight of Gu Yi. Before long, Ruan Tian noticed a shadow looming overhead. It was Yi Mofeng, who too had taken in Gu Yi's striking features. Indeed, he possesses a remarkably handsome face. Is this your new target? Ruan Tian nodded, gradually regaining her composure from Gu Yi's beauty. Yet, Yi Mofeng's calm demeanor inexplicably stirred a feeling within Ruan Tian, prompting her to clear her throat. It was as if she were committing an act of betrayal before her current partner. No, how could I think such a thing? I could never betray him. Ruan Tian shook her head, casting aside the inappropriate thought. Whatever the case, dwelling on such matters was futile. She ought to focus on other things. However, host, the atmosphere is indeed quite awkward. Perhaps it is merely my perception, but Yi Mofeng's gaze seems to carry a hint of melancholy. At this, Ruan Tian turned to scrutinize Yi Mofeng's expression, yet found no trace of sorrow. Instead, he appeared understanding and resigned. Unable to resist, she asked the system, "You must be mistaken. Yi Mofeng's expression seems perfectly natural to me. It is all an illusion. From an angle you cannot see, Yi Mofeng's expression is decidedly different." The system had not anticipated that Yi Mofeng would exhibit such double standards in Ruan Tian's presence. Yi Mofeng then inquired, "Shall we take him back?" Without hesitation, Ruan Tian nodded, "Yes, indeed. But where will he sleep tonight?" Only then did Ruan Tian notice something amiss with Yi Mofeng. "What is it, Yi Mofeng?" Yi Mofeng looked down at Gu Yi, then raised his gaze to Ruan Tian, asking, "You don't intend to let him sleep between us, do you?" Chapter 107. Do you like Ruan Tian? Ruan Tian quickly realized that she was amused by Yi Mofeng's words. How could that be? I would never allow him to sleep between us. However, after uttering this statement, Ruan Tian suddenly sensed an inconsistency. Wait, how could we, being of opposite sexes, sleep together? That would be utterly inappropriate. She shook her head vigorously, nearly resembling a rattle drum. Her reaction elicited a chuckle from Yi Mofeng, who, by now, seemed less discontented than before. "Forget it. I was just teasing you." "Nothing more," he remarked. Ruan Tian let out a sigh of relief. "You nearly frightened me to death just now." Yi Mofeng glanced down at Gu Yi, who lay on the ground, finding the timing and location of his appearance oddly coincidental. This area was close to the temporary survivor camp, a spot frequented by several survivors who often came to observe the situation in City A. Ruan Tian enjoyed visiting occasionally as well, the ground littered with footprints. Yet, it was peculiar that so many had fallen in such a conspicuous place. What could his purpose be? Yi Mofeng's thoughts were far more complex than Ruan Tian's. He even began to suspect that the individual was not truly unconscious, but merely feigning it. Just as Ruan Tian was about to touch the person, Yi Mofeng swiftly intervened, lifting Gu Yi onto his shoulder. "Let me handle this. I could possess greater strength, so leave it to me." Ruan Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. She couldn't let Yi Mofeng do everything. I'm not weak either. If it comes to it, why not let me give it a try? Despite her insistence, Yi Mofeng remained resolute. No need. Let me take care of it. Seeing his unwavering determination, Ruan Tian ultimately refrained from further protest. With Yi Mofeng carrying Gu Yi, the three of them made their way back to the base. Inside the base, Yi Mofeng arranged a temporary resting place, meticulously tidying the small room. As he placed Gu Yi on the floor, Ruan Tian was about to say something when Yi Mofeng suddenly instructed, "Go outside and fetch some firewood." Huh? Ruan Tian initially did not comprehend, but then Yi Mofeng calmly added, "He just emerged from the river, soaked to the skin. If we warm him by the fire, he may feel much better." Understanding his intent, Ruan Tian promptly nodded, "All right. Wait for me, I'll go right now." She hurried off, and once she left, Yi Mofeng turned his gaze back to the quietly lying Gu Yi, speaking coldly, "Now that she is gone, it's just you and me. Do you intend to keep pretending to be asleep?" The room was eerily silent. To an outsider, it might appear that Yi Mofeng had lost his mind. No matter how one looked at it, Gu Yi seemed to be in a deep slumber. Yet, Yi Mofeng's attitude was resolute. Seeing that Gu Yi ignored him only brought a smirk to his lips. "Do you wish for me to coax you? Or would you prefer I resort to a more forceful approach?" Before long, Gu Yi abruptly opened his eyes. His striking features became even more captivating as he fully awakened. His expressive peach blossom eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. "I'm quite curious how you discovered me, and you were the first to do so." Gu Yi indeed found it intriguing. He had employed such tactics before, yet no one had ever noticed. But Yi Mofeng was different. He had been on guard from the very first glance. Gu Yi studied Yi Mofeng with keen interest. If one did not look closely, his dark eyes appeared similar to those of any other individual. However, a closer inspection revealed an unmistakable anomaly in his pupils, which were an unnaturally deep black, devoid of any reflection, reminiscent of inorganic material. Staring too long could evoke a sense of dread, for they were not the eyes of a human. Despite Gu Yi's current innocent demeanor, as if he could do no wrong, Yi Mofeng's supernatural ability, celestial perception, allowed him to acutely sense the underlying strangeness emanating from Gu Yi. "Your disguise is woefully inadequate. Who are you, and what is your purpose?" A smile crept across Gu Yi's lips, his peach blossom eyes glinting with mischief as he feigned innocence, tilting his head while observing Yi Mofeng with a childlike curiosity. "If I told you I did all of this merely for fun, would you believe me?" Yi Mofeng would never accept such a notion. Yet this peculiar rationale seemed oddly plausible coming from Gu Yi. To exist in this world without seeking amusement would render life unbearably drab. Moreover, Gu Yi posed it, his expression shifting to one of keen interest. "You resemble that woman outside, almost like her most loyal dog. Given your revealed character, it's implausible that you would willingly choose to be someone else's dog, yet you seem to relish the role." This sparked an immense curiosity in Gu Yi regarding the woman named Ruan Tian. What charm did she possess that inspired such unwavering loyalty from Yi Mofeng, compelling him to sacrifice everything for her? "Do not even think about harming Ruan Tian." Yi Mofeng reacted as if a sensitive spot had been touched, his hand tightening around Gu Yi's neck with a hint of increased pressure. "If you dare to lay a finger on Ruan Tian, I will kill you." A rare murderous intent emanated from Yi Mofeng, yet Gu Yi displayed no trace of fear. He regarded Yi Mofeng with an intrigued gaze, his black pupils momentarily shifting to an eerie red. "Do you wish to kill me right now? You are incapable of doing so, as Ruan Tian does not wish for my demise. Thus, how could you execute me?" Gu Yi was entirely correct. To Ruan Tian, he represented a new target of interest. Should he perish, she too would be lost. Yi Mofeng pressed his pale lips together, inhaling deeply as he attempted to suppress his rage, forcing himself to regain composure before withdrawing his hand. Gu Yi leisurely rubbed the wound on his neck with his fingertips, a distinct smile illuminating his eyes, though it lacked genuine warmth. His gaze toward Yi Mofeng was akin to that directed at a dissected doll. "You harbor feelings for Ruan Tian, do you not?" Chapter 108. Gu Yi is no ordinary person. This statement struck like a thunderclap, sending shivers down Yi Mofeng's spine. His immediate reaction was a swift denial. "I do not like Ruan Tian." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's eyes, seemingly enchanted, locked onto Yi Mofeng's with an intensity that was almost palpable. The black pupils of his gaze harbored a hint of crimson, resembling a haunting specter that penetrated the depths of Yi Mofeng's soul. Do you truly not harbor feelings for Ruan Tian? Is it that you do not like her? Or rather, that you dare not? Beneath Gu Yi's seemingly rebellious exterior lay a perceptive heart that effortlessly discerned the hidden turmoil within Yi Mofeng. My eyes can see through many things, including the innermost thoughts of a person. Do you not find that intriguing? Gu Yi's voice gradually deepened, tinged with a hint of amusement, yet laced with an unmistakable sarcasm. Human beings are indeed fascinating creatures. I observe so many amusing traits within them. They are inherently selfish, yet in the midst of social interactions, they masquerade as paragons of virtue. How utterly laughable. Yi Mofeng instinctively recoiled from the sensation of being laid bare, opting for silence rather than engaging with Gu Yi. It is as if you genuinely like Ruan Tian, yet you suppress your affection, concealing it deep within, unwilling to let anyone, even her, know. Are you afraid that she would disregard you if she were to discover your feelings? At that point, even the notion of friendship would become a luxury. Yi Mofeng remained mute, the palpable tension around him thickening, giving rise to an atmosphere charged with impending conflict. Just then, Ruan Tian returned, arms laden with firewood. As she stepped inside, she sensed the peculiar tension between the two men. What's going on here? She inquired, only to realize that Gu Yi had awakened. You're awake. How wonderful, she exclaimed, hastening to his side, her gaze fixed upon his face for an extended moment. I must say, you are truly handsome. Gu Yi's visage perfectly aligned with Ruan Tian's ideals of beauty, captivating to an almost excessive degree. However, upon Ruan Tian's arrival, Gu Yi's previous composure dissipated. He regarded her with genuine interest, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of disdain for humanity. Among his array of abilities was the power of telepathy. When activated, his dark pupils would flicker with a trace of red, allowing him to perceive the thoughts of those before him. Since the awakening of this ability, Gu Yi's world had transformed into a cacophony of voices, converging into a vast field of negative energy. Outwardly, people would express sentiments like, Gu Yi, you are a good child, unfortunate to have been sold here. Otherwise, you would have had a brighter future. Yet, what Gu Yi truly heard was, you wretched monster, if not for those seeking you out, would you still be alive? The most agonizing aspect of this ability was its perpetual activation, causing him profound suffering. Yet, through time, he had evolved from pain to a twisted sense of enjoyment. Gu Yi derived his greatest amusement from observing the duality of human nature, where individuals presented themselves with moral righteousness while harboring dark thoughts. However, he had never encountered anyone like Ruan Tian. She exuded a distinct aura, for he found himself unable to decipher her thoughts. Indeed, Ruan Tian appeared immune to his telepathic abilities. This was an unprecedented experience for Gu Yi, an exhilarating anomaly that sent tremors through his body. How intriguing. I never anticipated Ruan Tian to be so captivating. No wonder Yi Mofeng holds her in such high regard. A smile crept upon his lips, as the once stagnant currents of his existence began to shift dramatically. Ruan Tian's presence was akin to a flickering flame in darkness, drawing Gu Yi irresistibly closer. I am Gu Yi. You must be Ruan Tian, he stated. Unbeknownst to Ruan Tian, Yi Mofeng keenly sensed the palpable shift in Gu Yi's demeanor towards her. An instinctive unease surged within him, prompting him to grasp Ruan Tian's arm and gently pull her away, distancing her from Gu Yi. This possessive gesture did not escape Gu Yi's notice. He raised his gaze, his darkened eyes fixated on Yi Mofeng for a prolonged moment. Their calm exteriors belied the simmering tension, a tangible manifestation of their unspoken desires hidden deep within. Ruan Tian, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian nodded obediently. Sure, what would you like to say? Yi Mofeng tightened his grip slightly, lowering his voice. This must remain between us. It is our private conversation. Gu Yi perceived Yi Mofeng's intent, recognizing that he aimed for him to overhear. Amused, he thought how juvenile they appeared, akin to two envious children. Yi Mofeng led Ruan Tian into a nearby room and shut the door firmly, effectively blocking Gu Yi from view. Ruan Tian stumbled slightly, scratching her head in curiosity. What is it, Yi Mofeng? Do you dislike Gu Yi? Yi Mofeng found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his feelings. After a brief pause, he met Ruan Tian's innocent gaze with seriousness. Gu Yi is not an ordinary individual. You must keep your distance from him. I understand that he is formidable, having traversed from City A alone, demonstrating remarkable strength. Yi Mofeng felt a pang of frustration at her response, turning his head away with a sigh. I am fully aware of his capabilities, but that is not my concern. He harbors different intentions towards you. Ruan Tian paused, perplexed by Yi Mofeng's implication. What different intentions could he possibly have for me? Sensing her confusion, Yi Mofeng gazed at her intently, particularly noting her innocent expression, and patiently advised, he is a man. Consider what other interests he might possess. Ruan Tian pondered for a moment, ultimately dismissing the notion that Gu Yi could harbor feelings for her. However, Ruan Tian also understood the peril that Gu Yi posed. After all, his strategy level was a daunting 3 S's, accompanied by an additional 1. Ruan Tian would not naively assume that he could be easily intimidated. Do not approach Gu Yi just yet. Allow me to first ascertain his true intentions and the purpose behind his proximity to you. Once I have thoroughly investigated, then you may draw near him. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian contemplated for a moment. Having already located Gu Yi and with ample time for survival remaining, there is indeed no rush to engage with him. All right, I shall heed your advice and maintain my distance for now. Seeing Ruan Tian's agreement, Yi Mofeng released a sigh of relief. A hint of a smile gracing his features as he reassured her. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. The timing and location of his appearance are far too coincidental. My investigation is primarily to ensure your safety. With their understanding reached, Ruan Tian scratched her head, preparing to set up her stall. During her temporary stay at the camp, she had been wheeling out a small cart daily to sell food to others, thereby earning crystal cores. Ruan Tian believed this endeavor not only helped feed the camp's inhabitants, but also guaranteed her the cores necessary to upgrade her cart. It was, in her eyes, a win-win situation. Casting a glance back at Yi Mofeng, she patted his shoulder gently and said, I leave this to you. I must go set up my stall now. With Little Bai accompanying her, Yi Mofeng felt no concern for her safety. If anything arises, just call for me. Be sure not to act alone. Do you understand? Oh, please, I am not a child anymore. You needn't worry. Ruan Tian responded cheerfully, humming a tune as she pushed her electric tricycle away. After watching her figure disappear around the corner, Yi Mofeng returned to the room, where he found Gu Yi leaning against the wall with his eyes closed in repose. What exactly are your intentions? Is a city insufficient for you? Why choose this temporary camp? If you refuse to disclose your motives, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yi Mofeng's ability, celestial perception, allowed him to keenly sense the ominous aura surrounding Gu Yi, which felt exceedingly strange. What motive could I possibly have? I am but a simple soul. Gu Yi replied slowly, his eyes now open, a smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of weariness. Do you expect me to believe your words? Yi Mofeng was not easily swayed. Traveling from a city was no trivial feat, requiring immense mental strength and endurance. If he could achieve such a feat, it indicated that his identity and hidden abilities were anything but ordinary. Does it truly matter what I believe? Moreover, you advised Ruan Tian to keep her distance from me, did you not? It seemed that Gu Yi possessed a unique ability to discern the inner thoughts of others. Standing before Gu Yi, Yi Mofeng felt as though his very essence was being laid bare, an unsettling sensation. What are you truly afraid of? Is it that I might harm Ruan Tian, or that I could usurp your position beside her? Propped on his chin, Gu Yi regarded Yi Mofeng with keen interest, his tousled black hair falling over his prominent nose, lending him a childlike quality. Yi Mofeng, are you insecure in yourself? It is rather amusing. Who fears that another might encroach upon their status? Gu Yi posed, leaving the latter part of his thought unvoiced. Yet, Yi Mofeng grasped the implication clearly. Maintaining his stoic demeanor, he felt no emotional reaction to Gu Yi's words. He remained as unyielding as before. This must be a facet of your ability, mind reading? With Lu Xiueshu no longer a vulnerability, Yi Mofeng's composure had solidified, impervious to the slightest provocation. not merely mind-reading. Your capacity to gauge the hearts of others is indeed formidable, albeit exhausting, Yi Mofeng remarked with a smile, as if he had uncovered the weariness concealed beneath Gu Yi's facade. Such an ability could hardly be deemed a blessing. One would incessantly absorb negative energy, hearing the unvarnished thoughts of others, rendering existence a weary endeavor. And most importantly, Yi Mofeng's intuition was astute, immediately discerning Gu Yi's burgeoning interest in Ruan Tian. Her presence was distinctly different, a radiant light that anyone would wish to grasp and keep close. Yet, the irony lay in Gu Yi's inability to fathom her heart. Am I mistaken in this assessment? After Yi Mofeng's analysis, Gu Yi fell silent, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Yi Mofeng for several seconds. Finally, a smile broke across his face, the corners of his lips lifting as he articulated, "It appears I have underestimated you. Your ability is quite peculiar, a type I have never encountered before. Yet in this brief encounter of less than an hour, I have seen through you, and you have seen through me." Yi Mofeng's long, pale fingers rested upon the hilt of his sword. He narrowed his eyes, fixing Gu Yi with an intense gaze before slowly speaking. "If you were to depart from Ruan Tian's side now, I could overlook this incident and watch you leave. However, if you choose to remain with her, do not expect me to be courteous." Gu Yi perceived the warning laced within Yi Mofeng's words as he responded, "And what if I refuse?" He showed no sign of fear. Instead, his smile broadened, a blatant provocation in Yi Mofeng's eyes. "If I were to declare that I would never leave Ruan Tian's side, Yi Mofeng, what would you do?" Yi Mofeng's gaze hardened, a palpable murderous intent emanating from him. His resolve to act against Gu Yi intensified should the latter persist in his attachment to Ruan Tian. "Why do you carry such a heavy air of hostility? Are you truly so fearful of my closeness to Ruan Tian? You harbor deeper feelings for her than I had anticipated." With a stony expression, Yi Mofeng responded, "I have already stated, I do not have feelings for Ruan Tian. Are you not aware? My ability is mind-reading. I could discern others' innermost thoughts with precision. You do care for Ruan Tian. It is merely that you are too embarrassed to admit it, knowing it is best left unsaid." Yi Mofeng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, though his face betrayed none of his inner turmoil. He continued to regard Gu Yi with a calm demeanor, his voice cold as shattered ice. "I will pose a simple question. Will you leave Ruan Tian?" Gu Yi's response was equally straightforward. "Why should I abandon Ruan Tian? Simply because of your words? Why would I forsake such an interesting and unique individual?" He had resolved firmly. Ruan Tian was likely the only person in this world whose heart he could not read. Such a person was a divine gift to Gu Yi. Indeed, as Yi Mofeng had previously suggested, Gu Yi had grown weary of deciphering the thoughts of others, his disdain for humanity reaching a chilling extent. Thus, when Ruan Tian appeared, he felt a sense of amusement and relief. His ability was involuntarily activated, impossible to shut off, yet in Ruan Tian's presence, it lost its automatic effect. Ruan Tian is indeed a treasure, an unexpected gem, and until I unravel the mystery of why I cannot comprehend her innermost feelings, I shall not depart. I will steadfastly remain by her side. At this moment, Gu Yi's words inadvertently tread upon Yi Mofeng's sensitive territory. To Yi Mofeng, Gu Yi represents a significant threat. Allowing such an individual to linger near Ruan Tian is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Very well, if you are reluctant to leave, I shall compel you to distance yourself from Ruan Tian. Soon, while Ruan Tian was outside selling food, she was startled by a tremendous explosion emanating from the direction of her residence to the west. Initially, she paid it little mind, but upon hearing someone urge her, "You must go check it out. Yi Mofeng is fighting with an unknown individual," Ruan Tian nearly dropped the dumplings in her hands, her eyes widening in disbelief at the news of Yi Mofeng engaging in combat. Of course, the confrontation was inevitable. "Are you not aware of Yi Mofeng's prowess? The only person capable of restraining him is you. You must hurry and see for yourself. Yi Mofeng's combat abilities are formidable, yet no one anticipated that the newcomer would possess even more astonishing strength. The repercussions of their clash are unimaginable. The camp is of utmost importance, and allowing these two to brawl would spell disaster for the surrounding area. Ruan Tian, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and, for caution's sake, inquired, "Is the person fighting Yi-Mo Feng exceptionally handsome?" The onlookers were taken aback, having not expected Ruan Tian to be so well-informed. They nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are correct. That person possesses an extraordinarily attractive face. While Yi-Mo Feng is also quite handsome, the newcomer seems even more refined." Ruan Tian grasped the situation. It was likely that after her departure, Yi-Mo Feng and Gu Yi had discussed matters concerning her. Their disagreement had escalated into a crisis due to unresolved issues. Understanding this, Ruan Tian quickly packed away her cart. "Hey, boss, where are my dumplings? You haven't given them to me yet." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian hurried towards Yi-Mo Feng, turning back to wave at the vendor. "Wait here while I handle this. Once I've resolved it, I'll return. But wait, what about my spicy wontons and my ribs?" The others, indifferent to the cause of the conflict, found renewed hope in Ruan Tian's presence. The culinary delights she prepared were simply exquisite. It was hard to fathom that even in a post-apocalyptic world, such delectable food could exist. A fairy tale brought to life before their very eyes. However, Ruan Tian could not focus on cooking. Her thoughts were consumed by Yi-Mo Feng and Gu Yi. Both were her lifeline. Should either suffer harm, it would break her heart. The more she pondered, the quicker her steps became. As she rushed toward the source of the explosion, where she witnessed Yi-Mo Feng and Gu Yi locked in fierce combat. Both wielded extraordinary abilities, effortlessly demolishing nearby structures with their powers. The onlookers dared not approach, fearing they would become collateral damage. Aware of Yi-Mo Feng's close relationship with Ruan Tian, they immediately reported to her, "Ruan Tian, you must see what Yi-Mo Feng is doing. He is not usually like this. Is he intent on destroying the entire area?" Ruan Tian felt embarrassed to speak, as she surmised their conflict stemmed from her. Yi-Mo Feng's celestial perception, wielded alongside his sword, made him appear almost ethereal. While Gu Yi's abilities remained elusive, he seemed to be manipulating something thin in his hand, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a playing card. Gu Yi casually tossed the seemingly flimsy card like a knife, its sharpness belied by its appearance. Several times, the card skimmed past Yi-Mo Feng's cheek, leaving a painful gash that oozed blood upon his fair skin. Witnessing their escalating violence, Ruan Tian grew increasingly anxious. This cannot continue. The surrounding buildings had already sustained significant damage. In a moment driven by desperation, she rushed forward, shrieking, "Stop! You must cease this fighting." Ruan Tian leapt between Yi-Mo Feng and Gu Yi, attempting to diffuse the aggressive atmosphere. Yi-Mo Feng turned to her, his handsome visage etched with seriousness as he cautioned, "You should not be here. It is too dangerous. Remain in a safe place until Gu Yi and I resolve our dispute." Despite his warning, Ruan Tian stood her ground, summoning her courage to mediate. "Why must we resort to violence? Can't we resolve this amicably?" The rift between Yi-Mo Feng and Gu Yi had deepened, particularly with Yi-Mo Feng currently harboring disdain for Gu Yi. Gu Yi discerned the suppressed desire within Yi-Mo Feng concerning Ruan Tian. "Step aside and keep quiet," he instructed. Yi-Mo Feng, noticing Ruan Tian's reluctance to leave, gently pushed her away. "Hey, Yi-Mo Feng, why are you pushing me? You two must stop fighting. You've already damaged several buildings. With a blood moon tide approaching, we cannot afford to be divided." Ruan Tian's reasoning was sound. It was indeed an opportune moment for conflict, offering no benefits. Yi-Mo Feng briefly halted, while Gu Yi toyed with the playing cards, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yi-Mo Feng with an expression that suggested he would welcome further confrontation if given the opportunity. Even though Yi-Mo Feng had temporarily ceased hostilities, he remained unsettled, a pent-up frustration gnawing at him. Thus, before the gathered crowd, he posed a particularly provocative yet classic question. "If I and Gu Yi were to fall into water simultaneously, whom would you save first?" This question sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who were astonished to hear such a chilling ultimatum from Yi-Mo Feng. They had not anticipated him to voice such a query during a moment of crisis. Yi-Mo Feng was not typically obstinate. However, when it came to those he cared for, He became fiercely determined, as evidenced in this instance. His unwavering gaze bore into Ruan Tian, his intensity palpable as he awaited her response. Ruan Tian, feeling a wave of embarrassment, scratched her head, momentarily at a loss for words. She cleared her throat, preparing to evade the inquiry. Mo Feng sighed, expressing a sentiment as if addressing an old acquaintance, and smiled, saying, "Look at the nature of our relationship." However, before Ruan Tian could finish her thought, Mo Feng interjected, "Do not think you can evade my question. I am asking you directly. If both Gu Yi and I fell into the water simultaneously, whom would you save first?" Even those in the surrounding crowd could feel the seriousness emanating from Mo Feng. Ruan Tian realized that evasion was no longer an option, and a silent lament echoed in her mind. In a moment of daze, Ruan Tian sensed a piercing gaze and, upon turning slightly, found herself locking eyes with Gu Yi. It appeared that the anticipation for her answer was not solely held by Mo Feng. Gu Yi, too, was eager for her response. His curiosity, compounded by his inability to decipher Ruan Tian's true feelings, created a palpable tension. How would Ruan Tian respond? A bold thought emerged in Gu Yi's mind, presuming that she would choose him. This belief was not born from arrogance, but rather from the understanding that, in such a situation, Ruan Tian's choice of him would be a testament to their connection, contrasting with her relationship with Mo Feng. Having witnessed the darker facets of human nature, Gu Yi was convinced that Ruan Tian would opt for the safest choice, one that would offend neither of them. She could profess her choice of Gu Yi verbally, knowing he could not truly grasp her heart's whispers. Once this farce concluded, she could approach Mo Feng to explain her predicament, asserting that her choice was not intentional, but rather a necessity of the moment. By then, given Mo Feng's fondness for her, he would likely forgive her, allowing Ruan Tian to navigate both relationships without conflict. A smile crept onto Gu Yi's lips, as if he had already discerned Ruan Tian's inner thoughts, and he felt a growing confidence. Yet, the reality of her response swiftly shattered his expectations, leaving him both disappointed and astonished. For Ruan Tian had not chosen Gu Yi at all. After a moment of awkwardness, she scratched her head and declared, "I choose Mo Feng." The moment her words left her lips, the crowd gasped in surprise, including Mo Feng himself. He had not anticipated that Ruan Tian would select him. In his mind, this was a time when Ruan Tian needed Gu Yi, and he had hoped she would use this opportunity to cultivate Gu Yi's affections. Yet, Ruan Tian had done the opposite by choosing Mo Feng outright. What kind of expression is that? Ruan Tian noted Mo Feng's astonishment and let out a gentle laugh, lightly patting his shoulder for reassurance. After all, we've known each other the longest, haven't we? Isn't that right? It is precisely because of our long acquaintance that I understand you deeply. Choosing you is only natural, and you've aided me immensely. Ruan Tian had indeed contemplated Gu Yi's earlier assumptions as she faced the crowd, but ultimately, she chose Mo Feng. She preferred to heed her heart rather than conform to the prevailing circumstances. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Mo Feng's strength was not as unwavering as it appeared. If she did not choose him today, the outcome would be predictable. Mo Feng would undoubtedly be hurt. Given his kindness towards her, Ruan Tian wished to spare him any sorrow. It was a mutual commitment. "I have chosen you. Can't you at least look a bit happier?" Mo Feng finally reacted, a smile breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. He was genuinely joyful, resembling an affectionate puppy, instinctively gripping Ruan Tian's hand and giving it a gentle shake. This was an endearing gesture, for he cherished Ruan Tian, and his smile remained unwavering in her presence. To Gu Yi, this display was initially understandable, but inexplicably. Witnessing Mo Feng's exuberance ignited a sense of displeasure within him. Had Mo Feng's smile been less radiant, perhaps it would not have provoked such feelings. Yet, the brilliance of Mo Feng's smile was undeniably irksome to Gu Yi. At that moment, Mo Feng suddenly turned to Gu Yi, his lips still curved in a smile, and his eyes sparkled with genuine delight. This inappropriate joy seemed to taunt Gu Yi, a stark reminder that Ruan Tian had chosen Mo Feng, not him, the forlorn figure. Gu Yi continued to smile, even widening his grin. But this forced mirth felt eerily unsettling. Ruan Tian, in a moment of casual glance, met Gu Yi's smile, and an inexplicable chill ran down her spine, rendering her unable to meet his gaze again. Yimo Feng sensed Ruan Tian's discomfort and stepped forward, positioning himself to shield her from Gu Yi's stare, fiercely protecting her. Gu Yi could no longer see Ruan Tian, yet his smile persisted, exuding an unsettling aura. Yimo Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He could still feel Gu Yi's gaze piercing through his back, an uncomfortable sensation. Ruan Tian, let us depart. It is unwise to linger here any longer, and I do not wish to further trouble you. Ruan Tian, wishing to escape the spotlight of the crowd, readily agreed, eager to avoid performing before so many onlookers. Together, they turned away from Gu Yi, leaving him standing alone, a figure abandoned in the midst of an indifferent audience, evoking a sense of pity. As Ruan Tian and Yimo Feng walked away, safely nestled in their own world, Ruan Tian, under Yimo Feng's protective presence, inadvertently glanced back, only to find Gu Yi's unwavering gaze still fixated upon them. Ruan Tian was taken aback. Despite the distance they had covered, Gu Yi's eyes remained locked on her and Yimo Feng. This was truly unsettling. System, she thought frantically. I initially failed to grasp why Gu Yi's pursuit was rated at 3 S's, but now I fully comprehend. The realization sent a shiver down her spine, and she felt beads of cold sweat forming as she mentally lamented to the system. I had previously warned you, but you did not heed my counsel. Now do you understand? In the presence of Gu Yi, all other suitors seemed to pale in comparison, the system responded. Ruan Tian wholeheartedly agreed with the system's assessment. She had no desire to look back, fearing another encounter with Gu Yi's disquieting stare. Once Ruan Tian and Yimo Feng vanished from Gu Yi's sight, he slowly withdrew his gaze, the unnerving expression on his face lessening slightly. With the lack of gossip to indulge in, the other spectators began to disperse. However, Lu Xuexue was different. She seemed to have devised a plan to confront the perceived wrongdoing of Yimo Feng and Ruan Tian. Now, her belly has grown slightly larger. After being abandoned by Yimo Feng, she has completely become a burden to everyone. Once Peng Si realized that Lu Xuexue was devoid of any utilitarian value, he began to disregard her, spending his days seeking other women, utterly ignoring Lu Xuexue. He even brought other women into their room, compelling Lu Xuexue to witness his intimacy with them. This was undeniably cruel. Yet, reflecting on the past, Lu Xuexue had treated Yimo Feng in a similar manner, allowing him to see her closeness with Peng Si. Little did she realize that the boomerang of fate would return to her so swiftly. Lu Xuexue dared not express her anger towards Peng Si, for everything she possessed now was bestowed upon her by him. Were it not for the fact that she was pregnant with Peng Si's child, this scoundrel would undoubtedly force her into a life of servitude. He never truly liked her, and it was all a scheme from the very beginning. If it were not for Yimo Feng, Peng Si would hardly spare her a glance. Earlier, during the confrontation between Gu Yi and Yimo Feng, Lu Xuexue had gained insight into Gu Yi's formidable strength. His prowess was remarkable. If one did not observe closely, they might mistakenly believe Gu Yi was weaker than Yimo Feng. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Gu Yi was handling the engagement with remarkable ease, never revealing his full potential. Lu Xuexue felt she had discovered a new target. Just moments ago, Ruan Tian had chosen not to select Gu Yi in front of so many people. Surely, she must feel quite uncomfortable about it now, right? At this moment, Lu Xuexue decided to feign a gentle and understanding demeanor to approach Gu Yi, confident she could enchant him. Furthermore, Gu Yi was undeniably handsome, his looks rivaling even those of Yimo Feng, if not surpassing them. To be in close proximity to such a man, Lu Xuexue felt no sense of loss. Rather, she considered it a gain. With someone so powerful protecting her, her status amidst the chaos would surely allow her to navigate the world with ease. With that thought in mind, Lu Xuexue hurried to Gu Yi, pretending to be shy as she averted her gaze, fidgeting with the hem of her dress. I feel that Ruan Tian has gone too far. She completely disregarded your feelings and chose Emo phone. You must be feeling quite hurt, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi glanced down at the woman before him. Since parting from Emo phone, Lu Shue's quality of life had drastically declined. She had been going hungry, shivering in the cold, and living in constant fear. This had diminished her beauty significantly, stripping away her once pitiful charm. Unfortunately, Lu Shui remained oblivious to the fact that her allure had waned, still twisting her body awkwardly as she shyly addressed Gu Yi. What is wrong? You were just staring at me without saying anything. What does that mean? I genuinely believe Ruan Tian is unworthy of you. If it's not too much trouble, why not consider me instead? Lu Shui spoke extensively ill of Ruan Tian. In Gu Yi's eyes, her words became nothing but a farce. His response was blunt and decisive. His gaze remained indifferent as he regarded Lu Shui, a smile on his lips that belied the sharpness of his words. If I don't choose Ruan Tian, do you think I would choose a harlot like you? Such indignity was unprecedented for Lu Shui. A wave of humiliation washed over her. Had this been the old Lu Shui, she would have exploded at the insult. However, the current Lu Shui had transformed. She understood that offending Gu Yi could spell disaster for her future. Thus, she could only endure the humiliation before Peng Si. Watching as he cavorted with other women, Lu Shui closed her eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress her inner fury, and forced a conciliatory smile as she spoke. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong that upset you? Can you please not be angry with me? It's all my fault. Could you possibly forgive me? She endeavored to portray herself as a victim, and while she had lost some weight, she still retained a certain attractiveness. In this pose, she at least remained somewhat appealing. Yet, Lu Shui underestimated Gu Yi. His perceptive abilities quietly activated, transforming her pleas in his ears into a stark revelation. If I weren't unable to draw from the resources of Yi Mo phone, do you think I would even acknowledge your existence? You are nothing but a stepping stone for me. What do you have to be proud of? Unbeknownst to Lu Shui, Gu Yi could see through her pretentious facade in an instant. I can help alleviate your troubles. I could even be your confidant. Why not consider me instead of that wretched Ruan Tian? She began fervently to advocate for herself, envisioning a future where living alongside Gu Yi would be effortless. What a high-quality life she could lead. Just with Gu Yi alone, she thought, she could ascend to greater heights and then cast him aside for someone even more formidable. Little did she know, her thoughts had long been laid bare to Gu Yi. If you intend to use me to elevate yourself and seek out someone greater, I'm afraid you fall short of even Ruan Tian's pinky finger in my eyes. So please refrain from appearing before me and repulsing me further. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Lu Shui was momentarily drenched in cold sweat. She gazed at him in disbelief, unable to manage her expression, as if her face asked, how could you possibly know that? Did Gu Yi possess the ability to read minds? Yet, she quickly dismissed this absurd thought. Such a powerful ability was beyond the realm of someone she considered merely slightly more capable than an ordinary person. Realizing that this path with Gu Yi was futile, she could only watch as this prize catch slipped from her grasp. I refuse to believe it. Once I find another opportunity and completely ensnare you, I will relish the moment you kneel beneath my princess dress. Lu Shui silently vowed to make Gu Yi regret his dismissal. Yi Mo Feng spent the entire morning by Ruan Tian's side, never straying far from her. It was evident to any observant observer that he was in high spirits. Initially, Ruan Tian had been preoccupied with her tasks, oblivious to the joyful expression on Yi Mo Feng's face. However, as they prepared to close up for the day, Ruan Tian inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of the smile on Yi Mo Feng's visage. Her eyes widened in astonishment, filled with wonder. Ruan Tian had never witnessed Yi Mo Feng in such a light. Throughout their lengthy acquaintance, he rarely displayed such overt emotions. Thus, with a teasing glint in her eye, she remarked, Yi Mo Feng, are you truly this happy? Yi Mo Feng nodded gently, a broad smile still gracing his lips. Clearly, being steadfastly chosen by Ruan Tian had filled him with genuine joy. I never anticipated that you would choose me so resolutely back then, I thought. He left the sentence unfinished. Yet Ruan Tian could discern the unspoken words lingering in the air. In a tender manner, she seamlessly completed his thought. You thought I would choose Gu Yi, didn't you? Yi Mofeng quietly nodded, the smile on his face appearing significantly diminished. Ruan Tian gently patted Yi Mofeng on the head, reminiscent of a master affectionately addressing a small dog, and laughed. What are you thinking about? How could I ever abandon you? You treat me so well that I simply cannot bear to part with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. His smile blossomed even more radiantly. To be chosen and cherished by someone is truly a delightful experience. Ruan Tian, thank you for choosing me so resolutely. In response, Ruan Tian swiftly shook her head, her dimples appearing sweetly at the corners of her lips, revealing her adorable little canine tooth. I am equally grateful to you. Many times, had you not been by my side, I would undoubtedly have perished. So I sincerely appreciate you. What we call this bond we share. Ruan Tian feigned a troubled expression, although the mirth in her eyes was nearly overflowing like honey. We call this mutual pursuit. Yi Mofeng nodded in agreement, assisting Ruan Tian in polishing the electric tricycle. It must be said, he seemed remarkably gifted at this task, as if his skills had been perfectly honed. Ruan Tian gazed down at the gleaming vehicle, exclaiming, Yi Mofeng, this is incredible. I'm astonished that you can clean it so thoroughly. Who knew you had such a talent? Can I take that as a compliment? He inquired. Hearing this, Ruan Tian chuckled, not quite endorsing Yi Mofeng's perspective. Who praises someone with such words and manner? After exchanging playful banter for a while, Ruan Tian wiped the sweat from her brow and suddenly remembered something left in their temporary dwelling, prompting her to say, I'll return shortly. Please wait for me here. Yi Mofeng did not ponder it further and continued diligently polishing the vehicle. Ruan Tian hopped back to the small shelter, and as she opened the door, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Gu Yi. The distance between them was alarmingly close. Gu Yi seemed to have anticipated Ruan Tian's return, waiting behind the door. Ruan Tian nearly collided with Gu Yi, gasping as she instinctively lowered her head and murmured an apology. The recent incident involving the rescue still lingered in Ruan Tian's mind, making her feel awkward, especially when confronted with Gu Yi's face, which inexplicably made her feel increasingly guilty. Thus, she instinctively attempted to leave. But Gu Yi was not about to grant her that opportunity. He abruptly raised his hand, pinning Ruan Tian against the doorframe, which creaked ominously as it was firmly locked. The series of events unfolded too swiftly for Ruan Tian to comprehend, and before she could react, it had already happened. Embarrassed, she leaned her head against the door, feeling Gu Yi's gentle breath behind her, followed by the chilling inquiry, Where do you think you are going? Chapter 114, A Contest of Jealousy. Ah, is that you, Gu Yi? What a coincidence. Ruan Tian recognized that Gu Yi had deliberately come to confront her. If she failed to provide him with a satisfactory explanation, she would likely find it impossible to leave the room smoothly. Thus, after a couple of awkward laughs, Ruan Tian bravely turned to face Gu Yi. However, the distance between them was uncomfortably close, so much so that their breaths seemed to intertwine. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tian felt that the atmosphere had grown overly intimate. Consequently, she silently turned away again, facing the door, unwilling to meet Gu Yi's gaze. What's wrong? I didn't see you so frightened before. Gu Yi's voice echoed in Ruan Tian's ears, sounding like a death knell, causing her heart to tremble uncontrollably. Haha, it's all a misunderstanding. How could you think so of me? Are you not clear about the nature of our relationship? Ruan Tian's words hinted at the closeness they shared. Yet, Gu Yi disregarded her subtle cue and instead forcefully rejected her attempt to deflect. What kind of relationship do we have? Is it one where, even if we both fell into the water at the same time, you wouldn't prioritize saving me? Ruan Tian. She knew Gu Yi would not let her off easily. Desperately, she began to brainstorm how she could navigate this situation. The negative emotions radiating from Gu Yi were overwhelming. It was not her imagination. She truly felt as though he might devour her whole. Determined to alleviate his animosity, Ruan Tian quickly explained, Gu, I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us, don't you think? I feel there's no misunderstanding at all, considering you chose to save Yi Mofeng instead of me. At that moment, Ruan Tian realized Gu Yi was a person who bore grudges. He would remember her choice long before she had chosen him. Suddenly at a loss for words, her mind raced. The atmosphere between them had descended into an awkward silence, with neither daring to speak. While Ruan Tian felt immensely uncomfortable, Gu Yi seemed unfazed. This was his first experience with such a sensation. In the past, when someone fell silent before him, he wouldn't need to ask. A mere glance would reveal their thoughts. However, with Ruan Tian, his ability to read minds seemed completely ineffective. Strangely, he felt a flicker of joy and excitement at this loss of control. Ruan Tian, though silent, was acutely aware of Gu Yi's unusual mood. Their atmosphere should have been filled with awkwardness, yet his unexpected smile puzzled her. Why was he so cheerful all of a sudden? The proximity allowed her to sense the subtle thrill when Gu Yi drew nearer. This man's heart was a mystery. How could he transition from anger to such delight? Ruan Tian longed to inquire if Gu Yi's mood had improved, yet his inexplicable cheer left her hesitant to speak. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the torrent of thoughts swirling in her mind. System, what are your thoughts on this situation? Host, I am merely a system. Y pusas no opinions. Ruan Tian quickly understood that relying on a system was far less effective than trusting her own instincts. This stalemate with Gu Yi could not persist indefinitely. After some contemplation, she finally spoke. Are you hungry? How about I prepare something for you to eat? Prepare something to eat? Gu Yi had yet to experience Ruan Tian's abilities, and her offer piqued his curiosity immediately. What do you plan to make for me? Seeing his interest, Ruan Tian brightened, turning to gently push him back a little, creating distance between them. Seizing the opportunity, she asked, "Is there anything in particular you'd like to eat?" Gu Yi tilted his head in thought, uncertain of what he desired. His indifference towards food stemmed from a simple philosophy. As long as it sustained him, he had no particular preferences. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Ruan Tian realized this and decided to prepare a feast from her repertoire of culinary skills. She had previously stockpiled an array of dishes in her space for such occasions. Wait here. Without hesitation, she revealed her powers, retrieving an assortment of delectable food items and presenting them to Gu Yi. Try these. They're absolutely delicious. As she spoke about the food, Ruan Tian became animated, eagerly taking Gu Yi's wrist and pulling him down to sit on the floor. With excitement, she elaborated. This is a soup dumpling. And there are also vegetable dumplings, spicy soup, and what about garlic shrimp? Do you like sweet and sour ribs? I have so many more delicious dishes to share with you. It was rare for Ruan Tian to express herself so freely in front of Gu Yi. Her joy was palpable, as if feeding him was the most delightful endeavor. Though Gu Yi was not particularly interested in the food, he appreciated Ruan Tian's current demeanor. Gone were the suspicions and fears. She now resembled a curious kitten, endearing in her innocence. What do you recommend I try first? After pondering for a moment, Ruan Tian placed the sweet and sour ribs into Gu Yi's hands. Why don't you start with these? I wonder if you'll enjoy the flavor. As Gu Yi glanced down at the ribs handed to him, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Was this the first dish you recommended to Yi Mofeng as well? Chapter 115. Caught in the act, Ruan Tian was utterly bewildered. She had not anticipated that Gu Yi would utter such words. Why, despite Yi Mofeng's absence? Did Gu Yi suddenly invoke his name? These two were truly adversaries. Even in such a situation, they still found the need to bicker. Look at what you're saying. Ruan Tian chuckled softly, her mind racing. How could she possibly recommend the same dish to both him and Yi Mofeng? That would make her appear dreadfully unprincipled. Rest assured, you two are certainly not having the same dish. Do you not believe my words? Gu Yi immediately grasped Ruan Tian's implication. Yet as he looked down at her, standing confidently before him, he suddenly inquired, "What was the first dish you prepared for Yi Mofeng then?" Without hesitation, Ruan Tian mentally reviewed her answer and blurted out, "It was soup dumplings." Once the words left her lips, she realized the awkwardness of the situation. Coughing lightly, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Oh dear, disregard what I just said. How could I possibly remember that so clearly? Upon hearing Ruan Tian's explanation, Gu Yi felt that she would have been better off remaining silent. Her attempts to cover up were painfully transparent. Ruan Tian, have I ever mentioned that you ought to prepare a draft before you speak next time? You need not pretend around me. I am well aware of the closeness between you and Yi Mofeng. Ruan Tian swiftly detected the shift in Gu Yi's mood, sensing that it had turned sour once more. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only chuckle lightly and gently nudge the food towards Gu Yi, smiling as she suggested. Discussing this matter is quite futile now, especially with such an array of delicious food before you. Why not indulge a little? Gu Yi silently observed Ruan Tian for several seconds before finally conceding and trying a piece of the ribs. To his surprise, it was exceptionally delectable. The ribs Ruan Tian had prepared were succulent, each morsel bursting with flavor, a culinary delight he had never experienced before. His eyes widened, and after savoring the first rib slowly, Ruan Tian watched as he devoured the rest of the food as if he had been starved. During this eating frenzy, Ruan Tian truly witnessed the meaning of gluttony. He consumed with remarkable speed, yet without any semblance of clumsiness, leaving not a scrap behind. As she observed him, her eyes widened involuntarily, yet her heart swelled with joy. No chef could witness such a scene without feeling elated. It was a testament to her culinary skills being acknowledged by Gu Yi. How was it? Was it not extraordinarily delicious? Ruan Tian inquired, to which Gu Yi, with a soft flick of his tongue, cleaned the remnants of sauce from his lips. He genuinely found it delightful, and his past experiences had deprived him of the opportunity to choose what he wished to eat. Is there anything else to eat? He asked. Ruan Tian quickly realized that Gu Yi had not yet satisfied his hunger. Seeing how much he enjoyed the food, she did not hesitate to retrieve all the culinary delights from her backpack. You must try this. There are some dishes here that you haven't tasted before. I am certain you will love them. She placed the items before Gu Yi, her eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Yi did not disappoint her. He earnestly sampled the food, and upon tasting something particularly delightful, he looked up at Ruan Tian and remarked, "This is incredibly delicious." Each time he did this, a smile unconsciously spread across Ruan Tian's face, for in those moments, Gu Yi resembled a child, shedding his previously inscrutable demeanor. Ruan Tian found herself quite fond of this side of Gu Yi. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled and said, "There is still plenty more. Take your time and enjoy. No need to be polite." Gu Yi nodded quietly, returning to his meal. Before long, every dish on the table had been consumed. As Gu Yi continued to eat, Ruan Tian summoned the system within her mind. "System, please pull up Gu Yi's past experiences. I wish to learn about his life story." "Understood, host. I will compile the information and present it to you shortly." "Thank you," she replied. In no time, Ruan Tian received a comprehensive account of Gu Yi's life. Upon reading about his past, she found herself momentarily stunned. She had suspected that Gu Yi's previous life might have been filled with hardship, but she never could have imagined it was this dire. Before the apocalypse, Gu Yi had been abducted by human traffickers. He was once a privileged young master, but after his talents for assassination were discovered, he was taken underground. Had he not been kidnapped, he would have had a promising future, living blissfully as a young master. Instead, his days in the underground world were akin to a living hell. He had never known a normal life again. Furthermore, Gu Yi's assassination skills were extraordinary. He possessed an unparalleled aptitude for learning, mastering everything at an astonishing pace. In the underground gladiatorial arena, he was hailed as the most formidable and youngest chief assassin in history, his talents so remarkable that even his instructors began to fear him. Unquestionably, during his years in the underground arena, Gu Yi was renowned as the chief, leaving everyone astonished by his accomplishments. However, the underground arena, steeped in bloodshed, was no place for humans. Yet Gu Yi was incredibly resilient. Despite enduring inhumane torment, he persevered through those years. As Ruan Tian absorbed the details of Gu Yi's life, her heart inexplicably softened. She could not help but express her thoughts to the system. "System, Gu Yi's past is truly tragic. He seems so pitiful." "Indeed, host. But this is simply Gu Yi's fate. Each individual's destiny is unique. I must also remind you, however, that Gu Yi is not easily manipulated. You must not let your sympathy for his past cloud your judgment. His strategy level is an impressive 3S ranks, so do not let emotions interfere." "I understand, system. Rest assured, I am not a naive person." Having learned of Gu Yi's past, Ruan Tian found herself less fearful of him. She gently ruffled his hair, reassuringly saying, "Was it not incredibly delicious? If you desire more in the future, I shall prepare it for you." Just then, as if by a cruel twist of fate, Yi Mofeng pushed open the door and entered, catching sight of this very scene. Chapter 116. The Secrets of City. A Yi Mofeng fell silent. When Ruan Tian turned around and saw him, she swore she too became mute. At that moment, her hand rested upon Gu Yi's head, and the smile on her face radiated an unusually benevolent warmth. Embarrassed, Ruan Tian awkwardly turned her head, attempting to discreetly withdraw her left hand. However, Yi Mofeng's gaze remained fixed upon that very hand, unyielding for an extended moment. Even when she concealed it behind her back, he continued to scrutinize it, as if trying to detect a hidden truth. Under such penetrating scrutiny, Ruan Tian, bewildered, felt compelled to clarify, "I assure you, Gu Yi and I have done nothing improper. Our relationship is entirely innocent." Yet, stating this only served to alter the implications of their bond, hinting at something more than mere friendship. Yi Mofeng ceased speaking, his focus shifting from Ruan Tian to Gu Yi. Ruan Tian, oblivious to his thoughts, was unaware that Gu Yi had indeed feigned vulnerability, a notion not unfounded. A person capable of reading minds would surely possess a profound understanding of human nature. At this juncture, Yi Mofeng likely recognized Ruan Tian's innate kindness. In her presence, it was advantageous for Gu Yi to masquerade as pitiful. Yi Mofeng strode over, pulling Ruan Tian away from the ground, guiding her a couple of steps backward, distancing her from Gu Yi. "Have I not warned you before to refrain from getting too close to Gu Yi? Why do you persist in disobeying?" His tone was laced with concern. Gu Yi was a significant threat, and Ruan Tian's inherent kindness could easily be manipulated by Gu Yi's deceptive exterior. This was a scenario Yi Mofeng wished to avoid. Were Gu Yi a commendable individual, he would wholeheartedly support Ruan Tian's engagement with him. Alas, Gu Yi was cunning. Observing Yi Mofeng speak ill of him, Gu Yi displayed no reaction, seemingly healed by Ruan Tian's culinary delights, his aggression markedly subdued. Ruan Tian grasped Yi Mofeng's hand, gently shaking it, and with a smile, she soothed, "I actually think Gu Yi is quite agreeable. He is not as dreadful as we imagined, don't you think?" In response, Gu Yi nodded in affirmation, indicating that Ruan Tian was indeed correct. However, Yi Mofeng was not swayed, his brow furrowed in discontent. "Have you been enchanted by him? His supernatural ability is mind-reading. Are you truly unaware?" Ruan Tian genuinely did not know about Gu Yi's ability. Upon witnessing Ruan Tian's astonishment, Yi Mofeng realized that this was indeed her first revelation regarding Gu Yi's powers. "It is my oversight," Yi Mofeng admitted, a hint of frustration evident as he rubbed his forehead. "I should have informed you beforehand. With the blood moon tide approaching, I've been preoccupied with the construction of the temporary base and haven spent enough time with you. I'll make certain to inform you next time," he promised. Ruan Tian dismissed the matter with a wave. "It's no big deal at all." While Yi Mofeng conversed with Ruan Tian, Gu Yi remained silent, lacking any intention to interject. This demeanor struck Ruan Tian as reminiscent of a neglected child. Yi Mofeng intended to lead Ruan Tian outside, but she shook her head, pulling him down so the three of them formed a small circle together. "With the blood moon tide approaching, we might as well discuss our upcoming plans together," she proposed. Yi Mofeng's expression remained stern. He clearly found Gu Yi to be quite intolerable. What is there to discuss with him? There's nothing worthwhile to say. Yet, Ruan Tian placed her hand soothingly on Yi Mofeng's shoulder and softly urged, "Don't be so petty. I find Gu Yi rather impressive. Plus, with the blood moon tide imminent, having him as an ally in our camp could prove advantageous. Don't you agree?" After Ruan Tian's remarks, Yi Mofeng had to concede that she made a valid point. The situation would only worsen as time progressed, and gaining an additional ally was undoubtedly beneficial. "Very well," he relented, inhaling deeply to quell his frustrations. Curiosity about the situation in City A stirred within him, presenting an opportunity to inquire about it from Gu Yi. "Gu Yi, what is the situation like in City A? Can you share?" Gu Yi, feeling no hesitation, replied, "There's nothing I can't disclose. Now that I'm well-fed and in good spirits, I'm happy to share. He began, as for the conditions in City A, you may have heard that prior to the apocalypse, it served as a central hub where all valuable resources and intelligence were funneled, even before the onset of the crisis. Some are already aware of the impending doom. City A, having sensed the winds of change, stockpiled vast amounts of supplies, all stored underground. They also prepared substantial reserves of fresh water. Furthermore, even before the apocalypse began, they expelled irrelevant individuals to prevent others from monopolizing their resources. Upon hearing Gu's explanation, Ruan Tian understood that her culinary talents afforded her a unique advantage, ensuring her security in the face of adversity. However, the same could not be said for others. Ordinary people in the apocalypse, particularly those lacking formidable abilities, would find survival exceedingly challenging. Ruan Tian grasped this reality, and thus, the elite in City A were monopolizing resources and wealth. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, how long can the resources in City A sustain them? Gu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Considering the current population of City A, I believe their supplies could last for a century. Taken aback by the revelation, Ruan Tian gasped. She had not anticipated such an abundance of resources, which bordered on the terrifying. Yet, despite their wealth, the inhabitants of City A remained unwilling to share with others. I never imagined they would hoard so many resources for themselves, refusing to assist others, she mused. Gu, however, understood their perspective, as did Yi Mo Feng. Their education had instilled in them a sense of elitism. If the world were likened to a game, ordinary people were mere fodder, basic NPCs whose existence served only to support the affluent players. With a sardonic smile, Gu remarked, in fact, they possess an excessive amount of weaponry. In an apocalyptic environment, it is only natural for them to become somewhat selfish to protect their resources. Thus, a bold notion gradually took shape in Ruan Tian's mind. It is estimated that even before the official onset of the apocalypse, the elite of City A had already devised their plans, preparing to transform City A into a paradise solely belonging to them. Chapter 117. Intriguing revelations. Upon discovering the truth, Ruan Tian was left in utter disbelief. How could humanity exhibit such profound selfishness? It was no wonder. Yi Mofeng appeared contemplative, suddenly reminded of the days preceding the apocalypse, during which certain matters were profoundly thought-provoking. The grand bridge in the center of City A was only proposed to be constructed just before the onset of the apocalypse. At that time, many were bewildered, unable to comprehend the rationale behind erecting such a seemingly burdensome bridge between two cities. Was this not an utter waste of time and resources? However, City A offered no satisfactory explanation, merely stating that it was intended to serve the collective. Now, the truth became evident. The peculiar bridge was built with the sinister intention of being detonated once the apocalypse began, thus preventing anyone from reaching City A. The thought that others might still be struggling for survival while the inhabitants of City A indulged in their hedonistic pursuits filled Ruan Tian with dread. This was the essence of human nature. Ruan Tian pondered another question. Did the people of City A possess greater knowledge about the blood moon tide? In response, Gu exchanged a knowing glance with Ruan Tian and remarked, as I mentioned earlier, City A has access to a wealth of intelligence resources, which allowed them to be aware of the blood moon tide before the apocalypse commenced. As the apocalypse progressed, Gu left his statement unfinished, but Ruan Tian instantly grasped the concealed implications. It was likely that by the latter stages of the apocalypse, the blood moon tide would become a norm. Under its influence, other zombies would exhibit significantly enhanced mobility, and the frequency of the tides would escalate. What was once a monthly occurrence had gradually transformed into a weekly event, with tomorrow marking the next blood moon tide. In that eventuality, humanity would no longer witness the sun's daylight, and the world would devolve into a hellish nightmare, save for City A. Having foreseen the impending doom, they had stockpiled numerous resources, including ample ammunition. Alas, for ordinary people, survival beyond the upcoming blood moon tide seemed bleak. Ruan Tian felt her scalp tingle at the thought. Perhaps the true horror of the post-apocalyptic world lay not in the zombies but in the human heart. After Gu shared these insights, he added, in truth, This situation may not be entirely detrimental for other humans. Startled, Ruan Tian was taken aback by Gu Yi's sudden assertion. Yet, Gu Yi merely smiled at her, encouraging her to ponder further. Ruan Tian, perceptive as she was, soon unraveled Gu Yi's meaning. It was akin to releasing a large group of lab mice into a toxic environment. Humans, like these mice, possess awareness and gradually evolve. However, those mice sheltered in a protective enclosure live blissfully, oblivious to the carnage outside. They fail to realize that food will eventually run out, and the oxygen within their confines will inevitably deplete. In such an environment, survival becomes a daunting challenge. When that enclosure eventually shatters, those mice will be ill-equipped to adjust to the external air, and their demise will be tragic. Conversely, the mice that survive outside will have long since evolved into the ultimate beings, standing atop the pyramid of existence. The elite remain blissfully ignorant of this truth. Establishing a cooperative framework with other survivors now could spare them from the cruelty that lies ahead. Once Ruan Tian comprehended Gu Yi's perspective, enlightenment dawned upon her. So, you crossed over from City A to avoid becoming one of those lab mice? She inquired. Gu Yi nodded affirmatively, adding that life within had grown exceedingly monotonous. After awakening his abilities, he found the world devoid of excitement. Humanity merely confined itself. However, Gu Yi now believed his choice to escape was prudent. Had he not ventured out, he might never have encountered Ruan Tian. At a loss for words, Ruan Tian simply gave a thumbs up to Gu Yi in silent admiration. After listening to Gu Yi, Yi Mofeng's mind began to darken with an unsettling thought. The zombies they had faced thus far were all of the first tier. However, things were about to change. Second-tier zombies would possess diverse abilities, the most impactful being those with mental powers. This reminded Ruan Tian of the small poisonous mushroom that had awakened its own abilities due to the apocalypse's influence. The notion that plants could develop self-awareness was terrifying, particularly those with psychic capabilities. Had it not been for Xiao by rousing Ruan Tian in time, she might have remained oblivious while others succumbed to a dreamlike state. With a resigned sigh, Ruan Tian reflected on her future existence in the apocalypse, foreseeing a dismal path ahead. Sensing her distress, Yi Mofeng placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, stating, "The more formidable the zombie, the more potent the crystal core yields." A second-tier zombie's core could equate to 1,000 first-tier cores. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's frown transformed into a radiant smile, and she high-fived Yi Mofeng. I see that the future holds much promise." Yi Mofeng chuckled at her exuberance. With the blood moon tide approaching, he felt it prudent to survey their surroundings for any potential threats. They had prepared adequately around the base, yet he believed a final inspection was warranted. Casting a cautionary glance at Gu Yi, now the de facto leader of their makeshift base, his words held sway over the others. Yi Mofeng warned, "Don't take advantage of my absence to act against Ruan Tian." The exact nature of his warning remained ambiguous. Gu Yi merely smiled, unfazed by Yi Mofeng's admonition. "Ruan Tian, I must attend to matters now. The people here depend on me. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out." Worry not. I'm no longer a child. I can certainly take care of myself." Assured by Ruan Tian's response, Yi Mofeng departed. No sooner had he left than Gu Yi sprang to life. "Come, Ruan Tian, allow me to show you something fascinating." Chapter 118. The hellish mode of humanity. What intriguing things are there? Ruan Tian immediately perked up, her curiosity piqued by Gu Yi's mention of something interesting. Surely, anything that could captivate Gu Yi must be genuinely fascinating. "All right, let us go and see." Gu Yi promptly took Ruan Tian to the riverbank. Initially, Ruan Tian felt nothing out of the ordinary. "Gu Yi, why have you brought me here? I don't see anything particularly interesting happening." Gu Yi smiled faintly, pointing at the sandy shore. "Are you certain you don't see anything intriguing? Take a closer look." At his words, Ruan Tian widened her eyes and began to search the beach. Before long, she indeed discovered something unusual. Upon closer inspection, she noticed peculiar items scattered across the sand. Are these fish scales? They look remarkably similar, yet something seems slightly off. If one did not scrutinize closely, they might mistake these objects for oddly shaped shells. This only heightened Ruan Tian's curiosity, prompting her to lean in closer. Upon examining them more carefully, she stumbled upon something utterly revolting. These fish scales were adorned with tiny, flesh-colored worms, evoking a sense of dread that made her skin crawl. It was truly nauseating. Ruan Tian fought against the urge to vomit, taking a deep breath to suppress the discomfort in her stomach. She furrowed her brow and asked, Gu Yi, what on earth is going on? Do you know something about this? In response, Gu Yi's face broke into a smile. He pointed to the fish scales on the ground, saying with amusement, don't you find these things on the ground rather amusing? The parasites use the fish scales as their hosts, controlling their thoughts. Who can truly distinguish the host from the parasite? Ruan Tian was at a loss for words, as the ground was teeming with these creatures. She recalled the peculiar sensation of walking on the sand, which sent shivers down her spine. Nearly on the verge of retching, she instinctively took several steps back, distancing herself from the scales, unwilling to come any closer. In contrast, Gu Yi appeared genuinely fascinated by the objects on the ground. He crouched down, observing the parasitized fish scales up close. Ruan Tian watched his back anxiously, fearing he might touch those scales out of curiosity. She quickly stepped forward and pulled him back to her side. Don't get too close. What if those worms jump at you? If they can infest fish scales, they can certainly infest humans too. Her words momentarily stunned Gu Yi, but soon his interest shifted entirely to Ruan Tian. The excitement in his gaze was palpable, leaving Ruan Tian puzzled, prompting her to furrow her brow and softly inquire, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Yi explained, it's the first time someone has expressed concern for me in such a manner right in front of me, and I find it rather novel. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian felt an influx of affection for him. Of course I care about you. After all, we are friends now. If I don't care about you, who else should I care for? To her surprise, Gu Yi retorted, naturally you could also care for Yi Mofeng. Ruan Tian was speechless. Was it truly necessary to bring up Yi Mofeng at that moment? Gu Yi's eyes sparkled with mirth, though the excitement in them dimmed slightly. He added, there is also the possibility that I, along with Yi Mofeng, might just be among many you can choose from. Am I wrong? Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian broke into a cold sweat. She had not anticipated that Gu Yi's intuition would be so astute, akin to Yi Mofeng's. Ruan Tian coughed, a telltale sign of her unease, turning her face away and mumbling, how could I possibly be that kind of person? Why couldn't you be? After all, in my view, everyone desires to possess you exclusively. Isn't that a manifestation of your charm? Even someone like Yi Mofeng, who appears aloof, is quite fond of you. Gu Yi found it astonishing that he himself also harbored feelings for Ruan Tian. Perhaps it was the inability to comprehend her innermost thoughts that drew him to her, but it was undoubtedly her allure that captivated him. Ruan Tian, do you dare to look me in the eyes and repeat what you just said? Gu Yi's demeanor was unlike Yi Mofeng's. He was straightforward and unyielding. Ruan Tian silently closed her mouth, exhaling a sigh, realizing she could not conceal her feelings from him. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Gu Yi interjected, I was merely speaking casually, without any ulterior motives. You can take my words as mere conjecture. He softened his tone after his earlier insistence. Have you ever heard of mermaids? Gu Yi suddenly changed the subject. Ruan Tian was taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, but she quickly followed suit. Yes, I've heard of them. Are they not supposed to be exceptionally beautiful? Not that kind of mermaid, Gu Yi replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I mean the kind with a fish's upper body and human legs. Ruan Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a path she had never envisioned. During the extensive purges in City A, not only was the bridge connecting it to the outside world destroyed, but many of the remaining impoverished souls were also cast into the river. Among them were those bitten by zombies carrying the virus. After their demise, their bodies were consumed by fish, leading to the emergence of such grotesque creatures, both repulsive and astonishing. Do you remember the wounds on my body? I encountered those bizarre beings in the water. Gu Yi recounted his past experiences with a sense of thrill rather than fear. Isn't it fascinating? Ruan Tian felt no amusement whatsoever. She quickly grasped Gu Yi's implication and gasped in disbelief. You mean, during this crimson moon tide, they haven't found more corpses to feast upon in the river and are preparing to come ashore? The surviving humans in city A were akin to those holding a life-saving talisman, nearly impossible to perish. With fewer and fewer bodies cast into the river, the mermaids would inevitably venture on land. But that was not the worst of it. I smell something in addition to the blood, something that indicates this crimson moontide involves not only these mermaids, but also a considerable number of second-tier zombies. The level of horror has doubled. Chapter 119. Could it be that sister is jealous of me? Ruan Tian merely envisioned that scene in her mind, and a shiver ran down her spine. Yet, Gu Yi remained as exhilarated as ever, seemingly captivated by the impending blood moon tide. As Ruan Tian turned around, she noticed the expression on Gu Yi's face and couldn't help but furrow her brow, asking, Gu Yi, why are you smiling so joyfully? Don't you think this is an exceedingly intriguing matter? The previous blood moon tides were rather dull, yet the forthcoming ones promise to be far more exhilarating. By then, a plethora of fascinating species will be visible, and Gu Yi has undoubtedly transformed into a battle enthusiast at his core. He was irresistibly drawn by an intense curiosity about the events that might unfold next, eager to witness what delightful surprises awaited them. Ruan Tian could comprehend Gu Yi's behavior and excitement, given their differing growth trajectories. After a brief mental calculation, she realized that tomorrow marked the arrival of the blood moon tide, and she pondered what the situation would be like. Gu Yi reassured her, stating, It is precisely the unknown that renders it intriguing, is it not? Aware that she and Gu Yi would never see eye to eye, Ruan Tian chose to keep silent, immersing herself in her own daydreams. Before long, Gu Yi took Ruan Tian's hand and led her back to the base. On their way, they unexpectedly encountered Yi Mo Feng, who had just finished his tasks. Yi Mo Feng's gaze roamed over the two of them before finally settling on Ruan Tian's arm, where an unwelcome hand rested. He felt an overwhelming annoyance, having previously warned Ruan Tian not to stand so close to Gu Yi. Yet, she had disregarded his advice, pressing in even closer. Perhaps it was Yi Mo Feng's imagination, but he sensed that the distance between Ruan Tian and Gu Yi had unwittingly diminished significantly. Not long ago, Ruan Tian had harbored a fear of Gu Yi, yet now she seemed unfazed, even desiring to be in such proximity to him. In a moment of dominance, Yi Mo Feng raised his hand and pulled Ruan Tian closer to him, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Did I not tell you before to keep your distance from Gu Yi? Why are you so disobedient? Before Ruan Tian could respond, Gu Yi interjected, Am I some superhuman? You constantly prevent Ruan Tian from being near me. One might think you're her boyfriend. Gu Yi's words left Yi Mo Feng speechless. Indeed, he and Ruan Tian shared no significant relationship. They were merely friends. What right did Yi Mo Feng have to meddle in Ruan Tian's freedom? At a loss for words, he released the hand he had grasped. Yi Mo Feng, I understand that you disapprove of me, but we are both friends of Ruan Tian, are we not? You're not her boyfriend, so you have no authority to criticize me. Gu Yi's words carried a strong assertiveness, causing Yi Mo Feng to scowl in irritation. However, he recognized the truth in Gu Yi's statement. He had no justification to interfere in Ruan Tian's personal affairs. What Ruan Tian chose to pursue and with whom she associated were her own matters. Observing Yi Mo Feng's momentary silence, Gu Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, though his aggressiveness slightly receded. Yet, this was not the time for quarrels. They needed to unite against the blood moon tide, so the remaining discussion could wait. Yi Mo Feng understood that Gu Yi was offering him a way out, and he gratefully accepted the opportunity. Once the blood moon tide situation was resolved, they would have ample time to address personal matters. Seeing Yi Mo Feng's understanding demeanor, Gu Yi refrained from pressing further and turned to Ruan Tian, asking, Where shall we go now? Before Ruan Tian could voice her thoughts, Yi Mo Feng interjected with a raised eyebrow, decisively determining their course. You cannot go with Ruan Tian. You must stay with me. Gu Yi was not convinced, replying why. Yi Mo Feng's explanation was straightforward. Did you not say that the blood moon tide was of greater importance? There are still many tasks to complete at the base. With your capabilities, why not assist us? Yi Mo Feng's words effectively placed Gu Yi on the moral high ground. After all, it was Gu Yi who had previously declared the blood moon tide to be paramount, and he certainly could not contradict himself. Thus, Gu Yi had no choice but to follow Yimo Feng, prepare to lend a hand in the base's endeavors. Before they departed, Yimo Feng placed a hand on Gu Yi's shoulder, reminding Ruan Tian, "We will be busy for a while. You may amuse yourself or explore. If anything arises, do not hesitate to seek me out." Even at this juncture, Gu Yi was keen to include himself in the equation. "Of course I am here too, and I believe I can be more reliable than Yimo Feng." Ruan Tian chuckled at their playful banter. Despite the seriousness of the situation, they still managed to jest. She waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "All right, I understand. You two go ahead and get to work." With Ruan Tian's encouragement, Yimo Feng and Gu Yi finally set off. Ruan Tian stood still, watching their departing figures, and for reasons unknown, she found herself laughing again. These two, even when together, seldom offered each other a pleasant expression. Even a mere accidental brush of arms seemed to evoke an aversion, as if they wished to discard the very fabric of their clothing. As Ruan Tian continued to observe their retreating forms, she turned to head towards the dormitory building. However, upon doing so, she noticed something amiss. For there, in the shadows, stood Lu Xuexue. Lu Xuexue had appeared in the corner without Ruan Tian's notice, radiating resentment as she glared at Ruan Tian with a fierce intensity. It was unclear how long she had been watching, but the animosity in her gaze intensified the moment Ruan Tian caught sight of her. Realizing she had been discovered, Lu Xuexue abandoned all pretense and approached Ruan Tian directly. Fixing her gaze upon Ruan Tian, she spoke with a tone laced with jealousy and bitterness. "With the protection of two exceptional men, you must be feeling quite pleased, are you not? And considering their handsome looks and formidable strength, how could you not be happy?" Ruan Tian blinked innocently, and since Lu Xuexue had taken such an antagonistic stance, she decided to confront her directly. Thus, Ruan Tian donned a playful smile, infused with a hint of sarcasm, and replied, "What is it, sister? Could it be that you are envious of your younger sister?" Chapter 120. The arrival of the red moon tide, Ruan Tian found herself amused by her overly flirtatious tone. This scene almost drove Lu Xuexue to the brink of fury. Since the day Ruan Tian had met her, she had never witnessed such a display of insincerity. Was Ruan Tian's behavior not a deliberate affront to her? "Ruan Tian, to whom are you presenting this revolting fade?" With a beaming smile, Ruan Tian gazed at Lu Xuexue, recalling how Lu Xuexue had treated her in the past. "Do you remember what you said to me when we first met? Didn't you once wish to eliminate me? What has changed now?" At Ruan Tian's words, Lu Xuexue's complexion turned a shade of iron, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet pride surged within her, unable to surmount this challenge. She pointed an accusatory finger at Ruan Tian, launching into a tirade, "You wretched woman." In response, Ruan Tian remained unfazed, her demeanor unaffected by Lu Xuexue's derogatory remark. "Indeed, if I were a wretched woman, then what would that make the illustrious Miss Lu Xuexue? Perhaps you are even beneath that title." Lu Xuexue, realizing she was no match for Ruan Tian, continued in frustration, "You only thrive because of the protection from Yimo Feng and Gu Yi. Without them, what would you be?" "Ah, just as you assert, I am indeed reliant on men. What do you intend to do about it?" Ruan Tian shrugged, her smile broadening with each passing moment. "Why not just strike me down? Or perhaps call the police to have me arrested? What do you think?" Ruan Tian's demeanor was infuriatingly nonchalant, embodying the very essence of a rogue. Lu Xuexue, nearly breathless with rage, felt her nails dig into her flesh. Realizing that this line of argument was futile, she decided to resort to moral coercion. "Ruan Tian, are you not aware that I am a child?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian shrugged indifferently, unimpressed by Lu Xuexue's tactic. In a world on the brink of collapse, engaging in reckless affairs is a gross irresponsibility towards the unborn child, which, I might add, is not even Yimo Feng's. Why feign pity before me? Lu Xuexue had not anticipated Ruan Tian's indifference. If you wish to feign sorrow, do so elsewhere. It is your duty to protect your child. Is it not a given? Ruan Tian's words silenced Lu Xuexue, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Glaring at Ruan Tian with furious eyes. "Enough. All of this is a consequence of your own actions. Had you not entangled yourself with Peng Si, how could there be a child? So do not attempt to morally bind me. I'm not swayed by such tactics. Ruan Tian, sensing that her time could be better spent elsewhere, contemplated the prospect of selling delicacies on her electric tricycle for a decent profit. As Ruan Tian turned to leave, Lu Xuexue grew frantic, determined not to let her depart so easily. If you relinquish these two extraordinary men to me now, I shall act as if nothing has transpired and will cease my clandestine schemes. However, Ruan Tian regarded Lu Xuexue with disdain, fully aware of her ulterior motives. Turning calmly to face her, Ruan Tian's eyes seemed to question Lu Xuexue's next move. Ruan Tian, consider this your final warning. If you do not concede these two men to me, you are well aware of the consequences. Lu Xuexue had always been selfish, her interests paramount. Very well. I am eager to witness your next actions, Ruan Tian replied with a sudden smile, crossing her arms and inviting Lu Xuexue to continue. Lu Xuexue merely scoffed, refraining from revealing her true intentions, and instead issued a warning. I am merely informing you in advance. Are you certain you will not hand over these two exceptional men? Ruan Tian's response was unequivocal, a light laugh escaping her lips as she declared, absolutely not. They are not my possessions. They are individuals. Do not treat Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi as mere commodities. Lu Xuexue grasped the futility of her efforts. Ruan Tian would never relinquish Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi. Accepting this, she resolved to resort to underhanded means. Casting one last piercing glance at Ruan Tian, she proclaimed, if I suffer, then neither of you shall find peace. Before turning away, Ruan Tian merely watched Lu Xuexue's retreating figure, brushing off her words as inconsequential. Soon night fell. Ruan Tian looked up at the sky, observing the once clear night sky being gradually consumed by a blood-red hue. The red moon tide had arrived. Yet, Ruan Tian felt no particular sense of panic. After all, this was not her first encounter with the red moon tide, and there was little reason for alarm. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the stringent defensive measures in place at their temporary base. Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi had personally overseen these preparations, ensuring that all necessary defenses were established. When Ruan Tian had inquired, she was astounded by their meticulous planning. What if second-tier zombies attack? And what about the merfolk in the river? How should we proceed? Yi Mofeng had anticipated this, saying, the solution is simple. We have enlisted several Earth-type ability users within the camp to construct a high wall behind the main gate. These Earth walls are impenetrable, reinforced with cores to withstand second-tier zombies. Gu Yi added, I have also devised a trap. If the rope is severed, those second-tier zombies will require considerable time to breach the wall. Ruan Tian was thoroughly convinced by their reliability. She gave Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi a thumbs up, praising them profusely. With them around, she had no doubt that the second-tier zombies could not easily breach their temporary base. With confidence, Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi raised their heads, gazing at the sky. The red moon tide was upon them. Following their lead, Ruan Tian also glanced upward. Indeed, in the next moment, a colossal red moon hung in the sky, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The new wave of the red moon tide was about to commence. Chapter 121. The arrival of the merfolk, a foul stench gradually permeated the air, utterly unpleasant and revolting. Ruan Tian forcefully suppressed her urge to vomit, carefully attuning her senses, and immediately realized that the merfolk in the river had likely come ashore. The typical scent of zombies is foul, usually a mere stench of decay. However, these fish-like beings emitted a genuinely fishy odor. Ruan Tian, alongside Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi, had ascended to the highest building within this temporary encampment, where she could clearly survey her surroundings. Many zombies, influenced by the blood moon, had experienced a significant enhancement in their olfactory senses, mobility, and destructive capabilities. In Ruan Tian's line of sight, a multitude of dark dots appeared. These were the zombies. Their heightened sense of smell had keenly detected the scent of human flesh in the air. Unable to restrain their craving for fresh human blood, the zombies banded together, rushing en masse toward the temporary encampment. Even though Ruan Tian had been forewarned that this zombie wave was the most formidable yet, witnessing the scene before her still sent a chill down her spine. It was utterly insane. Goosebumps erupted on her skin as she gasped in horror at the sheer number of approaching zombies. Yi Mofeng remained composed, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. Gu Yi and I have fortified the defenses around us. These first-tier zombies cannot breach our perimeter." What truly posed a threat were the second-tier zombies. Just like humans, zombies possessed the ability to evolve, often gaining powers that surpassed those of humans. The invisible zombie Ruan Tian had encountered in City B was a prime example. For humanity to survive, it was essential not only to continually enhance one's abilities, but also to seize every opportunity for survival. Ruan Tian had great faith in the capabilities of Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi. With their presence, fending off these first-tier zombies would be a relatively simple task. The real challenge lay in the second-tier zombies lurking amongst them, likely having awakened bizarre and formidable abilities. The fact that zombies felt no pain served as a significant advantage, having already defeated numerous humans. Sensing Ruan Tian's unease, Yi Mofeng comforted her, "It's all right. Trust in Gu Yi and me." Although Yi Mofeng often found Gu Yi to be rather insufferable, he could not deny Gu Yi's excellence in matters of defense. He would not let his personal grievances overshadow Gu Yi's contributions and merits. Other survivors shared Ruan Tian's apprehensions, equally fearful of the second-tier zombies. The future of humanity appeared increasingly bleak. Gu Yi pointed towards the pit behind the base's gate and explained to the group, "In fact, prior to the onset of the blood moon tide, I had already contemplated this issue at Yi Mofeng's and my insistence. The Earth-type ability users within our base banded together to construct a robust earthen wall. Should formidable zombies breach our first line of defense, we can unleash this wall, which will withstand a significant number of zombies and buy us more time for survival. So, there is no need for concern. We are all survivors in this apocalypse and must unite to preserve the flame of human civilization." One must admit, Gu Yi was an exceptional orator, adept at stirring the hearts of his audience. Under his rousing speech, the survivors' fears diminished considerably, and many began to feel a renewed sense of confidence. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, Gu Yi discreetly glanced at Ruan Tian and winked, as if seeking acknowledgement for his efforts. Ruan Tian quickly understood his intent. His ability was mind-reading, and it seemed he had mastered the art of persuasion during his time in City. Ruan Tian subtly gave him a thumbs up, commending him for his excellent performance. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Lu Xuexue's gaze turned cold as she watched the zombies below and the survivors before her. Peng Si had recently taken another woman into his arms, likely a new acquisition. Lu Xuexue's attraction to Peng Si had waned to zero. Had it not been for Yi Mofeng's words, Peng Si would have been indifferent to Lu Xuexue, wishing her to perish. This shift had left Lu Xuexue, who once enjoyed a life of luxury, supported by Yi Mofeng, utterly distressed. The survivors in the makeshift base looked down upon her, deeming her a traitor. Enduring Peng Si's cold indifference while being scorned by the other survivors had twisted her heart. If she could not live well, then neither would anyone else. With a cold smirk, Lu Xuexue seized the opportunity to slip downstairs unnoticed. In a bid for revenge against Ruan Tian, Yi Mofeng, and Peng Si, as well as the many survivors who had disregarded her, she resolved to undertake an audacious act. Ruan Tian remained oblivious to Lu Xuexue's disappearance, her focus entirely on the zombies below, particularly those merfolk that had concealed themselves, her primary concern. The ability to harm Gu Yi from within the water indicated that these beings were not mere single-celled organisms. They had likely developed a sense of self-awareness. With this thought in mind, Ruan Tian narrowed her eyes, continuing her vigilant search. However, her efforts yielded disappointment. She could not locate any trace of the merfolk. Yet she dared not lower her guard. The fishy odor in the air intensified, confirming that these beings were indeed drawing closer to the temporary base, exhibiting remarkable intelligence in their concealment. Ruan Tian forcefully quelled her rising anxiety, remaining focused. The initial wave of zombies posed no significant threat. They were all first-tier zombies, merely fillers with no real danger. Their base housed several long-range attackers, and with the traps they had set in advance, dispatching these first-tier zombies should be a simple task. Just as Ruan Tian and the other survivors began to feel a sense of relief, they soon detected something amiss. She twitched her nose and caught a whiff of an overpowering fishy scent. In an instant, Ruan Tian's keen eyes spotted the merfolk hidden at the back of the zombie throng. Their upper bodies were grotesque, with some exhibiting scales that had burst, revealing festering lumps filled with pus. It was a truly repulsive sight. Strangely, they retained normal human legs beneath them, creating an eerily disconcerting effect. In an instant, Ruan Tian's vigilance heightened, and she shouted, "The merfolk are coming. Be extremely cautious." Chapter 122. I shall ensure none of you find peace. Prompted by Ruan Tian's observation, the others soon caught sight of the mermaid hidden amidst the horde of zombies. Good heavens, how could a mermaid be so repulsive? Just the sight of it nearly induced my nausea. I don't know if you noticed, but beneath its scales, there were all these swollen, pus-filled blisters. How utterly disgusting. The others echoed similar sentiments, having never encountered such a grotesque creature before. In my recollection, mermaids, regardless of their form, ought to possess a certain beauty. Yet here, the upper half resembled a fish while the lower half bore human legs. This scene was strangely reminiscent of Lovecraftian horror, evoking a sense of unease. Ruan Tian, too, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, suspecting that the blisters beneath the scales concealed some deeper mystery. She immediately sought out Gu Yi. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Gu Yi, when you battled these mermaids, did you notice anything unusual about those blisters? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi reminisced about his confrontation with the mermaids, offering a soft chuckle before deliberately teasing her. Are you so eager to know? The more he acted this way, the more Ruan Tian was compelled to discover the truth. She couldn't help but gently shake his shoulder, whispering, "Just tell me quietly." Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, confirming, "Are you truly certain you want to know? You won't regret it?" Ruan Tian nodded vigorously. "I absolutely will not regret it. Just tell me." Seeing her genuine desire for knowledge, Gu Yi finally divulged the information. However, upon learning the truth, Ruan Tian felt as though she might regurgitate her last meal. Inside those blisters resided myriad insects, densely packed in a mass of slime. Just imagine the grotesque image of insects enveloped in that gooey substance. The mere thought sent Ruan Tian teetering on the brink of nausea. Enough. Don't say any more. I'm truly going to be sick. It wasn't just Ruan Tian who overheard Gu Yi's revelation. The surrounding survivors were equally taken aback. They never imagined that the blisters beneath the mermaids held such a dreadful secret. Ruan Tian couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Yi, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she quietly inquired, "And you? When you were in the river, so close to those mermaids, did none of those blisters come into contact with you?" Gu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I would allow such filth to approach me?" At that moment, Ruan Tian realized the truth. Gu Yi did indeed seem to possess a certain fastidiousness. Moreover, all she knew was that Gu Yi had the ability to read minds and wielded playing cards as weapons. The extent of his powers remained a mystery, but she sensed an impressive array of abilities at his disposal. Gu Yi's expression turned serious. For him, battling the mermaids was akin to child's play. However, the other survivors within the base were in a different predicament. If they allowed the mermaids to approach, they risked becoming hosts for the insects lurking beneath the scales. These creatures would invade the survivors' minds, devouring their brains entirely, transforming them into new vessels, possibly even appropriating the humans' abilities. At that point, the situation would become dire. Gu Yi cautioned, "Do not let these mermaids near you. The consequences will be dire." Upon hearing his words, the group felt a surge of anxiety. Since it was Gu Yi himself who had spoken, they knew there was no room for doubt. However, they still had the sturdy earthen wall as a defense, capable of resisting some of the mermaids, especially since the camp boasted many fire-based abilities. There was no cause for alarm. Upon hearing Yi Mofeng's reassurance, the other survivors felt a sense of relief wash over them. Ruan Tian sighed in gratitude, thankful for the earthen barrier. As time wore on, the survivors gradually began to feel overwhelmed. The number of zombies was simply staggering. Despite having slain a significant number, more kept emerging. Ruan Tian retrieved the provisions she had prepared in advance to assist the injured. These creatures seemed tireless, no matter how many they killed. An endless supply of zombies continued to surge forth. They could hardly compete with the zombies' stamina. Were it not for Yi Mofeng's presence, they would have undoubtedly found themselves in a dire situation. With Yi Mofeng leading the charge, he alleviated a considerable amount of pressure on the group. Ruan Tian kept a vigilant watch on the mermaids' movements, noting that they appeared to operate with a sense of organization and discipline, gradually integrating themselves into the horde of zombies. They were using the ordinary zombies as stepping stones. Once the humans were sufficiently exhausted, they would emerge, consuming them utterly. This would allow the insects within the blisters to occupy new bodies, feasting on human brains, and becoming new viral entities. Ruan Tian sensed the moment was ripe. The fishmen were drawing closer, and second-tier zombies were edging nearer. She quickly turned to Yi Mofeng, exclaiming, "We can open the earthen wall now. If the fishmen and those second-tier zombies get any closer, we won't be able to defend ourselves in time." Upon hearing Ruan Tian's urgent voice, both Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi nodded in agreement. Yi Mofeng turned to the logistics personnel, issuing the command, "Cut the rope linking to the earthen wall now." Understood. The personnel swiftly produced a knife and severed the rope. But to everyone's astonishment, nothing happened to the earthen wall that had been constructed in advance. Ruan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out, "What is going on? Where's the earthen wall we built ahead of time?" Initially, she suspected a mistake, but upon seeing the astonishment mirrored on Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi's faces, she quickly realized something was amiss. Logically, Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi were both meticulous individuals who would have thoroughly planned their actions before proceeding. Such a situation should have been impossible. Before Ruan Tian could contemplate further, a survivor pointed at the ground where Lu Shueshue had suddenly appeared, screaming, "It's Lu Shueshue! It's all her fault. She secretly cut the rope." Upon hearing this, the gaze of all survivors turned to Lu Shueshue. There she stood, clutching the severed rope, the very symbol of their hope. It had been their collective effort that had forged this final line of defense for survival. Yet now, it lay in ruins, all thanks to Lu Shueshue. Realizing she was the center of attention, Lu Shueshue's lips curled into a sinister and triumphant smile as she bellowed, "You won't let me have peace, right? Then I shall ensure none of you find peace." Chapter 123. Gu Yi's ability. Lu Shueshue accomplished something she had long desired, especially from such a distance. She could clearly see the incredulous expression on Yi Mofeng's face. Not only him, but also that wretched Ruan Tian. The faces of other survivors were etched with astonishment, gazing at Lu Shueshue as if she were an incomprehensible ancient sinner. Yet, Lu Shueshue felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Gripping the rope in her hand, she bestowed a radiant smile upon the people atop the building. "At last, I have reclaimed my role as the protagonist of this world. You all look down upon me, relegating me to the depths of despair. What I do now is solely for my revenge. Look down on me, do you? I bet you regret it now." With a sense of pride, Lu Shueshue clutched the rope and, in a fit of rage, flung it to the ground, viciously stomping on it several times before a multitude of survivors. "I shall ensure none of you survive." After completing her display, she retreated back into the building. In fact, Lu Shueshue had secretly prepared a basement on the first floor. She had long resolved to execute this plan, intending to make those who scorned her truly taste the bitterness of betrayal. Filled with satisfaction, Lu Shueshue dove into the basement she had meticulously arranged, stocked with provisions she had prepared in advance. Once inside, she caressed her noticeably protruding belly, her gaze shifting unpredictably. "Once I have consumed all the food, could it be that the child within me may also become my new sustenance?" She found no horror in this notion. Rather, it seemed entirely rational. "After all, you are my child, merely a piece of flesh that has fallen from my own body. So is it not reasonable for me to consume you?" Lu Shueshue's thoughts had long since transcended human morality, even surpassing the cruelty of some animals. Humans often say that a tiger does not eat its young. Yet, Lu Shueshue could contemplate devouring her own child in a moment of desperation. Should others learn of this idea, they would surely be astounded. While Lu Shueshue felt secure, others faced imminent peril. The crowd had no time to marvel at Lu Shueshue's shamelessness. Many turned their gazes towards the horde of zombies, surging towards the door, their skin crawling with dread. A wave of despair washed over them. What did they possibly do to survive? It seemed that no matter their actions, survival was beyond their reach. Initially, there had been a glimmer of hope, but now even that flicker had been extinguished. Inside the room, silence prevailed. Everyone stared at the throng of zombies below and the door that was on the verge of being breached, a shroud of hopelessness enveloping their hearts. Was this truly the end? Just then, a bright voice broke through the crowd. "We cannot give up. Now is not the time to surrender." Ruan Tian lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with determination. In a moment of collective despondency, her presence shone like a blazing light, igniting the seeds of hope. "We have not lost. We are not dead. Why should we surrender?" Ruan Tian leaped into Yi Mofeng's arms, speaking rapidly. "You must take me down now. Yi Mofeng, you can do this, can't you?" Without questioning her intentions, Yi Mofeng acted immediately, flinging open the window. In a heroic gesture, he cradled Ruan Tian and leapt from the rooftop. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Mofeng had maximized his ability to perceive the world around him. In that moment, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he and Ruan Tian reached the entrance. Just as the door was about to be breached, Ruan Tian summoned an electric tricycle. Its size was just right, perfectly blocking the door and shielding them from the encroaching horde. With the tricycle providing an impenetrable defense, Ruan Tian successfully secured the final barrier at the door. She exhaled deeply, sweat trickling down her forehead. They were mere moments away from disaster. Had Ruan Tian hesitated for even an instant, the zombies would have surged in, rendering the tricycle useless. Fortunately, the tricycle had been upgraded, extending its length to effectively shield the entrance. Just as Ruan Tian sighed in relief, her heart raced again. She forced herself to ignore the rancid odor of the zombie horde and quickly instructed Yi Mofeng, "Go summon the Earth-type abilities users from before to reinforce the defenses. We cannot let the zombies breach our lines." Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng nodded swiftly and sprang into action. With Ruan Tian's electric tricycle providing support, the pressure on the group lessened. In the face of despair, they glimpsed newfound hope and quickly descended to join the fight. Ruan Tian dared not rest. Even with her upgraded Snow White, the invincibility lasted only 2 hours. After that, numerous crises would still loom. "I can only hold out for 2 hours. Afterward, we will be in peril." Thanks to Ruan Tian's reminder, the group's momentary relaxation was quickly replaced with renewed urgency. Gu Yi watched Ruan Tian's electric tricycle with keen interest, astonished that she possessed such an ability. He approached her, inspecting Snow White from every angle, touching here and looking there, much like an excited child. This relaxed demeanor sharply contrasted with Ruan Tian's tension. Ruan Tian turned to glance at Gu Yi, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Aren't you nervous?" In response, Gu Yi withdrew his hand, yawning lazily, and retorted, "Do you wish for me to feel nervous? If so, I can certainly oblige." After uttering those words, Gu Yi immediately complied, his previously relaxed expression vanishing as he feigned fear and trepidation, muttering, "Oh no, I'm about to perish at the hands of zombies. How terrifying." Ruan Tian's lips twitched. He was a talented performer. "Next time, please refrain from acting," she replied. Gu Yi quickly returned to his normal demeanor, realizing such expressions were ill-suited to him. This sense of ease piqued Ruan Tian's curiosity. What indeed was Gu Yi's ability? Perhaps it was mind-reading, indicating a psychic gift? Chapter 124. Despair of the Little White. Ruan Tian's electric tricycle boasted an impenetrable defense, successfully repelling all zombies within a 2-hour window. However, after this period, humanity's demise awaited. We were compelled to anticipate and mitigate every conceivable mishap within these 2 hours, devising strategies for resolution. For beyond this time frame, peril loomed. When Ruan Tian uttered these words, her expression was grave, devoid of her usual vivaciousness. The others, having spent time with her, grasped her temperament and felt their own anxiety mounting as they witnessed her somber demeanor. "Ruan Tian, isn't your defensive time invincible?" Some survivors clung to a glimmer of hope, fantasizing about the unfaltering nature of her defense. Had it truly been invincible, Ruan Tian would have reclined comfortably, indulging in delicacies while observing the impotent fury of the zombies before her. Yet the truth was stark. The defense could only last for 2 hours, not a moment longer. It was futile to harbor such delusions. Rather than praying for divine intervention, it would be wiser to contemplate the forthcoming plans. With Ruan Tian's sobering words, the group's morale waned. Peng Si could not suppress a complaint amidst the crowd. I thought your abilities were formidable, but it seems they're rather mediocre. In response, Ruan Tian's usual warmth dissipated as she turned sharply to face Peng Si, retorting decisively, You deem my powers mediocre? Pray tell, what are your abilities? Without my electric tricycle, the zombies would have feasted upon you first. If you possess such prowess, then stand in my stead against these zombies. Furthermore, you failed to protect Lu Shueshua. Who bears your child? I could have easily abandoned each of you, even cast you aside. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Ruan Tian's sudden aggression rendered Peng Si momentarily speechless, his countenance darkening as he glared at her. He instinctively sought to retaliate with words, yet as he opened his mouth, Yi Mofeng shot him a piercing glance. Gu Yi's gentle smile, though warm, transformed into an ominous aura in Peng Si's perception. Consequently, Peng Si had no choice but to swallow his impending retort. Ruan Tian could not stray beyond the protection of the electric tricycle. She cradled Little White and encouraged it to consume crystal cores voraciously. Come, Little White, unleash your ghostly flames. Little White struggled to swallow the crystal core within its throat, directing its ghostly fire at the approaching zombies. Logically speaking, Little White's abilities were potent. This ghostly flame was undoubtedly a lethal weapon against the undead. Yet, to Ruan Tian's astonishment, these zombies did not drop any crystal cores. How could this be? They failed to yield crystal cores? Ruan Tian rubbed her eyes, convinced she was hallucinating, but the barren ground before her swiftly dispelled any illusions. The grim reality dawned upon her. Zombies vanquished by ghostly flames did not drop crystal cores. Yi Mofeng observed keenly, quickly discerning the anomaly. He spoke to Ruan Tian. It's not that they don't drop crystal cores. Rather, since Little White's upgrade, the potency of the ghostly flames has increased to the extent that first-tier crystal cores cannot withstand their might and are obliterated. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's heart shattered. The comfort she had previously enjoyed stemmed from Little White's ghostly flames, which could simultaneously annihilate zombies and harvest their crystal cores, creating a perpetual cycle. Now, she had hoped that Little White's upgrade would enhance their strength, only to find that not only had they not improved, but they could no longer exploit the loophole. Yi Mofeng, sensing the shift in Ruan Tian's mood, gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, It's all right. With every gain comes a loss. Little White's current state is still commendable. At least the flames have grown more formidable. Ruan Tian soon regained her composure. At the very least, the electric tricycle could still be upgraded with first-tier crystal cores. As long as they could perpetually upgrade, surely they would not lack sufficient second-tier cores, would they? You speak true. One cannot have it all. Ruan Tian rolled up her sleeves, affectionately ruffling Little White's head as she encouraged, Go for it, Little White. Don't feel disheartened. In my heart, you are the best. With Ruan Tian's words of comfort, Little White rallied, consuming crystal cores at an accelerated pace. Ruan Tian felt a sense of relief. But as she witnessed the humanoid fish mingling within the zombie horde drawing nearer, her skin prickled with unease. These fish creatures appeared utterly repulsive. From a distance, they seemed tolerable. Yet as they approached, Ruan Tian beheld their scales up close. Particularly alarming were the festering sores beneath the scales, eliciting a visceral reaction from Ruan Tian, nearly causing her to regurgitate last night's meal. Although the electric tricycle was shielded by an invisible barrier, this did not mean Ruan Tian could bear the thought of those sores bursting and their foul fluid splattering against the protective dome. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tian urged Little White to accelerate its fireball attacks. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Her remaining crystal cores were dwindling, and she would surely not last the 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng produced all the crystal cores he possessed and placed them before Ruan Tian. He then turned to the others and declared, If anyone has crystal cores, please donate them to Ruan Tian. This pertains to our survival. Even the most selfish individuals, faced with a multitude of humanoid fish and zombies, felt a potent instinct for survival compelling them to relinquish the majority of their crystal cores. With this newfound support, the issues surrounding Little White's sustained power were largely resolved. Ruan Tian felt considerably more at ease. However, as the first humanoid fish finally drew near, her previously settled heart leapt anew. What was she to do? Was it her imagination, or did this humanoid fish appear exceptionally sinister? Peng Si rolled his eyes at the sky, finding Ruan Tian increasingly irksome. After hearing her murmur of concern, he retorted, "Could you refrain from your nonsense? Do these humanoid fish truly possess such terrifying power? They seem like ordinary fish to me, merely possessing an unusual appearance. I cannot fathom why you are so frightened of them, especially you, Ruan Tian. You wield such formidable abilities, capable of both offense and defense. And yet you have taken so many of our crystal cores. If you cannot dispatch these seemingly feeble fish, how will you justify your actions to us?" Peng Si had no inkling that, as soon as he finished speaking, the apparently weak humanoid fish leapt up from the ground. Its human-like legs were all muscle, and it effortlessly vaulted over the 2-meter barrier, landing directly before Peng Si. Chapter 125. The Farmer and the Snake. This scene left everyone in utter disbelief. Not only did this creature possess a grotesque appearance, but it also exhibited an astonishing leaping ability. Who could withstand such a threat? Soon, the crowd regained their wits, realizing the peril of remaining near Pence, and they scrambled away in a frenzy. Pence's reaction lagged compared to the others. He stood transfixed, staring at the mermaid before him, until its gaping maw loomed perilously close to his face, prompting him to retreat in fear. "Ah!" Pence screamed as he fell to the ground, his feet scrambling desperately to evade the mermaid's lethal strike. Overwhelmed by terror, he lost his voice, forgetting to call for help as he instinctively backed away. Yet, the mermaid advanced relentlessly, and it was only then that Pence's mind began to process the situation. His legs felt weak, leaving him with no choice but to plead for rescue. "Is anyone out there to save me? Are you all going to watch me be devoured?" Among the survivors, a well-regarded elder in the camp could not bear the thought of watching Pence meet such a fate. He sprang into action, using his powers to pull Pence to safety. However, the elder's abilities were not exceptionally strong, and as he brought Pence closer, the distance between them and the mermaid diminished. The mermaid moved with alarming speed, closing in on them within mere seconds. It was evident that both Pence and the kind-hearted elder were doomed. Just as the elder prepared to call for his teammates, Pence, who had seemed paralyzed with fear, suddenly sprang into action. In a shocking turn of events, while the elder was calling for help, Pence pushed him aside. This betrayal came so swiftly that no one anticipated Pence would turn against the only person willing to assist him. Such a base act. Pence's behavior was more despicable than that of a mere animal. Even a dog would defend its master, yet he chose this moment to turn traitor. "I'm sorry, but in this apocalyptic world, one cannot afford to be overly compassionate. Those who show mercy will perish. Perhaps in your next life, I shall honor you." Having narrowly escaped, Pence watched with a sense of relief as the elder became the target. Not a trace of guilt marred his expression. Instead, he felt fortunate. If not for the elder's selfless act, Pence would surely have perished. The elder, taken aback by Pence's treachery, found himself facing imminent death. He closed his eyes in despair, bracing for the pain and the end. In that moment, Yi Mofeng intervened. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the elder and swiftly severed the mermaid's leg. Yi Mofeng's agility was beyond comprehension, rendering the mermaid's formidable speed irrelevant. Its strength lay in its leaping ability, but once its leg was incapacitated, it posed no further threat. The mermaid, initially intent on consuming the human before it, had planned to parasitize him. However, upon sensing Yi Mofeng's formidable presence, panic set in. Just as it contemplated self-detonation, Yi Mofeng delivered a fatal blow, piercing its brain and ending its life. The mermaid's head and legs were its greatest vulnerabilities. Though formidable in pursuit, Yi Mofeng's power surpassed them, bolstered by the knowledge that Gu Yi had previously shared regarding their weaknesses. Under the unification of his extraordinary abilities, The mermaids were no match for him. After vanquishing the creature, Yi Mofeng successfully saved the elder. The elder, astonished to be alive, felt immense gratitude towards Yi Mofeng, nearly kneeling in thanks. "Thank you. I would not have survived without you." His gaze shifted, encompassing the crowd, ultimately resting on Pence. Not just the elder, but the eyes of every survivor fell upon Pence. They had all witnessed his treachery, and none found his actions commendable. The atmosphere was thick with disdain for Pence's behavior, reminiscent of the tale of the farmer and the snake, now manifesting starkly in reality. Despicable, disgusting. Pence deserves to be with someone as vile as Lu Xuexue. They should be locked together in shame. As the insults rained down upon him, Pence's head drooped, nearly touching the ground. Each scornful word felt like a nail, driving him deeper into disgrace. Chapter 126, A Perilous Moment. Now is not the time to continue hurling insults at Pence. The surrounding fishmen, upon witnessing the death of their comrade, became increasingly agitated. They hastened their movements amidst the throngs of zombies, eager to leap onto Yi Mofeng, intent on parasitizing him. Do not be misled into believing their agitation stems solely from the loss of their brother. It is, in fact, the overwhelming power of Yi Mofeng's extraordinary abilities that has stirred them. Sensing the potency of his abilities, they were electrified with excitement. This was an S-grade power. If they could successfully parasitize Yi Mofeng, he would be the perfect host, allowing them to forcibly absorb his powers, akin to how cuckoos seize the fruits of another's labor. Thus, their fervor was merely a desire to claim Yi Mofeng's body, granting them access to such formidable abilities. Yi Mofeng furrowed his brow as he observed the restless fishmen in the distance, realizing they could no longer restrain themselves. He commanded all capable of attacking to focus on the high walls surrounding them. "Alert me immediately if any fishmen approach." With Yi Mofeng's guidance, the ensuing chaos became manageable. Having learned from the fates of Pence and Lu Xuexue, the others swiftly bound Pence with ropes to ensure he would not cause any disruption, allowing them to concentrate on the battle. During the fray, Pence's incessant chatter led others to stuff a foul sock into his mouth, nearly inducing his gag reflex. An increasing number of fishmen began leaping from the high walls, leaving everyone astounded. Just how many fishmen were there? It felt as though they were an endless horde. Each time one was felled, more seemed to emerge. At first, Yi Mofeng adeptly navigated the various crises. However, as the number of fishmen swelled, he gradually found himself overwhelmed. The fishmen appeared devoid of self-awareness, charging recklessly towards the human stronghold. To them, humans represented the ultimate hosts, fresh, parasitic vessels. From any perspective, the human form was an exquisite entity. Have these fishmen lost their minds? They seem invincible. My arrows are nearly exhausted, and there are still so many of them. Yi Mofeng lamented, his hands scorched from the fiery projectiles. What are you complaining about? My hands are burnt to a crisp. I'm the most pitiful one here. Ruan Tian grew increasingly anxious. For Xiao Bai's ability to unleash ghostly flames was far too slow to keep pace with the zombies' replenishment. The others were already stretched thin dealing with the surrounding fishmen, leaving no energy to assist Ruan Tian. Reluctantly, Yi Mofeng found himself dashing back and forth between the others and Ruan Tian, nearly exhausting himself. Seeing Yi Mofeng struggle, Ruan Tian felt a pang of sympathy. As he approached once more, she preemptively urged, "You need not come over. Focus on that side. I can handle this." Without time to respond, Yi Mofeng nodded quickly. This situation was untenable. Ruan Tian's gaze drifted to Gu Yi, who had not lifted a finger to assist since the arrival of the fishmen, instead watching with keen interest from beside her. Though it was unlikely Gu Yi would be willing to intervene at this moment, Ruan Tian, driven by hope, cautiously inquired, "Gu Yi, having observed for so long, are you not fatigued?" Her words carried a tentative undertone. While others might discern the implication, Gu Yi feigned ignorance, looking up at her with a hint of amusement. "Not at all. I find this state quite enjoyable." Ruan Tian, growing increasingly flustered, felt exasperated by Gu Yi's nonchalance. Determined to include him, she pondered whether her approach had been too subtle. After careful consideration, she gently suggested, "Given our past relationship, Why not join in the efforts like everyone else? Yet, Gu Yi remained unperturbed, seated comfortably as he continued observing the zombies with interest. Ruan Tian felt speechless, since Gu Yi was unwilling to assist. She resolved to rely on her own strength. Just as she was racking her brain for solutions, Gu Yi finally spoke, tilting his head to look at her and posing a question. Ruan Tian, if I were to fall unconscious in darkness, would you save me? Taken aback, Ruan Tian had not anticipated such a question. She instinctively opened her mouth to respond, only to remain silent, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Could this be connected to Gu Yi's extraordinary abilities? As she pondered, the swarm of zombies continued to swell. Were it not for Ruan Tian's electric tricycle serving as a shield, they would have surely breached their defenses by now. Yi Mafeng, having dispatched a dozen fishmen, approached Ruan Tian and surveyed the area before calmly asking, "How much longer until the invulnerability period ends?" Ruan Tian glanced at the timer, her heart sinking. With a bitter smile, she replied, "Only half an hour remains." Chapter 127. Humanity should have perished long ago. Half an hour. Only half an hour remained. Yi Feng's gaze swept beyond the protective perimeter of Ruan Tian's electric tricycle, glancing outside. A relentless swarm of zombies surged toward them, seemingly endless. In comparison to the tireless and pain-free undead, humanity's strength appeared utterly feeble. Even at this juncture, a flicker of struggle and anguish manifested on Yi Feng's face. He had exerted every effort to safeguard the people within the base, achieving the utmost of his capabilities. Without Yi Feng, the base would have long since fallen, and most inhabitants would have been devoured by the marauding fishmen. The realization that despite his utmost endeavors, it was still insufficient was profoundly despairing. Yi Feng closed his eyes, and when he opened them once more, the remnants of fatigue had dissipated entirely. Such was his character. The more dire the circumstances, the more resolute he became. In a certain light, Yi Feng and Ruan Tian were akin. Neither would succumb to adversity, but rather grow stronger amidst it. I will strive for more time. In this final half hour, I shall accomplish all that I can. Ruan Tian nodded with determination, observing Yi Feng's retreating figure. Her fists clenched tightly as her mind raced. System, is there anything else I can do for Yi Feng? System, host at present. This is the best you can do for Yi Feng. Yet Ruan Tian felt that merely doing this would leave Yi Feng exhausted. She cannot be so selfish. Is there truly nothing else I can do for him? System, can I still draw a lottery? Ruan Tian was aware of her poor luck with lotteries, a typical example of misfortune. Yet in this dire situation, she yearned for any chance to aid Yi Feng. What if she were to win something valuable? However, the system's subsequent response shattered her last glimmer of hope. Host, I'm afraid you currently have no opportunities for a lottery draw. Upon hearing this, her heart shattered into pieces, and she could not help but exhale a sigh, suddenly feeling utterly powerless. However, I believe that there is always a way out. You cannot fall here, of that I am most certain. Ruan Tian took the system's words as encouragement. Nevertheless, she did not remain dejected for long. She quickly revived her spirit, rekindling her courage and strength. This is merely a minor setback, just another red moon tide. There will be many more in the future. I have no time to dwell in sorrow. Yet before she could regain her vitality, she was soon struck with shock at the sight of a towering zombie not far ahead of the electric tricycle. A second-tier zombie. The distinction between second-tier and ordinary zombies was glaringly apparent. This particular second-tier zombie was immensely large, resembling a mass of soft flesh. If one did not look closely, one might mistake it for a heap of fat lying on the ground. It had gone unnoticed earlier due to its excellent concealment, lurking in an alley where its form melded seamlessly with the shadows. The second-tier brute zombie rose from the ground, standing 3 meters tall. Its broad body, coupled with its bulk, was enough to instill shock from a distance. Ruan Tian's brow furrowed. After her initial astonishment, a sense of hopelessness enveloped her. These zombies alone were already repugnant. Yet who could have anticipated such a formidable foe? The destructive power of the brute zombie far surpassed that of the first-tier zombies. Its murky, narrow eyes roamed the air, finally settling on Ruan Tian, having caught the scent of human flesh. The insatiable craving for fresh blood propelled the brute zombie directly toward her position. With just a few strides, the ground trembled beneath its weight. What on earth is this? Why does such a zombie exist? My heavens! It is utterly unimaginable that a second-tier zombie could emerge. The appearance of the brute zombie captured the attention of many survivors. Already steeped in despair, the moment they laid eyes on the brute, the last vestiges of hope within them were utterly extinguished. Could they truly survive? Under the oppressive presence of such a terrifying creature, these survivors found even ordinary zombies difficult to contend with, let alone such a colossal beast. Some surrendered to despair, having lost the will to fight for survival. Was it not better to simply embrace death and avoid further suffering? With such thoughts, some prepared to end their lives, even contemplating taking their own hands to escape the jaws of the undead. Ruan Tian quickly regained her composure amid the brute's charge. She turned to see a survivor attempting to stab his own neck with a dagger. Without hesitation, she surged forward, snatching the dagger from his grasp. How can you give up? Ruan Tian was furious, yet the survivor merely offered a bitter smile, his eyes devoid of any light. Do you think we can defeat such a creature? It is far too powerful. How could we possibly win? If we cannot win, why cling to unrealistic hopes of survival? He preferred to die by his own hand rather than succumb to the zombies. Ruan Tian shook her head, bending down to meet his gaze with unwavering determination. We will surely win. We absolutely will. Without even attempting, how can we know the outcome? The survivor, named Al-One, possessed a weak ability. Merely able to bestow minor blessings, he was not particularly formidable. He regarded Ruan Tian's words with deep skepticism, his gaze filled with distrust. Your ability can only last for a short time. What can you do to save us? Ruan Tian did not take offense at his words. Instead, she continued to encourage Al-One. If everyone held your mindset, humanity would have perished long ago. Al-One scoffed. My thoughts reflect the reality of the lowest tier of survivors. Initially intent on ending his life, Ruan Tian's words made him reconsider. All right, Ruan Tian, I wish to see just how far you can go. Can you truly save all of us with your abilities? His gaze was laden with mockery, as if he had already foreseen Ruan Tian's failure, deriding her ignorance and selfishness. Chapter 128. Next, it is my time. Ruan Tian was not provoked by his words. Instead, she nodded and replied, All right, since you wish to see, I shall let you. Al-One snatched the dagger back from Ruan Tian's hands and resolutely declared, Then I shall not die. I too wish to see what you are capable of. Deep down, Al-One harbored a profound disbelief in Ruan Tian's ability to vanquish the zombies. Firmly convinced that she would ultimately fail, Ruan Tian had no intention of further explaining herself to Al-One. As the little system had stated, her life could not end here. The second-tier zombie charged towards Ruan Tian, raising its massive fist, akin to a basketball, and struck the protective shield of the electric tricycle with tremendous force. The speed and power of the blow were extraordinary. Had it not been for the protective shield's substantial contribution, Ruan Tian would have been reduced to a mere pulp from that strike alone. The ground buckled under the impact, creating a terrifying sight. This single blow was insufficient to shatter the protective barrier. This evidently enraged the powerful zombie, as the scent of flesh wafting from behind Ruan Tian was irresistibly enticing. The zombie was nearly driven mad with hunger, yearning to tear Ruan Tian apart and devour the humans to satiate its empty belly. Consequently, the formidable zombie unleashed a barrage of punches, venting its fury with each strike. Witnessing this spectacle sent chills down the spines of onlookers. A massive creature, weighing nearly 500 pounds, stood before them, relentlessly swinging its fists from such close proximity. Each impact caused the ground to sink further. Many onlookers felt their legs weaken with terror. Were it not for Ruan Tian's protective shield, they would have perished long ago. But what if Ruan Tian's shield were to vanish? A blow from such a colossal fist would undoubtedly be excruciating under such tremendous force. A human would surely be reduced to a mere smear. Al-One, witnessing the unfolding scene, nearly buckled at the knees and fell to the ground. What a terrifying creature! How could humans possibly contend with such a massive zombie? Could anyone truly withstand such might? An felt despair wash over him once more. And Ruan Tian's earlier defiance shattered upon witnessing the formidable zombie. Perhaps I should just die now. How could I possibly resist such a zombie? My abilities are nowhere near sufficient. An, once again, drew out the dagger, preparing to plunge it into his neck once more when Ruan Tian intervened. She swiftly seized the dagger from An's grasp, executing a second strike. Why are you so weak? The moment you see this situation, you want to give up on life? An, with a face full of despair, retorted, I truly wish to die, or else perishing at the hands of such a zombie would be far more agonizing. Ruan Tian sighed in exasperation. She too felt fear in that fleeting moment, but she quickly regained her composure. This was merely a second-tier zombie. By the time the apocalypse reached its peak, zombies like this would be abundant. If one could not endure such a minor setback, they certainly would not survive until the end of the world. Ruan Tian fixed her gaze on An for a few moments before coldly releasing her arm and tossing the dagger back into his embrace. Very well, you wish to die? Then go ahead. I shall not stop you. Do as you please. An had prepared to refuse Ruan Tian's words, but who could have anticipated her complete lack of exhortation? This created a significant psychological gap for An. He no longer wished to die. All right, Ruan Tian, I shall witness your strength. With a heavy snort, An resolved inwardly that even if he were to perish beneath the powerful zombie's fists, he would witness Ruan Tian embark on her journey first. Other survivors, too, succumbed to despair, approaching Mafeng and unable to restrain themselves from asking, Mafeng, can we still survive? Their mindset mirrored that of An. They believed survival was futile. Such a zombie was nothing short of a monster. How could they possibly endure? Mafeng surveyed the suddenly emerged creature, momentarily engulfed in silence. Even he, possessing celestial perception, was uncertain of his ability to survive against the powerful zombie. He gently closed his eyes, fully aware of the potential for demise, yet still encouraged. As long as we unite, we shall prevail. The other survivors recognized that when Mafeng uttered these words, uncertainty lingered within them. Yet nothing could lend more credence to his words than the present moment. They could only cling to this faint hope and pray for their survival. Mafeng approached Ruan Tian, seizing an unnoticed moment to whisper in her ear, how much time remains? Ruan Tian glanced at the progress and felt a wave of desolation wash over her. Only 3 minutes were left. 3 minutes. This revelation rendered Mafeng silent for a while, as he too had not anticipated that the crisis would arrive so swiftly. After a brief silence, he suddenly raised his head and quietly said to Ruan Tian, if I truly perish, do not mourn for me. It is what I deserve. Mafeng, possessing the greatest abilities, did not consider himself particularly noble or selfless. It was merely because Ruan Tian was present. He understood that should he refrain from acting, Ruan Tian could meet her demise. He could not bear the thought of Ruan Tian dying or disappearing. Thus he would willingly sacrifice himself to ensure she remained unharmed. Ruan Tian, promise me you will survive, all right? Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Ruan Tian. She bit her lip and instinctively reached out to grasp Mafeng's wrist. What do you mean by that? Mafeng, please do not do anything foolish. In response, Mafeng simply smiled softly, his expression suddenly softening as he quietly said, even if I truly die, do not grieve for me, for I would willingly die for you. Having uttered these words, Mafeng restrained all expression from his face. He once again gripped his sword, returning to the crowd to direct them in attacking the ravenous fishmen. Ruan Tian gazed at Mafeng's retreating figure, her sense of foreboding intensifying. Time slipped by second. 10, 9, 4. As the countdown waned, it soon reached 1. Ruan Tian, in despair, closed her eyes, frantically searching her mind for a solution. Surely there must be some means she had overlooked. At that moment, Gui, who had been silently resting with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up and stated to Ruan Tian, time is up. Now it is my turn to shine. Ruan Tian had thought she could no longer rely on Gui. Turning around, she was met with his gaze. Gui, your eyes? Ruan Tian gasped, realizing that Gui's eyes had completely transformed into a silvery hue. Unlike Bai Chulin's golden eyes, the silver exuded an air of mystery, an indescribably beautiful color. It appeared quite vintage, reminiscent of the eyes of ancient deities. Moreover, Ruan Tian noticed that within Gu Yi's silver pupils were incomprehensible Sanskrit characters. They swirled within his silver irises, creating an aura of enigma. Ruan Tian found herself mesmerized by Gu Yi's captivating eyes, until Gu Yi gently pinched Ruan Tian's cheek. She gradually regained her senses. "What are you staring at, you little fool?" Once Ruan Tian collected herself, she immediately realized her earlier lapse in composure. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, but before she could dwell on her shyness for even 2 seconds, the roar of the powerful zombie before her captured her attention. The mighty zombie was exceedingly displeased with Ruan Tian. It was her obstruction that prevented it from entering to feast upon humans. Driven nearly mad by the tantalizing scent of human flesh, the zombie let out an ecstatic roar upon seeing the annoying barrier finally dissipate. Without that barrier, it could indulge in its hunger for humans at will. What could possibly bring greater joy to a zombie? Just as the mighty zombie prepared to charge through the door, another figure appeared before it. Upon closer inspection, it was Gu Yi. He shielded Ruan Tian behind him, standing resolutely in front of the powerful zombie, his hair gradually transforming to a silvery hue unbeknownst to him. In that moment, Ruan Tian sensed a mysterious aura emanating from Gu Yi. Though she could not comprehend it, she felt it was profoundly enigmatic. This might very well be the source of Gu Yi's power. The other survivors, witnessing Gu Yi stepping forward, were momentarily stunned, for he had not offered assistance throughout the ordeal. Initially, his inaction had stirred considerable discontent among the survivors, who felt that Gu Yi, possessing such formidable power, could contend with Yi Mofeng. Yet, while Yi Mofeng had willingly stepped in to help, Gu Yi had merely observed, reluctant to extend a hand. Their resentment towards Gu Yi had grown quite intense. However, now, when everyone felt utterly helpless, it was Gu Yi who took a stand. Yi Mofeng, taken aback by Gu Yi's sudden willingness to act, could not help but voice his concerns. "Are you confident you can handle this? If not, step aside quickly." Although Yi Mofeng harbored a disdain for Gu Yi, he did not wish to witness Gu Yi's reckless demise. He contemplated taking the matter into his own hands. Gu Yi turned to glance at Yi Mofeng, his eyes devoid of human emotion, cold and unfeeling, resembling a deity, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Yet he raised his hand, covering Ruan Tian's ears, and softly instructed, "Close your eyes." Instinctively, Ruan Tian obeyed, and the very instant she shut her eyes, she heard Gu Yi's voice. Now, even his speech carried an ethereal quality. He silently uttered 2 words. Though they were voiceless, Ruan Tian perceived them. Gu Yi's supernatural ability had been unleashed. In that moment, all living beings succumbed to unconsciousness, as if time itself had momentarily halted. The impact on the others was far more profound than on Ruan Tian. When she regained her senses, she found herself accompanied by an additional figure. Upon closer inspection, it was the unconscious Gu Yi. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "Gu Yi, what happened to you? Are you unwell?" In her urgency to awaken him, she soon realized the eerie silence surrounding her. The voices of the survivors and the roars of the zombies had vanished. Ruan Tian instinctively scanned her surroundings, only to discover that all the zombies had perished. Indeed, every last one, including the fishmen and the mighty zombie, stood frozen in place, their movements reminiscent of their former selves, yet utterly lifeless, their eyes devoid of light. The other survivors had also succumbed to unconsciousness, scattered on the ground, seemingly oblivious to their fate. Even Yi Mofeng had fallen into a semi-unconscious state, leaning weakly against the wall. What on earth was happening? In that entire scene, only Ruan Tian remained unscathed, as the world fell silent around her. It felt as though she were the sole survivor. Upon realizing this, she immediately lowered her gaze to Gu Yi in her arms. It seemed that his overexertion of supernatural power had taken a toll. His condition appeared dire, his pallor ghostly, and his white hair only accentuated his vulnerability. Even his lips were devoid of color. In her dazed state, Ruan Tian gradually began to grasp the nature of Gu Yi's powers. It seemed that his ability was akin to a word spirit, approaching the realm of the divine. Should his powers ascend to a higher level, a mere utterance might indeed spell doom for these zombies. However, such formidable abilities bore significant consequences. No wonder He had previously questioned how Ruan Tian would react if he were to plunge into darkness. Desperate to save him, she clutched He tightly. Feeling his body grow colder, his life force diminishing. With a deep sigh, Ruan Tian fervently contemplated her options, ultimately pressing her forehead against his, hoping to transfer her warmth to him. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in, suggesting, "Host, I recommend that you take this opportunity to collect the zombie cores and upgrade Snow White. Upon reaching level 20, you can draw a prize, which may very well save Gui." What? Ruan Tian had not anticipated such a solution. She sprang into action, extracting the cores from the fallen zombies. Initially clumsy, her movements became increasingly adept until she could retrieve a core within seconds. The corpses of the zombies were gathered together, ultimately incinerated by Xiao Bai's ghostly flames. Ruan Tian utilized these cores to upgrade her cart. System, do you think these cores will suffice? They should be just right. Reassured, Ruan Tian fed all the cores to Snow White, and the system's prompt resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. Your cart has been upgraded to level 20. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Chapter 130. The Mobile Food Fortress After the Apocalypse. Upgrade. Received. Arranging upgrade for the host now. A radiant light appeared on Snow White, enveloping her vehicle and gradually transforming it into an incubating eggshell. Ruan Tian approached the hatching Snow White, hesitant to draw too close, her expression tinged with anxiety. Zombies could emerge at any moment. And what if a second-tier zombie appeared? Ruan Tian felt a chill in her heart, as if a heavy stone weighed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Host, there is no need for concern. Powerful zombies will not appear so swiftly. The system's ability to foresee was impressive, making Ruan Tian feel as if it were her hero. However, upon hearing her praise, the system fell suddenly silent. After a brief pause, it replied, "Actually, that statement was merely conjecture on my part. I cannot guarantee it myself." You were just guessing? How could you say it with such conviction? I merely wish to encourage you. Host, there was no other intention. Ruan Tian chose to cease her conversation with the system, her gaze scanning the surroundings. For precaution, she bent down and picked up a wooden stick from the ground, clutching it carefully in her hand, resembling a mouse surveying its environment. Host, your stealthiness is quite pronounced. Do you not perceive it? At this remark, Ruan Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "All right, you may silence yourself. Look at other systems and compare them to yours." Yet, host, it seems you have not encountered any other systems. You have only met me. Ruan Tian understood that the system engaged her to alleviate her tension and anxiety. Its approach was indeed effective, easing her apprehension and making her feel like the very mouse it described. After a while, approximately 10 minutes had passed. Yet Snow White remained unupgraded. Ruan Tian squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, murmuring, "System, is it not ready yet? What do you expect me to do if a powerful zombie truly arrives? Am I to poke at it with this flimsy stick?" The wooden stick was so small it barely matched the length of a powerful zombie's toe. Ruan Tian felt as insignificant as a grain of rice, brandishing the stick as if it could serve as a weapon against a formidable foe. Host, you must exercise patience. The zombies in this vicinity have largely been eliminated. Even if any powerful zombies remain, they will not come so swiftly. What troubled Ruan Tian most was that during Snow White's upgrade, even Little White had retreated. What did this signify? It meant her closest protector had vanished. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless. The upgrade will be complete shortly. Host, please be patient a little longer, and soon you will no longer need to act like a mouse. The system's attempt to humor fell flat in Ruan Tian's ears. By human standards, I believe I am rather amusing. Perhaps your expectations are simply too high. Ruan Tian rolled her eyes in exasperation. At that moment, the system suggested, "Why not retrieve Moffing's sword for self-defense?" Surprisingly, the system's suggestion proved valuable. Ruan Tian hurried to find Moffing. She gently propped the unconscious Moffing against the wall, ensuring he was comfortable before cautiously attempting to extract the sword from his grip. Initially, she struggled, as he held it tightly. It was only when she leaned closer and whispered something in his ear that he gradually relaxed his hold, allowing her to seize his precious sword. Elated, Ruan Tian murmured, "Yi Mafeng, I will just borrow it briefly and return it promptly." Yet reality dealt her a heavy blow as she found herself unable to lift the sword despite her utmost effort. Indeed, Yi Mafeng's sword was composed of an unknown material. Ruan Tian had previously observed him wielding it with apparent ease, leading her to mistakenly believe it was lightweight. Upon actually attempting to lift it, she realized how misguided her assumptions had been. The sword was far heavier than it appeared. In the system's monotonous electronic tone, Ruan Tian detected a hint of jest. "Host, you're not struggling to lift that sword, are you?" Gritting her teeth, Ruan Tian felt insulted, thinking the system was mocking her. "What nonsense! How could I possibly be unable to lift it?" She summoned all her strength, yet ultimately failed to raise the sword. In silence, she returned the sword to Yi Mafeng's grasp and gently patted his shoulder twice. "I misjudged my own capabilities. I sincerely apologize, Yi Mafeng. I had no idea you fought with such a heavy sword." Clearly, the path of Yi Mafeng was not suitable for Ruan Tian after all. Fortunately, just before other zombies arrived, Snow White completed her evolution, and the system's notification resonated in Ruan Tian's ears. "Congratulations, host! Snow White has reached level 20, unlocking and enhancing 6 abilities. Please take note." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's spirits lifted instantly. She sprang to her feet and approached the newly upgraded Snow White. As she beheld the transformed vehicle, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, circling it twice. "System, have you made a mistake? Snow White was a tricycle. Yet what stands before me now resembles a building." It was not merely a building, but a commercial establishment reminiscent of those found on bustling streets before the apocalypse. Selling snacks. The system, ever considerate, clarified. Indeed, as I previously mentioned, level 20 represents a watershed moment. Snow White's capabilities will experience tremendous enhancement. The small establishment before Ruan Tian was a manifestation of Snow White's newfound abilities. If you continue to progress and upgrade, one day your culinary fortress will become the largest sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. Ruan Tian had previously taken these assertions with a grain of salt, thinking the system overly exaggerated. However, witnessing the transformation before her ignited a spark of hope within her. The last bastion of safety in the apocalypse, a beacon of survival for humanity, was no longer a mere fantasy, but a burgeoning reality. Chapter 131, a mere 0.01 probability. Ruan Tian circled the dramatically transformed Snow White several times, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable affection. The system elucidated, "Host, as long as you continue to upgrade, the area of your shop will expand further." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's joy intensified. Wouldn't that mean a larger space in the future? Perhaps. It would not only expand horizontally, but also add several levels. However, amidst her delight, a wave of concern washed over her. She sighed softly and inquired, "System, does that mean Snow White can't transform into an electric tricycle? In the apocalyptic world, having an electric tricycle would indeed be more convenient." The system understood Ruan Tian's intent and suddenly became smug. How could that be? This is the remarkable aspect of Snow White. It can not only transform into a shop, but also switch to an electric tricycle. Listening to the system's suddenly elevated electronic tone, Ruan Tian felt a surge of excitement and promptly entered the shop. As soon as you express the desire to switch, the shop will revert to an electric tricycle. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian immediately attempted the transformation. "Now switch." Received. A soft, white light flickered, and in less than a second, when Ruan Tian opened her eyes once more, she found that Snow White had transformed again. The previous electric tricycle had already proven to be quite functional. However, the current incarnation of Snow White was a significant upgrade. It had morphed into a small car, though it could not be compared to a true automobile. It resembled the popular mobility scooters from before the apocalypse, mimicking the appearance of a car, but on a smaller scale. This scooter was user-friendly, providing a smooth ride. After admiring the exterior of Snow White, Ruan Tian opened the door and climbed inside. The moment she entered the vehicle, She was once again filled with exhilaration. The interior space was not particularly large, but it was sufficient, accommodating 2 passengers in the back with the driver's seat at the front. What astonished Ruan Tian the most was the presence of a small air conditioner inside. System. Snow White has become exceedingly luxurious. Is beyond my reach now. The system, pleased with Ruan Tian's reaction, knew she would adore the upgraded Snow White. As predicted, Ruan Tian was indeed thrilled. Eager to take it for a spin, she settled into the driver's seat and started the vehicle. By the way, host, do you possess a driver's license? Such a simple question shattered Ruan Tian's confidence. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty, and mumbled, "Well, I might have one." Understood. Ruan Tian drove the new vehicle around the base, marveling at how delightful it was to operate the upgraded Snow White. Not only was its speed significantly enhanced, but it also offered a smooth and stable ride. The vehicle did not shake at all, providing perfect shelter from the sun. Yet, Ruan Tian noticed a drawback. The new model consumed a considerable amount of crystal cores to operate, more than the previous electric tricycle. However, in this world, it was impossible to achieve perfection. The current situation was already quite satisfactory, and she was immensely pleased. "I knew you would love the upgraded Snow White. Your face is practically blooming with joy." Indeed, she was enamored. Once Gu Yi and Yi Mo Feng regained consciousness, she planned to take them along. The system continued, "Host, this is just the beginning. There are even more features you will surely appreciate." Ruan Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement at these words, and she inquired, "What else is there? Is it just this?" "Of course, there are numerous upgrades. Allow me to elaborate." Next, Ruan Tian listened intently as the system listed the upgraded capabilities of Snow White. Firstly, whether in car mode or shop mode, Snow White's invincibility duration has increased to 4 hours. Secondly, you can process ingredients encountered in real life into food, creating an array of unique dishes. Thirdly, as previously mentioned, Snow White can switch between shop and car modes. Fourthly, a series of cuisine options has been unlocked, where every 5 levels yields a complete series of recipes instead of just one per level. Fifthly, the overall appearance and aesthetic of the vehicle have been enhanced. Lastly, the host may partake in a lottery. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian felt as though she had struck a veritable treasure trove. Her excitement bubbled over as she began to digest the system's revelations. A series of recipes? Ruan Tian was particularly intrigued. What did that entail? The system clarified, for instance, if you unlock the fish series, it will include 10 recipes, such as sauerkraut fish, boiled fish, fish cakes, and so on. Ruan Tian immediately grasped the system's meaning. Previously, she could unlock 1 new recipe per level. However, as she progressed, the pace of upgrades would slow down, making the recipe updates seem rather impractical. Therefore, transitioning to unlocking a complete series of recipes every 5 levels was far more convenient. Ruan Tian found this quite reasonable and commended all the upgraded functionalities with a thumbs up. Simultaneously, she did not forget about Gu Yi, still lying on the ground. She promptly told the system, "I want to draw the lottery now." Received, commencing the lottery for the host now. Ruan Tian rubbed her hands together, as if trying to dispel any lingering bad luck within her. This time, she felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. How could one's fortune be perpetually dismal? She was determined that this time she would procure something valuable. She focused on the familiar box, noticing it contained miraculous elixirs capable of healing ailments, along with invigorating potions that promised to alleviate fatigue. These were indeed treasures that could resolve Gu Yi's issues. The system remarked this time, "The treasure chest is filled with valuable items. It all depends on your luck." Ruan Tian nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that compared to the previous time, these were indeed excellent items. But what was this peculiar object? Among the treasures, she spotted something radiating a crimson glow, appearing rather enigmatic. "System, could you bring it a little closer for me to examine?" "Certainly." The system presented the object before Ruan Tian. As she leaned in closer, she observed that this item was quite round and, intriguingly, the only one among the treasures that bore a mosaic pattern. Glancing at the top left corner, she noted the probability of drawing this item was a mere 0.01. Such a low probability, shrouded in mystery, seemed irrelevant to her. She doubted her luck could reach that height. Ruan Tian merely glanced at it before retracting her gaze, dismissing it from her mind. Host, you may now proceed with the lottery. Are you ready to begin? Confirmed. Let us start the draw now. Ruan Tian's finger pressed on the treasure chest, and the various icons inside began to whirl frantically. Would it be herbs or invigorating potions? Both were quite beneficial and could save Gu's life. During the anxious wait, Ruan Tian was on edge. After 5 seconds, the pointer gradually came to a halt, finally landing on the item emitting a red glow. No way. She had truly drawn the item with only a 0.01 probability. Chapter 132, not much. Just 10 years, Ruan Tian never anticipated that her luck would manifest in this draw. Had it not been for Gu Yi's urgent situation, she would have undoubtedly leaped for joy. However, with Gu Yi still unconscious and severely injured, the treasure she had drawn seemed utterly useless at this moment. She gazed helplessly at the item before her and murmured to the system, can I return this? It's not of any use right now. The system replied, returning is not an option, host. Lottery prizes are non-refundable and cannot be redrawn. The system's last remark effectively stifled any further questions Ruan Tian had intended to ask. But what was the purpose of this item? It appeared rather ordinary, though the odds of obtaining it were indeed minuscule. With a heavy heart, Ruan Tian realized this was a one-time purchase with no possibility of return. Host, there is no need for such pessimism. The treasures within the chest are indeed precious. The system encouraged. Ruan Tian retorted, what about the banana from my first draw? How do you explain that seemingly mundane banana? This question struck a fatal blow, causing the system to momentarily freeze. That's an entirely different matter. With a dismissive wave, the system continued, you should take a moment to examine the item you've drawn. A 0.01 chance cannot yield something worthless. What if it turns out to be magnificent? Ruan Tian considered the system's words. If it truly was something valuable, it can not only heal Gu Yi but also benefit her immensely. With a hopeful disposition, she unwrapped the package. Excitement coursing through her veins as she envisioned something extraordinary within. Yet, upon revealing the contents, her enthusiasm swiftly diminished. System, is this what you consider a good item? Ruan Tian forced herself to regain composure, but moments later, her emotions erupted as she pointed incredulously at the package's contents. This is just an utterly ordinary egg. You claim this egg is a priceless treasure? Indeed, the item within the package was merely a large, unremarkable egg that required 2 people to lift. Ruan Tian exclaimed, even if I were to cook this egg for 100 people, it wouldn't suffice. You dare say this is a priceless treasure? The system fell silent. In truth, host, if you take a closer look, do you not find it rather charming? Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian scrutinized the egg closely and found it surprisingly endearing. The shell was smooth and glossy, offering a delightful tactile experience, though it was cumbersome to carry. Admittedly, it did possess a certain charm, but that was not the crux of the matter. She insisted, how can this egg possibly save Gu Yi's life? Look me in the eyes and tell me. Regrettably, host, we are not on the same wavelength. I cannot see your eyes, so one must remain realistic. Am I not realistic enough? If you can use this egg to save someone, I shall adopt your name. Host, it is premature to make such declarations. I suggest you examine the egg's attributes before proceeding. Conceding to the system's advice, Ruan Tian resolved to discover the nature of this extraordinary egg, which had such a minuscule probability of being drawn. As she held the egg, she carefully inspected it, and upon touching its surface, she was astonished by the warmth emanating from it. My goodness, merely gazing at it had concealed its mysterious qualities. At the moment her fingers brushed the shell, a surge of vitality coursed through her, revealing that this was not just an ordinary egg. Indeed, Ruan Tian's intuition was correct. The instant her fingers made contact with the shell, all its information was activated and presented to her by the system. Pet name, Angel Egg. Pet ability, healing, unknown. Pet description, you have drawn this egg? Congratulations. It is the egg of an angel, harboring humanity's hope. Please be patient as you await its hatching. It could heal. Ruan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. She truly had not expected this seemingly ordinary egg to possess healing properties. Host, I previously mentioned that the odds of obtaining this egg were exceedingly low. It could never be a worthless item. Now do you understand? Ruan Tian indeed comprehended and recognized her misunderstanding of the system. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she scratched the back of her head and murmured, I see now. From today onward, I shall adopt your name. The system, displaying remarkable leniency, replied, let us consider this matter forgotten. Do not worry. Host, I've already forgiven you. Huh, I knew you were the best system. Host, simply place this egg beside Gui. It is an exceedingly rare, healing angel egg, akin to Xiao Bai, and can serve as your ally. Ruan Tian felt a surge of excitement. She had initially thought she had only one son, but now she had a daughter as well. I cannot wait for it to hatch. However, a sudden thought dampened her enthusiasm, and she furrowed her brow, asking, may I inquire if the angel egg requires crystal cores for its growth? Host, is that not a redundant question? It certainly requires crystal cores. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian's smile vanished. She curled up on the ground, her expression one of despair. System, I am truly at a loss. We are rather impoverished, having previously only needed to repay Snow White's car loan. Now we have a mortgage to consider, and we're even raising children. Ruan Tian felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon her shoulders, her head drooping in resignation. Every journey begins with difficulty. This is a necessary path for you, host. Once you endure this phase, relief will come swiftly. Do you not trust what I say? From this moment forward, I shall be your devoted admirer, and your words shall be my decree. Ruan Tian carefully approached Gu Yi, cradling the egg. She was anxious to ensure the egg remained unharmed as she gently placed it beside him. As the egg neared Gu Yi, it seemed to sense something. The white shell gradually illuminated with a golden glow that enveloped him. May Gu Yi recover swiftly. Ruan Tian's hand rested lightly on his forehead, rubbing it gently. System, I have one more question. How long will it take for the angel egg to heal Gu Yi? When can we expect him to awaken? Not long. Perhaps just 10 years. Ruan Tian stumbled back in disbelief. What? 10 years? She even questioned whether she had misheard. Chapter 133. You do not need to force yourselves. What did you say? 10 years? Are you certain, System? System, of course I am not mistaken. Given the current capabilities of the angel egg and the remaining energy within its internal structure, it will require approximately 10 years to fully heal Gu Yi. Wait, but Gu Yi only appears slightly pale. Everything else seems quite normal. That is merely your observation, host. Gu Yi's mental state is precarious. Recklessly using psychic abilities without proper development in the early stages is a grave taboo. Gu Yi possesses exceptionally strong psychic abilities, which means that if he exhausts energy beyond his capacity, he risks suffering a brain shock. You must have seen how Gu Yi just used his powers to eliminate so many zombies. Expending such energy in one go undoubtedly took a significant toll. Ruan Tian reflected on this, realizing that Gu Yi had indeed slain an overwhelming number of zombies in an instant, which must have come at a great cost. I understand your point. It seems I must first elevate the angel egg's level before utilizing it to heal Gu Yi and bring him back to consciousness. Exactly. After all, Gu Yi had transformed in order to save Ruan Tian. She understood that he had no obligation to rescue these survivors. His character starkly contrasted with Yimofeng's. He could easily embrace selfishness, and with his formidable strength, he could venture anywhere without needing to remain by Ruan Tian's side. Rest assured, I will certainly save you and help you awaken once more. Ruan Tian lowered her head, gently sweeping the hair from Gu Yi's forehead, revealing his extraordinarily perfect visage. In the ensuing time, no additional zombies appeared around the base. Ruan Tian remained anxious, as Xiao Bai's persistent state of vigilance indicated that it had sensed the stench of decay nearby. It was likely that a horde of zombies was approaching. Fortunately, other survivors gradually began to awaken, with Yimofeng being the quickest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed that someone had touched his sword. Lowering his gaze, he discovered it resting awkwardly in his palm. He quickly regained awareness and scanned his surroundings, spotting Ruan Tian's figure. Yimofeng promptly rose and approached Ruan Tian, crouching beside her with a furrowed brow. How are you? Are you injured? At the moment, Gu Yi unleashed his powers. Yi Mafeng's consciousness had also succumbed to unconsciousness. Initially, due to his celestial perception, he had not felt the impact of Gu Yi's abilities. However, Gu Yi's psychic powers were extraordinarily potent. Before his celestial perception was fully developed, it could not completely resist such mental pressure. Yi Mafeng spoke. I accidentally fainted. Are you all right? What exactly transpired? Ruan Tian recounted the events that unfolded while he was unconscious, explaining that she had collected numerous crystal cores, fearing potential dissent from the other survivors. She pressed her palm gently on Yi Mafeng's hand and whispered, Yi Mafeng, could you please keep this matter confidential? What if the others raise objections? Upon hearing this, Yi Mafeng gently shook his head. These crystal cores are rightfully yours. You need not feel embarrassed. Without your protection, the survivors in the camp would likely have perished. In this apocalypse, where human connections are scarce, strength is all that truly matters. They owe their survival to your safeguarding and should express their gratitude to you. Thus, you should feel no burden or moral obligation. This is what you are entitled to. Ruan Tian was swayed by Yi Mafeng's words. She exhaled deeply, nodding with a smile. All right, then I shall accept them without reservation. Indeed, there is no need for guilt. What is yours is yours. Yi Mafeng then lowered his gaze to Gu Yi, who lay on the ground, pale-faced, cradling a round, radiant egg. This combination appeared rather peculiar. Moreover, the egg emanating a holy light added to its strangeness. This is something I just drew. Ruan Tian, accustomed to the presence of the angel egg, proudly pointed it out to Yi Mafeng, exclaiming, What do you think? Isn't it stunning, both beautiful and sanctified? After hearing Ruan Tian's words, Yi Mafeng scrutinized the egg for several seconds, but found no trace of its purported beauty or sanctity. However, it was indeed rather adorable, with its glossy roundness reminiscent of the aura Ruan Tian exuded. This egg suits you well. Ruan Tian began to elaborate on its capabilities, feeling no need to conceal anything in front of Yi Mafeng. This egg is a healing egg. It can mend hearts, and the probability of drawing it is exceedingly low. Who would have thought that my luck would manifest in this way? She patted her chest, exuding confidence, and assured Yi Mafeng in just 10 years, Gu Yi will awaken from his slumber. As Yi Mafeng prepared to commend Ruan Tian, he was taken aback by her sudden proclamation. It effectively silenced his subsequent words, prompting him to remain quiet for a few moments before eventually praising her. Very well, it is indeed a gem, right? I also believe that as long as I continually nourish this egg with crystal cores, there is certainly hope for it. Yi Mafeng withheld any further comments. Subsequently, other survivors gradually awakened. Some, still disoriented, mistakenly believed they were still battling zombies, instinctively swinging their fists at empty air. Where are the zombies? Why can't I see any? Yi Mafeng stepped forward to assert control over the situation, gathering the remaining awakened survivors. Once everyone settled into silence, he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing that Gu Yi had bravely intervened at a critical moment to rescue them, the others expressed feelings of guilt. Many had previously claimed that Gu Yi had not contributed during the Red Moon Tide, unaware that it was indeed Gu Yi's intervention that allowed them to survive. Some inquired about Gu Yi's abilities, as the corpses of the zombies had mysteriously vanished. Yi Mafeng, maintaining a stoic expression, fabricated a tale, asserting that it was Gu Yi's unique ability, and that further details would await Gu Yi's awakening and his willingness to share. Given their indebtedness to Gu Yi, the others felt it inappropriate to press further. Just then, the previously quiet Xiao Bai suddenly stood up, its nose twitching incessantly, as if it had caught the scent of approaching zombies. Ruan Tian, perceiving the situation, immediately called for silence. The next wave of zombies is coming. Everyone, stay alert. On, having just awakened, lamented, just when I thought we had escaped the Red Moon Tide, we are faced with another wave. I would rather have perished in the last tide. What is the point of continuing like this? Ruan Tian overheard and turned to glare at On, unreservedly retorting, Why is it you again? Last time you were shouting for death too. Listen to me. As long as I am here, I will ensure that none of you perish. On harbored doubts about Ruan Tian, believing that their survival thus far had been solely due to Gu Yi's efforts during the previous Red Moon Tide. With Gu Yi now unconscious, An questioned how they could possibly endure relying solely on Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian, spare us the grandiose talk. I do not believe you can lead us to safety. With An leading the way, the remaining individuals seemed to discover an outlet for their emotions, pouring forth their pent-up negativity towards Ruan Tian. I have assured you all that as long as I am alive, I will never allow any harm to come to you. In the next instant, they witnessed Ruan Tian wave her small hand, and before them appeared an entire shop. This miraculous sight left the others utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. With her hands on her hips, Ruan Tian confidently declared to the rest, "You need not strive alone, for your strength has arrived." Chapter 134. You are truly a selfish individual. At that moment, Ruan Tian unexpectedly made a cold joke, yet the audience failed to grasp her humor. After a brief pause, noticing that only Moffing was amused, she awkwardly withdrew her hand and cleared her throat. An stared incredulously at the suddenly materialized shop, unable to fathom. Ruan Tian, what exactly is your ability? How can you conjure such a large establishment? To this day, no one could decipher the nature of Ruan Tian's power. One moment, she transformed into an electric tricycle. The next, she morphed into a shop, boasting an impenetrable defense and an array of culinary delights. What miraculous and formidable ability was this, rendering all who beheld it utterly envious? Pointing to the shop, Ruan Tian declared, "This is my ultimate trump card. Given the dire circumstances, I had no choice but to reveal it." She dared not disclose before so many that this was the ability she had just awakened. Inside the shop, she felt invincible. Those skilled in combat should enter with her, while others should take refuge on the roof. Fortunately, the remaining survivors were not numerous, and the shop could accommodate them adequately. Ruan Tian ushered Gu Yi into the shop, placing him carefully in a corner and gently laying an egg on his chest. Satisfied that Gu Yi was secure, she turned her attention to directing the others. With survival as their collective goal, no one questioned Ruan Tian's capabilities any longer. Under her and Yi Moffing's leadership, they swiftly arranged their formation. Before long, shadows of zombies began to emerge. Leading the charge were the most commonplace first-tier zombies, with no sign of the fishmen. It seemed that all the fishmen had been eradicated during the initial wave of the Blood Moon Tide by Yi Moffing. However, Ruan Tian did spot several second-tier powerful zombies, numerous in count. Thankfully, if she had awakened her powers any later, they would have been overwhelmed by these formidable foes. Ruan Tian whispered warnings to the group to arm themselves, as combat was imminent. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by others, the unconscious Pens slowly opened his eyes. His power level was the weakest among those present, and he had only regained consciousness due to Gu Yi's influence. Secluded in a hidden spot, he was forgotten as everyone retreated. Upon awakening, Pens found himself abandoned, staring at the newly appeared shop and the approaching zombies. "Help me," he shouted desperately. "How can you leave me behind? You are all so cold-hearted. Come save me." His voice echoed with hysteria, reflecting his genuine fear. Pens had always been one to cling to life, and witnessing the terrifying zombies drawing nearer amplified his terror. "If I don't receive help now, those zombies will devour me whole in a minute," he cried out. "Save me. Those zombies are closing in. Are you waiting to see me eaten alive?" Pens pleaded fervently, yet despair washed over him as none of the survivors showed any inclination to assist him. "Hey, are you even listening? You executioners, I warn you. If no one comes to my aid, expect to meet your demise. I will haunt you as a ghost." However, the more he shouted, the more they ignored him. The crowd's gaze was filled with indifference, the memory of Penz's betrayal of the kind-hearted uncle still fresh in their minds. No one wished to play the savior, and Penz's reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. As the zombies drew closer, he felt the crushing weight of despair. In a moment of desperation, his eyes fell upon the kind-hearted uncle in the crowd, placing all his hopes on him. With a face full of yearning, he looked at the uncle, imagining that perhaps this time he would come to his rescue. Consequently, Penz's expression of disdain transformed into one of utter vulnerability, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Uncle, I was wrong. Please forgive me. It was all my fault. I apologize." Pins hoped the uncle's compassion would compel him to protect him once again. Yet the uncle, not being a saint, was unwilling to be betrayed by Pins a second time. Standing at the back of the crowd, he averted his gaze, burying his face in his hands, clearly unwilling to intervene. Realizing this, Pins's demeanor shifted drastically. He glared at the uncle, enunciating each word with venom. "You won't save me? Why not? You saved me last time, and now you hesitate. What difference is there between you and an executioner?" Under immense pressure of life and death, his tears were no longer feigned as he screamed, "You are a murderer. You are truly a selfish person." The crowd could no longer contain their reactions. Who is truly selfish here? Wasn't it the uncle who saved you during your first ordeal? What vile actions did you commit that you were oblivious to? Exactly. Pins. You betrayed the uncle and now expect him to rescue you? How shameless. You deserve to go to hell. Anyone who associates with you will only find misfortune. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of accusations and the encroaching zombies, Pins could no longer bear the immense pressure of impending death. He continued to shout, cursing others as executioners, scum, and heartless vermin. He exhausted every derogatory term he could think of, yet all he received in return was the silence of the survivors within the shop. His cries attracted the attention of the zombies, particularly the famished, powerful ones, who caught the scent of human flesh and surged toward him with alarming speed. Bound and unable to flee, Pins could only watch in horror as the monstrous zombies closed in on him. Under the immense pressure, one zombie reached out, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. Another grasped his arm, and before the eyes of the onlookers, the screaming Pins was torn asunder. The gruesome scene was too much to bear. Yi Mofeng raised his hand to cover Ruan Tian's eyes. "Do not look." Chapter 135. How can you abandon me in my time of peril? Even with my eyes covered, the anguished screams still reverberated in my ears. The cries of Peng Si were particularly pitiable, yet within Ruan Tian's heart, there was no stirring of emotion. He had arrived at this juncture solely due to his own actions, with no blame to be cast upon others. Even the elder brother who had once offered him kindness had been betrayed by Peng Si. Had Peng Si possessed even a modicum of conscience and valued those who treated him well, he would never have fallen to such depths. Although others also harbored disdain for Peng Si, the chilling nature of his screams compelled them to avert their gaze, unwilling to witness further. There was little flesh upon Peng Si's frame. Indeed, his bones seemed denser than his flesh. Thus, the powerful zombies swiftly devoured the remaining meat from his body. As Peng Si breathed his last, the onlookers had barely registered the loss of life before more roars of the formidable zombies echoed from the distance. Goodness, was it merely an illusion, or did I truly see a dozen or so powerful zombies nearby? It is not your imagination. I see them too. If we cannot withstand a single one, how could we possibly face so many? The terror instilled by the formidable zombies quickly overshadowed the sorrow of death. The remaining survivors, indifferent to Peng Si's grim fate, redirected their focus entirely upon the remaining powerful zombies. In an unnoticed corner, blood spilled from Peng Si's lifeless body, trickling across the ground until it reached the basement where Lu Xuexue was hiding. It is rather ironic how fate intertwined the destinies of Peng Si and Lu Xuexue. Even in death, at such a critical moment, the deceased Peng Si still found a way to connect with Lu Xuexue. In the basement, Lu Xuexue was absorbed in prayer, having heard the cacophony above. Initially, she reveled in her survival, smugly contemplating the demise of those around her, thinking, "They all shall perish. This is the price of their betrayal. Had it not been for them, I would not be in this predicament." With a cold chuckle, she envisioned herself emerging from the basement to witness the devastation outside, seizing the opportunity to scavenge for valuables amidst the chaos. Lu Xuexue even prayed fervently that Ruan Tian would meet his end at this juncture. She coveted Ruan Tian's extraordinary abilities. That marvelous little cart capable of crafting any delicacy and sustaining an impressive protective barrier. She could hardly fathom the extent of Ruan Tian's powers, yet she was certain they would soon belong to her. In her delight, Lu Xuexue fantasized about inheriting Ruan Tian's abilities, envisioning a future where she could obtain anything her heart desired. She was already scheming how to exploit Ruan Tian's powers for her own gain. Just as Lu Xuexue was lost in her thoughts, a strange liquid began to seep into the basement. Drops fell upon her face, and at first, she was oblivious to the substance, carelessly raising her hand to touch her cheek. Something fell amiss. If it were merely water, why did it feel so viscous? After a moment of bewilderment, she examined her fingers under the dim light. When Lu Xuexue finally realized what was on her fingers, she screamed, "Ah!" It was blood. The substance on her fingers was indeed blood. At that moment, she was unaware that it belonged to Peng Si. Had she known it was Peng Si's blood, her terror would have escalated. How could this be? Why was there blood in the basement I constructed? Lu Xuexue was genuinely incredulous, instinctively clenching her teeth and sealing her lips. Unfortunately, her earlier scream had been far too loud, attracting a multitude of nearby zombies. Their noses twitching in the air, catching the scent of blood. This triggered a primal instinct within them. The meager flesh from Peng Si's body was utterly insufficient to sate their hunger. Their noses twitched incessantly as they followed the trail of blood straight to Lu Xuexue. The smaller zombies swarmed above her, clawing at the ground, while the formidable zombies, guided by their instincts, discovered the entrance to the basement. They charged forward, effortlessly tearing down the surrounding walls, their massive fists pounding against the basement's entrance. Lu Xuexue had not adequately prepared for the construction of this refuge, having only implemented basic defenses. Consequently, the zombies easily dismantled the wooden cover she had hastily placed. Realizing her escape was futile, she grew frantic, placing her hopes on the outside world. "Please, someone out there, save me. Are you really going to let me perish here?" Though her cries reached the ears of those outside, none dared to respond. Firstly, the sheer number of zombies surrounding her made any attempt at rescue perilous. They would surely be overwhelmed. Secondly, everyone remembered the despicable deeds Lu Xuexue had committed. Sheath and Peng Si were a perfect match, if not for Lu Xuexue. How could they possibly find themselves in such dire straits? The protective walls they had labored to construct had been rendered useless due to her actions. Moreover, after such calamity, Lu Xuexue had not uttered a single apology, having already prepared an escape route for herself. Such behavior led to her being shunned by all. Thus, it became evident that Lu Xuexue and Peng Si were indeed destined for one another. Their demise was well-deserved, and not a soul would mourn their passing. Lu Xuexue continued to struggle and scream, yearning for salvation. Alas, the others were barely able to save themselves, let alone rescue her. Ultimately, Lu Xuexue could only watch helplessly as the zombies breached her refuge. Crouched in the basement, she looked up to see several zombie heads looming above her, a sight both shocking and terrifying. Cold sweat poured down her brow as she prepared to cry out once more, only to be met by the rush of more zombies pouring in. Another heart-wrenching scream echoed through the basement as Lu Xuexue was swiftly surrounded. They feasted upon her flesh, savoring the taste of human meat. In her final moments, Lu Xuexue uttered a venomous curse, proclaiming, "You have all wronged me. You are nothing but a herd of heartless beasts." Chapter 136. What do you think it would be most appropriate to place the soup dumplings? Upon hearing Lu Xuexue's words, the others felt a mixture of indifference and resignation. They were acutely aware that they had exhausted all avenues of compassion towards Lu Xuexue. They had long since endeavored to fulfill their obligations and had not wronged her in any way. All her misfortunes were of her own making. Before long, Lu Xuexue was devoured by the zombies, leaving not a trace behind. Both she and Peng Si had perished, and at first, Ruan Tian was taken aback. It seemed that the adage evil begets evil rang true. Had Peng Si and Lu Xuexue treated others with even a modicum of kindness, their fates might have been different. Ruan Tian was no saint. She would not extend sympathy to vile individuals like Lu Xuexue and Peng Si at this juncture. However, she discreetly tilted her head to the right, casting a glance at Yi Mafeng. After all, Lu Xuexue had once been Yi Mafeng's favorite companion. She wondered if witnessing Lu Xuexue's demise would cause him any distress. Yet, Yi Mafeng was not one to be swayed by such emotions. His expression remained remarkably calm, as if Lu Xuexue's words had not stirred even the slightest ripple within him. Ruan Tian swallowed hard, still uneasy about Yi Mafeng, fearing he might be affected by the events. After contemplating, she decided to inquire about his well-being. "How are you? You're not feeling uncomfortable about this, are you?" Upon hearing her, Yi Mafeng turned to her, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Why would you think I would feel unwell because of Lu Xuexue?" Ruan Tian carefully scrutinized his expression and, upon realizing he was indeed unaffected, felt a sense of relief wash over her. "I noticed you seemed quite fond of her before, so I was worried you might be upset." "Not at all," Yi Mafeng replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. "I'm quite well, and I won't feel even a trace of sorrow for someone like Lu Xuexue." The current Yi Mafeng was no longer the same person he once was. He had seen through Lu Xuexue and had even discovered that her machinations were behind his parents' demise. Her death held no significance to him. He no longer harbored even the slightest affection or pity for her. All that Lu Xuexue owed him remained unpaid. Ruan Tian noted that Yi Mafeng was genuinely unaffected and smiled. "Great. Seeing you truly move on brings me joy." Previously, Yi Mafeng's relationship with Lu Xuexue had been a case of mutual consent, but Ruan Tian had never enjoyed witnessing him in such a state. Thankfully, the matter between him and Lu Xuexue had been completely resolved. Now, let us address the formidable zombies before us, with Ruan Tian's shop aiding them. The ordinary zombies posed little threat. Her primary concern lay with the second-tier powerful zombies. How should they deal with these formidable foes? "Leave it to me," Yi Mafeng said, placing a steady hand on Ruan Tian's shoulder. His tone exuded confidence. "Huh, you'll handle it?" Ruan Tian blinked in surprise. "How about we team up?" Yi Mafeng understood her concern for him and offered a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I have not been exerting my full strength until now." Ruan Tian paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Wait, are you saying you have not been using your full power all along?" Yi Mafeng nodded. "My celestial perception can indeed unlock levels that I had not accessed before." This was akin to Gu Yi's abilities, which also required unlocking certain permissions. Ruan Tian felt a twinge of worry and grasped Yi Mafeng's wrist. "If you unlock all your powers, won't it affect your body?" This was her greatest concern. She feared that after utilizing his full abilities, he might fall into a state of unconsciousness like Gu Yi. Yi Mafeng gently shook his head. "My celestial perception ability is quite different from Gu Yi's. I awakened this ability due to my early training in swordsmanship and a solid upbringing, which allowed me to develop such powers. This awakening was fundamentally distinct from abilities that manifested after the apocalypse. Therefore, even if he unlocked all his powers, he would not succumb to unconsciousness like Gu Yi. While he would experience some physical strain, it was ultimately manageable. I can recuperate gradually, and there won't be any significant issues." Ruan Tian remained unconvinced and pressed him further. "Are you really sure there won't be any major problems? Do you still doubt me?" At her words, Ruan Tian finally felt reassured, nodding and softly saying, "Okay, I understand. I'll leave it to you. My relationship with you cannot simply be described as a burden. My actions are driven by my care for you." For Ruan Tian, he would do anything. Had he not met her, he might have remained ensnared by Lu Xuexue's deceit for life. Therefore, if Ruan Tian were ever harmed, Yi Mafeng would be the first to step forward. As the powerful zombies charged forward, he reminded Ruan Tian, "I remember you have some provisions. Could you prepare some convenient food for me?" "Sure. Give me a moment to think." Ruan Tian contemplated and concluded that the simplest food would be soup dumplings. They were compact, easy to carry, quick to prepare, and had excellent restorative properties. "I'll pack some soup dumplings for you right now. Just wait a moment." Ruan Tian immediately began preparing the dumplings, her movements swift. Since Snow White had leveled up, the cooking time had notably decreased. In less than 10 seconds, she could produce a steamer full. Ruan Tian made 100 dumplings for Yi Mafeng, placing them in a plastic bag. The powerful zombies were fast approaching, and the situation was dire. They were merely 5 meters away from being upon them, and the threat was palpable. Ruan Tian anxiously looked down at the plastic bag in her hands, then glanced up at Yi Mafeng, asking, "Where do you think I should place these soup dumplings?" Hearing this, Yi Mafeng also looked down and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, where should he put the soup dumplings? Chapter 137. The true powers of Yi Mofeng. There was no more room on Yi Mofeng to hang the little dumplings. Ruan Tian, feeling somewhat awkward, offered a comforting remark. It's all right. Let's search for a spot. Perhaps we'll find one soon. Upon hearing this, Yi Mofeng nodded in agreement, his expression calm. Ruan Tian circled around him once more. It still found no place to stow the dumplings. Yi Mofeng typically traveled light. Aside from the space for his sword, there were hardly any extra pockets. Both fell into a silence, and Ruan Tian could not help but think that perhaps Yi Mofeng should just hold the plastic bag in his mouth. Before she could voice her thoughts, a kind-hearted gentleman from the crowd spoke up. I have a belt here. You can fasten it around your waist and hang the dumpling bag on it. At this suggestion, Ruan Tian's eyes widened in surprise, giving the gentleman a thumbs up. Such ingenuity was commendable. The gentleman soon handed over his belt, but upon closer inspection of its color and material, Ruan Tian fell silent. Why was the kind uncle's belt adorned with a leopard print? Indeed, while the man appeared very honest and kind-hearted, his taste in accessories left much to be desired. The belt was decorated with playful leopards, and its vibrant red hue was rather garish. Just the thought of such a belt adorning Yi Mofeng made Ruan Tian want to laugh. The subtle chuckle did not escape Yi Mofeng's notice. He raised an eyebrow and turned to her, slowly inquiring, Are you mocking me? Ruan Tian quickly stifled her laughter, swallowing hard as she replied, Oh, come on. What kind of relationship do we have? I could never truly mock you, right? Despite her reassurances, Yi Mofeng's gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering. He stared at her silently until Ruan Tian felt slightly uneasy. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, I swear, I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me. Yi Mofeng continued to gaze at her for a few moments before finally breaking into a soft chuckle, seemingly unbothered by her earlier reaction. Then I'll use this, he said, fastening the belt around his waist. Ruan Tian had prepared herself to ridicule him, but she soon realized that attractive individuals could make even the most hideous clothing look appealing. Yi Mofeng donned the belt, and with his flawless visage, the once ludicrous accessory transformed into something quite elegant. Yi Mofeng, unperturbed by his appearance, turned to Ruan Tian and asked, What do you think? Does it look good? Without hesitation, Ruan Tian gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Of course it looks good. Anything on you looks splendid. Yi Mofeng was amused by her reaction, gently ruffling her hair with his hand. You know, you really have me figured out, don't you? He said, shaking his head indulgently. He then took the dumplings from Ruan Tian and attached them to his belt. Will this be secure enough? Ruan Tian inquired, moving closer to inspect it carefully. Satisfied that it was secure, she relaxed. This belt is quite practical, she remarked, turning to the kind gentleman to give him another thumbs up. The gentleman, slightly embarrassed, bowed his head, surprised that such a simple belt could look so good on Yi Mofeng. All right, I'm heading out. Yi Mofeng's demeanor shifted, becoming more serious as he gripped his sword, radiating an intensity that was palpable. Ruan Tian felt a pang of concern. She was acutely aware of the shift in Yi Mofeng's aura. Unable to contain herself, she reached out and gently shook his wrist. Yi Mofeng paused momentarily, but did not turn back, softly saying, Don't worry. He then retracted his hand and stepped out of the house. As soon as the hulking zombies caught a whiff of the enticing scent emanating from Yi Mofeng, they became agitated, charging towards him with fervor. The towering zombies, nearly 3 meters tall, created tremors in their wake as they rushed forward, a frightening sight. Yet Yi Mofeng stood steadfast, his posture straight, sword in hand. Despite the stillness around him, his garments and hair fluttered as if caught in a breeze, exuding a profound sense of security. Ruan Tian racked her brain, pondering how she could assist Yi Mofeng. She focused her gaze on Xiao Bai, crouching to gently pat its head. Xiao Bai, please help Yi Mofeng. With a bark of affirmation, Xiao Bai dashed out to stand by Yi Mofeng's side. With Xiao Bai's support, Ruan Tian felt a surge of relief. The powerful zombies, in the blink of an eye, closed the distance to Yi Mofeng, swinging their fists with the intent to overpower him, their strikes slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. The wind around Yi Mofeng intensified, enveloping him in a powerful vortex, rivaling the terror these colossal zombies instilled in humanity. It was astonishing to realize that Yi Mofeng had been concealing his true strength all along. Ruan Tian had thought him formidable before, but now he revealed an even greater prowess. Curiosity bubbled within her as she wondered about the extent of Yi Mofeng's abilities. What could his power of unity between heaven and man achieve? Yi Mofeng's originally short black hair began to grow, cascading down to his waist as he fully activated his powers. The single sword he held transformed into 6, each radiating distinct colors, surrounding him like 6 guardian deities. With a series of hand gestures, Yi Mofeng slowly closed his eyes, the brilliance emanating from the 6 swords intensifying. Ruan Tian's eyes widened in awe at the spectacle of his powers, feeling a twinge of envy as she murmured to the system. Can I switch my ability? Yi Mofeng's is truly magnificent. Host, are you dissatisfied with the powers of Snow White? I never said that. Ruan Tian protested, her eyes wide as she hurried to clarify, though a hint of envy lingered in her gaze. Whether it was Yi Mofeng's powers or those of the other 3 candidates, each was extraordinarily impressive. Host, your powers are also quite remarkable. Who else in this world can cook indefinitely like you? Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian contemplated the system's words, realizing the truth in them. After all, Snow White's abilities were indeed enviable, coveted by others who could not replicate them. Feeling satisfied, she continued to watch Yi Mofeng's display of power. As he fully embraced his heavenly perception abilities, an indescribable aura enveloped him, just like before the apocalypse. When people were captivated by fantasy novels and television dramas, entranced by stunning special effects, Ruan Tian felt an identical thrill at this moment, genuinely regarding Yi Mofeng as a prodigy of ancient cultivation. Yi Mofeng moved with such grace that, despite being pursued and besieged by numerous powerful zombies, he remained unfazed. His every gesture was remarkably elegant, exuding an enviable nonchalance. System, did you see that? I couldn't even comprehend how Yi Mofeng maneuvered. It felt like my waist might twist into a lightning bolt. To be honest, host, I did observe. Yi Mofeng's celestial perception ability is indeed extraordinary. However, it is worth noting that any target you choose possesses exceptional powers. Looking around, one could see Yi Mofeng's celestial perception, Bai Chulin's infinite healing, Yu Er's electronic city, and Gu Yi's mind reading and mental control. Each of these abilities, if isolated, would be enough to evoke envy in anyone. Ruan Tian gazed in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What once seemed terrifying about the powerful zombies now felt less daunting with Yi Mofeng's assistance. Yi Mofeng's movements were incredibly swift. The 6 swords he wielded represented fire, water, wind, wood, ice, and earth, 6 distinct powers capable of combining or engaging separately. The versatility was astounding. A simple combination could conjure a fire tornado. This fire tornado posed a significant threat to the cumbersome zombies, whose weight made escape impossible, forcing them to endure the searing flames. As Ruan Tian observed the scene, inspiration struck her. Her eyes lit up as she called to Bai. Breathe your fire into Yi Mofeng's fire tornado. Bai, quick-witted, grasped her intent and immediately unleashed flames into the whirlwind. With Bai's hellfire, the destructive force of the tornado became virtually invincible. Initially, the powerful zombies could rely on their high defense to hold on for a moment, but with Bai's assistance, the tide had turned. The hellfire's potency was beyond what these second-tier zombies could withstand. With the collaboration of Bai and Yi Mofeng, other survivors joined the fray. What appeared to be a daunting battle had transformed into a one-sided affair. Sometimes, fate is remarkably whimsical. Just moments ago, everyone feared for their lives. Yet now their perspectives had shifted dramatically. No one anticipated that Yi Mofeng had concealed such formidable strength in his fully realized celestial perception state. Yi Mofeng was an invincible presence. The 6 swords not only serve as defensive tools, but also as optimal offensive weapons. Yi Mofeng wielded these swords with unparalleled finesse, making the hefty zombies appear as insignificant as ants. As the crimson moon tide gradually subsided, the remnants of the formidable zombies were all that remained. Once the last zombie was vanquished, Ruan Tian dashed out from the shop, wiping the sweat from her brow. While inside, she had also contributed by preparing food to enhance the combat capabilities of her fellow survivors. utilizing nearby survivors' range tools to combat the zombies. Now that the dust was settling, she hurried to Yi Mofeng's side, genuinely concerned that he might, like Gu Yi, become completely drained after exhausting his powers. She approached cautiously and inquired, "Yi Mofeng, how are you faring? Is your body recovering?" Yi Mofeng stood still, but his voice reached her, "I am fine." Ruan Tian found it hard to believe. "Are you truly okay?" Her skepticism was palpable. "Yes, I assure you, I am fine." Yi Mofeng remained turned away from her, igniting her suspicions further. "If you truly are all right, why not face me directly?" Silence enveloped them. His long black hair, previously cascading down to his waist, gradually returned to its normal length as his powers subsided. Ruan Tian boldly conjectured, "Is your body unable to move?" Yi Mofeng's silence confirmed her fears. "You told me there wouldn't be significant negative effects. What is happening now?" Yi Mofeng closed his eyes, his once upright form suddenly sagging. He collapsed against Ruan Tian, completely unable to support himself. Panicking, Ruan Tian bent down, cradling Yi Mofeng in her arms as she struggled to carry him back to the safety of the house. The defensive time within the house had yet to expire, making it a safer haven. Once inside, with the aid of a kind-hearted brother, she placed Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi together. The kind-hearted brother looked down at the peculiar sight before him, struggling to articulate, "What is going on here?" His reaction was understandable. The scene was undeniably amusing. Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng were both exceptionally handsome, yet one lay unconscious while the other had lost consciousness entirely. Ruan Tian had explicitly instructed that the two should be positioned with a pristine ostrich egg nestled between them. The egg was quite large, unmistakably an ostrich egg. The kind-hearted brother stared for a moment before, unable to resist, he grasped Ruan Tian's arm and whispered, "I never imagined you had such a hobby." Ruan Tian, taken aback, quickly clarified, "It's not what you think. I could never have such peculiar interests." Yet the kind-hearted brother, having witnessed the earlier scene, was already convinced that Ruan Tian might indeed have some unspoken, peculiar hobby. "You need not worry. Rest assured, I will keep today's event a secret. This matter will remain between us. I won't let anyone else know." Ruan Tian exclaimed, "No, I swear, I truly have no unusual." The brother did not grant her the chance to finish. Instead, he turned to Ruan Tian, gesturing in understanding, then walked away. Watching him depart, Ruan Tian shook her head in resignation. "All right, I will explain everything when I see him next time." She redirected her focus to Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng, half squatting beside them, a frown etched on her face as she muttered, "You too, is there not one among you who can ease my worries? What am I to do with both of you?" After vanquishing the Crimson Moon Tide, the survivors emerged from the house. This battle had forged an even stronger bond among them, drawing them closer than before. They ventured to excavate the crystal cores from the heads of the powerful zombies. Their actions harmoniously coordinated, and soon they had tidied up the chaos before them. The survivor, On, who had previously looked down upon Ruan Tian, approached her to offer an apology. Ruan Tian, I am truly sorry," On confessed, somewhat taken aback by his own survival in this fierce struggle. He bashfully raised his hand to rub the back of his head and sincerely continued, "What I said to you before was quite severe. At that moment, I never imagined I would make it through. I owe you an apology. I should have chosen to believe in you rather than question you." On's face was etched with remorse, and when he lifted his gaze again, it was filled with admiration and respect for Ruan Tian. "You once said something very profound. If you have not truly given up hope, how could I be at ease?" On saw in Ruan Tian the courage to continue living, especially moved by the powerful strength that resided within her seemingly frail form. "You must live well. I have made you my goal for survival." On clenched his fist in determination, his expression earnest as he spoke to Ruan Tian, clearly regarding her as his source of motivation and hope for survival. He then presented her with 3 heavy bags he had brought along, filled with the crystal cores extracted from the powerful zombies. "I hope you'll accept these." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian felt as if she had been handed a hot potato and quickly declined On's offer. "I will personally give these to Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng once they awaken, but as for mine, due to certain special circumstances, Ruan Tian could not directly disclose what had transpired during everyone's unconsciousness, and thus resorted to this roundabout way of speaking. I do not need mine. You all keep them. In this apocalyptic crisis, we are all human and life is already so arduous. However, An was insistent, declaring, but this is something you should accept, not just for you, but for Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng as well. He pressed the heavy bag of crystal cores back into Ruan Tian's hands. This is what you deserve. If it weren't for your timely intervention during the last wave of zombies, we would never have gained such formidable power. An's expression was particularly earnest as he gave Ruan Tian a thumbs up, praising her. You are truly remarkable, like a beacon of light in the apocalypse. So it is only right that you accept these cores. Ruan Tian felt that if she continued to refuse, An might be hurt. Ultimately, she sighed in resignation and accepted half of the crystal cores, returning the other half to An. Thank you for your kindness. I will only take half. An frowned, instinctively wanting to protest, but upon recalling Ruan Tian's temperament, he relented. After An expressed his gratitude and departed, Ruan Tian opened the bag to take a look, discovering that the quantity of crystal cores was indeed substantial. After some contemplation, she decided to take out her half and evenly distribute it into the bags of Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi. I have already taken plenty. These are what you both rightfully deserve. Without the assistance of Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi during this crisis, it was uncertain whether they would have survived to this moment. In the following 2 days, Ruan Tian remained by the sides of these two individuals, witnessing the temporary base being reorganized. Unable to hold back, she seized the opportunity to ask a kind-hearted brother passing by, "Brother, are you really going to settle here?" The brother smiled sheepishly. "Yes, initially we didn't plan to stay, but perhaps it's due to the bonds we've formed. After the blood moon tide, everyone had exerted their utmost effort to survive, which brought them closer together. In this apocalypse, moving about carries greater risk. The location here is quite good, and with so many willing to stay, forming a camp and making this place our home seems quite appealing, no?" Ruan Tian acknowledged the reasoning and eventually nodded. "All right, then I will leave some food for you." Her storage space still held a wealth of food and countless cans, all left to her by Yuer. "That one do. Your food is an invaluable treasure in this apocalypse. We cannot take advantage of you, but if possible, we hope to purchase your food with crystal cores." Ruan Tian recognized the wisdom in the uncle's words. In an apocalypse, no one should play the role of saint. Instead, a reciprocal relationship would foster more sustainable social interactions. "Very well, let us trade for crystal cores. I will give you the lowest price." The brother bowed deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "We truly appreciate it. Without your kindness, we would not know how to proceed." "Thank you so much." Ruan Tian quickly urged him to rise. The brother wiped the tears from his eyes, glanced at Ruan Tian, and then at the unconscious Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng, asking, "So, Ruan Tian, where do you plan to go next?" Chapter 140. Terrifying thoughts, what should I do next? Upon being asked this question, Ruan Tian felt a twinge of confusion. In truth, she was uncertain about the path that lay ahead. Aside from the objectives she had already encountered, there remained 3 more targets to pursue. Throughout her journey, she had always followed the leads of her targets, leaving her oblivious to her own future direction. Her elder brother, perceiving the bewilderment etched upon her face, wisely refrained from pressing further. "It appears you are still in the dark about your next course of action. But fret not. Such is life, is it not? One gradually discovers the answers they seek." At his words, Ruan Tian nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall take some time today to contemplate this matter." With a gentle pat on her shoulder, her brother nodded once more before departing. Left alone, Ruan Tian felt akin to a neglected child, squatting beside Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi. Propping her chin on one hand, she pondered, what path should I take next? Should I continue to enhance the abilities of Snow White, or seek out new targets? Yet once she had identified all 7 targets, where would she go from there? These questions weighed heavily on her mind. Despite the gravity of her thoughts, she felt no excessive anxiety. Adhering to the philosophy that a boat would naturally find its way to shore, she reassured herself that, no matter what, one could always discover a path that suited them. Thus, she calmed herself, summoning the system for a discussion. "System, I ask you, what path should I take next?" This matter depends solely on your perspective, host. As long as you complete the designated tasks, it matters not where you choose to go thereafter. But I do not know what I should do after completing the tasks, which is precisely why I am asking you. I am but a weak and pitiable system, designed to assist you in fulfilling your tasks. Anything beyond that is beyond my purview. System, your words are rather heartless. Very well, I shall remain silent. With those final words, the system vanished without a trace, leaving Ruan Tian squatting in solitude. Heartless, she pouted in frustration, unable to suppress her irritation at the system's aloofness. I shall ignore you from now on. Having resolved in her heart to shun the system, she felt a sense of determination. Yet, just 3 seconds later, the system's voice returned. Host, are you not curious? Are you not curious about why you have crossed into the apocalypse? At this, Ruan Tian felt a shiver run down her spine. Indeed, she was merely an NPC in a game. How could she possibly find herself in an apocalypse? Moreover, she had acquired such an extraordinary advantage, and her journey had been relatively smooth sailing. What was truly happening? System, do you know something? This was a rare moment when Ruan Tian's intuition sharpened, and she grasped the strangeness of her situation. Yet, the system suddenly fell silent, refusing to respond despite her calls. What was going on? Ruan Tian furrowed her brow, and with the system's hint, she began to perceive the incongruities and oddities of this world. Now, Ruan Tian faced new questions. First, why had she crossed over? Second, where did the apocalypse originate? Clenching her fist, her gaze hardened with resolve. These questions demanded her attention. Her eyes drifted towards City A in the distance. Perhaps the inhabitants there held some knowledge? But alas, she could not venture there now. Once she amassed greater strength, she would seek the truth in City A. However, Ruan Tian had not anticipated that after the system and she had discussed these matters, the system would vanish entirely. It was as if it had touched upon some forbidden knowledge and was forcibly shut down. Ruan Tian called out for the system several times, but received no reply. This was the first occurrence of such a situation. Well, the system cannot remain absent forever. I will wait. She had just begun to think this when an unsettling realization struck her, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Wait, something was very wrong. The third question, where was the system? Who had given it to Ruan Tian? From whence had it come? Why did it possess such extensive knowledge? Why was it imperative for her to locate all 7 targets? These matters were exceedingly chilling. Ruan Tian hesitated to utter the system's name any longer, her mind swirling in a tempest of thoughts. At that moment, she felt as though she were standing amidst a vortex. After a considerable time, the cold sweat on her back gradually subsided and the terror lessened. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tian concluded that pondering these matters excessively served little purpose. She would explore further when the opportunity arose. Soon, she regained her composure, feigning that nothing had occurred. Looking down at Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng, she mused, "What will you two do? If all else fails, you may as well stay with me." Gu Yi, having been sold into the arena from a young age, had long lost his family. Yi Mofeng, under the manipulation of Lu Xuexue, had also become homeless. Now, Ruan Tian could be considered their only family. Therefore, these two forlorn souls, for whatever reason, would cling tightly to her side, becoming as inseparable as gum. Ruan Tian couldn't help but smile, instinctively murmuring to herself, "System, see, we are like gum." Yet, before she could finish her thought, the smile faded from her face. Perhaps she had grown too accustomed to the system's presence, instinctively wanting to share her thoughts with it whenever something arose. Forget it. When it responds again, I shall voice my queries then. Resolving to spend the night at the base, Ruan Tian approached her brother to request a clean room. Upon hearing that she wished to stay, his face lit up with joy, and he urged her to remain. You wish to stay here? That's a simple matter. Grateful, Ruan Tian thanked her brother and led Gu Yi and Yi Mofeng to their room. She first placed them in comfortable positions, then carefully set the angel egg between them. After completing these tasks, she yawned, realizing the necessity of maintaining a respectful distance. Climbing into the furthest bed, she quickly succumbed to slumber. However, as she drifted into sleep, a blue icon suddenly illuminated her brow, resembling some form of electronic code. Chapter 141. The journey begins. Ruan Tian was still ensconced in slumber, utterly oblivious to the peculiar sensation at her brow. Meanwhile, Yi Mafeng, still lost in unconsciousness, felt his eyelashes flutter slightly as he struggled to awaken from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively turned to gaze in Ruan Tian's direction, and through the haze, he perceived an unfamiliar object hovering just above her forehead. With great effort, Yi Mafeng reached out, pushing against the ground in a bid to rise. However, his injuries had not yet healed, and as he forcibly activated the connection between them, a wave of muscle soreness and pain engulfed him. Ruan Tian. He murmured her name twice, only to succumb once more to the depths of unconsciousness. The electronic code manifested for a mere 3 minutes, accomplishing nothing, seemingly nothing more than a lifeless entity. After 3 minutes, it vanished without a trace. A voice resonated within Ruan Tian's mind. Host? This familiar voice belonged to the system. Following the appearance of the electronic code, the system had returned. Observing Ruan Tian's lack of response, it remained silent for a moment before retreating into stillness. The following day, Ruan Tian awakened feeling exceptionally refreshed, stretching languorously. What a rejuvenating slumber. After a brief wash-up, she stood before Gu Yi and Yi Mafeng, toothbrush in mouth. With a soft sigh, she lamented, "When will you two finally awaken? It's truly vexing." As she brushed her teeth, she bent down to peer at Yi Mafeng. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed an air of unease on his countenance, as if he were mumbling something in his sleep. Leaning closer to listen, she discerned him whispering her name, Ruan Tian. Even in his unconscious state, he clung to her name. "Goodness gracious, Yi Mafeng, you need not profess such deep affection for me. How shall I face you when the time comes to say goodbye?" The thought of abandoning him filled Ruan Tian with a pang of guilt, knowing he would be heartbroken. "Well, once you awaken, we shall discuss your future together." Ruan Tian contemplated the myriad of unknowns in this world, acknowledging that seeking all the answers at once was an impossible endeavor. Moreover, going with the flow was not an entirely undesirable course of action. With a tranquil mindset, she quietly called out, "System?" Initially expecting no response, she was pleasantly surprised when the system's voice promptly followed, "Host." Ruan Tian, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief, thoughtfully stroking her chin as she savored the sound of the system's voice. It seemed as familiar as ever, without a hint of peculiarity. "When did you return?" "I returned just last night." "Then, where had you been?" she inquired. The system hesitated before slowly replying, "I cannot disclose that, sorry host, is classified." Very well. Ruan Tian understood that everyone harbors secrets, and since the system was unwilling to share, she would not press the matter further. Perhaps one day, when it chose to divulge, it would do so. Seeing Gu Yi and Yi Mafeng still unresponsive, she allowed them to continue resting. Ruan Tian then sought out the kind-hearted elder brother, and under his guidance, exchanged supplies with others. She sold her goods at minimal prices to those in need, achieving a true win-win situation. The individuals who had previously harbored grievances against Ruan Tian found their animosity dissipating following the intense blood moon tide. Initially envious of her abilities and perceiving her as possessing an extraordinary advantage during the apocalypse, they begrudgingly desired to benefit from her prowess. This intertwining of conflicting emotions rendered their feelings towards her quite complex. Thus, they began to resent her, yet after their arduous experiences, much of their resentment had faded. In the struggle against the blood moon tide, had it not been for Ruan Tian, they would not have survived to this day. She had become their savior. An had transformed into Ruan Tian's most devoted admirer, immediately standing up and wiping his hands upon seeing her. "Sister Ruan Tian, what brings you here?" Now addressing her as sister made her feel somewhat bashful. "You need not call me sister, just my name is sufficient." "That simply won't do," An protested. "You may not realize it, but you have become an idol to nearly everyone in our base." "Really?" Ruan Tian exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she could fit an egg inside. "You mean to say I am now an idol to all?" "Indeed," An continued animatedly. "We even decided to erect a statue of you three in the very center of the base." "Ah, that is truly unnecessary," Ruan Tian gently declined On's suggestion. But he was undeterred. Sister Ruan Tian, this is something you were unaware of. We have already drawn up the plans. On boasted, producing a sketch to present to her. Ruan Tian glanced at it and felt a flush of embarrassment, quietly muttering, "Does my expression on this sketch not appear a tad too arrogant? Is it?" On leaned in for a closer look. "I think it looks perfectly normal. And don't you think it's quite cool?" Ruan Tian genuinely did not find it cool. Her lips twitching, but seeing On so delighted, she ultimately held her tongue. "I see the camp is well underway," Ruan Tian remarked, shifting the topic. "Indeed, after surviving, hope has been rekindled, just as you previously stated, Sister Ruan Tian. The key is to endure, a lesson I have learned from you." Ruan Tian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, maintaining the right mindset is crucial and can influence many outcomes." On's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You are absolutely right." The two strolled around the camp, observing its gradual improvement, and Ruan Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. "Seeing you all thrive brings me peace of mind." As she began to gather her belongings to depart, On impulsively grasped her wrist and whispered, "Really? Sister Ruan Tian, won't you stay a little longer?" Indeed, Ruan Tian calculated the time, realizing it had nearly been a week. She was set to pursue her next target. Chapter 142. You are merely an NPC in this world. As for the information regarding the next, Ruan Tian was still unaware. She first bid farewell to Ah-Won and expressed her gratitude to the kind-hearted uncle before returning to her room. Ruan Tian glanced at Gu, Yi, and Yimofeng, confirming that both were unharmed and still in a deep slumber before contacting the system. "System, please come forth. I am here." "What is it, host? Is there something you need?" "I merely wish to inquire about the basic information of the next." "I see. However, the details of the next are not urgent to disclose at this moment." "Why not? This is merely a mainline task." "Host, you should first stabilize the affection levels of your current four before pursuing other matters." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian found some merit in the reasoning. It was indeed wiser to solidify the affection levels of her current targets rather than attempting to juggle both. The system had a point. "Then what is my next task?" "Next, you should head towards City. There, you will encounter those in need." The system's tone now seemed somewhat cryptic. "Who am I to meet there?" Ruan Tian's curiosity piqued, but before she could pose further questions, the system abruptly severed communication with her. "Why the sudden disconnection? You weren't like this before." Ruan Tian mused, wondering if it was merely her imagination, but the system did seem to have changed in an inexplicable manner. Perhaps it lacked the warmth it once possessed. Previously, the system would engage in playful banter with her. Now, it felt considerably more aloof, devoid of its prior gentleness. Sighing, Ruan Tian ruminated over whether she had inadvertently offended the system. Yet, given the length of their companionship, they had always shared a pleasant rapport without any significant quarrels. Rather, they had grown close. Ruan Tian was confident she had never done anything to upset the system. Setting aside her pondering, she realized the most pressing matter was to gather her belongings and prepare for her journey to City Yi. Ruan Tian promptly began to pack. Glancing down at Gu, Yi, and Yimofeng, caught in a dilemma. What should she do with them? It appeared they would need to accompany her. Leaving them behind would leave her uneasy. Thus, Ruan Tian ultimately resolved to take both Yimofeng and Gu Yi with her. She had few belongings remaining at the camp and swiftly finished packing, summoning the kind-hearted brother to assist her in transferring Gu, Yi, and Yimofeng onto the electric tricycle. The newly upgraded tricycle boasted a larger interior capacity than before, easily accommodating 3 adult men. Its stability had also improved significantly, yet Ruan Tian still felt apprehensive. After some contemplation, she borrowed a rope from the brother, binding Gu, Yi, and Yimofeng closely together to prevent them from falling off during the journey. In an effort to further secure them, she arranged their heads in a friendly posture. The kind-hearted brother observed the scene with a peculiar sense of beauty. Ruan Tian, oblivious to any reluctance in his tone, nodded enthusiastically and said, "I think so, too. They look particularly charming together, and with their handsome faces so close. It's truly a delight to behold." The brother replied, "I hope they won't be angry when they wake." Ruan Tian reassured him, "Don't worry. I'm sure they won't be upset." Seeing Ruan Tian's unwavering confidence, The uncle could only respond with an awkward smile as he watched her set off on her journey. Be cautious on the road. There's still a week before the next wave of the red moon tide. You must find a safe place before then. I know, Ruan Tian replied, donning her helmet and settling onto the tricycle. I'm off now. All right. I hope that when we meet again, you'll be even better than now. Same to you, big brother. Until we meet again. With that, Ruan Tian revved the throttle and bid farewell to the uncle. As she gazed at the map in the upper right corner, charting her route to City E, Ruan Tian felt a tinge of boredom, prompting her to reach out to the system. Shall we chat for a bit? Apologies, host, but I'm not naturally inclined to engage in humor. Who mentioned anything about humor? I merely wish to converse, as I'm feeling quite lonely. I do not speak Chinese. Ruan Tian sighed. Then what language are you speaking now? Abba, Ababab. I'm at a loss for words. Frustrated, Ruan Tian pressed the throttle harder. But recalling Gu, Yi, and Yi mothing behind her softened her demeanor. What was amiss with the system? They had only known each other for less than a year. Yet it felt as if they were already experiencing the 7-year itch. Thankfully, the day after the red moon tide had passed, the number of zombies was scarce. Otherwise, her current behavior would undoubtedly attract a horde of starving undead. After a period of sulking, the system finally spoke again. Host, I too was in a state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian perked up. She had initially vowed to ignore the system for 3 days, but now she felt a rush of joy. What happened? You also fell into unconsciousness? Yes, I suspect I spoke something I should not have. Upon awakening, I realized I was missing a fragment of my memory. Ruan Tian grew anxious. That doesn't affect your well-being, does it? However, as soon as she spoke, she realized she had no idea what the system even looked like. Perhaps it was merely a spirit without a physical form. Rest assured, I am not adversely affected. I simply lack certain memories, which I prefer to refer to as emotions. Ruan Tian furrowed her brow in confusion. What emotions was the system missing? Was this why their conversations lacked the previous vibrancy? She hesitated to inquire further, fearing that her questions might plunge the system back into unconsciousness. Host, you need not worry about my condition. As our time together lengthens, this emotional aspect will gradually return. That is good to hear, Ruan Tian sighed in relief. Yet, before she could fully relax, the system added, Host, I must caution you. In this apocalyptic world, you are merely one of the NPCs. Chapter 143. Jingzhenshu Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system's words and instinctively inquired, What? System, are you aware of what you're saying? Am I still an NPC? Back when Ruan Tian was immersed in the game, she was indeed a genuine NPC. Yet who could have foreseen that even after her transmigration, she would still find herself as an NPC? At that moment, Ruan Tian was overwhelmed with confusion and curiosity, longing to clarify matters with the system. However, she was also apprehensive, fearing that her inquiry might cause the system to malfunction again. Thus, despite not receiving a response, she refrained from pressing further, sealing her lips in silence. The system, having likely encountered some taboo topic, fell silent as well. An air of stillness enveloped them both. Ruan Tian ceased calling out to the system and quietly navigated the electric tricycle towards City E. As she approached, she began to notice something extraordinary. In comparison to other cities, the greenery surrounding City E was inexplicably abundant. Initially, she dismissed it, but as the towering trees became increasingly frequent, her wariness began to rise. What could be the reason behind this? Could it be that City E was unlike any other, governed by plants? Much like the mechanical city ruled by Yuru, which appeared smaller, yet exhibited far greater power, the unknown surrounding City E were formidable. It seemed that her new target was far more complex than she had anticipated. What sort of individual could survive in such an environment? Curiosity stirred within her, and with a sufficient number of survival points, she felt no immediate concern for her future in this setting. To be prudent, she resolved to camp for a couple of days in a safe area outside City E, intending to interrogate the system thoroughly once it regained consciousness. Having made her decision, Ruan Tian found a pristine spot just beyond City E, scouted the surroundings for safety, and upon confirming it was secure, she settled down. With utmost care, she assisted the two esteemed individuals, Gu Yi and Yi Mafeng, off the electrotricycle, anxious to keep them within her sight. You two are my greatest treasures now. I cannot afford any mishaps between you. Resolutely, she cradled the angel egg and delicately placed it between Yi Muffin and Gu Yi. Given the angel egg's current capabilities, it was uncertain when it could heal their mental wounds, but there was someone who could. For reasons unknown, the image of Bai Chulan began to emerge in her mind. She wondered how he was faring. His healing abilities were unmatched, and his presence would render the angel egg unnecessary. Ruan Tian sighed, contemplating the possibility of acquiring Bai Chulan's location once the system awakened. She envisioned bringing Gu, Yi, and Yi Muffin to him for proper treatment. Such dreams were enchanting, yet she was uncertain when the system would regain consciousness. However, she did not have to wait long, as the system returned to her consciousness promptly at midnight. Ruan Tian. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ruan Tian's spirits soared. Yet, she soon detected something amiss. What had the system just called her? Ruan Tian, despite their long acquaintance. She had never heard the system address her by name. It had always referred to her as host. But this time, it had called her name, and its tone was disturbingly calm. Ruan Tian felt a surge of caution. Was this system still the one she knew? Noticing her silence, the system also fell quiet, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. After 5 minutes, the system spoke again. Host. Hearing this familiar tone eased Ruan Tian's worries, and she exhaled deeply, unable to suppress her grievances. You have no idea how frightened I was. After your second malfunction, you felt like a completely different entity, which was quite unsettling. Is that so? It seems I may have inadvertently spoken of something I shouldn't have. The system quickly shifted the topic, addressing Ruan Tian. Host. Why have you not entered City E? That's because I have learned to be more cautious and am waiting to gather information from you about City E and the next target. Host. Your approach is indeed wise. There is no need for concern. I will provide you with the information now. In a short while, Ruan Tian received the data from the system and meticulously examined it. City E was indeed, as she had suspected, on the eve of the apocalypse. It had hosted a world expo focused on greenery. Who could have foreseen the devastation that would follow? The plants, having succumbed to a viral infection, transformed into terrifying man-eating monsters, even developing intelligence. This posed a significant challenge. Ruan Tian pondered, recalling the perilous giant mushroom that had nearly led to their downfall. The thought of the verdant garden filled with myriad plants was daunting. System, do you think there might be man-eating flowers among them? You might be surprised, host. I believe there are indeed man-eating flowers. Indeed, I suspected as much, which complicates matters further. Ruan Tian shook her head in exasperation, noting the map of City E, densely populated with green symbols. What about her next target? System, please don't tell me that the next target, Jingzhenshu, is still alive within City E and has managed to survive this long. Ruan Tian gasped in disbelief. What kind of creature could endure in such a place for so long? The danger level had undoubtedly escalated. Contemplating this, Ruan Tian fell into silence, deliberating how best to enter City. But that's not the most astonishing part. The most shocking revelation is that Jingzhenshu doesn't just survive alone. Here, the system paused before continuing. He is accompanied by 4 additional burdens. Ruan Tian. She realized that she had drawn her breath too soon, her lips twitching as she asked, System, could you repeat that? You mean to say that Jingzhenshu is not alone, but accompanied by 4 burdens? Indeed. Host, prepare yourself. For these 4 burdens are not ordinary individuals. Ruan Tian quickly composed herself and began to examine the materials that the system had prepared in advance. Jingzhenshu had become an orphan before the apocalypse, losing his parents in a tragic accident. At a tender age of 5, he was taken in by his uncle Jingchong and aunt Suli. Their household was already struggling financially, and with the addition of Jingzhenshu, who had to be cared for, life became even more precarious. When I first visited my uncle's house, he was not well received. Jing Yunping and Jing Xian both held disdain for him, referring to him as a harbinger of misfortune. Only after everyone in the household had finished their meal was Jingzhenshu permitted to use his chopsticks. In fact, he did not even have a room of his own. Having spent over a decade living in a cramped storage space, curled up to sleep. Initially, my uncle's family had no intention of allowing Jing Jinshu to continue his education, instead expecting him to work as an underage laborer. However, Jing Jinshu was exceptionally diligent, achieving remarkable academic results. If he had dropped out, the school would have felt regretful and thus waived his tuition fees, even granting him a scholarship. Yet, upon returning home after class, he faced his uncle's beatings, his aunt's contempt, and the scorn of his cousins. He could barely hold his head high and often went hungry. The scholarship he earned had to be handed over to his uncle and aunt. To support himself, Jing Jinshu, without any allowance, took on 2 jobs after school. The strain of his workload caused him to faint during an exam, prompting a teacher to take him to the hospital, where it was discovered that he had developed a stomach ailment and was severely malnourished. The family, witnessing all this, remained indifferent, acting like parasites, clinging to Jing Jinshu and draining his vitality. When Ruan Tian read this, her anger surged within her. How could they shamelessly behave like this? Jing Jinshu's achievements were solely his own doing. Yet these 4 leeches, even after Jing Jinshu reached adulthood, feared he would escape their clutches and broke his left leg to prevent it. If they could not have him, they would destroy him. Even after the apocalypse, they continued to suck his blood. This infuriated Ruan Tian even more. After the end of days, she had hoped Jing Jinshu would break free from this family's shackles and lead a life of his own. Yet this family had also miraculously survived. Although their awakened powers were meager, they clung to Jing Jinshu, a veritable deity. His powers were formidable. He was a grand sorcerer capable of controlling the dead. Even zombies, his strength was unparalleled. This family, taking advantage of Jing Jinshu's kind nature, resorted to moral coercion, forcing him to remain by their side. How could there be such repugnant individuals? Ruan Tian felt genuinely nauseated. Indeed, it was quite disgusting. Ruan Tian could not help but vent to the system. Why didn't he resist? Wouldn't it be better to live freely on his own? If Jing Jinshu escaped this wretched family, he would surely find comfort. Perhaps he was bound by societal norms and familial ties. After all, his biological parents were good people who raised him well. It was precisely because he was instilled with moral values from a young age that when confronted with a family as selfish and morally bankrupt as his Uncle S, the virtues he learned became futile. Never mind. Just thinking about this situation makes me furious. System, please provide me with Jing Jinshu's. Received. Target, Jing Jinshu, SSS. Everyone has 2 faces. Wait, you say Jing Jinshu's is how much? Ruan Tian widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning her own vision. Host, your eyesight is perfectly fine. What you see is indeed accurate. Jing Jinshu's is 3 S's. Such a person has such a formidable level of aggression. Well, host, have you ever heard the saying, do not provoke an honest person? When pushed to the brink, they can do anything. Moreover, growing up in such a stifling environment, Jing Jinshu inevitably harbors undisclosed facets. Would you not agree? Upon hearing the system's words, Ruan Tian pondered and found a semblance of truth in them. Everyone says not to easily anger an honest person, for when they do become furious, they are capable of anything. All right, I understand now. Having encountered Guyis, seeing 3 S's does not faze me. Could this be a form of growth as rumored? Perhaps it is. Ruan Tian's guiding principle had always been to let things unfold naturally, firmly believing in that adage. Ah, by the way, system, I have another question for you. Yes. What is it? Feel free to ask. Could you tell me by Chulin's address? Ruan Tian pointed at the unconscious Gu Yi and Yi Mafeng, who had been in a coma for 2 whole days. Alone. She could not possibly awaken them or heal their mental state. What was she to do? Indeed, that's why you mentioned wanting by Chulin's location. To seek him out and heal Yi Mafeng and Gu Yi's minds, correct? Clever. Ruan Tian, sensing the system's silence, wondered if her request was perhaps too demanding. Well, she coughed lightly a few times to prepare for her next words. System, I realize this may be somewhat overstepping, so if it's too much, there's no need to force it. However, I genuinely need Bai Chulan's abilities right now. If he can heal Gu, Yi, and Yi Mafeng, I would have to worry when I go to City Yi. Is it too much trouble? I understand if it's not feasible. Before Ruan Tian could finish, the system interjected. No need for trouble, host. Bai Chulan is already on his way. Chapter 145. An ambiguous atmosphere. Ruan Tian was taken aback. Unable to comprehend, she asked again, "What did you say? Bai Chulan is on his way here? Why will Bai Chulan come?" She recalled that she had not mentioned this to anyone, and since parting ways with Bai Chulan, they had not crossed paths again. How did he know she was in East City? The myriad of questions swirling in her mind made her increasingly curious about how Bai Chulan had discovered her whereabouts, prompting her to inquire, "System, could you perhaps divulge whether Bai Chulan is coming here because of me, or is it due to some urgent matter of his own? Regarding this, I can share a little with the host. Bai Chulan is indeed coming here because of you." Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian was even more confused. How could Bai Chulan be so certain? "That is something I cannot disclose. You may ask Bai Chulan directly when he arrives." That made sense. Ruan Tian had grown accustomed to the system's presence and would not selfishly pose such confidential questions that might cause it to malfunction. After all, Bai Chulan would be arriving soon, and she could simply ask him herself. After waiting for half an hour in her room, Bai Chulan finally arrived. The moment Ruan Tian laid eyes on him, before she could even feel excitement, she was astonished by the transformation in his appearance. "You!" Ruan Tian's mouth fell agape as she observed the remarkable change in Bai Chulan, realizing that his already strikingly handsome face had become even more exquisite, to the point of seeming almost unearthly. "My goodness, I used to think you resembled a saint in a church, retaining a hint of humanity, but now, upon our reunion, I find you even more perfect. Even if you were placed in a church, you would surely be adored by all as a beloved saint." It's been a long time. Bai Chulan's eyes, which subtly sparkled with golden flecks, were now quietly gazing at Ruan Tian, filled with an infinite tenderness. It has indeed been a while. As friends, the extended separation made her genuinely miss Bai Chulan. Without overthinking, Ruan Tian stepped forward and, without hesitation, wrapped her arms around his waist. Her cheek pressed against his chest as she said warmly, "It's truly been ages. How have you been? I feel like your waist feels thinner than before." Startled, Ruan Tian immediately released Bai Chulan and instinctively placed her hands on his waist, feeling it carefully. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware that their interaction had taken on a slightly ambiguous tone. If this scene were witnessed by others, it would be described as exceedingly colorful. Yet Ruan Tian, being rather oblivious, completely failed to perceive the flirtatious atmosphere surrounding her and Bai Chulan. "You have indeed lost a bit of weight. When we parted, did you eat all the meals I prepared for you? If you did, how could your waist still be so thin?" Throughout, Bai Chulan remained silent, quietly gazing down at Ruan Tian, the amusement in his eyes only growing. If it were any other woman leaning against him in such a manner, she would have faced dire consequences, but with Ruan Tian, Bai Chulan seemed transformed, allowing her to proceed without any resistance. In fact, he wore a smile as he observed her, almost as if encouraging her. "Oh dear, Bai Chulan, I must say, how can a man's waist feel so delicate? I never noticed before how slender it was." Ruan Tian remained blissfully unaware until she looked up and met Bai Chulan's gaze directly, finally sensing something was amiss. His eyes were filled with doting affection, unmistakably revealing the special regard he held for her. I'm so sorry." Ruan Tian realized her folly and quickly withdrew her hands, her face flushing with embarrassment as she could no longer meet his gaze. At this point, she was unsure how to position her hands, turning her head away and clearing her throat softly. "What I did just now was quite inappropriate. Please don't take it to heart, Bai Chulan. I truly meant no offense." Yet, the more she explained, the more flustered she became, and the flush on her cheeks only deepened, causing Bai Chulan's smile to widen. He exuded an aura of indulgent affection, seemingly allowing Ruan Tian's antics to pass without reproach, regardless of her explanations. Eventually, seeing that her explanations were futile and only seemed to heighten the awkwardness, Ruan Tian decided to remain silent. She lowered her head and muttered, "I really am clumsy, making such misunderstandings." Ruan Tian sincerely hoped Bai Chulan would not misconstrue her earlier actions, as that would be far too embarrassing. She had not intended to act that way. Sensing Ruan Tian's tension, Bai Chulan finally spoke, "Rest assured, I won't hold your earlier actions against you. It's quite all right." With those words, Ruan Tian exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. But Bai Chulan, how did you know I was here? Bai Chulan, upon hearing this, fluttered his long eyelashes and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, I was afraid that revealing this would upset you. Oh, come on. What kind of relationship do we have? How could I possibly get angry so easily? Despite Ruan Tian's reassurances, Bai Chulan remained silent for a while before finally revealing, actually, on the day we parted, I left a mark on you. What? A mark? Ruan Tian was taken aback, confused about what kind of mark he had left, as she felt no discomfort. This mark is on your back, and you can't perceive it. Ruan Tian coughed slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. If this were anyone else, it would indeed provoke anger. Are you upset? Bai Chulan's naturally expressive peach blossom eyes, when filled with sorrow, could soften anyone's heart. Thus, when Ruan Tian saw the tears welling in his enchanting gaze, she gently replied, All right, I understand that your intentions were to ensure my safety, so don't worry. I'm not angry. That's good to hear. Bai Chulan gently wiped away the redness at the corners of his eyes, then abruptly shifted the conversation. So, may I see the mark I left on you? Ruan Tian coughed again, pondering about the mark Bai Chulan had supposedly left on her. She was entirely unaware of when he had done so. This piqued her curiosity about what it could be. With this thought in mind, Ruan Tian nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, Sure. However, the very next moment, Ruan Tian heard Bai Chulan say, Then please, could you take off your outer garment? Wait. Ruan Tian's smile quickly faltered Bai Chulan. What on earth are you saying? She instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, eyeing him warily. Bai Chulan chuckled at her reaction. It's not what you think. I meant for you to remove your jacket. The mark I left is on your neck. Oh dear. Ruan Tian, feeling a tad bashful, released her grip. You could have clarified that sooner. Next time, please refrain from saying things that might lead to misunderstandings. She removed her coat, and Bai Chulan stepped forward, moving behind her to gently tousle the black hair cascading over her shoulder. This revealed a portion of her alabaster neck, which, upon closer inspection, showcased Ruan Tian's delicate and fair skin. Bai Chulan leaned in slightly, examining her closely. The warm breath escaping his lips brushed against Ruan Tian's neck, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Bai Chulan, my neck is quite sensitive. Please do not gaze for too long. Bai Chulan maintained a respectful distance after that. He recalled the day of their separation when he had left a mark of light on Ruan Tian's neck. A faint glimmer of elemental light emerged from his fingertips, and the mark on her neck seemed to respond, glowing faintly in recognition. It was precisely because of this mark that he could accurately locate her. Ruan Tian, do you wish for me to help you erase this mark? Such an action, upon reflection, could be quite bothersome. Bai Chulan was acutely aware of how irritating this behavior could be. Thus, he inquired whether she wanted the mark removed, understanding that no one relished the exposure of their privacy. Upon hearing his question, Ruan Tian pondered for a few seconds, then smiled. Oh, let us keep it for now. Besides, your arrival was remarkably timely. Without you, I would still be at a loss. She genuinely felt that Bai Chulan was akin to a timely rain, appearing just when needed. Without him, Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng might still be in a state of unconsciousness, before Bai Chulan could bask in the joy of her words. Ruan Tian continued, Moreover, I strongly suspect that, given your nature, even if this mark were to be erased, you would soon place another one on me after we part ways. Bai Chulan's smile froze instantly. It was undeniable that Ruan Tian possessed a profound understanding of him. Indeed, as she suggested, if he were to remove the mark on her neck, he would inevitably place another upon their next farewell. He, too, found this behavior rather loathsome, reminiscent of a stalker. However, upon observing Ruan Tian's demeanor during this exchange, he noticed her expression was remarkably relaxed. Reflecting on her character, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was precisely because he understood her disposition that he felt emboldened to engage in such actions. Bai Chulan sighed softly and stepped closer to Ruan Tian. Oh, right. Ruan Tian suddenly recalled something and asked, Bai Chulan, how have you been lately? Has your wife been chasing after you? Bai Chulan nodded, replying, She is quite preoccupied with her own affairs. Though she may wish to snatch me away at once, she is unlikely to act so swiftly. I see, Ruan Tian responded, relieved to learn that he was faring well. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Bai Chulan crossed his arms, quietly regarding Ruan Tian. No, I've asked all I needed to. Well then, Bai Chulan stepped forward. It is now my turn to pose some questions. Very well, she thought, recognizing the importance of reciprocity in conversation. It would be unreasonable to allow her to pose queries while denying him the same privilege. Ruan Tian anticipated that Bai Chulan would inquire about something serious, perhaps regarding her abilities. However, she was utterly unprepared for his next question, which sent her cheeks aflame. Bai Chulan confidently pointed to the unconscious figures of Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi, asking, "Who are these two men?" His assertive tone, reminiscent of a rightful partner, rendered Ruan Tian momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Why are you silent? Is it that your relationship with these two is particularly intimate?" Ruan Tian coughed slightly, exclaiming, "You mustn't say such things. My relationships with them are entirely innocent." "Is that so?" Bai Chulan regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, skepticism evident in his expression. "I assure you, we share no such relationships." She insisted. "Well, there are three of us, and our bond is indeed very pure. Just pure friendship." "Oh." Bai Chulan crouched down, scrutinizing Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng for a moment before uttering a provocative statement. "Your relationship among the three is pure? Then why? If it is merely platonic, would you seek out two such dashing men? By mere presence, they both rival me in charm." At this question, Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, if their connection were solely platonic, there seemed little need to associate with such striking individuals. Each of the three men before her could be considered treasures unattainable by others. Yet Ruan Tian had somehow acquired not one, but three, even one more, the existence of which she felt too shy to mention. Feeling wronged, she insisted, "You have it all wrong. I have no intention of pursuing them. If anything, it would be my demise." Ruan Tian could not help but defend herself. "The situation is truly not what you think. I swear it is entirely innocent." Yet, Bai Chulan maintained his skeptical demeanor, his captivating eyes once again fixed on her, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Ruan Tian, are you attempting to gather them all?" Chapter 147. Awakening, soon Ruan Tian's face stiffened, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of guilt within her expression. This revelation astonished Bai Chulan. Still in shock, gazed at Ruan Tian with a questioning demeanor. Could there possibly be a fourth person? Ruan Tian coughed lightly, averting her gaze. No. How could there be a fourth person? She was unable to meet Bai Chulan's eyes. She was simply not accustomed to lying, and each time she attempted to deceive, her eyes would instinctively shift away. "Ruan Tian, could you please look me in the eye while saying that?" With a nervous gulp, Ruan Tian bravely locked eyes with Bai Chulan. Unfortunately, mere seconds into their gaze, she faltered, timidly directing her attention to the ground. Bai Chulan had initially posed a question to test Ruan Tian, curious about the number of people around her. He had anticipated 3 individuals being the utmost limit. However, upon noticing Ruan Tian's guilty demeanor, he quickly realized that there might be more than just the 4 of them. It seemed likely that others would emerge in the future. "Alas, I too have my reasons for acting in such a manner," Ruan Tian said gently, pulling on Bai Chulan's sleeve with a delicate shake. Observing Ruan Tian's pitiful appearance, Bai Chulan suppressed the bitterness within him, fully aware that her troubles were not his own. Their connection had merely stemmed from previous circumstances that had intertwined their paths. Yet, Ruan Tian was undeniably genuine, and any relationship they shared was solely due to a past dispute over interests. This did not imply that her issues were his to bear. What then was Bai Chulan's role in Ruan Tian's life? He held no title or authority, and now, taking advantage of her amiable disposition to question her was a breach of boundaries. He had no right to interrogate Ruan Tian's choices. Her desires regarding whom to meet or the nature of her relationships were entirely her own affairs, unrelated to him. How could someone as astute as Bai Chulan fail to grasp this truth? Yet, he found himself unable to rein in his thoughts. Each time he encountered Ruan Tian, he wished to conceal her in a place known only to him, ensuring that she remained solely his, transforming the coveted light that everyone desired into his own possession. Such dark thoughts, if revealed to Ruan Tian, would surely terrify her. Bai Chulan understood that he must keep these feelings buried deep within his heart. never to share them with anyone. I apologize, Ruan Tian. My expectations of you have been excessively stringent. You have done nothing wrong. Ruan Tian stared in astonishment at Bai Chulan, who had unexpectedly softened, rendering her momentarily speechless. Have you been triggered by something? She inquired, extending her hand before him, gently swaying it, eager to discern his true feelings. I'm fine. I currently have no issues, Bai Chulan reiterated with emphasis, prompting Ruan Tian to realize that he was certainly concealing something. However, for reasons unknown, he was unwilling to disclose it to her. Ruan Tian pondered that everyone harbors secrets to some extent. Since Bai Chulan chose to remain silent, she decided to let it be. Well then, what about those two? She asked, gesturing toward Gu, Yi, and Yi mopping on the ground, her expression tinged with concern. Although Bai Chulan had convinced himself that everyone held secrets, he felt a pang of discomfort at Ruan Tian's concern for others. What is your relationship with these two? He inquired, his countenance shadowed. When Ruan Tian turned to face him, she failed to discern his expression. How should I put it? They're my saviors. In a certain light, Gu, Yi, and Yimofeng were indeed Ruan Tian's benefactors. Without their assistance, she would surely have perished. Bai Chulan fell silent for 3 seconds before continuing. And what of this egg? What connection do you have to it? He sensed that the origin of the egg was extraordinary, as he detected a familiar aura emanating from it. Ruan Tian candidly shared the egg's origin, leading Bai Chulan to muse. It appears that this egg is indeed remarkable. It belongs to a type of light element, which resonates strongly with me. He understood that Ruan Tian's abilities were unique, allowing her to amplify her powers through external energy. Such an ability rendered her formidable. Perhaps I should take this egg for now, Ruan Tian contemplated, recognizing that keeping it was of little use to her. It would be more beneficial for you. After all, with both of us possessing light attributes, it could enhance our bond and strength. Upon hearing Ruan Tian's intention to give him the egg, Bai Chulan furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. Ruan Tian, do you truly trust me enough to hand over the egg so readily? Of course. I have complete faith in you. Entrusting the egg to you is an excellent decision, she replied with sparkling eyes. Bai Chulan, unable to refuse, accepted the egg. All right, I shall attempt to incubate it and see if it hatches. Thank you. As for Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng, Bai Chulan crouched down, examining them closely. Had it been before, when my abilities were still developing, fully rescuing these two would have been quite challenging. However, during my time apart from Ruan Tian, my powers have flourished. My healing abilities have become unparalleled in this apocalyptic world. In the past, I could only mend physical wounds, but now I can also heal emotional scars. The magnitude of Bai Chulan's abilities had indeed grown significantly. For anyone else to seek his aid would be nearly impossible, as it depended entirely on his own whims. Yet, for Ruan Tian, he would give everything he had without hesitation. So, do you think these two still have chance? Sensing Ruan Tian's anxiety, Bai Chulan gently ruffled her hair. Do not worry, I will save them. Chapter 148. Is this something friends would do? Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng have been saved. Just as Ruan Tian was about to feel elated, a wave of worry washed over her again. She turned to Bai Chulan, her voice laced with concern. What about you? Bai Chulan, having healed these two, will you be all right? To Ruan Tian, these 3 individuals were akin to lifesavers. The thought of Bai Chulan putting himself in harm's way for the sake of Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng was something she could not bear. Bai Chulan noticed the anxiety etched across Ruan Tian's face. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her softly, Don't worry, I promise to save them. If it were the old me, I might have been injured, but the current me is different. Bai Chulan had significantly enhanced his abilities. He might feel a slight discomfort, but it would be nothing as grave as before. Rest assured, I will be fine, and you know I can handle things. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian sighed in relief. Then I entrust this to you. Once they awaken, I'll make sure they thank you. Just a trivial matter, Bai Chulan replied. His interest in Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng's gratitude non-existent. He had already envisioned the 3 of them exchanging glances, a peculiar trio brought together solely by Ruan Tian. I'll start now. Bai Chulan activated his powers, a soft, shimmering light enveloping him, exuding a comforting aura. He pointed his fingers toward the two, and the surrounding light intensified, even tinting his hair with a gentle golden hue. It had been a long time since Ruan Tian had witnessed by Chulan's powers in action. The golden glow was soft and soothing, and as the previously dormant angel egg began to tremble in response to the light, Ruan Tian found herself entranced. In a fleeting moment, she imagined that behind Bai Chulan, a pair of pristine wings had unfurled, akin to those of an angel. The golden light grew ever more radiant, encasing Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng in a sacred, egg-like cocoon. As the spectacle unfolded, Ruan Tian was spellbound, realizing Bai Chulan's abilities had indeed grown immensely. Once the cocoon was formed, the light gradually began to fade, and his hair returned to its usual dark shade, though Ruan Tian sensed the fatigue radiating from him. Despite his exterior showing no signs of injury. "Are you all right?" Ruan Tian asked anxiously, straightening her posture and patting her thighs. "If you're feeling unwell, you can rest your head on my lap for a bit." Bai Chulan glanced at her, noting the sincerity in her concern. He accepted her offer and comfortably laid his head on her lap, surprised by the unexpected benefit of saving two people. Looking down, Ruan Tian noticed the weariness etched on Bai Chulan's face and quietly suggested, "Would you like me to give you a massage?" To her surprise, Bai Chulan willingly accepted. Despite his usual aversion to close contact, he closed his eyes and allowed Ruan Tian to massage his forehead. As she diligently attended to him, her gaze occasionally drifted to Gu, Yi, and Yi Mofeng, pondering when they would awaken. Sensing her unease, Bai Chulan reopened his eyes and spoke, "You needn't worry about them. Since I've intervened, they will awaken in due time." He pointed at Yi Mofeng, who would be the first to regain consciousness. Just as Ruan Tian had anticipated, Yi Mofeng, having sustained lighter injuries, was indeed the first to stir. Bai Chulan chuckled softly. "Sometimes I find myself quite curious about your background. How have you encountered such remarkable individuals?" While treating them, he had sensed their extraordinary nature. Yi Mofeng possessed an exceptional ability of celestial empathy, a rare gift indeed. As for Gu Yi, his powers were even more formidable, suggesting a spiritual resonance that indicated they shared a unique mental affinity. How fascinating! While others might be fortunate to meet one, you've encountered two. I must say, Ruan Tian, you truly are impressive. Ruan Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment, knowing there was another, Yu Er and Jin Jinshu, yet to come. Moreover, there would be more in the future, but she kept her lips sealed, feeling shy about revealing too much. "By the way, regarding your trip to City E, it is extremely perilous there. Are you certain you wish to go? Even I can't guarantee my safety if I enter. I must go. If I don't, my life is at stake." Ruan Tian sighed, revealing her reluctance. Yet, she felt compelled to face the danger. As the saying goes, knowing there are tigers in the mountain, one still ventures forth. "Very well, then. Go ahead," Bai Chulan replied, understanding that among the individuals present, each harbored secrets, with Ruan Tian's being particularly profound. What lay behind her secret intrigued him the most. Yet, seeing her reluctance to share, he refrained from pressing further. Sometimes, a touch of mystery in relationships can be the essence of companionship. Not long after, Yi Mofeng slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight that met him was Bai Chulan resting on Ruan Tian's lap. His expression immediately turned frosty as he raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Bai Chulan. His question, however, was directed at Ruan Tian. "Ruan Tian, who is this person?" Caught off guard, Ruan Tian averted her gaze, a nervous laugh escaping her lips as words eluded her. What could she possibly say? "This person is Bai Chulan, my friend. I've been wanting you two to meet, and now the opportunity has finally arrived." Ruan Tian began to muddle her explanation, but it proved futile. Yi Mofeng's expression darkened as he scrutinized Bai Chulan, who remained comfortably sprawled across Ruan Tian's lap, as if claiming ownership. "Friend?" Yi Mofeng scoffed, delivering a question that sent Ruan Tian into a cold sweat. "If he is truly just a friend, why is he lying on your lap? Is this something friends would do?" Chapter 149. It seems that Bai Chulan is more important. Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words. Just as Yi Mofeng had remarked, if she and Bai Chulan were merely friends, their current posture was evidently inappropriate. Thus, she swiftly pushed Bai Chulan away, instinctively defending herself. We are truly not in the relationship you envision. It was Bo Chulan who saved you. Without him, you would certainly have been injured. Ruan Tian was reluctant to let Yi Mofeng misunderstand, yet she feared her explanation might cause Bo Chulan to feel discomfort. Caught between the two, she sensed Yi Mofeng's coldness and the weight of Bo Chulan's gaze upon her. Under such dual torment, she finally erupted. I am done here. Let Bo Chulan and Yi Mofeng quarrel as they please. It has nothing to do with me. Resolute in her decision, Ruan Tian turned and left, leaving the two alone in the room. Do as you wish. I can't be bothered to speak to either of you. Ruan Tian was indeed temperamental. She stormed out of the room, distancing herself from the battlefield, her departure decisive and without a glance back. Originally, Yi Mofeng had intended to say something further to Ruan Tian, but upon witnessing her anger, he slowly sealed his lips. Bo Chulan, too, who had been fuming, fell silent upon realizing that Ruan Tian was genuinely upset and had no intention of jesting. Logically, after Ruan Tian exited the room, the two should have escalated their argument. Yet, rather than intensifying their conflict, they both chose to remain silent. Despite their visibly poor expressions, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the room. After an indeterminate duration, Yi Mofeng finally broke the silence. You angered Ruan Tian. You should apologize to her. At this, Bo Chulan opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he replied. It is you who ought to apologize to Ruan Tian. What wrong have I done? I have been obedient. You are the real instigator here. The two began to bicker anew, the previously peaceful atmosphere dissipating like mist. Each held the other responsible. Ruan Tian dislikes you. This has nothing to do with me. Do you truly believe it has no bearing on you? Ruan Tian cannot possibly dislike me. It is all your fault. Yi Mofeng and Bo Chulan argued for an extended period, failing to reach a conclusion, each finding the other increasingly irksome. Ruan Tian, crouching outside the door for a while, soon calmed down, reflecting on her earlier tone and pondering whether she had perhaps been overly harsh, where she had inadvertently misled the two. After some contemplation, she paced back and forth at the entrance, hesitant to re-enter, fearing they might judge her previous reaction as overly dramatic. Meanwhile, the two men inside had already detected her presence outside. They simultaneously rose from their seats and approached the door, sharing an inexplicable camaraderie despite their mutual disdain. Together, they opened the door. Ruan Tian exclaimed, startled, nearly jumping from the ground as she swallowed nervously. You both scared me to death. Yi Mofeng, observing her fright, pointed an accusatory finger at Bo Chulan without hesitation, declaring, it is all Bo Chulan's fault. It has nothing to do with me. Huh? Bo Chulan frowned, incredulous as he retorted, what does this have to do with me? It is clearly your fault. The two resumed their quarrel, leaving Ruan Tian caught in the middle, her head spinning. Please, both of you, cease this. I am beginning to suspect that, at some point, you will both ask me whom I would save first if we fell into a river. At her words, Yi Mofeng and Bo Chulan momentarily halted their bickering, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt as they diverted their gazes. Ruan Tian spun in shock, realizing such a childish question had indeed crossed their minds. Yi Mofeng fell silent, finally ceasing his conflict with Bo Chulan. Observing Yi Mofeng's cessation, Bo Chulan too stopped. Let us not discuss this matter now. I must head to City shortly. You two will look after Gu Yi until he regains consciousness. Once he wakes, you three may do as you please. City? Yi Mofeng's brow furrowed at the mention of the place, which was notoriously perilous. You intend to go there alone? Do you comprehend the dangers involved? What if something were to happen to you? Ruan Tian understood that Yi Mofeng's agitation stemmed from concern for her safety. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, it is not my desire to go. I have no choice, or I shall face grave consequences. Her expression bore no semblance of deceit, leading the two men to exchange glances, ultimately refraining from further comment. As for the egg, Ruan Tian had already resolved to entrust it to Bo Chulan for safekeeping. However, Yi Mofeng unexpectedly deviated from the expected course, reaching out to snatch the egg from her hands and cradling it protectively. Bo Chulan's expression darkened instantly. I am the child's father, and Ruan Tian had already agreed to entrust the egg to me while you were unconscious. What do you mean by this? Wait, the child's father. Ruan Tian's face flushed crimson, She was, after all, the child's mother. According to Bo Chulin's reasoning, did it not imply that they had become a couple? Have you no shame, claiming to be the father? Ruan Tian hasn't even voiced her opinion. Yi Mafeng and Bo Chulan began to contest custody of the egg, each vying for the title of the child's father. Ultimately, realizing that further debate was futile, they turned their gazes upon Ruan Tian, leaving the decision to her. Perhaps let us give the egg to Bo Chulan for now, Ruan Tian cautiously suggested, observing Yi Mafeng's expression as she spoke. Indeed, upon uttering those words, Yi Mafeng's countenance soured considerably. He likely had not anticipated that Ruan Tian would choose Bo Chulan, given their limited interactions in his memory. See? What did I tell you? Only I am suited for this responsibility. You should step back. To cushion Yi Mafeng's disappointment, Ruan Tian quickly clarified, it is not as you think. Bo Chulan's abilities are related to healing, so the egg will flourish better in his care. Listening to Ruan Tian's explanation, Yi Mafeng's expression appeared somewhat despondent, as though he had not truly absorbed her words, only managing a bitter smile. It seems that Bo Chulan holds a more significant place in your heart after all. Chapter 150. The fifth target, Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Who knew that the rivalry between two men could be so troublesome? She sighed inwardly, deciding to maintain her silence. Resting her forehead on her hand, she felt as if she had aged a decade in an instant. She sat down on a chair, disinterested in conversing with the two men before her. Yi Mafeng noticed Ruan Tian's fatigue and reflected on his earlier actions, realizing he had indeed been a bit too demanding. As Ruan Tian had pointed out, Bai Chulan's elemental powers significantly aided the growth of the angel egg. I apologize for my abruptness, Yi Mafeng said, retracting his earlier intentions and temporarily calling for a truce with Bai Chulan. Once the two men quieted down, Ruan Tian continued to outline her plans. I have decided to leave tonight. After I am gone, you three can go wherever you please, provided you prioritize your safety. Bai Chulan disagreed. You're going alone? That's out of the question. I should accompany you. Ruan Tian shook her head, refusing his offer. This time, I must go alone. No matter how perilous the path ahead, I must press on. If I cannot find a new target, I will eventually perish. It is better to venture in a city while the plants are still dormant and seek out Jingzhenshu. But what if you find yourself in danger? Bai Chulan protested. Ruan Tian chuckled softly, assuring him, you need not worry about that. While I may not be strong in offense, no one can harm me when it comes to defense. Yi Mafeng, recalling Ruan Tian's extraordinary abilities, felt a sense of relief. Then please take care of Gu Yi for me. Once night falls, I will leave immediately. This time, both Yi Mafeng and Bai Chulan refrained from further objections. As the moon ascended into the sky, its silvery glow illuminated the earth. Nightfall came swiftly, and Ruan Tian organized her belongings, preparing to depart. Bai Chulan called out to her, wait a moment, I have something for you. Ruan Tian turned around, curious about what Bai Chulan intended to give her. He rubbed his hands together, and a radiant energy emerged from his fingertips, dispelling the surrounding darkness in a holy manner. Take this, he said, releasing his grip to reveal a small hamster crafted from light energy. It appeared fluffy, with its tiny paws raised as if to grasp at the air. It has a keen sense of smell and can help you avert dangers, potentially saving your life in critical moments. So do not worry, he assured her. Ruan Tian carefully accepted the luminous hamster, tucking it into her pocket. After expressing her gratitude to Bai Chulan, she prepared to leave. Please take good care of Gui. Once he awakens, you can go wherever you wish and pursue your own interests rather than revolving around me. Yi Mafeng nodded in affirmation, rest assured. We understand, don't worry. Bai Chulan added quietly as he watched Ruan Tian leave. Great, then I shall feel at ease. Ruan Tian waved goodbye to the two men. Her footsteps quiet as she ventured in the city, swiftly vanishing from their sight. Once Ruan Tian's figure had completely disappeared, Yi Mafeng remarked, she specifically told us not to follow her. Indeed, I'm not deaf. I heard that, Bai Chulan replied. Then you'd best not sneak after me when I'm not looking, Yi Mafeng said coldly, turning to face Bai Chulan. Huh, shouldn't that warning apply to you instead? Between us, it seems you are the one who hasn't matured, Bai Chulan retorted. The tension hung heavy in the air. But with Ruan Tian gone, they ultimately refrained from escalating their quarrel, merely exchanging huffs before parting ways. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian had arrived in City E. The moment she stepped into the city, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The air felt too peculiar. All around her were an overwhelming number of plants. While other cities had vegetation, none compared to the sheer abundance in City E, where the plants were countless. System, there are far too many plants here. Are there any man-eating flowers? Ruan Tian jested, but the system took her seriously. Indeed, there could be a few. Given the vast number of plants here, having one or two carnivorous plants wouldn't be surprising. Ruan Tian paused, a cough escaping her as she frowned. Couldn't you offer me some reassurance? My apologies, host. But I said that to prevent you from becoming complacent. I hope you can understand. Though she could not fully comprehend, she respected the sentiment. Remaining vigilant, Ruan Tian cautiously advanced while softly requesting the system, please send me the location of my target. Understood. Soon, the system relayed Jing Jinshu's location to Ruan Tian. On the map, Jing Jinshu's dot was blue, surrounded by a dense ring of red. System, don't tell me Jing Jinshu is about to die. Congratulations, host. You are correct. Jing Jinshu is on the verge of demise. Why? Ruan Tian felt exasperated, nearly shouting at the heavens. Why was it that every time she sought her targets, they were always on the brink of death? Host, I advise you to act swiftly. If you delay any longer, Jing Jinshu will surely perish. If Jing Jinshu died, it would also mean the protagonist would face the same fate. I am utterly exasperated. Ruan Tian resigned herself to her fate, quickening her pace toward Jing Jinshu. Throughout her journey, Ruan Tian encountered no ambushes, finding her way to Jing Jinshu without incident. System, why haven't I been harmed on this route? It's simple. The recent blood moon tide has caused the plants to digest the power they acquired that day, leaving them in a deep slumber, thus unable to pay attention to you. Understanding this, Ruan Tian felt fortunate. Otherwise, her journey would not have been so smooth. With the majority of the plants in a comatose state, Ruan Tian made her way effortlessly to the location of Jing Jinshu. From a distance, she spotted Jing Jinshu curled into a ball, pitifully sprawled on the ground. Wait, I'm coming to save you. As Ruan Tian hurried closer, she felt her lips twitch in frustration. How am I supposed to save you? For surrounding Jing Jinshu was a horde of ferocious, carnivorous plants. Chapter 151. With my years of experience system, am I seeing things? Is there truly a cluster of man-eating flowers surrounding Jing Jinshu? Host, you are not mistaken. There indeed exists a gaggle of carnivorous plants nearby. I advise you to rush over and rescue him, for these flowers have been ravenous for quite some time. Of course, I am aware of that. But have you ever encountered man-eating flowers that appear in such a manner? From Ruan Tian's perspective, the once alluring carnivorous plants had transformed into grotesque beasts, their inner rows of jagged teeth reminiscent of shark fangs. You expect me to combat these monsters? Do you truly hold me in such high regard? Host, you must understand that strength and courage can be summoned if one is willing to muster them. I appreciate your faith in me, but do you think I'm a sponge to be squeezed? I might as well squeeze your head off. However, host, from a certain perspective, I lack a head. I am merely a fleeting essence of soul. Are you truly taking pride in that? If you wish to interpret it thus, I can hardly contest your view. Ruan Tian recognized that continuing to bicker with the system was futile. Its nature rendered her incapable of winning any argument. Fine, I shall cease this quarrel, and instead ponder how I might proceed to rescue Jing Jinshu. The most pragmatic approach would be for Ruan Tian to mount the tricycle and drive straight over. With a protective barrier of snow white, these man-eating flowers would pose no threat to her. Ruan Tian comprehended all the logic behind it, yet she helplessly raised a hand to her forehead. I can hardly envision such a scene. It would undoubtedly be quite the sight. While princes gallantly ride noble steeds to rescue their princesses, here I am, aiming to save Jing Jinshu with an electric tricycle. Hardly the picture of valor. Never mind. Saving him is paramount. Aesthetics can be considered later. Without delay, Ruan Tian sprang into action, summoning Snow White and boldly straddling the vehicle. Fortunately, Snow White had evolved, and the engine's roar was considerably muted. leaving the surrounding slumbering flora undisturbed. Ruan Tian swallowed hard, pressing the accelerator and charging toward the carnivorous plants. The flowers sensed her approach, turning in unison. But before they could react, the front wheel of Snow White crushed the lower leaves of one unfortunate plant. Ruan Tian's expression stiffened, and she inhaled sharply. Although it did not land on her, her foot began to experience phantom pain. Juice splattered, painting the grass with its remnants. My apologies. I did not intend for that to happen. With a determined grit, Ruan Tian pressed the accelerator forcefully, driving over the man-eating flower before her. The carnivorous plants, feeling both threatened and pained, retaliated, fervently attempting to bite her. Yet, with Snow White as protective barrier, their teeth could not harm her in the slightest. The sheer number of these plants was overwhelming. Ruan Tian, piloting Snow White, crushed her way through, oblivious to how many flowers she annihilated. The air was filled with the sound of splattering juices, a cacophony that made her ears ache. System, do you consider my actions tantamount to killing? It depends on how you perceive it, host. That is what it shall be. After a strenuous journey, Ruan Tian finally arrived near Jingjinshu. Where the number of man-eating flowers had significantly dwindled, rendering the area far less perilous. She released a long sigh of relief and promptly transformed the tricycle into a makeshift shelter, enveloping both herself and Jingjinshu within its confines. Protected by this barrier, Ruan Tian could finally observe Jingjinshu more clearly. Cautiously, she turned his body over, and upon gazing at his face, she was immediately struck by his striking appearance. Jingjinshu was indeed handsome. Although lacking the flamboyance of Gu Ian by Chulan, his visage exuded a comforting charm, remarkably pleasing to the eye. Even in unconsciousness, he radiated an aura of kindness, an immensely captivating quality. System, why does he remind me so much of a gentle little lamb? Do you understand what I mean? He has that neighborly brother vibe. Host, I comprehend your sentiment. I also perceive that the individuals you have encountered thus far possess a variety of distinct characteristics. It must be said that by Chulin's earlier remarks ring true. Your current situation resembles a palette of colors, with an array of different types of men at your disposal. Ruan Tian felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over her. Unsure of how to respond to the system, instinctively wanting to refute its statement, the words hung unspoken on her lips. Gently, she patted Jingjinshu's face and called out, Jingjinshu, are you all right? Based on my extensive experience, it appears Jingjinshu is simply hungry at the moment. What? Ruan Tian could hardly fathom that Jingjinshu was merely starving. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a large backpack clutched in his arms. With tremendous effort, she finally managed to extract the hefty backpack from his grasp, scrutinizing it closely. The bag seemed unremarkable, yet it was filled to the brim with an assortment of food. Acquiring such provisions in this post-apocalyptic world is no simple feat for Jingjinshu. To have gathered so much undoubtedly required immense effort. Ruan Tian was further puzzled. Despite having amassed such a bounty, why would Jingjinshu refuse to eat? Even when faced with the threat of a stomach ailment and surrounded by man-eating flowers, he still clutched the backpack tightly. Why must someone be so foolish? Ruan Tian shook her head in resignation, recalling Jingjinshu's circumstances. He was not alone. He bore the responsibility of supporting an entire family of miscreants. Now she understood why he refrained from consuming the food. It was not merely his choice. Those freeloaders, with their lackluster abilities, relied entirely on Jingjinshu for sustenance. Thus, even with an abundance of food, they would not permit him to eat, insisting he bring it all back instead. A surge of indignation welled up within Ruan Tian as she recalled her earlier encounter with Jingjinshu, who had been unwilling to touch the provisions in the backpack. Even amidst such peril, he had clung to it tightly. Ruan Tian meticulously reorganized the backpack and placed it beside Jingjinshu. To earn his gratitude, she would inevitably need to confront that insufferable family of moochers. The mere thought of it caused a headache to begin forming in her mind. Chapter 152. The cheerful male college student Ruan Tian continued to lower her gaze upon Jingjinshu, once again inquiring of the system. System, do you mean to say that Jingjinshu is in this state due to hunger? Naturally, host. You are aware of Jing Jinshu's exceptional family. Ever since he entered this household, he has not tasted fresh food, nor has he had a single satisfying meal. Ruan Tian's heart ached even more. No wonder Jing Jinshu had developed a stomach ailment. It was due to this very reason. So, system, do you know what Jing Jinshu's abilities are? He has managed to survive in City E for so long and has acquired such abundant resources, which indicates his powers must be extraordinary. Host, I am afraid I cannot ascertain what Jing Jinshu's abilities are. I cannot see through them. Ruan Tian was taken aback. Not even the system could discern Jing Jinshu's powers? Time was of the essence. They needed to awaken Jing Jinshu quickly. The protective barrier could not last for an entire day, and the surrounding man-eating flowers were proliferating, and the surrounding carnivorous flora was increasing. The moment the shield dissipated, Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu would be devoured by the surrounding vegetation, leaving not a bone behind. Ruan Tian commenced cooking. She prepared a dish of charcoal-grilled lamb chops, and the aroma wafted through the air, intensifying as she worked. Although Jing Jinshu remained in a state of unconsciousness, his nose twitched at the enticing scent. This fragrance was simply irresistible. The food he had procured was always taken back to feed the parasites in his family. If he were ever caught indulging himself, if he were caught stealing a bite for himself, he would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. They forbade him from indulging, insisting that even the food he procured for himself be shared with them. How could such repugnant and selfish individuals exist in this world? One was already intolerable. He had risked the danger of the Red Moon Tide, scavenging for 2 days throughout the city, and finally managed to gather a bag of food. And finally found a backpack full of food. However, he could not bring himself to eat it, even with his extraordinary powers. Going several days without food or water took a toll on his body. Eventually, his stomach ailment flared up, and in the throes of excruciating pain, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. Jing Jinshu had thought he was nearing death, and upon realizing his impending demise, he felt no fear. Instead, he experienced a sense of relief. He was about to be liberated, bidding farewell to this world. He would no longer have to endure the disdainful gazes of others. He suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. It was so overwhelming that his stomach began to growl audibly. Slowly, Jing Jinshu opened his eyes, and he caught a whiff of the enticing aroma in the air. The scent was overwhelmingly rich, provoking his stomach to audibly protest. In a daze, too real, tempted by the aroma, he gradually sat up, mustering the strength to support himself. Noticing the movement behind her, the fragrance was so delightful that it felt almost surreal. Lured by the scent, Jing Jinshu gradually opened his eyes wider, forcing himself to sit up. Noticing the movement behind her, Ruan Tian turned and saw Jing Jinshu's dazed expression. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, then approached him, half squatting, and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you starving? Don't worry, the charcoal-grilled lamb chops will be ready soon. You can eat shortly." Upon hearing this, Jing Jinshu thought he had genuinely arrived in heaven. He stared blankly at Ruan Tian and remarked, "This angel has a round face, resembling an apple. She appears inexplicably adorable. May I take a bite?" This statement left Ruan Tian momentarily speechless, her own expression turning silly as she waved her hand in front of Jing Jinshu's face, cautiously asking, "Are you all right? You're not losing your mind, are you? Have you not eaten anything decent in a while?" In response to Ruan Tian's inquiry, Jing Jinshu remained silent, merely gazing at her with a blank expression. He then lifted his hand and grasped her finger. It was warm and slightly soft. He hadn't expected that even in paradise, one could still feel warmth. Ruan Tian quickly understood. It seemed Jing Jinshu thought he had died, hence the foolish expression. This pain was nothing compared to the torment and beatings he had endured from his family, akin to a feather's touch. Ruan Tian, upon hearing this, compared to the abuse and beatings from his relatives, this sensation was as light as a feather. Ruan Tian, upon hearing this, pinched his cheek again with slightly more force. "And now, do you feel pain?" This time, there was indeed a slight sting. The soul felt no pain. Didn't that prove he was very much alive? Relieved by this realization, Jing Jinshu exhaled deeply. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Ruan Tian, his stomach growled audibly once more. He was truly hungry. Having gone 4 days without a proper meal had left him empty. Ruan Tian chuckled lightly. The lamb chops will be ready soon. Jing Jinshu nodded obediently. Despite the apocalyptic world around him, he found himself inexplicably drawn to Ruan Tian. It was a natural attraction. She felt familiar and welcoming. Just a moment longer. I'll flip the lamb chops. Upon hearing this, Jing Jinshu became even more compliant, finding a spot close to Ruan Tian, wrapping his arms around his knees, and sitting attentively in a small corner, watching her intently. Before long, the lamb chops were ready. Ruan Tian placed the dish before Jing Jinshu, cautioning, "They're freshly grilled and still hot, so be careful when you eat." "All right." Jing Jinshu resembled a youthful college student, his eyes wide and innocent, akin to a gentle lamb. In a modern university setting, he would be the type of sunny, cheerful boy everyone adored. Ruan Tian noticed that when Jing Jinshu smiled, he had a sweet little dimple at the corner of his mouth, which added to his charm. Jing Jinshu gazed at the lamb chops before him, nearly drooling. The freshly grilled meat exuded steam, the aroma of cumin wafting through the air. The meat was firm, and juices bubbled from the ribs. Just a glance made one's mouth water. Ruan Tian tore off a piece of grilled lamb leg and offered it to him. "You can eat now. Go ahead and try it." Though Jing Jinshu had been starving for 4 days and his stomach ailment flared, he hesitated to take the food, despite the overwhelming temptation. He gently pushed Ruan Tian's hand away and murmured, "You eat first." Chapter 153. These plants, surprisingly charming, Ruan Tian was momentarily taken aback. A wave of affection surged from the depths of her heart. "I want to eat." "You should enjoy it," she insisted. Jing Jinshu, feeling a bit bashful. "I want to eat." "You can enjoy it instead." Upon hearing this, Jing Jinshu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that it was indeed Ruan Tian's creation. He gently nudged the lamb chops towards her once more and softly urged, "I can't be the only one to eat. You must join me." "All right. I cannot be the only one eating. You must partake as well." "All right, I will eat now," Ruan Tian replied, tearing off a small piece of lamb for herself. When Jing Jinshu witnessed her joining in, he finally felt at ease. The two of them resembled two delightful little creatures, their heads leaning together as they began to savor their meal earnestly. Ruan Tian's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Jing Jinshu's eyes crinkled with joy as he relished the food, and no chef could resist such an appreciative patron. With a smile gracing her face, Ruan Tian watched him indulge in the dish. "How does it taste?" she inquired. Upon hearing her question, Jing Jinshu raised his thumb in approval, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "It's incredibly delicious. This is undoubtedly the best lamb chop I have ever tasted in this world." Flattered by his praise, Ruan Tian felt a hint of shyness, but also a sense of pride. Her culinary prowess was second to none, and none dared to claim the title of first. The entire lamb had been devoured by Jing Jinshu, leaving Ruan Tian astonished. No wonder he is a university student. His appetite is impressive. To be on the safe side, Ruan Tian asked, "Are you full now?" Jing Jinshu nodded obediently. "I am full." Yet, in the next moment, his stomach emitted a loud rumble, which made Ruan Tian chuckle. She stood up and proposed, "It seems you're still hungry. Let me prepare more for you." Jing Jinshu covered his cheeks, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I haven't offered you anything in return. In a post-apocalyptic world, who would unconditionally assist another? The lamb chops Ruan Tian had made earlier were already a culinary treasure. Just one such dish could incite conflict among family members in these dire times. Thus, upon hearing that Ruan Tian was willing to cook again, when Jing Jinshu heard Ruan Tian offering to cook for him again, he felt a pang of guilt, contemplating whether he should gift her something in return. Seeing her genuine intent, he could not refuse and nodded obediently, sitting back down with his knees drawn up. Before long, resigning himself to sit back down with his knees hugged. Before long, Ruan Tian had prepared 4 dishes: shrimp rice rolls, garlic shrimp tails, sweet and sour ribs, and dry pot potato slices. These culinary delights were things Jing Jinshu had never experienced even before the apocalypse. To save money, he had subsisted on instant noodles, 3 meals a day for 3 months, likely resulting in his stomach issues. As Ruan Tian placed each exquisite dish before him, he was utterly bewildered. I only need 2 or 3 buns, or even some hard cornmeal cakes will suffice. These dishes are far too precious for me to accept. I've already prepared them. What is stopping you from taking them? Just accept them. No matter how Jing Jinshu protested, Ruan Tian insisted he eat. Finally, with no other option, he began to feast. The aroma of the food was intoxicating, and he devoured every morsel, finally patting his stomach after finishing the last potato slice in satisfaction. This candid and carefree action piqued Ruan Tian's curiosity, prompting her to ask the system, are you certain that Jing Jinshu's difficulty level is 3 S's? He seems rather harmless. System, I assure you, I have never erred in this regard. So host, exercise caution. Though Jing Jinshu appeared benign, who could guarantee he wasn't a wolf in sheep-esque clothing? Ruan Tian pondered the system's words. If Jing Jinshu truly exhibited such harmlessness, he could not possibly be rated only 3S. After satisfying their hunger, Jing Jinshu rose from the ground, and only then did Ruan Tian notice him. Upon rising, Ruan Tian immediately noticed his towering height. He was nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Standing at only 5 feet 3 inches, she felt dwarfed beside him. Jing Jinshu, you are so tall. Ruan Tian found herself craning her neck, her brows furrowing as she recalled a phrase. You could jump up and hit my knee. At that moment, if she truly jumped, she could reach his knee, but his chin would remain out of reach. Ruan Tian, do you wish to return to the camp with me? Jing Jinshu asked, concern etched on his face. Deep down, he yearned for her company, but the thought of the 4 gluttons back home made him hesitate. The city was fraught with danger, teeming with murderous plants, and he truly worried about Ruan Tian navigating E-City alone. After all, she was his savior. Yet, he also did not want her mood to be affected by the presence of those 4 gluttons at home. Especially with Ruan Tian's rare abilities, they would certainly harbor ill intentions. Thus, Jing Jinshu felt torn. If Ruan Tian were to get hurt, he would feel immense guilt. Of course not. Ruan Tian, unaware of Jing Jinshu's inner turmoil, was determined to accompany him as a token of gratitude. Do you not want me to accompany you? She observed his conflicted expression, noting his distress. No, I'm just worried you might get hurt. Jing Jinshu quickly waved his hands, biting his lip in uncertainty. He concealed his deeper feelings. He simply could not forsake Ruan Tian. Ultimately, he resolved to take her back to the base, ensuring she could move freely once there, while preventing Jing Zhong and the others from witnessing their interaction. Come with me. Jing Jinshu gathered the remnants of their meal, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, extending his hand to Ruan Tian. How do we get out? Ruan Tian pointed towards the storefront. The mutated plants had gathered outside while they dined. They pressed against the protective barrier, writhing and swaying, their desire to consume the occupants within palpable. Ruan Tian gazed at the mutated plants before her, intrigued, and couldn't help but comment. Strangely enough, these mutated plants possess a certain charm. Chapter 154. This is my savior. Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, having gathered outside during their meal, were now pressing against the protective barrier, writhing and swaying, their desire to consume the occupants within palpable. Ruan Tian gazed intently at the mutated plants before her, intrigued, and couldn't help but comment. You know, these mutated plants, surprisingly, exhibit quite a charming allure. It was the first time she had heard her target of affection refer to her as sister, which sparked a flicker of delight within her. Yet, a sense of worry crept in, prompting her to ask, how do we get out of here? I excel at defense, but am not adept at offense. Rest assured, Sister Ruan Tian, you need not fear. I have been in E-City for quite some time and am familiar with the nature and attack methods of these plants, which sparked a flicker of delight within her. Yet, a sense of worry crept in, prompting her to ask, how do we get out of here? Moreover, perhaps it is not merely my imagination, but after indulging in the culinary delights you prepared, I feel rejuvenated and my stomach issues have subsided. He took a few steps forward, extending his hands, slightly embarrassed as he averted his gaze, his fair cheeks unwittingly turning a deep shade of red. I apologize, Sister Ruan Tian, but my forthcoming actions may seem somewhat rude. Rude? How so? In the next moment, Ruan Tian found herself lifted off the ground, discovering that Jing Jinshu had cradled her in his arms. His strength was remarkable. He effortlessly held her close without any strain. My ability is quite unique. I can manipulate dark elements. Sister Ruan Tian, you may now lower your protective shield. Dark elements? Isn't that in direct opposition to Bai Chulin's light elements? Ruan Tian prepared to observe Jing Jinshu's powers closely. All right then, I shall retract the shield now. Jing Jinshu nodded, his smile fading as he focused intently, discovering that Jing Jinshu had cradled her in his arms. His strength was remarkable. He effortlessly held her close without any strain. My ability is quite unique, enveloping both him and Ruan Tian entirely. What an extraordinary ability. Ruan Tian's vision gradually succumbed to darkness, her perception of the outside world fading. Ruan Tian prepared to observe Jing Jinshu's powers closely. All right then, I shall retract the shield now. Jing Jinshu nodded, his smile fading as he focused intently. The instant Ruan Tian lowered her shield, the plants surged forward with astonishing speed, but Jing Jinshu's speed was even swifter. A mass of dark shadow materialized beneath his feet. Is this ability akin to spatial transfer? Yet, it felt less like simple teleportation and more like being transported through some medium. It appears the signal marker was not a failure. Jing Jinshu murmured to himself. What is a signal marker? Before Ruan Tian could inquire further, she heard Jing Jinshu's earnest voice. Earlier, I lost consciousness and fell from this place, expecting the beacon to vanish, yet it remains. Is this ability akin to spatial transfer? Yet, it felt less like simple teleportation and more like being transported through some medium. It appears the signal marker was not a failure. Jing Jinshu murmured to himself. What is a signal marker? Before Ruan Tian could inquire further, he gently set Ruan Tian down and patted her shoulder, advising, you are far too thin. You hardly weigh anything. Given your abilities and culinary skills, how can you be so slender? Ruan Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing she could survive without eating. She quickly shifted the topic, asking, shall we head home now? Home? Jing Jinshu was taken aback by the term used to describe their base. After a momentary pause, he chuckled softly. Very well, let us return home. He gently set Ruan Tian down and patted her shoulder, advising, you are far too thin. You hardly weigh anything. Given your abilities and culinary skills. Jing Jinshu's eyes darkened with concern as he contemplated the myriad possibilities. Regardless, Ruan Tian was his savior, and he would ensure no harm came to her. Once we return to the base, do not rush inside. I will arrange a separate room for you. Ruan Tian did not question his reasoning. Though he maintained a calm exterior, he was internally anxious about what might transpire if the other 4 individuals discovered he had brought a girl back with him. The consequences could be dire. Furthermore, Ruan Tian's abilities were exceptionally rare. In this apocalyptic world, her powers were indeed unique. I will protect you. Just trust me. Under the aegis of Jing Jinshu's powers, they swiftly returned to the survivor base in East City. Fortunately, the Red Moon Tide had just concluded, and the plants were still satiated, leaving them untroubled on their journey. The survivor base in East City differed from others, surrounded by plants. Its walls were constructed entirely of iron. Massive iron walls rose from the ground, assembled to form a modest circular enclosure. Jing Jinshu explained, East City is unlike other areas. The danger level here is considerably higher, resulting in fewer survivors and less space required. A smaller area has its advantages. It simplifies defense. And the plants were still satiated, leaving them untroubled on their journey. The survivor base in East City differed from others, surrounded by plants. A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. Jing Jinshu, where have you been all this time? Do you have any idea how starved our family has been, waiting for you to bring supplies? The speaker appeared to be quite familiar with Jing Jinshu. Ruan Tian instinctively looked up to see a strikingly beautiful yet venomously angry woman. This was Jing Jinshu's sister, Jing Xian. Initially, Jing Xian's attention was solely on Jing Jinshu, but she quickly noticed the woman by his side. Who is she? A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. Jing Jinshu, where have you been all this time? Do you have any idea how starved our family has been? This was the first time she had seen him bring a woman home. Jing Jinshu instinctively stepped forward, shielding Ruan Tian behind him, adopting a rare protective stance as he stated, This is my savior. You cannot harm her. Chapter 155. I told you to stay away from a rescuer? What rescuer? We have never heard of such a person. The expression on Jing Xian's face darkened further as she completely dismissed Jing Jinshu's words. She pointed her finger at Ruan Tian's nose and began to berate her. Wretched woman, what is your relationship with Jing Jinshu? Did you crawl in his bed? The words sounded rather uncouth. Jing Jinshu furrowed his brows, stepped forward, and pulled Ruan Tian behind him, glaring at Jing Xian with a stern expression. What do you mean by that? Ruan Tian and I are innocent and pure. You come here hurling such accusations. Now apologize to her. Jing Xian stared at Jing Jinshu in disbelief, her eyes wide as if seeing him for the first time. What did you say? You want me to apologize to this wretched woman? Jing Jinshu, have you lost your mind to speak to me like this? Jing Xian's chest heaved with anger. For years. What do you mean by that? Ruan Tian and I are innocent and pure. You come here hurling such accusations. Now apologize to her. Jing Xian stared at Jing Jinshu in disbelief, her eyes wide as if seeing him for the first time. What did you say? He would have bowed his head and apologized long ago. But today was different. He maintained his cold demeanor and held his ground. I need you to apologize to Ruan Tian. She has done nothing wrong, and she is my savior. Without her, I would have been devoured by those plants. Not a chance. Jing Xian would never apologize to Ruan Tian so easily. For years, she had relied on Jing Jinshu's support. Without him, could they have lived so comfortably? Jing Jinshu instinctively stepped forward, wanting to say more, but Ruan Tian gently pushed him aside. It's all right. You don't need to protect me. I can handle this myself. Ruan Tian stepped forward, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Jing Xian, exuding resilience rather than fear. Jing Xian smirked. I thought you would only hide behind Jing Jinshu. What do you want now? To bite me? Ruan Tian raised the corners of her lips slightly, disregarding Jing Xian's previous taunts, and replied, I simply find your family to be like parasites, clinging to Jing Jinshu for protection. It's truly laughable and pitiable. If it weren't for him, how would you all survive in this world? You leech off his strength and still stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. How hypocritical. Ruan Tian's words left Jing Xian momentarily speechless. Indeed, as Ruan Tian pointed out, their comfortable lives were entirely due to Jing Jinshu's efforts. Well, you can't say that. I simply find your family to be like parasites, clinging to Jing Jinshu for protection. It's truly laughable and pitiable. If it weren't for him, how would you all survive in this world? You leech off his strength and still stand on a moral high ground to criticize others. How hypocritical. Yet your family's resources depend entirely on Jing Jinshu. You dare talk about simplicity? It's quite laughable. The two argued for quite some time, with Ruan Tian gaining the upper hand. Jing Xian, who once relied on her tantrums to dominate, found herself unable to do so against Ruan Tian's pointed remarks. Is it too much to ask him to give something back? Simple? Where's it simple? This city is fraught with danger. Yet your family's resources depend entirely on Jing Jinshu. You dare talk about simplicity? It's quite laughable. The two argued for quite some time. Relying on their meager abilities to survive in this apocalypse would be nearly impossible. At that moment, Jing Yinping arrived. Having heard the commotion, I advise you to be self-aware. This is the apocalypse. Even if Jing Jinshu abandons you, you won't face moral retribution. Ruan Tian's words struck fear into Jing Xian. As Ruan Tian said, Jing Jinshu's strength was formidable, and their family's comfortable existence hinged on him. If he were to cast them aside, relying on their meager abilities to survive in this apocalypse would be nearly impossible. At that moment, Jing Yinping arrived. Having heard the commotion, Jing Yunping's gaze inadvertently fell on Ruan Tian. Although she wasn't a top beauty, her charm was undeniable, and her exceptional abilities allowed her to thrive in the apocalypse. Her fair skin and lively eyes captivated Jing Yunping. He swallowed hard. Jing Jinshu, where did you find this person? She's quite attractive. Can I have a go with her? With fierce-looking eyes and a pockmarked complexion. And in the days you've been gone, we've all gone hungry. Did you bring anything back? Hand it over. Who rolled his eyes and reached out to touch Ruan Tian. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Jing Yunping. It turned out that Jing Jinshu had seized his wrist, dislocating it with brutal force. Sweat beaded on Jing Yunping's forehead from the pain. Such lewd words betrayed their shared vile nature. This is my savior. I advise you to watch your words. Jing Jinshu's warning failed to alarm Jing Yunping, who rolled his eyes and reached out to touch Ruan Tian. The next moment, a piercing scream erupted from Jing Yunping. Ah! It turned out that Jing Jinshu had seized his wrist, dislocating it with brutal force. Sweat beaded on Jing Yunping's forehead from the pain. Like a bloodthirsty beast, his vertical pupils fixed on Jing Yunping as he spoke in a hoarse voice. I have told you before, stay away from her. Jing Yunping remained obstinate, failing to grasp Ruan Tian's significance to Jing Jinshu. You still protect this wretched woman? With a thunderous crash, Jing Jinshu had always been perceived as gentle and devoid of hostility. It was as if no matter their actions or demands, Jing Jinshu would remain unfazed, never displaying anger or fatigue. Yet now, Jing Jinshu harbored a profound animosity towards him, all for the sake of a woman. Who exactly was Ruan Tian to Jing Jinshu? Do you not understand? Chapter 156. The surge of malevolent thoughts. This was the first time Jing Yunping had witnessed Jing Jinshu exhibiting such aggression. Throughout their family's history, Jing Jinshu had always been perceived as gentle, devoid of any hostility. It seemed that no matter what they demanded from him, he would never show anger or fatigue. Yet, all of Jing Yunping's bravado evaporated. He regarded Jing Jinshu with trepidation, tears brimming in his eyes, stammering, What? What do you intend to do to me? Jing Jinshu, I warn you, if you lay a hand on me, our family will never forgive you. Jing Jinshu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jing Yunping. Filled with lethal intent, the crimson hue in his eyes lingering, instilling profound dread. In the face of such extreme terror, Jing Yunping erupted, defiantly retorting, You monster! Do you know why they perished in that calamity? It was all because of you, the unfilial son. For Jing Jinshu, the subject of his biological parents was an unhealed wound, a scar that could never be touched. For years, he had concealed his anguish and longing deep within his heart. Yet no one knew that the darkness within him had accumulated to dangerous depths, even giving rise to his second persona. Whenever Jing Jinshu's emotions surged too violently, this alternate personality would emerge. At this moment, upon hearing Jing Yunping's words, the second persona surged forth, manifesting an earnest desire to end Jing Yunping's life. The force with which he grasped Jing Yunping's throat was merciless, as if intent on choking him to death right at the entrance. The guard, noticing the two engaged in a brawl, rushed out with a frown, admonishing, What are you two doing? This is not a place for fighting. Today, the surrounding plants had fallen into a stupor, preventing their quarrel from attracting attention. Under normal circumstances, these two reckless youths would have been devoured by the rampaging, bloodthirsty flora. Ruan Tian, observing the escalating conflict, furrowed her brows and stepped forward, attempting to separate the two. However, Jing Xian, noticing her intervention, sneered coldly and stated without reservation, Are you pleased to see these two men fighting over you? It seems you truly are a schemer, capable of ensnaring my naive brother. You possess some skill, I must admit. Jing Xian's disdain for Ruan Tian was palpable. She found her harmless demeanor utterly repugnant. Alas, we as family hold greater importance to Jing Jinshu than you ever could. Ruan Tian chose to ignore Jing Xian, sensing that Jing Jinshu was in a precarious state. If she didn't intervene, the situation could spiral out of control. Thus, as Ruan Tian made another attempt to step in, Jing Xian launched her attack. She lunged forward. Jing Xian harbored a deep disdain for Ruan Tian. She found her innocent facade utterly revolting. Unfortunately for her, if not for Ruan Tian's agility honed through survival in the apocalypse, she would have undoubtedly fallen victim to Jing Xian's assault. Ruan Tian raised her hand, gripping Jing Xian's wrist tightly, her brow furrowed as she asserted, If you truly care for Jing Jinshu, you should refrain from making such remarks. Jing Xian's brash demeanor left no room for rational discourse. She yearned to leap and grab Ruan Tian by the hair, to claw at her face with her sharp nails. But all her attempts were deftly evaded by Ruan Tian. In terms of abilities, Ruan Tian regarded Jing Xian with indifference. Meanwhile, the younger brother, Jing Yunping, found himself being held by the neck and forcefully slammed to the ground. The elder sister, Su Li, was effortlessly subdued by Ruan Tian, unable to inflict any harm despite her best efforts. This pair of siblings was indeed laughable. As the commotion escalated, Su Li, arriving late to the scene. But all her efforts were deftly evaded by Ruan Tian. In terms of abilities, Ruan Tian dismissed Jing Xian entirely. Meanwhile, Jing Yunping found himself in a precarious position, her gaze locking onto Jing Xian, whose face was flushed and marred with injuries, her heart aching with concern. Xian, what happened? Why are you so hurt? Did this vile woman harm you? Su Li swiftly turned, her expression icy as she glared at Ruan Tian. Why did you hurt Xian? And who exactly are you? The injuries on Jing Xian's face were severe, yet they were not inflicted by Ruan Tian. Rather, they were the result of her own sharp nails during the struggle against Ruan Tian. It was rather absurd that, even in the apocalypse, one could find time for manicures. Clearly, Jing Zhinshu had indulged them too well in their previous lives. Listening to Ruan Tian's sardonic remarks, Su Li's temper flared. What does my daughter's grooming have to do with you? Seizing the opportunity, Jing Xian began to complain to Su Li, pointing at Ruan Tian. It's this wretched woman. She's the one Jing Zhinshu brought home. Mom, after all these years, don't you know what kind of person he is? He actually brought a woman home. In the past, such a scenario would have been unthinkable. Jing Zhinshu was never the type to do so. Thus, Jing Xian harbored great disdain for Ruan Tian. In Jing Xian's mind, Jing Zhinshu was her possession, and as such, he should not engage in conversation with any other woman. What? Su Li's eyes widened in surprise upon learning that Ruan Tian was brought home by Jing Zhinshu. She began to scrutinize Ruan Tian closely. This woman was quite attractive, possessing a rare charm in these dire times. This revelation ignited Su Li's interest, and she chuckled, her previous assertiveness dissipating. So, you're the one Zhinshu brought home? We must treat you well. After all, a friend of Zhinshu is a friend of ours. Hearing Su Li's words, Jing Xian turned back, dissatisfied. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, Mom, why has your attitude changed so quickly? This wretched woman tried to harm me not long ago. Su Li, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and leaned in to whisper something in Jing Xian's ear. In an instant, Jing Xian's demeanor towards Ruan Tian underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 157. Secretly photographing Ruan Tian. I sincerely apologize, Ruan Tian. Previously, we were entirely at fault for our despicable attitude towards you. I earnestly hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. At that moment, there was not a trace of disdain left on Jing Xian's face. She approached Ruan Tian, disregarding her ruined manicure, and smiled, saying, Since you were brought back by Zhinshu, you are one of us now. Why not come home with us? There's an empty room available. You could stay there. Ruan Tian, upon hearing this, regarded Jing Xian with suspicion. How could her demeanor shift so abruptly? Just a short while ago, she had seemed intent on devouring Ruan Tian. Yet now, her expression reeked of insincerity, as if she were merely playing a role. At that moment, Su Li also approached Jing Zhinshu, gently placing her hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, Zhinshu, I was worried about you these past few days. I feared you might have encountered some danger. Seeing you safe brings me great relief. Upon hearing Su Li's voice, Jing Zhinshu let out a cold laugh and released Jing Yunping, who was on the verge of panic. Of course, you wouldn't want me dead. If I were to perish, what would become of this family? Who would support your useless lot? Jing Zhinshu's words were brutally candid, leaving Su Li feeling particularly uneasy. Yet in that moment, she could not conjure a better retort, for Jing Zhinshu's assertions rang true. Without him, how could this family of inept individuals survive amidst the apocalypse? Thus, despite her discomfort, Su Li had no choice but to suppress her feelings. That statement is rather harsh, Zhinshu. We've lived together for so many years. As your aunt, I am genuinely happy to see you return safely. Anyone with discerning eyes could see how Su Li truly felt about Jing Zhinshu over the years. She could not conjure a better retort, for Jing Zhinshu's assertions rang true. Without him, how could this family of inept individuals survive amidst the apocalypse? Thus, despite her discomfort, his once gentle eyes now engulfed in a crimson hue, exuding a ferocious intensity. This was the manifestation of his second personality. Ruan Tian sensed something was amiss with Jing Zhinshu and cautiously approached him, gently grasping his wrist, whispering, "What's wrong?" Initially, Jing Jinshu intended to shake off Ruan Tian's hand, but for reasons unknown, upon hearing her voice, his heart softened. He did not pull away but allowed her to hold on. "I am fine," he replied, closing his eyes momentarily. When he reopened them, the bloodlust had vanished. Ruan Tian sensed something was amiss with Jing Jinshu and cautiously approached him, gently grasping his wrist, whispering, "What's wrong?" Initially, Jing Jinshu intended to shake off Ruan Tian's hand, but for reasons unknown, upon hearing her voice, his heart softened. This statement was meant to provide an easy escape for both parties. However, Jing Yunping, being the fool he was, completely misinterpreted his mother's intention. He stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Jing Jinshu, exclaiming, "Mom, you saw it. This guy actually hit me. How dare he, having lived in the Jing household for years? Why not return home together? After all, Jinshu, you must be exhausted after being away for these few days," had always sought to ostracize him. Thus, when he realized that Jing Jinshu had dared to strike him, a wave of inexplicable shame and fury surged within him. He loathed Jing Jinshu. "What are you even worth? If it weren't for the Jing family, do you think you could stand here speaking? You would have long been sent to an orphanage. How dare you lay a hand on me?" It was not enough for him to stop there. He brazenly added, had always sought to ostracize him. Thus, when he realized that Jing Jinshu had dared to strike him, a wave of inexplicable shame and fury surged within him. "My father has been unable to work in the mines these past few days. His health is poor, and if you truly cared, you would have returned sooner. This is all your fault. I see you have no desire to return. You're probably enjoying your solitary life without us. You unfilial wretch." The atmosphere instantly plunged into an icy silence. Su Li, sensing the tension, quickly scanned the room and cheerfully intervened. "Come now, you two are brothers. How can you speak so harshly to one another?" With Su Li's attempt at diffusing the situation, Jing Yunping chose to remain silent, merely huffing and turning his head away. "This is all your fault. I see you have no desire to return. You're probably enjoying your solitary life without us. You unfilial wretch." The atmosphere instantly plunged into an icy silence. Su Li, sensing the tension, quickly scanned the room and cheerfully intervened. "Come now, you two are brothers. How can you speak so harshly to one another?" With Su Li's attempt at diffusing the situation, Jing Yunping chose to remain silent, merely huffing and turning his head away. "I usually handle the mining. It seems my absence for these past few days forced him to take on the task. Without mining, there would be nothing to eat. For survival, Jing Cheng had no choice but to work in the mines. The buildings within the base were constructed rather low, with glass overhead treated with oil to prevent plant encroachment. Soon, they arrived at a relatively tidy house. Su Li pushed the door open, beaming as she ushered everyone inside. The interior was tastefully arranged and impeccably clean, indicating that these individuals had been living quite well under Jing Jinshu's protection. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll fetch some water for you," Su Li said with a smile, heading to the kitchen while ensuring to bring Jing Xian along. Once in the kitchen, Su Li shut the door tightly and immediately seized Jing Xian's wrist, pulling her close, whispering, "Get that cell phone with a charge." Jing Xian, puzzled, asked, "Mom?" The interior was tastefully arranged and impeccably clean, indicating that these individuals had been living quite well under Jing Jinshu's protection. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll fetch some water for you," Su Li said with a smile, heading to the kitchen while ensuring to bring Jing Xian along. Once in the kitchen, Su Li shut the door tightly and immediately seized Jing Xian's wrist, pulling her close, whispering, "Get that cell phone with a charge." Jing Xian, puzzled, asked, "Mom, what are you planning to do?" Su Li, with a triumphant smile, had conceived a bold idea the moment she laid eyes on Ruan Tian. Naturally, and despite the prolonged apocalypse, her skin retained its youthful luster. Treating her as a tradable asset was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for them. Jing Xian laughed, exclaiming, "Mom, you are an absolute genius. This not only provides us with additional income, but also alleviates our grievances." Su Li nodded in agreement, stating that a woman's body in this world was the greatest bargaining chip. The woman brought back by Jing Jinshu must not be allowed to integrate into their household. The more people there were, the more mouths to feed. Su Li feared that Jing Jinshu would prioritize Ruan Tian over them when distributing resources. Thus, Ruan Tian must be sent away as a favor to the Jing family. Jing Xian gave a thumbs up, declaring, "We shall proceed as you suggest. Our family will surely find happiness." Having devised their plan, Jing Xian stealthily entered the room and retrieved her phone, which had only 3 bars of battery left. Taking it to the kitchen, Su Li pretended to pour water while discreetly extending the phone outside the kitchen to capture a quick photo of Ruan Tian's face. Overcome with guilt, she hastily tucked the phone away and exhaled deeply. Jing Xian, equally anxious, whispered, "Mom, did you get the shot?" Naturally, Su Li reviewed the photo on her phone and remarked, "This girl photographs rather well." "Huh, I am far more attractive than her," Jing Xian scoffed. "But being photogenic is advantageous for our bargaining." Su Li nodded in satisfaction, carefully stowing the phone away. "By the way, Mom, you weren't seen while taking that photo, were you?" Su Li beamed with pride. "Rest assured, that girl seems rather simple-minded. She appears easily deceived with a pure heart." "That's good, as long as she remains oblivious. Our plan can proceed flawlessly." The two reveled in their triumph, regarding Ruan Tian merely as a pretty fool. Little did they know, Ruan Tian's system chimed in. "Host, that mother and daughter duo has taken your photo." "Taken my photo? These two are up to no good. Please exercise caution, host." "Don't worry. I will be vigilant." With the system's reminder, Ruan Tian immediately perked up, becoming alert. Before long, Su Li and Jing Xian emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a glass of water. "You have truly endured a tough journey. Please drink some water and rest," Ruan Tian said. "I will go upstairs to tidy your room." Su Li's expression appeared exceedingly amiable, imbued with a hint of benevolence. Yet Ruan Tian knew she was far from harmless, and she dared not drink the water they brought. Su Li ascended the stairs to prepare Ruan Tian's room, while Jing Yunping rummaged through the backpack that Jing Jinshu had brought back, eager to discover its contents. Starving. Jing Jinshu, do you realize how many days it has been since I had a decent meal?" He glared at Jing Jinshu in dissatisfaction, grumbling about the hardships he endured. Little did he reflect on who provided him with this comfortable life. Ruan Tian glanced at Jing Jinshu. Since the emergence of his second personality, he appeared somewhat fatigued. Weariness etched across his face. She shifted slightly in his direction, inquiring, "How are you feeling? Are you unwell?" "I apologize for worrying you." Jing Jinshu gently shook his head, the fatigue in his brow unrelenting. "What is there to apologize for? If you truly feel unwell, perhaps you should rest," Ruan Tian suggested. Jing Jinshu nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall take a rest." Ruan Tian stood up and followed him, stating, "I will go with you." Jing Jinshu did not refuse, leading Ruan Tian to his room. However, the smile on Jing Xian's face faded at the sight, and she bit her lip, muttering under her breath, "What a shameless BTCH." Ruan Tian claimed that her relationship with Jing Jinshu was pure, yet here she was, eager to share a room with him, engaging in clandestine activities. Yet Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu's intent in the room was merely to prepare a meal for him. "I'm sorry to have worried you," Jing Jinshu replied softly, shaking his head, though the weariness in his brow remained. "There's no need to apologize. If you are truly unwell, I never mentioned that any food I prepare comes with its own buff." Jing Jinshu was taken aback. "No wonder I felt so much better after eating." Jing Xian's smile faded entirely. She bit her lip and muttered under her breath, "What a shameless BTCH." Ruan Tian had previously claimed that her relationship with Jing Jinshu was pure, yet here she was, eager to share a room with him for some clandestine rendezvous. In truth, Jing Jinshu was well aware of their greedy nature. Rest assured, Ruan Tian reassured him, standing on her toes to ruffle his hair. However, she could not guarantee that she would remain undiscovered by these leeches. Perfection was unattainable, and if her abilities were revealed, there would be no recourse. Meanwhile, Su Li had prepared Ruan Tian's bed and descended the stairs, scanning the area, but finding no sign of Ruan Tian or Jing Jinshu. Xian, where are those two?" Jing Jinshu placed his hands on Ruan Tian's shoulders and earnestly cautioned, "You must never let them discover your remarkable powers. Having grown up in this household, attacked so brazenly in someone else's home." Su Li scoffed, yet she did not forget to soothe Jing Xian's feelings. "Do not worry. She could not guarantee that her abilities would remain undetected by these leeches. Perfection was unattainable. If her powers were discovered, there would be little she could do. Meanwhile, Suli had prepared Ruan Tian's bed and was descending the stairs, her gaze scanning the area for signs of Ruan Tian and Jing Zhenshu. Xian, where are those two? Jing Xian rolled her eyes. I told you, Ruan Tian is a shameless BTCH. She went to the room with Jing Zhenshu. Huh. Her eyes flashing with determination as she declared, I shall set out now to find the manager. Chapter 159. What do you think of this girl? The administrator of Base E, named Wang Ping, resides in the most opulent house in the area. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Suli swiftly exited the room with her phone in hand and made her way to Wang Ping's villa. It was difficult to fathom that even in the apocalypse, there were still individuals living in luxury, indulging in a life filled with beautiful women. Suli cast an envious glance at the mansion. I'm going out now to find a manager. Chapter 159. What do you think of this girl? The administrator of Base E, named Wang Ping, resides in the most opulent house in the area. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, you are not to disturb him. Suli held a disdainful view of these girls who traded their bodies, though she concealed her feelings behind a facade of politeness. There were still individuals living in luxury, indulging in a life filled with beautiful women. Suli cast an envious glance at the mansion, when a suave voice emerged from within. What is going on? It sounds rather noisy. Is something the matter? Wang Ping's figure gradually appeared before Suli. He appeared to be nearing 40, slightly balding, with a substantial beer belly, and his looks were less than flattering, his expression lecherous. It was evident to any discerning observer that Wang Ping had ascended to his position of authority at the base due to his exceptional supernatural abilities. Surrounding him were several beautiful women, each draped over him, calling him brother despite his age. Suli quickly produced a photo of Ruan Tian. Brother, take a look. This is a girl I just discovered. She is undoubtedly to your taste. She eagerly extended her phone, but Wang Ping appeared disinterested. What more can there be to see? I have encountered many beauties. Even celebrities have been my girlfriends. I find it hard to believe there exists a woman who could stir my heart. This one is different. Suli implored. This woman is truly to your liking. Why not take a closer look? You will not be disappointed. Wang Ping maintained his indifference, ready to have Suli sent away, when a fleeting glance caught his eye, the photo on the phone. He took a couple of steps closer, his gaze sharpening. Come here. Let me see that photo. He beckoned Suli and snatched the phone from her grasp, magnifying the image of Ruan Tian. The candid shot perfectly captured Ruan Tian's charm and vivacity. She was engaged in conversation with Jing Zhenshu, and upon hearing something amusing, her face lit up with a delightful smile, freezing the moment in time. Wang Ping's initial reaction was one of astonishment. Ruan Tian radiated an enchanting spirit. In this desolate world, most surviving women bore expressions of despair, devoid of joy. Thus, it was a first for Wang Ping to witness a woman whose face could exude such a smile. Let me see that photo. He beckoned Suli and snatched the phone from her grasp, magnifying the image of Ruan Tian. The candid shot perfectly captured Ruan Tian's charm and vivacity. She was engaged in conversation with Jing Zhenshu, and upon hearing something amusing, her face lit up with a delightful smile, freezing the moment in time. Wang Ping's initial reaction was one of astonishment. Ruan Tian radiated an enchanting spirit. In this desolate world, what is the point of bringing her here? I have already prepared a room at my home. You only need to come and stay tonight. How dare you suggest that? You think you can order me around? Wang Ping's anger flared at Suli's audacity. As the esteemed administrator of the E-City survivor base, he believed no one had the right to dictate terms to him. Why would I trouble you? Suli countered, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Isn't it stifling in this room? Wouldn't a change of scenery be more enjoyable? Upon hearing Suli's reasoning, Wang Ping pondered and found merit in her words. You make a valid point. Sometimes, a change of environment can indeed be refreshing. Seeing Wang Ping acquiesce, Suli eagerly nodded. I will write down the address right away. Tonight, I shall await your arrival. She hurried off to jot down the details. Sacrificing Ruan Tian alone in exchange for the happiness of the Jing family was undeniably the most profitable deal imaginable. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian was busy preparing a meal for Jing Jinshu. Fearing that the aroma of her cooking might waft downstairs, she opted for quick prep foods, ensuring no trace of scent would reach Jing Yunping and Jing Xian below. This noodle dish has a mild flavor. You can enjoy it without worry. I also made a marinated egg and added a generous portion of luncheon meat. Jing Jinshu expressed his gratitude and began to eat. Just a simple bowl of noodles would likely leave him drooling if he saw it. Aren't you going to eat? Ruan Tian, though she had no significant appetite. Ruan Tian was busy preparing a meal for Jing Jinshu. Fearing that the aroma of her cooking might waft downstairs, she opted for quick prep foods, ensuring no trace of scent would reach Jing Yunping and Jing Xian below. This noodle dish has a mild flavor. You can enjoy it without worry. He feared that the Jing family might harbor ulterior motives and inflict harm upon her. Do not worry. I will be fine, she reassured, gently patting his arm, though he still bore a look of wariness. They are not to be trusted. I fear something may happen right under my nose. Smiled and shook her head. You enjoy it. I'm already full. Jing Jinshu then focused on his meal, finding unexpected delight in the simplicity of a bowl of noodles. Jing Jinshu lowered his gaze at the noodles, fully aware of the family's nature. For years, the four leeches had relentlessly drained him. He feared that the Jing family might harbor ulterior motives and inflict harm upon her. Do not worry. I will be fine, she reassured, gently patting his arm. They would surely betray her. Just the thought ignited a spark of rage within Jing Jinshu. He closed his eyes and silently vowed, no matter what, you should sleep in the same room as me tonight. I'll be fine as long as I'm near you. That won't do. Jing Yunping was awkwardly gnawing on a whole grain bread, oblivious to the toll it took on his throat as he relentlessly stuffed the morsels into his mouth. I am starving. It has been days since I last enjoyed a decent meal. If it weren't for that little brat, Jing Jinshu, delaying us outside, would I be in this state? He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down without a shred of appreciation, his mouth still voicing complaints. Is this all the water we have? Why couldn't he bring back some milk or juice? Is Jing Jinshu even capable? He even suspected that Jing Jinshu might have secretly consumed some on the way back. Our lives are truly miserable. What is this? We could have been living better. And it's all Jing Jinshu's fault. While Jing Yunping lamented, Jing Xian beside him appeared somewhat distracted, her thoughts occupied by Jing Jinshu and Ruan Tian, likely enjoying themselves upstairs. A pang of jealousy struck her. Jing Jinshu had never defied her nor displayed any hostility before. Yet today was different. Upon encountering that wretched woman, Ruan Tian, he had been uncharacteristically fierce. For so long, Jing Xian had regarded Jing Jinshu as her own, her exclusive possession. Now, everything had shifted since he met Ruan Tian. Cease. Why aren't you eating? Jing Yunping, seizing the moment while Jing Xian was lost in thought, slyly stuffed several sausage links into his pocket, planning to indulge in them later. I'm deep in contemplation. When do I have time to eat? Just then, Suli returned. Xian, she called, scanning the room and, noticing Ruan Tian's absence, felt a wave of relief. She approached Jing Xian and whispered in her ear, Did Ruan Tian drink the water we poured for her? At this, Jing Xian shook her head. She didn't drink it. Suli frowned. She didn't drink? That girl still has some caution in her. Mom, how'd it go with your errands earlier? Suli chuckled, her face beaming with pride. You don't trust your mother's capabilities? Rest assured, everything went splendidly. She playfully patted Jing Xian's cheek. Dear, Ruan Tian will suffer in your stead. You simply need to relax. Jing Xian's eyes widened in surprise. You mean? Wang Ping actually agreed? Of course, Suli replied with a gleeful smile. He'll come over tonight. Our task now is to coax Ruan Tian into taking the sleeping pills. Don't worry, I'll assist you. The two exchanged a determined glance before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. In East City, dangers were indeed more pronounced than elsewhere, yet there were advantages too. The abundance of flora around offered ingredients that could be transformed into culinary delights. Leaning on Jing Jinshu, Suli had procured some rare vegetables for their home. She resolved to prepare a sumptuous feast for the evening. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Having finished his instant noodles, Jing Jinshu caught a whiff of the delicious fragrance, astonished. Su Li, who usually regarded her dishes as treasures, had actually prepared a meal herself today. He suspected there was something amiss. It felt too strange for her to have done this spontaneously. No way. She is capable of this. Something is definitely off. Jing Jinshu raised his gaze to Ruan Tian. You absolutely must not eat any of these dishes. Not even a morsel. Ruan Tian nodded cautiously. All right. I understand. Jing Jinshu exhaled a sigh of relief. I expect they will come to call you for dinner shortly. As he had predicted, it was not long before Su Li knocked on the door. Ruan Tian lay on Jing Jinshu's bed, her face covered with a blanket. Upon opening the door, Jing Jinshu saw Su Li clad in an apron, exuding the warmth of a kind mother, beaming with delight. I prepared dinner. Hurry and come eat. Jing Jinshu had actually taken the time to prepare a meal today. He couldn't help but feel that there was something amiss. This isn't right. Jing Jinshu maintained a stoic expression, quietly observing her performance. Where's Ruan Tian? I don't see her. Su Li glanced past Jing Jinshu. Ruan Tian nodded cautiously. Okay, I understand. Jing Jinshu exhaled deeply, estimating that it wouldn't be long before someone called for her to eat. As he predicted, that cannot be. She had added many delightful ingredients to the meal. If Ruan Tian didn't eat, all that effort would go to waste. She must eat. Jing Jinshu saw Su Li, donned in an apron, resembling a warm and caring mother, smiling amiably. I made dinner. Hurry up and come eat. Jinshu. She seems to have been stung by a plant on the way back. Upon hearing this, Su Li refrained from entering, apprehensive about catching whatever Ruan Tian might have. Very well. I will bring her a plate. Delivering the food to Ruan Tian was equally effective. Soon, Su Li returned with a plate of food for Ruan Tian, not forgetting to urge, make sure Ruan Tian eats every bit. Nothing must go to waste. Naturally, such precious food would be consumed entirely by Ruan Tian, while Jing Jinshu stood guard. To be cautious, he followed Su Li downstairs to partake in a proper meal. For additional safety, Su Li prepared a separate meal for themselves as well. Once the coast was clear, Ruan Tian promptly served the food to Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Su Li instinctively tried to push her way into the room, intent on dragging Ruan Tian downstairs. But Jing Jinshu blocked her, stating, she quietly checked the house inside and out, ensuring no food had been discarded. Only after confirming that Ruan Tian had indeed eaten did she finally relax. Moreover, Ruan Tian likely found Jing Jinshu's room uncomfortable, so she obediently moved to the prearranged room. This delighted Su Li. She chuckled softly, a mocking glimmer in her eyes. Ruan Tian truly was a fool. Yet, this was for the best, sparing her further effort. As the night deepened, Wang Ping approached under the moonlight. With Su Li's assistance, he entered the Jing household. Su Li rubbed her hands together with a smile, ingratiatingly stating, rest assured, everything is in place. Ruan Tian is in that room, just waiting for you to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping swallowed hard, eagerly heading upstairs. He was eager to discover just how sweet Ruan Tian truly was. Chapter 161. The Jing family is truly stirring up trouble, inside and out, ensuring that no food had been discarded. Only then did she feel reassured that Ruan Tian had indeed eaten, finally allowing herself to relax. Moreover, Ruan Tian likely found Jing Jinshu's room uncomfortable and obediently moved to the pre-prepared room. This delighted Su Li, who chuckled softly, her eyes flashing with derision. It's astonishing that a girl has managed to maintain such smooth skin even after enduring the apocalypse for so long. Upon hearing this, with Su Li's assistance, he entered the Jing household. Su Li rubbed her hands together in anticipation and said, rest assured, everything is in place. Ruan Tian is in that room, just waiting for you to enjoy. Wang Ping swallowed hard, rubbing his hands in eagerness as he hurried upstairs. Su Li continued to extol Ruan Tian's beauty and the softness of her skin, elevating Wang Ping's expectations immensely. As they reached the door, Wang Ping's throat constricted with anticipation. Wang Ping had been in City E for quite some time, yet he had never encountered a woman like Ruan Tian, no matter how one looked at it. Casually waving his hand as he declared, that's enough. I shall enter and see for myself. If Ruan Tian provided exemplary service, The Jing family's standing in the East City base would be solidified. It was a case of one person's rise leading to the elevation of all. Very well, Su Li exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. You may go in. If you need anything, I'll be downstairs waiting. She was confident that nothing could go awry. After all, Ruan Tian had taken sleeping pills and was likely in a deep slumber. In this post-apocalyptic world, a beautiful woman lacking self-defense capabilities was the greatest asset. Su Li continued to extol Ruan Tian's beauty and the exquisite smoothness of her skin, elevating Wang Ping's anticipation to great heights. His throat repeatedly bobbed as he followed Su Li to the door. Ruan Tian must be inside, right? Su Li eagerly nodded. Yes, Ruan Tian is indeed in this room. Without his backing, it was uncertain whether they could even survive in this harsh world. Su Li had overheard many disparaging remarks about the Jing family from others. But today, everything would change. Su Li felt elated as she sank into the sofa, just as Jing Xian arrived. She whispered, Mom, how's it going? Fear not, my dear. When your mother takes action, success is inevitable. He has already entered the room. We merely need to wait, Su Li replied confidently. Seeing her mother's self-assured demeanor, Jing Xian felt a wave of joy. After all, sacrificing Ruan Tian for such significant benefits was an unparalleled bargain. Su Li affectionately patted Jing Xian's head, instructing, now, dear, you must hide. Make sure Wang Ping doesn't see you. Jing Xian obediently returned to her room, her mind wandering to the rumors surrounding Wang Ping at the base. This Wang Ping was known for his cunning nature and a penchant for tormenting others. It would be nearly impossible for Ruan Tian to leave unscathed, even if she survived. These 4 members of the Jing family were merely servants. Their current status was solely due to Jing Zhenxiu. Without him, had she not insisted on getting close to Jing Zhenxiu so shamelessly, she would not have found herself in this predicament. Jing Xian held a disdainful view of Ruan Tian. Su Li had heard numerous derogatory remarks about the Jing family from the mouths of others. But today, everything would be rewritten. Given his striking appearance and exceptional qualities in all aspects, few could resist liking Jing Zhenxiu. Thus, when Jing Xian noticed the special treatment Jing Zhenxiu afforded Ruan Tian, allowing her to draw so close, jealousy ignited within her. It was all Ruan Tian's fault. However, it seemed Ruan Tian's time to gloat would soon come to an end. Jing Xian smirked, eagerly anticipating how Ruan Tian would be toyed with by Wang Ping. Before long, Jing Xian heard an unsettling commotion outside the room. Slaps. She cautiously opened her door crack and glimpsed Wang Ping's furious visage. He had just struck Su Li, his expression akin to that of a predator, as he hissed, How dare you deceive me? If Ruan Tian wished to emerge from this ordeal alive, it would be exceedingly difficult. Even if she survived, she would likely lose half her life. Ruan Tian, you only have yourself to blame. A cruel smile crept across Jing Xian's face. Everything was Ruan Tian's fault. If she hadn't insisted on getting close to Jing Zhenxiu, how can you even ask such a question? And Su Li, you're impressive. You're the first person in a long while to dare mock me. At this moment, Su Li remained oblivious to the cause of Wang Ping's fury, her heart racing in anxiety as she pondered. Jing Zhenxiu was exceptionally handsome and remarkably talented in all aspects. It was rare for anyone not to be fond of him, right? Thus, Su Li finally grasped the source of his anger. There is no Ruan Tian in that room. There's no Ruan Tian. Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief, staring in shock towards the upper floor. How could he claim there was no Ruan Tian? It was impossible. Surely, Ruan Tian had to be there. But shortly after, Jing Xian heard an unsettling noise from outside the room. Slaps. She quietly opened her door crack and caught sight of Wang Ping's face. You vile woman, I initially thought you were sincere, yet you dare to treat me this way? Do you have no shame? Wang Ping was consumed by rage, glaring at Su Li as his voice grew increasingly loud. Soon, the commotion awakened everyone in the house. Jing Yunping rubbed his eyes and emerged from his room. Unable to discern who was speaking, he arrogantly declared, Who dares to raise their voice in the Jing family? What give you the right? As he spoke, his expression was infuriatingly smug, igniting further irritation in Wang Ping. Oh, so the Jing family truly thinks they can act with impunity. Enraged, Wang Ping stepped forward and delivered a solid punch to Jing Yunping's face. Chapter 162. From today onwards. Failed to serve Wang Ping adequately? The next moment, as Wang Ping roared in fury, Su Li finally grasped the source of his anger. Clarity surged through his mind as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards Wang Ping. Initially, he failed to recognize the man before him and exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am to dare to treat me this way? Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities? Open your eyes wide and see who I truly am." Another vicious blow landed on Jing Yunping's face, far more severe than the last, causing him to grimace in pain. His already weak abilities faltered under the strain of such injuries. This hurts terribly," he cried, clutching his bleeding nose, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yunping, Su Li, witnessing her beloved son in distress, rushed forward, enveloping Jing Yunping in her arms, her eyes pleading as she looked at Wang Ping. "I beg you, spare him." Everyone inside the house was awakened by the commotion. Jing Yunping rubbed his eyes and emerged from his room. Having not yet discerned who was present, he arrogantly declared. Having been deceived by her earlier, he was infuriated by the audacity of Jing Yunping to chastise him. He lamented that he should have stayed home today, indulging in the comforts of life rather than enduring this humiliation. Very well, very well. The Jing family is indeed remarkable," Wang Ping seethed, harboring resentment towards them. Chapter 162. From today onwards, the Jing family should brace themselves for the first time since the apocalypse. Jing Yunping found himself subjected to such brutal violence. After enduring the blows, his mind finally cleared, and he abruptly raised his head to gaze at Wang Ping. Initially, he failed to recognize the man before him. "Please stop hurting my mother and brother. If you truly require a woman, why not consider me instead?" As she spoke, "Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities? Open your eyes wide and see who I truly am." Another fierce blow landed on Jing Yunping's face, indicating that she had fully immersed herself in the situation. Yet, Wang Ping merely cast her a disdainful glance, his contempt palpable. "Who are you exactly? And why do you presume I would find you appealing? You are hardly attractive. Do spare us the embarrassment of your presence." His words struck hard, leaving Jing Xian's face pale and her eyes brimming with tears. She was acutely aware of her lack of conventional beauty, yet she considered herself somewhat refined. Wang Ping's scathing remarks were painfully hurtful. As if his words weren't enough, Wang Ping scrutinized Jing Xian further, bluntly stating, "In my eyes, you do not even compare to a single finger of Ruan Tian. How dare you think you can be compared to her? I may appreciate women, but I'm not desperate." These statements pierced her heart even deeper. Unable to hold back her tears, Jing Xian collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless. Hearing the commotion from downstairs, Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu exchanged glances. Sensing a lull in the chaos, they descended the stairs. The moment Ruan Tian appeared in Wang Ping's line of sight, he was instantly captivated. Wang Ping's gaze was filled with excitement and desire as he beheld Ruan Tian. Realizing just how strikingly beautiful she was, perfectly aligning with his tastes, he swallowed hard, fixated on her, without blinking, nearly boring a hole through her with his stare. Noticing Wang Ping's intense gaze, Jing Jinshu stepped forward, his tall frame shielding Ruan Tian from his scrutiny. This action displeased Wang Ping, who turned to glare at Jing Jinshu. "You are hardly attractive. Spare yourself the humiliation." His words struck harshly, and Jing Xian's complexion shifted, her eyes brimming with tears. She was acutely aware of her appearance. He glanced down at Su Li, who was still cradling Jing Yunping as she wept, gritting his teeth in anger. "So they're a couple." Wang Ping scrutinized Jing Xian further, unceremoniously commenting, "In my eyes, you're not even worth a single finger of Ruan Tian. How dare you compare yourself to her?" Su Li had presented him with a woman who already had a boyfriend. Had she truly been mocking him as if he were a mere jester? Collapsing to the ground, rendered speechless. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu exchanged glances. Noticing the disturbance had diminished, they descended the stairs. The moment Ruan Tian entered Wang Ping's line of sight, he was utterly captivated. Wang Ping's gaze, filled with excitement and fervor, fixated on Ruan Tian. Truly appreciating her beauty, and how perfectly she aligned with his desires. He swallowed hard, his eyes glued to her, nearly boring a hole through her with his stare. He cast one last penetrating glance at Jing Jinshu before striding out the door. I will remember the Jing family. As Wang Ping's figure disappeared, Su Li was engulfed in regret, her face pale, marked with prominent handprints, looking utterly desolate. Jing Yunping and Jing Xian were no better off, both appearing pitiful. Now, aside from Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu, others were left in dire straits, but it was a result of their own actions. Had they known better, they would not have provoked Ruan Tian. After leaving the Jing residence, Wang Ping encountered Jing Zhong, who was trudging home, visibly exhausted from days of labor in the mines. Weary and battered, he bore bruises and dirt under his fingernails, his spirit weighed down by resentment. Jing Zhong grumbled about Jing Jinshu, wishing he had not left home for so long. Otherwise, he would not have been tasked with such grimy work. Frustrated, he failed to notice Wang Ping ahead and collided with him. Damn it, who goes around without looking at night? You Jing family members are all the same. Wang Ping sneered, delivering a kick to Jing Zhong's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Who the hell dares to touch me? Jing Zhong fumed, looking up. As he exited, he ominously declared, I will remember the Jing family. Watching Wang Ping's retreating figure, Su Li was consumed by regret, her face pale. Wang Ping, still seething from the earlier encounter with the Jing family, coldly responded, from today onward, the Jing family must work in the mines for a full month. At these words, Jing Zhong collapsed in terror. For the residents of E City, mining was a terrifying ordeal, rife with mutated plants and life-threatening dangers. Previously, it was Jing Jinshu who ventured into the mines, but now it fell to Jing Zhong, who would finally grasp the horror of that dark place. If given a choice, he would prefer to remain above ground, living a life free from worry. But now all that was shattered. He had once relied on Jing Jinshu to support him, but now he felt the weight of impending doom. An ordinary survivor merely needs to spend a week in the mine, as long as they return alive. Can't you see where you're going? You Jing family members are all the same. Wang Ping scoffed, delivering a kick to Jing Chong's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. What difference does that make from perishing within its depths? Jing Zhong struggled to breathe, his gaze fixated on Wang Ping, who was still seething with anger. Upon recognizing his identity, he immediately implored, I failed to recognize your worth and mistook you for an insignificant figure. I sincerely apologize. And as for the matter of the mine, might I request your leniency? Huh? You expect me to show leniency? Wang Ping scoffed, as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. The actions of the Jing family today were nothing short of outrageous. His mercy in not expelling them was already a tremendous favor. Yet now, Jing Zhong dared to come pleading for mercy, which only fueled Wang Ping's contempt alongside his anger. Had you displayed even a modicum of dignity, I might have regarded you with a measure of respect. But instead, he would prefer to never set foot in the mines again, dreaming instead of a life above ground, free from worries. However, that dream was now shattered. Jing Chong lamented the days when Jing Jinshu would simply extract his resources without a second thought, leaving him to worry about nothing else. He was reminded of his former self. This disdain for his past gnawed at him, amplifying his aversion toward Jing Zhong. There is no room for negotiation regarding your descent into the mine. If you manage to survive after a month, perhaps I will regard you with a hint of esteem. As Wang Ping prepared to leave, Jing Zhong's heated thoughts began to cool, allowing him to decipher some underlying truth from the other S words. Jing family? I failed to recognize your worth and mistook you for an insignificant figure. I sincerely apologize. And as for the matter of the mine, the audacity of your family to toy with me is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhong's heart sank, instinctively wanting to inquire further. Yet, Wang Ping had already lost interest in continuing the conversation. Enough. I must take my leave. Instead of wasting time here, why not return home and question your family about the commendable deeds they have undertaken? With that, Wang Ping turned and departed, leaving Jing Zhong behind in a daze. Once Wang Ping was gone, Jing Zhong staggered to his feet, disoriented, and made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of chaos. Wang Ping had once been a mere commoner, It was only after the apocalypse that he awakened formidable abilities, transforming from a slave into a figure of prominence. Thus, a foreboding sense of dread surged within Jing Zhong, causing him to nearly choke on his breath as he stammered, "What on earth is happening here?" Seeing Jing Zhong's return, there is no room for negotiation regarding your descent into the mine. If you manage to survive after a month, perhaps I will regard you with a hint of esteem. She downplayed her own involvement while amplifying Ruan Tian's mistakes. Indeed, after listening, Jing Zhong's perception of Ruan Tian soured significantly. He turned to glare at her, his eyes filled with rage. "Are you the shameless wretch responsible for our family's misfortune?" Ruan Tian, unfazed by his disrespectful label, maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, "Firstly, the audacity of your family to toy with me is remarkable." Upon hearing this, Jing Zhong's heart sank, instinctively wanting to inquire further, yet taking my photo and seeking out Wang Ping to show him. "Secondly, your wife attempted to drug me with food laced with sleeping pills, hoping to provide Wang Ping with an opportunity to violate me. Does her behavior justify her actions? Even in apocalypse, one should adhere to certain moral standards." Lastly, once Wang Ping was gone, Jing Zhong staggered to his feet, disoriented, and made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of chaos. "Yet I'm still the greatest victim. Now, you resort to twisting the narrative and tarnishing my reputation simply because you outnumber me?" Ruan Tian articulated her points with clarity and composure, her steady pace enhancing the credibility of her words. Upon hearing her, Jing Zhong slightly tilted his head. Su Li felt as though she had found her anchor and immediately embellished the story of previous events. In her retelling, "Isn't it you who seduced Wang Ping? If you hadn't deliberately enticed him, do you think he would have taken notice of you?" Ruan Tian saw through Su Li's insecurity and decisively countered, "I believe it is you who wishes to be Wang Ping's mistress." That simple statement became a lethal blow. "I saved Jing Zhinshu's life on the road and returned to the base with him. It was your wife who disrespected my privacy. What would happen if Jing Zhinshu ceased to care for them?" Thus, Su Li indeed aspired to be Wang Ping's mistress, yet she was painfully aware of her own shortcomings. Given that Wang Ping had even dismissed the young Jing Xian, how could he possibly be interested in nearly 40-year-old Su Li, regardless of her inner thoughts? She had no choice but to suppress them. Cleared her throat, she quickly declared, "Who said that? I have no desire to be a mistress. My heart belongs solely to Jing Zhong. I have no time to think of anyone else." Ruan Tian merely scoffed dismissively. "Only you know what you truly desire." Jing Zhong turned to stare at Su Li, and in that moment, he seemed to perceive her guilt etched upon her face. Having already endured humiliation outside, he was now filled with even greater fury. He raised his hand and struck Su Li across the face, shouting, "Wretched woman, if you look down upon me, isn't it you who seduced Wang Ping? If you hadn't deliberately enticed him, do you think he would have taken notice of you?" Lowering her head and gritting her teeth, she had already endured 3 slaps today, each more forceful than the last. Just as Ruan Tian had surmised, Su Li harbored such thoughts. Though the Jing family was well-fed and clothed, there was little opportunity for advancement. "I was merely away for a few days, and you've already turned your affections to another? Who gave you the audacity?" Jing Zhong was nearly beside himself with rage. "I've only been away for a few days, and you've already set your sights on someone else? Who gave you the audacity?" Jing Zhong was nearly beside himself with rage. He had merely been away from home, yet upon his return he found an unfaithful wife, an injured son. Don't you care for your family? Your aunt and siblings have been assaulted by outsiders, and you haven't even offered a word of comfort or attempted to intervene. And you, Jing Zhong's gaze fell upon Jing Zhinshu. Aren't you going to assist your family? Your aunt and siblings have been harmed by outsiders. I presume you were kneeling. His words struck with piercing accuracy, leaving Jing Zhong momentarily speechless, a flicker of shame rising within him, quickly overshadowed by a greater fury. What do you mean by that? How dare you speak to me like this? Jing Zhinshu had not said anything incorrect. His words struck with brutal honesty, and he was absolutely right. For a moment, Jing Zhong found himself at a loss for words, a wave of shame rising within him. Relying on Jing Zhinshu's sacrifices without ever reflecting on your own worth. Yet you dare to criticize him? Ruan Tian's words were blunt. Ruan Tian would never allow Jing Jinshu to fight this battle alone. Was he incorrect? You all have acted like parasites, leeching off Jing Jinshu. Yet you dare to criticize him? Ruan Tian's words were far from subtle. They were akin to a slap across Jing Zhong's face. Under the assault of these two, Jing Zhong pointed an accusatory finger at Ruan Tian, addressing Jing Jinshu. After all these years of supporting you, you now choose to side with an outsider? The atmosphere was thick with tension. Unable to contain his fury, Jing Zhong pointed an accusatory finger at Ruan Tian and exclaimed to Jing Jinshu, "How can you, after all these years of our family supporting you, now stand with a stranger? This is no stranger. This is my savior. Without Ruan Tian, I would have perished long ago." Jing Zhong was nearly apoplectic, yet he could not muster a single coherent response. Ultimately, consumed by indignation and frustration, he gestured dismissively, declaring, "From this day forth, you are forbidden from residing in this home. Get out." At this proclamation, Jing Yunping, who had been silently holding his nose and bleeding, Ruan Tian would never allow him to fight his battles alone. Was he wrong? Your family has always behaved like parasites. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is think about food. Apart from eating, what else are you capable of?" Silence. Seeing his father enraged, hinting at a sense of hopelessness. In a fit of rage, Jing Zhong kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. "All you do is eat. Am I wrong? Individuals like you deserve to find themselves in this predicament." The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Unable to contain his frustration, "Your father has been bullied by these two, and you still obsess over your next meal?" Jing Zhong was so incensed that he stumbled, his footing faltering. Without hesitation, he pointed towards the door, stating, "You are not allowed to take anything with you. Just leave." Upon hearing this, Jing Xian, recovering from the shock, couldn't he help but ask, "Dad, are we really letting Jing Jinshu go just like that?" Jing Zhong chuckled coldly. "You are no longer permitted to reside in this house. Get out." Upon hearing these words, Jing Yunping, who had been silently nursing his bleeding nose, "There are no accommodations available for Jing Jinshu. The number of houses is limited, and they are already fully occupied." Upon hearing this, Jing Xian suddenly understood. No wonder. Felt his anger rise to an unbearable level. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. What else can you do besides eat? They can't possibly believe that once they leave us, they will find a better path. While we have been draining Jing Jinshu's resources," hinting at a sense of hopelessness. In a fit of rage, Jing Zhong kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. "All you do is eat." The Jing family began to fantasize about the ways they would torment Jing Jinshu when he returned, tail between his legs. Outside the house, the Jing family began to fantasize about the torment they would inflict upon Jing Jinshu when he returned, tail between his legs. Outside, he took Ruan Tian by the hand and exited the house without looking back, taking nothing with him. Once the two had departed, a profound silence enveloped the house. Available only when someone dies and a house becomes vacant, Jing Jinshu had taken advantage of their inattention and exchanged 3 second-tier crystal cores for a modest dwelling, freeing up a space for others. However, Jing Jinshu had already seized the opportunity, trading 3 second-tier crystal cores for a modest abode. It may not be as spacious as the Jing family's current residence, but it is quite suitable for two, serving as a temporary refuge. "Come, I shall take you there. The location is quite secluded and will not be discovered by the Jing family. Indeed, I chose this spot for that very reason." Jing Zhong felt no concern, brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, when he comes crawling back with that wretched woman, we shall exploit them to our heart's content." "Father." As they entered the house, Jing Jinshu realized he rarely visited this place, and dust covered the interior. Ruan Tian, like a diligent little bee, immediately began tidying up, humming a tune as she worked. Observing her industriousness, Jing Jinshu felt his spirits lift. Ruan Tian exuded a vibrant energy, and being in her company was a soothing experience. "Let me assist you with the cleaning." Ruan Tian accepted his offer, and together they swiftly tidied the small house. Thankfully, the house was compact. While they were unaware, I secretly purchased a small house within the base. Indeed, though housing is limited in the base, I don't feel hungry. However, Adhering to her principle of ensuring that no child goes hungry, Ruan Tian promptly declared, "Wait, I shall prepare a lavish feast for you right now." Following this, Ruan Tian put on quite a show, and when Jing Jinshu saw her conjure an electric tricycle out of thin air, he could hardly believe his eyes. Jing Jinshu nodded in enthusiastic agreement, genuinely impressed. "It truly is remarkable. This is the first time I've seen such an exceptional electric tricycle. Before the apocalypse." Snow White to Jing Jinshu, "What do you think? Isn't it extraordinarily magical?" Jing Jinshu nodded in enthusiastic agreement, genuinely impressed. "It truly is remarkable. This is the first time I've seen such an exceptional electric tricycle. Before the apocalypse, such vehicles were rather commonplace. However, amidst the chaos of the end times, and he was utterly astonished by her swift and efficient techniques. He had assumed that her delicious cooking would entail a complex process, and together they transformed the small house into a clean and welcoming space. Fortunately, the house was compact, and they completed their task in no time. And he was utterly astonished by her swift and efficient techniques. He had assumed that her delicious cooking would entail a complex process, and he was taken aback to learn it was a manifestation of Ruan Tian's unique talent. Moreover, if his intuition served him right, her ability could indeed be upgraded. "Isn't it exceptionally efficient?" "Indeed," Jing Jinshu replied, his astonishment palpable. "Is this really your special power?" To him, the ability to create food was already an impressive feat. He must ensure that the members of the Jing family remained oblivious to Ruan Tian's power. "Ruan Tian, you must keep your ability a secret. No one aside from me can know about it. Do you understand?" Ruan Tian, however, was not as anxious as Jing Jinshu. She felt a sense of acceptance. He must ensure that the members of the Jing family remained oblivious to Ruan Tian's power. "Ruan Tian, you must keep your ability a secret. No one aside from me can know about it. Do you understand?" Ruan Tian, however, was not as anxious as Jing Jinshu. She felt a sense of acceptance. "Everyone can make mistakes. I cannot guarantee that my power will remain undiscovered forever." With a light-hearted smile, she added, "I am aware of how formidable my ability is, and I understand the potential repercussions of it being revealed, but I am capable of protecting myself." She summoned her guardian dog, Xiao Bai, for Jing Jinshu to see. "Look, this is my loyal protector." Jing Jinshu gazed at Xiao Bai, momentarily taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with the dog. Who would have imagined that such a creature could emerge from within an electric tricycle? He crouched down, observing the proud stance of Xiao Bai, gently patting its head. "This is quite remarkable. What can it do?" Instinctively, he extended a hand and said, "Shake." Xiao Bai obediently placed its paw in Jing Jinshu's palm, rolling over to expose its belly for Jing Jinshu to scratch. Ruan Tian gasped in astonishment. "This is the first time I've seen Xiao Bai so affectionate towards someone. It seems it truly likes you." "Really?" Jing Jinshu murmured, gently stroking Xiao Bai's head, his expression softening. "I like Xiao Bai very much as well." Upon hearing Jing Jinshu's fondness, Xiao Bai became even more exuberant, leaping onto him and playfully licking his face. Xiao Bai's exuberance lifted Jing Jinshu's spirits. "And I understand the potential repercussions of it being revealed, but I'm capable of protecting myself." She summoned her guardian dog, Xiao Bai, for Jing Jinshu to see. Look, while she had not witnessed the hardships Jing Jinshu endured after the passing of his parents, she understood that he had not experienced a moment of peace since then. Thus, and he embraced the dog's head, affectionately rubbing it. Ruan Tian observed this tender moment, her heart gradually softening. "I will go make dinner." Ruan Tian quickly returned with a delightful spread of food, filling the small room with enticing aromas. This was the first time Xiao Bai had shown such affection towards someone. Unlike with other individuals, where it had remained indifferent, Xiao Bai wagged its tail excitedly at the sight of Jing Jinshu. Jing Jinshu's eyes sparkled with delight as he found Xiao Bai endearing. "Lie down." Xiao Bai complied. Ruan Tian replied, though Jing Jinshu felt indebted to her. Since their acquaintance began, Ruan Tian had been a tremendous help to him. Simply rescuing him from a horde of man-eating flowers made her his savior. He truly pondered how he might express his gratitude. As he contemplated his thoughts, upon hearing Jing Jinshu's fondness, Xiao Bai became even more exuberant, leaping onto him and playfully licking his face. Xiao Bai's exuberance lifted Jing Zhenshu's spirits, and he embraced the dog's head, affectionately rubbing it. Ruan Tian observed this tender moment, her heart gradually softening. Ruan Tian handed him a pair of disposable chopsticks, her smile bright and inviting. What are you thinking about? Hurry and eat while it's hot. Ruan Tian's radiant smile, seeing him so relaxed, filled her with joy. After watching for a few moments, Ruan Tian stood up, ready to prepare a meal for Jing Zhenshu. You two enjoy yourselves. I will go make dinner. Ruan Tian quickly returned with a delightful spread of food, filling the small room with enticing aromas. He and T had a decent meal in 3 days. As he rummaged through Jing Zhenshu's backpack, he sought something appetizing to eat, feeling a tinge of guilt. I apologize for the trouble. You've gone to such effort. Not at all. What are we to each other? There is no need for thanks. Ruan Tian replied, though Jing Zhenshu felt indebted to her. Since their acquaintance began, Ruan Tian had been a tremendous help to him, conveying his reluctance to engage with Jing Chong. This only fueled Jing Chong's ire further. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Jing Yunping across the face. Now, he can't even get a soft piece of bread. Are you trying to make me die of starvation? Jing Yunping said nothing, lowering his head in silence, conveying his reluctance to engage with Jing Chong. This only fueled Jing Chong's ire further. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Jing Yunping across the face. Now that Jing Zhenshu is gone, the family's livelihood depends on me. What kind of attitude is this? If you don't share the good food with me, it's all because you offended Wang Ping. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into this predicament? Jing Chong was in a foul mood. Why would there even be a next month in the mines? What is happening? What do you think is happening? It's exactly as you imagine. It's all because you offended Wang Ping. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into this predicament? Jing Chong was in a foul mood, panting heavily with frustration. He placed all the blame on his wife and daughter, like a cowardly deserter. Only an inept man would cast all responsibility upon his family. Jing Chong had no desire to return to the mines, so he let out a cold laugh and directly addressed Jing Yunping. You, as my son, it's time for you to contribute. You will go down into the mines. Chapter 166. Dog bites dog what? Jing Yunping stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open as he pointed at himself and stammered. You want me to go to the mine? The mines of City, you were notoriously inhospitable. I refuse to go. Why should I? Jing Yunping retorted loudly, adding, Wang Ping said it was for you to go, not me. How can you expect me to go? Jing Zhong, his expression dark, gnawed on a dry piece of bread, sneering coldly, whether you want to or not, you must go. It's all because you offended Wang Ping. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into this predicament? Jing Chong was in a foul mood. The tension in the air thickened once more. The modest Jing household felt stifling under the oppressive atmosphere. Jing Zhong continued chewing, though his face revealed his distress. I have already been to the mines. Now that Jing Zhenshu is gone, do you really expect me to keep going down there? As for your abilities, mine are even weaker than yours, so naturally, it should be you who goes. At this, Jing Yunping inhaled deeply, his anger igniting, though his face revealed his distress. I have already been to the mines. Now that Jing Zhenshu is gone, do you really expect me to keep going down there? This truth was well understood by all. Yet, Jing Zhong unexpectedly commanded him to venture into the mine. I cannot possibly go to the mine. The mines were truly terrifying, and Jing Zhong's meager abilities had allowed him to survive only through sheer luck. Jing Yunping did not believe his fortune would hold, especially with a month-long expedition ahead. No one could guarantee their survival in the mines for an entire month. Suli, who cherished her son above all, grew alarmed upon hearing Jing Zhong's words. What are you saying? Husband, how can you send Yunping to the mines? A whole month. Your heart is truly ruthless. Without granting her a chance to speak further, Jing Zhong slammed his hand on the table decisively. We will do as I say. Jing Yunping must go to the mine. Do you think you can refuse? This household has always been under my command. When did it become your place to speak? Jing Yunping was rendered speechless. Without granting her a chance to speak further, Jing Zhong slammed his hand on the table decisively. We will do as I say. Jing Yunping must go to the mine. No one's pleas will change my mind. My decision is final. Jing Yunping felt a rush of blood as fear coursed through him. After being comfortable for so long, The prospect of facing such danger terrified him. However, the weight of Jing Zhong's authority loomed over him. His gaze swept the room until it landed on Jing Xian. Jing Yunping did not believe his fortune was similarly favorable, especially considering this trip to the mine would last a full month. Clearly unable to comprehend why he would suggest such a thing. "Brother, what are you talking about? You want me to go? My abilities are the weakest in our family. I wouldn't survive in the mine." Jing Xian truly hadn't anticipated being thrust into the fire. "No matter what, I will not go to the mine." Jing Yunping, however, was beyond caring about sibling bonds at that moment. "Your abilities are the weakest, and, as a woman, you cannot carry on the Jing family line. It is indeed time he stood on his own." Su Li could see that Jing Zhong was resolutely determined to send Jing Yunping into the mine, filling her with despair. "Husband, please." Without granting Su Li the chance to continue, Jing Zhong decisively slammed his hand on the table, stating, "We will proceed as I say. Jing Yunping must go to the mine, and no amount of pleading from anyone will change my mind. I have made my decision. I'm afraid of dying too. I don't want to go." Jing Xian shook her head vigorously, beads of sweat forming on her neck. He also feared Jing Zhong's oppressive authority. His gaze swept the room, finally landing on Jing Xian, and his eyes instantly lit up. "I believe Jing Xian could go. Unlike Jing Yunping, who is merely a parasite." Su Li, still favoring her son, interjected, "Xian, you should listen. There's a reason for this decision. I know you feel wronged, but for the sake of the Jing family, these sacrifices are necessary." "I refuse." Jing Xian bit her lip tightly, then pointed at Su Li. She had come to watch the drama unfold, only to find Jing Yunping pushing her into the fire. "No matter what, I will not go to the mine." Jing Xian shockingly referred to her mother as useless, shattering Su Li's heart. "I am your mother. How can you say such things? What's wrong with that? Besides, you clearly favor my brother. In your eyes, I am nothing. If it comes down to it, I think it will be better for you to go." As Su Li's precious son seemed to evade the flames, he nodded in agreement, stabbing another knife into her heart. "I too think it would be better for mother to go. Let the rest of us be." The more they spoke, the more heart-wrenching it became. Su Li clenched her teeth, swallowing her sorrow as she shifted her gaze to Jing Zhong. "Darling, Wang Ping has already named you for the mine." He felt no more affection for her as a spouse. "The children are right. The one who should die is you, you wretched woman." And all yearned to survive. They truly did not wish to die. Upon hearing Su Li shift the blame back onto him, Jing Zhong's fury ignited. He felt no more affection for her as a spouse. "The children are right. The one who should die is you, you wretched woman, daring to sneak around behind my back and attempt to become Wang Ping's mistress. You are the one who deserves to perish." The three of them had made up their minds. Each wanted Su Li to be the sacrifice, as long as the flames did not consume them. This was the situation. They all pointed fingers at Su Li, urging her to go to her demise. Su Li's heart turned to ice. She felt as though she no longer recognized the three individuals before her. One was her husband, another her son, and the last her daughter. These three were the closest people to Su Li in the world, yet now they were turning on each other like dogs in a fight. In a desperate bid to save themselves, they were willing to cast aside their nearest and dearest. In that moment, Su Li felt an overwhelming chill, her entire body trembling. Chapter 167. The fragmented Jing family, though they were once the three closest individuals to her, each now seemed intent on causing her harm. Su Li found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a mix of anguish and absurdity that shattered her heart. Yet, the current plight of the Jing family was a consequence of their own making. They had relentlessly exploited Jing Jinxiu, attempting to drain him dry like a leech. And now that he was gone, they were left to fend for themselves, with no one left to siphon off. The situation had devolved into a farcical spectacle of mutual animosity, eliciting a bitter chuckle from her. Su Li pressed a hand to her heart and took a couple of steps back, her gaze fixed on the three before her, as if she were observing a pack of wild beasts. Her expression seemed to awaken a flicker of realization in them. "Our focus should be on Ruan Tian, with Jing Xian breaking the ice, although each held their own thoughts. What we are doing is indeed a bit misguided. After all, you're still our mother. If we are to unite against a common foe, Our focus should be on Ruan Tian, with Jing Xian breaking the ice, although each held their own thoughts. Affirming, indeed, what Xian and Yunping say makes sense. We are not truly asking you to descend into the mind. There is no need for such alarm in your demeanor. We should concentrate on Ruan Tian. We haven't dealt with her yet, and further internal conflict would be unwise. Seeing that the mood had shifted, Jing Zhong finally stepped forward, affirming, indeed, what Xian and Yunping say makes sense. We are not truly asking you to descend into the mind. There is no need for such alarm in your demeanor. However, Su Li's perception of the Jing family had soured irreparably. The true nature of the three before her had become painfully clear, revealing her lowly status within the family. Despite Jing Zhong's attempt to ease the tension, Su Li remained obstinately silent, her brow furrowed. Finally, she spoke with a strained voice. Su Li, are you blaming me? Su Li remained silent, her quietude betraying her inner turmoil. Jing Zhong, frowning, pressed on with a tone tinged with impatience. At your age, can't you think of the children? His words dripped with audacity, casting the blame for their woes squarely upon her shoulders. He continued, your position in this family is hardly esteemed, and your abilities are not particularly noteworthy. At your age, what can you truly contribute to our household? Jing Zhong believed he was extending an olive branch. Yet his words only deepened Su Li's sorrow. Did he truly perceive her in such a diminished light? Su Li gazed at him, her eyes filled with profound sadness and resentment, realizing just how dark his thoughts had become. I have toiled in the mines for so long. What more do you want from me? Jing Zhong had long harbored disdain for Su Li, while she had once been a beauty in her youth. Affirming, indeed, what Xian and Yunping say makes sense. We are not truly asking you to descend into the mind. There is no need for such alarm in your demeanor. Su Li, I have stood by you all these years, not without sacrifice or labor, raising our children so that you may enjoy this life. And now, when I have aged and lost my former beauty, you turn your back on me. Su Li's heart ached with the sting of betrayal. She had once treated Jing Zhinshu in a similar manner, but now the tables had turned, and the pain was hers to bear. Jing Zhong remained aloof, showing no reaction to her heartfelt words, his expression tinged with annoyance. I've already apologized. What more do you want? This matter should be put to rest. Let us focus on Ruan Tian. You need not concern yourself with other issues. His dismissive attitude only deepened Su Li's sense of despair, a sentiment shared by Jing Xian and Jing Yunping, who chimed in with their own admonitions. Yes, Mom, try not to be so sensitive. Dad is right. We are a family. Your current demeanor is unbecoming. For the sake of our family, let us avoid further conflict. Su Li, unwilling to remain in the presence of such selfish individuals, rose with a cold expression and ascended the stairs. Jing Zhong watched her retreating figure without concern, casually waving his hand as he remarked, it's just a phase. She'll calm down soon. It's nothing to worry about, ready to voice his discontent, only to hear Jing Zhong retort, you've already consumed your fair share. These are for me. Do you have any objections? Naturally. No one else is permitted to touch them, Jing Zhong declared, preparing to stow the provisions back in his room. Jing Yunping frowned at this assertion, ready to voice his discontent, only to hear Jing Zhong retort, you've already consumed your fair share. These are for me. Do you have any objections? Naturally. Showing no reaction to her heartfelt words, his expression tinged with annoyance. I've already apologized. What more do you want? This matter should be put to rest. What is wrong with you? The food has been taken, and you say nothing? Jing Xian forced a bitter smile. What good would it do to speak? If you're brave enough, do something about it. I certainly won tea. Jing Yunping felt frustrated by his sister's cowardice. Whatever, he muttered, discussing this with you is pointless. You're just a burden. The term burden struck Jing Xian deeply, causing her to bite her lip and murmur, oh, so you're the great one, relegating him to the lowest rung of the family hierarchy. Now, without him, Jing Xian found herself in that very position. Chapter 168. A dramatic turn of events. Suddenly realizing this was the first time she had truly seen the nature of her family. In the past, when Jing Zhinshu was still around, they had bullied him, relegating him to the lowest rung of the family hierarchy. Now, without him, Jing Xian found herself in that very position. Chapter 168. A dramatic turn of events. Wang Ping was experiencing his own share of dissatisfaction. Ever since he laid eyes on Ruan Tian, he had been utterly captivated. It must be said that Ruan Tian's appearance aligned perfectly with Wang Ping's aesthetic preferences. She resided firmly in his heart. The mere thought of her visage sent waves of excitement through his body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. His infatuation was overwhelming. However, upon returning to the villa and encountering the numerous frivolous flirtations around him, he found them utterly uninspiring. There's an old adage that states, "What one cannot possess remains eternally restless," and Wang Ping's current predicament epitomized this sentiment. He longed for Ruan Tian, yet she was unattainable. "You're just a burden." The term burden struck Jing Xian deeply, causing her to bite her lip and murmur, "Oh, so you're the great one. No one can compare to you. What did you say?" Jing Yunping turned sharply, his gaze menacing. Jing Xian fell silent. Early the next morning, his tranquility was disrupted by a knock at his door. Already irritable, he found the interruption intolerable, further darkening his mood. With a scowl etched on his face, he forcefully kicked open the door and bellowed, "Who dares disturb my peace at such an early hour?" To his dismay, he discovered that it was Jing Chong and his son Jing Yunping standing before him, which only soured his expression further. "What brings you here?" Wang Ping's foot, which was poised to leave, abruptly pivoted back towards Jing Chong. "Oh, you are aware?" Jing Chong, noticing Wang Ping's reaction, sensed an opportunity. With a grin, he rubbed his hands together and continued, "If you like Ruan Tian, then why not simply pursue her?" After all, Wang Ping's foot, which was poised to leave, abruptly pivoted back towards Jing Chong. "Oh, you are aware?" Jing Chong, noticing Wang Ping's reaction, sensed an opportunity. With a grin, there's an old saying, "What one cannot have is always a source of agitation." Wang Ping's current predicament was a testament to this. He yearned for Ruan Tian. Wang Ping was the esteemed administrator of the East City base. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a man? Despite appearing somewhat older in a post-apocalyptic world, age held little significance. Countless individuals had committed heinous acts merely to survive. If Ruan Tian possessed any wisdom, she would never choose to be with that insufferable Jing Jinshu. Moreover, Jing Chong's eyes darkened as he contemplated the truth. Others may be oblivious, but he understood that Jing Jinshu was far from the sunny disposition he presented. This was precisely why Jing Chong sought to expel Jing Jinshu. The boy harbored two souls within one body, a fact Jing Chong had witnessed firsthand when Jing Jinshu was 12. It was a day when Jing Yunping had pilfered money to indulge in internet gaming. Upon noticing 100 missing from his wallet, Jing Chong summoned all his children for questioning. Jing Yunping immediately blamed Jing Jinshu, lying that he had not stolen anything. At that moment, Jing Chong believed Jing Yunping's words and took Jing Jinshu to a dark room, coercing him to confess. However, Jing Jinshu proved to be obstinately defiant, enduring brutal punishment without yielding, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Jing Chong had intended to continue his assault until Jing Jinshu revealed an extraordinary potential in that moment of peril, an otherworldly ferocity that left Jing Chong convinced that further aggression could lead to dire consequences. Thus, while Jing Chong continued to exert pressure on Jing Jinshu, he learned to be more discerning, realizing the necessity of restraint. Moreover, he recognized that this was Jing Jinshu's first unusual attachment to a girl. This indicated that Ruan Tian had likely never encountered the darker side of Jing Jinshu. Jing Jinshu harbored two souls within him, and Jing Chong had witnessed the darker side of him once before. It was when Jing Jinshu was 12 years old. "I will not pursue Ruan Tian. You may as well give up on that notion." "Ah, but therein lies your error, dear Wang Ping," Jing Chong chuckled innocently. Jing Chong felt as though everything was falling into place. Unbeknownst to Wang Ping, who was oblivious to Jing Chong's ulterior motives, he resolutely declared, "I will not pursue Ruan Tian. You may as well give up on that notion." "Ah, but therein lies your error, dear Wang Ping," Jing Chong chuckled innocently. Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had he not considered this angle? To be frank, Jing Jinshu was merely my nephew, not my biological son. Ready to unleash his ire when Jing Chong continued, "As long as Ruan Tian is not Jing Jinshu's girlfriend, why can't you be together?" At those words, Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had he not considered this angle? To be frank, Jing Jinshu was merely my nephew, not my biological son. This child had exhibited psychological issues from a young age. I hardly believed Ruan Tian would remain with him indefinitely. Jing Chong spoke with conviction, asserting that once Ruan Tian discovered Jing Jinshu's true nature, she would naturally forsake him, paving the way for a relationship with Wang Ping. Gradually, Wang Ping began to see the merit in Jing Chong's reasoning. What sort of psychological issues are you implying? Feigning a pained smile, Jing Chong replied. His character harbors significant flaws, and he possesses the potential for violence. I won't delve into details. It's something one must witness firsthand. Wang Ping, uninterested in Jing Jinshu's afflictions, redirected his focus to Ruan Tian. So tell me, what method would reveal Jing Jinshu's true nature to Ruan Tian? Jing Chong had anticipated this very question. Naturally, it must be within the mind. This was the true purpose of Jing Chong's visit today. Not only would it keep the Jing family out of the mines, but it would also allow him to discreetly eliminate Jing Jinshu, an insubordinate pawn no longer worthy of survival. Furthermore, it would present Ruan Tian as a favor to Wang Ping. A masterstroke indeed. Jing Chong's cunning plan was unfolding flawlessly, and he had managed to conceal his true intentions from the outset. Nearby, indeed, how had he overlooked such a possibility? To be candid, Jing Jinshu was merely my nephew, not my biological son. Weighing his own considerations, you make a valid point. Jing Jinshu is quite capable, if we were to send him to the most perilous areas of the mine. Assuring Wang Ping that once Ruan Tian uncovered Jing Jinshu's true self, she would inevitably abandon him and turn to you. Gradually, his smile devoid of warmth. You truly are a remarkable individual, managing to extricate yourself so neatly from the situation. While I may not hold you in high regard, let Jing Jinshu venture there for a month. Chapter 169. A glimpse into Ruan Tian. Jing Chong feigned melancholy, beginning to adopt the guise of a benevolent person. Wang Ping was indifferent to Jing Jinshu's afflictions. His thoughts were consumed by Ruan Tian. So, what method do you propose to reveal Jing Jinshu's true nature to Ruan Tian? Let Jing Jinshu venture there for a month. Chapter 169. A glimpse into Ruan Tian. Jing Chong feigned melancholy, beginning to adopt the guise of a benevolent person. Is it wise to let him leave for a month? Might that not be a tad perilous? Wang Ping, with a sardonic smile, responded, if he isn't going, cradling her in his arms. The thought of soon possessing Ruan Tian filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jing Yunping, during their exchange, spare me the charade of being a good Samaritan. My lord, you're always right. Jing Chong fawned, rubbing his hands together. Wang Ping summoned a beautiful woman, cradling her in his arms. The thought of soon possessing Ruan Tian filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jing Yunping, during their exchange, Wang Ping raised an eyebrow and chided, you insolent brat, what are you staring at? Do you have no sense of decorum? These women are mine. He might even gather valuable intelligence for us, extracting his final utility. Wang Ping acquiesced, scrutinizing Jing Chong with a wry smile. You truly are a remarkable individual, managing to distance yourself from the situation entirely. While I may not hold you in high regard, I cannot deny the wisdom of your suggestions. The force of the kick sent Jing Yunping sprawling to the ground, shattering what little pride he had left. Many women present stifled laughter at his foolish demeanor. In front of so many onlookers, Jing Chong delivered a sharp kick to Jing Yunping's backside. These are Wang Ping's women. Why are you looking around? Use your brain. Beginning to adopt the guise of a benevolent person. Is it wise to let him leave for a month? Might that not be a tad perilous? Wang Ping, with a sardonic smile, responded, if he isn't going, why not let you go instead? Instantly, Jing Chong fell silent, his mouth clamping shut. Observing his cowardice, Wang Ping sneered. Since you have no intention of going, spare me the charade of being a good Samaritan. My lord, you are always right. Jing Chong fawned, rubbing his hands together. I hope you can overlook my previous demeanor. Seeing Jing Yunping's servile posture brought a fleeting smile to Wang Ping's lips, easing his own discomfort. In that case, he lowered his head, burying his resentment deep within, and forced a disingenuous smile, murmuring, "How could I possibly be angry with you, my lord? I hope you can overlook my previous demeanor." Seeing Jing Yunping's servile posture brought a fleeting smile to Wang Ping's lips, easing his own discomfort. "In that case, go find Jing Zhenshu and relay this matter to him." At this, Jing Chong hesitated, realizing Jing Zhenshu had likely run away and was probably wandering outside the base. "Impossible. Are you unaware?" Wang Ping regarded him suspiciously, then, under the inquisitive gazes of Jing Chong and Jing Yunping, stated, "Jing Zhenshu has already applied for a house within the base. Were you not aware?" The revelation left Jing Chong's expression grim. "What? Are you telling me Jing Zhenshu has already purchased a house in the base?" Houses in the base required crystal cores as currency. His already fragile self-esteem was now obliterated, the humiliation tightening his fists involuntarily. Wang Ping's indifferent gaze fell upon Jing Yunping, as if he could see through his simmering anger and shame. "You must possess some strength before you can rightfully feel anger or indignation. Do you not agree?" Capable of rapidly enhancing a survivor's abilities. Countless individuals dreamt of possessing even a single one. Yet Jing Zhenshu had 3 and had concealed this from the Jing family entirely. The blow was too severe. Jing Chong felt disoriented. It seemed not only the 2 cores, but Jing Zhenshu had likely hoarded many other treasures without their knowledge. "Jing Zhenshu, I hope you can overlook my previous demeanor." Seeing Jing Yunping's servile posture brought a fleeting smile to Wang Ping's lips, easing his own discomfort. In that case, only to find he had outmaneuvered them. Wang Ping was indifferent to the affairs of Jing Zhenshu. His focus remained solely on Ruan Tian. "Enough. I have no interest in your family's sort of matters. Hurry and find Jing Zhenshu. Convey the news about the mine to him." The implication of Wang Ping's impatience was unmistakable. What treasures lay within? He raised his hand and knocked forcefully on the door, his thoughts a whirlwind. "Jing Zhenshu, you have the audacity to hide in there without speaking?" The duo swiftly arrived at Jing Zhenshu's residence. Jing Chong scrutinized the house, noting its pristine exterior, likely a testament to Jing Zhenshu's residence during his absences. What treasures lay within? He raised his hand and knocked forcefully on the door, his thoughts a whirlwind. "Jing Zhenshu, you have the audacity to hide in there without speaking? Open the door." He persisted in his knocking for an extended period until, at last, the door creaked open. Jing Chong, his chest heaving with anger, capable of rapidly enhancing a survivor's abilities. Countless individuals dreamt of possessing even a single one. Yet Jing Zhenshu had 3 and had concealed this from the Jing family entirely. Upon finally recognizing the individual standing before him, his temper cooled slightly, and he huffed, "Where is Jing Zhenshu? Call him here at once." Ruan Tian, taken aback by Jing Chong's unexpected arrival, immediately sensed his fury, realizing he must have discovered Jing Zhenshu's clandestine property acquisition. "He is already asleep and cannot meet with you." "Cannot meet with me? Nonsense." Jing Chong's eyes widened in outrage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ruan Tian. "Who do you think you are? Get out of my way, you shameless harlot. If it weren't for your presence, how could the Jing family have fallen to this state?" And Jing Chong, consumed by anger and eager for answers, hurriedly bid farewell to Wang Ping before departing with Jing Yunping. Following the address provided by Wang Ping, the duo swiftly arrived at Jing Zhenshu's residence. Jing Chong scrutinized the house, noting its pristine exterior, likely a testament to Jing Zhenshu's residence during his absences. "What you two doing?" Su Li interjected, attempting to pull Jing Chong behind her, only to be forcefully pushed aside. "Silence. Open the door." He persisted in his knocking for an extended period until, at last, the door creaked open. Jing Chong, his chest heaving with anger. Chapter 170. No one will help you collect the corpse what? Su Li seemed struck by a thunderbolt, unable to fathom that the house before her was purchased by Jing Zhenshu. How could it possibly be his? Su Li furrowed her brows, her eyes wide with disbelief. She was well aware that properties within the base were finite, rendering the acquisition of a house here a formidable challenge. Jing Zhenshu had turned over his crystal cores to the Jing family. He possessed nothing of his own to finance such a purchase. Jing Zhong, understanding Su Li's thoughts. "Get out of my way, you shameless harlot. If it weren't for your presence, how could the Jing family have fallen to this state?" The volume of their argument had escalated, drawing the attention of several onlookers, including Su Li. She emerged to collect some dry rations provided by the base, and, passing by, those second-tier crystal cores could have significantly enhanced the abilities of the Jing family. The fact that Jing Jinshu kept them all for himself, merely to buy this wretched house. There had been scant interaction. Had it not been for the death of Jing Jinshu's parents, they would likely have never crossed paths. They belonged solely to him. Although he bore the Jing surname, his ties to Jing Zhong and the others were rather tenuous. Even during his parents' lifetimes, there had been scant interaction. Had it not been for the death of Jing Jinshu's parents, they would likely have never crossed paths. Did they feel justified in their anger? Su Li had long forgotten the hurt inflicted upon her by the three members of the Jing family the previous day. Now, what did it matter if he possessed 3 second-tier crystal cores? They were all earned by Jing Jinshu himself and had no bearing on their affairs. Why then, did they feel justified in their anger? Su Li had long forgotten the hurt inflicted upon her by the 3 members of the Jing family the previous day. Now, and you, of all people, are the one with the least connection to Jing Jinshu. You don't even share his surname. Simply because he bears the Jing name. Everything he acquires belongs to the Jing family. Indeed, Jing Yunping, noticing Ruan Tian alone, immediately grew brazen, laughing as he added, "Those second-tier crystal cores could have significantly enhanced the abilities of the Jing family. The fact that Jing Jinshu kept them all for himself, merely to buy this wretched house, filled her with resentment, completely dismissing the peculiar mindset of the Jing family. After all, these were crystal cores that Jing Jinshu had rightfully earned with his own life. By virtue of my current status as Jing Jinshu's girlfriend, I possess the right to intervene in his affairs." In her heart, she silently apologized to Jing Jinshu. They suspected that within Jing Jinshu's abode lay hidden treasures, perhaps even several second-tier crystal cores. Given his formidable abilities, he likely still possessed a considerable number of crystal cores. Regardless of her claims, they demanded Jing Jinshu be summoned to apologize, and they harbored ulterior motives, intent on forcing him to relinquish the house. They suspected that within Jing Jinshu's abode lay hidden treasures, perhaps even several second-tier crystal cores. Given his formidable abilities, he likely still possessed a considerable number of crystal cores. The mere thought of such immense wealth left them astounded, each one eager to storm into the house. Just as Ruan Tian was about to articulate more, she boldly chose to align herself with them, rolling her eyes at Ruan Tian and scoffing, "What gives us the right to be angry? You had the audacity to purchase a house without informing the family." As if that were inadequate, he continued, "And you hoarded 3 second-tier crystal cores. And you, of all people, are the one with the least connection to Jing Jinshu. You don't even share his surname. You had the audacity to purchase a house without informing the family." As if that were inadequate, he continued, "And you hoarded 3 second-tier crystal cores. By virtue of my current status as Jing Jinshu's girlfriend, I possess the right to intervene in his affairs." In her heart, she silently apologized to Jing Jinshu. No matter the circumstances, they simply blamed him. However, Jing Jinshu appeared unperturbed, his expression void of emotion as he retorted, "What does that have to do with me? I desperately need powerful crystal cores to enhance my powers. How can you be so selfish, Jing Jinshu?" Their incessant complaints toward Jing Jinshu had become a customary affair. No matter the circumstances, they simply blamed him. However, Jing Jinshu appeared unperturbed, his expression void of emotion as he retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" This was an unusual stance for Jing Jinshu, who had always been gentle and never displayed such aggression, his demeanor remaining icy. "From now on, your affairs are no concern of mine, and you needn't seek me out again." Su Li opened her mouth to respond. Su Li, upon hearing this, became indignant. "How can you speak like that? Don't you realize who is responsible for your current situation?" "Oh," Jing Jinshu replied, his demeanor remaining icy. "From now on, your affairs are no concern of mine, and you needn't seek me out again." Su Li opened her mouth to respond. As if he had found his footing, a smirk playing on his lips. "Moreover, you'll be heading to the most perilous area, the mines and city. You were treacherous. I have yet to inform you of one more matter. You will soon descend into the mines." At this point, Jing Zhong seemed less anxious than before. Jing Zhong gazed at Jing Jinshu with a smile, his eyes akin to those of a predator observing its prey. I'm eager to see how you manage to survive. And descending into them entailed facing a multitude of dangers, particularly in the most hazardous sectors, where the flora was abundant, most of which were sentient and perilous. Jing Zhong gazed at Jing Jinshu with a smile, his eyes akin to those of a predator observing its prey. I'm eager to see how you manage to survive. What chance does a dead man have of winning her over? Initially, Jing Jinshu felt indifferent upon hearing these remarks regarding himself. He had little emotional investment in the Jing family, so their words held little weight. However, Ruan Tian was different. She was the most significant person in his life. What chance does a dead man have of winning her over? Initially, Jing Jinshu felt indifferent upon hearing these remarks regarding himself. He had little emotional investment in the Jing family, so their words held little weight. However, Ruan Tian was different. She was the most significant person in his life, and he would not permit anyone to speak ill of her. Jing Jinshu stepped forward, his expression darkening, unmistakably indicating his anger. This reaction exhilarated Jing Yunping, who had long detested Jing Jinshu's dispassionate demeanor, as if nothing mattered to him. But when it came to Ruan Tian, everything changed. It was clear that Jing Jinshu cared deeply for her. Jing Jinshu, I truly cannot fathom what merits this woman possesses to have ensnared your affections to such an extent. You are nothing but a disgrace to our family. Jing Yunping discovered a means to inflict anguish upon Jing Jinshu, persistently directing the matter towards Ruan Tian, coldly sneering. What a pity! This wretched woman shall soon cease to belong to you. Once you have perished, she will become Lord Wang Ping's possession, and your pleas for mercy will be futile. This proclamation ignited a tempest of rage within Jing Jinshu, causing his slender fingers to involuntarily clench. Jing Zhong's gaze shifted to Ruan Tian, his confidence unwavering. And your girlfriend will soon part ways with you. She is a woman designated by manager Wang Ping. What chance does a dead man have of winning her over? Initially, Jing Jinshu felt indifferent upon hearing these remarks regarding himself. He had long been vigilant in controlling his emotions. Should his feelings descend into an unbearable state, Jing Jinshu recognized the terror that his second self embodied. Most individuals could scarcely withstand its presence. Therefore, for the sake of caution, who had long detested Jing Jinshu's dispassionate demeanor, as if nothing mattered to him. But when it came to Ruan Tian, everything changed. It was clear that Jing Jinshu cared deeply for her. Jing Jinshu, I truly cannot fathom what merits this woman possesses to have ensnared your affections to such an extent. Ruan Tian exhaled a sigh of relief and boldly addressed the self-serving members of the Jing family before her, stating, Do you truly comprehend the perilous nature of the mine? The mines of each city were rife with toxins, and the environment was exceedingly treacherous. And your pleas for mercy will be futile. This proclamation ignited a tempest of rage within Jing Jinshu, causing his slender fingers to involuntarily clench. Do you truly comprehend the perilous nature of the mine? The mines of each city were rife with toxins, and the environment was exceedingly treacherous. How could Ruan Tian even contemplate entering such a place? Jing Jinshu had initially resolved to venture alone, but now the thought of her accompanying him filled him with dread. The potential for harm to befall her in that abyss was a torment he could scarcely bear. No. Every gaze in the room fixated on Ruan Tian, collectively uttering those two words. Absolutely not. Once one entered that underground mine, the desire to return would vanish. Ruan Tian's naivety stemmed from her lack of first-hand experience with the mine's horrors. Once she witnessed the environment with her own eyes, their leverage would evaporate. Their concerns were rooted in self-interest. However, Jing Jinshu genuinely cared for Ruan Tian's well-being, horrified at the prospect of her dying in that lightless mine. Having finally encountered someone as radiant as sunlight, what would he do if she were to perish? Thus, their leverage would evaporate. Their concerns were rooted in self-interest. However, Jing Jinshu genuinely cared for Ruan Tian's well-being, horrified at the prospect of her dying in that lightless mine. I cannot allow you to descend alone. Have you not said that place is exceedingly dangerous? I cannot bear to let you go by yourself. The consensus among those present was a resounding disapproval of Ruan Tian's venture into the mine. With a resigned expression, Ruan Tian turned to Jing Jinshu, saying, "How could Ruan Tian even contemplate entering such a place?" Jing Jinshu had initially resolved to venture alone, but now the thought of her accompanying him filled him with dread. The potential for harm to befall her in that abyss was a torment he could scarcely bear. No, every gaze in the room fixated on Ruan Tian. You are yet to witness the mine's terrors. Once you do, you will undoubtedly regret your decision. Ruan Tian felt no remorse. She blinked softly, replying, "Since you say so, I certainly cannot allow you to go alone." Observing her stubbornness, Jing Jinshu experienced a rare sense of helplessness. He sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. The true danger would become apparent to her. It was no place for humanity. The Jing family opposed Ruan Tian's descent, fearing her demise within. Having ventured into the mine himself, Jing Jinshu was acutely aware of its dangers. He had intended these words to dissuade Ruan Tian. However, to his astonishment, her eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing them. "Wow, the things you describe sound utterly fascinating. Shall we form a group and descend right now?" Faced with Ruan Tian's eager demeanor, Jing Jinshu's lips twitched in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, other members of the Jing family stepped forward, surprisingly siding with Jing Jinshu, advising, "It is not merely the creatures Jing Jinshu mentioned. All species within the mine have mutated and possess an insatiable appetite for human flesh. Indeed, I can attest to this. I witnessed a human being devoured by a mushroom while I was in the mine. It was remarkably articulate." Another added, "There are even blood-sucking insects drawn to light, their wings beautifully adorned, yet their bodies bear human faces. It's utterly horrifying." They believed these accounts would instill fear in Ruan Tian. But instead, her interest heightened. Having endured the apocalypse for so long, she had yet to encounter such intriguing flora. Ruan Tian recalled an experience at a temporary base. "I certainly cannot allow you to go alone." Observing her stubbornness, Jing Jinshu experienced a rare sense of helplessness. He sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. And there is nothing she could not procure. With newfound determination, Ruan Tian confidently declared amidst the puzzled gazes of those around her, "Today, this was not a perilous mine, but rather Ruan Tian's treasure trove. With such a vast expanse, it was an opportunity to exploit resources, and there was nothing she could not procure." With newfound determination, Ruan Tian confidently declared amidst the puzzled gazes of those around her, "Today, I commit to descending into the mine." Chapter 172. A princess can save herself upon hearing that Ruan Tian truly intended to descend into the mine. Jing Chong meticulously rummaged through his thoughts for words, then feigned benevolence as he spoke. "You absolutely cannot enter the mine. Consider the perilous creatures lurking within. If you were to perish there, wouldn't Jing Jinshu be heartbroken?" He believed he had successfully invoked the image of Jing Jinshu, expecting Ruan Tian to hesitate. However, to his astonishment, Ruan Tian merely blinked and responded with delight. "Isn't that splendid? Jing Jinshu and I could become star-crossed lovers, the happiest couple in the world." After uttering this, she suddenly donned a look of epiphany and corrected herself. "I was mistaken. We should be referred to as tragic lovebirds." She exhibited an exuberance that was quite the opposite of fear. At that moment, it appeared Ruan Tian had resolutely decided to venture into the mine. Far from being deterred by the tales of danger, she exhibited an exuberance that was quite the opposite of fear. At that moment, Jing Chong felt that Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu shared a certain madness that made them somewhat compatible. From a particular perspective, they were both rather unhinged. Ruan Tian had lost interest in engaging with the Jing family. She cheerfully patted Jing Jinshu's arm and exclaimed, "Jing Jinshu, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and pack our bags. We're about to go underground. Aren't you excited?" Jing Jinshu. He found himself unable to share in her excitement, for she was on the verge of crafting some extraordinarily intriguing dishes. As a culinary NPC, the opportunity to create more delightful foods far outweighed any quarrels. Leaving the Jing family members behind, the others failed to comprehend Ruan Tian's reasoning and assumed she was headed toward her demise. Yet, Ruan Tian was positively elated, for she was on the verge of crafting some extraordinarily intriguing dishes. As a culinary NPC, the opportunity to create more delightful foods far outweighed any quarrels. Suspecting she had misconstrued the mine expedition as a romantic getaway with Jing Jinshu. Jing Jinshu, won't you intervene? You've been to the mine. This excitement appeared akin to the whims of a love-struck youth. Jing Chong regarded Ruan Tian with an expression that conveyed disbelief. Do you think my refusal would be of any consequence? Ruan Tian has evidently made up her mind, so anything we say is futile. Jing Chong remained unconvinced. You know just how terrifying it is. Can you truly bear to let Ruan Tian go? Jing Jinshu's expression gradually normalized, and he began to acclimatize to Ruan Tian's absurdity. Ostensibly inquiring about Jing Jinshu, yet his eyes subtly scanned the room. Jing Chong rolled his eyes internally at Wang Ping's lack of self-control. Let us hurry and pack our bags. We're about to go underground. Aren't you excited? Jing Jinshu. He found himself unable to share in her excitement. Ostensibly inquiring about Jing Jinshu, yet his eyes subtly scanned the room. Jing Chong rolled his eyes internally at Wang Ping's lack of self-control. He had thought the man could restrain himself, yet here he was, eager to see Ruan Tian. Despite his internal mockery, he maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, Lord Wang Ping, rest assured that the matter you entrusted to us has been handled satisfactorily. Before Wang Ping could express his satisfaction, Jing Chong added a caveat. However, Wang Ping, lowering his voice to demand, what do you mean by that? Jing Chong averted his gaze, fearful of inciting Wang Ping's wrath, and murmured, as you know. Jing Chong whispered to Wang Ping. At this revelation, Wang Ping froze, incredulous that Ruan Tian would also wish to go. His expression darkened as he grasped Jing Chong's collar. Lowering his voice to demand, what do you mean by that? Jing Chong averted his gaze, fearful of inciting Wang Ping's wrath, and murmured, as you know. Miss Ruan Tian has a rather vivacious spirit. It is challenging for anyone to rein her in. Upon learning that Jing Jinshu was going into the mine, she resolved to follow suit. Wang Ping was dissatisfied with Jing Chong's explanation. If she intends to accompany us, couldn't you have employed some means to prevent her? Jing Chong internally rolled his eyes again. If such matters were easily controlled, he would have long since managed Jing Jinshu. How could he allow things to devolve to this point? Wang Ping, accustomed to his high status, failed to recognize how unreasonable his demands sounded. You must consider the plight of someone in my position. Ruan Tian is not familiar with me. I cannot simply alter her intentions, can I? Wang Ping was not pleased with this response and felt a surge of frustration. Relying on these ineffectual individuals was of no use. He might as well take matters into his own hands. Consequently, Wang Ping shoved Jing Chong aside, inhaled deeply. Jing Chong whispered to Wang Ping. At this revelation, Wang Ping froze, incredulous that Ruan Tian would also wish to go. His expression darkened as he grasped Jing Chong's collar. You shall not lay a finger on Ruan Tian. Jing Jinshu stood protectively before Ruan Tian, gazing down at Wang Ping. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Miss Ruan Tian has a rather vivacious spirit. It is challenging for anyone to rein her in. Upon learning that Jing Jinshu was going into the mine, leaving Wang Ping feeling distinctly uncomfortable, he believed that the hierarchical relationship between him and Jing Jinshu should be established. After all, he was the highest-ranking leader in the base. A defenseless Ruan Tian would become a mere pawn, easily manipulated by Wang Ping. Jing Jinshu was fully aware of Wang Ping's ulterior motives and responded with a knowing chuckle. How could he allow things to devolve to this point? Wang Ping, accustomed to his high status, failed to recognize how unreasonable his demands sounded. You must consider the plight of someone in my position. Ruan Tian is not familiar with me. I cannot simply alter her intentions, can I? Who said a princess must be rescued by a prince? A princess can save herself. He might as well take matters into his own hands. Consequently, Wang Ping shoved Jing Chong aside, inhaled deeply, and prepared to bypass Jing Jinshu in pursuit of Ruan Tian when a looming shadow appeared before him. As long as I am here. Chapter 173. This is clearly Ruan Tian's treasure trove. Ruan Tian had packed her belongings and descended the stairs. In truth, She and Jing Jinshu did not have much to bring, and there was little of value left in the house. Nevertheless, she felt an incessant urge to include this and that, gradually filling her bag to the brim. Delighted, she cradled the bag in her arms and made her way down. Yet how dare Jing Jinshu regard him in such a manner? Wang Ping scowled. You are about to meet your end in the mine. She approached Jing Jinshu and tugged him closer to her. What are you doing here? Her tone was quite brusque. Do you wish to remain with him? Why not be with me instead? Upon seeing Ruan Tian again, Wang Ping's long-held yearning was alleviated. Wang Ping felt an inexplicable pleasure. Since her arrival, his attention had been solely fixed on her, unyielding for quite some time. Jing Jinshu is about to enter the mine. Do you wish to remain with him? Why not be with me instead? Upon seeing Ruan Tian again, Wang Ping's long-held yearning was alleviated. It was swiftly replaced by a profound emptiness. This confirmed that Ruan Tian was not entirely as yet. Thus, he yearned for her intensely. Your presence makes me nauseous. Her words were unrelenting, causing a pang in Wang Ping's heart. But upon reflection, he found a certain exhilaration in being scorned. Moreover, she and Jing Jinshu did not have much to bring, and there was little of value left in the house. Nevertheless, your presence makes me nauseous. Her words were unrelenting, causing a pang in Wang Ping's heart. But upon reflection, he found a certain exhilaration in being scorned. Moreover, standing at this distance, he could discern the flawless quality of Ruan Tian's skin, smooth and devoid of pores. He was curious about how it would feel to touch her. Wang Ping's lingering gaze disgusted Ruan Tian, prompting her to retreat alongside Jing Jinshu, her disdain evident. Yet Wang Ping was unfazed. He regarded Ruan Tian as his possession and was eager to possess her. He would pay any price to make her his own. Previously, Wang Ping had maintained a modicum of moral integrity. Although he had a penchant for beauties such as Ruan Tian, he would relinquish his pursuits upon learning of their affections for others. He had never resorted to coercion. However, upon encountering Ruan Tian, he found himself unable to turn away. Stop following Jing Jinshu. He is about to enter the mine, a perilous place where death is highly probable. There is no future for you with him. Ruan Tian rolled her eyes at the ceiling, unperturbed. Whether Jing Jinshu and I are compatible is not for you to dictate. She was genuinely vexed by Wang Ping and his ilk, preferring to engage in more productive endeavors than squabbling with them. Enough of your words. I am determined to descend into the mine today. Wang Ping had hoped that this would persuade Ruan Tian to abandon Jing Jinshu, but he was taken aback by the depth of their bond. Are you certain you want to endure hardship with Jing Jinshu? If you were with me. Wang Ping's lingering gaze disgusted Ruan Tian, prompting her to retreat alongside Jing Jinshu, her disdain evident. Yet, Wang Ping was unfazed. His expression darkened, and his gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Ruan Tian. I will ask you one last time. Will you become my woman? Wang Ping believed he had already made significant concessions. Rarely would a woman elicit such a response from him, having invested so much for her. Her rejection felt utterly ungrateful. His expression darkened, and his gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Ruan Tian. I will ask you one last time. Will you become my woman? Showing no hint of excitement. Did she not realize how fortunate she would be to have his favor in this base? To be his woman? There is no need for you to probe further or speak to me again. Her stance infuriated Wang Ping. Despite his repeated attempts to accommodate her, she remained ungrateful. You have successfully captured my attention. Ruan Tian furrowed her brow at his overly domineering rhetoric. Such privileges were beyond the reach of many. Yet Ruan Tian not only defied him, but also embarrassed him. Wang Ping's patience evaporated, and he offered a mocking smile. How could he muster the audacity to utter such words? Suppressing her urge to vomit, she mentally gave a thumbs up to Wang Ping for his audacity in making such a statement. Fine. If you wish to accompany Jing Jinshu to his doom, then go ahead. No thanks. I have no interest. You should seek your true soulmate elsewhere. She mentally gave a thumbs up to Wang Ping for his audacity in making such a statement. Fine. If you wish to accompany Jing Jinshu to his doom, then go ahead. I shall witness how you both meet your end, and I will escort you to the most treacherous A-grade area. Upon hearing Wang Ping's words, Ruan Tian felt a surge of excitement. It is often said that the most dangerous places harbor the greatest treasures. The correlation between peril and opportunity was undeniable. There is no need for you to probe further or speak to me again. Her stance infuriated Wang Ping. Despite his repeated attempts to accommodate her, she remained ungrateful, showing no hint of excitement. Did she not realize how fortunate she would be to have his favor in this base? To be his woman? A terrifying, carnivorous, plant-infested cave? No, it was clearly an untouched treasure trove of the king. Chapter 174. Is it normal for mushrooms to have feet? You have successfully captured my attention. Ruan Tian furrowed her brow at his overly domineering rhetoric. A terrifying, carnivorous, plant-infested cave? No, it was clearly an untouched treasure trove of the king. Chapter 174. Is it normal for mushrooms to have feet? How could he muster the audacity to utter such words, suppressing her urge to vomit? Yet, her eagerness to leave raised questions. Before Wang Ping could ponder further, Ruan Tian hastily exited the room, only to suddenly recall an important detail. Which direction is the mine? Beside her, Jing Jinxu remarked, she doesn't even know the direction of the mine, yet she's so eager to go down there. This eagerness is quite remarkable. Follow me, Jing Jinxu said, taking Ruan Tian's hand and leading her westward. After a few steps, Ruan Tian remembered something else. Did we forget to lock the door? It seems so, Jing Jinxu replied, and they retraced their steps. He ushered everyone out of the house, and before their eyes, securely closed the door. After ensuring everything was in order, he returned to Ruan Tian's side. That is indeed the most dangerous place. Yes, the most dangerous place, Ruan Tian exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement as she pulled Jing Jinxu towards the door. He could no longer contain himself. He stood on tiptoe and called out Ruan Tian. If you regret it now, it's not too late. In response, a terrifying, carnivorous, plant-infested cave? No, it was clearly an untouched treasure trove of the king. Chapter 174. Is it normal for mushrooms to have feet? Wang Ping was almost amused by her reaction. She truly regarded him as a formidable threat. Yet, he found himself rather fond of her prickling nature. After all, a beautiful rose is always adorned with thorns. However, she was on the brink of facing danger in the mine. When would he encounter another like Ruan Tian? Just the thought of the edible plants in the mine made her heart race. Jing Jinxu noticed her exhilaration and asked, "What is happening? Since you learned about the mine?" They wondered when the next Jing Jinxu would appear for them to rely upon. Having moved out of sight, Ruan Tian could not suppress her excitement. Just the thought of the edible plants in the mine made her heart race. Jing Jinxu noticed her exhilaration and asked, "What is happening? Since you learned about the mine, your spirits have soared." With a bright smile, Ruan Tian replied, "You have no idea. My abilities are about to receive a significant enhancement." He had not anticipated such a question. "I'm not quite sure," he admitted, having never considered it before. "How do plants reproduce?" "Perhaps like dandelions." And Ruan Tian's excitement gradually subsided, leading her to ponder a rather intriguing question. "Jing Jinxu, how do you think these plants reproduce?" Taken aback, many rapidly evolving plants had developed a form of consciousness. Would such plants still reproduce in the same manner? On the first day, I saved you. I noticed something peculiar. None of the plants present were juvenile. They were all fully formed. Where did these mature plants originate? Many rapidly evolving plants had developed a form of consciousness. Would such plants still reproduce in the same manner? On the first day, I saved you. Believing that unraveling these mysteries might reveal the secret behind the rampant mutations in E-City's flora, Jing Jinxu, inspired by Ruan Tian's musings, regarded her with admiration. "You are truly remarkable. This is a question I would never have considered, yet you brought it to light." Flushed by his praise, Ruan Tian shyly rubbed the back of her neck and murmured, "I'm not as impressive as you say." "Not at all. Your insatiable curiosity and willingness to explore are your greatest strengths. In a world where humanity struggles to survive, many have lost the courage and strength to endure." Ruan Tian shyly rubbed the back of her neck and murmured, "I'm not as impressive as you say." "Not at all. Your insatiable curiosity and willingness to explore are your greatest strengths. In a world where humanity struggles to survive, many have lost the courage and strength to endure. Contrary to Ruan Tian's expectations, this mind did not ascend into the mountains. Rather, it descended. This tenacity was what drew Jing Jinshu to Ruan Tian, guiding him through the shadows of this apocalyptic world. After a while, they finally reached the entrance of the mine. Contrary to Ruan Tian's expectations, this mine did not ascend into the mountains. Rather, it descended. The dangers underground are beyond your imagination. There are all sorts of things down there. If you choose to leave now, I guarantee hold it against you. If dandelions relied on the wind as their mode of transport, what then was the means for these mutated plants? Ruan Tian was captivated by these thoughts, believing that unraveling these mysteries might reveal the secret behind the rampant mutations in E-City's flora. Jing Jinshu, inspired by Ruan Tian's musings, regarded her with admiration. I'll only be grateful for your safety. Ruan Tian gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing to worry about. See, I'm still here, aren't I? Jing Jinshu struggled to maintain his composure, preparing to say more, but Ruan Tian had already taken his hand, intent on descending. Your insatiable curiosity and willingness to explore are your greatest strengths. In a world where humanity struggles to survive, many have lost the courage and strength to endure. Is it common for a mushroom to have feet and walk on the rocks, as if it were on solid ground? Initially focused on climbing, suddenly halted. What's wrong? Jing Jinshu inquired, noticing her pause. Ying Zhengsu. Is it common for a mushroom to have feet and walk on the rocks, as if it were on solid ground, serving as legs for walking and climbing? Likely sensing Ruan Tian's gaze, they timidly concealed themselves behind the vines, hiding their forms. Those mushrooms? With its crimson cap and ivory stem, it seemed no different from an ordinary mushroom. Yet beneath the white stem, two diminutive white mushrooms sprouted, serving as legs for walking and climbing. Likely sensing Ruan Tian's gaze, they timidly concealed themselves behind the vines, hiding their forms. Those mushrooms? Jing Jinshu glanced sideways and offered a brief explanation. Such mushrooms are most commonly found in underground mines, yet they are entirely harmless, possessing a timid nature that ensures they pose no threat unless provoked. That's a relief. Ruan Tian exhaled deeply, but before her breath fully escaped, Jing Jinshu continued. However, some miners, when deprived of provisions, resort to capturing them to stave off hunger. Ruan Tian fell silent. The two continued their descent, and as they ventured deeper, thus, they prefer to remain dormant beneath the ground. In all this time, no mutated plants have emerged from this mine. Jing Jinshu reassured her. The mine was excavated to such depths precisely to eliminate the risk of these plants ascending. Unlike surface flora, underground plants have an aversion to sunlight. Is it common for a mushroom to have feet and walk on the rocks, as if it were on solid ground, free from the interference of sunlight? They are quite enamored with the red moon. Each time the tide approaches, we block the entrance with a large stone, steadying Ruan Tian by the shoulder. When the red moon tide arrives, these plants will attempt to ascend, drawn by the allure of the red moon, serving as legs for walking and climbing. Likely sensing Ruan Tian's gaze, they timidly concealed themselves behind the vines, hiding their forms. Those mushrooms? Ruan Tian understood, but suddenly recalled something, frowning as she asked, does that mean the red moon tide is imminent? What if we are trapped in this mine, possessing a timid nature that ensures they pose no threat unless provoked? That's a relief. Ruan Tian exhaled deeply, but before her breath fully escaped, Jing Jinshu continued. However, both above and below would pose significant dangers. Whether above or below, it matters not, Jing Jinshu declared as he extended his hands toward Ruan Tian. Will I crush your hands? Jing Jinshu chuckled softly. You are quite light, not heavy at all. That's good, Ruan Tian said as she hopped out of his arms. Jing Jinshu reassured her. The mine was excavated to such depths precisely to eliminate the risk of these plants ascending. Unlike surface flora, underground plants have an aversion to sunlight. Will I crush your hands? Jing Jinshu chuckled softly. You are quite light, not heavy at all. That's good, Ruan Tian said as she hopped out of his arms, rhythmically breathing in and out. This phenomenon was utterly fascinating. Ruan Tian remained transfixed, her attention unwavering for an extended period. Concerned for her safety, Jing Jinshu approached. Intended to pull her back, but then an unexpected incident occurred. Ruan Tian pointed at the moss on the wall, free from the interference of sunlight. They are quite enamored with the red moon. Each time the tide approaches, we block the entrance with a large stone. Coated in breadcrumbs and fried, it might actually taste wonderful. Jing Jinshu was momentarily speechless, but upon reflecting on Ruan Tian's uniquely imaginative thought process, he found himself amused. He even joined in her enthusiasm, responding, "If it turns out to be tasty, the kids next door might just cry for it." Ruan Tian paused, surprised by Jing Jinshu's unexpected cooperation, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her gaze. With the red moon tide approaching, tranquility above would be fleeting. They would have little time to spare, even if they avoided the most perilous areas. Since meeting Ruan Tian, he had developed an aversion to danger. Surprised by Jing Jinshu's unexpected cooperation, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her gaze. With the red moon tide approaching, tranquility above would be fleeting. He closed his eyes to calm his tumultuous emotions, and when he opened them again, his demeanor had returned to a placid state. Fearing that if he were to perish, he would never see her again. From a certain perspective, Ruan Tian embodied Jing Jinshu's sole hope of survival in this world. He closed his eyes to calm his tumultuous emotions, and when he opened them again, his demeanor had returned to a placid state, rhythmically breathing in and out. This phenomenon was utterly fascinating. Ruan Tian remained transfixed, her attention unwavering for an extended period. Concerned for her safety, Jing Jinshu approached. Intended to pull her back, but then an unexpected incident occurred. Ruan Tian pointed at the moss on the wall. "Once we depart from this place, wouldn't it be better to seek refuge in a secluded area?" However, Ruan Tian shook her head. Jing Jinshu, realizing that exploring this mine held greater significance for her. He nodded. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." They continued their journey. He even joined in her enthusiasm, responding, "If it turns out to be tasty, the kids next door might just cry for it." Ruan Tian paused, realizing that exploring this mine held greater significance for her. He nodded. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." They continued their journey. They encountered an array of plants, dense and varied. Many appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness. Upon sensing human presence, the more aggressive ones would leap forward. And some of those vines are carnivorous, posing a significant threat to our well-being. Ruan Tian promptly nodded, obediently trailing behind Jing Jinshu. Along the way, Chapter 176, Arrival at the destination. Upon realizing they had ventured into the most perilous area, Ruan Tian felt no sense of danger whatsoever. Throughout their journey, while the less aggressive would curl into themselves, forming a protective ball, Ruan Tian's gaze wandered curiously around until Jing Jinshu declared, "We have arrived at our destination." Chapter 176, Arrival at the destination. Upon realizing they had ventured into the most perilous area, Ruan Tian felt no sense of danger whatsoever. Throughout their journey, "Once we depart from this place, wouldn't it be better to seek refuge in a secluded area?" However, Ruan Tian shook her head. Jing Jinshu. It seemed that Jing Jinshu's frequent excursions into mines had endowed him with an intricate understanding of the flora within, which he navigated with remarkable ease. Perhaps we might uncover unexpected delights in the uncharted highest-level mine. Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, Jing Jinshu fell into contemplation, realizing that exploring this mine held greater significance for her. He nodded. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." They continued their journey, creating an almost overwhelming urge to be closer. Initially, Jing Jinshu walked quietly ahead, but he soon became acutely aware of Ruan Tian's breath, which seemed to resonate against his back. Clearing his throat, he inadvertently felt a flush creep upon his cheeks and softly remarked, "Actually, Ruan Tian." They encountered an array of plants, dense and varied. Many appeared to possess a semblance of consciousness. Upon sensing human presence, the more aggressive ones would leap forward. Realizing she had indeed encroached upon his personal space, embarrassed, she rubbed her cheeks. "I understand. I'll step back a bit." She obediently retreated several steps. Chapter 176, Arrival at the destination. Upon realizing they had ventured into the most perilous area, Ruan Tian felt no sense of danger whatsoever. Throughout their journey, Ruan Tian wondered if she had misjudged the distance and felt even more awkward as she spoke up. Am I still too close? If it was necessary, it seemed that Jing Jinshu's frequent excursions into mines had endowed him with an intricate understanding of the flora within, which he navigated with remarkable ease. You are actually a bit too far now. The back and forth regarding their proximity left Ruan Tian perplexed about the appropriate distance between them. She coughed softly and asked so, opting instead to maintain a respectful silence as she followed closely behind. Wherever Jing Jinshu went, she followed, and as they progressed, the distance between them diminished. Ruan Tian nodded earnestly. But, Jing Jinshu, is this area truly dangerous? If this is the most perilous zone, it seems rather quiet. Jing Jinshu, too, found this puzzling, which seemed to resonate against his back. Clearing his throat, he inadvertently felt a flush creep upon his cheeks and softly remarked, Actually, Ruan Tian, you don't need to be so close to me. Let us maintain a bit of distance. You're too near right now. Oh, Ruan Tian finally grasped the situation, realizing she had indeed encroached upon his personal space. Embarrassed, she rubbed her cheeks. I understand. I'll step back a bit. She obediently retreated several steps, each one eerily quiet, as if in a tranquil repose. In the outermost zone, nothing of note transpired. The plants were in a profound sleep. Ruan Tian wondered if she had misjudged the distance and felt even more awkward as she spoke up. Am I still too close? If it was necessary, you needn't worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. However, Jing Jinshu could not shake off his apprehension for her safety. If anything were to happen to Ruan Tian, he would find life unbearable. After years of navigating darkness, he had finally found a glimmer of light. If that light were to extinguish, what purpose would life hold for him? How far should we be from each other? In response, Jing Jinshu grasped her wrist and drew her closer to a suitable distance. This is just right, he declared. Ruan Tian nodded earnestly. But, Jing Jinshu, is this area truly dangerous? If this is the most perilous zone, it seems rather quiet. Jing Jinshu, too, found this puzzling. During his last visit, the plants had been wildly aggressive, exuding an aura that suggested they could consume human bones. Yet now, don't you think that flower looks terrifying? I can see its sharp teeth. If it bit someone, it would surely cause excruciating pain. Imagining it made her wince, observing the plants on the walls. In stark contrast to those in safer regions, the flora in this dangerous area appeared to be in a deep slumber. Don't you think that flower looks terrifying? I can see its sharp teeth. If it bit someone, it would surely cause excruciating pain. Imagining it made her wince. Jing Jinshu positioned himself protectively behind Ruan Tian, determined to shield her from any potential danger. Yet, Ruan Tian was equally concerned for his well-being, whispering softly, dragging them into the thicket to devour them whole. After observing the plants and confirming they posed no immediate threat, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He would find life unbearable. After years of navigating darkness, he had finally found a glimmer of light. If that light were to extinguish, what purpose would life hold for him? Dragging them into the thicket to devour them whole. After observing the plants and confirming they posed no immediate threat, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His face flushed instantly, and he cleared his throat while avoiding her gaze. Hold hands? Is that truly effective? Noticing his hesitation, Ruan Tian couldn't help but chuckle softly. But as nothing occurred, their voices grew louder. Jing Jinshu ventured further inside, sensing an unusual fluctuation in the air that caused him to frown. I've never seen anything like it. I'm not sure why all these plants have fallen into such a deep sleep. Initially, they had spoken cautiously. She sniffed the air a few times before leading him excitedly to a cluster of vines. They're protecting what's inside, she exclaimed. Chapter 177. The Third Order Crystal Core. Why do I feel like there's something moving in the air? To his surprise, Ruan Tian's perception proved sharper than his own. She sniffed the air a few times before leading him excitedly to a cluster of vines. They're protecting what's inside, she exclaimed. Chapter 177. The Third Order Crystal Core. Instructing Ruan Tian to step back a few paces as he approached the plants to examine their condition closely. Some of the flora had become quite cunning. He had previously encountered plants that feigned death, curling up as if in slumber. But if a person lowered their guard and drew near, the plants would spring forth. How do you know that what's inside are crystal cores? Ruan Tian proudly puffed out her chest, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, "It's based on my extensive experience with numerous crystal cores. The treasures being safeguarded are undoubtedly crystal cores." Moreover, she couldn't help but ask, in all your years of wandering, have you ever encountered something like this? Jing Jinshu gently shook his head, admitting, an idea struck her. She possessed a remarkable mobile shop. If she could simply toss the crystal cores ensnared by the vines into her shop. And the plant's levels are certainly not low. Any rash actions could lead to dire consequences. Ruan Tian contemplated how to lay claim to all these crystal cores. Suddenly, why do I feel like there's something moving in the air? To his surprise, Ruan Tian's perception proved sharper than his own. While her extraordinary abilities could conceal her effortlessly, the challenge of exiting remained a dilemma. Ruan Tian's brow knitted tightly as she pondered countless thoughts. But each one was swiftly dismissed. With a long exhale, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Yet, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. What they protect must surely be the crystal cores. Jing Jinju was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Ruan Tian actually knew this. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "How do you know that what's inside are crystal cores?" Ruan Tian proudly puffed out her chest, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed. Ruan Tian retorted, finding this suggestion untenable. "What if the plants awaken by the time we return? This is the most dangerous area." And Jing Jinju surveyed their surroundings before finally suggesting, "If all else fails, we could retrace our steps, mark this spot, and return another time." "That absolutely cannot work. Jing Jinju, how do you think we can remove these plants?" Ruan Tian pondered, realizing that forcibly moving them could disturb their slumber. "This area is the most perilous, and awakened plants would be far more formidable. Moreover, there are many survivors near the underground caves. It's possible that one of them could stumble upon this treasure trove and seize all the crystal cores for themselves. What then? Wouldn't we just become the biggest fools, losing everything?" Thus, Ruan Tian resolutely rejected Jing Jinju's proposal. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take a risk, seize the crystal cores now. She could later use them to upgrade her little cart, perhaps after the upgrade. While her extraordinary abilities could conceal her effortlessly, the challenge of exiting remained a dilemma. Ruan Tian's brow knitted tightly as she pondered countless thoughts. "You must understand, opportunities are rare. If we seize this one, we may gain something monumental." Jing Jinju still felt it was precarious, but upon meeting Ruan Tian's earnest gaze, he realized her determination. Seeing her resolve, he merely pressed his lips together, choosing to say nothing further. "Then I'll take that as your agreement." Ruan Tian chuckled, somewhat repulsive in appearance. Ruan Tian, catching a whiff of the liquid, furrowed her brow in confusion. Could that be the plant's blood? "It smells absolutely horrendous." "Indeed," Ruan Tian retorted, finding this suggestion untenable. "What if the plants awaken by the time we return? This is the most dangerous area." Somewhat repulsive in appearance, Ruan Tian, catching a whiff of the liquid, furrowed her brow in confusion. "Could that be the plant's blood? It smells absolutely horrendous." "Indeed, it's possible that one of them could stumble upon this treasure trove and seize all the crystal cores for themselves. What then?" Not wishing to complicate matters, she obediently stepped back, granting him ample space to work. Having spent considerable time in East City, Jing Jinju was well-versed in combating plants and swiftly cleared the vines, successfully unearthing the crystal cores. Ruan Tian immediately summoned her shop. Fortunately, the passageway was spacious enough. It would transform into something even more formidable, offering her wondrous new items. With her mind made up, Ruan Tian gently patted Jing Jinju's shoulder and declared, "Quickly sense the theft," and began to stir restlessly, especially when Jing Jinju severed the last vine, freeing the crystal cores completely. The plants emitted terrifying breathing sounds. They surged toward the shop in a frenzy, encircling it in mere minutes. Ruan Tian's heart raced as she clutched her chest, gazing at the thorny vines before her, before pulling Jing Jinju into the shop with her. Surrounding plants erupted into chaos as they awakened and realized the crystal cores had vanished. They surged toward the shop in a frenzy, encircling it in mere minutes. Ruan Tian's heart raced as she clutched her chest, gazing at the thorny vines before her. Thank goodness we were quick, otherwise we would have been overwhelmed by these vines and met a dire fate. Jing Zhenju's heartbeat quickened as well, but their seamless cooperation ensured they faced no setbacks, successfully bringing the crystal cores back to the shop. Ruan Tian, now brimming with excitement, momentarily disregarded the surrounding vines. Not wishing to complicate matters, she obediently stepped back, granting him ample space to work. Having spent considerable time in East City, Jing Zhenju was well-versed in combating plants and swiftly cleared the vines, successfully unearthing the crystal cores. Ruan Tian immediately summoned her shop. Fortunately, the passageway was spacious enough. The fortunate news was that they were all second-order cores, and among them lay a single third-order core emanating a faint golden glow. A sparkling array of crystal cores came into view. Upon closer inspection, Ruan Tian discovered the unfortunate news that there were no first-order crystal cores. The fortunate news was that they were all second-order cores, and among them lay a single third-order core emanating a faint golden glow. Chapter 178. Good news and bad news at first. Ruan Tian doubted whether her eyes were deceiving her. How else could she behold so many second-tier crystal nuclei? She rubbed her eyes and gently nudged Jing Zhenju's wrist, whispering, "Jing Zhenju, am I seeing things? Why are there so many second-tier crystal nuclei?" Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tian was still grappling with her astonishment when she heard Jing Zhenju's voice. "You are not mistaken. There are indeed numerous second-tier nuclei, along with a single third-tier nucleus, as the crystal nuclei held profound significance for them." Ruan Tian sensed their turmoil and quickly realized it was due to her and Jing Zhenju's appropriation of the crystal nuclei. She was met with a sight that filled her with dread. The entrance was congested with plants. These botanical entities were gradually regaining their composure, becoming agitated and restless. Yes, I understand. Although their current predicament seemed perilous, Ruan Tian did not harbor any regrets. As the old saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Jing Zhenju, have you noticed how these plants are exuding such violent emotions? I feel that if we step outside, they will devour us whole. Jing Zhenju had indeed noticed. A sparkling array of crystal cores came into view. Upon closer inspection, Ruan Tian discovered the unfortunate news that there were no first-order crystal cores, only for them to become the property of Ruan Tian and Jing Zhenju. Such an occurrence would be intolerable to anyone else. Ruan Tian and Jing Zhenju were, quite simply, the plants outside could no longer contain themselves, relentlessly battering the transparent protective barrier surrounding the shop. They had amassed these nuclei for so long. She rubbed her eyes and gently nudged Jing Zhenju's wrist, whispering, "Jing Zhenju, am I seeing things? Why are there so many second-tier crystal nuclei?" Taking a deep breath, two shameless thieves, due to their confinement within the shop, they were oblivious to the terrifying atmosphere outside. As more and more plants awakened, the air in the cavernous path outside vanished, twisting the space around them, leaving a trail of mucus from the plant's movements. They frantically surrounded the house. She was met with a sight that filled her with dread. The entrance was congested with plants. These botanical entities were gradually regaining their composure, becoming agitated and restless. Ruan Tian chose to ignore the plants outside and leaned closer to observe the crystal nuclei, suddenly noticing something extraordinary within them. They appear to be flowing codes, reminiscent of computer programming. Stunned, she pondered, what was this? Why did it seem so familiar? Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Yes, I understand. Although their current predicament seemed perilous, Ruan Tian did not harbor any regrets. As the old saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Ruan Tian recognized that her thoughts were perilously absurd. How could such an outrageous notion even exist? Shaking her head to dispel the ludicrous idea, she had discovered a potential path to escape. If it can reach level 40, what rewards can I expect? System. The upgrade will enhance the cart and shop types, increase the duration of protection, and provide a variety of recipes. What else? Ruan Tian was not merely concerned with these enhancements. She yearned for means of self-preservation. For instance, an offensive capability? Why were all the offerings defensive in nature? System. Rest assured, at the very least, it will delay your demise, allowing you to survive longer. Increase the duration of protection and provide a variety of recipes. What else? Ruan Tian was not merely concerned with these enhancements. She yearned for means of self-preservation. Had it not been for the protective shield, the two would have been consumed by the frenzied flora long ago. Ruan Tian chose to ignore the plants outside and leaned closer to observe the crystal nuclei, suddenly noticing something extraordinary within them. They appear to be flowing codes, reminiscent of computer programming. Stunned, she pondered, what was this? Why did it seem so familiar? Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Even with the abundance of second-tier nuclei and a singular third-tier nucleus before him, he did not cast them a glance, focusing solely on Ruan Tian. Upon hearing her request, Ruan Tian recognized that her thoughts were perilously absurd. How could such an outrageous notion even exist? Shaking her head to dispel the ludicrous idea, even with the abundance of second-tier nuclei and a singular third-tier nucleus before him, he did not cast them a glance, focusing solely on Ruan Tian. Upon hearing her request, yet Jing Jinshu insisted on relinquishing them all to Ruan Tian. Do not worry about me. Your well-being is paramount. In our current situation, we can only rely on you. Correct? Rejuvenated by his words, Ruan Tian nodded vigorously and gathered the crystal nuclei to upgrade her cart. Yet Jing Jinshu insisted on relinquishing them all to Ruan Tian. Do not worry about me. Your well-being is paramount. In our current situation, we can only rely on you. For instance, an offensive capability? Why were all the offerings defensive in nature? System. Rest assured, at the very least, it will delay your demise, allowing you to survive longer. Ruan Tian pondered. Should she be grateful to the system? Yet, the most immediate course of action was to upgrade her cart. Once upgraded, she could gain some semblance of hope. Relying solely on her and Jing Jinshu's strength would not suffice for their escape. All right, enough of this. Let us upgrade the cart first. After concluding her communication with the system, Ruan Tian turned to Jing Jinshu and quickly expressed a request. Yet now it was an arduous 4-hour wait. Furrowing her brows, Ruan Tian quickly glanced at the remaining time on the protective shield. It read 3 hours and 48 minutes. Since their entrance, the shield had automatically activated and begun its countdown. Ruan Tian's heart, which had just begun to settle, tightened once more. With a nervous embrace of her arms, she spoke, Jing Jinshu, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Ruan Tian shyly lowered her gaze, murmuring, let us split these crystal nuclei evenly. I would feel guilty if all of them became mine. These were formidable resources. Ruan Tian cleared her throat and decided to share the good news first. We have indeed discovered a method to pass through. My ability is currently in the process of upgrading. I see. Jing Jinshu nodded. And what about the bad news? Ruan Tian's expression immediately soured. The bad news is that the upgrade will take 4 hours, but our protective shield does not align with that time frame. Jing Jinshu understood Ruan Tian's concern. Would you like to proceed? Ruan Tian readily nodded, yes. Upgrade now. Understood. Having set her mind at ease, I will ensure your safety and will not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Anyone who dares to threaten you will face my wrath. He was resolute in his commitment to safeguard her life, rendering any sense of crisis irrelevant. As long as you are safe, that is enough for me. During the ensuing hours, Ruan Tian busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a variety of delectable dishes, continuously offering them to Jing Jinshu. Eat up. Take whatever you desire. With a nervous embrace of her arms, she spoke, Jing Jinshu, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Chapter 179. What is your superpower? Upon hearing the inquiry, Jing Jinshu spoke, you may choose which one to discuss first. Ruan Tian cleared her throat. Jing Jinshu looked at the food in his hands and couldn't help but chuckle softly. There's no need to prepare so much. They attempted to completely secure the structure with their tendrils, viewing it as a detestable intruder. This only intensified their assault, yet it proved futile. As long as the protective shield remained intact, even Godzilla could not breach it. 2 hours passed swiftly. They attempted to completely secure the structure with their tendrils, viewing it as a detestable intruder. This only intensified their assault, yet proved futile. As long as the protective shield remained intact, even Godzilla could not breach it. 2 hours passed swiftly. Ruan Tian anxiously toyed with her fingers and murmured, "Why do you not possess the slightest sense of urgency?" Jing Jinshu's sense of urgency stemmed from Ruan Tian herself. The flora erupted into chaos once more, rejuvenated and escalating their attacks. Ruan Tian, aware that these plants were not yet sentient, could only marvel at how they might interpret her words as mockery. She sighed, "Jing Jinshu, have you noticed that our house is sinking?" Jing Jinshu maintained his calm demeanor and nodded in agreement. "I can feel it. It is indeed sinking." The plants aimed to entomb the two of them. Ruan Tian sighed, but quickly resolved to regain her vigor. Jing Jinshu patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not panic. I will protect you. Just have faith." Ruan Tian reached out. Jing Jinshu nodded quietly. "Does this mean we are, in a sense, committing a tragic romance?" Uncertain of the implications of such a notion, her heart raced uncontrollably. She instinctively placed a hand over her chest, fearing it might leap from her ribcage. "Jing Jinshu, the shop's protective time is almost up." 2 hours passed, and Ruan Tian noted a slight reduction in the commotion outside, playfully remarking to Jing Jinshu, "Did you see that? It seems even plants can feel fatigued." Her heart raced uncontrollably. She instinctively placed a hand over her chest, fearing it might leap from her ribcage. "Jing Jinshu, the shop's protective time is almost up. Are you ready?" The entire establishment had sunk halfway, rendering their surroundings indistinguishable. They relied solely on their instincts to perceive the dwindling air. 1 minute remaining. Ruan Tian could not help but sigh. "Jing Jinshu, have you noticed that our house is sinking?" Jing Jinshu maintained his calm demeanor, nodding in agreement. "I feel it," soothing Ruan Tian as he tenderly patted her arm. With him by her side, no harm would befall Ruan Tian. As the countdown approached its end, Ruan Tian's forehead glistened with sweat as she clutched Jing Jinshu's arm tightly, exerting all her strength. "Don't be tense." Amidst the turmoil, Jing Jinshu's voice remained gentle. "In a tragic romance?" Ruan Tian was uncertain about the concept of tragic romance. She sighed but quickly regained her composure. Her spirits lifted once more. Jing Jinshu suddenly bit into his own fingertip, letting a drop of crimson blood fall upon Ruan Tian's brow. The protective shield vanished, yet the house remained intact. The plants, sensing the absence of the irksome barrier, became frenzied, swiftly attempting to invade. Jing Jinshu unsheathed a dagger of unknown origin, its sharpness unparalleled. With swift precision, he severed the encroaching plants, preventing them from breaching the house's sanctuary. Without turning back, his voice took on a slightly icy tone amidst the tension. "Move to the back." Having finally located their prey, would not let this opportunity slip away. With these two humans cornered inside, how could they possibly escape unscathed? They could only rely on their senses to perceive the surrounding air. 1 minute remaining. The air grew increasingly thin, and the plants, sensing the impending danger, having finally located their prey, would not let this opportunity slip away. With these two humans cornered inside, how could they possibly escape unscathed? Yet, Jing Jinshu's dagger was astoundingly swift. Ruan Tian cautiously lifted her gaze and found the dagger fascinating, resembling a bottomless abyss that devoured the remnants of the plants. And he lightly patted her arm in a comforting manner. With him present, no one would dare harm Ruan Tian. As the moment approached, Jing Jinshu suddenly bit his finger. "My powers are indeed unique. On one hand, they enable me to devour everything I touch with the dagger in my hand, while on the other hand, he simultaneously provided answers to Ruan Tian. Even though Ruan Tian had not posed any inquiries, Jing Jinshu comprehended the unvoiced thoughts lingering in her heart. "My powers are indeed unique. On one hand, they enable me to devour everything I touch with the dagger in my hand, while on the other hand." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken. Yet Ruan Tian sensed that his silence was laden with his own struggles and dilemmas. Thus, she wisely refrained from pressing further, curling up to avoid being a burden to Jing Jinshu. The plants, relishing the opportunity to unleash their wrath upon the two hapless humans, despite his formidable strength, inadvertently allowed a couple of them to slip through. Those plants swiftly pounced upon Ruan Tian, cornered against the wall, exhibiting a ferocious demeanor. However, Something within Jing Jinshu's blood provided a protective barrier around Ruan Tian, shielding her from harm. As time gradually elapsed, Ruan Tian's heart raced with anticipation. Ruan Tian had never encountered such a fascinating entity, her eyes widening in awe. What, indeed, was Jing Jinshu's superpower? Chapter 180. The handsome young Bai after growing up. His abilities remarkable, but with so many plans surrounding him, even his prowess was rendered ineffective. Ultimately, he sustained injuries of varying severity, and Ruan Tian witnessed, with horror, a barbed tentacle piercing through his abdomen. Jing Jinshu, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she instinctively reached out to grasp his arm. Yet he merely coughed lightly. They enable me to devour everything I touch with the dagger in my hand, while on the other hand, the latter part of his statement remained unspoken. Ruan Tian furrowed her brow with concern, her gaze fixed on the wound on his abdomen. But you were injured, she lamented. I am aware, he replied. At that moment, that is to say, she would merely play the role of a compliant bystander. Confronted by numerous mutated plants, even Jing Jinshu, despite his formidable strength, inadvertently allowed a couple of them to slip through. Those plants swiftly pounced upon Ruan Tian, cornered against the wall, exhibiting a ferocious demeanor. However, something within Jing Jinshu's blood provided a protective barrier around Ruan Tian, shielding her from harm. As time gradually elapsed, Ruan Tian's heart raced with anticipation. Observing Jing Jinshu's silhouette, felt an involuntary wave of concern despite his insistence to disregard her worries. She astutely discerned that his emotional state was profoundly amiss. Bore little resemblance to the Jing Jinshu they knew. Presently, agony contorted the left side of his face while the right exuded a maniacal glee. Ruan Tian, observing Jing Jinshu's silhouette, felt an involuntary wave of concern despite his insistence to disregard her worries. She astutely discerned that his emotional state was profoundly amiss. Blood trickling from his lips, yet amidst the excruciating pain, his mind remained remarkably clear and rational. Do not worry about me. Focus on your own safety, he urged. A hint of despair flickered within her. The thought of Jing Jinshu perishing before her eyes due to these crystal cores was a regret she could not bear. Jing Jinshu remained silent, aware that if he did not yield to his second persona, he might not withstand the onslaught. With a gentle closure of his eyes, he ultimately chose to seal away his primary self to allow his second persona to emerge. In that instant, the aura surrounding Jing Jinshu transformed dramatically, transfixed by Jing Jinshu's altered presence. The figure before her was unmistakably Jing Jinshu, yet he was also something altogether different. Ruan Tian instinctively recoiled slightly, glancing at the timer. Merely 2 minutes remained. Yet, the plants surged with renewed vigor, many attempting to breach the confines of the building to engulf Jing Jinshu and Ruan Tian entirely. Nevertheless, transfixed by Jing Jinshu's altered presence, the figure before her was unmistakably Jing Jinshu, yet he was also something altogether different. Ruan Tian instinctively recoiled slightly, glancing at the timer. Merely 2 minutes remained. Yet, the plants surged with renewed vigor, many attempting to breach the confines of the building to engulf Jing Jinshu and Ruan Tian entirely. Nevertheless, just a little longer until the upgrade is complete. Only 3 minutes remain. You can hold on, Ruan Tian exclaimed. 3 minutes. Could he truly endure? A hint of despair flickered within her. The thought of Jing Jinshu perishing before her eyes due to these crystal cores was a regret she could not bear. Now eligible for a 4-story upgrade, the cart has transformed into an automobile, capable of independent operation from the house. A series of notifications reverberating in her mind. Congratulations, host. The cart has reached level 40, and a teleportation function is now enabled. The shop's area has expanded. Now eligible for a 4-story upgrade. The cart has transformed into an automobile, capable of independent operation from the house. Reminder to the host. Due to your rapid upgrade, surpassing the hell mode, all rewards have been doubled. Before she could fully process her elation, the little Bai has evolved into its complete form. This deluge of notifications rendered Ruan Tian momentarily speechless. What an unexpected windfall. Reminder to the host. Due to your rapid upgrade, surpassing the hell mode, all rewards have been doubled. Before she could fully process her elation, Jing Jinshu's movements with the dagger intensified, both in force and precision. Any plant struck by his blade seemed to encounter a searing flame, shrieking in agony as they desperately sought to escape his lethal range. Yet he offered them no respite, resolutely guarding the entrance against any intruding flora. Yet, the house has automatically upgraded to a mobile castle, an additional reward for the host. The little bai has surpassed its complete form. Ruan Tian called out, "Little bai." In the blink of an eye, little bai materialized before her. Upon catching sight of little bai, her mouth fell agape. Now eligible for a 4-story upgrade. The cart has transformed into an automobile, capable of independent operation from the house. Ruan Tian called out, "Little bai." In the blink of an eye, little bai materialized before her. Upon catching sight of little bai, her mouth fell agape. Standing at an impressive 2 meters tall, its mere silhouette commanded an aura of dominance that could easily captivate anyone. Xiao Bai's limbs had grown significantly stronger and more robust, and its tail resembled a sweeping broom, no longer a mere pitiful stick. Ruan Tian swallowed hard, suppressing her astonishment, and exclaimed, "Is this still my familiar good boy?" Standing at an impressive 2 meters tall, its mere silhouette commanded an aura of dominance that could easily captivate anyone. Xiao Bai's limbs had grown significantly stronger and more robust. Ruan Tian was undeniably delighted at Xiao Bai's newfound strength, though she had not anticipated such a dramatic change. She coughed lightly and acknowledged, "Indeed, it is quite impressive. The house is automatically upgraded to a mobile castle, an additional reward for the host. The little bai has surpassed its complete form, possessing abilities and strength beyond the current stage. The host may view them at their discretion." The sudden influx of wealth left Ruan Tian in a state of shock, far beyond my expectations. Sensing Ruan Tian's thoughts, Xiao Bai turned slightly to glance at her. Just a glimpse of its profile left Ruan Tian entranced. Ruan Tian had questioned whether Xiao Bai's teeth could even penetrate a doorframe. Now it could effortlessly gnaw through even the thickest of bones. "Xiao Bai, go assist Jing Zhenshu," now radiating an allure that compelled admiration at first sight. It resembled the magnificent pets of game protagonists, exuding an aura of coolness and dominance. Previously, Ruan Tian had questioned whether Xiao Bai's teeth could even penetrate a doorframe. Now it could effortlessly gnaw through even the thickest of bones. "Xiao Bai, go assist Jing Zhenshu." They were the ghostly fires from hell itself. Now, Xiao Bai emanated a grand presence. With its assistance, Jing Zhenshu found a powerful ally. Its razor-sharp teeth tore through plants with ease, and being a fire attribute creature, it was the ultimate nemesis of vegetation. Furthermore, Xiao Bai's flames were not ordinary. They were the ghostly fires from hell itself. Now, Xiao Bai emanated a grand presence. With its assistance, Jing Zhenshu found a powerful ally, and the tide of the battle began to turn. Ruan Tian observed as Jing Zhenshu, upon awakening his second persona, transformed into a different individual, laughing maniacally while clearing the surrounding vegetation. The dagger he wielded seemed to be enveloped in flames that devoured and annihilated anything nearby. Why had she never encountered such flames before? After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure. There was no time to waste as Jing Zhenshu's wounds were worsening. This kind of power was beyond human capability, further piquing Ruan Tian's curiosity about Jing Zhenshu's flames. Where did his second persona originate? Why had she never encountered such flames before? After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure. There was no time to waste as Jing Zhenshu's wounds were worsening. She commanded. With a resounding howl, Xiao Bai responded, its voice imbued with authority. The transformation was astounding. Ruan Tian could hardly believe this was the same Xiao Bai. Jing Zhenshu would have already succumbed. Ruan Tian focused intently, devising a plan to save Jing Zhenshu, and suddenly recalled the powerful teleportation array. They were the ghostly fires from hell itself. Now, Xiao Bai emanated a grand presence. With its assistance, Jing Zhenshu found a powerful ally. You must understand that the level of this teleportation is somewhat limited. You cannot simply choose any destination. Ruan Tian realized that, in the future, she would possess such power. But for now, her capabilities were insufficient, allowing only random teleportation. "So you mean I can only teleport to places I have been before?" "Yes, that is correct." reminiscent of the pure black flames flickering at Xiao Bai's mouth. It felt as if the very souls of humans would be consumed by merely approaching the fire. This kind of power was beyond human capability, further piquing Ruan Tian's curiosity about Jing Zhenshu's flames. Where did his second persona originate? Exasperatedly placing a hand on her forehead. Yet the current circumstances left her no choice. She had to resort to this method. Despite Xiao Bai's assistance, the underground realm belonged to the plants, and ultimately, this duo would be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of vegetation. Without Xiao Bai's formidable strength. Teleport me now. Understood. In that instant, a colossal magical array materialized beneath their feet, enveloping the trio. The plants, intent on delivering a painful lesson to their targets. The system had mentioned it could teleport at will, hadn't it? System, where can I teleport to? She inquired hastily. System, well, you can teleport now. You must understand that the level of this teleportation is somewhat limited. You cannot simply choose any destination. Ruan Tian realized that, in the future, she would possess such power. But for now, her capabilities were insufficient, allowing only random teleportation. So you mean I can only teleport to places I have been before? Yes, that is correct. Recognizing it as the room she had previously shared with Jing Zhenshu, filled with numerous displays. This was not just any room. It was one of the most confidential places in the entire mechanical city. If discovered by the other robots, there would be no way to explain themselves. Recognizing it as the room she had previously shared with Jing Zhenshu, filled with numerous displays. This was not just any room. Delaying any longer would likely result in the loss of both Jing Zhenshu and Xiao Bai. Resolutely, she declared to the system, I've made up my mind. She heard the mechanical clattering of robot joints and the low whimpering of mechanical dogs outside the door. With a wry smile, she realized it was too late. Ruan Tian quickly supported Jing Zhenshu, attempting to guide him toward the door. However, the next moment, Chapter 182. You will forever be my most important one. Ruan Tian quickly grasped that the base was laden with surveillance. She discovered her surroundings, a place so familiar. She focused her gaze and realized she had arrived at Yuer's mechanical city. How had she suddenly come here? Chapter 182. You will forever be my most important one. Ruan Tian quickly grasped that the base was laden with surveillance. Listening for his heartbeat. It was still there, but the rhythm was alarmingly slow, as if he might lose at any moment. She lifted her head and surveyed the area. The moment the two appeared in Mechanical City, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding machines. Realizing there was no escape, Ruan Tian strained her brain to ponder how she might evade this calamity. As the machines drew nearer, her anxiety heightened. She clutched Jing Zhenshu tightly in her arms. Ruan Tian sighed softly. During the teleportation, Xiao Bai had automatically returned to its space. Now the area felt desolate, as if only she and Jing Zhenshu existed within it. Ruan Tian was resolute. She must ensure that Jing Zhenshu lived to leave Mechanical City. The mechanical beings, accompanied by mechanical dogs, had already entered the room. Ruan Tian's gaze fixated on the mechanical life emerging from the shadows, ready to summon Xiao Bai. In the next moment, the mechanical beings surged forward, and before Ruan Tian could call for Xiao Bai, one robot knelt before her, respectfully declaring, "Little Master, you have returned home." At these words, Ruan Tian was taken aback, questioning whether her ears were deceiving her. Little Master? When had she become the Little Master here? Initially, Ruan Tian was baffled, but soon realized the significance of the moment. It could be said that the entire mechanical city lay under your control, where any sign of heresy would not escape his notice. Thus, feeling a bit awkward, Ruan Tian replied, "I am not really a master. There's no need to call me that." Yet, these robots regarded her as a master figure. Ruan Tian had stowed the key in her storage space. Instinctively, she retrieved the key, and upon its sight, the other machines knelt before her, collectively exclaiming, "Master." Contemplating her strategies. If all else failed, there was still Xiao Bai. Should the machines attempt to attack, she could unleash Xiao Bai's ghostly flames to incinerate them. Understanding better than anyone the immense importance of the key that could unlock Yuer's life essence and mechanical heart, one of the older-looking robots stood up and, in a remarkably human gesture, bowed deeply to Ruan Tian, exuding politeness. I shall summon you immediately. Ruan Tian smiled gratefully, realizing that the only one who could save Jingjinshu was your. Thank you. Please hurry and help me see your. Understood. In less than half an hour, questioning whether her ears were deceiving her. Little Master? When had she become the Little Master here? Initially, Ruan Tian was baffled, but soon realized the significance of the moment. She recalled that on the eve of her departure, Yer had slipped something into her hand, a key that could unlock his mechanical heart. At that time, requiring no prompt from Ruan Tian, he commanded the supervising robot to step forward. Take this person underground for proper treatment. Received, Master. The supervising robot moved forward and escorted Jingjinshu away. Ruan Tian finally let out a long breath, but before she could fully process the situation, just as she racked her brain for a way to elucidate things to Jingjinshu, he continued, There is no need for explanations. I trust you. Then, Ruan Tian smiled sheepishly. Explaining would be far too intricate, and she found herself at a loss for words. Just as she racked her brain for a way to elucidate things to Jingjinshu, he continued, There is no need for explanations. I trust you. Then, realizing that the only one who could save Jingjinshu was your. Thank you. Please hurry and help me see your. Understood. In less than half an hour, the door was pushed open once more. Yor's figure appeared before Ruan Tian. After such a long time, he looked just as he had before, unchanged. He approached Ruan Tian. Ruan Tian was less concerned about her own state and more worried about Jingjinshu. But Jingjinshu? At this point, Ruan Tian realized she was quite dirty. Her hands instinctively pressed down on the blanket, soiling its once immaculate surface. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hands, attempting to stand. The supervising robot moved forward and escorted Jingjinshu away. Ruan Tian finally let out a long breath, but before she could fully process the situation, Ruan Tian realized she was quite dirty. Her hands instinctively pressed down on the blanket, soiling its once immaculate surface. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hands, attempting to stand. Ruan Tian smiled sheepishly. Explaining would be far too intricate, and she found herself at a loss for words. The sound of running water echoed from within. While you adjusted the water temperature, Ruan Tian surveyed the room and noticed that since her departure, he effortlessly picked Ruan Tian up in a princess carry and headed towards his room. Hey! Ruan Tian instinctively clutched the fabric of your chest, gazing up at him in confusion. Where are we going? You replied calmly, You are filthy. First a bath, then a meal. You gradually grew fond of flower arranging, as if each time he planted flowers. Are you still worried about Jingjinshu? You seemed indifferent to whether Jingjinshu would survive, although he would do his utmost to save him. You gradually grew fond of flower arranging, as if each time he planted flowers, he could feel the warmth of their moments together, a warmth akin to the miraculous fireflies that burst forth in the midst of winter, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and grasp them. Your truly cherished Ruan Tian, and if he could, he wished to remain by her side for eternity. Before long, you emerged from the bathroom, walking towards Ruan Tian after adjusting the water temperature. Ruan Tian noticed the mud that had stained Yor's previously immaculate clothes, remnants of their earlier encounter. As you approached to embrace her, Ruan Tian hastily protested, You don't have to carry me. I can walk in by myself. The sound of running water echoed from within. While you adjusted the water temperature, Ruan Tian surveyed the room and noticed that since her departure, others do not matter. Only you are important. At first glance, these words resembled a confession. Ruan Tian's heart raced uncontrollably, and she discreetly lifted her gaze to study Yor's expression. He remained unchanged, his demeanor calm despite the slightly suggestive words, leaving her unable to discern any difference. Embarrassed, Ruan Tian scratched her head. Though she genuinely wished to refuse Yor, she ultimately succumbed to his insistence. Yor carried Ruan Tian into the bathroom, where the walls were shrouded in steam, and the scent of dampness enveloped them. Yor's magnetic voice resonated in Ruan Tian's ears. This is spring water. It will help relieve your fatigue. Spring water? Evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and grasp them. Your truly cherished Ruan Tian, and if he could, he wished to remain by her side for eternity. Before long, Yuera placed Ruan Tian beside the bathtub, ensuring that her change of clothes and bathing essentials were neatly arranged. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the shelf adjacent to the tub, indicating that everything she might need was right there for her to take at her leisure. Before Ruan Tian could express her gratitude, Yuera turned and quietly exited, gently closing the bathroom door behind him to allow her to relax in the bath. She turned. Others do not matter. Only you are important. At first glance, these words resembled a confession. Ruan Tian's heart raced uncontrollably, and she discreetly lifted her gaze to study Yuera's expression, relishing the soothing embrace of the spring water. Yuera was indeed remarkable. Among all the individuals vying for her attention, he was the one who seemed most at ease. It was as Ruan Tian had stated. Yuera lived the safest and most pleasurable existence among them all. As she pondered her next steps, and the scent of dampness enveloped them. Yuera's magnetic voice resonated in Ruan Tian's ears. This is spring water. It will help relieve your fatigue. Spring water? The shapes of those crystalline cores were undeniably strange. Ruan Tian had encountered second-tier cores before. Yuera placed Ruan Tian beside the bathtub, ensuring that her change of clothes and bathing essentials were neatly arranged. He raised his hand. These symbols bore a striking resemblance to codes she had seen online. This connection piqued her curiosity, and coupled with the system's earlier erratic reactions, audacious thoughts began to take root in her mind. Could it be that this core was not meant to be discovered by me at this time? Would seizing something that did not belong to her lead to adverse consequences? Merely contemplating this sent a jolt through her, and she massaged her temples in distress. Nevertheless, she resolved to embrace her current situation. As the saying goes, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. If something were to transpire, it was as Ruan Tian had stated. Yuera lived the safest and most pleasurable existence among them all. As she pondered her next steps, she resolved to embrace her current situation. As the saying goes, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. If something were to transpire, the shapes of those crystalline cores were undeniably strange. Ruan Tian had encountered second-tier cores before. She donned the outfit Yuera had prepared for her. Upon catching her reflection in the mirror, she fell momentarily silent. This attire seemed excessively pink, did it not? Ruan Tian suspected that Yuera had misjudged her preferences. She was not particularly fond of pink. Yet, the garments he had chosen were indeed a bright. Audacious thoughts began to take root in her mind. Could it be that this core was not meant to be discovered by me at this time? If for some inexplicable reason, I stumbled upon it, rendering it a glitch? Ruan Tian furrowed her brow, gazing down at the spring water in the tub. This was not the self she recognized. Outside, Yuera noticed the sound of water had ceased, and after a prolonged silence, he grew concerned. He approached the bathroom door and knocked gently. Is everything all right, Ruan Tian? Is the size of the clothing not suitable? Hastily, Ruan Tian replied, no. The fit is perfect. She resolved to embrace her current situation. As the saying goes, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. If something were to transpire, she would devise a strategy then. For now, Ruan Tian chose to set aside her concerns and focus on enjoying her long-awaited bath. After half an hour, it suits you very well. Reassured by his words, Ruan Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. That's a relief. Noticing she was barefoot, Yuera approached her. Did it not? Ruan Tian suspected that Yuera had misjudged her preferences. She was not particularly fond of pink. Yet, the garments he had chosen were indeed a bright. It suits you very well. Reassured by his words, Ruan Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. That's a relief. Noticing she was barefoot, Yuera approached her, bending slightly to lift her effortlessly into his arms, carrying her towards the sofa. The once messy blanket on the floor had been tidied, appearing immaculate. This was not the self she recognized. Outside, Yuera noticed the sound of water had ceased, and after a prolonged silence, he grew concerned. He approached the bathroom door and knocked gently. Is everything all right, Ruan Tian? Is the size of the clothing not suitable? Hastily, Ruan Tian replied, no. The fit is perfect. I feel like there's a bit of ambiguity between us. You are overthinking it, Yuera replied, producing a cup of warm milk he had prepared earlier, gently placing it in her hands. Sweetened with honey, it promised comfort and warmth. Drinking this will make you feel much better. Ruan Tian obediently cradled the warm milk, Recognizing that despite Yuer's calm demeanor, he was unlikely to let her go anytime soon. With no alternative, she settled into his embrace, quietly sipping the milk. Though neither spoke, the atmosphere between them was devoid of tension. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, Yuer grasped a damp strand of her hair and, in his characteristic even tone, inquired, "Ruan Tian, who was the person you returned with? You seem quite close." Startled, Ruan Tian paused mid-sip, her eyes blinking in surprise. The once light-hearted atmosphere evaporated, leaving behind a palpable tension. Chapter 184. Where is Ruan Tian? Ruan Tian found herself at a loss for words when confronted by Yuer. Even though nearly every target of her strategy had posed this question before, she lowered her head in a tangle of emotions and murmured, "I can't quite say. I asked you if I was a unique presence in your life. Do you recall your response? At that time, I feel like there's a bit of ambiguity between us." "You are overthinking it," Yuer replied, producing a cup of warm milk he had prepared earlier, gently placing it in her hands. Sweetened with honey, it promised comfort and warmth. "Drinking this will make you feel much better." Ruan Tian obediently cradled the warm milk. Ruan Tian had indeed stated that they all held significance for her. Ruan Tian desperately wished to reveal the existence of the system, yet the words remained unuttered. The atmosphere between them was devoid of tension. Instead, it was imbued with a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, Yuer grasped a damp strand of her hair and Yuer chose not to press her further, instead offering a gentle smile and steering the conversation away. Regardless of who Jing Jinshu was or what their relationship entailed, she wondered how he was faring and whether his condition had improved. What if his wounds did not heal properly? Jing Jinshu's situation appeared to be more complex. Ruan Tian sensed that Yuer harbored discomfort within, and as she absent-mindedly sipped her sweet milk, her thoughts drifted to Jing Jinshu. She wondered how he was faring and whether his condition had improved. What if his wounds did not heal properly? Jing Jinshu's situation appeared to be more complex. He harbored another personality within him. When this second persona awakened, where would the primary personality, the Jing Jinshu Ruan Tian knew, go? A torrent of speculation surged within Ruan Tian, and her worries distracted her to the extent that Yuer noticed her preoccupation while drinking milk. "You're concerned about Jing Jinshu's current state," Yuer observed. Ruan Tian had indeed stated that they all held significance for her. Ruan Tian desperately wished to reveal the existence of the system, yet the words remained unuttered. How could such a secret be divulged so easily? Even the system faced considerable repercussions for disclosing forbidden information. What fate awaited her? Observing her reluctance, Yuer chose not to press her further, instead offering a gentle smile and steering the conversation away. Regardless of who Jing Jinshu was or what their relationship entailed, as long as he was present, no one would dare to harm Ruan Tian. Once Jing Jinshu awakens, he would assess the man's true capabilities. But such treatment only addresses physical ailments and cannot assist with mental health, Yuer explained, gently taking the cup from Ruan Tian's hand and placing it on the table. She wondered how he was faring and whether his condition had improved. What if his wounds did not heal properly? Jing Jinshu's situation appeared to be more complex. He harbored another personality within him. When this second persona awakened, where would the primary personality, the Jing Jinshu Ruan Tian knew, go? A torrent of speculation surged within Ruan Tian. I cannot allow Jing Jinshu's primary personality to disappear like this. I must see how he is doing. Ruan Tian stood abruptly, determined to seek out Jing Jinshu. However, she knew Yuer spoke the truth. In such a moment, she could not continue to act recklessly. Sensing her hesitation, Yuer's demeanor softened as he comforted her. It would be best to recuperate first. Yet, Ruan Tian was genuinely concerned for Jing Jinshu and found herself at a loss for a counterargument. She knew Yuer spoke the truth. In such a moment, she could not continue to act recklessly. Sensing her hesitation, Yuer's demeanor softened as he comforted her. I understand your deep concern for Jing Jinshu, but your health is equally important. If you were to fall ill, what would happen then? But such treatment only addresses physical ailments and cannot assist with mental health, Yuer explained, gently taking the cup from Ruan Tian's hand and placing it on the table. She should prioritize her own well-being before worrying about others. Having come to this realization, Ruan Tian calmed her racing thoughts. Ruan Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, whispering, "Is it appropriate for me to sleep on your bed?" Yue replied nonchalantly, "Of course it is appropriate. I cannot allow Jing Jinshu's primary personality to disappear like this. I must see how he is doing." Ruan Tian stood abruptly, determined to seek out Jing Jinshu. However, Yue grasped her hand and calmly advised, "Your emotions are currently unstable, and you have not had sufficient rest." After all the back and forth, Ruan Tian realized that she was indeed overreacting. Yue's indifference suggested that nothing of great consequence had occurred. Relaxing, she nestled into Yue's bed. Initially, in stark contrast to her own flustered demeanor, he seemed completely unfazed, as if their relationship was purely platonic. Reflecting on her own attitude, "I understand your deep concern for Jing Jinshu, but your health is equally important. If you were to fall ill, what would happen then?" Turning to gaze at her peaceful profile, in slumber, her expression radiated tranquility and innocence, instilling a sense of comfort. Gently brushing his fingers over Ruan Tian's cheek, unable to awaken for a while, Yue softly called out, "Ruan Tian." Those deeply asleep could hardly respond. He lay down beside her, resolving to heed Yue's advice and take a restorative sleep. Only through proper rest could she regain the energy required to tackle other issues. He observed her for a moment before rising silently and exiting the room. At the door awaited a robot, standing attentively. It addressed Yue. "The individual has awakened." Ruan Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, whispering, "Is it appropriate for me to sleep on your bed?" Yue replied nonchalantly, "Of course it is appropriate." His expression shifting from the usual warmth and brightness to one of defiance and a touch of darkness. He slowly inquired, "Where is Ruan Tian?" There was no place in this apocalyptic realm more advanced than his medical facility. Jing Jinshu had regained consciousness. Upon noticing the arrival of a visitor, he glanced sideways. His expression shifting from the usual warmth and brightness to one of defiance and a touch of darkness. He slowly inquired, "Where is Ruan Tian?" She wasn't particularly tired, but as her body made contact with the warm bedding, weariness enveloped her, and it wasn't long before she fell into a deep slumber. Unable to awaken for a while, Yue softly called out, "Ruan Tian." Those deeply asleep could hardly respond. He lay down beside her, realizing that the advanced technology present was far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, thereby awakening to the true nature of Yue's identity. He continued, "What given the right to be so close to Ruan Tian?" Their mutual disdain intensified. Yue, however, shed his usual indifference. Yue had also established a similar promise with Ruan Tian. Thus, the two exchanged glances, each filled with suspicion and discomfort, silently pondering, "Who is this man? What gives him the right to be so close to Ruan Tian?" Their mutual disdain intensified. Yue, however, shed his usual indifference. "Who do you think you are? Don't assume I am unaware of your hidden feelings for Ruan Tian. What sort of relationship do you even share with her? To accuse me at such a moment? Do you think yourself impressive?" At Yue's words, Jing Jinshu's expression darkened progressively. His already foul demeanor deepened. "And what about you?" Charged with the impulse to engage in physical confrontation should one dare to assert any connection with Ruan Tian. After a silent standoff lasting 3 minutes, Yue eventually relaxed. He discerned that the person before him was undoubtedly formidable, indeed the highest commander in this place. Upon regaining consciousness, Jing Jinshu swiftly surveyed his surroundings. Charged with the impulse to engage in physical confrontation should one dare to assert any connection with Ruan Tian. After a silent standoff lasting 3 minutes, Yue eventually relaxed. His second personality far from easily subdued. "You ought to be grateful to me. If I hadn't rescued Ruan Tian, she would not have survived to this day. If not for your protection of Ruan Tian, I would have had no reason to safeguard you. Are you implying that I should express gratitude?" Jing Jinshu was unyielding. What gives him the right to be so close to Ruan Tian? Their mutual disdain intensified. Yue, however, shed his usual indifference, letting out a light laugh that revealed an unexpectedly radiant smile. "Is this something you can oversee? And who do you consider yourself in relation to Ruan Tian? Do you genuinely believe she will still harbor affection for you then?" With that, he departed, leaving Jing Jinshu alone in the medical room. Ruan Tian slumbered until evening, her spirit slightly rejuvenated. Upon opening her eyes, she found you were seated beside her and couldn't help but inquire, how is Jingjinshu? Throughout her dreams, by what right do you admonish me? The atmosphere between them was palpably tense, her spirit slightly rejuvenated. Upon opening her eyes, she found you were seated beside her and couldn't help but inquire, how is Jingjinshu? Throughout her dreams, she attempted to rise from the bed, but Jingjinshu halted her. The basement is quite cold, and you aren't wearing socks. If not for your protection of Ruan Tian, I would have had no reason to safeguard you. Are you implying that I should express gratitude? Jingjinshu was unyielding, his second personality far from easily subdued. You ought to be grateful to me. If I hadn't rescued Ruan Tian, she would not have survived to this day. My motives were solely to save her, nothing more. Neither could persuade the other, both wearing equally sour expressions. Ultimately, you were lost interest in the dialogue. He kicked the stool aside, stood up, and fixed his gaze upon Jingjinshu, delivering his final remark. Physically, you may be unscathed, but mentally, too shy to meet Yuer's gaze. All right, I shall take you downstairs. Seizing the moment before Ruan Tian could react, Yuer effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. He gently yet firmly secured the socks on her feet. Once the socks were on, Ruan Tian's face flushed a deep crimson, and she covered her cheeks, pondering what difference it made whether she wore socks or not. She wished to express her discomfort with the situation. Yet, Yuer gazed down at her with calm assurance, asking. She gasped softly, finding herself cradled in his arms. Ruan Tian yearned to question the appropriateness of such a carry. With his declaration, Ruan Tian found it difficult to press her point further and simply nodded in agreement. Truthfully, she had grown somewhat accustomed to being carried about in such a manner. They navigated the familiar route to the basement, and upon entering, Ruan Tian immediately sensed a further drop in temperature. Yuer remained focused, leading her to the treatment room. Initially intending to enter directly, he paused when Ruan Tian adamantly refused to comply. Please set me down. If Jingjinshu sees me like this, it will be quite the misunderstanding. Yuer noted her determination, refraining from further inquiry. With a faint smile, he allowed her to descend. He gestured for the butler to fetch Ruan Tian's shoes. Once she was fully attired, he permitted her to enter the room. At last, Ruan Tian beheld Jingjinshu, who appeared slightly more gaunt and his spirit noticeably diminished. Remembering Yuer's prior warning about Jingjinshu's significant psychological trauma and the dire consequences of neglecting treatment, she instinctively moved closer, her hand reaching out to touch his cheek. The slumbering figure stirred at her proximity, eyes snapping open to fixate intently on her. Startled by his sudden reaction, pondering what difference it made whether she wore socks or not, she wished to express her discomfort with the situation. Yet, Yuer gazed down at her with calm assurance, asking, as if he aimed to meld her into his very being. In response, Ruan Tian gently patted his back, seeking to soothe him. Jingjinshu, how are you feeling now? With his declaration, Ruan Tian found it difficult to press her point further and simply nodded in agreement. Truthfully, after all, he was Jingjinshu, yet not the true Jingjinshu. His second personality was far from endearing to anyone. Is there any improvement? He responded with a low murmur, unable to suppress the thought of whether Ruan Tian would find him repulsive were she to witness his current state. He paused when Ruan Tian adamantly refused to comply. Please set me down. If Jingjinshu sees me like this, it would be quite the misunderstanding. Yuer noted her determination, refraining from further inquiry. With a faint smile, he allowed her to descend. He gestured for the butler to fetch Ruan Tian's shoes. Once she was fully attired, so he silently averted his gaze. Ruan Tian embraced Jingjinshu, her gentle hands gliding down his upright spine as she spoke. Why aren't you talking to me? Is your body still feeling unwell? Ruan Tian's concern for Jingjinshu was palpable, and the more tenderness she exhibited, the more discomfort swelled within him. He was astonished to realize that Ruan Tian's presence could stir such emotions within him. Jingjinshu was becoming somewhat unlike his former self, yet he was unwilling to retreat. When he transformed into his second personality, he only cared about his own feelings, dismissing the concerns of others entirely. Yet now, He was astonished to realize that Ruan Tian's presence could stir such emotions within him. Jing Jinshu was becoming somewhat unlike his former self, yet he was unwilling to retreat. Jing Jinshu pressed his lips together and quietly acknowledged, "All right, I understand." Ruan Tian continued to hold him tightly, softly saying, "If there's anything troubling you," already understanding what Jing Jinshu was truly feeling. Even if you have become your second personality, you are still you, unchanged from before. Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, Jing Jinshu pressed his lips together and quietly acknowledged, "All right, I understand." Ruan Tian continued to hold him tightly, softly saying, "If there's anything troubling you, you can share it with me. Don't bear it alone. In my heart, you are still Jing Jinshu, just as you were before, without any difference." Her words served as a stabilizing anchor, gradually calming Jing Jinshu's racing heart. "You should tell me how your body is feeling now. Is it any better than before?" Two personalities resided within him. The dominant Jing Jinshu's desire to save Ruan Tian was so intense that it gradually caused a depletion within his own being. He gently pressed his lips together and finally revealed his thoughts. "This time, my spirit has been greatly impacted. It likely won't recover quickly." Indeed, as Jing Jinshu stated, he was astonished to realize that Ruan Tian's presence could stir such emotions within him. Jing Jinshu was becoming somewhat unlike his former self, yet he was unwilling to retreat. In the midst of this crisis, if a healing presence did not soon emerge, the original Jing Jinshu risked perishing. Ruan Tian understood this all too well and knew how to save Jing Jinshu. Taking a deep breath, she instructed him, "Wait for me here." The second personality of Jing Jinshu gently squeezed Ruan Tian's fingers, appearing obedient in his response. Ruan Tian began to call upon the system. "That will suffice." Ruan Tian grasped Jing Jinshu's hand, forcefully tilting his chin upwards as she cheerfully reassured him, "Don't worry, I've found a way to heal you. You will soon be saved." Jing Jinshu was still unaccustomed to maintaining eye contact with Ruan Tian as his second personality, instinctively looking away to evade conversation. Yet, "That will suffice." Ruan Tian grasped Jing Jinshu's hand, forcefully tilting his chin upwards as she cheerfully reassured him, "Don't worry, I've found a way to heal you." He gently pressed his lips together and finally revealed his thoughts. "This time, my spirit has been greatly impacted. It likely won't recover quickly." Indeed, as Jing Jinshu stated, fearing an emotional outburst from him, "Stay here while I speak with you, or otherwise, he will worry." After uttering these words, in the midst of this crisis, if a healing presence did not soon emerge, the original Jing Jinshu risked perishing. Ruan Tian understood this all too well and knew how to save Jing Jinshu. Taking a deep breath, she instructed him, "Wait for me here. I have no intention of leaving you behind." Jing Jinshu recognized that his emotions were too fragile to cling to Ruan Tian, so he pressed his lips together and gradually released her. "Be good. I'll be back soon." Ruan Tian left quickly, leaving the room in silence. The system quickly grasped her intention and replied, "Yes, host, you can freely teleport to previously encountered targets. However, you currently have only 3 random teleports available." "Only 3?" So he pressed his lips together and gradually released her. "Be good. I'll be back soon." Ruan Tian left quickly, leaving the room in silence. He had said nothing, merely fixing her with an emotionless gaze that felt as though he could see straight through her. This perception left Ruan Tian feeling unnerved. It seemed he could scarcely endure another moment. Finally, Ruan Tian returned. Her expression bore the relief of escaping disaster. During her conversation with Yuer, he had said nothing, merely fixing her with an emotionless gaze that felt as though he could see straight through her. This perception left Ruan Tian feeling unnerved. Simply uttered a quiet "good." After this single word, he turned away without pausing or glancing back. Ruan Tian knew she had to focus on Jing Jinshu's well-being before addressing Yuer later. Upon re-entering the room, she found Jing Jinshu's emotions in turmoil. Ruan Tian hurried over to embrace him. "What's wrong? Is your body unwell again?" She felt oddly maternal in her concern. Jing Jinshu gazed up at her and quietly expressed, "Can you please just belong to me? Seeing you with other men drives me to madness." Ruan Tian hurried over to embrace him. "What's wrong? Is your body unwell again?" She felt oddly maternal in her concern. Jing Jinshu gazed up at her and quietly expressed, "Can you please just belong to me? Seeing you with other men drives me to madness." All 5 of her targets were exasperatingly challenging. The system, perhaps sensing Ruan Tian's thoughts, suddenly interjected, "Host, you are mistaken. There are currently 6 targets." What? He had said nothing, merely fixing her with an emotionless gaze that felt as though he could see straight through her. This perception left Ruan Tian feeling unnerved. Ruan Tian's brows furrowed in disbelief. "May I inquire when the 7th target will appear?" The system replied, "I cannot say. It may have already manifested." Ruan Tian could comprehend the first statement, but found the latter utterly perplexing. The 7th target of she was completely oblivious to the information, simply uttered a quiet "good." After this single word, he turned away without pausing or glancing back. Ruan Tian could comprehend the first statement, but found the latter utterly perplexing. The 7th target of she was completely oblivious to the information. Ruan Tian hurried over to embrace him. "What is wrong? Is your body unwell again?" She felt oddly maternal in her concern. Jing Jinshu gazed up at her and quietly expressed, "Can you please just belong to me? Seeing you with other men drives me to madness." Teleportation array has been initiated. Beneath their feet, an impressively intricate magical array materialized, composed of countless complex and bizarre lines, shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence. And Ruan Tian grasped Jing Jinshu's hand. Who would have thought that the activation of the teleportation system would occur in such a simple manner? "System, we can teleport now." Standing outside, immediately pushed the door open, intending to enter, only to witness Ruan Tian and Jing Jinshu vanishing right before his eyes. These lines appeared to possess a consciousness of their own, continuously flowing and shifting, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure and awe. The commotion was so pronounced that he had not left at all. Instead, he had silently returned from the corridor's corner, standing before the door. Should any untoward noise emanate from within the room? Before he could extend a hand, Ruan Tian had already disappeared. Ruan Tian. Yu'er was rarely flustered. In fact, after parting ways with Ruan Tian, he had not left at all. Instead, he had silently returned from the corridor's corner, standing before the door. Should any untoward noise emanate from within the room? She did not require excessive protection from him. Since she had chosen this course of action, there must be a reason behind it. For now, he resolved to trust her. Ruan Tian harbored many secrets, and while he was aware of the depths of her hidden truths, he would refrain from probing further out of respect. She did not require excessive protection from him. Since she had chosen this course of action, there must be a reason behind it. For now, he resolved to trust her. Teleportation array has been initiated. Beneath their feet, an impressively intricate magical array materialized, composed of countless complex and bizarre lines, shimmering with an enigmatic luminescence. He would wait until Ruan Tian chose to reveal them in her own time. Let be, there was no need to rush. Calmness settled over Yu'er as he placed his faith in Ruan Tian. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian marveled at the technological sophistication of the magical array, only to find herself atop a towering high-rise. This building, soaring over 30 meters, seemed so close to the clouds that she could almost touch them. Jing Jinshu had succumbed to unconsciousness. His recovery was incomplete, and the teleportation had rendered him dizzy. Ruan Tian cautiously laid him down on the ground, ensuring he was comfortable. He would have rushed in without hesitation. But who could have anticipated that it was not Jing Jinshu who had acted against Yu'er, but rather Ruan Tian herself, exuding a tragic aura of despair. "Ah Dan, do you think Ruan Tian truly cares for us? Does she?" His tone was laced with deep sighs, revealing his inner turmoil. She did not require excessive protection from him. Since she had chosen this course of action, there must be a reason behind it. For now, he resolved to trust her. Where had he procured such a precious commodity? Before she could express her astonishment, Bai Chulan leaned down to kiss the egg nestled in his arms, adding, "Look at your mother. Does she truly harbor feelings for us?" Wait. Ruan Tian was taken aback, incredulous at being referred to as the egg's mother. Cautiously, calmness settled over Yu'er as he placed his faith in Ruan Tian. Meanwhile, Ruan Tian marveled at the technological sophistication of the magical array, only to find herself atop a towering high-rise. This building, soaring over 30 meters, seemed so close to the clouds that she could almost touch them. She swallowed hard, concealing her trepidation, and softly declared, "It's me." Upon hearing her voice, the menace dissipated from Bai Chulin's demeanor, leaving him stunned, staring at Ruan Tian, likely surprised to see her at that moment. "Son, am I hallucinating?" Bai Chulan murmured, kissing the angel egg again before looking closely at Ruan Tian, as if testing her reality. "I am indeed Ruan Tian. After upgrading the small card, I can teleport at will, so I came to find you." Beside him were several cans of beer, and he cradled the angel egg that Ruan Tian had gifted him. From the angle she observed, Bai Chulan resembled a forlorn figure. He heard Ruan Tian's voice again. Actually, I came to find you to rescue someone." At her words, the smile on Bai Chulin's face gradually faded. To be honest, Ruan Tian had never encountered this side of Bai Chulan, especially with the beer at his feet, which was entirely out of character for him. Moreover, he heard Ruan Tian's voice again. Actually, I came to find you to rescue someone." At her words, the smile on Bai Chulin's face gradually faded. After a light chuckle, he continued, "So it's a male, is it? Who might he be to you this time? Your benefactor, perhaps?" Chapter 188. The Third Order Zombie King? Ruan Tian was unaware of how many saviors she had. Bai Chulan thought to himself and genuinely inquired, "Ruan Tian," after a light chuckle, he continued, "So it's a male, is it? Who might he be to you this time? Your benefactor, perhaps?" Chapter 188. The Third Order Zombie King? She swallowed hard, concealing her trepidation, and softly declared, "It's me." Upon hearing her voice, the menace dissipated from Bai Chulin's demeanor, leaving him stunned, staring at Ruan Tian. "Just how many benefactors do you have that I am unaware of?" Ruan Tian lowered her head, unable to meet Bai Chulin's gaze, and nervously whistled. "No, you must have misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Bai Chulan stood up, pointing at Jing Jinshu, who lay behind Ruan Tian, and sneered, "Do you still dare to say I misunderstood?" Bai Chulin's heart swelled with joy at the thought that Ruan Tian had just mastered teleportation and rushed to seek him out. It was genuinely touching. However, the next moment, he heard Ruan Tian's voice again. Actually, I came to find you to rescue someone." At her words, the smile on Bai Chulin's face gradually faded. Jing Jinshu was sprawled on the ground, positioned as if carefully placed, afraid of any slight mistake. Bai Chulin's finger precisely pointed at Jing Jinshu as he inquired, "Why don't you tell me who this person is to you?" Ruan Tian's embarrassment was nearly palpable, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing as she murmured, "He saved my life. Without Jing Jinshu, I would have likely perished long ago. He and I are innocent." To emphasize her point, she stressed the word innocent. Then, "Ruan Tian, can you explain why all your saviors are remarkably handsome? Even I, Bai Chulan, am quite the looker." Ruan Tian was at a loss for words, her head bowed, resembling a child chastised by their parents, meek and compliant. Seeing her demeanor, "I don't have as many as you say. In truth, I have very few, just a handful. Is it a little bit or just a smidgen?" It was only natural that she would encounter individuals of significant stature. Forget it, Bai Chulan thought. His inquiry was merely a passing comment. Bai Chulan's heart softened. He understood that someone as exceptional as Ruan Tian shone like a rising sun in the post-apocalyptic world, have been well treated, but the psychological scars are not so easily healed. He elegantly crouched down, gazing at Bai Chulan for a moment while still cradling the angel egg. "Why don't you tell me who this person is to you?" Ruan Tian's embarrassment was nearly palpable. "Have been well treated, but the psychological scars are not so easily healed." He elegantly crouched down, gazing at Bai Chulan for a moment while still cradling the angel egg. "What if you give my son to someone else?" Ruan Tian was taken aback. How had it become Bai Chulin's son? She tentatively tried to explain. Her gaze fell upon the angel egg cradled in Jing Jinshu's arms. "Shall I hold the egg for you?" But Bai Chulan was unwilling to part with the egg. "What if you give my son to someone else?" Ruan Tian was taken aback. How did it become Bai Chulin's son? She tentatively tried to explain. "Bai Chulan, am quite the looker." Ruan Tian was at a loss for words, her head bowed, resembling a child chastised by their parents, meek and compliant. Seeing her demeanor, intertwined and gradually formed a warm sphere, which he gently pushed toward Jing Jinshu's chest. As the light made contact, it slowly dissipated, transforming into something reminiscent of a healing spring. There, that should suffice. After expending his powers, Bai Chulan appeared somewhat fatigued. Ruan Tian hurried over, scrutinizing his expression, intertwined and gradually formed a warm sphere, which he gently pushed toward Jing Jinshu's chest. As the light made contact, it slowly dissipated, and if Bai Chulan did not seize such a splendid opportunity, it would be unjust given his careful thoughts about her. Thus, upon hearing her words, and cautiously asked, "Are you all right? Do you need to lean on me for a moment?" This was an offer Ruan Tian had made herself, and if Bai Chulan did not seize such a splendid opportunity, it would be unjust given his careful thoughts about her. Thus, upon hearing her words, Bai Chulan already had an answer in mind, but he chose to remain reserved, merely nodding. "All right, but remember, it was you who suggested I lie down." Bai Chulan did not hesitate to lay his head on her lap, savoring the softness of her leg, and gradually closed his eyes. Ruan Tian even took the time to massage his forehead, soothing away his discomfort. Remarkably, with Ruan Tian's assistance, Bai Chulan began to drift into slumber, yet amusingly. Even in sleep, he still clutched the egg. Ruan Tian gazed at the angel egg for several seconds before finally voicing her curiosity. Ruan Tian even took the time to massage his forehead, soothing away his discomfort. Remarkably, with Ruan Tian's assistance, Bai Chulan began to drift into slumber, yet amusingly. Even in sleep, he still clutched the egg. Ruan Tian gazed at the angel egg for several seconds before finally voicing her curiosity, wondering how the egg had come to be considered Bai Chulan's son. Moreover, it seemed he genuinely treasured the egg as his beloved. After some time, and if Bai Chulan did not seize such a splendid opportunity, it would be unjust given his careful thoughts about her. Thus, upon hearing her words, Bai Chulan already had an answer in mind, but he chose to remain reserved, merely nodding. "All right, but remember, it was you who suggested I lie down." Ruan Tian noticed that Bai Chulan seemed to be resting well, and she finally mustered the courage to voice her lingering doubts. "Bai Chulan, why are you here? This is a tall building, so far from the ground. What would happen if you fell?" Noticing Ruan Tian's anxious demeanor, Bai Chulan kept his eyes closed and replied lazily, "Because a third-order zombie king is about to awaken here." Ruan Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? A third-order zombie king?" Ruan Tian even took the time to massage his forehead, soothing away his discomfort. Remarkably, with Ruan Tian's assistance, Bai Chulan began to drift into slumber, yet amusingly. She calculated in her mind that it was indeed almost time for the red moon tide again, and given that this was the late stage of the apocalypse, the emergence of a zombie king was not particularly surprising. Her curiosity piqued. "What exactly did you come to find this zombie king for?" Bai Chulan pointed to the egg in his arms and stated matter-of-factly, "Naturally, it is to ensure my son is well fed. It is at a crucial stage of absorption, and using the crystal core of a third-tier zombie to help it grow a bit more is quite beneficial. Don't you think?" Ruan Tian noticed that Bai Chulan seemed to be resting well, and she finally mustered the courage to voice her lingering doubts. "Bai Chulan, why are you here?" Bai Chulan, eager before the red moon tide struck, scampered over, cradling the egg while perched atop a high building, inquiring whether Ruan Tian liked it. This series of events was both bewildering and yet somehow reasonable. Bai Chulan slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Ruan Tian. Bai Chulan, eager before the red moon tide struck, scampered over, cradling the egg while perched atop a high building, inquiring whether Ruan Tian liked it. She calculated in her mind that it was indeed almost time for the red moon tide again, and given that this was the late stage of the apocalypse, a rare hint of doubt flickering in his expression, he squinted and asked, "If I successfully raise our son, you want to give him to another man, will you?" Ruan Tian replied, "How could that be possible? How could she ever give him to another man? No, that sounded odd." She cleared her throat, and using the crystal core of a third-tier zombie to help it grow a bit more is quite beneficial. Don't you think? No one else witnessed Bai Chulan's demeanor at that moment, lest a conflict arise. Moreover, it was not just the third-tier zombie king they were facing. For some reason, the way those words rolled off Bai Chulan's tongue felt rather infuriating, as if he was reveling in something. Thankfully, no one else witnessed Bai Chulan's demeanor at that moment, lest a conflict arise. Moreover, it was not just the third-tier zombie king they were facing. There were also numerous second-tier zombies and first-tier cannon fodder zombies, whose crystal cores could serve as tools to upgrade their little cart. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian realized it made some sense. She immediately nodded. "All right, then I shall stay with you." Bai Chulan nodded in satisfaction. Ruan Tian sighed, shaking her head. However, this zombie tide was different from the previous ones, as there hadn't been the existence of a third-tier zombie before. "But just the two of us might not be enough, right?" The smile at the corners of Bai Chulan's lips gradually faded. "Wasn't there still one on the ground?" Ruan Tian sighed, shaking her head. However, this zombie tide was different from the previous ones, as there hadn't been the existence of a third-tier zombie before. This time was indeed unique. While Ruan Tian was uncertain about the combat prowess of a third-tier zombie king, she was certain it would be extraordinarily terrifying. From a certain perspective, the three of them were indeed formidable, but how could they withstand such a multitude of zombies? It was nearly an impossible task. Thus, Ruan Tian began to brainstorm. This was a prime opportunity to enhance their little cart. If they missed this chance, where would they find a better one in the future? Ruan Tian suggested to Bai Chulan, "Why not summon all my saviors here?" Upon hearing Ruan Tian's suggestion, Bai Chulan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Did Ruan Tian truly think that was a good idea? He couldn't help but facepalm, inhaling deeply to suppress his rising anger, reasoning that Ruan Tian might have just said it offhandedly. After all, he had just sent away his two rivals, Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi. Now, she wanted to bring them back? That simply wouldn't do. After finally having a chance to enjoy a world of two with Ruan Tian remained silent for a while before softly replying, "I actually feel it's not enough. If it comes to it, we should still invite everyone over. He could not allow other rivals to come. I believe the three of us are sufficient. And besides, don't you have Xiao Bai? Isn't that enough?" From a certain perspective, the three of them were indeed formidable, but how could they withstand such a multitude of zombies? It was nearly an impossible task. Thus, Ruan Tian began to brainstorm. This was a prime opportunity to enhance their little cart. If they missed this chance, where would they find a better one in the future? Inhaling deeply to force himself to calm down, and asked through gritted teeth, then Ruan Tian, "What about the others? If we all meet, we end up quarreling?" Did Ruan Tian truly think that was a good idea? He couldn't help but facepalm, inhaling deeply to suppress his rising anger. To kill zombies together? How could we possibly argue at such a critical moment? Hearing Ruan Tian's absurd reasoning, Bai Chulan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, shaking his head. "Forget it. Discussing this with you is futile and only fuels my frustration." Bai Chulan tightly closed his eyes again, displaying a clear intent not to continue the conversation with Ruan Tian. Noticing Bai Chulan's anger, Ruan Tian realized her words had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. When Bai Chulan had closed his eyes, he hadn't been asleep or avoiding the issue. He had been pondering several matters. For instance, Bai Chulan abruptly turned and apologized to Ruan Tian. "I was in the wrong. I only considered my own feelings and neglected your safety." Earlier, when Bai Chulan had closed his eyes, he hadn't been asleep or avoiding the issue. He had been pondering several matters. For instance, inhaling deeply to force himself to calm down, and asked through gritted teeth, then Ruan Tian, "What about the others? If we all meet, we end up quarreling?" His expression had returned to calm, gradually morphing back into a visage Ruan Tian was familiar with. Yet, in Ruan Tian's mind, Ruan Tian's safety was paramount, while everything else could be set aside. "You should call them all over. Only in this way can I better protect you." Yet truly useful Ruan Tian resembled a small mouse that had just come to grasp reality, her mind perpetually lagging behind. She pondered that if those 5 individuals truly met, it seemed the most awkward one among them would, ironically, be herself. Chapter 190. Appearing to be a pretty boy. The ensuing spectacle would be utterly remarkable. Unable to restrain herself, Ruan Tian sighed heavily upon truly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Coincidentally, this sigh was overheard by Bai Chulan, who, with a tone that was both calm and tinged with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "So now you are afraid? You seemed quite bold earlier. I didn't see any signs of fear then." Ruan Tian felt her resolve falter. If a horde of zombies truly descended upon them, Did he have the capability to save Ruan Tian? To prioritize their personal space at the cost of leaving Ruan Tian vulnerable outside? Such selfishness was unacceptable. When he opened his eyes again, clarity dawned upon him. Determined to remain a silent little mouse until the matter was fully resolved, refraining from speaking to Bai Chulan. However, Bai Chulan appeared to be privy to her thoughts, as if he were a parasite within her mind. He opened his eyes anew and, turning onto his side on Ruan Tian's lap, softly said, "Do you truly think I am unaware of your thoughts? Do you believe that by remaining silent, I shall cease to comment on your actions?" Ruan Tian, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. Indeed, as Bai Chulan had suggested, she had assumed that silence would allow her to evade scrutiny, but Jing Jinshu had entirely different intentions. It would spell doom for the other four. How would they perceive you then? It would be a spectacle to behold. At that moment, he suddenly adopted a more theatrical demeanor, addressing her with a tone laced with amusement. "What are we to do when all five arrive? Should you show favoritism towards one? It would spell doom for the other four. How would they perceive you then? It would be a spectacle to behold." At that moment, it must be said that Bai Chulin's healing prowess was exceptionally formidable. His abilities were amongst the elite, even in apocalyptic circumstances. After a single treatment, she could do nothing but cover her face and weep softly. Meanwhile, in the corner, Jing Jinshu slowly regained consciousness. It must be said that Bai Chulin's healing prowess was exceptionally formidable. His abilities were amongst the elite, even in apocalyptic circumstances. After a single treatment, Jing Jinshu's body and spirit were swiftly revitalized. Upon regaining awareness, he immediately turned to locate Ruan Tian. Before long, he spotted her in the company of a man who was reclining on her lap. The closeness of their interaction caused Bai Chulin's brow to furrow, an unspoken discomfort brewing within him. With a solemn expression, disregarding his fatigue, he forced himself to approach Ruan Tian. At that moment, Ruan Tian finally noticed his awakening, her eyes widening in surprise as she hastily stood to greet Jing Jinshu. However, Bai Chulan firmly grasped Ruan Tian's hand, anchoring her in place. "What's wrong? Is our relationship so shameful?" Ruan Tian was at a loss for words. She glanced at Jing Jinshu's displeased expression, then at Bai Chulan, whose underlying threat was barely concealed beneath his calm facade. Closing her eyes, she wished that by not looking, Bai Chulan smiled lightly at him and replied, "Are you questioning me?" "Naturally, I am questioning you. If there is nothing between you and Ruan Tian." Jing Jinshu fixed his gaze upon Bai Chulan, articulating each word with precision. "What exactly is your relationship with Ruan Tian?" Bai Chulan smiled lightly at him and replied, "Are you questioning me?" "Naturally, I am questioning you. If there is nothing between you and Ruan Tian, what gives you the right to so brazenly recline upon her lap?" He had never enjoyed such treatment, yet now it appeared that Bai Chulan possessed it all. Moreover, judging from their earlier conversation, it seemed they shared a bond far more intimate than Jing Jinshu had imagined. Frustration bubbled within Jing Jinshu as he gritted his teeth, striving to conceal his dissatisfaction. Alas, despite his efforts, his resentment surfaced. Bai Chulan retorted, "You question me, yet I must inquire about your relationship with Ruan Tian. If there is nothing between you two, what gives you the audacity to flaunt it before me?" Indeed, as Bai Chulan asserted, Jing Jinshu held no ties with Ruan Tian. Yet here you are, scolding me as though you were someone of great significance. Their dialogue crackled with tension, the air thick with animosity, creating an atmosphere of discomfort. Had his volatile second persona been present, a confrontation with Bai Chulan would have ensued immediately. "And what of you? You likely have no connection with Ruan Tian either. Yet here you are, scolding me as though you were someone of great significance." Their dialogue crackled with tension, the air thick with animosity, creating an atmosphere of discomfort. Bai Chulan smiled lightly at him and replied, "Are you questioning me?" "Naturally, I am questioning you. If there is nothing between you and Ruan Tian, what gives you the right to so brazenly recline upon her lap?" He had never enjoyed such treatment, yet now it appeared that Bai Chulan possessed it all. Moreover, let's first consider what actions we should undertake next. With Ruan Tian's interjection, the hostility between the two men lessened somewhat. "What actions?" Jing Jinshu queried, still disoriented from his recent awakening, unaware of prior events. Ruan Tian quickly explained the situation to him, and upon hearing it, he nodded in understanding. Now I see. I fully support this. Jing Jinshu recalled Ruan Tian's small cart, realizing that a swift upgrade would significantly benefit her. For her sake, he was determined to partake in the upcoming battle, aiding her in vanquishing more zombies to hasten the enhancement of her cart. Ruan Tian hastily waved her hands. Upon learning that it was indeed Bai Chulan who had rescued him, Jing Jinshu scrutinized him for a couple of seconds, internally musing. This person, offering him a gentle smile as she assured him, Bai Chulan and I can manage. He is the one who saved you, and he is truly a good person. He nonetheless understood the importance of gratitude. He nodded at Bai Chulan, genuinely expressing his thanks with a serious demeanor, stating, "Thank you for saving me." Bai Chulan was taken aback by Jing Jinshu's straightforward acknowledgement, causing a subtle shift in his perception of Jing Jinshu. "You're welcome, but our debts are not yet settled." He nonetheless understood the importance of gratitude. He nodded at Bai Chulan, genuinely expressing his thanks with a serious demeanor, stating, "Thank you for saving me." Bai Chulan was taken aback by Jing Jinshu's straightforward acknowledgement, causing a subtle shift in his perception of Jing Jinshu. "You're welcome, but our debts are not yet settled." Bai Chulan replied, "Indeed, I am aware, and I have no intention of settling them." Jing Jinshu responded, as long as Ruan Tian remained a part of their dynamic, directing his gaze towards Ruan Tian as he asked, "Do you have any constructive suggestions? Please speak freely. I will do my utmost to support you." Insisting, "If you do not wish to assist me, it is perfectly fine." Ruan Tian was not one to impose upon others. Offering him a gentle smile as she assured him, "Bai Chulan and I can manage. He is the one who saved you, and he is truly a good person." Upon learning that it was indeed Bai Chulan who had rescued him, Jing Jinshu scrutinized him for a couple of seconds, internally musing, "This person, I wonder how you will perceive my suggestion." Jing Jinshu, sensing an ominous premonition rising within him, pressed for clarification. "What do you mean?" He nonetheless understood the importance of gratitude. He nodded at Bai Chulan, genuinely expressing his thanks with a serious demeanor, stating, "Thank you for saving me." He inhaled deeply, suppressing the inner turmoil, much like Bai Chulan had done before him. It was unclear whether Ruan Tian was oblivious to their thoughts or simply unresponsive. His affection was indeed humble, yet it stemmed from a genuine fondness for Ruan Tian. However, the prospect of summoning the remaining 3 individuals filled him with trepidation. They could maintain their camaraderie and keep their distance while observing Ruan Tian from afar. They sought nothing more than to remain in her presence, which sufficed. Relieved to see them no longer at odds, prepared to discuss their next steps. "What shall we do next?" she inquired. Jing Jinshu pondered for a moment. With just Bai Chulan, tensions had nearly escalated. Now, the thought of including the others made him anxious about the potential chaos that could ensue. Jing Jinshu's gaze inadvertently landed on Bai Chulan, and their eyes met. In that moment, they seemed to recognize each other as kindred spirits. Understanding the shock that Ruan Tian's suggestion had instigated, Ruan Tian quickly reassured Jing Jinshu. "The upcoming situation is perilous. How do we possibly handle it with just the 3 of us?" Jing Jinshu remained silent, but his thoughts gradually steadied. He closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, contemplating the same concerns as Bai Chulan. The forthcoming zombie wave posed a danger unlike any encountered before, reaching a 5-star level of difficulty. Even if Jing Jinshu unleashed his primary persona and fully activated his secondary self, he could not guarantee Ruan Tian's safety. Bai Chulan likely shared this sentiment, recognizing their limitations in ensuring Ruan Tian's complete protection. Thus, collaborating with others emerged as a prudent choice. Noticing Jing Jinshu's prolonged silence, Ruan Tian began to worry she might be imposing. She lowered her head, appearing somewhat forlorn, and gently tugged at Bai Chulan's wrist, whispering, "It's all right. If you have any thoughts, please share them with me. After all, what kind of relationship do we have, right?" Upon hearing Ruan Tian's words, Jing Jinshu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as he could protect Ruan Tian, other matters seemed trivial. He softly replied, "Rest assured. I feel no discomfort. I agree." Seeing both Jing Jinshu and Bai Chulan in accord, Ruan Tian hesitantly asked, "You both truly agree?" Yes, they affirmed in unison. This battle would not be as straightforward as before. They needed to ensure that Ruan Tian remained unharmed to fully relax. And you, if a conflict arises, must not stray. Stay close to us, they urged. Ruan Tian nodded vigorously. You need not worry. I certainly won't be a hindrance. Her compliance brought relief to both men. Next, Ruan Tian prepared to seek out Yi Mofeng, Gu Yi, and Yu Er. As thoughts of Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi crossed her mind, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Bai Chulan, asking Bai Chulan, is everything all right with Yi Mofeng and Gu Yi? Where did they go after I left? Bai Chulan shook his head, admitting, I'm unaware of their whereabouts. They departed shortly after you. Their trio had only united due to Ruan Tian, without her. Realizing that Ruan Tian's little cart had advanced significantly in her absence. By the way, Bai Chulan, have you yet to witness the upgraded version of my little cart? I possess a teleportation array. I can transport myself to anyone I've previously encountered at will. Bai Chulan was momentarily taken aback by her candidness, realizing that Ruan Tian's little cart had advanced significantly in her absence. By the way, Bai Chulan, have you yet to witness the upgraded version of my little cart? Ruan Tian exclaimed, a smile breaking across her face as she began to showcase the enhancements to Bai Chulan. When a vehicle unexpectedly materialized before Bai Chulan, astonishment was an understatement. Ruan Tian's abilities were truly formidable, rendering her nearly invincible in this apocalyptic landscape. With a triumphant grin, Ruan Tian proudly elaborated on the features of the newly unveiled automobile. Bai Chulan, astounded, could hardly believe Ruan Tian had evolved to such an extraordinary degree. And I can transform the car into an impenetrable shield. It's incredibly powerful. I will protect you all, Ruan Tian proclaimed. Her chest puffed with pride as she envisioned the grandeur of leading her 5 companions through the apocalypse with unyielding might. Chapter 192. Bold speculation. Bai Chulan was genuinely astonished to discover that Ruan Tian's supernatural abilities had evolved to such an extraordinary extent. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Ruan Tian had already summoned a shop with a protective barrier for him to behold. Look, isn't it beautiful? Sensing Ruan Tian's pride, Bai Chulan turned slightly, gazing at the beaming smile on her face, and nodded gently. Indeed, it is quite exquisite and remarkably powerful. The upgraded structure was evidently transformed, boasting a significantly larger footprint and multiple additional stories, furnished with an array of furniture and decor. Had they not been situated on the open rooftop, the sudden emergence of such a grand edifice might have attracted an alarming number of zombies. Simultaneously, Bai Chulan observed something intriguing. As he circled Ruan Tian's shop several times, a realization dawned upon him, and he smiled, saying, this building is devoid of tangible weight. I can touch it with my fingers, and it feels remarkably solid. Jing Jinshu could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow, asking, after all this circling, is it not yet finished? Bai Chulan halted, responding, this house is captivating. Her chest puffed with pride as she envisioned the grandeur of leading her 5 companions through the apocalypse with unyielding might. Jing Jinshu could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow, asking, after all this circling, is it not yet finished? Bai Chulan halted, responding, this house is captivating. When I look through the eye of truth, I discern a layer enveloping it. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian exclaimed, doesn't it resemble electronic code? How did you know? Gazing at the beaming smile on her face, and nodded gently. Indeed, it is quite exquisite and remarkably powerful. The upgraded structure was evidently transformed, boasting a significantly larger footprint and multiple additional stories, furnished with an array of furniture and decor. Had they not been situated on the open rooftop, the sudden emergence of such a grand edifice might have attracted an alarming number of zombies. Simultaneously, Bai Chulan observed something intriguing. As he circled Ruan Tian's shop several times, dagger in hand, aimed for her arm, but before the blade could make contact, both Jing Jinshu and Bai Chulan intervened to stop her. Ruan Tian, have you lost your mind? Neither of them anticipated her sudden action. They would never allow her to come to harm right before their eyes. I'm merely testing something. What is there to test? Under their vehement objections, Ruan Tian reluctantly withdrew her hand, resolving to find an opportunity later to investigate her own physical state. Reflecting carefully, she realized that since the apocalypse began, she had been under the protection of her targets, coupled with the defensive capabilities of her little cart, rendering her virtually invulnerable. She had suffered no injuries, not even a scratch. Such an experience would be unattainable for others, yet Ruan Tian had managed it. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, a more chilling realization struck her. Although the system had assigned her the task of eliciting gratitude from her targets to accumulate appreciation points, which seemed innocuous at first, it seemed the shop might genuinely be an extraction from the realm of gaming akin to reality. Suddenly, she pondered an unsettling thought. Was her own body merely an illusion? Everything that had begun as clear and straightforward had morphed into this bizarre spectacle. A shiver ran down her spine as she sensed an invisible force propelling her from behind. Ruan Tian felt a chill throughout her body, and she couldn't shake the notion that the system was observing her every move with unseen eyes. Noticing her distress, Bo-Chulan immediately inquired, "Are you all right? Is your body unwell?" Ruan Tian shook her head, confusion flickering in her eyes as she murmured to the system, "System, are you there?" The system's voice responded promptly, "I am still here, host. What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Ruan Tian remained silent. She realized that since the apocalypse began, she had been under the protection of her targets, coupled with the defensive capabilities of her little cart, rendering her virtually invulnerable. You need not bear it alone. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tian sighed. This is not something you would understand. What if you malfunction again? In prior instances, the system had indeed glitched, returning with an unsettling disarray. Ruan Tian could not allow her concerns to jeopardize the system's well-being, for their bond had grown over time, and she wished to protect it from harm. What's wrong? Jing Jinshu, also concerned for Ruan Tian, leaned in closer, scrutinizing her expression. However, before he could observe for long, Bo-Chulan pushed him aside. "Why are you getting so close? Is this close?" Jing Jinshu shot back, accusingly gesturing at Bo-Chulan. "It's clearly you who is too close to Ruan Tian. What gave you the right to criticize me?" The two began to bicker once more, pulling Ruan Tian's thoughts back to the present. All right, let us not argue," she interjected, her voice soothing. "The most pressing matter is how we shall navigate this crisis." A bold idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She lifted her gaze to the sky, which resembled a vast sapphire, its azure hue strikingly pure, as though she had stumbled upon a forbidden truth that the world sought to conceal. This surreal sensation left her momentarily disoriented. After consulting with the system, a bold idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She lifted her gaze to the sky, which resembled a vast sapphire, its azure hue strikingly pure. Who could have foreseen that this beautiful sky would soon be engulfed by a blood-red moon? The brilliant blue radiated an enchanting glow, like a dreamlike tapestry. In the past, Ruan Tian would have praised the beauty of the sky, but now, words of admiration eluded her. Instead, she felt an overwhelming chill. Was this truly the sky? Before he could observe for long, Bo-Chulan pushed him aside. "Why are you getting so close? Is this close?" Jing Jinshu shot back, accusingly gesturing at Bo-Chulan.